Blue Star, the northern territory of Dongli Huaning City, the 126th year of the golden calendar. Xia Yue awoke from his dream, took a deep breath, and was greeted by the familiar furnishings of his room. He sat up and looked at the mirror on the bedside, a face reflected in it sleepy, yet brimming with heroic spirit. After his usual routine of brushing and washing, Xia Yue picked up the trainee beast tamer handbook from the desk and walked out the door. My name is Xia Yue, and I have a secret. My soul comes from another world. On an ordinary commute home from work in my original world, I was caught in a car accident, and when I woke up I was here. This is a world that belongs to beast tamers. All things can evolve and ascend. Mighty divine beasts summon wind and rain, wield thunder and ice, and command the skies and the earth. In such an era, the weak and small humans could only rely on faith to obtain the protection of powerful creatures surviving in the form of guardian totems. Until the dawn of the revival calendar, when humanity gradually mastered their own unique power, the ability to tame beasts. People developed a force within their bodies called spiritual power, opened taming spaces, and bonded with beasts through contracts of spiritual power. Ultimately, they rose alongside their beasts to become the rulers of the world. And me? Xia Yue tightened his grip on the trainee beast tamer handbook, his fingertip tracing the gilded sword and shield emblem on its cover, the insignia of the Global Beast Tamer Association. Naturally, I am the strongest beast tamer of the future. Walking out of the dormitory building, a 3-meter wingspan iron-wing falcon swooped past the residential blocks, a spiritual energy logistics ribbon suspended beneath its wing. Toward the cafeteria, a flame-tail weasel breathed fire to heat the steamers. But my golden finger should be arriving soon. Xia Yue stared at a countdown flickering in his mind. 241054. These were numbers that had existed in his mind since he began counting. He had calculated as a child that the countdown would end precisely when he turned 18. The countdown probably ends tomorrow. Anyway, time to clock in. Xia Yue rubbed his eyes and headed toward the beast cultivation base. Xia Yue had begun his internship at the cultivation base during the summer after his second year of senior high, mainly to get hands-on contact with real tamed beasts. In this world, beast taming knowledge was taught from elementary school all the way through the theoretical exam at the end of second year senior high. The third year of senior high focused on actual beast cultivation. Before the semester began, every third-year student had to tame their own beast, and their performance throughout the year would determine their score on the practical combat exam. Xia Yue had come to the internship base mainly to get an early look at the first beast he planned to tame. A frost wolf pup, considered one of the Northern Territory's 3 great beast bloodlines, gentle in temperament and brimming with potential. Today was his final day of internship. Tomorrow he could claim his starter beast. He couldn't afford to slack off. Xia Yue rubbed his slightly dizzy head and checked the tasks posted on his phone. Today's tasks. 1. 2. Feed group, Frost Wolves. 3. That the new intern. He's picking his starter beast tomorrow, isn't he? To be young is wonderful. Young people today have it so good. Back in our day, where did we get such conditions? Our starter beast was a Frost Wolf pup. Yet conditions are better now. Back then The Huaning City Beast Cultivation Base was enormous, covering nearly all common terrains. Lakes, mountains, tundra grasslands, and even a miniature volcano. Xia Yue took a deep breath and followed his phone's map directions toward the tundra zone. Cold gradually seeped through his thin intern uniform. He rubbed his arms and muttered, "This temperature difference is way too real." Xia Yue collected the required feed from the isolation zone, pushed open a heavy thermal door, and was greeted by a world of endless white. This beast feed probably costs more than many people's daily wages. No wonder beast taming isn't accessible to everyone. Xia Yue complained while hauling 2 heavy insulated buckets. In Dongli, although all third-year high schoolers could receive one of the 3 great bloodline beasts, the high school acceptance rate was extremely low, only about 1 in 10. Those who failed in temperament or ability were eliminated early and could only tame ordinary working beasts. Zone arrived. The freezing wind of the tundra zone carried ice shards straight at his face, frost forming even on Xia Yue's protective hood. He pulled his hood aside just enough to show his mouth and exhaled a puff of warm air. In the distance, over a dozen silver-blue frost wolves paced restlessly. At the center of the pack, a massive wolf lay prone, an ice crystal crown glinting on its brow. As Xia Yue approached with the insulated buckets, the wolves suddenly bared their fangs, low growls rolling from their throats, shaking loose ice shards from the ground. Xia Yue took out his phone and scanned one of the frost wolves in the pack. Species name Frost Wolf. Species attribute Ice. Species level resonance initial stage. Species skills Frost Claw, Ice Fang Blood, Frenzy Wolf Howl. Description: Frost wolves are sturdy in build with silver-white fur and naturally attached ice crystals. Adapted to extreme cold, they are social, highly agile ice-type combat beasts with strong fighting capability. It's the evolved form of the Frost Wolf pup. Xia Yue looked curiously at his phone. Resonance initial stage. I think the textbook mentioned. That's the stage after awakening. Pretty impressive. Xia Yue couldn't help feeling excited at the thought of soon having his very own Frost Wolf. Time to eat. Xia Yue opened the insulated bucket and laid out the meal boxes one by one. Oh whoa. The frost wolves rose to their feet in unison, their silver-blue manes rippling like waves in the freezing wind, yet none advanced. All eyes fixed on the massive wolf at the center. The Wolf King slowly rose, ice-cold radiance bursting from the crystal crown on its brow. With each step the ice beneath its paws cracked under its weight. The Wolf King let out a low howl, and only then did the dozen frost wolves surge forward in unison to feed. They're actually pretty cute when they eat. Xia Yue crouched on the ground, chin resting on both hands, muttering as he watched. Gazing at their thick silver-white fur, he almost wanted to reach out and pet them. Crack, crack. A piercing, ice-fracturing sound roared from the mountaintop. The glacier cliffs simulated by the cultivation base shuddered violently, and 10,000 tons of snow came cascading down with ice and rock. Xia Yue was hurled to the ground by the shockwave. The sky-obscuring wall of snow surged straight toward the wolf pack and him. Xia Yue instinctively threw himself in front of several frost wolves to shield them. Help! In the chaos, he felt his collar tighten as tremendous force lifted him into the air. As the bitter wind swept past his ears, he caught a glimpse of ice-blue light exploding within the Wolf King's glacial pupils. When the dust settled on the tundra, a raging blizzard was blocked by an invisible barrier 10 meters in front of the Wolf King. A 7 to 8 meter tall ice crystal shield stood precisely on the spot, perfectly protecting every frost wolf. The fallen avalanche transformed into a gentle stream beneath its shield. And the intern, who should have been buried under the snow, now sat sprawled in the Wolf King's fluffy tail, for both hands still unconsciously gripping 2 tufts of silver-blue fur. Beep, beep, beep. Alert: temperature maintenance system failure. Pipeline 3 in Tundra Zone has ruptured. All unauthorized personnel evacuate the Tundra Zone immediately. I repeat, temperature maintenance system failure. All unauthorized personnel evacuate the Tundra Zone immediately. Beast taming levels: newborn, awakening, resonance, spirit communion, transcendent, sovereign catastrophe. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill, piercing alarm echoed through the frigid air like invisible ice needles relentlessly striking taut nerves. The heavy isolation door slid shut silently behind them, cutting off the raging blizzard and biting cold outside. Xia Yue was carefully set down by the Ice Wolf King, his feet touching the warm, solid floor. He stumbled slightly as he pulled off the hood that had nearly frozen to his face. A gust of warm air carrying the scent of warm dust instantly enveloped him. He couldn't help but shiver, letting out a comfortable breath of white vapor. Rapid footsteps approached from a distance as several staff members in matching base uniforms ran over quickly. Leading them was an exceptionally burly, middle-aged man in a dark uniform with a different insignia. His face showed obvious anxiety, his gaze locking on Xia Yue immediately. Uncle Yun. Xia Yue recognized the newcomer, his eyes lighting up. His voice still carried a hoarseness from the ordeal as he called out in pleasant surprise. Xia, is that you? Are you okay? Did you freeze? Yun Feng crossed the distance in a few strides, his broad palm resting on Xia Yue's shoulder as he anxiously examined him up and down. Uncle Yun, I'm fine. Xia Yue swayed slightly from the padding and quickly explained. Thanks to it. He turned and pointed behind him at the Ice Wolf King, standing quietly. The massive silver-white figure radiated a faint, cold aura even in the warm room. It shielded me when the avalanche hit and brought me back. Yun Feng's tense expression visibly relaxed. He let out a long breath. That's good, that's good. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain it to your parents. He reached up and roughly rubbed Xia Yue's stiff frozen hair. Just then the silent Ice Wolf King slowly stepped forward, its massive head lowering gently to rest right beside Yun Feng's hand. A warm smile appeared on Yun Feng's face as he naturally raised his hand to gently stroke the Ice Wolf King. Is this Uncle Yun's tamed beast? Xia Yue curiously took out his phone and scanned. Species name: Ice Wolf King. Species attribute: Ice type. Species level. Species skills: Frost Claw, Ice Fang, Bloodlust Wolf, Howl, Ice Crystal Shield, Polar, Light, Beam, Frost Breath, Snowburst. Introduction: an advanced form of the Frost Plane Wolf, the king of the pack, possessing the qualification to command wolves. It is a social, high-agility, Ice-type combat beast with extremely strong combat ability. Holy, Ice Wolf King, so cool. Xia Yue stared at the screen, then looked up at the towering Ice Wolf King right before him, exclaiming with excitement. The Ice Wolf King seemed to sense Xia Yue's gaze. Its massive head turned toward him, ice-blue eyes fixed on his face. Then it extended its tongue and firmly licked Xia Yue's cheek, which still had ice residue and sweat on it. Looks like it really likes you, Yun Feng said with some surprise. The Ice Wolf King is a very proud species and generally wouldn't get close to humans outside of beast tamers. Xia Yue touched his wet face, unsure whether to be happy or sad. This feeling of being inexplicably close to powerful beasts was familiar to him. His parents' tamed beasts always liked to circle around him too. He had an inexplicable affinity with tamed beasts. A staff member ran over holding a tablet, its screen displaying surveillance footage and various data readings. He stared for a moment at Xia Yue intimately interacting with the Ice Wolf King. Normally the Ice Wolf King never paid them any attention, yet today it was being so close with a newcomer. He gathered himself and reported respectfully to Yun Feng. Director Yun, surveillance and vital signs scanning confirmed. No other personnel or beasts were injured in the avalanche area. Yun Feng is not only the highest authority of Huaining Beast Base, but also the master of Huaining City's Beast Tamer Hall, so subordinates habitually address him as director. Understood. Yun Feng nodded steadily, his smile fading as he regained a commander's authority. Lift the alarm. Notify the logistics team to handle the scene. Ensure safe passages are restored. Yes, sir. The staff member accepted the order and quickly turned to leave. The shrill alarm finally stopped and the isolation area returned to its usual order and calm. Yunfeng looked at Xia Yue, who still looked somewhat disheveled, a warm smile returning to his face. He habitually reached out to pat Xia Yue's shoulder, but remembered the boy had just come back from the freezing snow. His hand paused mid-motion, and instead he gently rubbed Xia Yue's hair, which was still wet from the Ice Wolf King's lick. You little rascal, you really are lucky to be alive. This time thanks to the Ice Wolf King. Yunfeng showed both lingering fear and relief after reviewing the surveillance. But next time you encounter danger, run first. Tame beasts are much tougher than you. Xia Yue scratched his head sheepishly with one hand. Got it, Uncle Yun. This time was an accident. His other hand stroked the Ice Wolf King's head as he replied. Yunfeng watched Xia Yue bonding with the Ice Wolf King cleared his throat, and his tone turned more formal. You should be turning 18 tomorrow, right? Have you decided what tame beast you want? The starter tame beasts in the north are all ice type. The better ones come from the northern 3 families. Do you want a frost wolf pup, a little snow fox, or a little frost snake? Huaining City Beast Base partners with North University and is the largest beast base in the north. The quality of our tame beasts is top tier throughout the entire north. Yunfeng asked. Of course the frost wolf pup. Xia Yue answered without even thinking. First, because the Ice Wolf King is the best looking of the 3 beast options. Second, because it really does look good, completely matching Xia Yue's aesthetic. Ha, good. Come to the cultivation area at 9 tomorrow morning. Yunfeng smiled. Xia Yue nodded, his mind already drifting into fantasies about his future with his tamed beast. The night passed without incident. When the faint dawn light of early morning barely pierced through the heavy clouds of the north, falling on Huaining Beast Base, Xia Yue was already groggily waking up. Last night he had been planning his future tamed beast thinking until 5 in the morning before finally dozing off. Sigh. Stayed up way too late, but it's alright. Xia Yue efficiently got dressed and washed up, grabbed a slice of bread in his mouth, and rushed out of his dormitory in a whirlwind of activity. So many ice wolf cubs I can't keep track. Xia Yue jogged to the breeding area, his eyes dazzled by the fluffy ice wolf cubs scattered everywhere. Before him lay a vast expanse meticulously simulated as a miniature ice field, the ground covered with fine white crystalline stones that emanated wisps of cold air. Dozens of ice wolf cubs frolicked and played within. The ice wolf cubs were petite, most no larger than ordinary puppy size, their entire bodies covered in fluffy snow-white fur, as pristine as the first snowfall. The tips of their fur were adorned with tiny, glistening frost crystals. As they ran and leaped, the simulated sunlight cast a shimmering silver glow upon them. Some cubs chased and tussled with each other, others curiously pawed at the crystalline stones on the ground with their thin ice-covered little claws, while a few curled up in corners like breathing snowballs, yawning lazily. Dark circles under your eyes. What couldn't sleep from excitement last night? A familiar, deep voice tinged with amusement came from behind. Xia Yue turned around to find Uncle Yun standing beside him, gazing at the little creatures in the breeding area with a gentle expression in his eyes. As a close friend of Xia Yue's father, Yunfeng genuinely hoped that the boy would choose a beast with true potential. The initial beast often determined the path a beast tamer would take, so he had taken time out of his schedule to help Xia Yue make the right choice. Haha, a bit. Uncle Yun, may I start? Xia Yue brushed it off with a sheepish grin, eager to begin. Of course. Your father and I have already taken care of the paperwork. Just sign after you pick one. Yunfeng patted his shoulder with a smile. Go ahead, choose well. Okay. Xia Yue immediately opened the beast taming encyclopedia on his phone. A light screen projected forth. Species name Ice Wolf Cub. Species attribute Ice. Species level newborn stage. Species skills scratch bite. Introduction small and agile with frost-tipped white fur. A rare beast from the northern border, a pack-oriented high-agility ice combat beast with immense potential. If only the encyclopedia could show potential values directly. How am I supposed to choose? Xia Yue muttered to himself, then suddenly had an idea. He turned to Yunfeng and smiled. Uncle Yun, you have a good eye? Could you recommend one? You little rascal, pretty sharp. Yunfeng patted Xia Yue's shoulder and chuckled. Without hesitation, he pointed to a spot within the wolf pack. Look at that one first. Xia Yue followed his gaze and saw a lone ice wolf cub chasing a rolling crystal of ice. It was noticeably larger than its peers, yet its movements were far from clumsy. Its pounces and bites exuded the vitality of a spirited newborn. This one has a larger bone structure, a hearty appetite, and a solid innate foundation. Its talent is among the best in this batch, Yunfeng commented, then shifted his finger to an inconspicuous corner of the breeding area. Now look over there. Xia Yue focused his eyes and discovered a unique snowball lying quietly in the shadow of the corner. Its fur was not the usual silver white, but a deep pure azure, as if a piece of clear sky had been draped over its body. Because of its distinctive color, it seemed somewhat isolated, curled up alone in the dimmer light, only its ice blue eyes watching the outside world with alertness and calm. This is an aberrant-colored ice wolf cub, Xia Yue exclaimed. Yunfeng nodded, lowering his voice. There's a folk saying that aberrant colors are 3 times stronger, but that mostly refers to wild beasts. In the harshness of nature, aberrant individuals are often ostracized by their packs for being different. Those that survive tend to be exceptionally talented and resilient. He shifted his tone, but in breeding facilities like ours with guaranteed food environment and medical care, survival pressure is low. Color differences don't directly equate to talent strength. However, being shunned by peers is true. If you choose it, building trust might be easier as it craves recognition more. Moreover, from my observations, this aberrant cub's talent is indeed impressive, worth considering. Then Yunfeng pointed out several other cubs with distinct traits, analyzing their physique, activity levels, and subtle behavioral signs in detail. Xia Yue listened intently, his mind tangled in hesitation. Sigh, all these ice wolf cubs have great talent, but it's so hard to choose. Xia Yue was deeply uncertain, at a loss on how to pick. Guess I'll have to wait for my golden finger, he murmured, his gaze unconsciously drifting into the depths of his mind. 00537. 00536. Almost there, I'll wander a bit more. Drip, drip, drip. Just as the countdown ended, a blinding white light flashed before Xia Yue's eyes, filling his entire vision. Then the light slowly dimmed, and a transparent holographic screen materialized before him. In the center of the screen, a line of solemn and elegant text slowly emerged. Strongest Hextech Beast Taming System. Tap the blank area to enter the system. Xia Yue's heart raced. He quickly scanned his surroundings with his peripheral vision. The staff were busy. Uncle Yun had already walked away, and no one was looking his way. The screen must be visible only to him. Let's go. Xia Yue tapped the holographic screen with his finger, instantly entering a magnificent menu interface. Strongest Hextech Beast Taming System at your service. As the text faded, a magnificent chessboard came into view, its yellowish rocky surface exuding an ancient aura. Before Xia Yue could examine it closely, 3 ancient dazzling stone tablets emerged on the holographic screen. He looked closely at the inscriptions on the tablets. Please select your augment. Miniature giant, you become smaller and faster, and you gain an additional 2 gold coins daily. Ronin 3, during battle, if you deploy only 1 beast, all its attributes are increased by 30. Astral Blessing 3, all your beasts gain healing equal to 35 of the damage dealt. Excess healing is converted into a shield. Hextech. Xia Yue couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. He was all too familiar with this. This was the augmentation system from a game in his past life. Back then you selected different augments to empower pieces, but now the pieces had become beasts and the little legend had become himself. But no time to hesitate. Xia Yue shook his head as he glanced at the 60-second countdown at the bottom. He had no idea what gold coins were for yet, but they were undoubtedly a vital resource. Still, miniature giant was definitely out of the question. Who knew what the system meant by becoming smaller? Xia Yue had no desire to shrink. Both Ronin and Astral Blessing are combat-oriented augments. I'd prefer an economic one in the early stage. Xia Yue hesitated only briefly before refreshing miniature giant. With a flicker of light and shadow, a new tablet replaced it. Last reserve, the first time you are on the verge of death, gain a large amount of Beast Tamer experience and gold coins. This seems okay, but it requires being near death. I still want an augment that benefits me immediately. Last reserve can be a fallback. Xia Yue didn't hesitate to refresh the other 2 augments. Holy Relic, choose 1 from 5 super beast items. Pick a good pal. The next beast you contract will be directly promoted, and you gain 2 gold coins. Whoa, isn't this the perfect augment for me? Xia Yue tapped pick a good pal without a second thought. It was one of the best early stage augments anyway. In a year, there would be the practical combat college entrance exam. By then his 3-star Ice Wolf Cub would surely spin the other candidates' beasts like tops. Xiao Xia, have you made your choice? Yunfeng walked over and asked. Uncle Yun, I'll take a bit more time to look and compare. Xia Yue composed himself and replied. Alright, your first partner. It's right to be cautious. Take your time. I have a meeting to attend, so I'll go handle it first. Yunfeng gave a few more reminders, and then turned to leave. Xia Yue let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Uncle Yun had noticed something unusual. Luckily that wasn't the case. System, are you there? Ding, the strongest Hextech Beast Taming System is at your service. A crisp mechanical female voice echoed in Xia Yue's mind. System, what other functions do you have? He received no verbal response, but noticed a book-shaped icon flickering faintly at the upper right corner of his vision. With a thought, Xia Yue tapped the book, which turned out to be the introduction of the system's functions. It's probably similar to a game. The level is my beast taming space level, also 1 population per level, matching the capacity of my beast tamer space. That means if I later obtain a population type hex deck, I can have more tamed beasts than the space can normally hold. Gold coins are used to upgrade the beast tamer level, but there's no shop here to buy pieces. However, gold can directly upgrade the star rating of tamed beasts, which is quite reasonable. The only difference is that gold can also be used to improve the skill proficiency of tamed beasts along with some hidden uses. It seems gold is still very important. Xia Yue muttered to himself, his fingertip lightly swiping across the holographic screen. I'll need to pay more attention to economic type hex deck later. Besides that, there seems to be a beast viewing function. Xia Yue tapped on the Ice Wolf Pup with an unusual coloration in the corner to inspect it. Individual name Ice Wolf Pup, unusual color. Individual attribute Ice. Individual level Newborn stage. Individual talent Monarch stage. Individual skills Scratch Bite. Description. I can see the talent. Xia Yue exclaimed in surprise. Then, Xia Yue scanned the Ice Wolf pups one by one, most of which were at the Transcendent stage, with a few capable of reaching the Monarch stage. No wonder they are the starter beasts, their talents are excellent. After all, the Transcendent stage corresponded to elite beast tamers who could open a dojo, and the next level was the regional champion. The ones Uncle Yin recommended are mostly at the Monarch stage. Which one should I choose? Xia Yue's gaze fell back on the unusual colored Ice Wolf pup. It seemed to sense the gaze, its ears twitching slightly, yet it still refused to lift its head. Xia Yue hesitated for a moment, then ultimately chose this unusual colored Ice Wolf pup, since unusual colored tame beasts were often ostracized by their kind and were more approachable to humans. Moreover, Xia Yue genuinely felt sorry for it. Xia Yue walked up to the unusual colored Ice Wolf pup, crouching to meet its eyes. The Ice Wolf pup seemed a bit shy, curling up in the soft cushion in the corner, burying its head low, afraid to look at Xia Yue. Xia Yue lowered his voice as much as possible, speaking gently. Are you willing to be my partner? Arwoo. The Ice Wolf pup seemed puzzled, its ice blue eyes warily sizing up Xia Yue, for it had always been an outcast in its pack. Xia Yue extended his hand, hovering in the air, not rushing to touch. From now on we can taste all the delicacies of the world together and sleep on the softest beds. His voice grew brighter, like morning light parting the mist. We will participate in the beast taming tournament together, winning glory in the arena, so that everyone can see how special and powerful you are. Arwoo. The Ice Wolf pup seemed to catch the vision in Xia Yue's words, a glimmer of light flashing in its eyes. It hesitated for a moment, then finally stood up, and with unsteady steps gradually walked towards Xia Yue. Xia Yue gently picked it up and rubbed its fluffy head. Hello, I'll take this little one. Xia Yue called to the staff member nearby. This? The staff member was taken aback. This unusual colored Ice Wolf pup was very shy. Even the staff responsible for feeding could barely get close to it. How did this young man manage to coax it away with just a few words? It's this little one, huh? Well, it's good that you're taking it. Unusual colored tame beasts are always ostracized by their kind. I hope you'll treat it well. With that, the staff member handed over a form. The curator specifically instructed that you just need to fill this out and sign your name. All right. Xia Yue quickly filled out the form in a few strokes, then resumed rubbing the Ice Wolf pup's head, thinking he probably wouldn't have many chances to do so later. Here is the cultivation room wristband. Take it to the cultivation area, and you can form the beast taming contract there. The staff member handed a sapphire blue wristband to Xia Yue. The cultivation area was essentially a larger building. Xia Yue handed the wristband to the front desk and was led to the contract room. The contract room was located on the east side of the building. The interior was predominantly light gray, with walls embedded with azure rune stones that stabilized mental fluctuations. The floor was covered with a dark patterned velvet carpet, and at the center stood a silver contract formation. The formation's lines were intricate, with several pure white energy crystals dotting its edges, emitting faint energy ripples. The Ice Wolf pup stirred in Xia Yue's arms, its ice blue eyes warily scanning the surroundings. This contract formation is for novice beast tamers. Advanced beast tamers can form contracts without using a formation. The staff member explained. Just hold your tame beast and touch the crystal. Xia Yue nodded and stepped forward, cradling the Ice Wolf pup with one hand while touching the crystal with the other. The rune stones around them lit up one by one, and gentle energy rippled like water. Relax your mind and feel the consciousness of your tamed beast, the staff member guided softly. The essence of a contract is the exchange of trust. Xia Yue closed his eyes and concentrated. The chessboard of the system flickered quietly in his mind, as if recording this moment. He could sense the subtle mental fluctuations of the Ice Wolf pup, a mix of caution and curiosity, as cold and pure as freshly melted snow. As the formation's energy converged, a thread of ice blue light emerged from the pup's forehead, drifting slowly towards Xia Yue's brow. It worked. Xia Yue opened his eyes, a smile spreading from the corners of his lips. But then, as if struck by a thought, he gently placed the Ice Wolf pup on the ground. The staff member looked at Xia Yue in surprise. Why would he put the tamed beast down right after the contract? Usually this was the time when the bond was strongest, with eating and sleeping together. But soon he witnessed a scene he would never forget. A strange multicolored light burst from the Ice Wolf pup, wrapping it like an aurora, and the pup swelled and stretched within the light. The process lasted about 10 seconds. When the light faded, a majestic Ice Wolf stood tall. The Ice Wolf was about 2 meters tall, nearly 5 meters in length. Its head bore ice-cracked cyan patterns, and its sapphire blue mane flowed in the wind, trailing down its back like a moving glacier. Its pure white body was sacred, with patches of sapphire blue ice crystals forming between its fur like natural armor, each shard refracting a cold azure gleam. Oh, this is the Ice Wolf King. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, it was an Ice Wolf pup. The staff member's eyes widened as he stumbled backward. Arwoo, why did the ground suddenly seem lower? The Ice Wolf King also looked at Xia Yue with bewildered eyes. Great, Ice Wolf pup. No, Ice Wolf King, this is the power of our bond. Xia Yue clenched his fist in excitement. Arwoo. The Ice Wolf King barked excitedly, as if acknowledging Xia Yue's words. Curator, you need to come here quickly. Not that there's a problem. Well, actually, there is a huge problem. I can't explain it in a few words. Just come quickly. The staff member reported to Yun Feng, his words tumbling out incoherently. Xia Yue scanned the Ice Wolf King with his system. Individual name, Ice Wolf King. Individual attribute, Ice. Individual level, Awakening Stage. Individual talent, Catastrophe Stage. Individual skills, Frost Claw, Ice Fawn. Description: the evolved form of the Ice Wolf, the king of the wolf pack, possesses the authority to command the pack. A crown of ice crystals grows on its forehead, granting it the power to summon wind and snow. It is a social, highly agile ice-type combat beast with formidable battle prowess. Aside from the individual level, it's no different from Uncle Yun's Ice Wolf King. There shouldn't be anything unusual. Xia Yue murmured to himself. The staff member reported the news with trembling voice. Before long, the door of the contract room was abruptly pushed open. Yun Feng strode in, his gaze locking onto the center at once. When he saw the majestic Ice Wolf King, his pupils suddenly contracted and his steps faltered. Ice Wolf King. Yun Feng's voice carried a rare tremor. He quickly stepped forward, carefully examining the frost clinging to the Ice Wolf King's fur and its mane like flowing glaciers, then turned to look at Xia Yue, who was excitedly interacting with the beast. I must be getting old. My eyesight is failing. Yun Feng rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the scene before him. No. This damn thing is an Ice Wolf King after all. The Ice Wolf cub had directly evolved into an Ice Wolf King after the contract, which obviously defied the natural progression of beast taming. Yun Feng immediately began questioning Xia Yue about the details of the contract process. Evolution. At the moment the contract was completed, Xia Yue nodded and briefly described his feelings during the contract. Yun Feng was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand to signal the staff to leave. When only the two of them and the wolf remained in the room, he spoke in a deep voice. This kind of evolution that leaps across life stages is theoretically almost impossible, unless the beast's innate talent was fully activated by some force. His gaze swept over Xia Yue meaningfully. Xiao Xia, if I'm not mistaken, this must be your superpower. Superpower. Xia Yue knew that such extraordinary abilities existed in this world. Even those with superpowers could get an extra 10 points in the college entrance exam. Yes, your parents' superpowers are no ordinary ones. It's only natural that you have an incredible superpower as well. Yun Feng seemed to be convincing himself. Still, making a beast undergo individual evolution directly, and even a cross-dire evolution to 3 stars. That's still quite rare. Let's go see Dr. Lu. He was your father's and my roommate in college. Now he works at the Northern Frontier First Beast Research Institute, specializing in abnormal beast evolution and ancient bloodline research. Yun Feng said, I'll contact your father. You bring the Ice Wolf King and come with me to his institute. Yun Feng personally arranged the vehicle, briefly introducing Dr. Lu to Xia Yue along the way. Back in school, he was the quiet type who focused solely on his studies. After graduation, he settled in the northern snowfields researching ice-type beasts. It was only expected that he would become a doctor. Xia Yue had some understanding of doctors in this world. Unlike his previous life, doctors here were extremely rare talents. The entire northern frontier had only a handful, and all of Dongli had fewer than 100. Every doctor was an expert in their respective field of beast taming. And Dr. Lu, being his father's and Yun Feng's college roommate, was only in his 40s, truly accomplished at a young age. When they arrived at the institute, dusk was already settling. Dr. Lu was waiting at the entrance. He wore a white research coat, his hair meticulously combed, and his gaze behind his glasses was sharp as a scanner landing on the Ice Wolf King. Energy readings stable. Morphological integrity 100%. This is not the result of forced evolution. It's indistinguishable from natural evolution. Dr. Lu muttered to himself while examining with instruments. He turned to Xia Yue and asked about the details of the contract. Xia Yue omitted the system part, describing only his feelings and the spiritual resonance with the Ice Wolf King. If this Ice Wolf King weren't only at the awakening stage, I'd suspect you were here to pull my leg. Dr. Lu said, looking at the test results. Just then a brilliant red light filtered through the institute's window, and a crisp eagle cry sounded from outside. Looks like my dad's here. Xia Yue pushed open the door and stepped out. A middle-aged man was dismounting from a crimson eagle. The eagle stood about 2 meters tall, covered in fiery red feathers with bright crimson flames burning at the tips of its wings. Its tail resembled a dragon's, adorned with vivid scarlet scales. It's Dad and his blazing dragon eagle. Xia Yue greeted. Old Lu. Old Yun. Xia Chengyun gave a hurried greeting, then turned to Xia Yue and asked anxiously, Xiao Yue, are you all right? Old Yun said something went wrong during your contract. Old Lu was Dr. Lu Yuan, and Old Yun was naturally Yun Feng. I'm fine, Dad. The contract had a hiccup, but overall, it's a good thing. Xia Yue said, then pointed at the Ice Wolf King beside him and explained. Xia Chengyun looked at the Ice Wolf King. He had initially thought it was Yun Feng's, but on closer inspection, he realized something was off. This Ice Wolf King was only at the awakening stage. Ice Wolf King. At the awakening stage? Xia Chengyun was also baffled. Old Lu, what strange thing are you researching now? Let me explain. Dr. Lu pushed up his glasses, slowly set down the testing instrument, and shifted his gaze between Xia Yue and the Ice Wolf King. This Ice Wolf King, or rather Ice Wolf Cub, evolved directly into an Ice Wolf King after forming a contract with Xia Yue. And in terms of data, there's nothing abnormal, or rather the only abnormality is how perfectly normal it is. The life signs, energy fluctuations, bloodline purity, all identical to a naturally evolved individual. Even, he paused, a tone of disbelief and admiration in his voice. Even more stable than some naturally evolved Ice Wolf Kings. Xia Qingyan frowned. What does that mean? Speak plainly. It means this evolution is not a forced breakthrough that drains potential, but a true perfect advancement. Dr. Lu turned to a larger analysis device, explaining as he operated. Due to the intervention of some special energy, the Ice Wolf King underwent a cross-dire breakthrough, evolving directly into an Ice Wolf King without damaging its foundation. In other words, in a 100-meter race, it's already 50 meters ahead. It can familiarize itself with and enhance its power earlier than other beasts, by years or even decades. Dr. Lu stopped, turned back, and gave Xia Yue a deep look. I suspect this is Xia Yue's innate superpower, a power that can fully activate a beast's latent bloodline, even allowing it to leap across life stages. Such abilities are rare, but there are fragmentary records in history. In the 268th year of the Fenghua calendar, a genius emerged in the northern frontier. He possessed the power to awaken the ancient bloodlines of beasts. Every one of his beasts wielded the might of ancient era creatures, nearly dominating an entire era. Later generations called him Emperor Song. Emperor Song. I think I saw him in a textbook. He was one of the emperors who founded Dongli, Xia Yue pondered. Ancient bloodline. Xia Qingyan caught the keyword. That's correct. Dr. Lu summoned a holographic display, ancient totems and runes materializing upon its surface. The Ice Wolf clan is said to carry the bloodline of the Northern Frost Wolf, the apex predator that once ruled the snow plains during the Mythic Age. Yet with environmental shifts and gradual bloodline dilution, modern ice wolves barely retain the capacity to awaken that dormant power. He gestured toward the crystalline crown etched upon the Ice Wolf King's forehead. This crown, only select Ice Wolf Kings can forge it. It is the very mark of the Frost Wolf lineage. According to historical records, the first beast companion of Emperor Song was an Ice Wolf pup. Through his refinement of ancient bloodline, it evolved directly into a Northern Frost Wolf, bypassing all intermediate stages. Yun Feng's breath caught. You mean Xia's ability awakened the ancient bloodline within the wolf pup? That appears to be the case. Dr. Lu closed the holographic display, his expression grave. But this power is formidable enough to attract those with ill intent. Still, your Xia family should have no shortage of protection. Xia Qingyun fell silent, as if acknowledging Dr. Lu's words. Yet Xia Yue was utterly puzzled. His father's family. He had never heard a single word about them, and some concealed truth lay hidden beneath the surface. After a moment, Xia Qingyun suddenly broke into a broad smile, patting Xia Yue on the shoulder. No wonder you're my son, with a power this formidable. Ha ha. Yun Feng chuckled beside him. Regardless, this ability surely qualifies as Ultra S tier. Your boy far surpasses mine. Dr. Lu nodded in agreement. But only Xia Yue knew they were all talking nonsense. He possessed no such superpower, nor any awakening of ancient bloodline. They spoke with such conviction, as though they knew everything. Did he not know how his own Ice Wolf King had evolved? Yet this served as an excellent cover for his system. Whatever absurd events arose in the future, he could simply attribute them to this supposed talent. Very well. Next, I need your cooperation for 3 tests: bloodline stability monitoring, ability trigger condition exploration, and combat adaptability assessment for the Ice Wolf King. Dr. Lu manipulated the instruments while speaking. These data will determine not only its future, but also further development of your unique ability. Additionally, your ability may not be limited to Ice Beast companions. You might similarly influence other ancient bloodline beasts of different attributes, even those belonging to other beast tamers. Other beast tamers companions. Xia Yue had never considered such a possibility. Old Xia Yue and Xia will remain at the Institute for now. I need approximately 3 days to record the Ice Wolf King's data and analyze your ability. Xia Qingyan nodded. No problem. Beyond the window, night had fully settled over the northern frontier, and a fierce blizzard began to rage. Yet the Institute's lights burned bright through the darkness like an unextinguished beacon upon the ice plains. Mom, I'm back. Xia Yue kicked off his socks and collapsed onto the sofa. Those research days had nearly worn him to the bone. Xia Yue's home. Mrs. Xia, Wang Ro, rushed forward, her first concern for her son. How was it? Are you alright? What harm could come to him? He's fine, isn't he? Xia Qingyun hung his coat on the rack and walked over slowly. As long as you're well. By the way, didn't you bond with that Ice Wolf pup? Show it to Mom. Wang Ro shot her husband a sidelong glance. The living room seems a bit cramped. Let's go to the backyard. Cramped. Wang Ro followed with curiosity. Xia Yue's residence spanned roughly 1,000 square meters. The living quarters occupied only 100 or so, while the remainder served as grounds for beast taming training. The backyard unfolded before them, a meticulously designed ecological training zone. To the left lay a simulated miniature forest, towering trees forming a dense canopy where insect songs and the rustle of nocturnal birds drifted through the night. To the right stretched a sand-earth combat arena roughly half the size of a football field, its ground scarred with energy burn marks and claw traces from years of rigorous training. Come out, Ice Wolf King. Xia Yue connected through his mental link with his beast companion space, summoning it forth instantly. Oh whoa! An ice-blue radiance flashed, and the Ice Wolf King appeared in all its magnificent form. Towering and imposing a crystalline crown embedded upon its brow, faint cold mist swirling around its body, its gaze sharp as the northern winds. Wang Ro's eyes widened. This is that ice wolf pup. Something's not right. She stepped forward, carefully examining the crown upon the wolf's forehead, her voice filled with astonishment. Everything your father said at the Institute was true. I thought he was joking. You really awakened its ancient bloodline. Xia Chongyun stood to the side with his arms crossed, smirking. Our son certainly inherited our genes. Wang Ro shot him an exasperated look, then asked with growing concern, if news of this ability leaks, it will surely stir up quite a storm. Why fear it? Our family is, at least. Xia Chongyun suddenly stopped mid-sentence, as if recalling something. What's the harm? Xia is grown now. It's time we told him. All right. Xia, let me explain. Your mother and I both come from significant backgrounds, but back then, we essentially eloped. You understand? Xia Chongyun rubbed the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. Xia Yu's mind immediately conjured a dramatic scene. The despised, illegitimate son forced into an arranged marriage, fleeing for true love. Anyway, it's rather complicated. I won't burden you with the details. Don't you want to attend the Capital University? Once you get there, you'll understand. Capital University, Xia Yue murmured. So his family must belong to some noble lineage in the capital. No doubt some arrogant young master face-slapping plot awaited him. The classic tale of the underestimated heir returning in triumph. It's not as dramatic as you imagine. We still maintain occasional contact with our families. Wang Ro, unaware of her son's wild fantasies, watched him with a knowing look. All right. Xia Yue sighed, inwardly accepting the revelation. Whatever trials lay ahead, he would face them with the power of his system, and the Ice Wolf King at his side. Good. Wang Ro said softly, her gaze drifting to the Ice Wolf King, standing proudly beside her son. Whatever happens, we'll face it together as a family. After chatting for a few moments, Xia Yu's parents went back to rest, leaving only Xia Yue and the Ice Wolf King in the backyard. Xia Yue had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't had a chance to spend some quality time alone with the Ice Wolf King. By the way, I haven't given the Ice Wolf King a name yet. Its head is azure, its body silvery white. Should I call it Little Blue or Little Silver? Xia Yue stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Little Blue sounds a bit odd. I'll call it Little Silver. Xia Yue grinned, clearly pleased with the name he had chosen. Oh whoa. The Ice Wolf King seemed to have no objections, or perhaps it simply didn't care. Xia Yue used the system to scan the Ice Wolf King. Individual name, Ice Wolf King. Individual attribute, Ice. Individual level, Early Awakening. Individual talent, Catastrophe Stage. Individual skills, Frost Claw, Ice Fang, Bloodthirst, Wolf, Howl, Ice Spike. Introduction. There's still quite a gap compared to Uncle Yun's Ice Wolf King. It doesn't know many skills. Xia Yue rubbed his head. By the way, let me see what else the system's gold coins can be used for besides upgrading the beast taming space level and beast taming star rank. Upgrade skill levels, fuse skills. Xia Yue checked his current balance of 20 gold coins, exactly 5 coins per day since the system awakened. It doesn't seem to have interest. Let me try them one by one. First, let's check the star rank upgrade. Xia Yue noticed that there was still a plus sign next to the Ice Wolf King's star rank, indicating that it could be upgraded to 4 stars. Didn't the book say that a beast can only reach 3 stars? Is this the system's divine power? Xia Yue said and tapped the plus sign, but the percentage progress bar remained a glaring 0. 0. It's useless. Are there any prerequisites? Wasted a coin. Xia Yue then tapped on the Beast Tamer level upgrade, which was the upgrade of the beast taming space. Beast Tamer level 1, current upgrade progress, 4100, spent 4 coins to get 4 experience points. If I use all 5 daily gold coins to upgrade the Beast Tamer level, I can level up in about 20 days. That's much faster than meditating. Xia Yue pondered, then turned his attention to the skill upgrade. Frost Claw level beginner, current upgrade progress 010. Xia Yue directly maxed out Frost Claw level proficient, current upgrade progress 050. Whoa. Little Silver, the Ice Wolf King, looked at its own claws in confusion, suddenly feeling that they seemed lighter. Directly upgraded. Little Silver used Frost Claw on that wooden post. Oh whoa. The Ice Wolf King slowly lowered its front body, its silvery white, fur shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Its right front paw lifted slightly, and visible white cold air began to condense at the tips of its claws. The cold air quickly condensed, covering its already sharp claws with a layer of crystalline ice, extending the wolf claws into sharper ice blades. The Ice Wolf King let out a low growl and leaped forward. When it was still 3 meters away from the wooden post, it swung its right paw. 3 claw marks gleaming with cold light tore through the air, leaving a brief trail of frosty mist, and struck the wooden post precisely. SHH. 3 deep claw marks instantly appeared on the surface of the wooden post, and the struck area quickly covered with a layer of white frost. Ice crystals spread outward from the claw marks, and under Xia Yue's gaze a thin layer of ice formed on the wooden post surface. Xia Yue approached, and observed closely, discovering that the cold had even penetrated the interior of the post. He reached out and touched the edge of the claw marks, and a piercing cold immediately came from his fingertips. Such a powerful attack. Xia Yue's eyes lit up. Not only does it have a physical cutting effect, but it also inflicts freezing. If it hits other beasts, it could probably cause frostbite and slow movement. There's also skill fusion. Xia Yue read the introduction beast skills are divided into 5 grades, by color: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. And at least 2 skills can be synthesized into a higher level skill, or one can consume more gold coins to directly upgrade the grade. Xia Yue checked, and saw that aside from Frost Claw and Ice Fang, which were blue skills, the rest were white and green skills. And synthesizing green skills required 100 gold coins, which Xia Yue could no longer afford with his remaining coins. So one can't make bricks without straw. Looks like gold coins are really scarce. The Beast Tamer level can be trained on. My own skill proficiency can be trained by the beast itself, and star rank can increase with level. So it seems skill fusion is the rarest. Xia Yue looked at the 5 gold coins he had left, and sighed. I'll just have to save up slowly. After a few days of training, Xia Yue discovered that improvement through training alone was extremely slow. Little Silver's skill proficiency had only increased by 2 or 3 points, and his own meditation progress had only gone up by 2 points. By the way, didn't the system say it would release quests? It's been several days without any sign. Maybe I should go out and take a look around, see if there are any changes, and also pick up the Beast Tamer ID card. Uncle Yun said he would help me with all the paperwork. It's been a few days, the ID card should be ready. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xia Yue was about to head out, a knock came from the door. Boss Xia, I'm here to play with you. A clear young voice came from outside. Coming. Xia Yue went downstairs and opened the door, seeing a refreshing young man leaning against the doorframe with features somewhat resembling Yun Feng. It's really you, Yun Qi. Hee, Boss Xia, it's been a month. Did you miss me? Yun Qi casually put his arm around Xia Yue's shoulder. As if. Xia Yue slapped away Yun Qi's hand. What are you here for? Hee, I heard you tamed an ice wolf cub, Boss Xia. I want to spar with you. Are you sure? Xia Yue revealed a strange smile. Of course. Yun Qi was a bit surprised by Xia Yue's expression, but still wanted to spar with him. Alright, come to the backyard. Come out, little snow fox. Yun Qi summoned his beast, which was a little snow fox, one of the 3 starter beasts of the northern frontier. As its name suggested, the little snow fox was covered in snow-white fur with a tail larger than its body, fluffy like a cloud, and tipped with a touch of silvery gray. Xia Yue performed a scan, and the information immediately appeared before him. Individual name: Little Snow Fox. Individual attribute: Ice. Individual level: Mid-Awakening. Individual talent: Monarch Stage. Individual skills: Scratch, Snow Shadow Step, Enchanting Gaze, Frost Breath. Introduction: a naturally intelligent and alert fox-type beast with an innate affinity for ice elemental energy. Its fluffy tail can unconsciously condense tiny ice crystals when its emotions fluctuate. A rare beast in the northern frontier, it is a highly intelligent ice-type combat beast with tremendous potential. Little snow fox, huh? Quite cute. Come out, Ice Wolf King. Ice Wolf King. Yun Qi stared wide-eyed at the massive creature before him. Wait, Boss Xia, what is this Ice Wolf King? Hee, you're the one who wanted to spar? Your big brother Xia is so gifted that his first beast evolved directly. This. Yun Qi was still immersed in utter shock. Still want to fight? Yun Qi looked at his little snow fox, which seemed smaller than the Ice Wolf King's paw, and swallowed hard. Maybe. Let's try. Little snow fox, use Scratch. Little Silver, use Frost. Use Scratch. Xia Yue hesitated for a moment before holding back. Thud. The huge gap in power caused the Ice Wolf King to send the little snow fox flying, crashing into the wall several meters away. My little snow fox, are you okay? Yun Qi rushed over. It should be fine. I told Little Silver to hold back. Xia Yue followed closely behind. Any plans for today? Xia Yue asked, crossing his hands behind his head as he stretched lazily after a brief scuffle with Yun Qi. Well, I was thinking we could spar first, then head to the outer perimeter of Frostwood Forest for some real combat training with our beasts. Yun Qi replied. What in such a hurry to train? Xia Yue inquired, curiously surprised that the notoriously lazy Yun Qi had actually taken the initiative to train. Xia Yue, haven't heard. There's going to be an entrance exam next month when school starts. They'll divide us into classes based on ranking. Your Ice Wolf King is so overpowered. I still want to be in the same class as you. Yun Qi said, a hint of grievance in his voice. Entrance exam. Xia Yue was aware of it, but hadn't paid much attention. After all, his Ice Wolf King could easily crush those still at the 1-star level. Fine, let's treat it as an outing. The outer perimeter of Frostwood Forest, huh? Xia Yue muttered. His Ice Wolf King was powerful, but it lacked real combat experience. A little practice wouldn't hurt. I'm not a bad choice. First, come with me to the Beast Tamer Service Center to pick up your Beast Tamer ID card. Got it. Xia Yue and Yun Qi walked out side by side. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a warm glow over the streets of Huaning City. On both sides of the street stood various beast taming shops, and occasionally trainers hurried past with their beasts. The Ice Wolf King was too large, so Xia Yue had it stored in his beast taming space, while Yun Qi cradled his little snow fox in his arms. There are some advantages to being small, huh? My Ice Wolf King can't be held like that, Xia Yue teased. Get lost. You're just being smug. The Beast Tamer Service Center is just ahead, Yunqi said, pointing to a white building with a large golden sword and shield emblem hanging above its entrance. The ID card was the Beast Tamer's identity certificate. Without it, patrols would stop anyone trying to enter places like Frostwood Forest where beasts roamed. The two pushed open the glass door of the service center. The interior was spacious and bright, with several staff members seated behind the counter and a screen on the wall scrolling through tasks and announcements. A faint smell of disinfectant mixed with the scent of beast fur wafted through the air. Welcome to the Beast Tamer Service Center. How may I help you? A female staff member smiled as she looked up. Hello, I'm here to collect my Beast Tamer ID card. Name Xia Yue. ID number. Bank card number. Alright, found it. Xia Yue, Apprentice Beast Tamer, initial Beast Ice Wolf Cub. Is everything correct? Am I more or less? The machine whirred, and moments later a silver gray card was ejected from the terminal. Congratulations on becoming a Beast Tamer. The staff member handed the card to Xia Yue with a congratulatory smile. Xia Yue took it. The card felt slightly cool to the touch. On the front were his name, Beast Tamer rank, and Beast Tamer ID number, while the back bore the golden sword and shield emblem of the Beast Tamer Association. Alright, from now on you're an officially registered Apprentice Beast Tamer, the staff member added. If your rank improves, you can register at any Beast Tamer Service Center. Your monthly Beast Tamer allowance will be deposited into your card. Yunqi leaned in to look at the card and grinned. All set now. Later let's head straight to the outer forest. I heard a frostback bear in the resonance stage has been spotted there recently. If we work together, we should be able to take it down. Xia Yue rubbed the ID card, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. He carefully tucked it away and said, I don't need you. I can handle it myself. Stay safe. The strongest beasts in the outer perimeter of Frostwood Forest are at the resonance stage. If you're outmatched, call for rescue immediately. After verifying Xia Yue and Yunqi's ID cards, the patrol officers at the outer perimeter gave a few brief instructions and let them through. This is the outer perimeter of Frostwood Forest, Xia Yue said in a low voice. Inside the forest, the blinding sunlight was blocked by the dense canopy. The temperature around them dropped noticeably. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and a faint chill. Underfoot, frost-covered dead leaves crackled softly with each step. Yunqi scanned the surroundings warily. I heard that frostback bear often roams near the icy stream area. Let's head east and we should spot it soon. Xia Yue nodded and silently summoned his beast. A flash of blue light, and the Ice Wolf King appeared silently beside him. Its fur shimmered like silver frost, its eyes were sharp, and its limbs were taut, already on alert. Xia Yue gently stroked its neck and murmured, Today it's all on you, Xiaoyin. Just you wait. My little snow fox will evolve soon too, Yunqi said, a hint of envy in his voice. The two humans and two beasts cautiously advanced deeper into the forest. Along the way they occasionally spotted traces of low-level beasts such as snow rabbits and ice crystal squirrels, but these weak creatures were extremely wary of strangers and quickly hid at the sight of them. The deeper they went, the stronger the chill grew and icicles began to form on the trees. Why are they all just newborn stage little ones? Xia Yue frowned. They had come here to train, and fighting low-level beasts would offer no real challenge. Hey, look over there. A small ice pod at the awakening stage. How about a fight? Xia Yue followed his gaze and scanned the creature with the system. Individual name, small ice pot. Attribute, ice undead. Individual level, mid-awakening. Individual talent, spirit communication. Individual skills, roll, ice spike, ice cone, rain, frost breath, deathly erosion. Description, an ice, an undead type pot-shaped beast. Small in size, it is said to have formed when a beast was trapped in a pot and froze to death. It often appears in cold environments in the northern wilderness, especially in areas where trees are encased in ice or where the chill is intense. It possesses strong defensive capabilities. Undead type. It was Xia Yue's first time seeing an undead type beast, and he looked at it with curiosity. It's a small ice pot. If you don't look closely, it's just a shabby little pot. I heard that when startled it pokes its tiny head out, Yunqi explained. Xiaoyin used Frost Claw. Xia Yue gave the order directly. The Ice Wolf King slightly raised its right front paw, and a terrifying white chill began to gather at the tips of its claws, quickly condensing into ice crystals that coated them. The Ice Wolf King suddenly swung its right claw forward, sending 3 gleaming frosty claw marks tearing through the air, leaving a brief trail of frosty mist as they struck the small ice pot with precision. Boom. The small ice pot rolled a few times before stopping, and from its mouth emerged a head shaped like a flickering pale blue flame. Pot. Pot. The small ice pot seemed to realize it had been attacked, and quickly retaliated. Several ice spikes materialized in front of it, then shot towards Xia Yue and Yunqi like a rain of projectiles. We'll get behind cover. Xia Yue quickly pulled Yunqi behind a large tree nearby. Unlike Tamer versus Tamer battles, wild beasts had no honor. They could directly attack the Tamers. Xiaoyin dodge. Unfortunately, Xia Yue's Ice Wolf King hadn't learned the Ice Shield skill yet, which would have blocked everything. I'll have to ask Uncle Yin for special training when we get back. Just as Xia Yue was thinking about the return trip, the Ice Wolf King leaped to the side, dodging most of the attack. But a few ice cones still struck the Ice Wolf King, though the damage was negligible. Its attacks are so weak, almost no need to dodge. Xiaoyin used Frost Breath on the small ice pot's flame head. Xia Yue commanded immediately. Earlier, the Ice Wolf King's attacks on the pot's body had little effect, so he guessed the flame head was its true body. Oh woo. The Ice Wolf King gathered frost energy, forming a pale blue sphere in front of its mouth. The sphere, laden with countless ice crystals and shards, blasted forward as the beast exhaled, unleashing a torrent of energy. The attack hit the small ice pot's flame head squarely. The pot spun around a couple of times before retracting back into itself. Deep within the frost forest, ancient trees soared into the sky, their gnarled branches bowed low under the weight of thick frost, exuding a breathtaking beauty, like a crystalline wonderland. After defeating the peculiar little ice pot, Xia Yue and Yun Shi did not linger. They rode together atop the Ice Wolf King, venturing deeper into the forest. As they drew closer to the forest's heart, the temperature plummeted further. The biting wind clung to them like a tenacious parasite, chilling them to the bone. I should have worn more layers. Xia Yue breathed warm air into his cupped hands. After enhancing their bond in the spirit domain, a beast tamer's physique also strengthened. High-level tamers could even engage in physical combat with their beasts. Unfortunately, their beast tamer ranks were still too low, and they could still feel the biting cold. Indeed, Yun Shi tightened his collar, his exhaled breath instantly crystallized into tiny ice particles. The little snow fox in his arms stirred uneasily, its ice-blue eyes darting alertly, scanning every icy shadowed corner. But the temperature is dropping more rapidly. We must be close to our target. He pointed to a series of massive claw prints on the ground, deeply embedded in the frozen earth, with sharp, newly formed ice crystals along their edges. The tracks are fresh. Xia Yue nodded, then turned his gaze to the Ice Wolf King beside him. How about it, Little Silver? Do you catch the scent of a frostback bear? Oh, whoa. Through their bond, Xia Yue understood the Ice Wolf King's meaning. Little Silver says it smells the scent not far away now. Yun Shi, let's prepare for battle. Okay, boss Xia. Yun Shi nodded. As they neared the stream that exuded an astonishing chill, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly surreal. The trees were no longer simply frosted, they were encased in thick, opaque ice shells like specimens preserved in amber. The ice layer on the ground thickened, and Xia Yue could feel its solid hardness beneath his feet. The air carried a peculiar odor, a blend of primal beast musk and pure biting cold. The ice elemental energy here is getting denser, Xia Yue whispered. Just as they stepped into a clearing surrounded by ring-shaped ice boulders, an anomaly struck. Roar! A thunderous, deafening roar erupted. The terrifying beast's cry carried surging ice energy, visible as an ice-blue sonic ripple spreading outward like ripples. Where the ripple passed, the air crackled with a sharp sound, instantly condensing into countless fine ice crystals that fell with a rustle. The surface of the ice boulders at the clearing's edge was instantly covered in a spiderweb of new cracks. Thud! 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 A massive, bulky shadow charged forward, emerging through the thick mist, gradually revealing its true form. It was the frostback bear. Its body resembled a moving miniature iceberg standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in stiff, needle-like, pure white fur, and atop that thick coat lay a layer of crystal-clear armor like ice, a natural suit of armor. Xia Yue's gaze fixed on the frostback bear's incredibly broad back. The ice there was not a simple coating, it was as if countless sharp icicles, ice ridges, and ice plates had fused and grown together in a wild, yet orderly fashion, forming a ferocious and magnificent icy spine. However, the frostback bear did not immediately attack. Perhaps sensing the intruder's strength, it merely used its roar to intimidate them. Seizing the moment, Xia Yue scanned the beast individual name Frostback Bear, attribute Ice, level Early Resonance, talent King Stage, skills Frost Palm, Ice Claw, Ice Spikes, Ice, Spear Rain, Frost Breath, Avalanche Charge, Ice, Armor, Frost Roar. Description: a giant bear with a back covered in thick frost, dwelling in the extreme northern cold. It possesses tremendous strength, formidable defense, and close combat prowess. Its frost power can inflict freezing effects in battle, making it a mighty ice-type beast. A talent of King Stage. Xia Yue's heart stirred. A king-level potential rivaled that of the starter beasts. But soon he dismissed the idea of taming it. He had set a goal early on to tame one beast of each element. The Frostback Bear's attribute overlapped with the Ice Wolf King's, so Xia Yue had no intention of taming it for now. Little Silver used Frost Breath. Xia Yue hadn't forgotten his purpose. He commanded the Ice Wolf King. The Ice Wolf King gathered frost energy and unleashed it in a torrent forward. The Frostback Bear swiftly raised its massive paw of frost energy condensed on its claws, coating them in ice crystals. It then struck the Frost Breath with a mighty slap, sending up clouds of dust. Little Snow Fox, use Blizzard. Yun Shi immediately commanded the fox to disperse the smoke. The Frostback Bear was indeed unharmed, its seemingly cumbersome body suddenly bursting with unexpected speed, both paws raised high. On those palms larger than wash basins, cold energy converged wildly, instantly forming a giant ice palm over 1/2 meter in diameter, its edges lined with jagged icicles. As the distance closed, the Frostback Bear, carried by a fierce gale, slammed down with the force of an avalanche, targeting the Ice Wolf King, who stood at the forefront. Little Silver dodged to the left rear. Don't take it head on. Xia Yue's command came at the critical moment. The Ice Wolf King let out a low growl, its limbs exploding with power. The ice beneath its feet cracked into fine lines, and its silver-white form became a streak of light, narrowly grazing the edge of the terrifying ice palm. Boom! The giant palm crashed down, leaving a shocking crater in the frozen earth and ice, where the Ice Wolf King had stood, sending ice shards and gravel flying like bullets. Strong power, but a bit slow. Xia Yue analyzed. Little Snow Fox used Ice Spear Rain. Aim for its eyes. Yunqi reacted just as swiftly. The little fox leaped lightly from his arms, opened its mouth, and shot 7 or 8 sharp ice spears in rapid succession, flying precisely toward the Frostback Bear's face, especially around the eyes. The Frostback Bear shook its head, and the ice armor on its face grew wildly, protecting its eyes. The ice spears clinked against the cheek armor before shattering. This minor harassment, though causing no damage, successfully diverted a fraction of its attention to the flank. Now, little silver flank it. Use Ice Claw with full force on its right hind leg joint. Xia Yue seized the fleeting opportunity. The Ice Wolf King understood. Its form darted like a phantom, its wolf claws once again gathering frost energy, gleaming with a stark white light, cutting through the air with a shrill screech and slashing viciously at the Frostback Bear's knee, where the heavy ice armor was relatively thin. Ryup. The grating sound of scraping ice arose, sending ice crystals flying. The strike indeed shattered the armor at the joint and left several bloody gashes on the flesh beneath. Yet the Frostback Bear only swayed slightly. The ice armor covering its body condensed again, restoring the damaged area, as if new, leaving only a few specks of blood. Taking advantage of the moment, the Frostback Bear twisted its body, swinging its thick left arm in a sweeping arc with a howling wind, forcing the Ice Wolf King to retreat once more. Yunqi said calmly, as expected, even the most powerful armor has vulnerable connection points. Xia Yue's expression grew grave as he quickly analyzed. Attacks against the ice armor-covered areas have been far too ineffective. Shaoyin, maintain mobility and probe from range with your frost breath, focusing your attacks on those connection points in its ice armor. Yunqi, keep Xiao Shui harrying them. Just make sure you don't draw their aggression. The battle had reached a stalemate. The Ice Wolf King, relying on its superior speed and agility, danced around their opponent, unleashing waves of biting frost breath again and again. Rime white cold energy slammed against the Frostback Bear's ice armor, building layer upon layer of frost. The accumulating weight gradually weighed down the beast, slowing its movements. Xiao Shui, who moved like a nimble guerrilla fighter, alternating between launching ice shards and expelling jets of cold air to create slick ice patches on the ground, doing everything possible to disrupt the Frostback Bear's footing and rhythm. The Frostback Bear was clearly enraged by these pesky tactics. Several of its devastating pounces and sweeping paw strikes were dodged by the Ice Wolf King, but not before shattering numerous innocent ice boulders and trees in its fury. As stamina depleted, the Frostback Bear grew increasingly sluggish. Just as Xia Yue and his companions were about to wear it down through attrition, it suddenly halted its futile pursuit. The Frostback Bear took a deep breath, its massive chest swelling dramatically. The cold energy in the surrounding space swirled toward its maw like gravity from a black hole, so intense that even the light bent and dimmed around it. No, it's charging up. Shaoyin, full retreat. Yunqi, find cover. Xia Yue's pupils contracted sharply as he barked the order. But it was already a split second too late. Roar. Frost roar. No longer a mere sonic attack as before, but a devastating eruption imbued with the Frostback Bear's raging ice energy. A visible shockwave laced with countless razor-sharp ice crystals exploded outward from the Frostback Bear, fanning across the terrain ahead with brutal force. Where the blast passed, the air itself seemed to scream before instantly freezing into a field of white ice mist. The ground cracked open with a deafening roar as thick ice spread violently, rising and thickening into a jagged forest of ice spires. Despite the Ice Wolf King's lightning-fast retreat, the roar's aftermath caught its hind legs. A thick layer of white frost instantly encased them, visibly slowing and stiffening its movements. Xiao Shui, who fared far worse, instantly encased in ice like a living statue. Though Xia Yue and Yunqi had taken shelter behind a massive ice boulder beforehand, the chilling force still pierced through, making them shiver uncontrollably as frost formed on their hair and brows. Perhaps due to the momentary exhaustion following its maximum effort, the Frostback Bear's movements faltered for an instant. The crystalline ice armor that had gleamed with fierce resilience began melting away, particularly the thickest, most menacing plates on its back, whose luster dimmed slightly after expending so much energy. It's exhausted. Strike now. Connected to the Ice Wolf King on a spiritual level, Xia Yue seized the fleeting moment when the Frostback Bear's strength had waned but hadn't yet recovered. Shaoyin. Xia Yue's voice rang out with absolute certainty. Full power, Frost Claw. Aim for the connection point at its neck. Awoo. The Ice Wolf King let out a piercing howl that echoed through the forest. Ignoring the frost still clinging to its legs, it drove its hindquarters into the ground and poured all its remaining strength into a single devastating strike. Its azure mane blazed with unprecedented radiance like a frozen star rocketing skyward. On its right forepaw, the ice wasn't merely a surface coating. It was compressed into the deepest blue, radiating intense cold that formed jagged interlocking crystals across the entire claw like a fearsome gauntlet. Time seemed to slow as the Ice Wolf King launched itself high into the air, soaring above the Frostback Bear. Sunlight filtered through cracks in the ice, casting dazzling refractions across its form. Sensing the mortal danger, the frostback bear roared in fury and tried to turn and strike, but the sluggishness from expending so much power held it back just long enough. In the next instant, the Ice Wolf King's razor claws descended like the tip of a falling glacier, piercing precisely into the weak point where the frostback bear's back armor met its head. Crack! A sharp, bone-chilling sound echoed through the forest, followed by a deep, thunderous roar like glaciers shattering apart. From the point of impact, cracks spiderwebbed violently across the frostback bear's prized, seemingly indestructible back armor. Those cracks spread across the entire back like a spider's web in an instant. Thud! The ice armor shattered completely, exploding into countless blue ice crystals of varying sizes that scattered through the air, creating a brief, haunting light shower. The blade's momentum carried forward, carving 3 bloody gashes along the frostback bear's back. Grr! Whoa! The frostback bear's once menacing roar deteriorated into a pained whine. Its massive body lurched violently, the light in its indifferent eyes fading rapidly. Stripped of energy and burning with pain across its back, it could no longer maintain its balance. Boom! Like a mountain toppling, the frostback bear finally collapsed forward, slamming onto the ice and sending shards raining down in a cloud of frozen dust. Victory! Xia Yue exhaled shakily, only then realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat and numbed by the freezing air. He hurried toward the Ice Wolf King. Xiaoyin panted lightly, its coat marked with frost and scratches, yet its icy blue eyes burned with startling intensity. Xia Yue rubbed its head vigorously, unable to hide his excitement. Brilliant work, Xiaoyin. Absolutely magnificent. Yunqi approached, carrying Xiao Shui, who was slowly thawing from being frozen solid. Gazing at the fallen frostback bear, he muttered in genuine admiration, "Boss Xia, that move was incredible." Xiao Shui, who chirped twice as if offering its own congratulations. "That frostback bear has decent potential," Xia Yue said to Yunqi beside him. "Any interest?" "I've been thinking the same thing," Yunqi replied, his eyes lighting up before quickly dimming. "But my beast space is full since I haven't broken through yet, and I didn't bring any pokeballs." In this world, pokeballs existed, officially crafted from special metals infused with spatial energy. They came in 3 varieties based on capacity and environment: standard, luxury, and mimicry balls. These balls were expensive, designed primarily for special situations, transporting large beasts, capturing higher-level creatures before they were ready, and other exceptional circumstances. Though beast space had limited slots, pokeballs had no quantity restriction. In theory, as long as you had the means, you could carry hundreds of companion beasts with you. "Hey, I brought some." Xia Yue handed Yunqi a luxury pokeball. "I figured if we encountered a rare beast in the forest and couldn't capture it because my space was full, that would be a waste. So I specifically brought 2 extra." "Damn, boss Xia, you're simply..." Yunqi wiped away imaginary tears of excitement. "Enough, let's deal with the frostback bear first. It's freezing here." "Got it, huh?" Before departing Frostmist Forest, they paid the patrol team at the entrance a fee for capturing the companion beast. After all, Frostmist Forest belonged to the Dongli authorities, and all companion beasts within its borders were considered official property. Anyone capturing beasts on official territory had to pay a management fee. However, the amount was negligible compared to Yunqi's earnings. The patrol members looked at the 2 young beast tamers with surprise. "You're still students, right? Capturing a frostback bear at your age. There's a bright future ahead for you young ones." "Haha, just got lucky." Yunqi grinned. Watching Xia Yue and his companion walk away, one patrol member muttered to himself, "Are students this strong these days? No way. I need to put my own kid through rigorous training when we get back." "Hey boss Xiao, once I bond with this frostback bear, let's have another match." Yunqi hopped around, clearly thrilled. Wild companion beasts typically fought on instinct alone, but under the guidance and training of their tamers, their combat abilities would significantly improve. "Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you," Xia Yue replied with a grin. As their laughter echoed through the forest, the sun began to set, casting their elongated shadows across the ground. Before he knew it, the day of school had arrived, and Xia Yue came to the campus early in the morning. Huiningno, one middle school renowned as the cradle of beast tamers in the northern frontier, is situated in the heart of Huining City. To foster the development of beast taming, the authorities have granted various subsidies, and its campus sprawls across thousands of acres. Xia Yue stepped through the school gate. A broad central avenue stretched straight ahead, lined with frost leaf trees unique to the northern frontier. The leaves of these trees were perpetually draped in a thin layer of frost, glistening with fine silver light under the sun. At the far end, rows of uniform gray-white teaching buildings stood in neat order, their roofs mostly designed with steep slopes to accommodate the frequent snowfall in the northern frontier. "So this is Huiningno, one middle school." Xia Yue took a deep breath, the air mingling the crisp scent of frost leaves with the faint smell of beast fur. He could sense that the ice elemental energy here was far denser than outside, indicating that the school had laid a large energy-gathering array beneath the ground. Many students had already gathered at the school gate, some arriving alone, others accompanied by their parents. Most people were accompanied by the 3 starter beasts unique to the northern frontier: snow foxes, frost snakes, and ice wolf cubs. Most of these beasts were still in their newborn stage, curiously observing the new environment, occasionally letting out faint cries. Xia Yue sensed the massive creature in his beast space. The Ice Wolf King Xiao Yin was sleeping quietly. Considering that the Ice Wolf King's 3-meter body would draw too much attention, he decided not to summon it for now. Boss Xia. A familiar voice came from behind. Xia Yue turned around and saw Yun Qi running over holding the snow fox in his arms. The snow fox's fur seemed fluffier and glossier than a month ago, and the silver gray at the tip of its tail had deepened. You just arrived? Yun Qi caught his breath and laughed. I heard that today, right after the opening, we'll have the placement exam. No buffer at all. It is indeed a bit fast. Xia Yue nodded. It's a tradition of Huaning No. 1. Yun Qi lowered his voice. I specially asked my dad about it yesterday. On the first day of senior year, all students must take a practical combat test and are divided into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D based on their scores. Class A only has 20 places and receives the most resource allocation. It is said that each Class A student receives more than 5 times the training resources of a Class D student per month. Xia Yue nodded. The distribution of beast taming resources in this world was somewhat cruel. The Matthew effect of the strong getting stronger was fully manifested here. The two walked into the school gate with the crowd. Signboards stood on both sides of the central avenue indicating that new students needed to go to the Grand Auditorium for the opening ceremony. The Grand Auditorium was located on the east side of the campus, a building with a very high dome and vast interior space enough to accommodate all senior students and their beasts. Above the podium hung the golden sword and shield emblem of the Dongli Beast Tamer Association and the school emblem of Huaning No. 1. A crossed ice crystal scepter and wolf head totem. The students found their seats according to class signs. Of course, these were temporary classes based on the theoretical scores from the end of sophomore year. Xia Yue and Yun Qi were assigned to different areas, so they could only wave goodbye. Silence. A loud voice boomed through the entire auditorium via the amplification system, instantly silencing all whispers. On the podium, a tall, stern-faced, middle-aged man walked to the center. He wore a dark blue teacher's uniform with 3 silver ice crystal stripes on his epaulets, symbolizing his status as a senior teacher at Huaning No. 1. Behind him stood a giant lizard covered in azure scales over 4 meters in length with a crystal ice horn growing on its forehead. Its cold breath condensed into white mist in the air. Xia Yue immediately opened the system to scan it. Name: Ice Armor Dragon Lizard. Attribute: Ice Poison. Level: Early Monarch. Talent: Monarch Stage. Skills: Mystic Ice Heavy Armor Arctic Breath Ice Dragon. Tails: Sweet Frozen Domain, Frost Winter Pressure. Description: A beast from the depths of the northern frontier snowfields, a distant descendant of the ancient ice dragon bloodline. Its entire body is covered with scales made of azure 10,000-year profound ice, and the crystal ice horn on its forehead is the symbol of its energy core and dragon lineage. It possesses extremely strong combat capabilities. Damn, Monarch level. This could open a gym, Xia Yue exclaimed in surprise. You know, a Monarch level beast corresponds to a Heavenly King beast tamer, which has reached the level to open a gym. Students, welcome to the senior year of Huaning No. 1 Middle School. The middle-aged man's voice was steady and powerful. I am the Dean of Academic Affairs, Yin Bing. The coming year will be the most critical year of your lives, the year of the Practical Combat College entrance exam. His eyes sharp as lightning swept over every young face below. I know that many of you have already contracted initial beasts, and some have even trained them over the summer. Yin Bing continued, but I want to tell you from today on, all past achievements are reset. At Huaning No. 1, we only look at strength. The Tamers command ability, adaptability, and the real combat power of the beast. A slight stir arose from the audience. That's it. The opening ceremony doesn't need to be complicated. I know you're all eager. Yin Bing's lips curled into a rare smile, but there was no warmth in it. Next, everyone proceed to the Huigao battlefield. The placement exam will begin in half an hour. The rules are simple: one-on-one combat. Winners advance, losers go to the losers bracket. Finally, based on comprehensive scores, including number of wins, combat performance, and beast potential, the top 20 enter Class A, those ranked 21 to 100 enter Class B, and so on. Remember, Yin Bing's voice suddenly sharpened. During the battle, you must not intentionally cause the death of a beast or permanent disability. But apart from that, there are no restrictions. Injury, bleeding, fractures. These are all things you must experience on the path of a beast tamer. If you're afraid, you can drop out now. The auditorium fell silent. Which of those who could enter Huaning No. 1 were not the elite among elites? Huaning City has about 1,000 newborns each year, yet the senior year of Huaning No. 1 only has a mere 1,000 students, an elimination rate of an astonishing 99. No one drops out. Good. Yin Bing nodded. Then dismissed. See you at the battlefield. As soon as he finished, the students immediately stood up and a cacophony of discussions erupted. Xia Yue walked out of the auditorium with the crowd and could clearly feel the atmosphere tense up. Many had already begun checking their beast's condition or whispering tactics with companions. On the way to the battlefield, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang in Xia Yue's mind. Ding. Detected that the host is about to participate in an important practical assessment. Mission system activated. Main quest release summit of the Northern Frontier Quest Content Stage 1. Achieve the top overall ranking in the Huaning No. 1 Middle School opening placement exam. Quest reward golden hex deck enhancement rune 1 gold coins 100, purple skill scroll, 1 side, quest released path, of victory, quest content achieve victory, in the placement exam repeatable quest reward gold coins, 10 Xia Yue's eyes lit up. The system finally issued a quest. I can choose a hex deck again, and there are so many gold coins, even a skill scroll. I have to get first place now, Xia Yue said lazily. The Huaining High School battle arena was now close at hand. This massive dome structure was even more breathtaking from up close than from afar. Its exterior walls were covered in a dark light-absorbing material that gave the entire building a serene dark blue hue under the sunlight. At the entrance 10 security checkpoints stood in a row and students formed a long queue to enter in turn. Xia Yue passed through the security check and stepped inside the battle arena. The interior space was even more vast than he had imagined. The audience stands rose in a circular ring tier upon tier capable of holding tens of thousands. In the center of the arena, instead of a single platform, it was divided into 20 circular battle platforms of equal size, each about 30 meters in diameter. The ground was paved with a special impact-resistant material, and at the edges rose a faint blue energy barrier, a protective shield meant to prevent the battle's shockwaves from harming the audience. Around the battle platforms, several people who looked like teachers were already busy, most of them accompanied by assisting spirit beasts. Some were adjusting barrier generators, others were inspecting the safety of the arena. Students were guided to the lower area of the audience stands to take their seats. Xia Yue found a spot near the front and sat down, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena. He roughly estimated that there were about 1,000 senior high school students in Huaining No. 1 high school this year, meaning only 2% could enter Class A. What a brutal elimination rate. Attention, all students. Yan Bing's voice rang out through the arena's broadcast system. He was already standing on the largest central battle platform, his icy armor dragon lizard standing beside him like a guard. The class placement exam begins now. The system will randomly match opponents. Students whose names are called should proceed to the designated battle platform and prepare. In the first round, 20 battles will be held simultaneously. Now begin matching. Above the audience, a massive holographic screen lit up, rapidly scrolling through student names and pairing information. Xia Yue looked up and quickly found his name. Third battle platform, Xia Yue versus Li Ming. Third platform. Xia Yue rose and walked down the steps. When he reached the edge of the third battle platform, his opponent was already waiting there. The opponent was tall and thin, accompanied by a little frost snake, one of the 3 great families of the northern region. The little frost snake was nearly a meter long, its body covered in pale blue fine scales. Its serpentine pupils were cold and vertical, and its forked tongue flickered, emitting wisps of chilling air. Xia Yue immediately used the system to scan individual name: Little Frost Snake, element Ice, level late, awakening stage, talent Transcendent stage, skills Bite, Constrict, Frost Breath, Ice Cone, Rain Ice, Armor, Extreme Cold Ray. Description: an ice attribute, juvenile frost snake, its body covered in fine pale blue scales. A rare spirit beast in the northern region. Its personality is cautious and alert. It often perches on ice rocks or snowdrifts to ambush prey. It is a high agility ice-type combat spirit beast with tremendous potential. Its level is 1 higher than Xiaoyin's. After all, Xiaoyin has only trained for a month, Xia Yue thought to himself. Is it Xia Yue of the Huaining 4 Tyrants? Li Ming asked, looking at his name with some fear. Upon hearing this nickname, a black line appeared on Xia Yue's forehead. He didn't know when it started, but he, Yun Shi, and 2 other people from prominent families were collectively called the Huaining 4 Tyrants. One would think Xia Yue was some kind of great villain. Xia Yue was too lazy to respond and directly walked onto the battle platform. The referee was a young female teacher. After briefly confirming their identities, she announced the rules. The battle continues until one side's spirit beast loses combat capability or the tamer admits defeat. Direct attacks on the tamer are prohibited. Ready, begin. Go, Little Frost Snake. Li Ming, though somewhat hesitant, still gave the command to his spirit beast, knowing this was the class placement exam. Xia Yue calmly communicated with the Ice Wolf King in his spirit beast space. The next moment, a blinding ice blue light exploded. In the light, a massive figure slowly materialized. Its silver-white fur flowed like a glacier, and its azure mane shimmered with a cold, eerie luster under the arena lights. The Ice Wolf King Xiaoyin lowered its head. Its ice-blue eyes swept coldly over the little frost snake, which barely reached its knees, and then let out a low, commanding roar. Roar! The roar, carrying chilling frost, swept across the entire battle platform, and even a thin layer of frost condensed on the barrier's surface. The entire arena instantly fell silent. Students and referees on several adjacent platforms couldn't help turning to look. Li Ming's expression froze completely, his eyes wide, his mouth unconsciously agape. The little frost snake beside him even curled into a ball, trembling. Its serpentine pupils were filled with fear, the instinctive fear of a low-level spirit beast facing a high-level one. The referee also froze for 2 seconds before coming to her senses, hurriedly looking at the tablet in her hand to verify the information. Xia Yue. Initial spirit beast. Ice Wolf Cub. Wait, this doesn't match. Oh, it evolved quite quickly, and I haven't had time to register it at the Spirit Beast Service Center yet, Xia Yue said calmly. Is it allowed? The referee became somewhat bewildered. Ice. Ice Wolf King. Li Ming finally found his voice, but it was distorted by excessive shock. I knew it. The Huaning 4 tyrants are never simple. Xia Yue didn't explain, just looked at the referee. Can we begin? The referee took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Battle. Begin. Little Frost Snake use Ice Cone. Li Ming shouted in panic. The little frost snake barely raised its head, condensing several ice cones in its mouth and shooting them toward the Ice Wolf King. Those ice cones were only as thick as a finger and flew rather slowly. Xia Yue didn't even give a command. The Ice Wolf King Xia Yue simply lifted its front paw and waved it casually. Snap, snap, snap. The frost claw wasn't even fully executed, merely the chilling air from its claw strike shattered the ice cones in midair, turning them into scattered ice shards. Then the Ice Wolf King took a step forward. Just one step. A terrifying aura like a tangible cold wave pressed down on the opponent. The little frost snake let out a hissing whimper, then collapsed limply to the ground, its body stiff, lacking even the courage to flee. Li Ming's face turned pale, his lips trembling as he watched his spirit beast, which he had meticulously cultivated all summer, get instantly defeated. Even though he knew the opponent was strong, his heart still ached. I surrender. After saying that, Li Ming immediately stepped forward to check on his spirit beast. The referee gave Xia Yue a deep look, then raised her hand. Platform 3, Xia Yue wins. Battle duration 6 seconds. A wave of murmurs erupted from the audience. 6 seconds to end the battle. And the opponent hadn't even managed a single effective attack. Xia Yue calmly recalled the Ice Wolf King and walked off the battle platform under countless gazes of shock, curiosity, and wariness. He could feel a notification pop up on the system panel. Side quest, Path of Victory, progress 110, gained coins 10, first match easily won. He returned to his seat and began observing the battles on other platforms, soon spotting several students with considerable strength. On platform 7, a short-haired girl commanded the evolutionary form of a little snow fox. Blowing Snow Fox using its extremely agile speed combined with the support of her charming gaze to confuse the opponent's spirit beast, ending the battle within 30 seconds. On platform 11, a bespectacled boy's spirit beast was the evolutionary form of a little frost snake, frost pattern snake. The most eye-catching was platform 5 in the center. That student's spirit beast was not one of the common 3 great families of the northern region, but a pitch-black shadow cat. Dark element. It's quite rare across the entire northern region, right? Xia Yue mused. Clearly this spirit beast was obtained through a special channel. The shadow cat with its ghostly speed and powerful dark element attacks circled behind the opponent's spirit beast within 5 seconds and delivered a fatal strike. Interesting. Xia Yue stroked his chin. The first round of battles gradually concluded. Most students in the losers bracket looked dejected, some even weeping over their injured spirit beasts, while those in the winners bracket began observing each other, assessing potential opponent's strength. Not long after Yan Bing's voice rang out again, the second round of matching begins. This round winners face winners and losers face losers. The holographic screen scrolled again. Xia Yue saw his new opponent, battle platform 3, Xia Yue versus Wang Hao. He stood up once more, and this time many eyes in the audience followed him. The 6-second fight from earlier had already engraved the image of the ruthless Ice Wolf King's owner into many minds. Wang Hao's expression was serious, appearing to have a steady disposition. His spirit beast was a little snow fox, but unlike ordinary ones, the tip of its tail was not silvery gray, but a faint gold. A little snow fox against an Ice Wolf King. Forgive me for laughing out loud. It's a bit exaggerated indeed. A color variation. Xia Yue raised an eyebrow. Xia Yue, I watched your previous fight, Wang Hao said calmly. Your Ice Wolf King is formidable. The high star suppression works wonders against most ice-type spirit beasts. But, he paused, my little snow fox is a color variation naturally resistant to pressure-type skills. Moreover, throughout the entire summer break, I brought it to the outskirts of the frost forest every day for real combat training. As his words faded, the color variant little snow fox lightly leaped into the arena, its fluffy tail raised high, the golden tip glittering conspicuously under the lights. Its gaze was sharp and focused, completely undaunted by the Ice Wolf King's aura. This guy just spilled all his information right from the start, Xia Yue said with some exasperation. 3, 2, 1. The referee announced the start. Xia Yue did not underestimate his opponent. Xia Yue used Frost Claw. The Ice Wolf King let out a low growl, its right claw gathering frost energy, and 3 claw marks tore through the air. Snow Shadow Step. Wang Hao reacted swiftly. The little snow fox blurred, leaving an afterimage in place. Its true form had already appeared 3 meters away. The Frost Claw only shattered the afterimage, leaving 3 frosty marks on the ground. Impressive speed, Xia Yue noted inwardly. This little snow fox's Snow Shadow Step was at least at the proficient level. Little snow fox circled behind, and used Scratch followed by Charm Eyes. Wang Hao commanded calmly. The little snow fox transformed into a white blur, rapidly approaching in a zigzag pattern, its speed nearly matching the Ice Wolf King's. When it closed to within 5 meters, it suddenly leaped, its small claws gleaming with cold light, aiming for the Ice Wolf King's unarmored underbelly. At the same time, the little snow fox's eyes glowed pink. Charm Eyes activated. With an ordinary spirit beast, this would have at least caused a brief stun. But Xia Yue didn't even turn its head. It merely lifted its hind leg slightly. Then with a gentle kick to the side. Bang! The little snow fox flew backward faster than it had approached, tumbling several times before barely managing to stop. The glow of charm eyes dissipated before it could land. The skill was interrupted instantly. Wang Hao's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't anticipated such a vast gap in reaction speed and power between his spirit beast and the Ice Wolf King. Even with a predicted attack, sheer physical strength was enough to crush. Little snow fox, create distance. Use ice cone rain for ranged harassment. He changed his tactics. The little snow fox scrambled up and retreated swiftly, opening its small mouth to spit out 7 or 8 ice cones in rapid succession. This time the ice cones were denser and angled, more cunningly sealing off the Ice Wolf King's lateral evasive routes. Xia Yue, frost breath. Break through head-on, Xia Yue said calmly. The Ice Wolf King took a deep breath, its chest swelling, then let out a violent exhalation. The biting ice blue breath cascaded like a waterfall, instantly pulverizing all incoming ice cones before surging forward straight at the little snow fox. Dodge! Wang Hao shouted urgently. The little snow fox desperately rolled to the side, but the frost breath's coverage was too vast. Though it avoided the direct hit, its hind leg was grazed by the edge of the freezing mist instantly coated in white frost, and its movements became visibly sluggish. It's over, Xia Yue said. The Ice Wolf King seized the opportunity, lunging forward to stand before the little snow fox. Its right claw hovered above the fox's head. It did not descend, but the meaning was clear. Wang Hao looked at his spirit beast's frostbitten leg, then at the massive claw hovering above, capable of crushing the little snow fox's skull at any moment. He gave a wry smile. I concede. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. The referee announced, Platform 3, Xia Yue wins. Battle time 47 seconds. The crushing power of star rank is still terrifying. This is like an elephant fighting a mouse. So unfair. The rules don't say you can't evolve. If you think it's unfair, you can evolve too. After this match, the Ice Wolf King's fearsome strength stirred even louder murmurs in the audience. Side mission, Path of Victory. Progress 210. When Xia Yue returned to his seat, he distinctly felt more scrutinizing gazes. Among them, a few were particularly sharp. Some confirmed strong contenders now regarded Xia Yue as a potential rival for Class A. The second round of battles continued. Xia Yue carefully observed the performances of those strong contenders on Platform 5, a boy named Lin Ying whose Shadow Cat was incredibly fast and adept at using shadows to create illusions. His opponents often lost before they could react. Second round battle time, 28 seconds. On Platform 7, a short-haired girl named Su Shui. Her blowing snow fox had mastered the exquisite coordination of 3 skills, her fighting style agile and cunning. Second round battle time, 41 seconds. Then there was a tall boy on Platform 9 named Zhao Gang. His spirit beast was a frost cub at the late awakening stage. The frost cub possessed terrifying innate strength and formidable defense, sending its opponent's spirit beast flying with a single slap. Second round battle time, 19 seconds. Frost cub. If only Yunxi's beast tamer level were higher, a frostback bear would be nearly invincible, Xia Yue thought to himself. The only one that made Xia Yue feel a hint of threat, however, was the white-haired girl on Platform 15, named Nailin Xing. Her spirit beast was an ice feather bird, the only resonant stage spirit beast on the field. After 2 rounds, the original winner's bracket was reduced to 250 people. That meant the 750 who had been eliminated would be assigned to Class C or Class D. Yin Bing's voice rang out again. Today's battles end here. Please be punctual tomorrow at 8 a.m. Xia Yue looked up. The sky had already turned a pale yellow. Boss Xia, you're amazing. I watched the replay. You totally crushed them. Yin Shi had somehow sidled up beside Xia Yue. The advantage of star rank is absolute in the early stages, and they really are too weak. Nothing to be surprised about, Xia Yue said flatly. Boss Xia, you really know how to show off. Yin Shi gave 2 thumbs up. Just stating the facts. Xia Yue chuckled. But with so many people at the start, the matches are slow. Once the numbers dwindle, it'll speed up. Probably finish in 3 days, Yin Shi calculated on his fingers. The 8th round of the 8-into-4 match begins. Please prepare, Yin Bing's voice announced over the broadcast. Over the past 2 days, Xia Yue had won almost all matches with overwhelming force as the Ice Wolf King's strength far surpassed the others. The 8th round match list froze on the holographic screen. Xia Yue's eyes swept over his own name and stopped on his opponent's column. 3rd battle platform, Xia Yue versus Lin Ying. It was the beast tamer of that Shadow Cat. Xia Yue remembered his performance in previous rounds was quite good. But meeting me is your bad luck. A low murmur rippled through the audience as many eyes shifted between Xia Yue and Lin Ying. Obviously, this match was seen as a clash of titans. Several students who had already finished their battles gathered around the 3rd platform, eager to see if this Shadow Cat could actually defeat the fearsome Ice Wolf King. Interesting. Xia Yue smiled slightly, rose, and walked toward the battle platform. Yun Shi in the audience pumped his fist and silently mouthed the word go. Lin Ying already stood on the opposite side. His figure was relatively thin and his complexion somewhat pale. His Shadow Cat crouched quietly at his feet, entirely pitch black, with only its eyes glowing an eerie green under the lights. The tip of its tail swayed gently like a will-o-wisp swaying in the shadows. Shadow Cat individual attribute dark individual level awakening late stage individual talent monarch stage individual skills shadow clone shadow strike substitute ghostly claw strike shadow step shadow escape. Description: a pitch black cat-shaped beast that lives in shadows and dark places with green glowing eyes. It is extremely fast and moves with a cunning, unpredictable gait. It can create illusions to confuse opponents and use shadows to perform teleport-like ambushes. It is an agile type hunter among dark attribute beasts. First time seeing a dark attribute beast, but it doesn't seem that powerful, Xia Yue mused, rubbing his chin. The two locked eyes, but neither spoke first. The referee stepped forward and routinely confirmed both sides' names and their beast statuses. Both sides prepare. Xia Yue took a deep breath, his spiritual energy tightly linked with the Ice Wolf King. He could feel the steady flow of ice energy within Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin, this opponent, is very fast and skilled at illusions, Xia Yue thought silently. Don't be fooled by its skills. Overwhelm it with pure power. The Ice Wolf King responded with a low growl, its ice blue eyes locking onto the Shadow Cat. Its forepaws slightly bent and ice crystals quietly formed at the tips of its claws. Linning was also whispering something to the Shadow Cat. The Shadow Cat arched its back, its black fur bristling slightly. A faint black mist began to emanate around it, making its form flicker in and out of visibility, as if it could merge into the surrounding shadows at any moment. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the referee's arm dropped, the Shadow Cat moved. Without warning, it seemed to dissolve on the spot. The next instant, 3 blurry black phantoms charged from different directions. From the left, right, and even midair, 3 phantoms simultaneously pounced on the Ice Wolf King. Each one carried a fierce claw wind, making it impossible to tell which was real. So fast, someone in the audience exclaimed. Xia Yue's pupils contracted slightly, but he didn't panic. Xiaoyin Ice Cone Rain. Cover the fan-shaped area in front. The Ice Wolf King growled, its body erupting with cold air. Dozens of sharp ice cones instantly condensed in front of it, then scattered forward in a fan shape. The ice cones fell like a dense rain, covering all the advancing paths of the 3 phantoms without discrimination. SSSSS. The ice cones pierced the phantoms, 2 of them dissipated into black smoke. But the third phantom, at the moment the ice cones were about to hit, twisted its body in an impossible manner, slipping through the gaps in the ice rain and lunging straight for the Ice Wolf King's neck. That's the real one, Xia Yue judged immediately. Xiaoyin Ice Claw intercept. The Ice Wolf King reacted extremely fast, its massive body displaying astonishing agility. Its right claw, carrying fierce icy power, swept horizontally. Before the claw arrived, the freezing wind had already torn through the air. Meow. The Shadow Cat let out a sharp screech. Its pouncing motion twisted forcefully in midair like a boneless shadow grazing the edge of the ice claw. It landed lightly and silently, leaving only a few shallow marks on the ground. Its green eyes stared intently at the Ice Wolf King, emitting a threatening low growl from its throat. Lin Ying's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He hadn't expected the Ice Wolf King to not only overpower his beast in strength, but also possess such excellent reaction to high-speed attacks and area control abilities. His Shadow Cat relied on illusions and one-hit kills. If it couldn't get close to deal effective damage, prolonging the fight would put it at a disadvantage in stamina and energy. Shadow Clone, confuse it. Lin Ying changed the command, his voice low. The Shadow Cat shimmered and instantly split into 4 identical black shadows. Together with the original 5 of them, surrounded the Ice Wolf King in a semicircle. All 5 Shadow Cats lowered their bodies simultaneously, assuming a pouncing posture. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, even their breathing was identical, making it impossible to tell which was the real one. Illusions again. Xia Yue's eyes swept quickly, his mind racing. Better to brute force it. Xiaoyin spin 360 and use Ice Breath at maximum power. Xia Yue suddenly shouted. Without hesitation, the Ice Wolf King's chest expanded violently, and a jet of ice blue breath nearly twice as thick as before erupted wildly. Where the breath passed, the air froze and the ground was instantly covered with thick ice. The temperature plummeted. The Shadow Cat seemed not to expect such a decisive attack. It hastily rolled to the side to dodge, its movement slightly faster and more realistic than the other 4. That slight difference was precisely caught by Xia Yue. That's the one. Xiaoyin Ice Splitting Fong. The Ice Wolf King stomped the ground hard, its massive body shooting forward like a cannonball, charging straight at the rolling Shadow Cat. Its huge mouth opened wide, with fierce ice spikes forming on its stark, white fangs, chilling to the bone. Lin Ying's expression finally changed. Shadow substitute. The rolling Shadow Cat suddenly blurred and instantly swapped positions with the nearest illusion. The Ice Wolf King's Ice Splitting Fong bit down hard on the illusion, tearing it apart into black smoke. The real body appeared 3 meters away, its breathing slightly rapid. Clearly, using high consumption skills consecutively had taken a toll on it. Swapping positions also has cooldown and distance limits. Xia Yue understood in his heart. He gave the opponent no time to catch its breath. Xiaoyin continuous ice claws suppress its movement range. The Ice Wolf King, without pausing after landing, swung its claws repeatedly. Lines of ice claw marks crisscrossed, sealing off the Shadow Cat's escape routes to the left, right, and rear, forcing it to keep retreating until it was gradually pushed to the edge of the battle platform. Linning knew he could retreat no more. His eyes sharpened. Shadow Strike, go all out. The Shadow Cat blurred again, vanishing from the Ice Wolf King's sight, as if into thin air. The next instant it seemed to emerge from the Ice Wolf King's shadow. Its green cat eyes glinted coldly, and its claws struck straight for the Ice Wolf King's lower abdomen. Xiaoyin Ice Crystal Shield. Xia Yue responded quickly. He had spent the remaining days of summer break training Xiaoyin rigorously, with Uncle Yun learning many new skills and reaching the awakening mid-stage. Clang. The Shadow Cat's claws struck the ice crystal shield, fiercely producing a metallic clang. The shield's surface cracked like a spider web, but it did not shatter. The Shadow Cat's full force attack was blocked, leaving it in a fatal moment of stiffness. Now, Xia Yue and the Ice Wolf King were mentally connected, no words needed. The Ice Wolf King had already turned around. The moment the Shadow Cat attacked, it pounced like a silver lightning bolt. This time it used no skills, pure overwhelming power and speed. Its massive front paw lifted, then gently pressed down on the Shadow Cat's back. It did not slam down hard, just held it there. But the weight, like a mountain, and the icy touch made the Shadow Cat freeze instantly, not daring to move. Its green eyes looked up and met the Ice Wolf King's, overlooking ice-blue pupils. There was no killing intent in them, only absolute suppression and a warning. The whole arena fell silent for a moment. Linning looked at the pinned Shadow Cat, was silent for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and raised his hand. I concede. He looked at Xia Yue with a complicated expression. The Ice Wolf King. Such unreasonable strength. I really don't know how you evolved it. Xia Yue smiled and didn't explain. The referee announced loudly. Third platform, Xia Yue wins. Battle time 1 minute 22 seconds. I told you, how could the Shadow Cat fight the Ice Wolf King? Didn't you say before? You misheard. Wait until the Shadow Cat evolves to 3 stars before fighting the Ice Wolf King. The audience erupted in warm applause and discussion. This match between Xia Yue and the popular favorite Linning made everyone truly realize the power of Xia Yue. Side quest, Path of Victory, Progress 8:10. Xia Yue rubbed the Ice Wolf King's big head and walked back to the rest area. Yun Shi rushed over excitedly. It seemed his match had ended long ago. Boss Xia. Awesome. Not bad. Xia Yue smiled, taking the water Yun Shi handed him. How about you? I lost. That Nalan Xing is terrifyingly strong. I doubt even with the Frostback Bear I could beat her. Yun Shi rubbed his head. That's strong. Xia Yue had thought that with his system cheat, being invincible at the same rank was normal. He hadn't expected the Northern Border to have such a genius. He looked at the battle platform list. The 9th round match was about to begin. He had already secured a spot in Class A. His next goal was naturally to aim for first place. The holographic screen scrolled again. Xia Yue saw his next opponent. 9th battle platform, Xia Yue versus Xu Shui, that short-haired girl who controlled the blowing snow fox with a nimble and agile style. Oh, it's her. Xia Yue looked toward the 7th platform, meeting Xu Shui's gaze. The girl winked at him, a smile of eager anticipation on her lips, clearly not intimidated by his Ice Wolf King. The match quickly began. Xia Yue and Xu Shui sized each other up. Xu Shui stroked her chin, seemingly contemplating tactics for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Xia Yue directly started scanning the blowing snow fox. Name: Blowing Snow Fox, Attribute Ice, Level Late Awakening, Talent Monarch Stage, Skills Snow Shadow Step, Ice, Mist, Ice Crystal Trap, Frozen Breath, Enchanting Gaze. A description: the evolved form of the common little snow fox in the northern regions with elegant posture and snow-white fur. It often appears in glacial valleys and deep snow forests, capable of controlling cold currents and ice illusions. It excels at mid to long-range ice control and illusion interference, making it a smart and agile ice-type spirit beast. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the referee's arm fell, Xu Shui curled her lips into a sly smile. Blowing Snow Fox used Snow Shadow Step, then Ice Mist. The short-haired girl's command was crisp and decisive. The Blowing Snow Fox turned into a white shadow, lightly leaping to the edge of the battle platform, its fluffy tail fiercely swinging. Fine ice crystals mixed with cold mist burst forth, instantly shrouding half the battle platform. The mist surged, and the Blowing Snow Fox's figure flickered within the light reflected off the ice surface, distorted, blurring the vision completely. Trying to use vision interference for guerrilla tactics. Xia Yue's gaze swept across the misty area. The Ice Wolf King Xiaoyin lowered its body, its icy blue mane bristling, without wind, cold radiating outward from it, thin frost silently spreading on the ground. Left! Xia Yue suddenly shouted. The Ice Wolf King's right claw tore through the mist, 3 frozen claw marks cutting through the air. Rip! The ice mist was torn open, and the Blowing Snow Fox narrowly dodged the claw strike, leaving 3 deep marks on the ground where it had stood. Blowing Snow Fox used Frozen Breath. Xu Shui quickly reacted and commanded. Xiaoyin used Frozen Breath, suppress it head-on. Xia Yue said calmly. Puff. The collision of the 2 attacks exploded into a huge ice flower on the battle platform, countless ice shards shattering and hitting the protective barrier. Xiaoyin get close and use Frozen Claw. The Ice Wolf King darted out like lightning. Just as it was about to reach the Blowing Snow Fox, something unexpected happened. A spike trap with extreme cold aura arose from the ground, piercing deeply into the Ice Wolf King's right foreleg. Seeing the Ice Wolf King immobilized, Xia Yue's eyes sharpened, enchanting gaze. The blowing snow fox's eyes glowed with pink light, its mental energy piercing towards the Ice Wolf King. However, Xia Yue merely shook its head, the charming force disappearing like a stone dropped into the sea. How is that possible? Xia Yue was stunned. The blowing snow fox's mental strength is too weak, Xia Yue replied briefly. Xia Yue frozen breath. The Ice Wolf King raised its head, its chest heaving violently, as a fierce ice-blue breath poured down like a waterfall. The mist instantly froze and shattered, leaving the blowing snow fox with no place to hide, fleeing in panic and leaping into the air. It's over. Xia Yue raised his hand. Xia Yue, look up. The Ice Wolf King's fierce breath did not stop, sweeping upward directly at the blowing snow fox. The blowing snow fox responded with frozen breath as well, but the power gap was too great, and it was sent flying by the Ice Wolf King. The Ice Wolf King shattered the trap. Its limbs pushed off with force, its silver-white giant figure soaring into the sky, accurately predicting the blowing snow fox's landing point. Before Xia Yue could cry out, the massive wolf claw hovered over the little fox's head, its chilling cold piercing. I concede. Xia Yue waved her right hand. The referee announced loudly, Platform 9, Xia Yue wins. The Ice Wolf King is not on the same level as other spirit beasts. If nothing unexpected happens, Xia Yue will probably be the champion. That's not certain. The opponent in the final is the heir of an ancient clan. What? An ancient clan? Then it's really hard to say. Various murmurs arose from the audience, but they didn't cause much stir as the gap in their strength could be roughly seen from the previous battles. However, some spectators were discussing Xia Yue's final opponent. The final is this afternoon. Xia Yue sat in the front row of the audience taking a short rest and began to contemplate his subsequent tactics. How is it? What are your chances this afternoon? Xia Yue felt a tap on his shoulder and a voice sounded in his ear. Teacher Yan. Xia Yue turned around and saw it was their senior year's Dean Yanbing. Yanbing nodded. Nalanqing is the heir of the Nalan family, an ancient spirit beast clan in the northern region. You must be careful. Ancient spirit beast clan. Xia Yue asked in confusion. That's right, they are old families that have come through the Beacon Fire era. The Nalan family. I can't tell you too much for the sake of fairness. In short, just do your best. Yanbing clearly didn't think highly of Xia Yue. After chatting a few more words, he left. Xia Yue frowned and thought, since teacher Yan doesn't think well of me, it means Nalanqing's strength must be greater than what she has shown. I don't know if her spirit beast is hiding its strength or if she. But teacher Yan clearly underestimated me. I'm a guy with a cheat. Let's go. Xia Yue extra training at noon. Soon it was afternoon. The 10th round match list froze on the holographic screen. First battle platform, Xia Yue versus Nalanqing. Finally, Xia Yue took a deep breath. The audience stands were packed with people bustling with excitement. Not only senior high school students, but also many freshmen and sophomores came to watch and learn. The awakening stage, Ice Wolf King versus the only resonant stage, spirit beast, the Ice Featherbird. Nalanqing walked slowly onto the platform wrapped in a black trench coat. Her waist-length white hair fluttered gently in the wind, her delicate face expressionless. She then summoned her spirit beast. Caught. Nalanqing's Ice Featherbird hovered beside her, its wings spread nearly 3 meters wide. Each feather was as sharp as an ice sculpture, and its cold aura caused frost to form on the barrier's surface. Name Ice Featherbird, Attribute Ice, Level Early Resonance, Talent Cataclysm Stage, Skills Ice Fragment, Flash Ice Cone, Rain Ice, Crystal Shield Extreme, Cold Ray, Frozen Breath, Ice, Sealing Domain, Ancient Bloodline. A description: a giant bird with wings sharp as ice sculptures, and a body covered in azure ice feathers, often soaring high in the northern snow plains. It possesses powerful ice control abilities, extremely fast flight speed, and can launch dense ice cone attacks from the air. It also has strong defense and crowd control capabilities, making it a rare and powerful aerial combat spirit beast among ice-type beasts. Ancient Bloodline. Such a thing really exists. Xia Yue exclaimed in amazement. He had heard Dr. Lu and others discuss it before and thought it was something only found in history. 3, 2, 1. Start. The referee's voice had barely faded when Nalanqing's fingertip lightly tapped. Screech. The Ice Featherbird let out a long cry, its wings suddenly spreading wide. Countless icicles rained down like a storm, blanketing the entire battle platform. The Ice Wolf King roared and raised an ice crystal shield. The impact of icicles against it rang like metal striking stone, and in an instant the shield was covered in cracks. Freeze breath counterattack. Xia Yue shouted urgently. The Ice Wolf King shot out its breath, but the Ice Featherbird nimbly spun the breath, only grazing its tail feathers. The next moment it folded its wings and transformed into an ice arrow, diving straight down. So fast that it left afterimages. Boom. The ice crystal shield exploded with a sound. Xia Yue was flung away by the immense force. The ice armor on its shoulder blade shattered, oozing pale blue blood. The power of the resonant stage. A bit troublesome. Xia Yue frowned. This was no wild spirit beast like the frostback bear that fought only by instinct. Nalanqing came from an orthodox spirit beast taming family, with extremely rich on-the-spot commanding and combat experience. The ice featherbird retreated after one strike, hovering high in the sky, its icy pupils locked onto the ground below, as if waiting for the next opening. Nailin Qing remained standing still, her loose white hair dancing in the wind, her phoenix eyes showing no fluctuation. We can't just take the beating. Xia Yu's spiritual power surged. Shaoyin Ice Split Fang charge. The Ice Wolf King turned into a silver-blue lightning bolt, pouncing forward, its fangs condensing into icy prisms 10 feet long. Ice Featherbird use Ice Extreme Domain. Nailin Qing commanded calmly. The Ice Featherbird suddenly pulled up, flapping its wings. Crack, crack, crack. From the ground, countless ice pillars rose up out of nowhere, intersecting into a cage that sealed off the Ice Wolf King's path. The Ice Split Fang shattered 3 pillars, but was blocked by more pillars. The Ice Featherbird took the chance to gather power, condensing a dazzling cold star in front of its beak. The energy fluctuation made the barrier tremble violently. It's the extreme cold ray. Dodge! Yun Qi shouted urgently from the stands. The cold star burst forth. Where the ray passed, space seemed to freeze. The Ice Wolf King roared and dodged sideways, but its hind leg was still grazed by the residual wave, instantly covered with a thick ice shell, its movements visibly stiffening. Flying is such a hassle, close-range skills can barely hit it. Xia Yue frowned. Nailin Qing finally spoke, her voice cold as broken ice. Give up. The Ice Wolf King is strong, but it cannot bridge the gap of cultivation level. Heh. Xia Yue wiped the ice shards from his forehead and suddenly laughed. Who told you that level determines everything? Shaoyin blizzard. The Ice Wolf King roared. Dark clouds gathered above the dome, and overwhelming snow and ice were swept up by the gale, obscuring most of the vision with a blizzard. The ice domain was torn apart by the blizzard, ice pillars cracked and melted. The Ice Featherbird lost its composure for the first time, struggling to maintain balance in the hurricane. Nailin Qing's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. In the blizzard weather, although ice attribute skills could be enhanced, the extremely blurred vision would drastically reduce the accuracy of long-range skills. Moreover, flying spirit beasts could hardly maintain balance in such conditions, forced to fly low and engage in close combat. Next, it's time for the wolf pack's hunt. Xia Yue grinned. During the noon break, Xia Yue used the 200 gold coins he had saved over the past few days to fuse the Ice Wolf King's skills like Bloodthirst and Wolf Howl, skills with wolf biological characteristics. The fusion yielded a blue skill called Wolf Soul, which roughly allowed active summoning of a wolf pack and enhanced its own attack power when injured. At that moment, the crown on the Ice Wolf King's forehead burst with unprecedented azure light. One by one, ice elemental wolves formed from ice elements lurked in the blizzard, waiting for the moment to hunt. Awoo! The wolf pack attacked the Ice Featherbird. Over a dozen ice wolves charged and bit fearlessly. Ice Featherbird used extreme cold ray to strafe. Nailin Qing forced herself to calm down and commanded, puff, puff. Because both were ice element, the Ice Featherbird's extreme cold ray could not defeat the ice wolf summoned by the Ice Wolf King in one hit. Each ice wolf took 2 to 3 seconds to deal with. The Ice Wolf King, taking advantage of the Ice Featherbird's distraction, hid in the blizzard and quietly circled to its side. Now, a sharp gleam flashed in Xia Yu's eyes. Ice Claw, attack its left wing. The Ice Wolf King leaped into the air, its frostbitten hind leg miraculously regaining agility in the storm. The giant claw, carrying the force of the blizzard, slammed heavily into the joint of the Ice Featherbird's flapping wing. Bang! Ice crystal feathers scattered everywhere. The Ice Featherbird fell with a mournful cry. Nailin Qing's pupils contracted. The remaining ice wolves that had not been defeated swarmed in, attacking with ice claws and ice split fangs. The blizzard gradually subsided, and the summoned ice wolves dissipated. The Ice Wolf King stood beside the Ice Featherbird, its claws pressing against its slender neck, eyeing it menacingly. Nailin Qing looked at the struggling Ice Featherbird, was silent for a long time, then raised her right hand. I concede. The Ice Featherbird has lost the ability to fight. Congratulations to classmate Xia Yue for winning first place in the entrance exam. Xia Yue is awesome. Ice Wolf King is awesome. I told you the Ice Wolf Cub is the strongest starter in the northern border. Come on, that's someone else's Ice Wolf Cub. The whole venue fell silent, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Yin Bing stood up, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. We still have the upper hand. Awoo. Xia Yue stroked Xiao Yin's soft fur, and a prompt sounded in his mind. Side quest, Road of Victory. Progress 1010. Main quest, Peak of the Northern Border. Stage 1 completed. Quest rewards have been distributed to temporary backpack. Please check. You are strong, but next time I will win. Nailin Qing remained expressionless, said coldly, then turned and left. He looked up at Nailin Qing's retreating figure, grinning. The first quest was completed perfectly. Then came the tedious process. Yin Bing went on stage to briefly praise the top-ranked students, encourage the lower-ranked ones, and then the boring award ceremony. The first place prize was quite good, a full 1000 campus points. In the Academy, Spirit Beast resources were exchanged with campus points, which were distributed monthly by class or obtained through winning competitions and exams. Most Spirit Beast resources came from the Dongli government, mainly to cultivate young people for the nation, so they could not be directly exchanged with Dongli currency. Class A received 500 points per month, a full 5 times that of Class D. However, Xia Yue thought the school was still too lenient with students. Boss Xia, great fight. After the award ceremony, Yin Shi put his arm around Xia Yue's shoulder and congratulated him. Nalan Xing's ice feather bird is indeed very strong. It's normal that you couldn't defeat her. But if you train your frostback bear, well, you still have a chance to catch up to her. Really? Then I'll go back now to upgrade my spirit beast space level. Boss Xia, see you in class A tomorrow. Yin Shi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said goodbye to Xia Yue. See you tomorrow. After returning home and finishing dinner, Xia Yue couldn't wait to retreat to his room. The rewards from the system this time are quite generous. System backpack, gold Hex Forge Rune 1, purple skill scroll 1, gold coins 120. Having spent nearly all his gold coins enhancing Ice Wolf King's abilities earlier, Xia Yue had little left. Now that he had won the match and earned some gold, he planned to directly upgrade his beast taming space level, preparing to contract a second beast. For the second beast, I'd ideally contract one that can cover ice type's weaknesses. Ice type is weak against fire, metal, ground, and fighting types. A water or ground type beast would complement the second contract well. Though it really depends on finding something suitable. Xia Yue mused. I'll use the purple skill scroll on Little Silver then. Since Xia Yue currently only had Ice Wolf King, he naturally decided to give the skill scroll directly to him. Xia Yue ran to the backyard and summoned Ice Wolf King from the beast taming space, then used the skill scroll on Little Silver. Oh whoa! Ice Wolf King had been enhanced by the system before and knew he was about to grow stronger. Clearly excited, Xia Yue pressed the use button in the system, and the skill scroll instantly turned into a white light that injected into Ice Wolf King's body. Little Silver, how do you feel? Xia Yue asked while opening the system panel to observe. Individual name, Ice Wolf King. Individual attribute, Ice type. Individual level, Awakening midstage. Individual talent, Catastrophe period. Individual skills, Ice Claw, Ice Shard, Fong Wolf, Soul Ice, Crystal Shield, Ice, Aurora Beam, Ice Breath, Blizzard, Ancient Bloodline, Northern Frost Wolf. Oh whoa! Ice Wolf King let out a howl, as if filled with power throughout his entire body. Damn, it's actually the ancient bloodline of the Northern Frost Wolf. Did I accidentally hit the mark? Xia Yue was stunned for a moment, then burst with joy. This actually validates my system perfectly. And the ancient bloodline will greatly enhance Little Silver. Double blessing. Little Silver, get familiar with your new power first. Xia Yue arranged today's training plan for Ice Wolf King, then washed his hands and sat on a nearby bench. God bless Buddha, bless all sorts of deities and spirits, come bless me. Xia Yue clasped his hands together, activated the gold Hex Forge Rune, and suddenly a light screen appeared on his system chessboard. Emergency Armor 2. If your tamed beast isn't equipped with any gear, their defense will receive a moderate boost. Double Fortune. If you happen to contract two identical tamed beasts, both will receive a moderate boost to all attributes. Clear Mind. If you haven't contracted any tamed beasts, you'll gain 1 experience point per day. Emergency Armor 2 seems mediocre. Later on I'll definitely need to equip the beasts. Double Fortune isn't reliable either. Contracting two identical beasts is too gimmicky. And this Clear Mind one is a joke, right? Xia Yue didn't even think twice before swiping it away. Advanced Loan. Obtain 200 gold coins. Your next enhancement rune tier decreases by 1 level. Loan. I'm not short on money right now, let's see what the other two offer. Low-key flex. When your beast taming space reaches tier 5, obtain a 2-star transcendence period beast equipped with appropriate gear. Portable Forge. Choose one from 4 beast artifact options. Beast artifacts are powerful gear that provide unique effects. Low-key flex gives me a transcendence period beast when my space hits tier 5. Sounds good, but it doesn't specify the talent. If it's a beast with only transcendence talent, that would limit my potential ceiling. Xia Yue wouldn't abandon a beast just because its talent wasn't ideal after using it at a high level. He wouldn't release it. His attitude toward beasts was clear. Once contracted, he would be responsible for them completely. Besides, by the time my space reaches tier 5, Little Silver should be around transcendence level anyway. This hex choice is too underwhelming. Portable Forge is decent though. Little Silver needs suitable gear, and I was planning to spend points at school for some. Now I can save those points. Xia Yue hesitated, but ultimately selected the Portable Forge. Death Scorn. The bearer gains minor boosts to attack, agility, and defense plus lifesteal. 50 of incoming damage, becomes non-lethal, and bleeds out over 4 seconds. Eternal Winter. The wearer receives a small increase to defense and health. Enemies hit by the wearer gain a cold stack. After receiving 7 cold stacks from this equipment, the attacker will be frozen and stunned. Trinity Force. The bearer enjoys a moderate boost across all stats. Gauntlets. The wearer gains a significant agility boost, reduced incoming damage, can freely shrink in size, and gains partial immunity to abnormal conditions. These are nearly identical to the divine artifacts from my past life's games. Noticing the time limit on selection, Xia Yue immediately applied his gaming knowledge combined with his current beast taming expertise to make his choice. Death's Dance suits strength-based warriors or burst assassins. Little Silver relies on high mobility kiting, so it's not a fit. Winter's Heart has decent stats, but it's typically for frontline tanks. Little Silver passes on that one. Trinity Force looks solid though. Pure stat bonuses make it a safe bet. Gauntlets. They can freely reduce size. Xia Yue noticed this item differed from his past life's version. It wasn't forced transformation, but something the user could control. After Little Silver formed a contract with him, it immediately transformed into Ice Wolf King with a massive size increase. They had rarely interacted at a smaller scale, and though Little Silver never complained Xia, you could sense a hint of regret. Regret is the worst thing. Here, Little Silver, come here. Xia Yue called to the Ice Wolf King, practicing nearby. Awoo. The beast trotted over, looking at him with confusion. Little Silver, would you like to return to how you were as a cub? Awoo. Little Silver recalled its childhood, shunned for its unusual coloring, rejected by other wolf cubs, spending days alone in corners lost in thought. Then it met its beast master, someone who played with it daily, trained alongside it, fought together, and grew up with it. After consideration, Little Silver decided the present was better. Possessing great power meant not only proving itself, but also protecting its beast master. Awoo. Little Silver shook its head, declining. I phrased that poorly. I meant, would you want to shrink to a smaller size, something you could control freely? Xia Yue scratched his head, clarifying. Awoo. Little Silver's eyes lit up. It actually still missed its master's embraces, remembering the warmth of being held when it was young. That feeling. Awoo. Awoo. It exclaimed excitedly. Alright, I understand. Xia Yue ruffled Little Silver's fluffy head, and without hesitation selected the gauntlets. Xiaoyin, how do you feel? Xia Yue immediately equipped the mittens onto Xiaoyin after obtaining them. Awoo. Xiaoyin felt a surge of power flowing into its body, and it gained the ability to shrink its size. Xiaoyin immediately used the ability. The Ice Wolf King's body rapidly shrank until it returned to the size it was when Xia Yue first encountered it. This size is much cuter. Xia Yue scooped Xiaoyin into his arms and vigorously rubbed its fluffy dog. Wolf head. Awoo. Xiaoyin excitedly licked Xia Yue's cheek. The beast tamer's scent was so pleasant and his embrace was so comfortable. Wang Ro arrived at the backyard carrying a plate of fruit, and immediately saw Xia Yue holding the Ice Wolf King. Xiao Yue, your Ice Wolf King. How did it become so small? Wang Ro was utterly shocked by the sight. With a clatter, the fruit plate fell to the ground without her even noticing. What happened? Xia Qingyun, hearing the commotion, hurried toward the backyard. Seeing only a broken plate, he breathed a sigh of relief, then noticed the stunned expression on Wang Ro's face. Xia Qingyun followed Wang Ro's gaze, and was startled to see Xia Yue holding the Ice Wolf King. Is this? Xiao Yue, how did your Ice Wolf King become so small? Xia Qingyun was equally astonished. Mom, Dad. Xia Yue scratched his head, unsure how to explain. This is... Just as Xia Yue was about to explain, his mother interrupted him. Xiao Yue, if you don't want to say it, that's fine. You're grown up now, and it's normal to have your own secrets. Wang Ro stepped forward, gently stroking Xia Yue's head. Having your own opportunities is a good thing. Xia Qingyun nodded in agreement. Dad. Mom. Xia Yue was deeply moved. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a piece of beast taming equipment. Xia Qingyun stroked his beard, making a guess. You're right, Dad. It is indeed a beast taming equipment. Xia Yue was somewhat surprised that Xia Qingyun had guessed correctly. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier, his father saw through it at a glance. As for the beast taming equipment, you'll still need to give an explanation to outsiders. If anyone asks, just say it's a family heirloom of the Xia family. No one will dare to trouble you. Xia Qingyun hesitated slightly before speaking. Okay, Dad. Xia Yue nodded. From his parents' words, he had gained some understanding of the Xia family. Since he couldn't find much information online, Xia Yue guessed that the Xia family was likely an ancient beast-taming clan like the Nalan family. Alright, you still have to report to Class A tomorrow, right? I've made some inquiries for you. Your homeroom teacher is a very powerful beast tamer. Learn well from them. Xia Qingyun instructed. Okay, Dad. I know you have a wide network. Xia Yue teased. You little rascal, it's getting late. Go get some rest. Xia Qingyun chuckled and scolded. The faint light of dawn had not yet fully dispelled the characteristic chill of the northern frontier. On the frost-covered treetops of Huaining, one high school dewdrops had condensed into tiny ice crystals. Xia Yue, carrying the now reduced ordinary ice wolf cub-sized Xiaoyin in his arms, walked through the central avenue, toward the teaching area, reserved exclusively for Class A. Along the way, many students spotted Xia Yue, the top scorer in the entrance exam, and some even came up to ask for autographs and photos. Xia Yue delivered a stern lecture to them, harshly criticizing their behavior, and telling them to focus on their studies, which made those students look at him with fervent admiration. Class A had its own separate teaching building, and the teaching area was vast. It took Xia Yue over 10 minutes to walk to the building. A faint blue barrier with subtle energy fluctuations enveloped the Class A building, raising the concentration of ice elemental energy to an astonishing level. As Xia Yue approached, he felt Xiaoyin in his arms uncomfortably. A few students had already arrived at the entrance. Xia Yue immediately spotted Yunqi leaning against the door, waving excitedly. The little snow fox beside him had evolved into a beautiful and graceful blizzard fox. Boss Xia, over here. Xia Yue walked over, and Yunqi immediately leaned in, lowering his voice, but unable to hide his curiosity. Whoa, Boss Xia, your Ice Wolf King. How did it shrink overnight? Cough, a family secret recipe. Xia Yue glossed over it, patting Xiaoyin's head in his arms. Xiaoyin cooperated with Xia Wu, its voice youthful, completely devoid of yesterday's intimidation, drawing astonished glances from the other early arriving Class A students. Among them was Lin Ying standing quietly in a corner. The shadow cat at his feet perked up its ears warily, its emerald eyes lingering on the miniature Ice Wolf King for a moment, flickering with confusion. Nailinqing meanwhile was gazing into the distance, though her peripheral vision remained fixed on the Ice Wolf King in Xia Yue's arms. Is everyone here? A cool female voice emanated from inside the building. Everyone turned to look. A woman in her 40s wearing a dark blue teacher's uniform walked out slowly. She was tall with a stern expression, and her long hair was meticulously pinned up at the back of her head. On her left shoulder perched a small ice blue bird, its feathers as translucent as crystal, a frost-tail swallow. Its eyes were lively, scanning the crowd with an appraising gaze. Xia Yue curiously scanned the frost-tail swallow with his system. Individual name Frost-tail swallow. Attribute Ice. Individual level Monarch mid. Individual talent Monarch. Skills Frostblade, Ice Crystal Shield, Glacial Beam, Icy Breath, Shatterflash, Ice Spike, Rain Absolute Zero Ray, Frost Domain. Description: a rare beast taming from the northern frontier, an ice blue bird with feathers as translucent as crystal. During battle its tail is as sharp as a sword. In daily life its eyes are lively, and it usually rests quietly on its beast tamer's shoulder. It is an ice-type beast taming that combines elegance and agility. Why does it feel like Monarch rank is as common as cabbage? I remember Director Yan's Frost Dragon Lizard was also Monarch rank, Xia Yue thought to himself. Let me introduce myself. I am Yao Zhaohua, your homeroom teacher for Class A for the coming year. The woman's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Congratulations on standing out from over 1,000 candidates. But don't get too excited. Entering Class A doesn't mean you can rest easy. Huaining no. One high school holds monthly ranking exams. The last ranked student in the monthly exam will face a beast taming challenge from Class B. If they lose, their place in Class A will be directly taken over. Class A does not need the weak. Her gaze was like lightning slowly sweeping across the 20 young faces. She paused briefly on Xia Yue and the miniature Ice Wolf King in his arms, but asked no further questions. The rules of Class A are simple: strength above all. Yao Zhaohua said coldly. I've made a ranking based on your performance in yesterday's competition. The school has monthly exams and Class A has weekly exams. Those who rise in rank each week will receive point rewards from the school. The week, you can say goodbye to your holidays. Yao Zhaohua produced a roll of white paper which unfurled to reveal the Class A ranking. First Xia Yue. Second Nailinqing. Third Su Shui. Seventh Lin Ying. Eighth Yin Shi. Anyone who disagrees can directly challenge someone ranked higher than you. Yao Zhaohua said coldly. No one objected. The ranking was quite objective. Yao Zhaohua swept her gaze around. Since there are no objections, let's begin this morning's lesson. Yao Zhaohua's gaze swept across the young faces before her like shards of ice. The frost-tailed swallow on her shoulder fluttered its wings lightly, tracing an ice-blue arc in the air, before settling back onto her shoulder, its glass-like eyes quietly observing the new students. The rankings are just the beginning. Her voice remained frosty. Class A's curriculum isn't just about training your beasts, it's about training yourselves. Follow me. She turned and walked into the teaching building. The group followed Yao Zhaohua through the barrier and into the exclusive building for Class A. The concentration of ice elements inside was even higher than outside. 4 ice-type spirit beasts training here would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. The corridor was spacious and bright with pale blue crystals embedded in the walls on both sides, emitting a soft, gentle glow. They arrived at a spacious training room. The floor was made of a special dark gray material, slightly springy underfoot, while the surrounding walls were covered in complex energy patterns. One side of the training room was a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a training ground covered in frost and snow. Several frostleaf trees swayed gently in the wind, and ice crystals fell with a soft rustle. Yao Zhaohua walked to the center of the training room and stood still, her cold gaze sweeping over the group. First, based on the attributes and current levels of your spirit beasts, I will tailor a specific training direction for each of you. But this is only an initial direction. It will be adjusted at any time according to your progress. She turned her wrist, and a pure white diamond-shaped crystal appeared in her palm. The crystal projected a soft light screen onto the blank wall opposite. On the screen, 20 clear lines quickly appeared displaying each person's name, spirit beast name, attribute level, and talent rating. Everyone's gaze focused on it. Xia Yue saw his information listed on the first line. Xia Yue, Spirit Beast, Ice Wolf King, Ice Type, Awakening. Midstage below were Nailinqing, Su Shui Lin, and Yin Shi. All the way to the 20th place. Take a good look at your own positions. Yao Zhaohua's voice was flat. This preliminary assessment is mainly based on the actual combat power skill mastery and the synergy between you and your spirit beasts demonstrated during the placement exam. But it only represents the past. She extended her slender fingers and tapped in the air, causing the information on the screen to regroup and refine. Nailinqing. She looked at the white-haired girl. Your Ice Featherbird has the highest level resonance early stage, and its skill set is relatively complete, especially the combination of Frozen Domain and Polar Ray, which already has a prototype. But if the enemy activates some kind of terrain skill, losing your vision will turn you into a headless fly. I'll grant you access to the Frost Mist Canyon training ground. Come back to me when you can maintain control, even without sight. Nailin Qing nodded slightly, and the ice feather bird on her shoulder chirped softly. Su Shui. Yao Zhaohua's gaze shifted to the short-haired girl. Your snow fox's agility and tactical flexibility are advantages. The chain use of snow shadow step ice mist and ice crystal trap shows great creativity. But the weakness is also obvious insufficient raw power. In a direct confrontation, you'd lose instantly against strong opponents like Xia Yue and Nailin Qing. Just come with me to the Frost Forest to hone your actual combat skills. Su Xuan nodded seriously, her eyes brimming with determination. Lining. Yao Zhaohua's gaze fell on the pale-faced boy. Your Shadow Cat's cunning and burst power are formidable. The combination of Shadow Clone and Shadow Strike is almost unbeatable in the early stages. But your combat style relies too heavily on a one-hit kill. If the initial strike fails, you lack follow-up options and can easily be dragged into a war of attrition. You and Su Shui will come with me to the Frost Forest to train your raw power. Lining nodded silently, and the Shadow Cat at his feet flicked its tail lightly. Thus Yao Zhaohua moved her gaze between the light screen and the students, precisely pointing out each person's strengths and weaknesses and issuing clear, rigorous training directives. When it was Xia Yue's turn, the atmosphere in the training room seemed to tense subtly for a moment. Many students pricked up their ears. Yao Zhaohua's gaze lingered on Xia Yue and the well-behaved Ice Wolf King in his arms for a moment. A flicker of contemplation passed through her ice-blue eyes, but it quickly returned to calm. Xia Yue. Her voice remained steady. Your Ice Wolf King has basic attributes far surpassing those of its peers. Skill, power, defense, speed. There are almost no obvious weaknesses. Its combat instincts and synergy with you are also outstanding. She paused, then shifted her tone sharply. But this might also be your biggest problem. Xia Yue was slightly taken aback. Your victories rely too much on the overwhelming power of the Ice Wolf King's high star rating. Yao Zhaohua's voice was like ice scraping against glass. Against opponents clearly weaker than you, you can win easily. But when facing stronger opponents, you often fall into a stalemate. For example, in your battle with Nailin Qing yesterday, if the Ice Featherbird couldn't handle the blindness, you would have definitely lost. I don't know how your Ice Wolf Cub evolved into the Ice Wolf King, but I'm certain that your Ice Wolf King hasn't fully developed its own power. You'll come with me to the depths of the Frost Forest. I'll arrange a battle with a Resonance late-stage beast so you can see your own problem. Xia Yue nodded but still felt puzzled. Wasn't it normal to struggle against higher-level opponents? Unfortunately, he didn't know that Teacher Yao had said these things to suppress his potential arrogance. Also, her gaze pierced sharply towards Xia Yue, then swept over all the students present. Do you think a beast tamer's duty is only to command their spirit beasts in battle? The training room fell silent except for the faint rustle of wind blowing through frost leaves outside the window. Yao Zhaohua walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, turned her back to everyone, and gazed at the snow-covered training ground. Beast tamer. The word tame comes first, she said slowly. To control, to command. But that absolutely does not mean you can comfortably hide behind your spirit beasts. A powerful spirit beast requires an even more powerful soul to tame it. She turned around, her gaze sweeping across the 20 young faces again. From today onward, in addition to spirit beast training, beast tamers will also undergo specialized training. Specialized training consists of two parts. Yao Zhaohua tapped her fingertip and the content on the light screen switched to new graphic and text explanations. First, mental refinement. Not just the upgrade of the spirit beast space, but the foundation for communicating with, maintaining, and perceiving the battlefield. Second, she paused, scanning the students. The development and application of superpowers. This term made several students' eyes flicker. In this world, beast tamers with superpowers, though rare, were not legends. Superpowers played a crucial role not only in daily life, but also in spirit beast battles. About half of you have awakened superpowers, Yao Zhaohua said flatly, as if stating something utterly ordinary. Whether awakened or not, exploring and controlling your own potential is a mandatory course for top beast tamers. Power that cannot be controlled is sometimes more dangerous than having no power. The school has dedicated mental meditation rooms free for Class A students. You can arrange your own time to enhance your mental strength. As for students without superpowers, what you need to train is physical strength. In exams and competitions, it's often a battle of beasts. But in the wild, when encountering wild spirit beasts or enemies, they won't care about beast tamer rules. Their first target is the beast tamer. And a strong body might let you withstand a couple more hits, giving you an extra chance of survival. Yao Zhaohua smiled grimly. After giving individual guidance to all students, Yao Zhaohua walked back to the center of the training room. Now go to your assigned basic training grounds and start today's training plan. Return here at 2:30 p.m. for beast tamer training. She glanced at her watch. That's all. Dismissed. As her words fell, the atmosphere in the training room suddenly became tense and full of drive. The students quickly walked toward different exits according to the instructions on the light screen, discussing the training directives in low voices. Xia Yue and a few others stayed behind, ready to head to the Frost Forest with Yao Zhaohua. It's about time. Let's go. The chill in the depths of the Frost Forest was even more biting than at its periphery. The branches of towering ancient trees drooped under the weight of thick frost, while sunlight filtered through the crystalline ice, casting mottled and frigid patches of light across the forest floor. Beneath their feet lay permafrost and ice layers that never thawed. The ice here was no longer the usual transparent color, but a hazy black-gray. Yao Xiaohua led the group at the forefront. The frost-tail swallow, rather than perching on her shoulder, moved like a silent scout, deftly weaving through the lofty canopy of ice, trees, its sharp eyes scanning every inch of the ground below. Xia Yue carried the shrunken form of Little Silver following behind Yao Xiaohua. He could feel Little Silver's excitement. The dense ice element environment clearly suited it well. Su Shui, Lin Ying, and a few other students followed closely, each maintaining a high level of vigilance. Su Shui's blizzard fox moved lightly through the snowy forest, nearly silent. Lin Ying's shadow cat clung to his shadow, its form flickering in and out of visibility amid the interplay of light and darkness. The other students also fulfilled their roles, remaining highly alert. Attention, 300 meters ahead to the left behind the ice rock, there is a life-energy reaction. Yao Xiaohua's voice rang out without warning, cold as ice. Early resonance stage, ice element of frost badger. Su Shui, Lin Ying cooperate to deal with it. Received. Su Shui and Lin Ying exchanged a glance, quickly crouching low and moving forward using the terrain as cover. Their spirit beasts immediately entered combat mode. Xia Yue and the others stood guard. He glanced at Yao Xiaohua's back. This homeroom teacher, without even turning around, could precisely grasp the dynamics of the entire area solely through the frost-tail swallow's high-altitude vision and her own powerful spiritual perception. A celestial tier spirit beastmaster. Truly unfathomable. Soon the sounds of battle came from not far away. The cracking of ice mixed with the furious roars of the frost badger. The battle lasted about 5 minutes, then the sound subsided. Su Shui and Lin Ying returned with their spirit beasts, both with fine sweat on their foreheads, but bright eyes. This practical combat greatly enhanced their battle experience. Continue forward. Yao Xiaohua did not pause. Next, target the ice stream valley 500 meters ahead. There are usually groups of late resonance stage ice scale crocodiles there. I will lure one out then. Xia Yue, you will confront it head-on. Understood. Xia Yue set Little Silver on the ground. The moment it landed, Little Silver's form reverted to its majestic ice wolf king state, its silver blue fur shimmering with iridescent light under the refraction of ice crystals. Just as they were about to set out for the ice stream valley. Beep. Beep beep. A sharp and urgent buzzing sound suddenly came from the phone in Yao Xiaohua's pocket. The sound was exceptionally piercing in the silent forest, carrying an ominous sense of urgency. Yao Xiaohua stopped abruptly. She looked down at her phone, where a glaring red light was flashing on the screen along with a line of scrolling encrypted text. Her originally calm expression, like a frozen lake, instantly hardened as she read the message, her eyes turning icy. Level 2 alert. Yao Xiaohua frowned deeply. She thought of having the students leave first, but considering this was deep in the frost forest, they might be in danger without her. Everyone gather around me immediately. Her voice suddenly rose. A powerful spiritual force field radiated outward from her, enveloping the students and their spirit beasts. The frost-tail swallow let out a high-pitched cry, diving sharply from the sky and landing on Yao Xiaohua's shoulder. Its glass-like eyes were filled with vigilance, and its tail feathers stood erect like swords. Xia Yu's heart tightened. He immediately called Little Silver back to his side. The others also quickly tightened their formation, gathering around Yao Xiaohua. Everyone sensed the drastic change in the atmosphere. Teacher, what happened? Xia Yu asked. Yao Xiaohua quickly operated her phone, pulling up a simple projected map of the northern border. She pointed to a dashed area on the map north of the frost forest representing the national border. A glaring red that was flashing there. Received an emergency report from the Border Patrol. Yao Xiaohua's voice was low, but each word was clear, striking everyone's hearts. A small armed group from the Biming Empire has illegally crossed the northern border and infiltrated our territory. The last signal location is in the northern part of the frost forest, within 20 kilometers in a straight line from our current position. People from Biming. Su Shui gasped. What do they want? Xia Yue also frowned slightly. Biming and Dongli share borders in the north and west. Sometimes tourists from Biming could be seen in the northern regions. Moreover, the diplomatic relations between Biming and Dongli were quite good. He didn't understand why they would make such a move. To be precise, it's members of the Ember Snow organization. Yao Xiaohua spat out the words, her eyes cold. According to the advanced team's report, the invaders' spirit beasts carry obvious fire element traits, and their clothes bear the distinct pattern of burning ice and snow. Ember Snow organization. Xia Yue had heard his father talk about it. It was a terrorist organization in Biming attempting to steal the power of fire-type divine beasts to melt all the ice and snow in Biming. A bunch of extreme lunatics. All elite level and above spirit beast masters in Huaning City have received emergency notifications. However, we are very close to the target. She paused, her tone resolute. We cannot continue our training in a dispersed manner. There may already be Ember Snow operatives in the deep forest. It's too dangerous for you to act alone. Now follow me. I'll first escort you out of the frost forest. You should hurry home or back to school. Understood, they replied in unison. Yao Xiaohua said no more, protecting the group as they headed south toward the exit of the frost forest. However, most of the students' spirit beasts were only at the awakening stage. How could their speed match that of the Ember Snow members? Soon a flash of fire streaked by, and a white horse with ice-blue flames burning on its mane appeared before them. Run quickly, I'll hold them off. Yao Xiaohua immediately judged. Hey, we actually run into little bugs from Dongli here, a pale-faced young man in a white robe adorned with the burning ice and snow pattern said mockingly. Another middle-aged man with a stubbly face and long hair, naturally falling to his shoulders, frowned slightly, then summoned his own spirit beast, clearly intending to finish things quickly. A spirit beast wielding a scythe like a fiery red ghost stood side by side with him. Xia Yue quickly used his system to scan the two spirit beasts. One was a spirit communication stage ice-fire type ice flame horse, and the other was a fire-death spirit type scythe flame ghost with strength reaching the late monarch stage. Yao Xiaohua said nothing and commanded the Frosttail Swallow to unleash a powerful attack. Countless ice spears formed from condensed frost rained down on the enemy like a storm. The scythe flame ghost swung its scythe, blocking all the ice spears. White Ghost, go deal with those kids, the middle-aged man said sparingly to the young man beside him. Got a hee. Little brats come play with Big Brother. Bai Gui's face twisted into a morbid grin as he rode the ice flame horse toward them at breakneck speed. Yao Xiaohua furrowed her brows tightly and immediately commanded Shuangwei Yan to use its skill to intercept. Blue-white energy cascaded forth in an instant. The scythe flame ghost flashed beside the ice flame horse, swung its massive scythe-like arm, and cleaved through Shuangwei Yan's polar ray. A fiery blade wrapped in a terrifying shockwave hurtled toward the Shuangwei Yan. Shuangwei Yan used ice crystal shield to block. Yao Xiaohua commanded immediately. Madam, don't worry about protecting the fledglings. Protect yourself first. The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse and low. Yao Xiaohua's expression turned extremely grim. Blocked by the scythe flame ghost, she could not aid Xia Yue and the others. They could only rely on themselves to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Seeing the situation, Xia Yue knew teacher Yao could not assist them. He promptly directed the other classmates to prepare for battle. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a crisis. Task system activated. Main mission released fight. Feel the thrill. Mission objective, defeat the enemy's ice flame horse. Mission rewards silver hex deck enhancement rune 1 gold coins 100 blue skill fusion card 1. Not now. A mission at this moment. This is the spirit connection stage. Linning have Shadow Cat hide in the shadows and look for an opportunity. Su Shui provide long-range support from the side. Okay. Tu Xia Yue then prepared Xiao Yin to face the enemy head-on. Although Xiao Yin had broken through to the late awakening stage after yesterday's match, it was still an entire major realm away from the ice flame horse's spirit connection stage. Ice flame horse use ice flame breath. Bai Gui laughed wildly. Hiss. The ice flame horse's body condensed its icy flames, then spewed them from its mouth. A torrent of ice flame as thick as a bucket gushed out, hurtling towards Xia Yue and the others. Shadow Cat slipped into the shadows while Blowing Snow Fox evaded the attack with its agile movements. Ice Wolf King summoned a 3-meter-tall ice crystal shield to block. The other students fared far worse. Most of their spirit beasts had lost combat capability. Those whose battle beasts are incapacitated find a place to hide immediately. Xiao Yin used Wolf Soul to summon a pack, then all together used Frost Breath. Whoa! Dozens of ice elemental frost wolves materialized out of thin air and simultaneously unleashed Frost Breath at the ice flame horse. Blowing Snow Fox used Polar Ray. Shadow Cat used Shadow Pulse. Countless attacks converged on the ice flame horse. Bai Gui let out a loud laugh, swung a flaming meteor hammer condensed from fire, and riding his horse spun it rapidly to knock away all the attacks. Some kind of superpower. How are we supposed to fight this? It's not even the same league. Xia Yue cursed in his mind. Bai Gui hurled the high-speed rotating flaming meteor hammer. Xia Yue ordered Ice Wolf King to dodge quickly. The meteor hammer landed on the ground right beside Ice Wolf King. Let you taste the art of combustion. Bai Gui laughed maniacally, and the flaming meteor hammer exploded with a bang. The massive blast engulfed Xia Yue's entire field of vision. Boom. The deafening explosion worried Yao Xiaohua greatly. She desperately wanted to go help, but she was powerless. The scythe flame ghost's high-speed slashes had already overwhelmed Shuangwei Yan. Damn Jin Shui. Shuangwei Yan ice slash. Yao Xiaohua's eyes turned bloodshot. As the massive smoke from the explosion cleared, Shadow Cat and Blowing Snow Fox charred black had completely lost combat capability. Ice Wolf King was also in poor condition. At the moment of the explosion, Xia Yue had Xiao Yin use the power of the mittens to shrink instantly and hide behind the ice crystal shield, greatly reducing the damage. But its state was still far from good. The ice elemental frost wolves and the ice crystal shield were all shattered to pieces. Hold on, Xiao Yin. Xia Yue channeled an immense amount of spiritual energy to Xiao Yin through the soul contract. While Bai Gui's people were confronting teacher Yao, he had already sent a message to his father. The gym was not far from here. If they could hold out a little longer, his father and other beast tamers would arrive to support them. Shrank. Bai Gui wondered, then his face lit up with excitement. Interesting. Ice Flame Horse blazing charge. The ice flame horse neighed, and its entire body burst into icy blue flames. Wrapped in formidable flames, it charged at Ice Wolf King at full speed, the space around it slightly warped by the extreme heat. Xia Yue Ice Crystal Shield. A 3-meter-tall ice crystal shield materialized instantly. But upon contact with the Ice Flame Horse's burning flames, it liquefied immediately, barely blocking for less than a second. Xia Yue, climb the tree, Xia Yue shouted. Thanks to the mittens, Ice Wolf King's agility surpassed even the Ice Flame Horse's. It used its extreme mobility to leap onto a tree in an instant. The Ice Flame Horse did not slow down, it charged straight at the tree. The immense force smashed the ancient giant tree in two. As the tree fell, the shrunken Ice Wolf King jumped to another tree. After smashing through several giant trees in succession, the Ice Flame Horse grew dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Good opportunity. Xia Yue used Frost Claw at full power. Aim for the beast tamer's head. Xia Yue seized the chance and commanded. Ice Wolf King gathered its strength, and a pair of jagged ice crystal claws appeared. It pounced downward, the bone-chilling cold of Frost Claw spreading rapidly. You little brat, no martial honor. Bai Gui saw the attack coming at him, and dodged swiftly, leaping several meters off his horse with uncanny speed. Ice Wolf King's attack landed on the Ice Flame Horse instead. The Frost Claw carved 3 deep bone, exposing bloody gashes into the Ice Flame Horse's body. Hiss hiss hiss. The piercing pain instantly jolted the Ice Flame Horse out of its dizzy state. Little brat, I was going to have some fun with you, but since you want to play like this, Ice Flame Horse blazing charge. Bai Gui repeated the command, and the Ice Flame Horse charged madly at Xia Yue, enveloped in terrifying flames. It's over. Xia Yue looked at the flames rushing toward him with a hint of despair. Oh whoa. Just as Xia Yue despaired, Xia Yue flashed in front of him and took the hit with its own body. Boom. The immense force sent Ice Wolf King flying, and Xia Yue, acting as a cushion, was knocked back several meters. Xia Yue, are you all right? Ignoring his own severe pain, Xia Yue rushed forward to check Xiao Yin's injuries. Oh whoa, came Xiao Yin's mournful cry. Xiao Yin's wolf head was charred black with a grievous wound exposing bone. The severe injury prevented it from getting up. Xiao Yin. Xia Yue's eyes turned bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably. It felt as if his heart was being crushed, an overwhelming tide of agony washing over him. The students hiding nearby watched in utter despair. Even Xia Yue, the strongest among them, could not withstand the fearsome Ice Flame Horse. A few timid girls began to sob. Bai Gui mounted the Ice Flame Horse again, rolling forward with boundless raging flames. Yao Zhaohua's expression darkened at the sight. The frost-tail swallow, as if sensing its master's mood, erupted with terrifying ice elemental energy, temporarily breaking free from the scythe fire demon's entanglement. Its frost-covered swallowtail slashed out a brilliant sword light like a sharp blade. The Ice Flame Horse sensed the terrifying attack and dodged aside, but the raging flame charge could not be stopped. The Ice Flame Horse uncontrollably crashed into a nearby ancient tree, immediately falling into a daze again. Xia Yue wiped the blood from his mouth, his mind racing. How could he gain a chance to survive? Got it. System, raise my Beast Tamer level. Xia Yue urged inwardly. Ding. Congratulations, host, your Beast Tamer space level has been raised. You are now officially an apprentice Beast Tamer. Please choose your Augment Rune. Please, it must be a hex that can turn the tide. 3 ancient barbaric stone tablets still stood on the chessboard. Money Tree gained 10 gold immediately and every day thereafter. Prismatic Fate, gain 1 random prismatic tier Augment Rune and 70 gold. Big and powerful, all your beasts increase in size, and their vitality is greatly enhanced. Xia Yue did not refresh and chose big and powerful without hesitation. The Augment Rune instantly turned into starlight, streaming into the miniature Ice Wolf King on the chessboard. In reality, the Ice Wolf King also gained a mysterious power. Its body visibly grew a full size. The blackened scorch on its wolf head gradually faded, and its condition rapidly recovered. As I guess, gaining vitality also heals wounds. Xia Yue took a deep breath and gently patted Xiao Yin's head. System, add points. Xia Yue silently urged, investing all his gold into Xiao Yin's new skill, Ancient Bloodline. Ancient Bloodline instantly rose to the mastery level. This skill was only learned by Xiao Yin yesterday and had never been used before. But now he could only hope for this in used purple skill. Xiao Yin, are you ready? Oh, White Skeleton, the second round begins now. Xia Yue glared at White Ghost with bloodshot eyes. A cold wind swept across the battlefield, violently mixing ice dust and scorching heat. Under the effect of the big and powerful hex, the Ice Wolf King's body expanded a full circle compared to before. Xiao Yin's shoulder height reached 3 meters. Its originally silver blue fur stood on end like a layer of flowing ice crystal armor, reflecting a cold gleam under the pale sunlight. The terrifying blackened scorch on the wolf's head healed rapidly under the infusion of immense vitality. Deep within its ice blue wolf eyes, an ancient and wild blue light blazed to life as the Ancient Bloodline skill was fully activated. Oh, the sickly smile on White Ghost's face froze slightly. Riding the Ice Flame Horse that had just recovered from its daze, he appraised the Ice Wolf King with interest as its aura suddenly changed. Still have strength to stand. Interesting. Too interesting. Now this is more like it. Ice Flame Horse, have some fun with it. Ice Flame Stampede. The ice flame horse let out a long neigh, raising its front hooves high. The blue-white ice flames on its mane and forehooves erupted violently. The power of its stomp seemed to crush space itself. However, Xia Yu's eyes had completely changed. His spiritual power surged into the Ice Wolf King through the contract like a bursting dam. He sensed the sleeping ancient bloodline within the Ice Wolf King, the bloodline of the primordial age, being awakened. Xiaoyin. Xia Yu's voice was low and hoarse, but carried the steadfastness of a rock. Crush them. Oh. This wolf howl seemed to come from the depths of an ancient glacier, carrying the weight of time and the dominance of the wild. The sound wave spread outward in a visible ring centered on the Ice Wolf King. Wherever it passed, ice crystals in the air instantly condensed into finer, harder ice sand. The frozen ground cracked with a crunch, revealing countless spiderweb-like fissures. Even the turbulent energy currents from the fierce battle between the Frosttail Swallow and the Scythe Fire Demon in the distance were momentarily halted by this wolf howl. What power is this? The middle-aged man frowned. It's the power to kill you. Yao Zhaohua was also shocked, but her spiritual power still flowed unceasingly like water to the Frosttail Swallow. The ice flame stampede of the ice flame horse collided head-on with the sound wave. Boom. There was no explosion of ice and fire as expected. The violent ice flame energy hit an invisible ice wall. The blue-white flames flickered violently upon contact with the sound wave, dimmed, and then vanished. Even the tremendous force of the ice flame horse's stomp was mostly neutralized by this echo from the ancient times, leaving only a shallow pit on the ground. What the hell is that? The mockery on White Ghost's face completely disappeared, replaced by a trace of shock and doubt. The ice flame horse beneath him stepped back uneasily. Its animal instinct made it sense danger from the opponent like the fear a herbivore feels when encountering a natural enemy. The Ice Wolf King completed its transformation. The ice crystal crown on its forehead turned into a jagged, ferocious, bony crown. The ice crystals all over its body grew wildly, as if imbued with life, forming an outer skeletal cold ice armor. The ice crystals at its tail grew segment by segment, as if infinitely extending, then curled back upward, sharp and sinister, like a scorpion stinger. The chill around it was no longer drifting mist, but condensed into a slowly rotating micro-blizzard domain with a diameter of over 10 meters. Within the domain, every snowflake was as sharp as a blade. Xia Yue glanced at the system. Xiaoyin's level had temporarily reached the resonance middle stage. Ancient bloodline. Has it really awakened? Not far away, Yao Zhaohua, who was desperately directing the Frosttail Swallow to keep the Scythe Fire Demon occupied, while keeping an eye on the battle here, was shocked to the core. Earlier, in order to better plan for her students' beasts, she had gone into great detail to understand every student's beast and themselves. She had only heard Xia Qingyun mention that Xia Yue possessed the power to awaken the ancient bloodline, but when such a miracle appeared before her eyes, she still couldn't stop being stunned. He still has hidden cards, Lin Ning said in shock. Come on, Xia Yue. Su Shui prayed silently in her heart. Now's the time. Xia Yue seized the moment of overwhelming momentum, his spiritual power highly unified with the Ice Wolf King's will. Xiaoyin Winter's breath. This was not a name in the system skill list, but a heritage skill that naturally emerged in the consciousness of Xia Yue and the Ice Wolf King at the moment of bloodline awakening. The Ice Wolf King opened its huge mouth. Without any earth-shattering momentum, it calmly exhaled. The world seemed to press pause. A stream of condensed, almost transparent ice blue air shot toward the ice flame horse, appearing slow, yet fast. Where it passed, the air let out a creaking sound, as if under unbearable pressure, as if absolute zero had robbed the very concept of molecular motion, freezing it instantly. Light twisted and refracted bizarrely along its path. The ice flame horse dodged. White Ghost's soul nearly fled in terror. But the ice flame horse's vaunted speed seemed clumsy in the face of this eternal frost breath. It struggled to leap sideways, but the breath clung to it like a relentless curse. Shush! No explosion, no loud noise. The rear half of the ice flame horse, along with its ice flame-burning tail, was lightly brushed by that icy blue. In the next second, a horrifying sight appeared. The brushed area, the blue-white ice flames instantly extinguished the fur muscle bone. Everything lost all color and vitality in an instant, turning into a dead pale blue, like 10,000-year-old ice. This pale blue spread at a visible speed toward the front half and head of the ice flame horse. Hi! The ice flame horse let out a piercing, desperate wail. It was no longer pain, but the despairing cry of life being violently stripped and frozen. The flames on its body completely died out. Its movements became stiff and rigid. The light in its eyes dimmed rapidly. No, Ice Flame Horse. White Ghost screamed, trying to stabilize the beast's state with his spiritual power, but the power invading the Ice Flame Horse was domineering. His spiritual power vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Just one attack. The spirit communication stage Ice Flame Horse instantly lost its combat ability. This is what you deserve. Xia Yu's voice was low and emotionless. Just as Xia Yue was about to order the Ice Wolf King to deliver the final blow and completely eliminate this threat. Boom, boom, boom. From the distant sky, several muffled sonic booms echoed in succession. Several dark specks at an astonishing speed tore through the clouds and dove toward the frost forest. At the same time, a sharp eagle cry resounded from the other side of the forest. It's Dad's blazing dragon eagle. Xia Yue said delightedly. Damn it. Dongli's reinforcements have arrived. By Gue, you can't even defeat a newcomer brat. I'll deal with you later. The middle-aged Jinshua member who had been entangled with Yao Zhaohua changed expression, his scythe flame fiend forcing the frost-tailed swallow back with a single strike. He did not hesitate to produce a blood-colored talisman stone and crush it. Dongli's reinforcements are here. Retreat. Calm. Coming. Bai Gui's mind went blank, seemingly not yet recovered from the defeat. Only upon hearing the middle-aged man's voice did he snap back to reality, retracting the ice flame horse, which had been frozen into an ice sculpture, into his beast space, and quickly moving toward the middle-aged man. A blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, clearly visible even in broad daylight. Almost simultaneously, the dark specks diving from the northern sky revealed their forms. 3 ferocious-looking flying beasts covered in dark bone armor. Each exuded an aura no weaker than the scythe flame fiend, unmistakably at the monarch level. At the lead was an old man with a sinister gaze riding a 3-headed fire dragon. The 3 dragon heads were ferocious and terrifying, their black armor gleaming with an ominous light under the sun. Xia Yue swept his system over them, 3 black bone bats at early monarch stage, and the lead 3-headed fire dragon at late monarch stage. The power of the 3-headed fire dragon was clearly far greater than that of the scythe flame fiend. It was likely on the verge of breaking through to the next realm. Go! The sinister old man glanced down at the battlefield below, pausing for a moment on the Ice Wolf King, whose aura was astonishing. A flicker of surprise and greed passed through his eyes, but he did not linger. He commanded his flying beast to swoop down, targeting Bai Gue and the middle-aged man. Trying to flee, Yao Zhaohua's icy eyes brimmed with killing intent. The frost-tailed swallow cried out, ready to block them at all costs. But on the other side, Dongli's reinforcements were even faster. Wretch! How dare you invade Dongli's border? A furious roar like a thunderbolt from a clear sky shook the frost off the entire forest, causing it to fall in a shower. A figure blazing like a fiery meteor shot forth from behind, instantly streaking across the forest sky and blocking the path between the 3 Jinshua flying beasts and Bai Gue and his group. It was a giant eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, its entire body burning with golden flames. Its head was like a dragon's, and its gaze carried a draconic majesty, unmistakably Xia Qingyun's blazing dragon eagle. So you're the ones who bullied my son, huh? None of you are getting away. Xia Qingyun stood on the eagle's back, his face ashen, radiating the terrifying pressure of a heavenly king beast Tamer locking onto the sinister old man. At the same time, several powerful auras rapidly approached from other directions. A cold beauty riding a frost giant serpent, a burly man standing on the shoulder of a mountain-sized ice giant Yin Feng on the Ice Wolf King, Yin Bing on the Ice Armor Dragon Lizard. In the blink of an eye, more than 5 heavenly king beast tamers whose auras were vast as the ocean, along with their beasts, completely sealed off the airspace and ground within several kilometers of the area. All the heavenly kings of the northern border were here. The sinister old man's face sank completely. He knew that escape today might be impossible. Jinshua members scatter and retreat at all costs. He gave the order through gritted teeth. The 3 black bone bats suddenly spewed out a dark miasma with strong corrosive and obscuring effects, blanketing a large area, while eerie spatial runes flickered on their bodies. Little bastards trying to run. Did you ask me? The burly man standing on the ice giant's shoulder roared. Countless massive ice boulders, each the size of a building, fell from the sky, like meteorites sealing off several miles. Xia Qingyun was even more direct. The blazing dragon eagle let out a piercing cry that could split metal and stone. Endless golden dragon flames transformed into a sea of fire, cascading down to incinerate the dark miasma and the Jinshua members within it. A full-scale battle erupted at the Heavenly King level. Terrifying skills of various attributes clashed. The energy shockwaves spread outward like a tsunami, causing the sky to change color and the blizzard to reverse. Below Xia Yue, from the moment the first sonic boom had sounded, had been forcing himself to endure the excessive mental strain and physical pain. He recalled the slightly shrunken Ice Wolf King to his side and quickly regrouped with Su Shui Lining and the others. Together they took cover behind the ice crystal barrier that Yao Zhaohua had re-erected, slowly moving toward a safer location while gazing in horror at the scene above, a battle that seemed like gods and demons clashing. So this is the power of a heavenly king beast tamer. In just a few seconds of shockwave impact, Yao Zhaohua's barrier flickered violently, emitting a strained hum. Her face was pale. Clearly, maintaining such a level of defense against the aftermath of a heavenly king battle was an immense burden on her. Hold on. Reinforcements will reach you soon. Xia Qingyun's voice came through mental transmission, carrying a hint of barely concealed worry. Just then the sinister old man seemed to make a decision. He crushed a pitch-black skull head. A heart-stopping dark purple flame imbued with the aura of death erupted, blocking all the attacks from the Dongli heavenly kings. Until we meet again, everyone from Dongli. And that brat, Jinshua, will remember you. The sinister old man cast a venomous glance towards Xia Yue's direction. The next moment, the 3 black bone bats, carrying by Gue the middle-aged man and a few other surviving Jinshua members, transformed into 3 twisted shadows and forcibly tore open a brief spatial rift, preparing to slip through. Bastard! Xia Yue cursed. The blazing dragon eagle's flame was blocked by the skull-shaped, dark purple fire. Just as the Heavenly Kings watched helplessly, unable to stop the Jinshua members from escaping, an unexpected change occurred. From the north, an indescribable, boundless, brilliantly radiant, holy light emerged on the horizon, seemingly covering the entire sky. The spatial rift that the Jinshua members had forcibly opened collapsed like a bubble. The hellish ghost fire on the forest floor was instantly extinguished, as if encountering its natural enemy. Then the holy light seemed to congeal with a will of its own, forming a colossal hand that blotted out the sky. Sinners receive the Lord's divine punishment. A voice tinged with pity and indistinguishable engender resonated in everyone's ears. Boom! The enormous holy light hand slammed down. The violent wind pressure blasted Xia Yue and the others back more than 10 meters, and even the Heavenly Kings could barely steady themselves. But the Jinshua members at the center of the holy light hand were not so fortunate. The giant hand overshadowed the heavens. They seemed locked in place, unable to move an inch. They were directly crushed into dust, a faint mist of blood dispersing in the forest. Xia Yue! Xia Yue roared toward Xia Yue's direction. This friend has overstepped his bounds. This is Dongli territory. A voice devoid of joy or sorrow sounded. Xia Yue and his group were caught by an invisible force, and a translucent barrier rose before each of the Heavenly Kings. Only then did Xia Yue see the true form of that beam of heavenly light. It was a stone giant that stood towering between heaven and earth, its height exceeding 20 meters. Its boulder-like body was covered in dense obscure runes radiating a sacred aura. And atop the stone giant, an old man with a wild, mad appearance sat cross-legged, bare-chested, with enormous iron shackles on his feet, like an ascetic. It's the Holy Fool. Xia Yue flew over on his blazing dragon eagle and whispered to Xia Yue. It's a Holy Fool. Xia Yue's voice echoed in Xia Yue's ear. Holy Fool. Xia Yue glanced at his father in confusion. It was the first time he had heard this title. The Holy Fool, also known as the Mad Monk or the Feigned Lunatic. It's a religious position from the Northern Sea region. They endure self-tormenting asceticism to earn the attention of certain divine beasts or other mysterious entities, thereby acquiring wondrous powers. These people are usually unhinged and best not provoked. Xia Yue explained simply. While listening to his father, Xia Yue scanned the sky-blocking stone giant. Individual name, holy statue. Individual attribute, light. Individual level. Why are there so many question marks? This was the first time Xia Yue had encountered such a situation. He guessed perhaps it's due to an overwhelming gap in strength. He looked up at the sky again. The exchange between the two powerful figures was drawing to a close. The Holy Fool made a few strange gestures, then said, "May the Lord bless you," before turning and departing. Meanwhile, the elderly man clad in Tang Dynasty attire, standing upon a colossal ice bird, flew back toward them. Senior Nalan. Everyone present offered respectful greetings. Xia Yue had just introduced him. This was the former head of the Nalan family, Hui Ning's sole openly acknowledged champion beast tamer, Nalan Shua. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yue casually scanned the beast beneath Nalan Shua's feet. Individual name, Ice Luan. Individual attribute, ice. Individual level. As expected, all question marks. Nalan Shua's gaze swept across the crowd, pausing briefly on Xia Yue. You must be Xia Yue. I've heard you were the one who defeated Shaoqing. Your Ice Wolf King truly possesses extraordinary potential. It's the young generation that matters. We're already growing old. The future belongs to you. Nalan Shua spoke warmly, like a kind grandfather, patting Xia Yue on the shoulder with a smile. Shaoqing must be Nalan Qing. Nalan, no wonder. Xia Yue thought to himself. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Nalan Shua departed. Seeing the danger had passed, each of the Heavenly Kings also left, leaving only the burly Heavenly King to handle the aftermath. Yao Zhaohua never expected the morning's events to be so thrilling. Seeing the students, who all bore some scratches and bruises, she generously granted them a half-day holiday. Xia Yue left directly with his father. Father, what realm have Senior Nalan's and that Holy Fool's beast companions reached? Their power felt absolutely terrifying. Their beast companions have already reached the catastrophe realm, corresponding to champion beast tamers. Catastrophe. Quite literally, beasts of this level can wreak disasters with a mere gesture. Xia Yue explained. Catastrophe. The name is quite fitting. By the way, I heard Teacher Yao say you defeated a spirit stage beast. Is that true? Xia Yue patted Xia Yue's shoulder. Of course it's true. Don't I happen to be your son? Xia Yue grinned. Hey, you rascal. How did you manage that? Xia Yue scolded affectionately, still curious. Well, it's the bloodline power Dr. Lu mentioned earlier. I successfully awakened the Northern Frost Wolf bloodline within Shaoyin. Its realm surged directly to mid-resonance. Its true power easily overwhelmed the early spirit stage Ice Flame Horse, Xia Yue explained. Bloodline power. You actually figured it out. Xia Yue expressed surprise. Upon returning home, Xia Yue kicked off his shoes and sprinted straight to the backyard. He immediately summoned Xiao Yin from his beast space, stroking its fluffy head now that it had shrunk, and asked anxiously. Xiao Yin, are you alright? No hidden injuries, right? Owl owl. Nothing's wrong, I feel great. Xiao Yin chirped cheerfully. That's wonderful as long as you're fine. By the way, Xiao Yin, how did it feel when your bloodline awakened and you transformed into a northern frost wolf? After checking that Xiao Yin was indeed unharmed, Xia Yue asked. Owl. I felt a powerful force surging from deep within my body at that moment. Then Xiao Yin, can you transform again? Owl. Xiao Yin strained to commune with the bloodline deep within, but met no response. As I suspected. Xia Yue stroked his chin, lost in thought. Not only did this transformation have a time limit, but the bloodline power itself required several days to recover before it could be used again. Alright Xiao Yin, no training today. Let's go. Ask mother for some good food. Xia Yue picked up Xiao Yin and wiggled toward the kitchen. After a satisfying meal, Xia Yue lay on his bed, gazing aimlessly at the sky beyond the window. Today really was a close call. He thought, still feeling a chill recalling the events beside the shrunken Xiao Yin, now dozing peacefully. My strength is still far too weak. Xia Yue murmured. In both lifetimes this was the first time he had faced such a life-threatening crisis. Xiao Yin should be on the verge of breaking through to the resonant stage after today's battle. Tomorrow I'll go to school in exchange for some ice attribute resources to help with the breakthrough. My beast space has reached the second stage now. I can contract a second beast companion. I wonder where I can find one with better talent. Should I try egg gambling? Xia Yue recalled a classic trope from the novels he had read in his past life. Egg gambling. It might actually work. He happened to possess the ability to perceive a beast's potential. I'd better ask father for recommendations tomorrow. For now, let me sort through my spoils. After much deliberation, Xia Yue decided to consult his father the next day. And now came the most delightful moment. Sorting through the loot. System backpack, silver Hex Enhancement Rune 1, a blue skill fusion card 1, silver enhancement rune, let's pick directly. Xia Yue clicked to activate it. The familiar interface appeared once more, 3 stone steels radiating a silvery white glow. Dormant forge, in 8 days, receive 1 divine artifact forge. Later expert, when your beast space reaches the 9th stage, receive 360 gold coins. Wind of revival, when your beasts are in poor condition, they recover a significant amount of health. The dormant forge is not bad. I'm just about to contract my second beast, so I'll put it on hold. Revitalizing wind is also a decent combat asset. If I had this hex today, it wouldn't have been so dangerous. Is this late game specialist a joke? When I reach the 9th rank, I won't care about your paltry gold coins. I'll just reroll it. Healing orb I, when an enemy falls, the nearest contracted beast receives a small amount of healing. Average, I'll choose between dormant forge and revitalizing wind. Xia Yue hesitated for a long time, then finally chose revitalizing wind. After all, his second contracted beast was still an unknown eternity away, and by then there might be even better beast equipment. Xia Yue was well aware that among the hexes there were radiant equipment choices. Radiant equipment was definitely stronger than artifacts. For the most part. Well, there's also a blue skill fusion card. Blue skill fusion card, use it to gain 1 free opportunity to fuse a blue skill. Fusing a blue skill means I can get a purple skill, excellent. Xia Yue directly used the blue skill fusion card on Xiao Yin, selecting all of Xiao Yin's ice-related skills. All gods bless me, give me a big one. Xia Yue clasped his hands together, muttering under his breath. A mysterious force surged into Xiao Yin's body, and Xiao Yin let out 2 comfortable howls. Xia Yue eagerly opened Xiao Yin's panel. Individual name, Ice Wolf King. Individual attribute, Ice. Individual level, Late Awakening. Individual talent, Calamity period. Individual skills, Ice Element Mastery Proficient, Purple Wolf, Soul Mastery, Blue Ancient Bloodline Mastery, Northern Frost Wolf Purple. Introduction. This is much more concise. Xia Yue sighed in admiration. All of Xiao Yin's various ice element skills had been fused into the single skill, Ice Element Mastery. Some proficiency was inherited, reaching the proficient level. System. Add points. Xia Yue poured all the gold coins he had just obtained, still warm in his hands, into upgrading the proficiency of Ice Element Mastery, just enough to raise it to the mastery level. Awua. Xiao Yin felt his mastery of ice elements instantly rise to a new level, looking at Xia Yue with confusion. Xiao Yin, this is your beast tamer strength. Xia Yue patted Xiao Yin's wolf head and laughed. I'm too tired today. I'll comprehend the new skills tomorrow. Xia Yue pulled the curtains and turned off the lights. Awoo. Xiao Yin jumped onto the bed and fell asleep beside Xia Yue, drowsy and content. A silent night passed. Early the next morning, the ice crystals on the frost-covered treetops shattered into golden powder under the morning light. As Xia Yue pushed open the door of the class, a teaching building holding the still drowsy Xiao Yin, the familiar crisp chill rushed toward him, mixed with a subtle, yet undeniable restlessness unlike before. In the training hall there were many more people than usual who had arrived early. Several students who had been huddled together whispering fell silent the moment Xia Yue stepped through the threshold. Numerous gazes shot over, simultaneously filled with disbelief, awe, and curiosity. He's here. I heard he defeated a spirit-channeling stage beast yesterday. Really? Fragmentary whispers drifted into his ears. Yin Shi was sitting on a bench in the corner, cheerfully grooming his blizzard fox. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and immediately dashed to Xia Yue's side, his tone exaggerated. Boss Xia. As expected of you. You don't know the news spread like wildfire this morning. What news? Xia Yue placed the drowsy Xiao Yin on the nearby soft cushion specially prepared for beasts. Xiao Yin turned over and continued to snore softly. What else could it be? The incident in Frost Forest yesterday. Yun Qi's eyes were wide as saucers. Although the specific details have been sealed by the higher-ups, the talk about a new student helping a teacher from Huaining High School repel members of the Ash Snow organization, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Such words have leaked from some unknown corner. Now the whole grade. No, I think the entire school has heard it. He paused, glanced at the faint gazes drifting around, and lowered his voice even more with a hint of incredulity. Boss Xia, your Ice Wolf King almost tore that spirit-channeling stage beast apart alive yesterday. Really? Boss Xia, that thing was at the spirit-channeling stage. It was a whole major realm higher than the Ice Wolf King. Xia Yue rubbed his brow. He knew this matter couldn't be hidden. There were many classmates present at the time, but he hadn't expected the news to spread so fast. He said vaguely, tearing alive is too much of an exaggeration. Mainly luck plus Xiao Yin's special bloodline, a burst of power, and we barely won. Barely my ass. Yun Qi rolled his eyes, clearly not buying the understated explanation. Look at the way they're staring at you like you're a monster. He jerked his chin, indicating the distant gazes. Xia Yue glanced around. Indeed, Lin Ying, who had been present yesterday, was silently leaning against the wall, his eyes occasionally darting towards Xia Yue. The shadow cat lay quietly at his feet, but when its deep green eyes looked at Xiao Yin, there was a mix of vigilance and scrutiny. Su Shui was chatting with a few girls, her eyes also occasionally glancing over, filled with sheer amazement. Even Nailin Qing, who was usually aloof and rarely mingled with others, was now standing by the window. The ice feather bird perched on the windowsill. She stared at the ice crystals outside, but the lines of her profile seemed tense, clearly having heard the news. Only Zhao Gang, that big simpleton, was still cheerfully wrestling with his frost cub bear, seemingly unaffected by the rumors. Let them be. Xiao Yue sat down next to Yun Qi, reached out, and scratched the back of Xiao Yin's neck. Xiao Yin purred comfortably. I'm not in the habit of hiding my strength either. That's true. Yun Qi scratched his head and changed the subject. By the way, have you heard? Next month. Before he finished, the alloy door at the front of the training room slid open silently, and a cold aura surged in together with the tall figure. Yao Zhaohua walked in. The frost-tailed swallow on her shoulder swept its crystalline eyes across the room, and the last traces of noise in the training hall vanished. Today, teacher Yao's complexion seemed paler than usual, with a faint, barely noticeable tiredness in her eyes, but her gaze remained as sharp as ever. Her gaze paused slightly on Xia Yue, but she gave no indication, as if the thrilling border encounter of yesterday had never happened. I have an announcement. Due to some unexpected incidents, the Northern Frontier authorities have decided to increase the cultivation of the youth. Next month, the Northern Frontier will host the Northern Frontier Youth Cup. All high school seniors in the Northern Frontier are eligible to participate. You of Class A are the strongest combat power of Huaining First High School. Therefore, our school's 10 slots will come from the top 10 of Class A. As for the rewards, the top 10 of the Youth Cup can select a contracted beast egg carefully prepared by the Dongli Beast Tamer Alliance. A beast taming egg. Xia Yue exclaimed in delight, as if a pillow had been delivered to a sleepy head. He had been worried about where to find a new beast to tame, and now this fortuitous opportunity presented itself. The Alliance has carefully prepared these beasts. They shouldn't be too bad. Xia Yue mused, stroking his chin. But a month from now is still a bit far. Xia Yue was uncertain about the specific rules of the Northern Youth Cup. He estimated that by the end of a month, most students would have broken through to the rank of Initiate Beast Tamer, allowing them to contract 2 beasts. If it's a team battle, I'd be at a disadvantage. Should I contract 1 beast now? After all, in a month my beast taming space should be almost at the 3rd tier. Or maybe I should go back and ask Dad. Xia Yue said after deep deliberation. One more thing, the top 10 in the competition will be determined after the re-ranking following the monthly exams. Yao Zhaohua revealed an extremely cold smile. No way. Oh no, I'm exactly in 10th place. Everyone stop wasting time. Let's begin today's lesson. Her voice remained cool and clear. In the morning, beast taming skill synergy and combat simulation. In the afternoon, beast tamer specialized physical training. Now begin. Without further ado, her instructions were crisp and decisive. The students immediately sprang into action, their chaotic footsteps echoing in the vast training hall. Xia Yue was assigned to the combat group alongside Nailin Qing and Lin Ying. One specialized in aerial control, the other in stealthy assassination, and with him as the frontal assault. Their combination was rather intriguing. Their training ground was a massive enclosure simulating a forest terrain much warmer than the northern region. The floor was covered with specially crafted grass, lush and brimming with vitality. Today's lesson is multi-person cooperative combat. The assistant instructor in charge of their group, a young man surnamed Qin, with a stern expression continued, "Your only task is to defeat me with all your might." As he spoke, he summoned a beast about a meter tall, covered in vermilion scales with fierce flames erupting from its neck and limbs, a rat-shaped beast. "Student Xia Yue, I heard you defeated a spirit-connecting early-stage beast yesterday. So today you will face one of the same rank, but with a type advantage. Assistant Instructor Qin adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and said indifferently, "What? Spirit connecting early stage and with a type disadvantage. How are we supposed to fight this?" Xia Yue glanced at his two companions, seeing nothing but fighting spirit in their eyes. "You? Fine, I'll do my best." Xia Yue routinely scanned the enemy. Individual name Fire Scale Rat. Individual attribute Fireground. Individual rank Spirit Connecting Early Stage. Individual talent Monarch level. Individual skills Flame Claw, Flame Jet, Blazing Scales, Flame, Domain, Burrow, Earthquake. Description: a regional starter-level beast from the Southern Pearl region, often found in hot, dry areas. It excels at using fire and ground attributes, making it a combat-type beast with outstanding strength. 4 times the attribute disadvantage. Troublesome. Xiaoyin Frost Breath. Xia Yue wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and commanded Xiaoyin to probe. Fire Scale Rat Intercept. Assistant Instructor Qin said calmly. Squeak. The Fire Scale Rat emitted a sharp screech, opened its mouth wide, and unleashed a massive pillar of fire over 2 meters in diameter. The simple flame jet amplified by its spirit-connecting early stage power multiplied several times over. Xiaoyin Triple Layer Ice Crystal Shield. Ever since Xiao Yin's ice elemental control proficiency had reached the master level, it could cast various ice-type skills with ease. Roar. Xiaoyin stomped its front paw on the ground, instantly freezing the air before it. 3 translucent diamond-shaped ice walls materialized layer upon layer, crystal clear, with intricate frost patterns flowing across their surfaces. Bang, bang, bang. The pillar of fire smashed through the 3 ice shields consecutively, the high heat instantly melting the solid ice into boiling water, then evaporating it into scalding steam. The impact force was gradually weakened, finally dissipating as it collided with the cold aura shield that Xiao Yin had spontaneously formed around its body. But Xiao Yin was still pushed back 3 or 4 meters by the immense force, its claws gouging deep furrows into the special turf. The tips of its silver-blue fur were slightly singed and curled. Ice Featherbird Ice Cone Rain disrupted. Nailanqing's cool voice rang out. She had been observing calmly, and now seized the moment when the Fire Scale Rat's old power was exhausted and new power not yet born issuing the command decisively. The Ice Featherbird circling overhead spread its wings, and countless sharp ice cones rained down like a violent storm. The attack covered a wide area encompassing not only the Fire Scale Rat, but also several meters of ground around it, sealing off all possible escape routes. Shadow Cat Shadowbind targeted its left hind leg. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ying's command emerged from the shadows. The Shadow Cat, which had been lurking in the shadows at the edge of the arena, flashed its emerald eyes. The Fire Scale Rat's own shadow seemed to come to life, coiling like dark vines, and violently wrapping around the joint of its left hind leg. Nice coordination. Assistant Instructor Qin adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses, showing no emotion. Fire Scale Rat Earthquake. The Fire Scale Rat slammed its thick short tail heavily onto the ground. Boom. The pure force radiated outward from its center, causing the ground to undulate and explode violently like waves. The specially tough turf was torn apart, mud and roots churning up. The terrifying shockwaves spread in a ring, instantly shattering the shadow bindings around its leg into fragments. Even the falling ice cones were knocked off course, most of them landing askew in the ground around the Fire Scale Rat. Only a few scraped against its scales, producing a crisp ding-ding, without leaving even a white mark. Damn that power. Xia Yue couldn't help but click his tongue. The ground-type advantage against ice was fully displayed here. Pure physical shock that ice skills struggled to defend against effectively. Burrow. Assistant Instructor Qin spoke again, his tone still flat. The Fire Scale Rat's limbs frantically dug into the ground, and its vermilion-scaled body twisted like a drill, vanishing into the loosened earth in an instant, leaving only a dark hole. Watch out underground. Xia Yue's heart tightened, and he unleashed his psychic power fully, trying to sense the movements below. But the Fire Scale Rat's burrowing speed was too fast, and the ground had been thrown into chaos by the earlier earthquake, making the energy fluctuations jumbled and hard to pinpoint accurately. Behind us. Nailanqing suddenly shouted. The Ice Featherbird's sharp eyes locked onto the ground on the other side of the training ground, more than 20 meters from their original position. Boom. The earth exploded, and the Fire Scale Rat burst out covered in dirt, but with the flames on its scales undiminished. It emerged at a tricky angle right behind, and to the side of the 3 of them, an ideal attack point. Flame Claw target Ice Wolf King. Assistant Qin's command was concise and lethal. The Fire Scale Rat exerted its limbs, transforming into a streak of crimson light that lunged straight at Xiaoyin. Blazing flames erupted on its front claws, the intense heat distorting the air. Even before the claws struck, the scorching wave of heat surged forward. If this blow landed squarely, Xiaoyin would surely suffer severe injuries. Xiaoyin dodged left, tilt the ice crystal shield. Xia Yue barely had time to think, issuing commands based on battle instinct. Xiaoyin reacted with lightning speed, its massive body displaying astonishing agility as it leaped fiercely to the left and forward. At the same time, a tilted ice crystal shield materialized instantly at its side, the surface angled toward the charging Fire Scale Rat. Bang, crack. The flame claw slammed heavily onto the slanted ice shield. Most of the force was deflected away, but the shield shattered into pieces. The fire scale rat's momentum was halted. It landed, spun around swiftly, and raised its flame-wreathed claws once more. Ice Featherbird Polar Freeze Ray. Restrict its movement. Nalanxing's voice carried a hint of urgency. The Ice Featherbird halted midair, opened its beak, and fired a slender, yet intensely concentrated azure beam toward the fire scale rat's landing point. Where the beam passed, the ground instantly froze into smooth, mirror-like ice, and the temperature plummeted. The fire scale rat seemed particularly averse to this ranged attack. It growled lowly, abandoned its pursuit of Xia Yue, and swung its thick tail, now ablaze like a whip, shattering the incoming polar freeze ray midair with a burst of icy mist. Then it turned and unleashed a torrent of flaming breath, but since the Ice Featherbird flew at a great height, it dodged the attack with relative ease. The thick column of fire followed the bird's flight path, leaving a black scorch mark on the protective barrier above. Just as the fire scale rat stood still, releasing its skill now. Shadow Strike. Lining seized the long-awaited opportunity. From the shadow beneath the fire scale rat, the shadow cat emerged silently, like a specter. Its pitch-black claws, imbued with frigid shadow energy, struck viciously at the fire scale rat's belly, which was not covered by scales. Quick reaction. Assistant Qin finally nodded slightly, but his command remained calm. Blazing scale armor ignite. The moment the shadow cat's claws were about to touch the scales, the flames burning steadily within the gaps of the fire scale rat's vermilion scales suddenly contracted inward. Then boom. A ring of searing flame erupted violently from the fire scale rat. Not outward, but exploding right against the scale's surface, forming a brief, yet extremely high-temperature flame barrier. Meow. The shadow cat let out a pained cry, its claw's shadow energy instantly scorched away by the flames. The entire cat was hurled backward by the blast wave, barely adjusting its posture midair to land with a stagger, its front claws visibly singed black. Shadow cat. Lin Ying's face paled. No, we can't keep taking hits like this. Xia Yue's mind raced. The fire scale rat had high attack and defense plus the annoying skill of burrowing. In a direct fight, the three of them would be at a disadvantage. We need to limit its mobility, especially the burrowing. He looked at Nalanxing and Lin Ying and spoke quickly. Nalanxing, use Ice Seal Domain. Maximum range. Freeze the ground solid. Lin Ying, have Shadow Cat harass it, don't let it burrow or charge up. Xia Yue, are you ready? Oh, whoa. Xia Yue was eager. Nalanxing and Lin Ying exchanged glances, nodded without hesitation. Ice Featherbird Ice Seal Domain. Full power. Nalanxing held her breath, pouring out her spiritual energy without reserve. The Ice Featherbird in the air let out a long cry, fully spreading its wings. Azure light radiated like ripples, swiftly covering an area over 30 meters in radius, centered on the fire scale rat. Crack, crack, crack. The ground visibly thickened into a deep blue ice layer with a metallic sheen spreading outward. The ice surface was extraordinarily smooth and terrifyingly cold. The fire scale rat tried to scratch it with its claws, only leaving shallow marks, greatly slowing its burrowing speed. Shadow cat, shadow clone. Continuous harassment. Lin Ying gritted her teeth and commanded. The shadow cat shook its injured front paw, blurred its body, and split into 3 clones that were hard to distinguish from reality, charging at the fire scale rat from different directions. Not seeking to deal damage, only to distract its attention and prevent it from unleashing powerful skills that required charging. The fire scale rat was clearly enraged. It growled irritably, its flames surging as it tried to melt the ice beneath its feet with high heat. But Nalanxing's Ice Featherbird maintained the domain with all its might, and the ice melted far slower than it was formed. Now, Xia Yue Blizzard. Obscure vision, then Wolf Spirit. Summon the pack to entangle it. Xia Yue seized the moment, his spiritual energy surging out. Xia Yue's ice crystal crown on its forehead blazed with light, and it howled to the sky. Woo! A violent snowstorm erupted out of nowhere within the training ground. This was not an attack skill, but a large-scale weather change. Dense snowflakes and ice crystals instantly filled every inch of the ice seal domain, drastically reducing visibility. The howling wind not only interfered with vision, but also carried bone-chilling cold, further suppressing the fire scale rat's flames. Then within the blizzard, pairs of ice blue wolf eyes lit up. Over a dozen ice-field wolves composed of pure ice elements leaped out from the storm. They were slightly smaller than Xia Yue, but moved swiftly, fearlessly hurling themselves at the fire scale rat. The ice-field wolves bit and clawed with all their might, unable to breach the thick blazing scale armor, but they successfully restricted its movement, preventing it from escaping easily. The coordination is starting to take shape. Assistant Qin's voice came through the snowstorm, still flat. Then try this. Fire scale rat blaze domain, then earthquake. The fire scale rat suddenly reared up, slamming its front paws heavily onto the ice. Boom! A crimson flame domain exploded outward like a blast from its center, clashing fiercely with the azure light of the ice seal domain, producing a sizzling sound of melting. The ice surface quickly melted, filling the air with white mist. At the same time, a more violent tremor came from beneath its feet. This time, a larger-scale earthquake. The entire training ground shook wildly. Even with the ice cushioning, the terrifying shockwave made Xia Yue and the others unsteady on their feet. The ice field wolf phantoms shattered one after another in the tremors, and the ice seal domain's light flickered violently, becoming unstable. The ice feather bird in the air had its flight path affected and had to gain altitude. The shadow cat staggered, unable to maintain its shadow clones, which all dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, the fire scale rat's flames surged once more, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. Guess we have to use this. Xiaoying bloodline awakening. Xia Yue calmed his mind, using his spiritual energy to communicate with the power deep within Xiaoying's bloodline. Xia Yue was still not very familiar with this power, so he took advantage of the safe environment of battling his teacher to practice more. As for hiding his strength, Xia Yue had never thought about that. He hated people who possessed great power, yet kept it hidden all the time. Of course, the main reason was that he had a heavenly king father, so he wasn't too worried about others coveting his power. His spiritual energy, like fine threads, carefully probed into the Ice Wolf King's body. Instead of recklessly stirring as he did with the Ice Flame Horse last time, he tried to communicate and understand the dormant power lurking in the bloodline. He could faintly sense the bloodline origin like a frozen river. The traces from the last forced awakening still lingered, making this communication seem a tiny bit easier. Xiaoying, don't rush, feel it, and guide it. Xia Yue murmured in his mind, the intention from the contract steady and warm. Assistant Instructor Qin, observing this scene, first halted the fire scale rat's attack. After all, this was not a life or death battle, but primarily a teaching exercise. Deep within the ice blue eyes of Xiaoying, the Ice Wolf King, the familiar ancient azure glow, like a stone cast into a deep pool, began to ripple slowly outward once more. The familiar icy bone armor spread like a living entity until the scorpion tail's ice armor dragged long upon the ground. The chill around him condensed into a micro-blizzard domain spanning over 10 meters in diameter. Nalanqing, witnessing the Ice Wolf King's ancient form for the first time, could not hide her astonishment. She was instantly captivated by the magnificent and powerful Ice Wolf King, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the natural icy exoskeleton that resembled a work of art. This form. Nalanqing doubted her own strength for the first time. Can I truly ever catch up to him? She murmured, gazing at Xia Yue's back. Linning, though not seeing it for the first time, still couldn't tear his eyes away from the awakened Ice Wolf King. Xiaohei, I wonder if you will ever be this powerful. Meowed. Assistant Instructor Qin also watched the scene with keen interest. Ancient bloodline, truly astonishing. Student Xia Yue, thank you for showing me such a shocking sight. As repayment, I will go all out. Hey, who asked you to go all out? Xia Yue, looking at their expressions, suddenly recalled how Uncle Yunfeng had reacted when he saw the Ice Wolf King's ancient form in the forest. Back then his eyes nearly popped out of his head, but with so many heavenly kings around, he was too embarrassed to ask, so he just kept staring at Xia Yue with a resentful gaze. Remember to go see Uncle Yun after today's class. Otherwise he probably won't be able to sleep. The temperature within the training ground, caught in the tug-of-war between the ice domain and the fire scale rat's blazing domain, had been in a highly unstable, fluctuating state. But now, with the activation of Xiaoying's bloodline power, the cold air in the area covered by the ice domain seemed to have suddenly been infused with the soul, becoming heavier and more viscous. The falling snowflakes were no longer mere crystallized vapor. Each edge shimmered with a faint, almost metallic cold light. The fire scale rat, about to press its advantage, suddenly halted its movement. The oppressive force from the bloodline washed over it, and even a trace of it caused its instinctive flames to flicker. The blazing scale armor on its body crackled. Edge. Assistant Instructor Qin adjusted his glasses, showing obvious surprise for the first time. So that's it. A power within the bloodline akin to a rule exerts strong suppression over tamers with weaker bloodlines. A perfect opportunity. Xia Yue seized the momentary lag brought by the bloodline suppression. Xiaoying Winter's breath. Hold back, don't really freeze it. The Ice Wolf King opened its massive maw, and this time the ice blue breath it exhaled was much thinner than the last time it faced the Ice Flame Horse, fainter in color, almost transparent. But the intent to freeze and deprive life was even purer. Instead of shooting directly at the fire scale rat, it moved like a painter wielding a brush, precisely coating the edges of the fire scale rat's blazing domain and the icy ground beneath, which had been loosened by the earthquake and melted by the flames. SSSHH. There was no violent explosion, only a faint heart-stopping sound, as if time itself had frozen. The blazing domain on the fire scale rat's body, the rolling crimson halo, upon contact with this nearly transparent cold air, was eerily frozen entirely, turning into ice sculptures that fell to the ground. More crucially, the ground beneath its feet. The area that had been softened by the earthquake and fire became extremely hard after Winter's breath passed over it. The color turned dark with a faint starry azure glow, as smooth as a mirror, bitingly cold. The fire scale rat tried to burrow again, but its claws only produced a clanging metallic sound, numbing its own paws from the impact. Its burrowing and the earthquake that relied on ground leverage were both rendered useless. Beautiful. Even the usually silent observer Linning couldn't help but exclaim softly. The shadow cat crouched by his feet, watching the azure ice surface, its tail tip swaying gently. Nalanqing's ice feather bird lowered its flight altitude, its cold eyes reflecting the strange ice domain, as if silently calculating how it would respond to such an eerie terrain-altering attack. a power also at the rule level. Student Xia Yue, can you do it once more? Assistant Instructor Qin's voice rang out again. Xia Yue shook his head. This skill was essentially an ultimate move. The energy consumed was astronomical, and Xiaoyin could only release it once in its transformed state. So it can only be used once in terms of time. That makes it much more reasonable. Alright, today's lesson ends here. Assistant Instructor Qin took out a pen and paper and began to record. The flames on the fire scale rack quickly receded. It let out a somewhat unwilling low growl, but obediently stopped moving, shaking its slightly stiffened paws and trotting back to Assistant Instructor Qin's side. Assistant Instructor Qin looked at the Azure Ice Domain, then at the Ice Wolf King, whose breathing had steadied, and the azure light in its eyes was gradually fading. He was silent for a few seconds. Ancient bloodline. Like a recessive inheritance of some rule-based power. He seemed to be asking Xia Yue, or perhaps talking to himself. The chill just now has already touched a trace of the essence of the Ice Law, though still very faint among Ice-type tamers capable of this during the awakening. No, the resonance stage, I've never heard of such a feat. Ice Law. Xia Yue was completely baffled. He looked up at Xia Yue. How is the consumption? Xia Yue took a breath. The consumption is immense. Not just the Ice Wolf King's, but my own stamina and mental energy drain is also alarming. I can maintain this form for at most 10 minutes, and that's pushing it. Assistant Instructor Qin nodded, jotting down notes rapidly. That's already impressive. This ability will be your greatest trump card at the Northern Border Youth Cup. However, I suggest you keep this power as a hidden ace. Since its duration is limited, it's still relatively easy to counter. If the enemy deliberately stalls or uses a tamer specialized in defense, you'll be in trouble. Understood. Xia Yue replied seriously. He knew well that the bloodline power was the true trump card. The proper path lay in Xiaoyin's own growth and skill refinement. That concludes today's combat simulation. Assistant Instructor Qin closed his notebook. Your coordination as a group is better than I expected. Especially in the final response. Clear thinking and decisive execution. Take a 20-minute break, then each of you will conduct specialized skill training. Student Xia Yue, I have high hopes for you in the Youth Cup. Assistant Instructor Qin smiled, then turned and left. Nalan Qin took a deep look at Xia Yue. In the opening match of the semester, the gap between their abilities had been minimal, but as time passed, it was steadily widening. In the Youth Cup, I will defeat you. Nalan Qin still wore her cold expression, but there was a hint of recognition in her eyes. I look forward to it. Xia Yue chuckled cheerfully. Lin Ying glanced meaningfully at the two of them, then shook his head and led his tamer toward the rest area on the edge of the training ground. When the bell at 2:30 in the afternoon rang in Class A's training hall, Xia Yue was just brushing off the last traces of soot from the training from the Ice Wolf King's fur. The desperate fight with the fire scale rat in the morning, though he eventually gained the upper hand, had drained his physical and mental energy to nearly nothing. Xia Yue downed half a bottle of energy supplement, and only then did the throbbing soreness at his temples ease a little. Everyone assemble. Yao Zhaohua's voice rang out on time, as cold and clear as an icicle falling into a pool. She stood in the center of the training hall, the frost-tailed swallow on her shoulder, quietly preening its icy crystal-like feathers. The students quickly gathered around. Many still wore the fatigue and lingering excitement from the morning's battles. Yun Shi in particular was secretly rubbing his lower back, reportedly having twisted it during the morning fight. Xiaoyin also returned to Xia Yue's feet, reverting to its cub form, lazily yawning, which drew Su Shue's snow fox to curiously sniff over. The morning was for practical combat coordination with your spirit beasts. Yao Zhaohua's gaze slowly swept across the young faces. In the afternoon, it's your turn. With a flick of her wrist, the ice blue rhomboid crystal once again projected a light screen. The content on the light screen changed. It was no longer spirit beast information, but a diagram of 20 independent numbered training rooms, and below a line of striking red text, Class A exclusive spiritual meditation room. The school has a dedicated spiritual meditation room free for Class A students. She paused, her tone suddenly turning grave. You should know that we humans are also a kind of spirit beast. We can also enhance our strength through training. Not just the level of our spirit beast space, but also the improvement of spiritual power, which allows better communication with spirit beasts. The training hall fell silent, with only the occasional rustle of frost-covered leaves outside the window. Wait, humans are also a kind of spirit beast. That would mean. A terrifying thought crossed Xia Yue's mind. Then with a trembling right hand, Xia Yue slowly scanned himself with the system individual name Blue Star, Human Xia Yue, individual attribute. Individual level awakening stage, individual talent. Through individual skills, spirit beast affinity, purple mastery, blood resonance, purple proficient. Introduction common, on Blue Star. Xia Yue's mind was completely dazed. What? I really have a panel, and not only that, I actually have the blood resonance talent. Xia Yue had thought that the power of blood awakening came solely from Xiaoyin's skill, but it turned out it also had something to do with him. No wonder he had been so drained when Xiaoyin awakened. Wait, since I have a panel. Xia Yue silently tried adding gold coins to his skill. Ding. Proficiency increased successfully. Current blood resonance, purple mastery, 0-100. Holy crap, it actually works. Sorry Xiaoyin, I'm going to take half your resources from now on. Xia Yue muttered silently to Xiaoyin. Aowu. Xiaoyin looked at the guilt-ridden tamer with a face full of confusion. A terrifying thought suddenly struck Xia Yue. If humans are also spirit beasts, that means, can the spirit beast space also contract humans? Xia Yue shook his head vigorously, casting aside this horrifying thought. Boss Ya, what's wrong? It's been a while since we were dismissed. Yin Shi waved his hand in front of Xia Yue repeatedly. Nothing, I just thought of something unpleasant. Let's go to the training room. Xia Yue shook his head, forgetting those unpleasant thoughts. Dusk was approaching. The blood-red sunset stretched Xia Yue's shadow long. Dragging his exhausted body after a day of training, he returned home and collapsed onto the sofa. What class did you have today? You look so tired, Xia Qingyun asked while peeling an apple. Today we trained spiritual power. I feel completely drained. Xia Yue said weakly. Spiritual power training is indeed necessary. By the way, any thoughts on the Beijing Youth Cup? Xia Qingyun handed the peeled apple to Xia Yue. Of course I'm going for first place. Xia Yue took a big bite of the apple and mumbled. I've inquired about the rules. The Beijing Youth Cup is roughly divided into individual matches and team matches. Xia Qingyun put down the fruit knife and wiped his hands with a tissue. The team matches are for schools 2v2 doubles. The individual matches are unrestricted 1v1. Unrestricted rules. Xia Yue asked in confusion. Literally one-on-one with no restrictions, meaning no matter how many spirit beasts you have, you can use them all. In theory, you might face a 1v2 scenario. That I was just about to ask you. My spirit beast space has reached the second stage. Any recommendations for my second contracted spirit beast? Xia Yue tossed the core into the trash. Actually, you don't need to rush. Most tamers still focus on cultivating one main spirit beast since resources and time are limited. A spirit beast at the spirit communication stage can easily defeat two at the awakening stage. But if you really want to contract a second spirit beast, the offspring of a celestial level tamer has one chance to enter a high-level secret realm to capture a spirit beast. High-level secret realm. What's special about it? Xia Yue asked curiously. Our Dongli secret realms are divided into 3 levels: primary, intermediate, and high, mainly distinguished by size. The high-level secret realms, due to their vast area and sparse population, have large numbers of spirit beast clans breeding inside. If you're lucky, you might encounter a quasi-divine spirit beast clan. Then I'll catch you a quasi-divine one. Xia Qingyun said mysteriously. Quasi-divine, huh? In this world, there was also the concept of quasi-divine, meaning spirit beasts with potential close to that of divine beasts. Xia Yue was slightly lost in thought. If I can find a quasi-divine, that would be great. Most regions have unique quasi-divine spirit beasts in their secret realms. How about considering our Beijing's Red Crane Immortal? Red Crane Immortal. Xia Yue had heard some related news before. It was a more combat-oriented spirit beast. Dad, I want my second spirit beast to be more support-oriented and preferably one that doesn't consume too many resources. Is there such a quasi-divine? Xia Yue felt a bit embarrassed after saying that. You sure dare to think big with so many requirements. But Xia Qingyun seemed to suddenly think of something. It seems there really is such a spirit beast. What? There really is. Xia Yue had just made a wish, not expecting it to actually come true. I recall that the quasi-divine in the Yundian region actually fits your requirements. It's called Bobo Mushroom, I think. Since it's a grass-type spirit beast, it can photosynthesize to gain energy, which saves some resources. And its spores can provide some support to your Ice Wolf King. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Xia Qingyun took a sip of water and found that Xia Yue had already packed his luggage and was standing before him ready to go out. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I still need to apply for the quota from the authorities. Dad, is the application quick? There are only a little over 20 days until the Beijing Youth Cup. We're running out of time. Xia Yue paced back and forth. The application is very fast. If there's no queue, today's application can be approved by tomorrow. We'll take tomorrow morning's flight and arrive tomorrow afternoon. And don't you need to ask for leave? Hearing that Xia Yue was going with his father to subdue a second spirit beast, Yao Zhaohua didn't hesitate much. He merely gave a few instructions and granted Xia Yue a week's leave. The plane weaved through the clouds, and Huaning City below turned into a gray and white chessboard covered in snow and ice. Seeing it from such a height had a certain charm. I feel like I've forgotten something, Xia Yue murmured, staring out at the beautiful scenery, lost in thought. Forget it. If I can't remember, it must not be important. He stretched lazily. On the plane, it was forbidden to release spirit beasts, so Xia Yue kept shouting inside the spirit beast space. Go to sleep. You were too excited to sleep last night, weren't you? Xia Qingyun guessed from Xia Yue's expression. He is expected, Dad, you're right. I'll take a quick nap. With that, Xia Yue put on his sleep mask and drifted off. The roar of the plane's engines became particularly heavy upon landing, as if something pressed against the chest. Xia Yue removed his eye mask, released Xiaoyin, and looked out the porthole. On both sides of the runway, lush trees drooped listlessly under the blinding afternoon sun. As the cabin door opened, the air rushed in, completely different from the dry, cold wind blades of the Northern Territory. The place felt damp and sweltering, carrying a strange odor of fermented earth mixed with a cloying floral scent. It clung to the skin, immediately forcing a thin layer of sweat. Xia Yue tugged at his collar. Xiaoyin in his arms stirred uneasily, letting out a low whimper. This little creature was probably experiencing heat for the first time in its life. Its silver blue fur looked a bit limp, and its tongue slightly lolled out. Don't worry, you'll get used to it, Xia Yue said as he walked ahead, his steps steady, seemingly indifferent to the starkly different climate. He wore a simple short-sleeved shirt, looking more casual. The airport hall was well air-conditioned, and Xia Yue only then felt a bit revived. After retrieving their luggage, they followed the crowd outside. The man who came to pick them up was a dark-skinned, lean, and capable middle-aged man, driving a high-clearance off-road vehicle with fresh mud splatters on the body. Brother Xia, over here. The man grinned, showing black-stained teeth, his voice booming. Traffic was a bit heavy. Did you wait long? Old Dao, sorry for the trouble. Xia Yue stepped forward and shook his hand firmly, then turned to introduce, this is my son Xia Yue. Xia Yue, call him Uncle Dao. Hello, Uncle Dao. Xia Yue nodded while discreetly sizing up the man. A leather holster hung at his waist, holding a uniquely shaped curved blade. Several fierce old scars marked the back of his hand, yet his eyes were unexpectedly calm, even carrying a lazy smile. By his feet crouched a large lizard, overall grayish-brown, covered in rocky patterns. It was quietly flicking its forked tongue, its amber eyes watching them calmly. This is a rock armor lizard. You won't see this kind in the Northern Territory, right? Uncle Dao patted the lizard's rough head. Get in. Master Duan is waiting for you in the stockade. This damn weather. It's cooler in the car. Xia Yu's mind instantly conjured up a dramatic gangster story. His father was a former underworld king, a big shot in Yundian, who dominated everything. I didn't know Dad had such an amazing past. No wonder he's a heavenly king. The off-road vehicle left the airport and soon turned onto a winding mountain road. The road was narrow, with a steep cliff on one side and a bottomless gorge covered in dense vegetation on the other. Outside the window, greenery rushed toward them with astonishing density and layers. Tall, ancient trees hung with aerial roots tangled with unnamed vines, almost blocking out the sky. As for the air, it was still hot and humid, but with a touch of mountain forest freshness. It's a different world from the Northern Territory, isn't it? Uncle Dao said, steering with one hand while extending the other out the window to feel the wind. Here we only have 2 seasons all year round. The rainy season and the even wetter and hotter rainy season. He laughed heartily. But there are plenty of good things too. The forest hides treasures. Master Duan has been talking about your visit all day. Xia Yue held Xiaoyin, watching the strange and wonderful scenery flashing by outside. Occasionally they spotted colorful large birds startled from the forest, or small spirit beasts flashing through the roadside bushes. Xia Yue even saw a moving tree which seemed to be some kind of tree-type spirit beast. Everything here was filled with a vitality so vigorous, it was almost aggressive, completely different from the cold, stark beauty of the Northern Territory. Xiaoyin, how do you feel? Xia Yue asked softly. Xiaoyin rested its head on his arm, its ice blue eyes half closed, looking somewhat tired. It was clearly uncomfortable with the pervasive humidity and heat here. Even the circulation of its ice energy seemed to lag. Through the contract, Xia, you could feel a faint heat. Bear with it. Think of it as special environment training, Xia Yue said, rubbing its ears. Didn't teacher Yao say that adapting to various environments is part of strength? After about 2 hours of driving, they turned onto an even narrower dirt road and finally stopped at the entrance of a stockade built halfway up the mountain. The stockade was built along the mountain, consisting mostly of bamboo and wood stilt houses arranged in a scattered yet orderly manner. Above the main gate, a gilded sword and shield emblem hung at the center. Why is it a gem? Xia Yue exclaimed in surprise at the familiar emblem. What else could it be? Old Dao asked, puzzled by Xia Yu's reaction. Nothing. I just feel this place. Doesn't look like a gym. There are no requirements for a gym's design. It's not surprising, however it looks. Xia Yue explained from the side. Oh, Uncle Dao hopped out of the car and led Xia Yue and his father inside. Master Duan is in the bamboo building at the back. He likes peace and quiet. As they walked through the stockade, the air was filled with a mix of cooking smoke, pickled vegetables, and some medicinal herbs. Under many stilt houses lived all kinds of spirit beasts. Beetles with huge mouthparts, emerald green snakes coiled around bamboo poles, and brightly feathered birds fluttering in cages. Xia Yue even saw a monkey with a golden body and a tiny flame flickering at its tail, crouching on a rooftop and baring its teeth at him. Golden Flame Monkey, one of the 3 starter spirit beasts in Yundian. What do you think? Interested? Xia Yue stared seriously at the Golden Flame Monkey, not far away, scanning it with the system. Individual name: Golden Flame Monkey. Individual attribute: Fire Fighting. Individual level: Early Resonance. Individual talent: Monarch Stage. Individual skills: Flame Fist, Flame Jet, Iron Tail, Blazing Light Ray, Flying Kick. Introduction: a starter-level spirit beast in the Yundian region, often found in hot and humid areas. It excels at using fire and fighting attributes, and is a battle-type spirit beast with outstanding strength and agility. Firefighting type. Xia Yue was somewhat tempted as he gazed at the Golden Flame Monkey, its body gleaming like a golden gem. Hesitating, he said, let's check out the secret realm first. Uncle Dao casually remarked, alright, there are plenty of fire, bug, and poison types here. Your ice types from the northern frontier are quite a rarity around these parts. He glanced at Xiaoyin and Xia Yu's arms and chuckled. Finally, they arrived at the deepest bamboo building in the village. The building was surrounded by a bamboo fence enclosing a small yard planted with exotic flowers and herbs. A bird with emerald green feathers, translucent like jade, stood on the fence, preening itself. Spotting the visitors, it tilted its head and let out a crisp chirp. The Jadeite Sparrow, another of Yundian's 3 starter spirits, Uncle Dao explained, then called into the bamboo building, Master Duan, Brother Xia is here. The bamboo curtain was pushed aside and an old man emerged dressed in a loose linen shirt and slippers with graying hair, but a spirited demeanor. He held a small purple clay teapot, squinted to size up Xia Yue, and finally fixed his gaze on Xiao in a sharp glint flickering in his cloudy eyes. Master Duan, truly a grand elder. Xia Yue muttered, a bit taken aback by the old man's appearance as his father's tumultuous past faded like smoke in his mind. Xiao Xiao, finally here, Master Duan said, his voice slightly hoarse but vigorous. And this is little Xiao Xiang, an Ice Wolf King. This is my first time seeing an Ice Wolf King in the awakening stage. What brings you here, to challenge me? He asked with a hint of surprise, then calmed down and teased. Master Duan, don't make fun of us, Xia Chengyun said, helplessly shaking his head. We came to ask for your help in finding a second spirit beast for this young lad. Come inside, Master Duan beckoned, turning and entering the bamboo building. The interior was cool with bamboo mats on the floor and simple furnishings. A display shelf in the corner held various strange stones, animal bones, and dried plant specimens, emitting a faint herbal scent. Had it not been for the electric tea table on the desk, Xia, you would have thought he had stepped into ancient times. Master Duan gestured for them to sit, then cross-legged on the main bamboo couch brewed tea, and the Jadeite Sparrow flew over to perch on his shoulder. A second spirit beast. Want to cover your weaknesses? Master Duan took a sip of tea and said leisurely. Ice types fear fire, dread ground, and dislike fighting. Finding something in Yundian to counter these is not difficult. Fire type, golden flame monkey, blazing lizard. Ground type, rock armor lizard, burrowing badger. Fighting type, iron arm ape. I have connections for all of them. Even some bug and grass types with poison or paralysis effects can work wonders. He paused, looking at Xia Yue. What do you think, lad? Do you want a direct combatant that can fight alongside your Ice Wolf King and cover its weaknesses, or a versatile helper that can control the field and support, allowing your Ice Wolf King to perform better? Xia Yue pondered. He had thought about this on the way. If purely to cover elemental weaknesses, fire or ground types were the most straightforward choices. But a spirit beast is not just about type advantages. Tactical diversity and cooperation between beasts matter more. Grandpa Duan, Xia Yue organized his thoughts. I lean towards something more versatile. Shaoyin is already strong in frontal assault. If my second beast can play a supporting role, our tactics might be more flexible. Master Duan listened, showing approval. Clear-headed, not trapped by the type advantage mindset. Spirit beast battles in the end are about coordination and strategy. He set down the teapot. Versatility. Yundian is full of bizarre abilities. Light powder butterflies that create illusions, toxic mushrooms that release paralysis spores, even some special grass and ground types that can briefly control plants or terrain. But the most ideal is a quasi-divine beast from our region. You're in luck. Our people recently discovered a colony of bobo mushrooms in the secret realm. He stood up, walked to the display shelf, opened a wooden box, and revealed an ancient hand-drawn map with recent modifications. Here, roughly this spot. It was discovered when a heavenly king from Yundian was looking for an initial spirit beast for his child. Master Duan pointed to a location on the map. Take the map. Don't damage it. If you can't find the place, ask the indigenous people in the realm. He reluctantly handed the map to Xia Chengyun. Master Duan, I promise to return it intact, Xia Chengyun said with a grin, taking the map. All right, you rascal. When do you plan to enter the secret realm? Want to rest for a day? Master Duan poured them tea. Grandpa Duan, we won't rest. I have a competition next month, so I need to obtain a second spirit beast as soon as possible, Xia Yue said, sipping his tea. Young people have drive unlike us old fossils. Xiao Dao, take them there, Master Duan said, finishing his tea with a chuckle. Xia Yue and Xia Chengyun rode in Uncle Dao's car, winding higher into the mountains. After about half an hour, when Xia Yue felt a bit dizzy, they finally reached the destination. Xia Yue stepped out of the car. Before him stood a strangely shaped stone gate. The gate was made of an unknown blue stone, its surface covered in moss and vines. The frame bore intricate carvings resembling plant roots. The center of the gate was not solid, but a slowly rotating water-like pale green light curtain, exuding rich life, energy, and a faint spatial fluctuation. This is... Xia Yue looked at the light curtain. Our only high-level secret realm in Yundian. The Jadeite Forest, see, Uncle Dao said with a hint of pride. The ecosystem inside is similar to Yundian's rainforest, but with higher energy concentration. It's home to rare spirit beasts, some extinct in the outside world. The spirit beasts here are naturally bred and untamed. He looked at Xia Yue seriously. Xiao Yue, the secret realm is still a wild environment. Some beasts are aggressive and the terrain is treacherous. Be careful once you enter. Then, as if remembering something, he added, but with Brother Xia here, you probably don't need to worry. Except for the tribal leaders, there shouldn't be any beasts above the monarch stage. Uncle Dao handed 2 pure white stones to Xia Yue and his father. There's an exit similar to this stone gate inside. When you want to leave, crush the stone at the exit, and I'll open the door quickly, he instructed carefully. I understand, Uncle Dao, Xia Yue replied seriously. In his arms, Shaoyin seemed to perk up, its icy blue eyes fixed on the strange gate. All right, I won't delay you. Safety first, Uncle Dao said, waving goodbye. Xia Yue took a deep breath and stepped through the rippling pale green light curtain. Emerald light enveloped him. In the next moment, the light curtain in the center of the gate rippled like a stone thrown into water. A powerful suction pulled at him, and Xia Yue felt his feet lighten. The light before his eyes flickered and shifted, as if he had fallen into a pool of stirred ink. Xia Yue felt himself being pulled by a gentle, yet irresistible force. His feet grew light, and when he landed again the soles of his shoes sank into something soft and yielding. What rushed toward him was a damp, almost tangible humidity and the fragrance of vegetation far denser than the outside world. The air was so hot, it was almost suffocating, yet the life energy within it was exceptionally vibrant, invigorating his spirit. He stood at the edge of a forest clearing. Beneath his feet was soft soil carpeted with rotting leaves and moss, and all around him towered ancient trees, their trunks so thick that several people would need to link arms to encircle them. The canopy interwove high above into a green dome that blotted out the sky, allowing only a few fractured beams of sunlight to struggle through forming shafts of light in the misty air. Vines, ferns, and strange nameless flowers and grasses grew wildly, filling every inch of space. From afar came the calls of unknown birds and the droning of insects rising and falling in waves. Take a deep breath. It's normal to feel a little discomfort when entering a secret realm for the first time. Xia Qingyun's voice came from behind, steady and calm. He had entered almost at the same time as Xia Yue and was now surveying their surroundings. So this is the Jadeite Forest Sea. Xia Yue looked around, his heart filled with awe. The primeval vitality here far surpassed any rainforest outside. The name really fits. It's so hot. Xia Yue sighed, feeling the sweat instantly soak through his t-shirt. Xiaoyin in his arms was even more uncomfortable. Its ice blue fur looked sticky and damp in this humid heat, and the wolf seemed utterly wilted, ears drooping, tongue lolling, letting out aggrieved whimpers. Don't complain. Adapt to it. Xia Qingyun patted his son's shoulder, his sharp gaze sweeping the area. The Jadeite Forest Sea is the largest secret realm in Yundian, with several times the energy concentration of the outside world. There are many treasures, but also many dangers. Stay close to me and don't touch anything. Some plants here look beautiful, but might be highly toxic. Xia Qingyun pulled out a map. Uncle Duan gave rough markings. The habitat of the wave mushroom might be in the glowlight woods to the northeast, near an area perpetually shrouded in luminous spores. But the markings are from last week. We'll have to find the exact spot ourselves. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Dad. Xia Yue set Xiaoyin on the ground. The little creature's paws touched the slippery moss, and its ice-blue eyes were filled with disdain. The journey deeper into the secret realm was sheer torment. The damp heat seeped in everywhere, clothes clung to the skin, and sweat soaked through layer after layer. There was no proper path underfoot, only tangled tree roots, slippery moss, and hidden mud pits. Trouble soon arrived. Swoosh. They hadn't gone a kilometer when the vines beside them suddenly shook violently. A blur of emerald green shot out with astonishing speed straight for Xia Yue's calf. Xiaoyin reacted instantly, letting out a low growl and swatting a claw at it. Smack! The green shadow was sent flying, crashing into a tree trunk and sliding to the ground. Xia Yue looked closely. It was a small snake less than a meter long, as green as jade. It wriggled dizzily on the ground. Individual name: Jade Snake. Individual attribute: grass poison. Individual level: early awakening. Individual talent: transcendent. From the vines, a thick emerald green snake with a triangular head burst out, opening its mouth to spew a foul dark green poisonous mist. Xiaoyin ice crystal shield. Xia Yue's scalp tingled as he mentally commanded Xiaoyin. The wolf let out a low roar, and a translucent curved ice shield condensed in front of them. It's the evolved form of the jade snake, the green scale arrow poison snake. Xia Qingyun explained from the side. These spirit beasts were not high level, and he was mainly here to let Xia Yue train, so he didn't intervene. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The poisonous mist struck the ice shield, making a corrosive sound. The shield's surface quickly darkened and melted, but it held. Xiaoyin frost breath dispersed the mist. Xia Yue commanded. Xiaoyin opened its mouth, and a stream of icy blue cold air shot out, colliding with the poisonous mist, quickly freezing and scattering it. The snakes seemed to loathe ice energy, hissing and retreating back into the vines. Not bad reaction, Xia Qingyun commented. But the ice shield was a bit slow to form, and the angle was off. In this environment, your ice skills are affected by both moisture and high temperature. You need to anticipate and compress the energy output. Xia Yue nodded, wiping his sweat. He knew his father was right. Xiaoyin's ice shield had been half a beat slower than in the northern regions, and weaker too. They pressed on with constant harassment. There were stinger fungi hidden under leaves that suddenly sprang up to shoot paralyzing spikes, whip tree demons disguised as branches that lashed out with thorny vines when they approached. There were even swarms of ironclad stinger wasps the size of fists and gleaming with metallic luster, buzzing after them for a long distance, until Xia Qingyun released his blazing dragon eagle to scare them off. Xiaoyin, as the main combatant, was drained. It not only had to deal with attacks, but also resist the constant suppression and consumption of its ice energy by the environment. Now it was clearly listless, its beautiful silver blue fur stained with mud and plant juices. This won't do, Xia Yue said, rubbing Xiaoyin's head with concern. We're too passive, and the energy drain is too high. Dad, we need to find the natives of the secret realm. Without a guide, it's nearly impossible to move. Xia Qingyun stopped, looked at the map, and mused. To be honest, I'm not keen on dealing with those people. What do you mean, Dad? Xia Yue panted, propping his hands on his knees. You don't know? The natives of the Jadeite Forest Sea are called the Xingmiao tribe. They are experts in using goo worm-type spirit beasts which are hard to defend against. If it weren't special circumstances, I really wouldn't want to deal with them, Xia Qingyun said with a hint of fear. Xingmiao tribe. Xia Yue had read about them in textbooks. The Xingmiao were a special spirit beast tribe living in seclusion near Yundian and Qianling, highly skilled in using goo worm spirit beasts. The most widespread legend was about the Xingmiao girls. It was said that a Xingmiao girl would plant a love goo on the one she loved. If they grew old together, the love goo would continuously nourish both their spiritual powers, but if one's heart changed, the goo would backfire, and neither would survive. Dad, you don't mean? Xia Yue felt a jolt of unease as he saw his father's apprehensive expression, a troubling thought crossing his mind. What are you thinking? Xia Qingyun shot him a glare, but his gaze seemed distant, as if recalling something from the past. It's a long story. Your mother knows about it too. It was many years ago, back when I was still in college. He paused, running a hand through his hair, as if recollecting unpleasant memories. Back then I was something of a big shot. The school held a competition, and I won the championship. Xia Yue nodded, waiting for him to continue. After the competition, when I was receiving my award, a girl from the sacred Miao tribe dressed in elaborate attire covered in silver ornaments blushed and ran up to me in front of a crowd. Xia Qingyun's expression turned awkward and confessed her feelings. Xia Yue nearly burst out laughing, but held it back, sensing it was inappropriate. And then, oi. Then? What then? Xia Qingyun said, as if it were obvious. I was already with your mother back then, so I naturally turned her down. She was a nice girl, and I didn't want to lead her on. I rejected her quite straightforwardly. It didn't sound like a big deal. Xia Yue was puzzled. Then why are you worried? The thing is, the people of the sacred Miao tribe. They tend to be somewhat stubborn, or rather exceptionally pure-hearted. Xia Qingyun sighed. That girl later dropped out of school, supposedly returning to the secret realm. I never saw her again. But she was one of the saintesses chosen by the sacred Miao tribe to come to the outside world for exchange back then. My rejection might have hurt her pride a bit. He rubbed his chin. And after all these years, that young girl might now be an elder with considerable influence in the sacred Miao tribe. Now we're going to ask for their help to find the spirit beast in their secret realm. If I can't help but feel a bit uneasy. Xia Yue finally understood. His father was embarrassed about having rejected someone years ago, and now having to go ask for a favor. Forget it. For your second spirit beast, I'll swallow my pride. Xia Qingyun took a deep breath as if steeling himself and patted his son's shoulder. Let's go. We'll head straight there. The sacred Miao tribe's village was different from the ones built against the mountains like Uncle Duan's. It was deeper, hidden in the nearly core area of the rainforest. Following a clear emerald stream that flowed with unusual swiftness upstream, Xia Yue and his father walked for nearly an hour before glimpsing the outline of the village gate. The gate was extremely ancient, constructed from massive logs covered in moss and vines. Above the lintel hung a strange totem woven from black ore and colorful bird feathers, exuding a mysterious and solemn aura. There were no guards at the entrance, but Xia Yue could sense at least several calm, yet unignorable gazes fixed upon them from the surrounding dense forest. Xia Qingyun stepped forward and lightly knocked on the gate. The iron ring, as thick as a thigh, struck the wooden door with a dull thud. The wait was brief but silent, broken only by the gurgling of the stream and birdsong from the woods. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and a faint fragrance reminiscent of precious wood. The gate slid open silently inward, as if moved by some mechanism or the power of a spirit beast. Behind the gate lay a clean, winding path paved with smooth cobblestones leading deeper into the village. Standing there was a woman dressed in a deep blue robe embroidered with intricate silver thread patterns, wearing a magnificent silver crown. She appeared to be around 40, with delicate features but a distant, authoritative air. Beside her stood a young girl, also in elaborate attire, no older than 20. Her face was free of makeup, her features naturally exquisite. No visible spirit beasts accompanied them, but Xia Yue keenly felt that the surrounding trees, vines, and even the tiny grass sprouting from the cobblestone crevices were subtly connected to their auras. The moment Xia Qingyun saw the woman, his body stiffened almost imperceptibly, then he forced an awkward smile. Ahem, Miao Yaya, long time no see. The woman called Miao Yaya cast a calm glance at Xia Qingyun, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment, an expression devoid of emotion, making his smile grow even more strained. Then her eyes fell on Xia Yue and the little silver creature in his arms, which looked a bit droopy due to the unfamiliar environment. Heavenly King Xia, you've traveled a long way. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Elder Ye's voice was as calm and cool as her demeanor, betraying neither joy nor anger. She spoke standard Dongli language, but with a unique soft inflection at the end. Manager Duan has already sent word explaining your purpose. To venture deep into the rainforest in search of a suitable partner for the younger generation. That sentiment is worthy of respect. May I ask what kind of spirit beast the young friend seeks as his partner? Elder Ye's calm voice resonated in Xia Yue's ears. Auntie Ye, I heard from Grandpa Duan that traces of the Bobo mushroom tribe have recently been discovered in the secret realm. I would like to have a Bobo mushroom as my partner. Xia Yue said sincerely. Bobo mushroom, huh? Elder Ye's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, as if hesitating. What's the matter, Andia? Is there a problem? Xia Yue asked politely. I'll be straight with you. That Bobo mushroom tribe is currently in our village's ancestral land. Because of the recent heat, they migrated from the Gloomlight Woods in the north to our ancestral land. Elder Yue explained. Ancestral land. May I ask what the requirements are for entering your tribe's ancestral land? Xia Qingyun inquired, hoping his son could contract a spirit beast of exceptional talent. There are no specific requirements, but we need the chieftain's approval. Follow me. Xia Yue and his father followed Elder Yue to a rather secluded house. The entire structure was covered with various unidentifiable feathers, animal bones, and talisman stones, exuding an air of mystery. They pushed open the door and entered. Inside was an old woman also dressed in sacred Miao tribal attire, wearing a silver crown. She held a staff made of some unknown wood with a pure white gem embedded at the top. Guests have come. The old woman, who seemed very advanced in age, was lying on a recliner. She slowly opened her eyes at the sight of the visitors. Chieftain, some Dongli people wish to enter the ancestral land to seek a spirit beast partner. Elder Ye entered the room and got straight to the point. The ancestral land. The old woman seemed to be lost in thought, her gaze sweeping over Xia Qingyun and lingering on Xia Yue for a long time. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she sat up abruptly. Grandmother. The young girl beside Elder Ye hurried forward to support the chieftain. I'm fine. The old woman took a deep breath. Young man, if you wish to enter the ancestral land, you must agree to 3 conditions set by our sacred Miao tribe. What conditions? Xia Yue asked, curiously, knowing that with his current strength, he probably couldn't fulfill any conditions. You can owe them for now. When we need them, we will come to collect. The old woman's eyes bored deeply into Xia Yue. I agree, but these 3 conditions should not be excessive. I also have the right to refuse, Xia Yue said after a moment's hesitation. Of course, Xia Yue. Tell them the rules and lead them to the ancestral ground. This old woman needs some rest. The clan leader, seemingly unconcerned about Xia Yue backing out, yawned and sent them on their way. Elder Ye led them away, explaining as they made their way toward the ancestral ground. The ancestral ground lies behind the village past the Sacrifice Valley. However, the Shungyao ancestral ground has its own laws. Outsiders may only enter accompanied by a clansman. They must not disturb the tranquility of the grounds, damage any vegetation, nor aggress against any living creature within. After finding a suitable companion, you must obtain its willing consent before attempting the contract. If it refuses, you must not force it. Young friend Xia, can you abide by these terms? Naturally, everything will follow the Shungyao tribe's customs. Xia Yue nodded hastily. Rest assured, Aunt Ye, we will strictly observe the rules. We are merely seeking companions with no intention to offend. Elder Ye nodded and continued toward the ancestral ground. Please follow me. The path through Sacrifice Valley can be treacherous. Stay close. Elder Aya turned and walked lightly along the cobblestone path. Her elaborate dress and heavy silver ornaments seemed to impose no burden upon her. The village structures were primarily bamboo and timber, yet crafted with greater antiquity and refinement. Intricate carvings adorned many walls and pillars depicting forest spirit beasts and celestial patterns. Occasionally, Xingyao people of all ages would appear, most accompanied by unusual grass-type or poison-type spirit beasts. Some of these creatures even grew directly upon the beams and pillars of houses, blooming with flowers of delicate muted hues. The entire village exuded tranquility and harmony, suffused with a natural aura that seemed indistinguishable from the surrounding forest. Beyond the village, a narrow valley entrance lay, framed between 2 towering rock faces. The valley mouth was shrouded in a denser, multicolored, luminescent mist, countless glowing spores converging in the air. This is Sacrifice Valley. Elder Ye's voice reached their ears like still water upon a lake's surface. Enough. We've reached the limit. The ancestral ground permits only those below the Heavenly King realm to enter. Young friend Xia, you may proceed with Qingqing. Remember, you must abide by the ancestral customs. Understood, Aunt Ye. After Xia Yue spoke, Xia Qingyun offered a few final instructions and watched as Xia Yue and the young Xingyao maiden walked into the distance. Within the valley, the light grew brighter rather than dimmer. Fluorescent moss and fungi clung to both cliff faces and the valley floor, bathing the entire landscape in an ethereal, otherworldly radiance. The air here was remarkably pure, each breath rich with vital energy that invigorated the lungs. Beneath their feet lay soft, damp soil intermixed with tiny, luminous crystal sand. Hello there, I'm Miao Qingqing. The girl's eyes sparkled like stars, a moonlit smile gracing her delicate features. Hello, I'm Xia Yue. Xia Yue greeted her. The Xingyao people all possessed striking features, and Miao Qingqing stood among them. Despite having encountered many young women, none had come close to matching her beauty, save perhaps Nailan Qing. Xia Yue thought to himself. Xia Yue, I've heard you hail from the Northern Territory. What is the environment like there? Miao Qingqing's eyes flickered with unmistakable curiosity about the outside world. The Northern Territory, everything lies beneath ice and snow, vast stretches of white. Snow? I've never seen it before. Miao Qingqing expressed deep longing for the snow. It's not all that pleasant snow. The Northern Territory's temperatures are biting cold. We must layer up heavily when going out. It's quite inconvenient, Xia Yue explained as they walked and conversed with Miao Qingqing. Miao Qingqing walked ahead, turning to converse with Xia Yue as they went. She seemed intimately familiar with every inch of this land, deftly sidestepping areas that appeared unremarkable, but whose hidden dangers Xia Yu's instincts warned him to avoid. Xia Yue followed, closely speaking as they walked. Xiaoyin, cradled in his arms, appeared somewhat more at ease in this pure life-brimming atmosphere, its keen gaze sweeping over the luminous moss surrounding them. The valley was not long. After roughly 10 minutes of walking, the scenery opened abruptly before them. A woodland sanctuary beyond words, breathtaking in its beauty, lay before them. Enormous ancient trees, likely over a millennium old, stood like guardian deities. Their crowns interlaced high above, casting a soft moonlit radiance downward. Beneath the trees, a carpet of luminous moss, fine and supple, spread across level ground. At the center of the clearing, a clear spring welled up, its waters crystal pure and radiating especially potent life energy, while spores like scattered starlight drifted upon its surface. And on this clearing, the most enchanting sight was none other than the creatures that seemed to have stepped straight from a fairy tale. Mushroom-type spirit beasts of every variety vied in splendor. Xia Yue activated his system to scan them. All were creatures whose names he had never encountered. Fire-pattern mushrooms, water-dew mushrooms, sunlight mushrooms, little breeze mushrooms, star mushrooms, poisonhorn mushrooms. Xia Yu's eyes grew dizzy from the sheer variety. Xia Yue, look. Those are bobo mushrooms. Miao Qingqing tugged at his sleeve, pointing toward the faint golden mushrooms scattered like stars beside the enormous ancient tree. Their numbers far exceeded those in the reference images Grandpa Duan had provided, varying in size and form. Some bore warm pale brown caps, others were speckled with golden dots like stars, and a few had filaments dangling from their edges like tassels. Some took root quietly in the glowing moss, their filaments emitting a faint light as they performed photosynthesis-like processes. Others gathered in small clusters, their hyphal tendrils gently brushing against one another, exchanging silent messages. Still others, particularly young and tiny, wobbled across the clearing in pursuit of the brightest spore motes, drifting through the air, emitting soft popping sounds that made them utterly endearing. The entire scene was tranquil, harmonious, and imbued with spirituality, as though time itself flowed more slowly and gently here. This is one of the primary habitats of the Bobo mushroom clan, the banks of the sacred spring. Miao Qingqing paused, lowering her voice as though fearful of disturbing the peace. Mushroom-type spirit beasts are gentle by nature and deeply attuned to the natural world. Remember to be gentle and careful, she added. With that, she stood quietly aside, gazing at the Bobo mushrooms with warmth, as though she herself were part of this tranquil painting. Xia Yue handed Xiaoyin to Miao Qingqing, signaling it to wait patiently. Though reluctant, Xiaoyin obediently settled into her embrace, its ice blue eyes never leaving Xia Yue as he approached the luminous moss. Xia Yue drew a deep breath and deliberately stilled any urgency or anxiety within him. He stepped slowly into the soft, faintly glowing moss, each footfall muffled in light. Ding detected that the host is about to contract a second beast. Mission issued. Capture common potential beast, reward silver hex deck enhancement rune 1, gold coins 100. Capture rare potential beast, reward gold hex deck enhancement rune 1, gold coins 200. Capture demigod potential beast, reward colored hex deck enhancement rune 1, gold coins 500. Capture divine beast, reward starlight enhancement rune 1, gold coins 1000. The system has issued another mission. There's even an option to capture a divine beast. Starlight enhancement rune, what is that? Xia Yue was full of curiosity, but unfortunately the requirement for capturing a divine beast was too high. He decided to focus on capturing a demigod potential beast. There are so many types of babogu. Xia Yue noticed that the babogu around him were all different. Grass-type beasts have a special sprouting period, and they will differ somewhat after growth. Miao Qingqing explained. As Xia Yue approached, he immediately caught the attention of some babogu. A few that were closer stopped moving their round caps, slightly turning toward him. Their simple sketch-like eyes were filled with pure curiosity, but no panic or hostility. Xia Yue stopped about 5 or 6 meters away from the nearest small group of babogu, slowly crouching down to make himself appear less towering. He didn't speak, just quietly observed them, radiating goodwill as much as possible. He stayed still for a while like a stone, blending into the surroundings. After a moment, he took out a prepared energy bar from his small bag. He tore open the wrapper gently, placed it on the moss in front of him, and then took a small step back. A faint, fresh scent of food emanated. For wild beasts, this aroma was extremely enticing. Sure enough, a few babogu's mycelia twitched slightly, as if tempted. But they were cautious and did not approach immediately. Xia Yue was in no hurry. He slowly scanned the entire babogu colony, gently spreading his spiritual sense, without any aggression, like a breeze brushing over the water's surface, softly perceiving. He was looking for an individual with special traits or outstanding talent. Individual name babogu. Individual attribute grass. Individual level early awakening. Individual talent monarch tier. Description: a demigod-level beast from the Yunnan region, often found in humid areas brimming with life force. It excels in utilizing grass-type powers, and is a support-type beast with outstanding life abilities. Individual name babogu. Individual attribute grass. Individual level newborn. Individual talent transcendent tier. Most babogu had talents ranging from transcendent to monarch, remarkably impressive potential for a demigod clan. But Xia Yue wanted to find a partner who could keep up with Xiaoyin, at least one with cataclysm tier potential. His gaze swept past the spring's edge where several babogu with noticeably larger bodies and more intricate cap patterns stood. Their auras were calmer and more profound, and more luminous spores naturally gathered around them. The system scanned them, and indeed they were all at late monarch or peak monarch talent, just one step away from cataclysm. Still not quite enough. Xia Yue murmured softly. Just as Xia Yue thought that a babogu with cataclysm potential was rare and hard to find, and was about to step back to choose the best among these peak monarch ones. His peripheral vision caught sight of an ancient tree standing to the side, and behind the spring half of its trunk petrified, yet still stubbornly growing sparse fluorescent leaves. In the natural hollow formed by the intertwined dragon-like roots exposed above the ground, a babogu sat quietly. It was slightly smaller than the monarch tier babogu by the spring, and its cap was a very pure light gold. The natural patterns on it were not ordinary waves or spots, but a simple star map seemingly connected by starlight. Unlike its companions, it was not photosynthesizing or interacting, it just sat there quietly, its mycelia gently resting on the ancient roots beneath, its cap slightly drooping, as if listening to the tree's whispers. Xia Yue carefully probed it with his spiritual sense. Individual name babogu poison-type mutant. Individual attribute grass poison. Individual level mid-awakening. Individual talent cataclysm tier. Individual skills healing spores toxin spores photosynthesis. Description: a mutant among the babogu clan possessing special poison-type power. Found it. A dual attribute mutant. Xia Yue's heart skipped a beat. This was the one. Suppressing his excitement, he moved imperceptibly slowly toward the base of the ancient tree. At the same time, he tore open a corner of the energy bar's wrapper, letting a very rich food aroma like a guided stream drift slowly toward the star-patterned babogu. The star-patterned babogu seemed to stir slightly. Its simple sketch-like eyes slowly turned toward Xia Yue. The look was still calm curiosity, but perhaps with a touch of contemplation. Xia Yue stopped, no longer approaching, about 7 or 8 meters away. He met the babogu's gaze and transmitted peace and friendliness through his spiritual sense. The star-patterned babogu looked at him quietly for a long while. Then it did something unexpected. One of its mycelial tendrils resting on the ancient root lifted slightly, and a tiny soft golden-green light lit up at its tip. The light point detached from the mycelium drifted with the breeze and floated slowly towards Xia Yue as if carried by an invisible hand. It landed gently on his outstretched palm, instantly merging into his skin. A warm, pure, and vibrant energy spread through him instantly. The light point not only dispelled the discomfort of the humid rainforest, but also cleared away his mental fatigue. Xia Yue felt as if he had been cleansed by the purest spring, refreshed and invigorated. What is this? Xia Yue looked at the star-patterned babogu. Its star map-like cap seemed to flash faintly for a moment. Xia Yue understood. He thought for a moment, then took out a small piece of ice crystal he had brought from the northern border. This was definitely a rare find in the rainforest. He placed the ice crystal on the moss in front of him, and then through his spiritual sense transmitted images from his memory. Xiaoyin running across the icy plains and howling in the blizzard, scenes impossible to see in Yunnan. The star-patterned babogu grew quiet again, as if digesting the information. It looked at the pure ice crystal, then turned its gaze to Xia Yue. This time it slowly stood up from the hollow formed by the ancient roots. Its short, slender mycelial legs supported its round body, and it began to walk unhurriedly, stepping on the glowing moss, moving towards Xia Yue. The surrounding babogu seemed to notice this scene. Many stopped their activities and looked over, as if a silent attention filled the air. The star-patterned babogu stopped about a meter in front of Xia Yue. It raised its cap, looked at him, then extended a mycelial tendril and gently touched the back of his hand. A clearer, gentler thought came through, and Xia Yue instantly understood its meaning. Done. A surge of indescribable joy rose within him, and his smile grew brighter and warmer. He extended his hand, palm up, hovering in front of the babogu. The star-patterned babogu leaped lightly, its short mycelial legs pushing off nimbly, and its round body landed steadily in Xia Yue's palm. The touch was cool, smooth with the fresh scent of plants, and it was not heavy. Xia Yue carefully cradled it with both hands, feeling the gentle, yet steady rhythm of life in his palms. Miao Qingqing watched this heartwarming scene and said softly, "It chose you. You must treat it well." Xia Yue nodded, looking down at the babogu emitting a faint starlight from his palm, and whispered, "From now on I'll call you Xiaogu." Xiaogu's cap swayed slightly as if nodding. The contract succeeded. Miao Qingqing's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of laughter. She had somehow already approached, cradling Xiao Yin, who was dozing comfortably with his eyes half closed. This little one seemed to adore the pure natural aura emanating from Miao Qingqing. It succeeded. Xia Yue carefully cradled the star-patterned popo mushroom, feeling its lightness, like holding a warm living cloud. The little mushroom's mycelium gently coiled around his arm, conveying a gentle and affectionate emotion. The power of beast-taming affinity was truly formidable. "Miao Qingqing, thank you for guiding me. No need to be polite. It chose you." Miao Qingqing shook her head, her gaze falling on the unique star pattern on the mushroom's cap, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "This popo mushroom is extraordinary. In all my time in the ancestral land, I've rarely seen one with such clear markings." She paused, looking at Xia Yue. What are your plans next? She blinked her eyes like forest springs shimmering with curiosity. How about a stroll around the ancestral land? Xia Yu's heart stirred. He glanced at the little mushroom in his arms, then at Xiao Yin sleeping soundly in Miao Qingqing's embrace. The energy within the ancestral land was dense, an ideal training ground for both Xiao Gu and Xiao Yin. Miao Qingqing. Xia Yu began cautiously. If it's not too much trouble, could Xiao Yin, Xiao Gu and I stay in the ancestral land for a day or two? I'd like to train these two a bit. Miao Qingqing's lips curved into a beautiful smile. I knew you'd say that. The shores of the Holy Spring are home to mushroom-type beasts, and outsiders are generally not allowed to linger long. However, she pointed deeper into the area toward a direction shrouded by denser light mist and ancient towering trees. The ancestral land is vast. To the east lies a trial forest inhabited by some relatively lively and spirited beasts. Trial forest. Xia Yu stroked his chin. Xiao Yin was on the verge of a breakthrough, and it would be a good chance to hone the coordination between Xiao Yin and Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu seemed to understand. The star pattern on its cap flickered faintly, conveying a sense of reassurance. Then I'll trouble you. Xia Yu nodded to Miao Qingqing. Just call me Qingqing, she said with a wave, handing Xiao Yin back to Xia Yu. Xiao Yin stirred reluctantly, opening his eyes. Seeing Xia Yue, he gave a lazy howl and shifted to a more comfortable position before dozing off again. Xia Yu was quite busy, holding Xiao Yin in one arm and Xiao Gu in the other. Xiao Yin let out a soft howl at Xiao Gu as if greeting him. Xiao Gu condensed a light orb, drifting it slowly toward Xiao Yin. As the orb merged into Xiao Yin's body, he let out a contented howl. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way, Qingqing. Xia Yu placed Xiao Gu on his head and held Xiao Yin in both arms, speaking to Miao Qingqing. All right, follow me. Miao Qingqing chuckled softly at the sight of Xia Yue, then stepped lightly along a path to the east of the holy spring marked by glowing moss. Miao Qingqing walked ahead with a brisk step, the silver ornaments of the holy Miao tribe chiming like wind chimes with her movements. She occasionally glanced back at Xia Yue, a mischievous glint in her eyes. He did look rather comical at the moment. With one arm holding a yawning ice wolf cub and the other steadying a moving mushroom hat on his head, he had to walk carefully. It's just ahead. She stopped at the edge of a forest clearing, pushing aside trailing vines. The scene before them was starkly different from the tranquility of the Holy Springs shore. The trees here were still tall, but more widely spaced. The ground was covered in a thick layer of dark, resilient moss, soft underfoot. At the edge of the clearing grew low, stout shrubs with leaves as sharp as blades, gleaming with a metallic cold light in the dim surroundings. The dense life energy in the air gradually faded, replaced by the earthy scent unique to the forest. Xia Yue, do you see those blade leaf shrubs? Miao Qingqing pointed at the peculiar plants. And those iron armor snails on the tree trunks. They're the most suitable sparring partners for you in the trial forest. When threatened, the blade leaf shrubs fire their leaves at high speed. The iron armor snails have extremely hard shells, move slowly, and spray corrosive mucus when in danger. She paused, looking at Xiao Yin and Xia Yu's arms. This is a good chance for Xiao Yin to adapt to a different environment. Remember, try not to damage too many shrubs, and don't actually break the snail's shells. Understood. Xia Yu nodded, carefully lifting Xiao Gu from his head and placing it on a clean, large rock. Xiao Gu, rest here for now. If Xiao Yin needs help, you can step in. Xiao Gu's cap bobbed up and down, its mycelium gently settling on the rock. Leave it to me. Then Xia Yu set Xiao Yin on the ground. Xiao Yin, revert to your full size. You can let loose a bit here. Oh, whoa. Xiao Yin let out a low growl, and under the control of the linked gloves, his body rapidly expanded from cub size back to the nearly 2-meter-tall Ice Wolf King form. Due to the environment, his silver blue fur appeared slightly dull. He trod on the soft moss with some disdain, his ice blue eyes scanning the silent blade leaf shrubs and slowly moving iron armor snails with vigilance. Take your time to adapt to the environment, Xia Yu said in a low voice. Try using basic movement and claw strikes to dodge or block those leaves. Xiao Yin understood. Without using skills, he dashed across the forest floor with pure physical strength. Swoosh. As he approached a blade leaf shrub about 3 meters away, the seemingly still leaves suddenly sprang up. Not just 1 or 2, but 7 or 8 leaves shot out simultaneously, as fast as crossbow bolts, cutting through the air, with sharp whistling sounds flying at Xiao Yin from various angles. Xiao Yin's pupils contracted. His muscles tensed in an instant, and his massive body displayed agility that belied its size. He sidestepped backward while swinging his right claw, which had a thin layer of ice crystals forming on the back. Clink, clink, clink. Several leaves that couldn't be completely avoided struck the ice crystal claw guard, producing crisp metallic sounds before being deflected. But Xiao Yin's movements were noticeably slower than in the north. The last leaf grazed past his hind leg, cutting off a few strands of silver blue wolf fur. So his physical movements are restricted by the environment. Xia Yu observed, understanding that the hot, humid climate suppressed the ice-type beast. This is the pressure of the environment on an ice-type beast. Keep moving. Watch your feet and your head. Xiao Yin growled, seemingly a bit unconvinced. It began to increase speed, dashing through the forest while shooting tiny ice crystals at the surrounding blade leaf bushes. Xiao Yin deliberately provoked, attracting countless aggro. In an instant the clearing was filled with the sound of rustling as countless sharp leaves shot out from every corner, weaving into a dangerous net. Xiao Yin's figure flashed swiftly within the net, jumping, rolling, and occasionally blocking with its ice crystal-covered claws or tail. Its movements gradually became smoother from the initial clumsiness, though the sluggishness caused by the environment was still evident. However, its powerful combat instincts were rapidly adapting to the unfavorable conditions. Xiao Yin's energy was continuously consumed, then replenished by Xia Yue through their mental link. Its breathing grew slightly heavier, but its eyes became increasingly bright. Good? Just like that. Xia Yue watched closely, sensing Xiao Yin's state. Try to wrap the ice energy more precisely around your claws or on specific parts of your fur. Xiao Yin tried as instructed. It no longer tried to freeze the flying leaves with cold air, but instead compressed the ice energy extremely, as if coating its claws and vital body parts with a thin yet tough film of ice crystals. This film not only effectively resisted the cutting of the leaves, but also caused a slight slip upon contact, further dissipating the impact force. The consumption continued, but the ice energy within Xiao Yin became more active and condensed during the confrontation. Xia Yue could clearly feel that the large amount of ice resources previously exchanged from the school was being rapidly digested by Xiao Yin. The energy within Xiao Yin was gradually rising. After reaching a certain critical point, it began to become unstable like water before boiling. A breakthrough was imminent. Xia Yue's spirit lifted. His gaze swept across the clearing and locked onto an exceptionally large iron-armored snail, whose shell gleamed with a dull metallic luster, slowly munching on glowing moss. This creature's aura was roughly at the late resonance stage, and its defense was undoubtedly the strongest here. Xiao Yin. Xia Yue's voice suddenly rose. See that largest iron-armored snail? Fight it. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yin abruptly stopped its dodging and locked its ice-blue eyes onto the iron-armored snail. A torrent of frost breath poured out its abundant icy power, seemingly diluting the forest's heat. The iron-armored snail sensed the danger and immediately retracted into its shell. The shell was extremely hard. The frost breath only left a few ice shards on its surface. Xiao Yin channeled its power into its right forepaw. The ice crystal film on the wolf's claw slowly grew, transforming into a half-meter-long ice crystal claw, whose tip gleamed with piercing cold light. Now, Xia Yue commanded. Awoke. Xiao Yin let out a deafening howl, turning into a silver-blue lightning bolt that lunged straight at the iron-armored snail. Its speed was so fast that it left a faint trail of icy mist behind. The iron-armored snail seemed to sense the deadly threat. A layer of earthy yellow light glowed on its shell, boosting its defense to the maximum. The next moment, boom! The ice crystal claw struck the very center of the iron-armored snail's shell. A grating, crackling sound rang out. The earthy yellow energy shell was instantly shattered, and the ice claw's power, undiminished, continued crashing into the shell. The iron-armored snail's shell was indeed extremely hard. Under Xiao Yin's ultimate ice claw attack, the shell only suffered minor cracks, and the entire body was sent flying. Hiss! The iron-armored snail was knocked back half a meter by the immense force, plowing a deep furrow in the moss. Its body shrank inside the shell, trembling, and dared not show its head again. That's enough, Xiao Yin. Xia Yue remembered Miao Qingqing's words and stopped attacking. Awoke. Xiao Yin ceased its attack, feeling the power within it surge like a flood bursting a dam. A powerful blizzard of ice and snow whirled around Xiao Yin. A breakthrough. Xiao Yin has also reached the resonance stage. Xia Yue couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yin also raised its head and let out a long howl. Xiao Gu on the stone also felt the joy of its companion's breakthrough. Starlight patterns flowed on its cap, and a few exceptionally crystalline spores carrying a warm green glow of life drifted out and slowly merged into Xiao Yin's body. Xiao Yin narrowed its eyes in contentment. Its ice crystal robe and miniature domain slowly retracted, and it soon stabilized its power. Miao Qingqing clapped her hands lightly nearby, her eyes curving into crescents. You really broke through. Congratulations, Xia Yue and Xiao Yin. Xia Yue let out a long sigh. This trip to Yundian had been bountiful. Not only had he contracted Xiao Gu, but Xiao Yin had also broken through to the resonance stage. Thank you, Qingqing. It's thanks to you for bringing us here. Xia Yue expressed his sincere gratitude, walked over to rub Xiao Yin's big head, and then gently tapped Xiao Gu's smooth cap. And thank you to Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu rubbed its hyphae against his finger. And thanks to the blade leaf bushes and the iron-armored snail as well. Xia Yue left some energy bars on the ground as thanks for their sparring. You're welcome. It's because you worked hard enough. Miao Qingqing waved her hand, looked at the sky, and said, it's about time. We should head back. Aunt Ye and brother Xia Tianwang are probably getting anxious. Okay. Xia Yue placed Xiao Gu on his head, then recalled Xiao Yin, whose aura had fully stabilized, and let it shrink back to a smaller size to hold in his arms. It seems I haven't carefully looked at Xiao Gu's status panel yet. Xia Yue suddenly thought as he followed Miao Qingqing back to the holy spring. Individual name, Bobo Mushroom. Individual attribute, Grass Poison. Individual level, Awakening Midstage. Individual talent, Catastrophe Stage. Individual skills, Healing Spores, Mastery, Blue Toxin, Spores, Mastery, Blue Photosynthesis, Proficient, Blue. Description. Xiao Gu's spore type skills are all quite high in proficiency, but but the skills are a bit messy. Just in time, the quest to capture Xiaogu gave 500 gold coins perfect to spend on Xiaogu. Do you want to fuse healing spores, toxin spores, energy spores? Fusing blue skills costs 500 gold coins. Confirm. Xia Yue fused all of Xiaogu's spore-type skills. A skill shining with purple light appeared on Xiaogu's skill bar. Individual skills: Universal Spores Mastery, Purple Photosynthesis, Proficient Blue. Goose. Xiaogu looked at Xia Yue in confusion, feeling that its tamer had infused it with some mysterious power, and then its spore-type skills became more comprehensive and powerful. Ahem, Xiaogu, this is the power of our bond, Xia Yue said without a hint of blush. Xiaogu seemed very happy upon hearing Xia Yue's words. It shook its cap and spun around on Xia Yue's head. What are you two whispering about? Miao Qingqing saw them muttering and came closer. What secrets are you two whispering about? Miao Qingqing looked at Xia Yue and Xiaogu, who were murmuring, and leaned in. Her eyes sparkled, full of curiosity about the battle just now. Xiao Yin's strike just now cracked the shell of the iron-armored snail. That was really impressive. Xia Yue smiled and didn't explain much. As he followed Miao Qingqing toward Xing Spring, he casually asked, Qingqing, you seem particularly interested in the outside world. Of course. Miao Qingqing stepped lightly on the glowing moss, her silver ornaments jingling. Since I was little, the farthest I've ever been is to other villages. The snow in Beijing, the big cities of Dongli, and the deserts and oceans described in books. I've never seen any of them. She turned her head, her face filled with yearning. You Dongli people, can you go anywhere you want? Not really. Xia Yue said truthfully. You need money, time, and strength. Some places are very dangerous. That's still better than staying in the same place all the time. Miao Qingqing's tone was a bit envious. My grandmother always says that people outside are complicated, not as simple as in the village. But I think staying in one place for a lifetime is too boring. She kicked a small pebble under her feet. Xia Yue, is Beijing really as cold as you said? What does snow feel like? It's really cold. Xia Yue recalled the winters in Huaning City. The wind cuts like a knife against your face. As for snow, when it first falls, it's soft and fluffy, and it crunches under your feet. But if it snows too much, it's troublesome. Shoveling snow can be exhausting. Sounds interesting too. Miao Qingqing's eyes curved. At least it's completely different from here. Xia Yue smiled after hearing that, and didn't explain. People always romanticize the life they haven't experienced, and a simple girl like Miao Qingqing is even more so. The two chatted, and soon returned to the banks of Xing Spring. Elder Ye and Xia Qingyun were standing under the huge, ancient tree talking. When they saw them return, they stopped their conversation. So soon. Looks like you had a good harvest. Elder Ye's gaze swept over Xiao Yin, whose aura was noticeably different, and then looked at Xiaogu, who was energetic on top of Xia Yue's head, showing slight surprise. You see, spirit beasts with quasi-divine talent are all proud and aloof. Previously, many heirs of noble families and major sects entered the secret realm, all with extraordinary talents, but very few successfully tamed a quasi-divine spirit beast. Xia Qingyun also smiled. You broke through. Good lad. He wasn't surprised at all. Ever since he learned of his son's monstrous talent, no matter what feat Xia Yue accomplished, he took it for granted. As expected of my son. Thanks to Qingqing for taking us to the trial forest. Xia Yue credited Miao Qingqing. Miao Qingqing smiled sheepishly and hid behind Elder Ye. Since everything is over, let's leave the ancestral land. Elder Ye turned around, her voice calm. The chieftain is still waiting for you. The group returned along the path they came. They passed through the sacrificial valley, walked out of the dreamy, colorful light mist, and returned to the cold cobblestone paths of the Sheng Miao tribe's village. The village was very quiet, with only a few tribespeople moving about. They once again arrived at the mysterious house covered in feathers, animal bones, and rune stones. Pushing the door open, the old chieftain grandmother was still lying on the recliner, eyes closed as if she hadn't moved. Hearing the sound, she slowly opened her eyes. Back. Her voice was aged, but forceful. It seems you found the partner you wanted. Yes, grandmother chieftain. Xia Yue replied respectfully, taking Xiaogu from his head and holding it in his arms. Xiaogu seemed to sense the old woman's extraordinariness, its hyphae swaying slightly, curious about the outside world. Oh, it's a bobo mushroom. The chieftain seemed to recall a story from long ago, a nostalgic look in her eyes. Soon, she shook her head, then her gaze fell on the star patterns on Xiaogu's cap, paused for a few seconds, then moved away to look at Xia Yue. Since you have gained the recognition of the ancestral land spirits and taken away our guest, then the time has come for our Sheng Miao tribe to propose the first condition. Xia Yue's spirit tightened. Here it comes. Xia Qingyun also straightened up, his expression becoming serious. The chieftain slowly sat up, this time without Miao Qingqing's help. Her cloudy yet deep eyes looked at Xia Yue, then at Miao Qingqing, who was full of curiosity, and slowly spoke. The first condition is very simple. Take Qingqing with you to Beijing. The room fell silent for a moment. Off. Miao Qingqing was the first to cry out. Her delicate face instantly flooded with surprise, but soon turned into confusion as she looked at the chieftain. Grandmother. I. Elder Ye also frowned slightly. Chieftain Qingqing hasn't yet. I know. The chieftain waved her hand, interrupting her. Since the Fire Beacon era, our Sheng Miao tribe has been isolated for over 200 years. From initially preserving our strength and avoiding war to now being stagnant and disconnected from the land of Dongli. Xia Yue, I am old. I hope that our Sheng Miao tribe will no longer be called savages by others, but truly integrate into the land of Dongli. The chieftain's low voice echoed word by word. Chieftain. Elder Ye opened her mouth not knowing what to say. Let the change begin with my granddaughter. She looked at Xia Yue. Young man, this granddaughter of mine has never left the secret realm since she was born. She is curious about everything outside, innocent in heart. Our Sheng Miao tribe has been in seclusion for too long. We must make some changes. I have seen clearly the experiences of these past few days. I am at ease having you take Qingqing. She paused, and her tone grew heavier. But this is not just about taking her out to play. I want you to ensure her safety, let her see Dongli, and experience the wonders of this world. As for the term, 3 years will do. After that, whether to stay or leave, it's up to her. Xia Yue was stunned. He hadn't expected the first condition to be this. Take Miao Qingqing to Dongli. He subconsciously looked at his father. Xia Qingyun's face showed a flicker of surprise, but quickly returned to calm, and he nodded slightly at him. Meaning this condition was acceptable. Xia Yue then looked at Miao Qingqing. The girl was staring at him with wide eyes, those eyes like a clear spring in the forest, filled with expectation, tension, and a hint of fear of being rejected. This. Xia Yue couldn't say a word of refusal, seeing Miao Qingqing's pitiful expression. Chieftain. Xia Yue took a deep breath and said seriously, I agree to take Qingqing to Beijing and let her see the outside world. Xia Yue. I knew you would agree. Miao Qingqing's expression changed, and a moon-like beautiful smile once again appeared on her flawless face. Ahem, wait a moment. He looked at Miao Qingqing's ornate Sheng Miao tribe attire and the silver ornaments covering her body. Qingqing like this might be a bit inconvenient outside. Too conspicuous, and it obviously doesn't look like mainstream Dongli society attire. Don't worry about that. The chieftain seemed to have prepared for this. Shall you go bring the prepared items? Elder Yo acknowledged and turned into the inner room. Soon she brought out a simple backpack and several neatly folded sets of ordinary girls' clothing common in Dongli. The clothes are ready. As for the silver ornaments, Qingqing, pick a few that you like to wear and leave the rest at home. The chieftain said to Miao Qingqing, remember, outside you are just an ordinary Dongli girl. Speak less, observe more, and listen more. When in doubt, ask Xia Yue. Don't act on your own. Miao Qingqing nodded vigorously, her eyes shining brightly. I'll remember, grandmother. The chieftain then looked at Xia Yue. Qingqing has grown up in the village. Although she has some foundation in taming beasts, she doesn't understand many of the common knowledge and rules of Dongli. Please take good care of her along the way. I will. Xia Yue solemnly promised, and then they walked out of the house, leaving Miao Qingqing and the chieftain to say their farewells. After chatting with father and Aunt Yue outside for a while, Xia Yue saw Miao Qingqing emerge with reddened eyes. Qingqing, have you been crying? Xia Yue asked, noticing her red-rimmed eyes. Xia Yue, what do you think? I won't be able to see grandma for a very long time. Miao Qingqing rubbed her swollen, tear-stained eyes. Not at all. You can come back anytime you want. But grandma told me that the northern border is separated from here by almost the entire Dongli. Well, geographically speaking, yes, but we can take a plane. It's a kind of transportation in Dongli. From the northern border to here, it's about a few hours. Xia Yue explained. Huh. Miao Qingqing was dumbfounded. So she had cried for nothing. That's right, young lady. You can come back whenever you want. After all, I am a heavenly king of Dongli. I can certainly afford a plane ticket or two. Xia Qingyun explained to Miao Qingqing. The girl's sorrow came and went quickly, and soon she returned to her earlier cheerfulness. Xia Yue looked at Miao Qingqing, whose cheeks were flushed with excitement, and thought to himself that this return trip would probably not be boring. All right, get ready and set off. Heavenly King Xia, please explain the situation to Master Duan. The clan leader lay back in his chair and closed his eyes as if tired. Rest assured, clan leader. Xia Qingyan replied. Xia Yue and Miao Qingqing stepped out of the house. Standing at the doorway, the afternoon sunlight filtered through the treetops, carrying the humid warmth of the rainforest. Miao Qingqing had changed into the ordinary attire of a Dongli girl with only a few simple silver ornaments in her hair. Her jet black hair cascaded down her aquamarine eyes, brimming with longing for the outside world. Her pure moonlit figure made Xia Yue pause. Miao Qingqing hugged the new backpack, still feeling as if she were in a dream. Xia Yue, can I really go to the northern border with you? Xia Yue smiled. But the northern border isn't as warm as here. You need to be mentally prepared. I'm not afraid of the cold. Miao Qingqing said immediately, then lowered her head a little shyly. It's just, there are many things I don't understand. I might have to bother you often. No worries. You'll learn slowly. Xia Yue glanced at the sky. Go pack your things first. We need to say goodbye to Grandpa Duan, and then catch the flight. Okay. Miao Qingqing hugged the backpack, and like a joyful bird turned and ran toward her bamboo house. Xia Yue watched her lively back, and shook his head, bringing a holy Miao girl who knew nothing of the outside world back to the northern border. This was going to be interesting. When the plane landed at Huaining City Airport, the sky outside was already darkening. The wind of the northern border poured in through the open cabin door, lashing against Xia Yue's face like a knife. Xia Yue shivered, and quickly zipped up his jacket to the top. Xiaoyin nestled in his arms, perked up, sniffing the air with its icy blue nose, letting out a comfortable purr from its throat. Home. The air was just right. Beside him, Miao Qingqing's reaction was far more dramatic. Hiss, it's so cold. She jerked her neck in tightening the obviously thin jacket she had taken from her grandmother. Her teeth were chattering. Xia Yue is your northern border. Always this cold. Puffs of white breath escaped with every word, her eyes wide as she stared at the ground on the tarmac illuminated by the lights. This is only early autumn. It hasn't even gotten really cold yet. Xia Yue told the truth, pulling a spare thick jacket from his backpack and handing it over. Put this on for now. I'll buy you a down jacket later. Miao Qingqing took the jacket and put it on clumsily. The coat was too big, almost swallowing her whole, leaving only her face exposed. Pale from the cold, yet still exquisitely delicate. She curiously touched the rough, thick fabric of the coat, then looked at her own ill-fitting dongli clothes and asked softly, Do I look very strange? The coat is a bit big. Xia Yue nodded. But it's fine. Let's go to my place first to settle in. Tomorrow I'll take you to buy clothes, and by the way, handle some paperwork. Paperwork? Miao Qingqing blinked. Enrollment paperwork. Xia Yue looked at her. Didn't your grandmother ask me to show you the outside world? School is the best place to meet people your age and to learn about Dongli's common knowledge and beast taming skills. Miao Qingqing paused, then her eyes lit up. School, eh? I can go to school. In the books she had read in the village, she knew that all children outside went to school. Probably. I'll ask my dad to look into it. Xia Yue said, looking toward Xia Qingyun, who was approaching. Let's go home first. Xia Qingyun said succinctly. Your mother is probably worried. I'll go to the school tomorrow to talk to Dean Yin about Qingqing's matter. Back home, Wang Ro had indeed prepared a steaming hot meal. Seeing Xia Yue return safely accompanied by a shy little girl, she first sighed with relief, then her gaze turned subtle, shifting back and forth between Xia Yue and Miao Qingqing. Mom, this is Miao Qingqing, a friend from the Holy Miao tribe in Yundian. She is coming to the northern border for a study trip and will stay with us for a while. Xia Yue quickly explained, lest his mother get the wrong idea. Hello, Auntie. Miao Qingqing bowed nervously, her voice soft. Oh dear child, you must have had a tiring journey, didn't you? Come in quickly, it's cold outside. Wang Ro warmly pulled Miao Qingqing in, looking her up and down with undisguised admiration. What a beautiful little girl. Come eat first and warm yourself up. At the table, Miao Qingqing was curious about the northern border dishes, trying each one cautiously, her eyes widening from time to time, letting out little exclamations of delight. Wang Ro was amused and kept piling food on her plate. Xia Qingyun briefly summarized the gains from the Yundian trip, focusing on Xiaoyin's breakthrough and the contract with Xiaogu. As for Miao Qingqing, he only vaguely mentioned that he had brought her along to see the world. Wang Ro sharp as ever sensed that her husband and son were holding back, but she didn't press further, only growing even warmer toward Miao Qingqing. The next morning, Xia Qingyun left for school. Meanwhile, Xia Yue took Miao Qingqing out for shopping. Walking down the streets of Huaining City, Miao Qingqing felt as though she had stepped into a grand garden of wonders. Towering buildings, automobiles, pedestrians clad in winter attire of all styles, and shops brimming with dazzling merchandise. Everything took her breath away. She followed closely at Xia Yue's side, her small hand unconsciously clutching the hem of his clothes, her watery blue eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of unease. Xia Yue first took her to buy properly fitting winter clothing. From inner layers to outerwear, from down jackets to snow boots, after changing into an outfit common among girls from the northern frontier, Miao Qingqing no longer looked quite so out of place. Yet her strikingly beautiful face and that pure natural aura still drew attention. Next, they visited a communications shop to purchase a phone and register a SIM card, and he taught her the basics of using it. Miao Qingqing studied diligently, though she clearly found it utterly miraculous that this small rectangular device could transmit voices across thousands of li and display all manner of images. That afternoon, news came from Xia Qingyun. I've spoken with the school, and they agreed, Xia Qingyun said upon returning home, addressing both Xia Yue and Miao Qingqing. We'll make an exception. Qingqing will enroll as a special exchange student in the senior year, temporarily placed in Class A. Her student records will be processed afterward. However, Qingqing, the school has its own rules. After the first monthly exam, you will be formally reassigned to a class, so be prepared. Class A. Xia Yue was somewhat surprised. The school was giving them so much face. But then, considering his father's heavenly king-level status and the prestige of the Shengmiao tribe, it seemed reasonable. Xia Yue suspected the authorities were somewhat inclined to maintain good relations with the Shengmiao tribe. I can do it. Miao Qingqing nodded firmly, a faint blush of excitement coloring her cheeks. I will study hard. Thus, on the third day, Xia Yue headed to school, as usual, accompanied by Miao Qingqing, who was curious about everything. When Xia Yue entered the Class A classroom with Miao Qingqing beside him, now dressed in her new winter clothes, her stunning beauty still unmistakable, the once noisy classroom fell instantly silent. All eyes fell squarely on Miao Qingqing. Yun Qi's mouth hung open in an O shape, and the energy bar in his hand dropped to the floor. Even Nailin Qing, who always maintained her cold detachment, as if nothing mattered, slightly raised her gaze, letting her eyes linger on Miao Qingqing's face for 2 seconds. Damn. Boss Xia. Yun Qi slithered over to Xia Yue and lowered his voice in an exaggerated tone. You went out for a bit and brought back a girlfriend. Don't talk nonsense. Xia Yue swatted him away. This is Miao Qingqing, an exchange student from Yunnan. She'll be with us temporarily. He gave a brief introduction without elaborating further. Yao Xiaohua arrived 5 minutes before morning classes began. The frost-tailed swallow perched on her shoulder, swept its sharp gaze across the classroom, and naturally noticed the newcomer Miao Qingqing. She gave a slight nod, clearly already informed. Find a seat and settle in. Class is about to begin. Miao Qingqing quickly sat down in the empty chair beside Xia Yue. That's my seat. Yun Qi looked ready to cry. That morning's class was a theory lesson on beast taming power advancement. Miao Qingqing listened with great attention, though she clearly found it somewhat challenging. After all, her knowledge of beast taming came entirely from tribal inheritance, which diverged somewhat from what was taught in Dongli. She would occasionally furrow her delicate brows and quietly ask Xia Yue the meaning of certain terms. Xia Yue had no choice but to explain to her in a hushed tone. This scene did not go unnoticed by the other students, and their interpretations grew increasingly complicated. During the break, curious gazes nearly overwhelmed Miao Qingqing. However, she seemed to be gradually adapting. Though still somewhat shy, she could now respond in a soft voice to simple questions. Until someone asked, "Qingqing, what kind of beast companion do you have? Show us." Miao Qingqing hesitated for a moment and looked towards Xia Yue. Xia Yue nodded at her. Miao Qingqing reached out to her beast companion space. A flash of dark purple light streaked across the air. Immediately after, a scorpion no larger than a palm landed lightly on her fingertip. Its body was entirely purple-black, its scaled armor gleaming with a cold luster, and star-like patterns were etched upon its back. Name: Star Pattern Scorpion. Attribute: Poison. Level: Mid-Resonance. Talent: Monarch Phase. Description: a rare beast companion from the Yunnan region, commonly dwelling in dark, damp, sunless underground burrows. It excels at wielding poison-based powers and is a combat-type beast companion with outstanding stealth attributes. So it's a scorpion. No, I should call it a goo worm, Xia Yue mused, stroking his chin. This was his first time seeing Miao Qingqing's beast companion, and to his surprise it was indeed a common goo worm of the Shengmiao tribe. A wave of hushed exclamations rippled through the classroom. A scorpion, actually. The star-pattern scorpion seemed uneasy in the classroom's atmosphere and wagged its tail restlessly. Miao Qingqing quickly used her finger to gently stroke its carapace, murmuring soft words of comfort. The star-pattern scorpion soon calmed down and nuzzled affectionately against her fingertip. A scorpion? Oh, I'm terribly afraid of scorpions. Poison attribute: quite rare. The strength seems pretty impressive too. Some of the more timid female students immediately retreated, while the bolder ones began analyzing Miao Qingqing's capabilities. Yet, gazing at Miao Qingqing's flawless features alongside the cold gleaming scorpion perched on her hand, an image of an enchanting yet dangerous beauty inevitably surfaced in their minds. Amidst the murmur of discussion, Miao Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she returned the star-patterned scorpion to her beast companion space. She was not accustomed to being stared at by so many people. Mid-resonance. Xia Yue observed the scene, wondering to himself. This girl always appeared so delicate and fragile, yet her beast companion's strength was surprisingly powerful. Xia Yue harbored no strange notions about Miao Qingqing. After all, he knew very well she came from the Shengmiao tribe, and having insect beast companions was entirely normal for them. Moreover, he understood quite clearly that Miao Qingqing was simply an innocent and inexperienced young girl. The other students, however, did not share his perspective. Some timid girls kept their distance, while some boys, captivated by Miao Qingqing's perfect visage, also quietly slipped away. Well, that saves us some trouble. Xia Yue felt a touch of helplessness. In the northern frontier, due to the climate, insect beast companions were virtually non-existent. For people in the north who had never seen any insects before, feeling a bit frightened by a palm-sized scorpion upon first encounter was entirely understandable. Miao Qingqing, hello. I am Nailan Qing. Your beast companion has reached mid-resonance, and my frost-feathered bird is also at mid-resonance. Why don't we have a sparring match? Nailan Qing showed no prejudice against Miao Qingqing because of her scorpion companion. Rather, it was the mid-resonance strength of the star-patterned scorpion that prompted her desire to test herself against her. This Nailan Qing truly is a martial arts fanatic, Xia Yue thought, pressing a hand to his forehead at a loss for words. A spar. Miao Qingqing paused, instinctively glancing at Xia Yue. She hadn't expected this icy-looking girl to make such a proposal. Yes. Nailan Qing nodded, her gaze calm. The ice feather bird on her shoulder let out a crisp, clear chirp, its ice-blue eyes fixed on the star-patterned scorpion coiled around Miao Qingqing's wrist, a hint of eagerness in its stare. The classroom fell silent, instantly, all eyes turning toward them. Yun Qi's eyes widened, a look of eager anticipation spreading across his face. Xia Yue rubbed his forehead. This Nailan Qing was truly a battle maniac. But this was also an opportunity for Qingqing to integrate with the others. He lowered his voice and said to Miao Qingqing, "Want to give it a try? In the training ground, just a friendly match." "Sure." Miao Qingqing glanced at Nailan Qing, hesitated for a moment, then accepted the spar. To the training ground. Nailan Qing was succinct, turning and walking away. In the training hall reserved for Class A, the other students followed in a clamor, forming a circle. Yao Xiaohua appeared at the edge of the field, arms crossed, seemingly tacitly approving this impromptu spar. At the center of the arena, Nailan Qing and Miao Qingqing stood facing each other. "The rules are simple," Nailan Qing announced. "The match ends when one's beast loses its combat ability or the tamer concedes. Attacking the tamer is forbidden. Any questions? No. Miao Qingqing took a deep breath, her spiritual energy communing with the taming space. A flash of black-purple light, and the star-patterned scorpion appeared on the ground before her. The silver star-like patterns on its carapace gleamed coldly under the training hall's lights, its stinger slightly raised, poised warily at the ice feather bird opposite. On the other side, the ice feather bird flew off Nalanqing's shoulder, hovering in mid-air with wings spread. Fine ice crystals condensed on its icy blue feathers, exuding a piercing chill. Begin. Nalanqing wasted no words. The moment the command left her lips, the ice feather bird flapped its wings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of sharp ice cones rained down like a storm upon the star-patterned scorpion on the ground. The attack was swift and angled with precision, sealing off most escape routes. So fast, Yunqi whispered from the sidelines. Nalanqing had opened with her signature ice cone rain, clearly not intending to test the waters. Miao Qingqing's eyes sharpened, and she commanded instantly, Shaoxing poison mist barrier. The star-patterned scorpion flicked its stinger, releasing a dense black-purple toxic mist from its tip, rapidly forming a rolling wall of fog in front of it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ice cones entered the poison mist, their speed noticeably reduced, their surfaces corroded, and pitted, their power greatly diminished. A few cones pierced through the mist, but they were easily deflected by the star-patterned scorpion's hard carapace. The poison mist can interfere with and weaken ice-based attacks. Xia Yue's eyes lit up. Poison and ice had no natural affinity, but the physical obstruction and corrosive effect of the mist could effectively counter ranged physical attacks like the ice cone ray. Nalanqing's expression remained unchanged. Fly higher, extreme cold ray. The ice feather bird quickly ascended, distancing itself from the mist's reach. Then a dazzling cold star condensed before its beak, and a slender ice-blue ray of light, carrying terrifyingly low temperatures, shot, like a laser, toward the star-patterned scorpion within the mist. The attack was incredibly fast, and penetrating, piercing through the mist in an instant. Shaoxing shadow dodge. Miao Qingqing commanded urgently. The star-patterned scorpion's figure blurred the moment the ray passed through the mist, as if merging into the shadows on the ground. The extreme cold ray struck empty, leaving a long, thickly frosted trail on the ground. The next moment, the star-patterned scorpion emerged from the shadow beneath the ice feather bird, its stinger gleaming with a faint light. A thin hair-like and incredibly fast poison needle shot silently toward the joint of the ice feather bird's wing. A stealth poison needle? Perfect timing. Linning commented quietly. His shadow cat employed the same tactic. Nalanqing seemed to have anticipated it. Without even turning its head, the ice feather bird abruptly folded its wings and executed an extremely agile sideways roll, in the air, the poison needle grazing past its feathers. The long distance drastically reduces accuracy. Flying is just unfair, Xia Yue complained, recalling how he and Xiao Yin had been vexed by the same tactic. Simultaneously, it spread its wings again, and countless tiny ice crystals burst outward like a storm. Ice crystal storm. Area of effect attack. The star-patterned scorpion, having just completed its ambush and unable to shadow dodge again, was instantly engulfed by the ice crystals. Clink, clink. The crystals struck its carapace with a dense patter. The carapace was tough enough to avoid cracking, but the bone-chilling cold carried by the ice crystals made the scorpion's movements noticeably stiff and sluggish. It's been slowed down. Xia Yue frowned. The ice feather bird's control over the battlefield was indeed formidable. Shaoxing poison spit covered its surroundings. Miao Qingqing tried to counterattack. The star-patterned scorpion opened its mouth and spewed a thick, sticky black-purple poison, spreading widely toward the ice feather bird in the air. The ice feather bird nimbly ascended again, and most of the poison missed. The few splashes that hit were blocked by the thin layer of ice armor that automatically formed on its body, producing a sizzling, corrosive sound. Nalanqing analyzed calmly. Your poison attacks struggle to penetrate the ice feather bird's defenses. Meanwhile, my attacks are quite effective against you. She tapped her finger lightly. Let's end this. Freeze domain. The ice feather bird let out a long cry, spreading even more chilling cold from its wings. Centered on it, the temperature within a 10-meter radius plummeted. A visible layer of pale blue frost spread rapidly, completely covering the area where the star-patterned scorpion stood. The star-patterned scorpion's speed further decreased, and ice crystals began to form on its carapace. It tried to move, but its limbs felt as if trapped in quicksand. Admit defeat. Nalanqing looked at Miao Qingqing. Your star-patterned scorpion is strong, but the gap between us is still considerable. Miao Qingqing watched Shaoxing struggling in the frost, its movements growing slower, and bit her lip. She had some special techniques, but they were unsuitable for this kind of spar. I concede. She raised her hand, her voice low. The ice feather bird immediately ceased releasing cold, and the freeze domain slowly dissipated. Nalanqing nodded, recalling the bird. You have rich combat experience. The timing of your poison mist and shadow dodge was excellent. However, poison-type tamers are often physically frail. Against large beasts, the effectiveness of poison attacks drops sharply. You need to find a way to compensate for that weakness. Miao Qingqing silently recalled, Shaoxing nodding. Thank you. I'll remember that. The surrounding students, just recovering from the brief but intense clash, broke into murmurs. Nalanqing is still impressive. That scorpion is formidable too to force Nalanqing to use freeze domain. Has anyone noticed that Xia Yue casually brought in a girl whose strength can rival Nalanqing? Class A has limited slots. What are we supposed to do now? Just deal with it. It's not like you're stronger. Xia Yue walked over to Miao Qingqing and patted her shoulder. Good fight. Nalanqing is right. Just train Xiaoxing more from now on. Xia Yue are all students from the northern border this strong. Miao Qingqing's spirits were still low. She had been the best among her peers in her village, yet she had lost her very first spar since arriving in the northern border. Well, Nalanqing is an exception. She's at the top among all northern border students. Losing to her isn't shameful, Xia Yue comforted her. Without him, the anomaly, Nalanqing would be the undisputed #1 novice tamer in Huaining. Let's go. Class is starting. Yao Zhaohua's voice rang out, and everyone dispersed. Nalanqing glanced at Xia Yue and Miao Qingqing, then turned and walked to her seat. The morning classes ended quickly, and with the ringing of the dismissal bell, Hui High School came alive with noise. Xia Yue, come here a moment. I need to talk to you. Nalanqing's calm, tranquil voice sounded beside his ear. Xia Yue responded and looked up to see the surrounding students wearing expressions that screamed, "We understand," and walked over to Nalanqing with exasperation. Xia Yue, before the Youth Cup, I plan to apply for home cultivation training. What are your plans? Nalanqing got straight to the point. Home cultivation. Xia Yue paused briefly before quickly understanding. Nalanqing was a descendant of an ancient noble family, and her family's training environment would undoubtedly surpass the school's. I might apply too. Progress at school is simply too slow. Xia Yue had been thinking along these lines for some time. Your Ice Wolf King has broken through to the resonant stage, hasn't it? But in the Youth Cup, I will defeat you. Nalanqing nodded and delivered her parting threat before leaving. This young miss really treats me as a rival. Xia Yue stroked his chin. In the entire Huaining, the only other newcomer who could stand toe-to-toe with Nalanqing seemed to be him. The Northern Border Youth Cup is open to the entire region. I wonder if there are formidable beast tamers among the newcomers from the other cities. Xia Yue went home at noon and shared his plan with his father. Xia Qingyun immediately contacted Yao Zhaohua, and the application was approved right away. Meanwhile, Miao Qingqing wanted to consolidate her theoretical knowledge of beast taming, so she continued attending classes as usual. In the afternoon, Xia Yue sat on a lounge chair in the backyard, half a watermelon in hand, watching Little Silver and Little Mushroom train. In this world, beast skill proficiency was divided into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, expert, master, and perfect. Little Silver's ice element mastery had reached just a bit short of master proficiency after extensive practice and Xia Yue's relentless point allocation. Little Mushroom just buffed Little Silver during the competition. Little Mushroom waved its hyphae, condensing countless spores around Little Silver. Based on Xia Yue's observations over recent days, Little Mushroom spores were quite varied, but only a handful of them were truly useful. There were healing spores that could restore vitality, energy spores that provided attribute bonuses, and a limited set of offensive skills, poison spores. Little Mushroom also has the photosynthesis skill. During the match, she can simply hide inside Little Silver's ice armor and take almost no damage. Xia Yue took a sip of ice orange juice, analyzing the situation. By the way, there's still one colorful hex slot unchosen. Xia Yue suddenly remembered and opened the system chessboard to select the hex. Level up. Your beast space and beast gain 50 additional experience. Small but deadly, your beast size decreases, granting significant boosts to attack speed and movement speed. Treasured hoard immediately, and for the next 5 days gain 1 random basic beast equipment piece. Holy crap. Xia Yue immediately spotted his favorite hex from his past life. Level up. Not only does it boost my beast space level, but it also increases the experience my beasts earn. This is absolutely broken. Xia Yue didn't even refresh the other 2 hexes, and directly selected level up. With level up taken, the remaining hex choices will now be essentially single selections. Xia Yue instantly felt an indescribable force enter both his body and that of his beasts. His first sensation was that his mind felt clearer, as though his comprehension had sharpened. Some beast taming concepts he had once found difficult were now suddenly comprehensible. Aru, Mushroom, Little Silver, and Little Mushroom let out confused calls. Xia Yue glanced at them and was startled. Little Silver's ice element mastery had jumped straight to master level, and Little Mushroom's universal spore had also reached master rank. What? Does proficiency count as experience now? Xia Yue gasped. This hex was truly absurdly powerful. Wait. Even so, it's an experience bonus. How could it trigger an immediate breakthrough? Wait. Xia Yue suddenly remembered that in his past life, when playing the game, level up had another hidden effect besides the experience multiplier. It granted a massive burst of experience all at once upon activation. So these hexes have hidden effects. Hey, could this be the kind of constant surprises that come with power? Xia Yue felt a surge of excitement. Mushroom. While Xia Yue was still processing the hex, Little Mushroom had already broken through to the late awakening stage. Xia Yue observed closely. Little Mushroom was already close to the late stage before, and with the experience boost from level up, she advanced directly. Little Silver barely changed since her recent breakthrough. My beast space is close to leveling up too, but I'm not in a rush. Xia Yue invested all his gold coins into upgrading Little Silver and Little Mushroom's skill proficiencies. Xia Qingyun frowned deeply, taking a deep breath, unsure how many years it had been since he was this angry. Brother, he is amazing. Brother, he is so impressive. Brother, he is truly strong. These dojo members are no match for him. Heck, keep it low-key. I didn't intend to crush my peers. Feng said, pressing his hands down, putting on a facade of false modesty. Seeing this, Xia Qingyun grew even more furious. With a dark expression, he dialed Xia Yue. Hello, Dad, what's up? Xia Yue was lounging in a recliner, a slice of watermelon in one hand and orange juice in the other, utterly carefree. Hello, Xia Yue, come to the dojo quickly. Someone is challenging us, a resonance stage challenger. Come teach him a lesson. Huh, a challenge. I'll be right there. Hearing the urgency in his father's voice, Xia Yue immediately packed up, grabbed Xiao Yin and Xiao Gu and rushed to the dojo. In this day and age, who still does dojo challenges? Xia Yue was baffled. Public dojos were mostly educational, offering cheap access to extensive beast taming knowledge and combat experience. They were essentially a safeguard for ordinary people. The only ones who truly challenged dojos were elite beast tamers seeking badges for regional championships, people who appeared once every few years. As for a resonance stage challenger, Xia Yue could only think, is his brain fried? The dojo was near his home, so he arrived quickly. Entering the dojo, Xia Yue saw a flamboyantly dressed man defeating the dojo's students, shouting, "Who else?" His sycophantic lackeys kept praising him like a comedy duo. Are these guys deliberately making a mockery of this? Xia Yue twitched his mouth, utterly speechless at the scene. Over here, over here. Seeing Xia Yue arrive, Xia Qingyun frantically waved him over as if clutching a lifeline. See that guy? Teach him a harsh lesson. Xia Qingyun pointed at Feng, who was laughing with his hands on his hips. Xia Yue nodded slightly and stepped onto the battle platform. Oh, another one coming to die. Feng said, tilting his head back and looking down his nose at Xia Yue. You talk too much, Xia Yue said, flatly, summoning Xiao Yin. A majestic and spirited figure appeared on the platform. Oh, an Ice Wolf King. Finally an interesting one. Go Binglin Crocodile. Feng's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight of the Ice Wolf King, then he summoned his own beast. Roar. A crocodile nearly 3 meters long, clad in icy armor, appeared on the platform. Its head was flat, jaws lined with glacier-like teeth, and a row of icy spines extended from the back of its neck to its tail, menacingly sharp. Its tail was covered in thick armor ending in a blade-like extension, razor sharp. Xia Yue immediately scanned it, named Binglin Crocodile, attribute Ice, level 8 Resonance Stage, talent Monarch Stage, skills Frost Claw, Ice Fang, Permafrost Scale, Armor Dragon, tail Frost Breath, Freeze Ray. Description: a rare beast from the northern regions, often found near cold rivers, adept at ice powers, a combat-oriented beast with strong physical attributes. Late Resonance Stage. No wonder he's so cocky, he does have some skill. Xia Yue analyzed silently. Binglin Crocodile, freeze charge. Feng waved his hand arrogantly. The Binglin Crocodile let out a low roar, pushed off the ground with all 4 limbs and condensed thick ice armor over its body, charging at Xiao Yin like an armored vehicle. Xiao Yin Frost Claw. Xia Yue yawned lazily. A whoa. Xiao Yin's right claw instantly crystallized with eternal ice, the chilling aura dropping the dojo's temperature several degrees. After his skill proficiency increased, Xiao Yin's ice element abilities have become terrifying. A grating sound filled the air as Xiao Yin's claw wreathed in frost collided with the Binglin Crocodile's heavy ice armor. Boom. The Ice Wolf King's immense power sent the Binglin Crocodile flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the platform. What? How is this possible? Feng was stunned, immediately channeling massive spiritual energy into the Binglin Crocodile. That Ice Wolf King has terrifying strength. The young master is only in his senior year of high school. Such power. No wonder he's the heir of a heavenly king. Truly formidable. The surrounding students and onlookers murmured. It's indeed late Resonance Stage, but not that strong. Xia Yue was a bit disappointed watching the Binglin Crocodile knocked back by a single strike from Xiao Yin. He had hoped to use the battle to solidify Xiao Yin's afternoon training, but this Binglin Crocodile was far inferior to Nalan Qing's Ice Featherbird. Binglin Crocodile one more time. Full force freeze charge. Feng waved again, unwilling to give up. Boring. Let's test the new move we developed this afternoon. Xia Yue raised his hand and commanded Xiao Yin Eternal Frost Breath. A whoa. Xiao Yin opened its massive maw and exhaled a stream of icy blue frost. The cold seemed to freeze the very air, making everyone feel as if time had stopped for a few seconds. The frost clung to the Binglin Crocodile like a persistent parasite, causing its heavy ice armor to grow wildly, at a visible rate, the surging weight instantly crushing it. Starting from its back, the ice spread like living vines, covering its entire body in seconds. The Binglin Crocodile's charge halted abruptly, unable to move even an inch. Its massive body was pinned by the invisible chill, then rapidly frozen solid from the outside in. Roar, whimper. It only managed a short pained groan, and through the ice one could see the disbelief and terror in its fierce eyes. 3 seconds. From the moment Xia Yue raised his hand to the Binglin Crocodile, becoming a frozen statue still in mid-charge, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. The ice sculpture glowed pale under the light's lifelike the Binglin crocodile forever frozen in its charging pose. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena. Around the platform the lackeys who had been cheering moments ago were, as if simultaneously choked mouths agape, but unable to utter a sound. The expression on He-Feng's face froze completely, then twisted into shock and confusion. He looked at the ice sculpture, then at the Ice Wolf King standing amidst the wind and snow, opening his mouth, but finding no words. The other watching students were also stunned. Someone's water cup fell to the ground with a sharp crack, jolting a few people awake. Damn, someone muttered instinctively. No, this was total annihilation. The two sides were not even in the same league. The young master is amazing. You were so arrogant, but your strength is just SOSO. You can only bully us ordinary folks. When you face the young master, he'll beat the crap out of you. The defeated students breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Yue stood at the sidelines, arms crossed, his face expressionless, but a flicker of barely visible shock passed through his eyes. He hadn't expected that after Xiao Yin reached the resonant stage, its control over ice elements had reached such a level. He had merely thought Xia Yue could gain the upper hand, but Xia Yue had gone straight for a kill after the initial probing. He's truly my son. Xia Chongyun smiled, then fell into thought. Such talent shouldn't be wasted because of those troubles. I'll find a chance to take him back to the Xia family. The referee, a young assistant at the dojo, was equally stunned. It took him several seconds before he could raise his hand and stammer Xia Yue wins. The battle is over. Xia Yue gave a soft grunt in acknowledgement. Xiao Yin released the freeze. Woo! The ice encasing the ice-scale crocodile began to crack, shattering with a sharp sound. This low-cost version of Winter's Breath isn't bad. Xia Yue mused, stroking his chin. This Eternal Frost Breath was a simplified version of Winter's Breath that he and Xiao Yin had developed that afternoon, usable without the need for bloodline awakening. However, it still consumed a significant amount of energy, and its power was far inferior to the genuine Winter's Breath, but it was more than enough to handle opponents of the same rank. As the ice on the ice-scale crocodile shattered, He-Feng quickly rushed to his beast's side, frantically checking its condition. He realized that the ice armor crocodile was only unconscious and not in danger of death, then let out a heavy sigh of relief. He looked up at Xia Yue, not with anger, but with a dazed expression of someone who had been utterly outclassed. Your Ice Wolf King is only at the resonant stage, he said, his voice trembling. How could it defeat me with a single blow? Xia Yue glanced at him, but didn't answer. He bent down to pick up Xiao Yin, who had shrunk back to his smaller form, and rubbed his head. Then he turned to He-Feng and said calmly, do you judge the strength of beasts solely by their rank? He paused and added, if that's all you consider, you'll never become a true beast tamer. With that, he ignored He-Feng's shifting expression, a mix of embarrassment and frustration, and carrying Xiao Yin walked off the battle platform. After Xia Yue had spoken with his father and returned home, the chatter in the dojo continued. The young master's strength is truly terrifying. He's definitely going to win the Northern Youth Cup next month. But I'm more interested in what he just said. You mean about not judging beasts solely by rank? He's right. Only a beast tamer who can fight above their rank can be called a genius. Fighting above rank. Easier said than done. That's why he's a genius, some members of the Xia family dojo said proudly. Xia Yue didn't go straight home after leaving the dojo. He remembered something. Uncle Yun, I'm here. Xia Yue entered the Yun family dojo and headed straight for Yun Feng's office. Xiao Xia. You're finally here. I've been waiting so long, the flowers have withered, Yun Feng said with a hint of reproach. Uncle Yun, I got held up with something, Xia Yue said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Never mind. Just let your Ice Wolf King show me what it's got. Yun Feng looked at Xia Yue with excitement. He stood up and rolled his wrists. Let's go to the training ground. Let Uncle Yun experience it firsthand. Xia Yue nodded, picked up Xiao Yin, and followed Yun Feng downstairs. The training ground was quickly cleared, leaving only the two of them. Yun Feng walked to the center of the arena and stood still, his massive Ice Wolf King beside him. Hit me with your strongest attack, he said seriously. Don't hold back. Let me see the power of the ancient bloodline. Uncle Yun, be careful then. Xia Yue took a deep breath, crouched down, and rubbed Xiao Yin's head. Xiao Yin, get ready. Whoa! Xiao Yin leaped from his arms, his body expanding as he landed, returning to the majestic form of the Ice Wolf King. Thanks to the big and strong physique enhancement, Xiao Yin was even larger than Yun Feng's Ice Wolf King. Xia Yue closed his eyes, using his spiritual power to connect with the bloodline river within Xiao Yin. After reaching the resonant stage, their bond was deeper, and he could feel the slumbering ancient bloodline power within Xiao Yin more intensely. Ancient bloodline, reveal your majesty, Xia Yue chanted in his mind. Xiao Yin raised his head and let out a long, deep howl. There was no earth-shattering display, but around Xiao Yin the air temperature began to plummet sharply. It wasn't the outward chill of ordinary ice abilities, it was a deeper, more restrained cold, as if even light itself might freeze. The icy crystal crown on his forehead began to emit a faint azure light, like ancient starlight. The light flowed, spreading to every strand of his fur. His silver blue fur stood on end, the tips forming brilliant crystals like ice diamonds, as if he were clad in a battle robe woven from stars. An indescribable pressure slowly radiated outward. Ancient, vast, cold, yet carrying a solemn and inviolable majesty. the unique aura of the Northern Frost Wolf's ancient bloodline. Xiao Yin Winter's breath. Awu. The freezing power that seemed to freeze everything was exhaled by Xiao Yin, wavering through the air toward the Ice Wolf King. Ice Wolf King dodged. Yunfeng immediately commanded, but he soon noticed that the Ice Wolf King's movements were noticeably sluggish, as if affected by the freezing power. The Ice Wolf King's speed was reduced, and the chilling energy quickly caught up, instantly freezing Yunfeng's Ice Wolf King into an ice sculpture. But after only a few seconds, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, and Yunfeng's Ice Wolf King broke free. It can even affect a beast at the Monarch stage? Yunfeng was shocked. Although it only froze for a few seconds, that was under a massive power gap. If it were at the same rank, this move would be enough to severely injure or even incapacitate the opponent. Terrifying power. Yunfeng's mind raced with calculations. Uncle Yun, this move is pretty good, right? Unfortunately, we can only use it once per bloodline awakening, Xia Yue said regretfully. How many times do you want to use it? This move can deal massive damage to beasts at the spirit communication stage and below. Your Ice Wolf King has tremendous potential, Yunfeng said with admiration. How long can this form last? About 5 minutes. With training, we should be able to extend the awakening duration. 5 minutes, huh? I wonder if my Ice Wolf King can also undergo bloodline awakening, Yunfeng said, stroking his own Ice Wolf King's fluffy fur with envy. Uncle Yun, theoretically, every Ice Wolf King has the potential for bloodline awakening. The key is how to awaken the bloodline within, Xia Yue said, seeing Yunfeng's longing expression and trying to comfort him. But he didn't mention that awakening this bloodline was extremely difficult. He had only been able to use this power thanks to the skill boost from his system combined with his own superpower. I'll let Uncle Yun keep his hope, Xia Yue thought to himself. The next morning, Xia Qingyun directly pulled Xia Yue out of bed. Don't sleep anymore. I had you apply for home training, not train at home. He stuffed a luxurious beast ball into Xia Yue's hands. Hold on to this. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. Xia Yue took it groggily, the luxurious ball engraved with complex runes feeling cold against his palm. Dad, is this your beast? It's the sonic hound you're closest to. Let it protect you if danger arises. Xia Qingyun spoke briefly. Xia Yue instantly woke up. It's the sonic hound. I haven't seen it in ages. I'm lending it to you for now. Xia Qingyun glared at him. Remember, the goal is training. Keep the sonic hound close to protect you. Don't recklessly throw yourself into danger. Got it. Xia Yue grinned and stowed the beast ball. Thanks, Dad. After breakfast, Xia Yue held little silver-balanced little mushroom on his head and rode the sonic hound straight toward the frost forest. The sonic hound was the size of a typical large dog, its pale brown fur flowing sleekly backward, and its tail drifted like a cloud. As it ran, it resembled a floating cloud with strong winds whistling past. Sonic hound, long time no see, Xia Yue said, sitting atop the beast and stroking its head. Wolf, the sonic hound responded. Xia Yue used the system to scan individual names. Sonic hound. Attribute: wind. Level: early sovereign stage. Talent: sovereign stage. Skills: swift speed, gale, fong, storm, claw, blizzard, breath, hurricane, wind, blessing. Introduction: one of the 3 elite beasts of the Dongli military department, commonly residing on vast plains, skilled in wind element combat, a battle-type beast with outstanding agility. I remember Dad joined the military in his mid-20s. He actually ended up in the army. Xia Yue mused. The 3 elite beasts of the Dongli military, literally the special beasts of Dongli's armed forces. The army's 3 elites represented sea, land, and air, with the sonic hound being the exclusive beast of Dongli's land army. The sonic hound maintained exceptional mobility even in complex terrain, and canines as beast companions possessed remarkably high loyalty. These combined factors led Dongli's authorities to select it as one of the military's elite trio. But I still want a flying beast. Xia Yue suddenly thought of Nalanqing's ice featherbird. Aerial beasts held a natural advantage over ground-based ones. With air superiority, even if outmatched, one could always retreat, retaining the initiative. Ground beasts, especially in the early stages, generally lacked anti-air capabilities, further amplifying this advantage. North. The biting cold wind of the northern regions invigorated Little Silver, while Little Mushroom visibly shrank, its star patterns dimming slightly. Xia Yue quickly had Little Silver channel some ice energy to warm Little Mushroom. Not being particularly high-ranked and having lived year-round in the humid, sweltering Yundian region, Little Mushroom was indeed struggling in the cold, dry north. Bear with it, Little Mushroom. Once we enter the forest, I'll find a sunny spot for you. Xia Yue gently tapped Little Mushroom's smooth cap. At the outer entrance of the frost forest, they underwent the routine identity card check. The patrol member clearly remembered him, glancing a moment longer. Student heading in alone. The depths of the frost forest have been uneasy recently. Last week's spiritual level energy fluctuations were detected. It's fine. I'm just sticking to the outer rings with my beast for training. Xia Yue flashed the luxury beast ball at his waist. Seeing it, the patrol member's eyes narrowed slightly, said nothing more, and waved him through. Stay safe. Don't go too deep. Stepping into the forest, the familiar chill struck his face. Light was shattered into fragments by towering ice-frosted ancient trees, and the frozen ground beneath his boots crackled with every step. Familiar frost forest, I'm back. Xia Yue had visited many times and knew the outer area well. Little Silver hopped down from Xia Yue's arms, instantly reverting to his Ice Wolf King form upon landing. He lifted his head, inhaled the cold air deeply, and emitted a contented rumble from his throat. Home. This felt right. Little Mushroom was carefully placed by Xia Yue on a relatively dry rock, bathed in dappled sunlight. Its mycelium spread out slowly, beginning photosynthesis, absorbing sunlight energy, until the star patterns on its cap resumed glowing with a soft luminescence. Today's objective is simple. Xia Yue clapped his hands. Little Silver, you're on offense. Use ice element control as much as possible. Don't rely solely on size and brute force. Little Mushroom, you're on support. Use spores to buff Little Silver, heal, or disrupt enemies. The key is honing your coordination. Aru. Little Silver nodded, his icy blue eyes blazing with combat spirit. Goo goo. Little Mushroom swayed its cap, signaling understanding. Xia Yue didn't rush inward. Instead, he found a relatively open ice valley in the outer zone. Previously, in the Yundian secret realm, Xia Yue had trained Little Silver and the others' combat abilities by defeating numerous wild beasts. He then discovered that these wild beasts dropped coins, though the probability was quite low, so he hadn't noticed before. So these wild beasts are essentially like mobs in a game, meaning there's a chance they drop equipment, or even loot spheres, right? Xia Yue thought excitedly. Let's start with the easy ones. His gaze swept across the ice valley's edge, where several snow rabbits were digging through snow for food, and 2 newborn ice crystal squirrels leaped among the branches. Little Silver created a small-scale blizzard using minimal energy covering that area. Little Silver understood. Instead of howling at the sky, he merely lowered his head slightly, and the blue light on his ice crystal crown flickered. Instantly, a cold vortex materialized around him, whipping up fine snow and rapidly forming a miniature blizzard spanning roughly 10 meters in diameter. The blizzard precisely enveloped the area where the snow rabbits and ice crystal squirrels had gathered. The storm wasn't overwhelming but sufficient to obscure vision and impose chilling interference. The small beasts were startled by the sudden weather shift. The snow rabbits frantically dug into the snow for cover, while the ice crystal squirrels chittered and leaped toward distant branches. Excellent. Maintain it, but contract the range to 5 meters and lower the temperature further. Xia Yue directed. Little Silver focused intently, the blizzard slowly shrinking while the cold intensified. Meanwhile, Little Mushroom on the nearby rock didn't idle. His cap tilted slightly and several pale green spores brimming with vitality drifted out, merging into Little Silver's body. The subtle fatigue from continuously manipulating energy dissipated instantly, revitalizing Little Silver and granting even greater control over the blizzard. Nice coordination. Xia Yue nodded at the wild beasts frozen like ice sculptures. Little Silver thawed them and let them go. Next, let's find some worthy opponents. He walked deeper into the ice valley with Xiaoyin and Xiaogu, the power level of surrounding beast tamers gradually increasing until most had reached the resonant stage. Schools of iceblade fish slid across the frozen surface, while frost spikes worms lay dormant in hollow trees. Xia Yue selected a nest of ice-cracking moths at the early resonant stage as his target. Xiaoyin, draw their attacks head-on with your ice crystal shield. Xiaogu, release slow spores around the frost spikes worms to reduce their attack frequency. The 3 ice-cracking moths spotted the intruders and immediately emerged from their ice burrows, jaws opening as sharp ice spikes shot out in rapid succession. Xiaoyin growled low, instantly forming 3 curved ice crystal shields in front of him that deflected every spike with precision. Meanwhile, Xiaogu's slow spores drifted down, silently merging with the ice surface around the ice-cracking moths. The ice-cracking moths' movements grew noticeably sluggish as the intervals between their ice spike volleys lengthened. Xiaoyin, use your ice breath to freeze them. Xiaogu, prepare your healing spores. Xiaoyin opened his mouth and unleashed an icy blue breath directly at the ice-cracking moths, instantly encasing one in a solid ice sculpture. One of the frost spikes worms flailed desperately in panic, spraying ice spikes toward Xiaoyin. A few grazed his leg, barely breaking the skin. Xiaogu's healing spores responded immediately, their green luminescence seeping into the wound as the minor scratches closed visibly before their eyes. Beautiful. Xia Yue praised. Xiaoyin, dispose of them with an ice cone rain. Xiaoyin understood immediately, manipulating ice elements to form dozens of tiny ice cones in the air that descended like precision-guided projectiles, concentrating on the ice-cracking moths' heads and stunning them all. Good work, Xiaoyin. You supported well too, Xiaogu. Xia Yue stored the dropped items, pleased that Xiaoyin and Xiaogu's first formal coordination had been quite seamless. Let's continue. Checking the sky, Xia Yue had lunch with Xiaoyin and Xiaogu before setting out again. As they ventured deeper into the frost forest, the beast tamers they encountered grew increasingly powerful, ranging from mid to late resonant stages, with occasional whispers of spirit communication phase energy. Xia Yue mainly chose late resonant stage opponents, which could bring considerable pressure when Xiaoyin's bloodline hadn't yet awakened. For instance, they had encountered an ice shadow leopard skilled in stealth ambushes, but Xiaogu's insight spores detected it beforehand, allowing Xiaoyin to defeat it head-on. Later, on a mountainside, they ran into a coordinated pack of ice rock beasts. After an intense battle, Xiaoyin directly activated his ancient bloodline, and with Xiaogu's energy spore support repelled the beast pack. As battles mounted, Xiaoyin's mastery of ice elements grew increasingly refined, and the 2 beast tamers became more agile in combining their various skills. Before they knew it, they had spent most of the day in the forest. Xiaoyin bore numerous battle scars, yet his gaze had grown sharper. Though Xiaogu hadn't directly participated in the attacks, her continuous spore release took a considerable toll, and the glow on her cap had dimmed somewhat. About enough. Xia Yue checked the time and assessed both beast tamers' conditions. That's all for today. We've gathered quite a lot, so let's go back and digest our gains properly. Just as Xia Yue was about to signal Xiaoyin and Xiaogu to return, the luxury ball at his waist suddenly vibrated violently. He instinctively gripped the ball tighter. The speed hound emitted low warning whines from within the ball, baring its teeth toward the deeper forest. What's happening? Xia Yue immediately became alert. The speed hound was a monarch-class beast tamer with senses far keener than his own or those of the two smaller companions. Almost simultaneously, he faintly heard what seemed like human voices in the distance. These weren't the loud calls of a patrol team, but rather an eerie chanting with an extremely bizarre accent, intermittent and nearly drowned out by the howling cold wind. That direction pointed to the deepest part of the frost forest, the destination they hadn't reached last time. This definitely wasn't Dongli language, could it be? A chill ran through Xia Yue's heart. He recalled his father mentioning that while the Holy Fool had eliminated most Ashen Snow members, some remnants might have escaped. Holding his breath, he projected his spiritual energy to communicate with the speed hound. Speed hound, come out, keep quiet. The luxury ball flashed with light, and a sleek pale brown figure materialized silently beside him. The speed hound's sharp eyes remained fixed on the forest depths, ears perked and muscles tensed in preparation for combat. Xia Yue pressed the curious Xiaogu back into his embrace, signaled silence to Xiaoyin, then crouched low and concealed his presence as he moved stealthily toward the source of the sound, using towering ice rocks and ancient trees for cover. The speed hound followed at his side with barely a sound. The deeper they advanced, the clearer the chanting became. It wasn't his imagination, and it certainly wasn't Biming language either. Xia Yue frowned slightly at the awkward chanting, its tone both chilling and fanatical, sending shivers down his spine. Beyond the biting cold in the air, there was a hint of scorching heat, entirely out of place in the frozen northern realm. Why does everything go wrong every time I come to the frost forest? Xia Yue grumbled to himself. He quietly parted a hanging icicle and peered through the gap toward a natural clearing surrounded by circular ice rocks ahead. The moment he took in the scene, Xia Yue's pupils contracted sharply. In the center of the clearing, three figures in tattered white robes with snow and ice-burning patterns still faintly visible on their garments stood in a triangular formation. Their faces were pale, and their breathing unsteady, bearing serious injuries. They were clearly the survivors who had escaped the previous great battle. On the ground between them lay an extremely complex magical formation drawn with a dark red substance resembling coagulated blood. At the formation's center was buried a fist-sized irregular crystal emitting a constant crimson glow with what appeared to be flames burning within. An extremely pure yet chaotic and violent fire energy poured continuously from that crystal. What shocked Xia Yue most was that numerous beast tamers' corpses lay scattered around the formation. They appeared drained of life and energy, their corpses shriveled with a peculiar scorched brown texture on the surface. And those three Ashen Snow members were chanting while feverishly pouring their own fire energy, along with the residual energy from the dead beast tamers' corpses, into the ground formation. As the energy continued to pour in, the red crystal's glow intensified, and the surrounding temperature began to rise sharply. What are they doing? Xia Yue's heart pounded wildly. He was certain this was absolutely no good. The mass sacrifice of beast tamers combined with the strange chanting resembled some kind of cult ritual. I can't let this continue. Xia Yue immediately pulled out his phone to contact his father. Just then something unexpected happened. Boom, boom, boom. A massive pillar of flames shot into the sky, and the entire frost forest trembled as if a volcano had erupted. Well, looks like there's no need to notify anyone now, Xia Yue said with some resignation as he watched the ice spikes in front of him gradually melt from the intense heat. Zzz. The piercing sound of melting continued relentlessly. Centered on the formation array, the surrounding ice layer rapidly dissolved, exposing the charred soil beneath. The remnants of those ancient frost trees burned further, emitting a pungent, acrid stench. The pure ice-type spiritual energy in the air was cruelly dispersed, replaced by a searing aura thick with destruction. They were using the most extreme fire-type energy to shatter the natural balance. The frost forest, lush as a primeval woodland, was being devastated by terrifying fire power, leaving behind a wasteland of scorched black tree trunks and shattered branches. What lunatics! I can't let them continue. Xia Yue made his decision in an instant. No longer holding back, he burst from his hiding place, unleashing a surge of mental power. Soundhound, target the one on the left. Raging Wind Claw combined with Gale Fong. Finish it as fast as possible. Little Silver. Ice Crystal Shield, protect us. Little Mushroom, give me everything you've got. Woof. Soundhound reacted with incredible speed. The moment Xia Yue gave his command, it transformed into a pale brown streak and lunged forward. So fast that it left an afterimage trailing through the air. Who's there? A brat from Dongli. Damn it. Stop him. The three Jin Shui remnants clearly hadn't anticipated a sudden ambush, let alone at such speed. Their chanting was interrupted, and the pillar of fire shooting toward the sky ceased its expansion. The Xia Yue member on the left hastily tried to summon his tamed beast, but Soundhound had already closed the distance. A massive claw wreathed in cyan wind blades descended upon him with devastating force. Splat! The burst of fire that had just ignited in front of that Xia Yue member was instantly scattered. The man himself was sent flying by the colossal impact, crashing into an ice formation and coughing up great mouthfuls of blood, his fate unknown. The power of Raging Wind Claw. Is it really this strong? Xia Yue was somewhat surprised himself. As expected of the monarch stage, crushing these cannon fodder was nothing short of an absolute suppression. You little brat, you seek death. The leader in the middle's eyes nearly burst from fury. He abandoned any attempt to maintain the formation array, and with a sweep of both hands a fire dragon lizard materialized beside him. Opening its maw, it unleashed 2 scorching fireballs straight at Xia Yue. Little Silver. Xia Yue cried out urgently. The ice crystal shield that Little Silver had long been preparing instantly expanded in front of Xia Yue. Boom. Boom. The fireballs exploded against the ice shield, which shook violently and developed cracks, but held firm and blocked the attack. At the same time, Little Silver's freeze breath was directed toward another Xia Yue member. Unable to divide his attention, that Xia Yue man was instantly frozen solid into an ice sculpture. Little brat. You're good, very good. The leader's anger had reached its absolute limit. He had never imagined that his organization's grand plan would be thwarted by a mere child. Dongli Brat prepared to face the wrath of the gods. Seeing that victory was beyond him, he turned and leaped directly into the pillar of fire. The nearby fire dragon lizard, witnessing its master throw himself into the flames, shot Xia Yue in angry glare before following, without the slightest hesitation, charging into the inferno. What is he babbling about? Wrath of the gods. Xia Yue felt deeply uneasy, sensing that something terribly horrifying was about to unfold. Receiving the sacrifice, the pillar of fire burned with even greater intensity, spreading wildly in all directions. The violent fire-type energy caused the very space around it to contort and warp endlessly. Centered on the formation array, the ice layer within a radius of nearly 100 meters completely melted away. Even the sky seemed to be stained with an ominous dark crimson hue. Xia Yue held Little Silver and Little Mushroom close to his chest-mounted Soundhound and made a desperate rush for the outer perimeter. The frost forest was deteriorating before his eyes. The beautiful ice forest was turning into a scorched wasteland. Rumble, rumble. The entire frost forest seemed to shudder violently. An indescribable figure radiating supreme coldness and an aura of noble sanctity surged toward the sky. Yet at this moment it was filled with absolute fury. The terrifying pressure of chaos and destruction erupted from the deepest subterranean reaches of the forest like a dormant volcano breaking free. The sky turned pitch black in an instant. A blizzard far more ferocious than anything ever witnessed before descended without warning. Heavy snow wrapped in gale-force winds slashed at everything like billions of razor-sharp ice blades. A soul-chilling echo resonated through the wind, reminiscent of ancient glaciers fracturing across the ages. The pillar of fire that had reached toward the heavens was extinguished like a mere candle flame under this terrifying ice-type force. But the destroyed forest could never be restored. It had been thoroughly provoked, and in the worst possible state. In its slumber it had sensed its homeland being desecrated and destroyed. Now its consciousness was consumed entirely by desires for devastation and annihilation. Crack! Crack! The teeth-chattering sound of freezing echoed from deep within the forest, as if the entire woodland trembled and congealed under that furious cold. Even more terrifying events unfolded. As the dreadful pressure and blizzard spread, all the tame beasts across Frost Forest seemed to sense its wrath and fell into absolute panic in an instant. Roar, whine, hiss. From every direction came the simultaneous roars, wails, and screams of countless tamed beasts brimming with sheer terror. Near and far deep within the forest, the sounds converged like rolling tidal waves of thunder. The ground began to quake violently. Not the earlier tremor of energy, but the deafening stampede of countless beasts fleeing for their lives, trampling the earth. Every tamed beast in Frost Forest was stunned by the enraged divine aura, plunging into unprecedented terror and triggering a catastrophic beast tide. They were fleeing frantically toward the forest's outer reaches and human settlements. Soundhound was incredibly fast, like a gust of wind racing against the scattered vanguard of the stampede. It quickly reached the edge of Frost Forest, where Tianwang from the nearby Huaning city had already assembled on the scene. Xia Yue looked back one final time at the scorched blackened forest, then gazed toward the apocalyptic blizzard descending from the forest's deepest reaches. Jin Shue's conspiracy had succeeded. They had angered a godlike existence and unleashed a catastrophe that could engulf all of Dongli. Father. Xia Yue rode Soundhound swiftly to Xia Chengyun's side. Little Yue, are you alright? Xia Chengyun immediately inspected him, visibly relieved when he saw no injuries. Although he had lent Soundhound to Xia Yue, no one could have imagined that a divine-level catastrophe would erupt within Frost Forest. Dad, I'm fine. I was in the forest. Xia Yue briefly explained what he had seen and heard in the forest to the celestial kings of Huaning. Damn Jin Shui. Mayor Li Qingshan of Huaining cursed with a frown, his eyes fixed on the center of the blizzard deep in the Hanshuang forest. By the way, Dad, what exactly is that entity in the forest? Above the Hanshuang forest, the godlike being was recklessly unleashing its power. That is the divine beast of our northern territory, known in ancient times as the Crown Lord, and now we call it the Snow Child, said Xia Yue with a grave expression. There are not many records about him. The clearer records are from the Fenghua era, when he protected our northern territory from the disasters of war. Yun Feng added from the side. Indeed, logically speaking, he is supposed to be good and lawful. He shouldn't erupt with such malice just because his home was destroyed. The cold and beautiful woman, who was commanding the frost giant serpent to intercept the beast tide, asked in confusion, Jin Shui. Snow Child. Then she asked, Patrol team, how is it? Have all the people in Hanshuang forest been evacuated? Li Qingshan asked while resisting the beast tide surging from Hanshuang forest like a flood. Report. Report, Mayor, all registered personnel have been evacuated today. The patrol leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said hurriedly. Celestial Kings, today we face the myth of the Northern Territory. If anyone is afraid, they may leave now. Li Qingshan's voice was especially clear in the wind and snow, carrying a hint of desperation. Then let's fight. Who's afraid of him? All right, everyone, there's only one requirement. Try to survive. With that, Li Qingshan commanded the mountain-like ice rock giant beside him to unleash its ice power wildly. A tremendously thick ice wall instantly rose from the ground 100 meters high, stretching between the forest and Huaining City, temporarily blocking the first wave of wildly fleeing beasts. At that moment, a clearer soul-piercing bird cry came from afar. An ice-blue streak of light cut through the dim sky, moving so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. A giant bird with a wingspan over 10 meters, its body as if carved from the purest ice crystal, appeared before everyone. On the bird's back stood an old man with white hair and beard, yet his face showed little sign of age. He wore a simple gray robe, but his aura was more vast than any of the celestial kings present. Nail an ancestor. Li Qingshan's eyes brightened, and he visibly relaxed. The ice crystal giant bird hovered in midair. Nalan Shua's gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield below, then looked toward the ever-expanding snow and ice phantom deep in Hanshuang forest, his brow furrowed. The Snow Child's state is wrong. It seems to be influenced by something, and its emotions have become extremely ferocious. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone clearly. Ancestor, what should we do? Fight head-on. Nalan Qing, who had been brought nearby by the Nalan ancestor at some point, looked up and asked, what else can we do? Nalan Shua shook his head. We can only try to weaken its energy and then reason with it. Reason with it. Xia Qingyun was taken aback, and the surrounding celestial kings were also puzzled. I observed that for some reason the Snow Child's strength is only a little above the 8th rank. Your spirit beast combined with my ice wand can still fight for a short time. Nalan Shua stared sharply at the untouchable figure in the sky. Is there really a chance? The Snow Child's power comes from the origin of ice and snow of the entire northern territory. As long as the northern wind and snow remain, its power is nearly infinite. Even if all of us die here, we may not be able to defeat it, Yao Zhaohua said pessimistically. That's why I brought my granddaughter. She is a rare person with the talent of beast affinity. And that's Yao Boy. The two of you have beast affinity, and the Snow Child's malice toward you will be much less. You try to use your spiritual power to communicate with the Snow Child's will. We can only hope that it will suppress that violent power itself. Nalan Shua arranged every word. Will it work? Xia Chengyun hesitated, worried about Xia Yu's safety. If I brought my precious granddaughter here, what are you hesitating for? Could I harm my own granddaughter? Nalan Shua frowned. This is only plan A. I've already contacted the Imperial Capital. If we really can't solve it, the Imperial Capital will find a way to deal with the Snow Child. As soon as Nalan Shua's words fell, a roar that seemed to tear eardrums came from deep in the forest. The Snow Child moved. The huge ice and snow phantom no longer just released pressure and wind and snow. It raised the staff made of ice in its hand, and a giant arm formed from glaciers materialized out of thin air, swinging fiercely toward this side. Instantly the sky seemed to be torn open. Dense, sharp ice blades mixed with even more violent freezing air poured down like a waterfall toward the ice wall and the people behind. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a crisis. System mission activated. Main mission released. I avoid the divine beast. Mission content: defeat the Snow Child. Mission rewards: colorful hex deck reinforcement rune 1, a golden skill scroll 1, a new system permission 1. System: this mission is very good, no need to send it next time. Defense. Li Qingshan roared. The ice rock giant beside him let out a furious roar and slammed its fists heavily into the ground. A thicker metallic shining ice crystal barrier instantly opened up in front like a giant shield. Boom. The torrent of ice blades slammed into the ice crystal barrier, producing a deafening crash. The barrier trembled violently under the attack, and countless cracks quickly appeared on its surface, about to collapse. Blazing Dragon Eagle. Xia Chengyun immediately commanded. The Blazing Dragon Eagle let out a long cry, spread its huge fire wings, and soared into the sky. It crossed the ice wall and directly charged into the torrent of ice blades, spewing blazing golden dragon flames. The terrifying high temperature of the dragon flame instantly melted most of the ice blade torrent. The forces of ice and fire clashed fiercely here, producing a sizzling sound and evaporating a large cloud of white mist. The other celestial kings also took action. Yao Zhaohua's frost-tail swallow carved an ice-blue trail in the air, precisely cutting off the giant ice blades that leaked through the barrier. Yin Feng's Ice Wolf King growled low, condensing small ice crystal shields behind the barrier to protect the ground personnel. Xia Yue looked at the godlike phantom in the sky. It wore an azure crown, a blue-gold mixed robe, and held a staff made of ice. Immeasurable ice elemental energy erupted wildly from its body. Individual name Snowchild. Individual attribute ice. Individual level. Individual talent. Individual skill. Xia Yue took a deep breath and silently looked for an opportunity to communicate. Nalan Shua's eyes narrowed. Ice Luan. The crystal ice giant bird beneath him let out a clear resonant cry, spreading its wings as ice-blue light surged from its body like a tide. A pressure far more vast, pure, and frigid than any celestial king's beast present descended with a thunderous crash. The Ice Luan moved. It did not go for the hailstones or the fissures, but flew straight toward the immense icy phantom of the Snow Child. The Ice Luan flapped its wings, unleashing countless beams of ice-blue light condensed to the extreme, like a rainstorm, toward the Snow Child. These beams contained not only a terrifying low temperature, but also a strange power of freezing laws, and wherever they passed, even space seemed to be frozen solid. The Snow Child roared, and layers upon layers of glacial shields instantly condensed before it. Boom, boom, boom. The ice-blue beams crashed into the glacial shields, erupting with earth-shattering sounds. The shields shattered layer by layer, ice shards flying everywhere, but new shields quickly formed. The two engaged in the purest clash of energy in the sky. The Ice Luan, with its more agile form and exquisite energy manipulation, kept moving and attacking, seeking openings. The Snow Child, relying on its nearly infinite ice and snow origin, and its massive phantom, overpowered finesse with brute force, sending violent torrents of energy again and again, trying to engulf the Ice Luan. Every collision triggered celestial phenomena. Wind and snow reversed their course, and thunder roared. Below, the celestial kings unleashed a barrage of skills toward the Snow Child. As time passed, celestial kings from Zhejiang City and Susen City also arrived, greatly alleviating the pressure. Is this a natural disaster? Xia Yue sighed. Although Patriarch Nalan's Ice Luan was a natural disaster tier only at the 7th level, the Snow Child, under the influence of some violent force, had no tactics and simply kept releasing skills. However, Patriarch Nalan's Ice Luan had the support of many celestial kings, so the battle was fairly even. Xiao Boy, Xiao Qing. Nalan Shua's voice pierced through the roar now. Use your spiritual power to contact it. Convey the intention of peace. Xia Yue and Nalan Qing exchanged a glance, then nodded slightly. Although a bit nervous, there is no time to hesitate. Xia Yue took a deep breath, closed his eyes, sank his entire mind into his consciousness, and carefully extended his spiritual power, like the gentlest tendrils probing toward the chaotic core of energy in the distance. Beside him, Nalan Qing did the same. Their spiritual powers, like two thin but resilient threads, painstakingly pierced through the chaotic energy currents and blizzard, inching closer to the Snow Child. The Snow Child seemed to sense that these two streams of spiritual power held no malice, so it did not stop them. At the moment of contact, boom! A chaotic, furious, painful emotion, mixed with the frenzy of a desecrated homeland, surged back like a tsunami. Xia Yue swayed, his face instantly turning pale, feeling as if an ice pick had stabbed his head. Nalan Qing, affected by the powerful spiritual shock, collapsed directly to the ground. No! This Nalan Qing's spiritual power is too weak, falling asleep at the first touch. Xia Yue looked at the unconscious Nalan Qing, a bit speechless. However, what he did not know was that Nalan Qing's spiritual power was already very strong among her peers. It was Patriarch Nalan who had misjudged the power of the Snow Child's spirit. Xiao Qing. Nalan Shua looked at the fainted Nalan Qing with concern, but seeing that Xia Yue was still standing firm, he focused on the ongoing battle. What do I do? Xia Yue rubbed his aching head, and had Xiao Yin drag Nalan Qing to a safe place. Above, Nalan Shua was fighting fiercely, the clash between the Ice Luan and the Snow Child shaking the very sky. The group of celestial kings below were also throwing skills as if they were free, but with little effect. Although the Snow Child's phantom was constantly trembling from the attacks, it showed no sign of dissipating. Convey the intention of peace. Xia Yue rubbed his sore temples. I'd like to, but it just won't listen. It felt like trying to reason with someone who was madly throwing things. Impossible. Xia Yue gritted his teeth, closed his eyes again, endured the pain of ice stabbing his brain, and carefully extended his spiritual power once more. This time he did not rush into the core of fury. Instead, he wandered and observed in the chaotic energy currents around it. Soon he noticed something different. That chaotic, furious thought was not entirely pure destruction. It was mixed with a deep sense of grievance and a disgust of having its home dirted. A flash of insight struck Xia Yue. Right, this should be the Snow Child's original thought, while the chaotic, disordered part was the result of some means used by the Jinshua organization to pollute the Snow Child's will. How can I dissolve this power? Xia Yue's mind raced, but after thinking for a long time he had no clue. Xiao boy not done yet. Hang in there. Nalan Shua seemed to be reaching his limit as the ice lawn was not a divine beast and had limited energy. No, it's impossible for me to dissolve this power. The gap in strength is too great. Should be. Right awaken the snow child's own will let it suppress this power. A flash of inspiration struck Xia Yue. Little mushroom, give me a spore for spiritual power recovery. Goo. Xia Yue took a deep breath and stopped trying to resist the furious power. He turned himself into a mirror transmitting the beauty of the northern domain. On the northern wasteland of fresh snowfall covered all filth, bringing a silence and tranquility of a world made pure and spotless. But many enemies wanted to break this peace and plunder the land. The snow child naturally would not allow the invasion, driving the enemies away with all its might, and thus fell into slumber itself. After that, the northern domain returned to its usual tranquility. Forests full of vitality, all things growing, cities with towering buildings stretching endlessly. Beastmasters ran freely on the snowy plains, and people lived in peace. At first, the furious thought remained violent, even wanting to tear Xia Yue's annoying spiritual power apart. But gradually Xia Yue felt that the pure destruction seemed to pause for a moment. The snow child's original will seemed to sense something. Although still angry, its movements slowed by a beat. It worked. Xia Yue's spirits lifted, and ignoring the increasing pain in his head, he turned his spiritual power output to maximum. More beautiful images and feelings were transmitted, and the battle in the sky underwent a subtle change. The movements of the snow child's massive phantom were no longer completely wild and chaotic. When it blocked the attacks of the ice lawn and the celestial kings, it seemed a bit distracted. The chaotic red light burning in its eyes gradually faded, and it glanced toward the direction where Xia Yue was. Brief, but Nalan Shua caught it. Good lad. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Ice lawn now. Full force frozen pounce. The ice lawn let out a piercing cry that could split metal and stone. The icy blue radiance around its body condensed to its utmost, and at the tip of its beak a faint freezing star that seemed to halt time itself suddenly blazed to life. It instantly transformed into a straight icy blue streak of light, moving several times faster than before and fiercely pecked at a crucial node in the energy flow of the snow child's phantom. Boom! An unprecedented thunderous roar. The ice lawn's beak struck the node with pinpoint accuracy. The terrifying law of freezing erupted in an instant, spreading like a plague across the snow child's phantom, ravaging it without mercy. Vast sheets of ice and snow peeled away, froze, and shattered from the phantom. It trembled violently, unleashing a roar of agony and fury, its form visibly shrinking as its light grew dimmer and dimmer. Below, all the heavenly kings seized the opportunity, launching a torrent of concentrated attacks upon the phantom once more. The snow child's phantom could no longer withstand the assault. It let out a long, unwilling sigh, and its colossal body began to collapse rapidly, finally condensing into a faint blue light that vanished back into the depths of the frost forest. The overwhelming pressure that had enshrouded the heavens and earth receded like a tide. The blizzard in the sky gradually subsided, and the snow child's phantom dispersed, revealing its true form. Small and exquisite, less than a meter tall, wearing a crown and a robe of law. The crimson in its pupils completely faded, giving way to a clear, serene azure. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Defeat the snow child. Rewards obtained: colorful Hex Deck Enhancement Rune 1, Golden Skill Scroll 1, New System Permission 1 stored in the system's back. Please check and collect, host. Xia Yue slumped to the ground, gasping for air. The excessive consumption of his mental energy left his face as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Finally, done. Xiaoyin sidled over, nuzzling him with her head, her ice blue eyes filled with worry. It's nothing, just a bit tired. Xia Yue patted her. You've worked hard too. Xiao Gu also shuffled over, touching Xia Yue's hand with her mycelium, channeling warm life energy to ease his mental fatigue. Humans, thank you for your help. As the snow child's true form descended slowly, a voice ethereal and wholly echoed directly in everyone's minds. Lord Snow Child, what exactly happened? Xia Yue asked, seeing the snow child had regained its senses. The other heavenly kings gathered around, looking at the devastated forest edge with lingering fear. It was those people from that organization. They spread a law force of extreme violence within the forest. That force affected me, and I fell into chaos. The snow child's tiny true form hovered half a meter above the ground, its azure pupils calmly surveying the ravaged forest edge, its tone tinged with a hint of guilt. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed slightly to the snow child. Lord Snow Child, the destruction of the forest is the sin of those lawless miscreants, not your fault. Your return to clarity is a blessing for the Northern Territory. He paused, his tone becoming extremely solemn. Rest assured, the Dongli government will immediately mobilize resources to do everything possible to help restore the ecosystem of the Frost Forest. The Snow Child nodded slightly, the ice crystals on its crown shimmering with a soft light. The promise of Dongli. I believe in it. This forest is not only my home, but also the dwelling place of countless creatures. I hope it can quickly regain its former tranquility. It will be done. Li Qingshan replied gravely, then took out his phone to begin preparing post-battle restoration tasks. It's indeed those damn Jinshua bastards. Yun Feng gritted his teeth. This cancerous growth really needs to be cleansed. I'll contact the capital and join forces with Biming to uproot it. Nalan Shua descended from the sky with the ice lawn whose light was also somewhat dimmed from the immense exertion. His eyes were icy cold, but as if remembering something, he turned to Xia Yue with a smile. This time the Xia lad has made a great contribution. We give him some reward. I'll head back first to arrange Shao Qing's affairs. With that, Nalan Shua departed carrying the unconscious Nalan Qing. Very well, Senior Nalan. Young friend Xia, come find me at the Beast Taming Center later. Li Qingshan waved to the sky, then spoke to Xia Yue with a genial demeanor utterly devoid of the terrifying aura he had shown in battle. Yes, Mayor Li. Xia Yue waved goodbye to the departing Li Qingshan. The surrounding heavenly kings, seeing that matters were mostly resolved, departed one after another. Just as Xia Yue was about to leave with Xia Qingyun, the ethereal voice sounded in his ear again. You? Stay. Xia Yue froze, turning around to meet the snow child's azure eyes clear enough to peer into one's soul. Me? He pointed at himself, uncertain. Yes. Come to the heart of the forest to find me. The snow child nodded slightly, turning to walk into the few remaining undamaged parts of the forest. Dad. Xia Yue whispered a few words to Xia Qingyun, and upon seeing his father nod, he turned back and headed into the forest. Silence descended abruptly. The beasts that usually inhabited the forest had all fled, and the familiar sounds of insects and birds were completely absent. Xia Yue sat atop Shao Yin while Shao Gu in his arms continuously emitted healing spores to soothe him. Soon Xia Yue spotted the snow child. Its small body hovered in the air, surveying the charred trees around it, exuding an aura of profound sorrow. Lord Snow Child, are you all right? I am fine. Just a little. Stirred by the scene. The snow child's voice was as calm as still water. Stirred by the scene? Xia Yue asked, puzzled. The snow child seemed interested in him and explained, over 300 years ago. In your human reckoning, it was the Beacon Fire era. Back then I fought with all my might to protect this land, but in the end I could not overcome them. This land was scarred just like this, turned into scorched earth, as if drenched in lava. Afterward, I expended nearly all my power to restore the vitality of this land, and I fell into a deep slumber. The snow child gazed quietly at Xia Yue. Don't worry, Lord Snow Child. The area of destruction in the frost forest is not too vast. Dongli can still restore it. Xia Yue comforted. I trust you, Dongli. The snow child spoke slowly. Also, there is an aura on you that feels familiar to me. Xia Yue's heart skipped a beat. A familiar aura. Was it his beast affinity? Blood resonance? Or the system? A familiar scent? What is it? Xia Yue's heart pounded violently, his voice taut with tension. Xue Zhizi's azure eyes, as ancient and unyielding as eternal ice, rested calmly upon Xia Yue. His gaze drifted past Xia Yue, settling on Shaoyin beside him. Faint, yet pure. Xue Zhizi's voice echoed, ethereally, carrying a trace of distant reminiscence. It is the scent of the frost wolf. I cannot recall how long it has been since I last beheld it. Xia Yue froze. Frost wolf. Was this not Shao Yin's ancient bloodline? He drew a deep breath, relieved. At least his greatest secret remained hidden. He glanced instinctively at Shao Yin. The beast seemed to sense something as well, lifting its head slightly, its ice blue eyes meeting Xue Zhizi's gaze. The crystal crown on its forehead shimmered faintly, and the dormant northern frost wolf bloodline within it stirred, responding to an invisible call. Indeed. Xue Zhizi's diminutive true form drifted closer, its gaze lingering longer on Shao Yin, a warmth and nostalgia softening its eyes. In the ancient era, the coldest, darkest age of the northern realm, Xue Zhizi's voice flowed through Xia Yue's mind like a stream from a primordial glacier melting. Upon the frozen plains once roamed a frost wolf clan. Their chieftain bore the same bloodline as your little companion here. Xia Yue held his breath. He had never imagined that Shao Yin's ancient bloodline could be linked to Xue Zhizi. They were mighty, the most valiant warriors of the ice fields. Xue Zhizi continued, the crystal atop its staff shimmering. They fought alongside me, driving away the eternal darkness. Fought alongside. Those 4 words struck Xia Yue's heart. Xue Zhizi was a legend of the northern realm. The northern frost wolves that could fight alongside such a being. What kind of existence were they? Xia Yue knew the northern frost wolf bloodline was formidable, but he never expected it possessed the potential to stand shoulder to shoulder with a divine beast. That war was brutal. Xue Zhizi's voice deepened. Many frost wolves fell, including their king. The survivors gradually faded into the depths of the frozen plains, their bloodline diluted, eventually becoming what you now call icefield wolves. It turned to Shao Yin. I never thought that after so long I would feel this familiar presence again. Though faint and thin, the power rooted in that bloodline. I recognize it. Shao Yin seemed to understand, emitting a low, respectful growl. The bloodline power within it stirred gently, as if responding to this acknowledgement across the long expanse of time. You awakened it. Xue Zhizi turned to Xia Yue. Not only my corrupted consciousness, but also this dormant bloodline. Letting it re-emerge. It paused, tapping its tiny staff lightly. A point of ice blue light, as if condensed from the purest essence of the entire snowfield, drifted from the staff's tip. The light was crystalline, with what seemed like a miniature galaxy swirling within. It floated slowly toward Shao Yin, finally merging into the crystal crown on its forehead. A small token from me. Shuejizi's voice carried a barely perceptible smile. For this descendant of the Frost Wolf, may you restore the glory of the Northern Frost Wolves. The moment the light merged, Xiao Yin shuddered violently. Its silver blue fur stood on end, bristling, without wind, with more brilliant crystals forming at the tips. The crystal crown on its forehead instantly transformed into a lifelike bone crown, while crystals all over its body grew wildly, as if imbued with life, interlacing into a magnificent suit of ice armor. The ice elements in the surrounding air gathered as if summoned by a sovereign, condensing into a slowly rotating micro-blizzard domain over 10 meters in diameter. Through their contract, Xia Yue could clearly sense an incredibly pure power surging into Xiao Yin, rapidly merging with its own bloodline and growing stronger. Xiao Yin's bloodline has awakened on its own. Xia Yue immediately checked Xiao Yin's status panel. Individual name Ice Wolf King variant. Individual attribute Ice. Individual level resonance mid-stage. Individual talent catastrophe stage. Individual skills Ice Element Mastery Master Purple Wolf Soul Proficient Blue Ancient Bloodline Northern Frost Wolf 50 Master Purple. Description: Xiao Yin directly advanced, and the ancient bloodline now has a purity 50. A woo. Xiao Yin couldn't help but lift its head and let out a long, exhilarating howl echoing at the edge of the silent forest as the ancient bloodline perfectly integrated into itself. Shuejizi watched quietly, a trace of relief flickering in its azure eyes. Nurture it well, it said finally to Xia Yue. This bloodline should not fade into silence. I hope when we meet again, it can truly revive the glory of its ancestors. With that, its tiny true form dissolved into points of ice blue light, like starlight scattered by the wind, carrying a lingering trace of nostalgia. They drifted slowly and vanished without a trace. Only a brilliant ice blue gem remained in Xia Yue's hand, and a calm voice echoed in his ear. If you have need, use this to find me. Xia Yue carefully tucked the gem into his inner pocket. The forest edge fell utterly silent. Xia Yue stood there staring at the spot where Shuejizi had disappeared, then looked down at Xiao Yin, still digesting the bloodline power. His heart pounded furiously. This expedition. The journey was a bit twisted, but the outcome is still good, I suppose. Xia Yue calmed his emotions. He checked the sky, where it was already late. Let's go. Xiao Yin, Xiao Gu. Xia Yue let out a long sigh, patted the now shrunken Xiao Yin, and rubbed Xiao Gu, who was peeking curiously from atop his head. Going home. We need to properly digest today's gains. Xiao Yin nuzzled his hand, letting out a contented growl. Xiao Gu also shook its umbrella cap. One person and two beasts made their way back along the path. Near the forest's edge, the trampled traces from the beast tide were still visible. A chaotic mess of broken branches and overturned frozen soil, a scene of devastation. However, most of the beast tide had been dealt with by the heavenly kings and the beast tamers who came to help. Now the frost forest grew even quieter than before. Near the exit, Xia Yue spotted Xia Qingyun and Yao Zhaohua waiting, huddled together in conversation. Dad, Teacher Yao. Xia Yue walked over. Xia Qingyun immediately turned, scanning him from head to toe to confirm he hadn't lost any limbs, then sighed in relief. You kid. As long as you're safe. The commotion inside was so huge earlier we almost charged in. Yao Zhaohua also looked at him and nodded slightly. Your mental power is very strong. You should train it more. It will bring unexpected benefits. Hee, is that so? It's all thanks to your teaching, teacher. Xia Yue chuckled. All right. Yao Zhaohua exchanged a few more words with Xia Yue and his father, reminding him to prepare well for the youth cup, then departed. Let's go home first. Xia Qingyun said to Xia Yue. Your mother must be worried sick. Rest for a few days, then prepare for the youth cup. Xia Yue followed Xia Yunqing out, seeing staff members arriving one after another. Clearly there was still a lot of aftermath work to handle. After leaving the forest and settling into the car, heading home, Xia Yue finally allowed himself to relax completely. He leaned back against the seat with Xiao Yin dozing in his arms, while Xiao Gu remained quiet above. Your mental power is surprisingly strong. Xia Yunqing asked in surprise while driving. Is my mental power that strong? Xia Yue was also somewhat bewildered. Before this incident, he'd never felt his mental power was so powerful. Much stronger than someone your age. Xia Yunqing nodded slightly. Xia Yue and Xia Yunqing chatted casually, and Xia Yue took the opportunity to sort through today's gains. Xiao Yin had received the origin gift from the Snow Child, causing his bloodline to awaken further and his strength to surge dramatically. He also had official rewards coming. Xiao Gu seemed to have received nothing at all. Oh right, that system quest. Xia Yue closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the system chessboard. System backpack, colorful Hex Enhancement Rune 1, a golden skill scroll 1, a unlock new system permission 1. Xia Yue's eyes lit up. He wouldn't mention the colorful hex, but a golden skill scroll. This was the first time he'd ever seen a golden great skill. Finally, there was the unlock new system permission. Xia Yue opened it with great anticipation. Permission, unlocked forging. Description: the host can forge equipment. 2 scattered pieces can combine into unique beast taming gear, and 3 identical beast taming outfits can merge into even more powerful ones. Attached ability: 1 equipment slot for all the host's beast tamers. Forging permission. I've never seen anything like this in the game. He quickly scanned the forging permission description. 3 beast taming outfits could combine into a radiant version of beast taming gear. A smile spread across Xia Yue's face, impossible to suppress. I was just wondering how to obtain radiant equipment to raise my limits, and now the perfect solution appears right when I need it. And this, an extra equipment slot for all the host's beast tamers. In this world, beast tamers can only carry 1 piece of equipment. But with the system's ability, my beast tamers can now carry 2 pieces of equipment. I remember in the game, you could carry 3. That means, Xia Yue began anticipating what system rewards lay ahead. He suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to that colorful Hex Enhancement Rune, using it without hesitation. The familiar chessboard interface appeared, and 3 steels radiating brilliant multicolored halos slowly rose. Costless price: your beast taming space immediately upgrades to Tier 6 Heavenly King Beast Tamer, after which you cannot independently select enhancement runes. Greatsword overflow: obtain 4 Storm Greatswords. Your Storm Greatswords provide a slight attack speed boost. Growth mindset: gain massive beast tamer experience. I'll skip the costless price option. For all the good, the rewards or the cost is just too steep. The Greatsword overflow isn't bad either, especially since I just unlocked the forging permission, so it can serve as a backup choice. As for growth mindset, I don't really need the beast tamer level right now since I'm close to advancing anyway. Xia Yue examined the 3 options, and after a moment's hesitation refreshed away options 1 and 3. War booty: 3 enemies have a high probability of dropping loot when defeated. Quality over quantity: beast tamers carrying exactly 1 beast equipment piece can upgrade that equipment to radiant gear, and those wielding radiant weapons receive a small health bonus. Quality over quantity is decent, but without the slightest hesitation, Xia Yue selected War Booty 3. Greatness needs no explanation. After making his choice, a burst of colored light flooded the chessboard, and Xia Yue felt an inexplicable, mysterious power coursing through him. Done. Xia Yue exhaled with relief and turned his attention to the final reward, the Golden Skill Scroll. Opening it revealed a scroll design radiating soft golden light, accompanied by a description. Golden Skill Scroll can be applied to any beast tamer, randomly granting them a golden tier skill that matches their element. After a moment's thought, Xia Yue used the Golden Skill Scroll on Xiao Gu, since it had gained the least from their forest journey. The scroll immediately transformed into a stream of pure golden light that poured into Xiao Gu's body. Mushroom. Xiao Gu felt a surge of powerful energy flood through its body, followed by new memories of skills forming in its mind. Xia Yue pulled up Xiao Gu's status panel. Species: Bobo Mushroom. Element: Grass Poison. Level: Late Awakening. Talent: Catastrophe. Period. Skills: Universal Spore Master. Purple Photosynthesis. Proficient. Blue Poison Law. Beginner. Gold. Damn Poison Law. Xia Yue's eyes widened in shock as he stared at that golden skill. Xiao Gu quickly tried the new skill. Oh, never mind. Realizing they were still in the car, Xia Yue hastily stopped Xiao Gu. What's wrong? Xia Yunqing asked in confusion at Xia Yue's agitated state. Dad, nothing's wrong. Xiao Gu just learned a new skill. Oh, right. Xiao Gu is Grass Poison Dual Element. We don't have poison resources at home, but there are still some grass resources. Take them. When you get home, ask your mom to give you some money. Go buy more resources. Xia Yunqing said slowly. Dad, do you not need money anymore? The resources needed for the Heavenly King level are astronomical. You have more potential than me. Just go ahead and do it. Your family will always be your backing. Dad, then what's there to say? I won't tell Mom about your hidden savings then. Xia Yue said, moved. You? How did you know? After returning home and finishing his meal, Xia Yue collapsed into sleep. The day's experiences had left him completely exhausted. The next morning, Xia Yue slept soundly for once, waking up feeling significantly more refreshed. Mom, Dad, I'm heading out. After finishing breakfast, he offered a quick greeting. So early. Where are you going? Xia Yunqing asked. Going to see Mayor Li. He told me to meet him at the Beast Tamer Center to claim my rewards. Xia Yue waved his phone. On it was an address and a brief message from Li Qingshan. After the Snow Child incident concluded, the authorities moved with impressive speed, and the rewards were already prepared. Alright, go ahead. Bring Soundwave Dog with you, stay safe. Xia Yunqing nodded, summoning Soundwave Dog from the Beast Tamer space, placing it into a luxury sphere, and handing it to Xia Yue. Got it. Xia Yue stepped outside and hailed a cab straight to the Beast Tamer Center building downtown. Li Qingshan's office was located on the top floor. Armed guards stood at the entrance, verifying Xia Yue's identity before granting passage. Student Xia Yue, you have arrived? Li Qingshan was standing before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the city beyond. Hearing the voice, he turned around with a warm smile. A demeanor entirely unlike the commanding presence he had shown during the Frost Forest engagement the day before. Greetings, Mayor Li, Xia Yue saluted. No need for such formality, please be seated. Li Qingshan gestured toward the sofa. The rewards are already prepared. In recognition of your extraordinary contributions to this incident, the official authorities have decided to grant you qualification to select one item from the Northern Territory Vault No. 2. A bonus of 1 million Dongli currency, and a Tier 3 Dongli Beast Tamer medal. What? The Northern Territory Vault No. 2. 1 million Dongli currency. A Tier 3 Dongli Beast Tamer medal. Xia Yue was instantly overwhelmed by the lavish reward. The Northern Territory Vault No. 2 is where the Northern Territory authorities store high-value strategic resources and rare materials accessible only to those who have rendered exceptional service. As for the Tier 3 Dongli Beast Tamer medal with this emblem, you will receive a 10% discount on all purchases at the Dongli official Beast Tamer resource trading platform and unrestricted access throughout the entire Dongli region. Li Qingshan explained to Xia Yue with patience. Where is the vault? Can I go there right now? Xia Yue was filled with curiosity about the vault. Of course. Li Qingshan smiled, took out a silver-white card from his desk drawer, and handed it to Xia Yue. This is an access card. The vault lies deep underground within this very building. I'll have someone escort you there. He pressed the communicator on his desk, and shortly thereafter a young man in uniform with a stern expression walked in. Xiaolu takes student Xia Yue to vault no. 2. Understood, Mayor Li. Student Xia Yue, please follow me. Xiaolu gestured for Xia Yue to proceed. The two left the office and boarded an elevator that required special authorization to activate. The elevator descended for quite some time before coming to a stop. As the elevator doors opened, a brightly lit corridor came into view. The walls and ceiling were constructed from some extremely durable metal radiating a cold metallic sheen. At the end of the passage stood a heavy metal door engraved with intricate energy patterns. As Xia Yue approached, a small bird with unmistakable metallic features flew over and perched upon his shoulder. Caw-caw. The metallic bird fluttered its sword-like wings. Xia Yue's instincts immediately flared with alarm, and the luxurious ball at his waist began vibrating intensely. Do not be alarmed. This is a senior guardian of our waning city. Xiaolu immediately explained, noticing Xia Yue's visibly tense posture. That is a relief. Xia Yue exhaled, then activated his system scan. Individual name Steel Feather Crow, individual attribute Metal type, individual level Late King stage, individual talent King stage, individual skills. Introduction. Unexpectedly at Late King stage, the authorities truly have profound reserves. Xia Yue thought to himself. Elder Crow. Mayor Li has asked me to escort this student here to claim his reward. Xiao Lu presented the documents signed by Li Qingshan, and Xia Yue showed the silver-white access card. After carefully inspecting them, the Steel Feather Crow nodded and swept its metallic winged plumage. Rumble rumble. The heavy metal door slowly slid open to both sides, revealing the interior. Rather than a grand treasure vault, it resembled more of a storeroom. Soft lighting illuminated the room, and the items inside were far from numerous, each encased in transparent energy barriers like exhibits in a display case. Xia Yue's gaze swept across colorful crystals and ores radiating dense energy fluctuations, plants sealed within ice crystals or flames, and various unfamiliar and peculiar items, diverse and dazzling. Student Xia Yue, you may choose one item here. Xiao Lu remained at the doorway, offering only a reminder rather than entering. Each item has a brief description label beneath it. You have 30 minutes. Once you decide, simply tell me the identification number. Very well, thank you. Xia Yue took a deep breath and stepped inside. The energy aura within the vault was far denser and more chaotic, even lending a sense of pressure. He began walking slowly along the passages between the barriers, his gaze quickly scanning each item and its accompanying label. Heart of the Ice Dragon, incomplete fragments of the energy core left behind after the death of a King-tier ice dragon containing pure ice attribute origin energy. This is indeed a valuable item, but Little Silver has just received the origin gift from the Child of Snow. Not an urgent need for now. Earth Vein Fire Essence, a core crimson crystal from the earth veins with what appears to be molten lava flowing within. The supreme evolutionary material for fire attribute beast tamers. Fire type resources. Not something I can use at the moment. Space Stone, small, strange, or imbued with weak spatial laws capable of crafting space attribute equipment. Could this be used to create storage rings? Quite useful for ordinary people. Unfortunately, I already have a system inventory. Venomous Treasured Orb, an orb containing poison attribute energy capable of accelerating the growth of poison-type beast tamers. The Venomous Treasured Orb would suit Little Mushroom, but it is still not excellent enough. Let me keep it as a backup for now. Xia Yue browsed through, weighing his options. His own beast tamer rank was nearing a breakthrough, so that was not a concern. Regarding resources, his family at least had a heavenly king-tier beast tamer, so he was not particularly short on anything at present. What I need most now is something that can raise the upper limit of my beast companions. He wandered through the vault, his gaze suddenly pausing before a relatively interior barrier. Inside was neither an energy crystal nor a raw material, but rather a certain plant seed encased within amber. The amber was modest in size, roughly the dimensions of an ordinary egg, its exterior golden and translucent, like solidified honey. Within the seed appeared frozen in time, its edges shimmering with a gentle luster. The label beneath was simple: seed of the world tree, deceased, a world tree seed, discovered in secret realm no. 001. Despite hundreds of methods attempted, we could not induce germination. It is presumed dead, yet it still emanates a trace of world origin aura. The seed of the world tree. Xia Yue was somewhat astonished that such a thing truly existed. He had always assumed the world tree belonged only to legend, yet this world actually possessed it. A pity it is already deceased. Xia Yue expressed regret, though it stood to reason that if the seed were viable and could sprout normally, the authorities would hardly release it for public selection. Nevertheless, allowing little silver and little mushroom to sense even a trace of world origin aura would still be worthwhile. Should it not be? I have decided. Xia Yue no longer hesitated and pointed to the barrier before Xiao Lu. Brother Lu, I choose this, the seed of the world tree. Xiao Lu nodded, glanced at the number, and made a note, then spoke a few words into his communicator. Soon the protective barrier's glow dimmed, and it opened automatically. Xia Yue carefully cupped the seed encased in brownish-yellow amber in his palm, then pretended to pocket it, while secretly storing it in his system space. All chosen? Xiao Lu asked. Yep, all set. Xia Yue nodded. Good, let's head out. Xiao Lu led Xia Yue out of the treasure vault, the great door closing slowly behind them. Back at Mayor Li Qingshan's office, the mayor clearly already knew of Xia Yue's choice, his brows arching slightly. The world tree seed. Though dormant, if you can glean anything from it, it would be quite the worthy reward. I will do my best. Xia Yue replied. Mayor Li Qingshan offered a few more words of encouragement, handed over the bonus and medal, and Xia Yue took his leave. Leaving the beast taming center, Xia Yue summoned Xiao Yin, and Xiao Gu mounted Xiao Yin, with Xiao Gu perched atop his head, and sped toward Huaining City's largest beast taming marketplace, the North Wind Bazaar. Nestled in the eastern district, the North Wind Bazaar sprawled across a vast expanse, teeming with lively crowds. Rows of shops lined the streets, while ground-level stalls pressed shoulder to shoulder, offering an eclectic mix of beast taming gear, exotic fruits, elemental gems, peculiar materials, and even a dedicated section for beast eggs. The air hung thick with the mingled scents of beast pelts and fragrant medicinal herbs. With a gold card in his pocket containing his freshly awarded million and his mother's generous contribution, Xia Yue felt fully empowered to embark on an ambitious shopping spree. First came resources for Xiao Yin and Xiao Gu. Ice and grass, elemental crystals, premium provisions, and a special incense designed to accelerate skill proficiency, which Xia Yue haggled over before securing. Anything that seemed useful and well-crafted caught his eye, particularly some mild poison element materials for Xiao Gu to complement its newly acquired law of poison ability. Then he stocked up on general supplies, potions for swift stamina and spiritual recovery, emergency wound treatments, and even a few luxury balls. He made a point to browse the equipment section, but unfortunately most beast taming gear available was mediocre at best, with superior pieces priced exorbitantly, and none particularly suited to Xiao Yin or Xiao Gu. Xia Yue surveyed the options, shook his head in disappointment. I'll just rely on the system for equipment. The shopping went smoothly, his funds flowing out as steadily as they came back in the form of packed bags and bundles. Finding a secluded corner, Xia Yue stashed most of his purchases into his system space. Having cheats really is the best. Just as he finished buying the final item on his list and prepared to leave the bazaar, the idle chatter of two nearby stall owners drifted into his ears. Have you heard? The black market's been flooded with some serious goods lately, whispered an old man in a fur coat, pipe in hand. Really? The younger stall owner's eyes lit up, then dimmed as he shook his head. That place is too chaotic, too deep water. Without connections and sharp eyes, you just get ripped off. A high risk, high reward. I heard they brought in a massive shipment from the Jiao Kingdom the night before last. Even a local quasi-divine beast tamer. The old man chuckled, puffing contentedly on his pipe, clearly proud of his inside information. Quasi-divine. Seriously, would they actually sell something like that? The younger vendor asked, puzzled. If the quality were sound, they certainly wouldn't be selling it. I suspect there's something wrong with that beast. Xia Yue wasn't deliberately eavesdropping. He simply possessed such powerful spiritual sense that even hushed whispers within 5 meters reached him with perfect clarity. Xia Yue let the rest fade from his attention, stroking his chin in thought. That black market sounds worth investigating. I just wonder where it is and how to get there. Right when in doubt, ask Dad. An idea struck Xia Yue. He found a quiet spot and called Xia Chengyun. Dad, quick question. Do you know any way into the Huaining black market? I'm thinking of checking it out. A 2-second silence preceded his father's exasperated voice. You kid. Got your reward already. And now you want to go causing trouble again. Just going to look around, buy some things, Xia Yue quickly assured him. I heard they've got rare items you can't find anywhere else. There is a black market, Xia Chengyun said, his tone growing grave. It moves, and you need an introduction. You really want to go? I'm going. Xia Yue was firm. All right, with Sonic Hound there, you should be safe. His father sighed. I'll give you a contact, an intermediary. Go to 85 Shilling Street. There's a coffee shop. Go inside. His father's voice hardened with emphasis. Stay safe. If anything goes wrong, summon Sonic Hound. Got it, Xia Yue acknowledged. Cradling Xiao Yin, Xia Yue followed the address to a coffee shop tucked deep within an old alley in the western part of the city. The shop was small but brightly lit, with a middle-aged man standing behind the counter. His silver-white hair, immaculately groomed, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. What can I get you? The man asked without looking up. Ahem. A bottle of cherry cola, Xia Yue replied. Sir, this is a coffee shop. We don't serve cola. The man wiped to cup, his tone flat. What kind of coffee shop doesn't even sell cola? Whatever, I'll have your signature drink then. Xia Yue settled into a seat. Soon the owner brought over a cup of coffee. Enjoy, sir. This is our signature blend. Black gold cheese latte. That'll be 5,000 Dongli coins. Cash or scan? How much? Fine, scan it. Xia Yue couldn't help but hiss through his teeth. Expensive really. Must be the cover charge. but it's actually quite good. After a few sips, strange characters began to emerge on the pristine white cup's surface. Fascinating. Xia Yue drained it in one go, then left the coffee shop following the address revealed by the text. At 7 in the evening, Xia Yue followed the address and found an old bookstore. The shop was modest in size, with several wooden bookshelves neatly arranged crammed densely with volumes. Buying books? The old man asked in a low voice, still gazing at his newspaper. I came from the coffee shop. Xia Yue replied softly. Only then did the old man raise his head, adjusted his glasses, and scrutinized Xia Yue from top to bottom before speaking in a raspy tone, follow me. The old man rose sluggishly, switched off the bookstore lights, locked the door, and led Xia Yue through the back warehouse piled high with secondhand books. He pushed open a hidden iron door painted green. Beyond the door lay a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The walls were damp and the air carried a musty scent of mold and aged dust. The staircase was long and winding. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, Xia Yue faintly heard the murmur of voices and a sliver of light ahead. At the end stood a heavy wooden door sheathed in iron sheeting. The old man knocked. 3 long raps too short. The door cracked open, revealing a scarred face filled with suspicion. Newcomer, the old man said briefly, then turned and left. The scarred man behind the door scrutinized Xia Yue for a moment, nodded, and stepped aside. Go on in. Everything can be traded here, but do not cause trouble. The auction begins promptly at 8:30 in the central hall. Xia Yue nodded and entered carrying Xiao Yin. Beyond the door lay an entirely different world. His eyes fell upon a vast underground space, seemingly converted from an abandoned air raid shelter or some subterranean facility. The vaulted ceiling hung high, adorned with dim yellow crystal lamps. The illumination was not bright, yet sufficient to see clearly. The entire space was roughly divided into several zones. On the outermost ring, numerous vendors spread cloths directly on the ground, displaying items for sale. A glance revealed mostly grimy wares, either stolen goods or artifacts freshly unearthed from the earth. Moving inward, there were rudimentary stalls partitioned by wooden boards where the merchandise appeared marginally more presentable. Xia Yue spotted some evolutionary materials of better quality, and alongside them certain beasts under cultivation were chained and confined within cages, their auras somewhat despondent. The air was thick with the mingled odors of sweat, musky animal fur, and an unnamed metallic rust. Xia Yue covered his mouth, ill at ease. Most here concealed their faces with hood or mask, hurrying along with wary eyes, rarely raising their voices. Cradling Xiao Yin, Xia Yue drifted slowly past the stalls, his system operating at full capacity, scanning each item in the wake of his gaze. Good heavens, this black market is truly a den of scammers. I've scanned for ages and found not a single worthwhile item. Xia Yue muttered as he scanned. Oh, what's this? Xia Yue suddenly spotted something and made his way toward a small stall. Boss, how much for this item? Xia Yue picked up a tattered fragment, an object resembling a compass. Item name: bronze compass fragment. Item grade: 8th order. Description: it seems to point towards some destination. Though he had no idea of its purpose, the fact that this item bore a 9th order rating was enough. Xia Yue decided to acquire it first and ponder later. This one, too. No, I'll give it to you for 8,000 dongli coins. Just dug up, still fresh. The stallholder was a lean, middle-aged man. Seeing the youthful face beneath Xia Yue's hood, he thought to squeeze him dry. 8,000, you say? Transferring now. Xia Yue's expression remained unmoved. He could sense the man was inflating the price on the spot, but the bronze compass was indeed worth it. He was not at a loss. Wait, I misread just now. It's that porcelain vase beside you worth 8,000. This bronze compass is a treasure. I barely survived to obtain it myself. Young friend, I sense we share a certain affinity. How about 200,000 to forge a friendship? The stallholder rubbed his hands together, a grin plastered across his face. Do you take me for a fool, eh? Xia Yue's brows furrowed slightly. Though money was no concern, the brazen arrogance of price gouging was truly detestable. Hey, young friend, you jest. Who doesn't know my reputation for honesty? Very well, 200,000, and I'll throw in that porcelain vase as well. The stallholder displayed not a shred of shame. Several neighboring vendors watching the spectacle shook their heads. This youth was far too green. The waters of the black market ran exceedingly deep. Sigh. I really didn't want to do this. Xia Yue sighed deeply, saying no more, and summoned his sonic hound. Woof! The aura of a monarch-level beast descended instantly upon the stallholder who had defrauded him. The terrifying pressure pinned the man to the ground, reducing him to a quivering heap. Young friend, wait, brother lord. I was wrong. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. The stallholder, whose name was Xiao Ho, was utterly terrified, repeatedly begging for mercy. Humph. Xia Yue snorted coldly, too lazy to acknowledge him. He swept every item on the stall into his possession, even stripping away the cloth spread upon the ground. Only after Xia Yue departed did Xiao Ho dare to lift his head. Coming to his senses, he found his clothes drenched in cold sweat. Ha, Xiao Ho, you've bitten off more than you can chew. Told you that constantly swindling people would catch up with you. Serves you right. The kid's attire clearly marks him as the young master of some affluent family, and you still dared to rip him off, one of the nearby vendors mocked. Xiao Ho opened his mouth to retort, but still haunted by what had just transpired, slunk away from the black market. Absolute trash, Xia Yue muttered, discarding most of what he had taken at a garbage bin, retaining only a few useful items. Though this compass is 8th order, I can't discern its purpose. Xia Yue examined the bronze compass closely. It still bore traces of earth clinging to its surface. Never mind, I'll study it later. Xia Yue stowed the compass into his system inventory and glanced at his phone. The auction time was drawing near. He found an unobtrusive corner and waited quietly until 8:30 when a dull bell tolled from the central area. The crowd began to converge toward that direction, and Xia Yue followed the flow. The central area had been cleared into an open space where a makeshift stage had been erected. Upon it rested a long table draped in black cloth. A stunningly beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure stood behind the table. Beside her were 2 guards wearing masks, their auras formidable. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction is about to begin. The beauty's voice resonated through some amplification device, crystal clear, throughout the noisy underground space. The crowd fell silent instantly, every pair of eyes fixated upon the stage. The usual rules: highest bid wins payment upon completion, and we bear no responsibility once you leave. The beauty's words were succinct and direct. Now the auction begins. She lifted a corner of the black cloth, revealing the first item, a fist-sized crimson crystal, within which a liquid flame seemed to flow endlessly. A king-level flame dragon lizard's heart, a top-tier fire tribute, evolutionary material. Starting price, 800,000. Bids immediately erupted from the crowd. 850,000. 900,000. 1 million. The price skyrocketed to over 1,200,000, already nearing the market rate outside. Eventually, it was claimed by a figure wearing a bullhead mask. The subsequent auction items were also of considerable value. There were fragmented ancient rune stones, rare plants contained in special vessels, and a tidal pearl reputedly from the deep sea capable of slightly enhancing the potential of water-type spirit beasts. Xia Yue merely observed without making a move, as these items were either useless to him or priced too high. Hardly a bargain. The auction had been underway for over half an hour, and the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. At that moment, the elegant woman lifted the black cloth, revealing a rather peculiar object, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is quite special. She unveiled the cloth, revealing a palm-sized, irregularly shaped, dark purple crystal on the stage. The crystal's surface was uneven, and within it seemed to seal a twisting, struggling shadow with faint energy fluctuations flickering and vanishing in its depths. A fragment of energy from a shadow erosion beast. The elegant woman's voice deepened. This is a core energy fragment extracted from the remains of a calamity-level shadow erosion beast. The Shadow Erosion Beast is a renowned necromantic and shadow-type spirit beast of the Eagle Federation, and its core fragment is a top-tier cultivation material for spirit beasts of the same attribute. She paused, then added, however, the fragment's energy is highly unstable, and it retains the violent resentment of the beast at the moment of its death. Using it carries considerable risk. A single misstep could lead to backlash against the spirit beast, or even the beast tamer himself. The starting bid is $2 million. Xia Yue stroked his chin. He currently possessed no necromantic or shadow-type spirit beasts, and neither Silver nor Little Mushroom could make use of it. He would simply watch and let it be. A murmur of low discussion arose from the audience. 2 million for an unstable energy fragment. A tremendous risk. Yet in this world, those who fear death are always in the minority. The competition for the energy fragment remained fierce, with several beast tamers suspected of owning necromantic or shadow-type spirit beasts bidding aggressively. It was ultimately claimed by a figure shrouded in a black robe whose face was indiscernible for 4.5 million. The next item. The elegant woman moved without pause, lifting another black cloth. This time it revealed a half-meter-tall custom glass container filled with a viscous pale golden energy liquid. Suspended in the liquid was a fist-sized spirit beast egg, its surface covered in intricate flame patterns of a deep red hue. An egg of a lava worm with monarch-level potential. The elegant woman introduced it. It is one of the 3 great spirit beasts of the eastern-western frontier with formidable potential. The incubation period is about 1 month. Starting bid, 2 million. A fire-type spirit beast egg with monarch potential. And one of the 3 great beasts. Xia Yue remarked in surprise, knowing that Easternly had extremely strict control over the 3 great beasts. Smuggling them would result in a life sentence at the very least. Yet this small black market had managed to obtain an egg of such caliber, suggesting that the auction house's backers were no ordinary force. The audience erupted into commotion. Fire-type was a popular attribute boasting formidable offensive power, and since the northern region was dominated by ice-type spirit beasts, which were directly countered by fire, the egg's value was immediately apparent. 2,200,000. 2,500,000. 3 million. The price climbed swiftly. Xia Yue watched in silence. Though a fire-type spirit beast of the 3 great beast lineage was impressive, its monarch-level talent still fell short of his expectations. In the end, the lava worm egg was sold for a high 6 million. The auction was nearing its end. The smile on the elegant woman's face grew more alluring. She cleared her throat, and her voice carried through the hall via the amplification device. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the penultimate piece of tonight, and a rare find we went to great lengths to acquire. She solemnly lifted the black cloth. An even more intricate energy shield appeared on the stage. Inside the shield there was no liquid, only a roiling mass of black smoke. At the center of the smoke, two deep crimson points of light flickered like eyes, exuding a sinister aura tinged with a hint of heat. The smoke's form was highly unstable. At times it resembled a small beast, at others it dispersed with faint golden threads faintly entwining around it. This is a cold ghost from the theocracy, a quasi-deity. The elegant woman slowly uttered the name. The hall fell silent for an instant, then erupted into even more fervent discussion than before. Cold ghost. The fire and shadow dual attribute quasi-deity. It looks in a bad state, as if it might collapse at any moment. What are those golden threads? They seem utterly incompatible with its aura. The theocracy. Xia Yue recalled from his textbooks that the theocracy was a religious state, small in territory and population, but because it was the birthplace of the Holy Church it had been included in the Blue Star Nine-Nation Alliance. The theocracy might not be powerful, but the Holy Church's strength was undeniable. The elegant woman raised a hand to quiet the crowd. As you can see, this cold ghost during its newborn stage seems to have been contaminated by an extremely pure light-attributed energy. This energy severely conflicts with its inherent shadow attribute, suppressing its shadow attribute to the point where it can barely use shadow-type energy. She pointed at the golden threads. We have tried various methods to dispel or neutralize this foreign energy, but to no avail. However, its quasi-deity potential is undeniable. Whether it can be saved and what happens afterward is for you to consider. She swept her gaze across the hall. The starting bid is $5 million Dongli dollars. Each bid must increase by at least $500,000. I remind you, all this is a risky investment. A brief silence fell over the hall. $5 million for a quasi-deity infant in a dire state, suffering from attribute conflict with uncertain survival. The risk was too great. Even if it were saved, the subsequent costs of nurturing and resolving the attribute conflict would be a bottomless pit. But the allure of a quasi-deity was immense. If the problem were miraculously solved, a spirit beast with quasi-deity potential could elevate a commoner's class overnight. From a corner a hoarse voice sounded, $5 million. $5,500,000. Another voice from a different direction followed. $6 million. The hoarse voice spoke again, as if determined to win. The price slowly climbed to $8 million, with only 2 bidders remaining. Xia Yue stood at the back of the crowd, gazing at the pained black smoke within the energy shield. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned it with his system. Individual name Cold Ghost Cursed. Individual attributes Fire Shadow. Individual level Resonance Early Stage. Individual talent Calamity Stage. Individual skills Mist Form Dark Light, Blade Shadow Breath Flame, Fist Flame Breath, Wild Flame Charge. Description: a quasi-deity level spirit beast of the theocracy, often dwelling in the unique lightless forests of the theocracy, adept at using fire and shadow attributes, a combat-type spirit beast with balanced attributes. Cursed? Xia Yue frowned deeply. He had thought the cold ghost was merely severely injured, but it turned out to be under a curse. No wonder the auction house couldn't heal it, as curses cannot be cured. The northern region abounded in ice types, and Xia Yue had long desired a fire-type spirit beast. The cold ghost, as a dual attribute fire and shadow quasi-deity, perfectly met his requirements. As for the curse, I'll have to ask Father when I get back, Xia Yue mused. Even if that failed, he still had the system as a fallback. Perhaps he could find a solution within it. I'll take the gamble. Xia Yue made up his mind and raised his hand. $8,500,000. This price made both remaining bidders pause. $9 million. The hoarse voice seemed somewhat displeased. $10 million. Xia Yue added a full million outright, displaying his unwavering determination. The hall fell silent. $10 million Dongli dollars for a flawed quasi-deity was an abysmally low cost-performance ratio. The elegant woman waited a few seconds. When no one else bid, her small hammer gently descended. Sold. $10 million Dongli dollars. The mutated cold ghost claimed by this guest. The owner of the hoarse voice did not bid further, but cast a long, deep glance at Xia Yue. Xia Yue let out a sigh of relief, feeling a bead of sweat forming on his palms. 10 million. Such a staggering sum. Fortunately, between the official reward and his family's support, he managed to scrape it together. Otherwise, even an ordinary household would have been completely emptied. He stepped forward to complete the transaction and receive the controller for the energy enclosure. Through the transparent barrier, he could feel more clearly the tormented fluctuations radiating from the little coal ghost within. Don't worry, I'll find a way. Xia Yue spoke softly and carefully stowed the container. He returned to his seat, his thoughts drifting far away as he pondered the curse afflicting the coal ghost. At that moment, the beautiful woman clapped her hands, her smile vanishing as her expression grew extremely solemn, even tinged with a hint of fervor. Everyone, please be quiet. What follows is tonight's grand finale, and indeed the ultimate treasure of our auction tonight, hosted by the Dark Crow. She took a deep breath and slowly lifted the final largest piece of black cloth with her gloved hand. What appeared on the podium was an antique wooden box crafted from some dark, dull timber, approximately 1 meter long and half a meter wide. The surface of the box bore no decorations, only weathered patina and several deep gashes. It was secured with a peculiar lock resembling carved bone. The beautiful woman did not attempt to open the box. Instead, she gently ran her fingers across its lid, and then spoke at a leisurely pace. This box along with its contents was retrieved by our people from the deepest reaches of an ancient ruin, risking their lives to bring it out. Her voice was low yet carried a strange penetrating quality. That ruin, according to research, is very likely connected to the battle between the ancestors of Dongli and the invaders from outside realms at the end of the Beacon Era. The final battlefield of the Beacon Era, someone in the audience gasped. Artifacts from that era could each hold astonishing secrets or power. Not just some small black market and underground auction. They're producing Beacon Era artifacts now. Xia Yue was tempted to make a quick escape. He had the sudden feeling that this black market would soon be raided by Dongli's forces of justice. The bone lock on this box originates from an ancient sealing technique long lost to time. Forcibly breaking it could trigger the destruction of the item within. The beautiful woman continued. We have tried every method, yet none succeeded in opening it. However, through energy detection, we can confirm that the box seals an object emitting powerful energy fluctuations. She raised her head and swept her gaze across the crowd. We surmise that inside the box likely lies an ancient weapon from the Beacon Era. Its value is beyond estimation. An ancient weapon. Xia Yue was equally puzzled. This auction had introduced him to countless things he had never heard of before. Starting price, 10 million Dongli coins. The entire underground space fell instantly silent. 10 million for a sealed box you cannot even open. But if it is genuine, a single ancient weapon's research value and potential power would undoubtedly far exceed that sum. After a brief silence, bidding erupted like a volcano. 12 million, 15 million, 30 million. Prices skyrocketed wildly, quickly surpassing 50 million and continuing to climb. Those participating in the bidding were all wealthy masters seated in private boxes. Xia Yue glanced at the wooden box and then shook his head at the cold ghost cradled in his arms. That thing was far beyond his reach. Just the starting bid had drained his current funds. In the end, the mysterious ancient wooden box was claimed for a jaw-dropping 120 million by an unidentified tycoon from a private box. Yet Xia Yue felt that the bidder's raspy voice sounded oddly familiar. The auction officially concluded. The beautiful woman announced dispersal and the crowd began to slowly file out, many still excitedly discussing what they had witnessed tonight, especially the final piece de resistance. 120 million. Damn, those people are filthy rich. Is that thing really worth that much? Who knows? Anyway, it's none of our business now. Xia Yue clutched the container holding the cold ghost and pushed along with the departing crowd. His mind was completely occupied by the cold ghost in his arms. He had thrown 10 million at it, but whether it could truly be saved remained uncertain. Near the exit, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. Turning around, he saw the raspy-voiced man who had been bidding against him earlier. The man wore a hood, his face hidden in shadow, only the outline of his jaw visible. He simply stood there saying nothing. Xia Yue's heart tightened, but he ignored him and quickened his pace, leaving the dark crow's territory. Outside, the sky was completely dark. The old street was eerily quiet, illuminated only by a few dim yellow street lamps. Xia Yue hurried away from the western district, carrying the container. After walking 2 blocks and confirming no one was following, he finally relaxed and hailed a taxi on his phone. Driver to the East District. Once inside, Xia Yue carefully placed the container on his lap. Through the transparent cover, he could see the mass of black smoke still slowly churning within. Its condition is really bad, Xia Yue muttered. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror and was just about to make small talk, when suddenly, whoosh, a colossal black blade descended from the sky, slicing the taxi cleanly in two. The rear section of the vehicle, lacking any propulsive force, tumbled violently and crashed hard against the roll-up door of a nearby closed shop. Xia Yue clutched his dizzy head and summoned his soundspeed hounds. Grass attribute. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to leave, Little Mushroom said, continuously releasing spores to ease Xia Yue's injuries as his dizziness gradually subsided. Xia Yue steadied his mind and looked toward the front half of the taxi, feeling a pang of guilt. I hope the driver is all right. As the dust settled, he made out their attacker, an insectoid beast nearly 2 meters tall, its enormous black sides gleaming with a menacing cold light. A grimoire beast. Individual named Blackblade Mantis. Attribute Fighting Dark. Level Early Monarch Stage. Talent Monarch Stage. Skills Black Light, Blade Absorbing Dark Shears, Crunch Black Light Breath, Ink Shadow, Lightless Domain. Description: an extremely rare grimoire beast of the Qianling region, typically dwelling in dense forests. It excels at wielding fighting and dark attributes, making it a combat-type beast distinguished by outstanding strength and agility. The Black Blade Mantis stood just over 10 meters away, its 2 massive pitch-black sides gleaming coldly under the dim streetlight, its crimson compound eyes fixed intently on him. Early Monarch level, still a fight. Xia Yue took a deep breath, stowing the container holding the cold ghost into his system backpack, readying for battle. The Sonic Hound stood guard in front, lowering its body and emitting a menacing growl from its throat as pale cyan wind blades began to swirl around it. Upon landing, Xiaoyin instantly reverted to its Ice Wolf King form, its silver blue fur bristling as an ice crystal shield unfolded before it, shielding Xia Yue. Xiaogu scattered a few auxiliary spores to enhance the combat capabilities of Xiaoyin and the Sonic Hound. Woof! The Sonic Hound's wind blades flew toward the Black Blade Mantis, leaving faint cyan trails in the air. A clang of metal striking metal rang out as the black blade mantis shattered the wind blades. Its crimson compound eyes shifted only slightly, and its two scythe-like forelimbs rubbed together producing a piercing metallic screech. Sonic Hound. Gale Claw. Woof! The Sonic Hound lunged, transforming into a blur of light, brown, moving so fast, it was nearly invisible. Its right claw, wreathed in spinning cyan wind blades, slashed fiercely at the black blade mantis's head. The black blade mantis moved. Its movements lacked the Sonic Hound's extreme speed, but were exceptionally precise and economical. The left pitch-black scythe swept upward from an awkward angle, meeting the Sonic Hound's claw dead-on. A harsh metallic clang exploded, once more, sparks flying in all directions. The Sonic Hound was knocked back several steps by the immense force, the wind blades on its claw dissipating. A faint white scratch appeared on the black blade mantis's scythe, but it stood unmoved. That much power. Xia Yue's pupils contracted. The Sonic Hound had held nothing back in that strike, yet the black blade mantis had met it head-on and even gained the upper hand. Considering the Sonic Hound as one of Xia Qingyun's main battle beasts, boasted exceptional individual quality, capable of fighting above its rank, being suppressed by a peer-level black blade mantis suggested the opponent's beast Tamer was far from ordinary. Xiao Yin, activate Bloodline Awakening, use Winter's Breath to restrict its movement. Xiao Gu. Buff the Sonic Hound, and Sonic Hound find an opportunity to strike with Gale Fong. Without hesitation, Xia Yue directly awakened Xiao Yin's ancient bloodline. Xiao Yin opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of icy blue cold air that clung to the black blade mantis like a persistent curse. Due to the vast disparity in strength, the black blade mantis was not frozen, but its body kept frosting over, severely limiting its mobility. Xiao Gu's support spores all landed on the Sonic Hound, which flexed its claws. Now was the time. The Sonic Hound lunged again, using its superior speed to circle behind the black blade mantis. It opened its jaws wide, fangs gleaming with sharp wind energy, and bit down hard on the joint of one of the black blade mantis's hind legs. But then, the black blade mantis's translucent wings vibrated violently. Its massive body, defying its size, instantly sidestepped half a meter. Simultaneously, the right pitch-black scythe whipped backward like a viper. The Sonic Hound dodged in time, but a gash opened on its flank from the scythe's tip, light brown for sliced blood seeping out. Sonic Hound. Xia Yue's heart tightened. Woof! The Sonic Hound growled low, signaling it was fine. The wound was shallow but bleeding persistently, suggesting the scythe carried a property that hindered healing. Yet the black blade mantis was also not unscathed. Though it evaded the lethal attack, its leg armor was damaged by the sharp wind energy, dark green blood oozing from the wound. Xiao Gu's healing spores immediately drifted toward the Sonic Hound, pale green light merging into the wound, slowing the bleeding, but the wound healed very slowly. This thing, high in both power and agility, tough to deal with. Xia Yue's mind raced. The Sonic Hound's proudest speed couldn't outpace the black blade mantis. Due to the massive gap in rank between Xiao Yin and the black blade mantis, Xiao Yin could only stay back and use ranged skills. I'll have to try that. Xia Yue looked at the golden skill Xiao Gu had just acquired, Law of Poison. Xiao Gu had just obtained this skill and had minimal proficiency. Xia Yue spent all his remaining gold coins to boost Xiao Gu's Law of Poison, but due to the exorbitant cost of raising golden skill proficiency, it only reached the proficient level. Xiao Gu released the poison mist, but remembered to give the antidote to Xiao Yin and the others first. Gu Gu. The golden patterns on Xiao Gu's cap gradually took on a deep purple hue, and then a steady stream of poison mist emanated from it, so dense, it almost became tangible, obscuring the surrounding vision. Meanwhile, the black blade mantis's beast Tamer seemed to sense the unfavorable turn of the battle emerging from the shadows. Xia Yue focused his gaze. It was a figure cloaked entirely in black robes. The Sonic Hound lunged again, but this time it didn't attempt a direct assault. Instead, it kept engaging the black blade mantis in a skirmish. Xiao Yin began to gather power, spewing out countless ice crystals. Though unable to inflict substantial damage, the ice layers accumulating on the black blade mantis's dual blades grew thicker, noticeably slowing it down. And the poison mist released by Xiao Gu was inhaled by the black blade mantis as it breathed, causing its condition to plummet. Black blade mantis, domain of lightlessness. The black-robed figure's tone seemed anxious as it commanded. The black blade mantis also seemed to sense the danger, ignoring the Sonic Hound's harassment. It crossed its dual scythes in front of it in a defensive posture, while its wings vibrated at high speed, emitting an irritating hum. Xia Yue's heart rang with alarm. Sonic Hound interrupted. Storm breath. The Sonic Hound opened its mouth and a condensed cyan wind pillar blasted toward the black blade mantis. Almost simultaneously, the black blade mantis's cross sides suddenly spread apart. An invisible wave carrying a strong mental shock spread outward from it. In an instant, within a radius of 20 meters centered on the black blade mantis, the light seemed to be sucked away, plunging everything into pure darkness. Xia Yue's vision went black. Not only was his sight severely disrupted, but his perception of Xiao Yin and the others became intermittent. Damn! Dread chilled Xia Yue's heart. In this absolute darkness, vision was useless and spiritual perception was jammed. He was virtually blind. In the darkness, the frantic barking of the Sonic Hound echoed, accompanied by the sharp whistle of a scythe slicing through the air. Xiao Yin ice beamed straight ahead. Xia Yue, relying on his last vestiges of perception and memory, roared hoarsely. Ooh! The bone crown atop Xiao Yin's head flashed, unleashing a torrent of freezing energy that collided with the pitch-black blade light from the black blade mantis, producing a thunderous explosion. The icy power was swiftly shattered by the dark blade light, which flew towards Xia Yue with undiminished force. Oh! Xiao Yin dashed in front of Xia Yue, blocking the black blade light. The strike carved a deep bone-exposing wound on its body, sending blood splattering. Xiao Yin. Xia Yue could sense his companion's condition plummeting. Just as his sorrow was about to surge like a tidal wave, an incredibly dense life force poured into Xiao Yin, restoring roughly 4/10 of its vitality. This is the breath of revival. Thank goodness. Xia Yue let out a sigh of relief, retracting his grief. Whoosh whoosh. The furious wind howled around him, instantly sweeping away the darkness and shielding him within. It's the Sonic Hound's storm domain. Xia Yue watched the darkness gradually dissipate around him and quickly pinpointed the black blade mantis's location. Sonic Hound Hurricane. Countless nearly solid wind blades coalesced into a 10-meter-tall hurricane sweeping toward the black blade mantis. The black blade mantis, clearly caught off guard by the terrifying attack unleashed in the domain of darkness, hastily raised its dual sides to block. Crash! The black blade mantis was hurled into the sky, the furious wind blades tearing it apart, its carapace riddled with countless cracks. The domain of darkness violently fluctuated and shattered in an instant. As the hurricane dissipated, the light returned to normal, and the black blade mantis fell from the sky, unable to continue fighting. Seeing his beast incapacitated, the black-robed man extended his psychic energy, preparing to recall the black blade mantis into his taming space and flee. Xia Yue, highly sensitive to psychic energy, immediately ordered Xiao Yin Frost Breath. A sky-blue icy mist instantly froze the black-robed man into a block of ice. Xia Yue gasped for breath, trembling, and collapsed to the ground. Only then did he realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Xiao Yin panted heavily, its ice armor melting away. The Sonic Hound began licking its wounds while the little mushroom gathered healing spores to treat them. Weo weo. The urgent sound of police sirens grew closer, and several beams of strong light pierced the darkness of the old street. The destructive power of a celestial-level tame beast was immense. The surrounding buildings were severely damaged, but fortunately this area was an abandoned old district with few residents, so there were no casualties. Hopefully. The massive battle sounds had long attracted official attention. The security station dispatched officers to the scene, and they were greeted by a truly shocking sight. A nearly 2-meter-tall mantis beast radiating a terrifying aura knelt on the ground, guarded by a wolf and a hound. Nearby stood a suspicious black-robed ice sculpture. And a young man looking like a student held a mushroom-type beast in his arms, leaning against the wrecked rolling shutter door of a shop while playing on his phone. What's going on? The group of officers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Hadn't the fluctuation of that battle just now surpassed the transcendent stage? And how could the only one at the scene be a student who looked far too young? Officer, you're finally here. Xia Yue sighed in relief at the sight of the uniformed officers. He had no idea how to handle the situation. Xia Yue briefly explained the events to the officers, asserting that he had acted in self-defense. I've got a general idea of what happened, but we'll need you to come back with us to make a statement. The lead veteran officer explained. All right. Xia Yue nodded, knowing this was standard procedure. No need. A familiar voice sounded beside Xia Yue. He looked up and saw Li Qingshan dressed in casual clothes approaching slowly. Uncle Li. Xia Yue greeted him. Li Qingshan seemed to be on good terms with Xia Qingyun and had previously told Xia Yue to simply call him Uncle. Uncle Li. The veteran officer was taken aback by Xia Yue's address, feeling a sudden dread about his career prospects. Damn, I should have guessed. With such strength at such a young age, his background was bound to be complicated. I hope I didn't say anything out of line. The veteran officer began replaying his words in his mind. Well, Xia, you can head back first. This incident has little to do with you. They are from the Golden Tree, and the one you defeated was a peripheral member. Let your dad know when you get home. Li Qingshan waved his hand, signaling Xia Yue to leave. Golden Tree? What's that? Xia Yue was full of questions, but seeing that Li Qingshan had no intention of explaining, he suppressed his curiosity. By the way, officer, is there anything else you need from me? No, thank you for your help, young man. We'll handle the rest. The veteran officer repeatedly waved his hand. You're welcome. Then we'll be going. Xia Yue glanced at Xiao Yin and the Sonic Hound, beckoning them to follow. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Maybe it's just my imagination. I guess I'm too tired today. I need to go home and rest. The taxi stopped at the doorstep. Xia Yue stepped out, shaking his head, which was dizzy from the overconsumption of psychic energy. He pushed open the door and entered the house. The lights were still on. Xia Qingyun sat on the living room sofa, holding a newspaper. Hearing the noise, he looked up. Back. He put down the newspaper. How did it go? Dad. Xia Yue collapsed into the single sofa next to him. I'm exhausted. Xia Yue released the Sonic Hound from its luxurious ball. Seeing the obvious wounds on the beast, Xia Qingyun asked urgently, what happened? How did the Sonic Hound get so badly hurt? Well, it started at the black market. Xia Yue gave his father a rough account of the day's events. That's how it played out from my perspective. But Uncle Li said it had nothing to do with me and mentioned something about people from the Golden Tree. Dad, what is the Golden Tree? Is it a terrorist organization like the Ember Snow? Golden Tree. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Xia Yue seemed to recall some buried memories, then spoke after a pause. Compared to the Ember Snow is nothing. The Golden Tree is a force truly capable of subverting the world order. What? Xia Yue sat up in shock. Having lived in this world for over a decade, he was well aware of the formidable power of Dongli and the Nine-Nation Alliance. And to say someone could overturn the current order. If it weren't for the fact that these words came from his father's mouth, he would have thought the speaker was insane. The Golden Tree is more like an alliance of madmen than a terrorist organization. It's a loose coalition of individuals with their own ideals and ambitions coming together to achieve their goals. As for why they have the power to overturn the world, it naturally comes from their strength. Xia Yue went to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and settled back into his seat. Beyond the Heaven King lies the champion rank. Above the champion rests the master tier, and transcending that, there is legend. Xia Yue hesitated. In standard textbooks, the highest designation for a beast tamer was champion. The ability to command calamity tier beasts was already regarded as the undisputed pinnacle of the Nine Nations Alliance. As for the titles of master and legend, he had only ever seen them cited in unofficial histories and online forums, never formally explained by any instructor. Among the founders of the Golden Tree, one sits at the rank of legend, Xia Yue remarked. The remaining core members are all masters of supreme caliber. Every branch director begins at no less than the Heaven King stage. How many? Xia Yue felt as though he had misheard. No fewer than the Heaven King rank. Xia Yue fell silent. His own father held the Heaven King rank, already roaming freely as a towering presence in Huaning City, yet the branch directors of the Golden Tree all wielded comparable power. Then what of the Ember Snow organization? It is most likely backed by a core member of the Golden Tree. Xia Yue struck a match and lit a cigarette, drawing a slow breath before continuing. You have seen what those in Ember Snow are capable of. On their own, they lack the means to procure anything capable of corrupting a divine beast. At its zenith, the Child of Snow was a beast of legend rank. For an entity of that stature to be tainted, there must be master-level power pulling the strings behind the scenes. If not, the logic simply does not hold. Xia Yue weighed the black-robed figure from that evening against the title of legend in his mind. The distance still felt insurmountable. Though that person was formidable, they remained worlds apart from true legend-level power. And that black-robed man from tonight? Likely an outer affiliate, Xia Yue brushed away his ash. Someone who hasn't even secured a formal standing. The true inner circle of the Golden Tree remains out of your reach for now. An outer affiliate is capable of commanding a sovereign tier Blackblade Mantis. Precisely why they bear the title of outer member, not petty henchman. Xia Yue offered a rare smile, though it never reached his eyes. Those who survive within the Golden Tree are never trivial. Deploy a single outer member, and they could dismantle the entire defensive apparatus of a modest city with ease. Xia Yue absorbed these words, turning them over in his mind. Then why do they not strike directly against us? If what you say is true, obliterating Huaning City should be but a fleeting task for one of legend rank. Xia Yue shook his head. That is precisely where the Golden Tree diverges from a fanatic sect like Ember Snow. Their aim is not the destruction of the current order. For the most part. The Golden Tree itself is far from a monolith, Xia Yue explained. Ideologies clash among its core members. Some seek the resurrection of ancient divine beasts, others dream of tearing open portals to alternate realms, and a few harbor ambitions to topple the existing order entirely. Yet they share one unyielding consensus: Blue Star must not plunge into utter chaos. Should open warfare erupt between them and the Nine Nations Alliance, the Alliance would fight with everything they have, and even the Golden Tree could not endure such a conflict. Xia Yue rested on his chin, mulling over the implications. So the black-robed figure from tonight. Likely the Golden Tree was orchestrating some operation, and his personal greed drove him to single you out. The moment he laid a hand on you, he crossed a forbidden line. Xia Yue crushed the cigarette against the ashtray. Li Qingshan made it clear that you are not involved. The authorities will handle the matter, and the Golden Tree will not retaliate. An outer affiliate who dares lay hands on a registered student without authorization has broken the sacred code. They will be forced to purge their own ranks. Xia Yue drew a long breath, feeling the weight of the situation. I am merely an ordinary senior student. All right. He retrieved the containment field from his storage pouch and set it down carefully upon the coffee table. Within the transparent barrier, a coil of obsidian smoke churned in sluggish spirals. Suspended at its heart were two deep crimson points of light, flickering intermittently like embers on the verge of dying. Countless fine golden filaments coiled tightly around the smoky mass. Each time the dark vapor sought to expand, the threads would snap, taut, constricting it, until the entity spasmed violently. Xia Yue leaned closer to inspect it. This is the beast you paid 10 million for. Yes. After a brief silence, he gave a single nod. For a beast on the threshold of divinity with limitless potential, 10 million is hardly a steep price. He studied the containment field for a long while, his brow knitting deeper with each passing second. Under the lamplight, those golden filaments gleamed with an unnatural uniformity, wound in concentric circles bearing repeating geometric sigils that looked decidedly forged rather than organic. This is no curse, Xia Yue murmured abruptly. What? I have encountered markings of this nature before. A decade passed upon the borderfront of Dongli. He lifted the containment field beneath the light, tracing the precise arrangement of those golden threads with his finger. A sealing technique of the holy sect of Xia Yue, Saint Marks. Designed exclusively to seal artifacts and entities deemed unclean by their dogma. In my youth I traveled to Xia Yue and studied their beast tamers. Ordinary coal wraiths are purely flame attribute, yet this specimen appears to be a mutated variant. A dual affinity of shadow and flame. Shadow is an absolute abomination in their faith. Their doctrine venerates the sacred light. To them the shadow attribute is a corruption bred by false deities. Any beast bearing such an affinity is either executed on sight or sealed eternally. Xia Yue gazed into the containment field at the writhing mass of smoke. The golden threads squeezed it relentlessly, yet it continued to thrash in futile resistance. This coal wraith has had its shadow affinity forcibly suppressed by the Saint Marks, yet the seal is imperfect. The eternal conflict between its flame and shadow natures within has reduced it to this half-faint state. Can it be undone? Xia Yue turned to face his son. In those eyes there was no hesitation or guile, only a straightforward plea for the truth. He had seen that same gaze before. Years ago when a young Xia Yue had brought home a snow hare with a shattered leg, he had looked upon him just as he did now. I cannot say for certain. He fell silent for a moment before pulling out his phone. However, resolving this requires more than brute force. I must consult a true expert. The phone chimed twice before connecting. Xia Yue, it is 4 a.m. Do you have a death wish? Apologies, Lu Yuan. Are you asleep? Do I look like I am? The voice on the other end was sharply irritated. My son salvaged a quasi-divine beast bound by Saint Marks from the black market. It carries a dual affinity of shadow and flame, and the seal has already compromised its core vitality. It will not last more than 3 to 5 days. Silence lingered on the line for a handful of seconds. I will arrive within 30 minutes. The call terminated. Xia Yue could not help but murmur, Dr. Lu's residence is quite a distance away, isn't it? It is somewhat far. Xia Yue set his phone down and glanced at the wall clock, a faint smile touching his lips. Yet between his preparations and travel time, we should expect him shortly. Less than half an hour after the call ended, a knock sounded at the door. When Lu Yuan entered, Xia Yue almost failed to recognize him. He still wore the same eternal white lab coat, his hair somewhat disheveled, glasses perched on his nose, and a silver briefcase in hand. His expression was unreadable, whether from lack of sleep or morning irritability. 32 minutes, not bad. Xia Yue stepped aside to let him in. Spare me the chatter. Where's the item? Lu Yuan's voice was hoarse from staying up late, his gaze bypassing Xia Yue to land on the specialized container on the living room coffee table. He strode over quickly, sat down beside the sofa, placed the briefcase at his feet, then carefully picked up the container and brought it close to his eyes for a thorough examination. The living room was utterly silent save for the faint friction of the black smoke from the coal ghost slowly churning inside the container, the golden threads tightening in response. It truly is a quasi-divine beast. Little Xia, you're quite fortunate. Lu Yuan observed with intense focus the dim light within the container reflected in his glasses. He said nothing, only occasionally tapping the container wall with his finger or adjusting the angle to let the light better illuminate those golden threads. Xia Yue and Xia Yue stood nearby, not interrupting. After about 5 minutes, Lu Yuan let out a long sigh and gently placed the container back on the coffee table. It is indeed a sacred mark and a 7-ring Lockhart seal, a high-grade technique used by the theocracy to deal with serious criminals or heretical spirit beasts. He rubbed his brow, his tone devoid of emotion. The sealing method is very skilled, at least at the level of an archbishop personally applying it. The goal is not to kill it, but to fundamentally strip and suppress its dark attribute origin, transforming it into pure fire. He pointed at the golden threads writhing like living things inside the container, constantly tightening, and said, "These sacred marks will continuously suppress the regeneration of dark attribute power. Over time, the dark attribute origin will be completely annihilated, and it will become an ordinary fire-type coal ghost. At that point, the seal will automatically dissolve." Ordinary fire type. Xia Yue frowned. After all, the normal coal ghost clan is fire attribute, Lu Yuan interrupted. Losing the dark attribute, it will become an ordinary quasi-divine beast, extremely weak, but with nothing special. He again pointed inside the container where the 2 deep crimson gleams were now extremely faint. However, its consciousness has likely been tormented by this pain all along. To have endured without completely collapsing, its willpower far exceeds that of ordinary spirit beasts. Xia Yue gazed at the mass of black smoke constantly being cut by golden threads, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. Can it be undone? He asked, his voice lower than before. 2 methods. Lu Yuan said as he took out a palm-sized instrument with a display screen connecting several hair-thin probes. The sacred mark is essentially a light attribute curse meant to suppress the dark attribute within the coal ghost. He positioned the probe tips against the container wall, aiming at the densest intersections of golden threads. The instrument's screen immediately displayed a stream of complex data and waveform diagrams. The first method used specific means to temporarily suppress the dark attribute within the coal ghost completely fooling the sacred mark. Then after the sacred mark dissipates, allow it to cultivate the dark attribute anew. The advantage of this approach is that it is extremely gentle with no risk to life. However, there is a chance the dark attribute might truly dissipate and never return. The second method forcibly destroy the sacred mark. But since the mark has already penetrated the cold ghost's life, origin destruction will push it into a near-death state. If your spirit beast space can be upgraded to the third tier, using its power to nurture and restore the cold ghost condition, there is still a high probability of saving it. The advantage of this method is clear: the dark attribute is retained regardless. The risk is equally obvious. Lu Yuan did not elaborate further. I think we should ask the cold ghost itself for its opinion. Xia Yue stroked his chin, hesitated, then decided to consult the cold ghost. Cold ghost, you heard what Dr. Lu said just now. Whatever you choose, I will respect your decision. Xia Yue patted the container and spoke softly. Car. A weak voice came from the black mist. All right, I understand. Dr. Lu, let's go with the second method. Xia Yue's voice echoed in the living room. Within 3 days you must upgrade your spirit beast space to the third tier. Then bring the cold ghost directly to the institute. I'll prepare the treatment plan in the meantime. Dr. Lu pushed up his glasses and said solemnly. Xia Yue quickly calculated in his mind. Currently, he was just one step away from the third tier. Even if he couldn't break through on his own in 3 days, he still had the system's cheat. The remaining gold coins would be more than enough to elevate his spirit beast space. Okay. Lu Yuan glanced at him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Upgrading the spirit beast space was extremely difficult. Ordinary spirit tamers needed a vast amount of time to erode the tier barrier with mental energy, like grinding water relying on the accumulation of time. Yet Xia Yue agreed decisively, as if he were certain of breaking through. Lu Yuan said nothing more, nodded, packed his instruments, and left. The door closed, leaving only father and son in the living room. Xia Chongyun looked at his son as if wanting to say something, but in the end asked nothing, only patted his shoulder, his hand pausing there for 2 seconds before withdrawing. Xia Yue returned to his room. Sitting in the armchair, he summoned all his spirit beasts. Awu, Goob, Car. Xia Yue took the cold ghost out of the container. The black smoke gradually condensed into a form, a pitch-black rock-like humanoid spirit beast standing on the ground. It was less than half a meter tall, its entire body branded with golden threads, its aura extremely feeble. Cold ghost, we found a treatment plan. Over the next couple of days, try to adjust your condition and prepare for the upcoming treatment, Xia Yue said gently to the cold ghost. Car. The cold ghost waved its arms. Xia Yue nodded, had Little Mushroom administer a slight healing to alleviate the spiritual damage from the sacred marks, then checked his gains for the day. Not a bad haul today. That Blackblade Mantis actually dropped a piece of equipment. Equipment named Storm Sword. Description: slightly increases the wielder's attack power. Too bad it's just a single piece, not very useful for now. Xia Yue casually equipped it on Little Silver. Might as well upgrade the spirit beast space now. After a slight hesitation, Xia Yue directly used gold coins to elevate his spirit beast space to the third tier. Thanks to the upgrade bonus, the experience gained from using gold coins was multiplied by 1.5, making the tier advancement of the spirit beast space extremely simple for Xia Yue. Gold coins reset to 0. Xia Yue twitched the corner of his mouth at the glaring 0 on the system panel. All the hard work of half a year back to square one. But the next second, he had no time to care about the money. The moment his beast taming space advanced, an indescribable swelling sensation exploded from the depths of his mind, as if someone had stuffed a balloon into his brain and inflated it wildly. Hiss! Xia Yue sucked in a cold breath, clutching his head as a sharp pain, as if his skull were being split open, assaulted him. Whoa! Xiao Yin was the first to notice something wrong, charging over to nudge his hand with its head. Goo! Xiao Gu also panicked, the star patterns on its cap flickering rapidly, as healing spores drifted towards Xia Yue like they were free. Cold Ghost cowered in the corner, its 2 crimson pupils fixed on him without blinking. I'm fine. Xia Yue squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Upgrading the beast taming space was like demolishing an entire room and rebuilding it from scratch, and the former brought excruciating pain. But as long as one endured the pain, the space would be reborn. That said, Xia Yue's cold sweat dripped from his chin to the floor, and the process lasted about 3 minutes. Then the piercing pain in his spiritual sense gradually faded. Xia Yue snapped his eyes open, a faint golden light exploding in his irises before quickly vanishing. He looked into the interior of his beast taming space. Since obtaining the system, Xia Yue's space had transformed into a giant chessboard with a vast, endless grassland at its center. As the space leveled up, its area grew larger, and now there were more and more flowers, trees, and plants, making the ecological environment increasingly beautiful. In the air floated fragments of various elemental forces blending together, yet not interfering with each other. Beast Taming Space Level Tier 3 Contract Slots 23 Space Characteristics Beast Affinity Purple enhances the comfort of beasts when inside the beast taming space. Blood Resonance Purple. When a beast is inside the beast taming space, its bloodline power will be stimulated. Finally, Tier 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your beast taming space level has increased now at Tier 3. Reward obtained prismatic Hextech Enhancement Rune 1. Xia Yue let out a long breath, wiped his sweat, and then noticed that he was drenched as if pulled out of water, his clothes soaked through. He glanced at his phone. 520 M. The sky outside the window was already showing a pale, fishbelly white. Oh my god, what a night. Xia Yue rubbed his temples, wondering whether to take a nap, when his gaze fell on Cold Ghost. Cold Ghost's body seemed fragmented, with golden threads growing brighter, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability. Hang in there. I'll cure you today. Xia Yue walked over, crouched down, and looked Cold Ghost in the eye. Cold Ghost trembled slightly, acknowledging the words. Xia Yue lay on the bed and dozed off for a while. At 9 in the morning, he went downstairs with dark circles under his eyes. In the living room, Xia Yue sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching TV. Seeing his son's sleepy appearance, he raised an eyebrow. Didn't sleep last night. Can you break through within 3 days, eh? I didn't sleep, and I've already broken through. Xia Yue yawned. It's normal not to break through. Leveling up the beast taming space takes a lot of time. Wait, what did you say? Xia Yue was about to comfort his son, but suddenly realized. You've already broken through? Xia Yue stared wide-eyed at Xia Yue. If he remembered correctly, Xia Yue had just broken through to Tier 2 not long ago. Just lucky, I guess. Xia Yue rubbed his sleepy eyes. Xia Yue opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, finally having to accept the fact that his son was exceptionally talented, far surpassing himself. He suddenly thought of Xia Yue going to the Beijing Cup soon, and said with a bit of malicious glee, an 18-year-old ordinary beast tamer, scaring those old fogies to death. By the way, Dad, Mom, I'm going straight to Dr. Lu's place today. The curse on Cold Ghost can't be delayed. Xia Yue put on a jacket, ready to go out. Wang Ro poked her head out of the kitchen, spatula in hand. Not having breakfast. No time, Mom. I'll eat when I'm back. Xia Yue slipped on his shoes and rushed out the door. Lu Yuan's research institute was located in the eastern suburbs of Huaning City, a gray-white 3-story building with an unremarkable exterior, not even a sign at the entrance. Both sides of the corridor were lined with heavy metal doors, each covered with various warning signs. Through the glass windows on some doors you could see all sorts of unfamiliar instruments inside, along with researchers in white coats moving about. This wasn't Xia Yue's first visit. He walked to Dr. Lu's office with practiced ease and knocked on the door. Come in. The door opened, and a strong smell of disinfectant rushed toward him. In the center of the room was a metal table covered with a dark red cushion, surrounded by instruments Xia Yue couldn't name, with crisscrossing pipes and flashing indicator lights. What's wrong? Did something happen? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Xia Yue had come looking for him within a day. Dr. Lu, my beast taming space is already Tier 3. We can prepare the surgery for Cold Ghost. Dr. Lu frowned deeply at Xia Yue. Seeing this, Xia Yue didn't bother to explain further. He released the spiritual power unique to Tier 3. It really is Tier 3. How did you do it? Lu Yuan stared intently at the spiritual power fluctuation, as if encountering something beyond comprehension. Ahem. I was about to break through anyway. You said yesterday the sooner the better, so I just stayed up all night and broke through. Xia Yue scratched his head. Is this something that can be controlled? Forget it. You and your father are both monsters. Dr. Lu said with a bit of speechlessness. Put Cold Ghost on the table. Lu Yuan stood in front of the table, holding a syringe filled with golden liquid, without looking up. Time is short. The sacred mark has already eroded to the core area. If we delay 2 more days, the dark attribute origin will be completely gone. The dark attribute origin will be completely gone. Carbon. A weak whimper came. Don't be afraid. Xia Yue said softly, quickly and carefully lifting Cold Ghost out and placing it on the metal table's cushion. Lu Yuan walked over, held the golden syringe up to the light to examine it, and said, I'll make this brief. In a moment I'll inject this agent into the core node of the sacred mark, forcibly dismantling the seal structure. He looked at Xia Yue. Your task is to use the power of the beast taming space to contract Cold Ghost the moment the sacred mark collapses, preventing it from disintegrating along with the seal. Can you do it? Xia Yue nodded firmly. Lu Yuan nodded, saying no more. Let's begin. He put on his gloves, and the needle of the syringe in his hand glinted with a cold, eerie light. He pinpointed the densest intersection of golden threads, the core node of the holy mark located slightly above the Cold Ghost's chest. The needle pierced in. Carb. The Cold Ghost let out a shrill, distorted scream, its limbs thrashing uncontrollably like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil, its entire body twisting and deforming violently. The golden threads instantly blazed, shifting from dark gold to a blinding, brilliant gold, like red-hot iron wires burning deep into the mist. Hold still. Lu Yuan commanded in a low voice, his fingers steadily pushing the plunger. The golden liquid slowly injected. At first the holy mark's radiance flared even brighter, putting up a final resistance. But soon the golden threads began to tremble, as if encountering a natural enemy, spreading fine cracks from the node outward in all directions. A crisp crack sounded. Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. Now? Xia Yue. Xia Yue had been waiting for this moment. He shut his eyes abruptly, unleashing all his spiritual power in a surge. He pushed the power of his beast taming space to its limit, a pale golden light radiating from his body, forming a translucent cocoon of light in the air that firmly shielded the Cold Ghost. Contract activate. At the same moment, the last golden thread dissolved into a shower of light dust. The holy mark was shattered. All the golden threads on the cold ghost's body faded away, and with them a misty outer shell gradually peeled off, as if it had been reborn. The cold ghost raised its right claw with clusters of dark red flames dancing at its fingertips. The flames were small, yet their temperature was astonishingly high, distorting the surrounding air. Is this a blessing in disguise? Lu Yuan remarked, awe in his voice as he quickly operated the nearby instruments, a stream of data flashing across the screen. Although fire attribute power still dominates, the dark attribute power hasn't been completely erased either. This is the best possible outcome. On the metal platform, the cold ghost stirred. It lowered its head, looking at its own hands at the flames dancing at its fingertips, then touched the dark red patterns on its chest. Then it did something that surprised everyone. It knelt on one right knee, placed its left hand on its left knee, and bowed its head towards Xia Yue. Carb. Its voice, once weak, gradually regained strength, becoming low and clear like two flints striking together. That's the knight's salute of the Teach Nation. It's offering you its loyalty. Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses and said flatly. Xia Yue was stunned for a moment, then smiled, and walked to the metal platform, placing his hand on the cold ghost's head. The texture was strange, not the softness of fur nor the coldness of rock, but a warm, rough surface with a fine grain. From now on, we're family. I'm Xia Yue, that's Xiao Yin, and that's Xiao Gu. Awu. Xiao Yin came over, curiously sniffing the cold ghost, its ice blue nose nearly singed by the flames, making it flinch back. Gu. Xiao Gu was quite generous, drifting over and releasing a few healing spores to help the cold ghost recover. The cold ghost raised its head, its deep red eyes sweeping over Xiao Yin, Xiao Gu, and finally resting on Xia Yu's face. Carb, it repeated this time with a less cold tone. Xia Yue opened the system and scanned the cold ghost name. Cold ghost. Attributes: Fire Dark. Level: Late Resonance Weakened. Talent: Cataclysm Stage. Skills: Mist Form Mastery, Dark Light Blade, Proficient Dark Breath, Proficient Flame Fist, Proficient Flame Breath, Proficient Blazing Charge. Beginner. Description: A quasi-god level beast from the Teach Nation, dwelling in the lightless forest, adept at using fire and dark attributes. A well-rounded combat beast. Its strength has significantly decreased due to prolonged sealing and requires time to recover. It's actually at late resonance level. Xia Yu's eyes lit up. No wonder it was a quasi-god beast. Even under the seal of the golden threads, it could still reach late resonance. Without the threads, it would have soared long ago. He closed the panel and recalled the cold ghost into his beast taming space to rest. Thanks, Dr. Lu Yuan. Xia Yue expressed his gratitude sincerely. Lu Yuan waved his hand, already packing up his equipment. No problem. I've also obtained quite valuable data. A case of breaking the Teach Nation's holy mark is rare in all of Dongli. He paused, then added, by the way, I heard the Northern Youth Cup is coming up next month. I'll try to drop by and watch. Do your best. Got it. When he got home, the sky was already gloomy. The aroma of cooking drifted from the living room. Wang Ro poked her head out of the kitchen, spatula in hand back. Perfect timing, dinner's just ready. Xia Yue plopped down, looking at the braised pork ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and tomato egg soup on the table. His stomach rumbled loudly. After a whole day at Lu Yuan's place, having only eaten a bun in the morning, he was starving. Slow down, no one's competing with you. Wang Ro added another bowl of rice for him, scanning his face. Why do you look so pale? Nothing, just overused my spiritual power. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Xia Yue mumbled, vaguely picking up a rib with his chopsticks and stuffing it into his mouth. The Youth Cup is still half a month away. Take this time to settle down. Xia Chengyun looked up at him. With your strength, you should have a good chance of winning the championship. Xia Yue shoveled rice into his mouth and nodded. After dinner, Xia Yue returned to his room, locked the door behind him, and flopped onto the bed. System. A pale blue panel unfolded before his eyes. Host: Xia Yue, Beast Taming Space, Tier 3.0. Xia Yue's mouth twitched. Broke as a joke. He shifted his gaze to the system backpack, where a few items lay: Bronze Compass, Fragment World, Tree Seed, Dead, Prismatic Hex Deck, Augment 1. Nothing to do. Might as well pick a Hex Deck. Xia Yue tapped the Prismatic Hex Deck Augment. Chaos Summon, gain 1 powerful random reward. Soul Awakening, at the start of battle, all your beasts gain 2 attack power, increase per minute up to 10 stacks. At max stacks, deal 12 bonus true damage. Lifetime Bronze 2, for each Bronze tier synergy you have, your units gain 2 damage amplification and damage reduction. Chaos Summon. I'll keep it as a safety net. Soul Awakening is not bad either. With the competition coming up, having a combat boosting Hex Deck is good. As for Lifetime Bronze, I don't have any synergies yet, so I'll skip it for now. Xia Yue pondered. He had studied the world's synergy system carefully. Usually same attribute or same race could grant synergies, but Xia Yue had his eye on a particular synergy ever since he got the system. Elemental Envoy, when the number of attributes among your contracted beasts reaches 36,912, gain different attribute bonuses. 3. All attributes of your beasts gain 30 increase. Current element count 5. Pity, still 1 short of the 6 attribute synergy. I'm pursuing the Great Bond route. I'll skip the Lifetime Bronze tier. After a brief hesitation, Xia Yue discarded the Lifetime Bronze. Thief Gang 2, obtain 2 Thief Gloves. After 8 natural days, obtain another. Stealth, you say? But the problem is my beast currently only has 2 equipment slots. Stealth wouldn't be nearly as effective. Never mind, let me take a gamble. Xia Yue hesitated for a long moment before finally selecting Chaos Summon. The stone tablet dissolved into radiant light, and 3 pieces of equipment materialized in Xia Yue's inventory. 3 shipbreakers. Is this good or bad? Xia Yue stared blankly at the 3 equipment items that had appeared out of thin air. Shipbreaker 60 armor 60 magic resistance. In combat, if no other beasts are adjacent to the wearer, gain 400 HP 10 physical bonus and 10 magical bonus. The stats are quite impressive. These would be incredibly powerful in a 1v1 matchup. Xia Yue's eyes lit up. Wait. I remember the forging system allows 3 items to be merged into 1, if they're Orn-tier artifacts. A bold idea surged through Xia Yue's mind. Xia Yue placed all 3 pieces into the forging interface and nervously pressed the forge button. Merge equipment shipbreaker shipbreaker shipbreaker. Yes. A brilliant flash engulfed everything, and the 3 shipbreakers fused into 1. Xia Yue eagerly checked the status panel. Radiant Shipbreaker 120 armor 120 magic resistance. In combat, if no other beasts are adjacent to the wearer, gain 800 HP 20 physical bonus and 20 magical bonus. New effect: if other beasts are adjacent to the wearer, receive half of the above attribute bonuses. Holy crap. It actually worked. Xia Yue's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at the golden bordered hammer. Little Silver, come out and try the new equipment. Xia Yue went to the backyard and summoned Little Silver from the beast space alone. Aru. Little Silver opened sleepy eyes as though it had just fallen asleep. Hee, you can sleep later. Let's test this first. Xia Yue equipped the Radiant Shipbreaker onto Little Silver. Aru. Little Silver immediately felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through its body, and its frame grew noticeably larger. Pity there's no one to spar with. Wait, Dad. Xia Yue dashed into the living room and pulled Xia Qingyun, who was watching TV, into the backyard. What's up? Xia Qingyun crossed his arms and looked at his son with curiosity. Dad, I remember you have a spiritual period beast, right? The competition is coming up soon, and I want Little Silver to gain more practical combat experience. Xia Yue rubbed his hands together eagerly. I do have a spiritual period beast, but a spar, are you sure? Xia Qingyun gave a rather sinister smile. Bring it on. Though puzzled by his father's expression, Xia Yue still resolved to spar. All right, come out, Firestone Golem. Xia Qingyun summoned a nearly 2-meter-tall stone statue wreathed in raging flames from his beast space. Name: Firestone Golem. Attributes: Fireground. Level: Early Spiritual Stage. Talent: Monarch Stage. Skills: Flame Fist, Earthquake Flame, Armor, Fire Breath, Berserk, Flame Charge, Rock Fist. Description: an extremely rare beast from the Northern Territory, commonly dwelling near scorching volcanoes. It excels at wielding fire and ground elemental power, making it a combat-type beast with outstanding physical attributes. Fire and ground. Xia Yue was dumbfounded. He finally understood why his father had that expression. This type combination was a 4x counter to his Ice Wolf King. Still want to fight? Xia Qingyun smiled. Fight. Xia Yue gritted his teeth. He had proposed the spar himself, and he would see it through. Good spirit. Let's head to the dojo. If we fight here in the backyard, your mother will scold me again. Xia Qingyun whispered. Beasts at the spiritual stage possessed devastating destructive power. While they couldn't move mountains or fill seas, a single skill could easily shatter a wall. That evening the dojo was nearly empty. Xia Qingyun stepped onto the combat platform and summoned the Firestone Golem. The nearly 2-meter-tall stone statue stood towering, its entire body shrouded in flames, causing the surrounding air to distort from the intense heat. Xia Yue carried Little Silver to the opposite side and took a deep breath. Let's begin. You make the first move. Xia Qingyun crossed his arms. Xia Yue didn't hold back, instantly connecting with Little Silver through his mental power. Little Silver Ice Breath, maximum coverage. Little Silver opened its maw and a torrent of ice-cold blue energy surged forth, sweeping across half the training ground like a frozen river straight toward the Firestone Golem. The Firestone Golem remained perfectly still. The cold air hissed as it collided with the flames surrounding the golem, turning into thick white steam that rose into the air, unable to penetrate its defenses. Is that all you've got? Xia Qingyun laughed. Firestone Golem rocks. The Firestone Golem raised its right arm, and a denser layer of rock suddenly formed over its stony surface. With a sharp whoosh, it unleashed a devastating punch directly at Little Silver. Little Silver dodged. Use your speed to circle around it. Little Silver's 4 paws dug into the ground, and its body became a silver-blue blur, narrowly avoiding the strike. The rock fist smashed into the earth, creating a shallow crater. Not bad, quick reflexes. Xia Qingyun nodded. But dodging alone won't win you this fight. Firestone Golem Earthquake. The Firestone Golem raised its stone foot and slammed it down with tremendous force. Boom! The entire training ground trembled violently. Cracks radiated outward from the Firestone Golem as a center point, and yellow-brown shockwaves swept across the area in all directions. Little Silver lost its footing and nearly fell. This is the moment. Berserk Flame Charge. Xia Qingyun seized the opportunity. Flames erupted around the Firestone Golem, transforming it into a blazing meteor that thundered toward Little Silver with terrifying heat and impact force. It was too fast and covered too much area. There was no way to dodge. Little silver ice crystal shield. Full power. 3 overlapping ice crystal shields instantly condensed before little silver layered upon layer. Boom. The Firestone Golem crashed into the ice shields, and all 3 shattered like paper in an instant. The golem's stony body slammed hard into Little Silver. Little Silver was knocked backward several steps, its ice blue, for slightly curled from the searing heat. What's going on? Xia Yue frowned deeply. Logically speaking, an Ice Wolf King should have been near death, or at least severely injured after taking a direct hit from a higher-ranked type-countering opponent. Yet after being struck head-on, Little Silver appeared unharmed, its fur only slightly singed. Why is your Ice Wolf King so durable? Xia Yue asked, genuinely puzzled. It's not just about being durable. Little Silver Eternal Freeze Breath. Grasping the brief freeze frame after the Berserk Flame charge, Xia Yue immediately issued the command. Aru. The thick, tangible, icy breath rapidly spread across the Firestone Golem's entire body, instantly encasing it in a massive ice sculpture. Flint Golem Ignite. Xia Yue commanded immediately. He had clearly suffered from an information gap. Ordinary Ice Wolf Kings typically relied on extreme speed to maneuver around opponents, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. Xiao Yin was entirely different, resembling more of a mage, unleashing terrifying elemental attacks. Moreover, he was also a mage with extremely high defense. The Flint Golem's body began to burn the ice on its surface, melting rapidly into thick steam. Xiao Yin pressed the advantage. Frozen Claw. Xiao Yin shot forward like an arrow at the order, his right claw condensing into a grinding stone-sized ice talon that slashed fiercely into the Flint Golem. The tremendous force, surging with devastating ice energy, sent the Flint Golem flying backward, crashing hard against the arena's edge. Impressive. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xia Yue's eyes. He had not anticipated his son would already be this formidable. Then let's settle this in one move. Xia Yue's expression turned unusually grave. Flint Golem Flame Meteor. The golem erupted in flames, hurtling toward Xiao Yin like a blazing comet. Xiao Yin flash freeze beam, then frozen claw. Xiao Yin channeled ice energy, unleashing a beam of freezing power, so condensed it resembled solid crystal. It collided with the flaming Flint Golem, sending up towering clouds of white steam. The Flint Golem closed in relentlessly. Xiao Yin pressed his massive ice claw against its body, but the extreme heat caused the ice to melt continuously. Boom! Xiao Yin was sent flying. The Flint Golem, equally exhausted, slumped onto the ground. Xiao Yin. Xia Yue immediately checked Xiao Yin's condition. The terrifying impact had caused multiple fractures, and the right claw bore obvious scorch marks. Just as Xia Yue feared, the sparring match had ended in failure. A strange life force surged into Xiao Yin's body, recovering the majority of his injuries. No way. Revival Wind, this is incredible. Xia Yue exclaimed excitedly. What an astonishing regenerative ability. From Xia Yue's perspective, the Ice Wolf King had just been knocked down and injured, yet rose again within mere breaths, and feat that filled him with deep amazement. I yield. Xia Yue said gravely, yet his gaze remained fixed on the Ice Wolf King. Xiao Yue, your Ice Wolf King is the strongest awakening phase beast I have ever encountered. How have you cultivated it? Family secrets. Xia Yue replied mysteriously. You kid. Very well. With your strength, placing in the top 3 at the Youth Cup should be secure. Only the top 3. Xia Yue looked puzzled. Do you know the He family of Zhejiang River? You mean the ones who challenged last time? Yes. But not that fool. It is the eldest son of the He family, He Chun. Xia Yue's expression darkened as though recalling something unpleasant. The He family, like the Nalan family, is one of the ancient noble houses with profound heritage. To my knowledge, his primary beast has already reached the early stage of spiritual awakening. On Blue Star, most people focused on raising one primary beast and built their support around it. This mainly came down to resources. Aside from families endowed with abundant resources, ordinary people who could raise even a single beast properly were already remarkable. Most beast tamers rising from the bottom couldn't even fill their beast spaces. Although the Flint Golem had also reached the early stage of spiritual awakening, it remained Xia Yue's weakest beast and could not be compared to his primary one. Early spiritual awakening, huh? Indeed, rather troublesome. Xia Yue pondered. After all, this was a primary beast meticulously raised by the eldest son of an ancient noble house. If Nalan Qing's Ice Featherbird had also reached spiritual awakening, Xia Yue dared not imagine how dire the situation would become. And yet I fought carelessly while my ancient bloodline was activated. So far, Xia Yue had only unleashed Xiao Yin's ancient bloodline in front of his teacher, or certain heavenly kings, all of whom would never leak such information. But the Northern Territory Youth Cup was a fully broadcast major event. Once Xiao Yin's ancient form was revealed, who knew how much attention it would attract? Are you thinking about Xiao Yin's bloodline? Xia Yue could tell at a glance what his son was worried about just by looking at him. Yes, father. Do you think I can use it at the Youth Cup? Xia Yue hesitated. Exposure meant gaining enormous attention and access to resources from more nations, but risks came with it. Could it be that certain foreign forces were already targeting Dongli's geniuses? Hey, you need not worry about that at all. I am after all a heavenly king. The bigger the spectacle, the better. Make the whole world aware of your brilliance. Behind you there is me, your mother, and the Xia family, Xia Chengyun said with a smile. At that moment Xia Yue truly felt the imposing aura of his father as a heavenly king beast tamer. This was the first time Xia Chengyun had spoken of the Xia family without reservation in front of Xia Yue. Father, the Xia family. Are they really that powerful? Powerful. Terrifyingly so. Let me put it this way. If you are willing to acknowledge your identity as a Xia family member, you will never have to worry about resources for the rest of your life. But the price is that you will no longer be an ordinary person in Dongli, but a true member of the Xia family. You must live for the Xia family for Dongli. Live for the Xia family for Dongli. Xia Yue was deeply puzzled. With your talent, I will no longer conceal anything. The Xia family is one of the three pillar states of Dongli, the most powerful noble family in Dongli without exception. Xia Yue's eyes widened as he took a deep breath. Our three pillar states have existed since ancient times, sharing life and death with this land. Therefore, we are Dongli and Dongli is us. Xia Qingyun continued. We are inherently part of Dongli. With the finest resources comes the obligation to fight for Dongli. That is what. Many things are beyond our control. I left the Xia family because of this very reason. Xia Qingyun spoke with a hint of nostalgia. I leave the choice to you now. The Northern Territory has concealed your talents. Your stage should not be here. Whatever path you choose henceforth is yours to decide. Decide for myself. Xia Yue bit his lip at a loss. Father, let me think about it a bit more. Once you have made up your mind, tell me. By the earliest, I will take you back after the Youth Cup concludes. On his way home, Xia Yue's thoughts raced. He knew the Xia family might be powerful, but never imagined it to this extent. The three pillar states of Dongli held royal-level status in ancient times. By any measure, he counted as a member of the imperial extended family. A noble family reaching such prominence was essentially bound to the nation's fate, inextricably tied to Dongli itself. No wonder father said he couldn't bear it. Someone who reveres freedom like him would find a conventional life as good as death. The Xia family. No matter what, I must go back and see. Xia Yue murmured to himself. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and during those 15 days Xia Yue hardly left the house. During the day, he trained at home, and at night, he studied the world tree seed. Though no breakthrough had been made, yet the auras of Shao Yin and Shao Gu seemed to have grown slightly more condensed. He couldn't tell if it was the result of his training or Amber's influence. The following day, barely dawn had broken, yet the main arena of Huaining City's Beast Tamer Center was already pulsing with energy. The vast circular stands were packed to capacity with school flags and banners snapping in the cold wind. Elite students from across the northern region provinces and cities filed through the competitors' entrance, one after another, forming a dark, dense crowd of no fewer than 100 when viewed from afar. Xia Yue walked at the forefront alongside the Huaining No. 1 high school team. Beside him stood Nailin Xing, while behind him were Lining Su Shui and the rest of the top 10 from Class A. There are a lot of people, he said, scanning the crowd around him. Anyone with any real strength from the entire northern region has come. Nailin Xing replied calmly. She wore the deep blue team uniform of Huaining No. 1 high school today, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail with a frost feather bird perched on her shoulder, her gaze as clear and cold as ever. At the center of the main arena stood 8 standard combat arenas, their floors laid with special alloy capable of withstanding skill impacts from below the transcendent stage. For massive holographic screens hung overhead, broadcasting each match in real time. All team leaders, please lead your competitors to the designated assembly area. The broadcast echoed through the arena. Yao Xiaohua glanced back at them. The team competition starts this afternoon. First, individual preliminaries will take place in the morning. The draw has been completed, and the matchups will be sent to your wristbands. Xia Yue looked down at his competition wristband. The screen lit up, displaying his first-round opponent. Individual tournament round 1. Xia Yue Huaining No. 1 middle school versus Zhao Yanshu Yuan City No. 3 middle school arena battle platform No. 3. Go for it, boss. You have to bring back the championship. Yun Qi cheered from the sidelines. I'm off. He gave his teammates a nod and headed toward platform No. 3. Shao Yin had restored its full size and followed at his side, its silver blue fur gleaming with a cold luster under the arena lights. Many competitors around him were watching. That must be Xia Yue from Huaining. I heard he beat Nailin Xing in the entrance exam. He doesn't look that impressive. That Ice Wolf King is pretty majestic though. You don't know what you're talking about. How long has he had his contract? His main beast has already evolved to the 3rd stage. He's definitely someone not to be underestimated. The whispers drifted into his ears, but Xia Yue paid them no mind and walked straight onto battle platform No. 3. Ding. A critical combat assessment has been detected. The mission system is now activating. Main quest unlocked. Summit of the Northern Region Quest Details Stage 2. Achieve first place overall in the Northern Region Youth Cup. Quest rewards: Prismatic Grade Hex Enhancement Rune 1, gold coins 5,000. Straightforward rewards in Hex and gold coins. His opponent was already waiting on the other side. A burly young man accompanied by a Snow Plains bear and an ice shell turtle, both common defensive beasts in the Northern Region. After the referee confirmed both competitors' identities, he raised his right hand high. Begin. Zhao Yin, clearly having studied Xia Yue's fighting style, immediately went on the defensive. Ice Shell Turtle Frost Shield. The ice shell turtle let out a low growl as a thick diamond-shaped ice shield crystallized before it, while the snow plains bear rose to its hind legs patrolling nearby. Xia Yue stroked Xiao Yin's head. Let's end this quickly. Ice Fawn. A woo. Xiao Yin flicked its tail, and its right paw condensed into a massive blade of frozen ice surging toward the opponent's beast with terrifying force. Xiao Yin's expression shifted. Ice shell turtle block it. The turtle thrust its ice shield forward. As the frozen claw struck the shield, a deafening crash echoed through the arena. The ice shield fractured and shattered almost instantly. The enormous frozen claw slashed straight through, striking the ice shell turtle, which let out a muffled howl before being sent flying along with its broken shield cracks visible across its carapace. Ice shell turtle is unable to continue. The referee announced, immediately raising his flag. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, especially among those from Xia Yue City. Xiao Yin was quite well known there, yet here he was eliminated in a single strike. How is this possible? Xiao Yin stood frozen, his prideful ice shell turtle defeated in one blow, leaving him completely at a loss. Only when the referee's voice repeatedly reminded him did he snap out of his daze. Go Snow Plains Bear. Roar, roar. The Snow Plains Bear charged onto the field, roaring wildly. That was just a fluke. A student from Xia Yue No. 3 middle school kept explaining to those around him. The Snow Plains Bear is Brother Yan's main beast, just watch. But his words hadn't even finished echoing when the bear was already knocked to the ground, defeated. Is this really Brother Yan's main beast? A spectator nearby jeered at the Xia Yue No. 3 student who had turned bright red and could only stammer wordlessly. Even the referee hesitated for a moment before blowing his whistle. Snow Plains Bear is unable to continue. Xia Yue wins. For a brief second the crowd fell silent, then erupted into murmurs. Is a beast tamer from Huaining really this terrifying? He's practically invincible at his level. Zhao Yan's 2 beasts couldn't even survive one exchange. I wonder if Xia Yue's other beasts are equally formidable. Xia Yue recalled. Xiao Yin nodded to Zhao Yan and turned to leave the arena. The first round had been won effortlessly. In the subsequent preliminary rounds his opponents varied greatly in strength. Most were average fighters like Zhao Yin, though one student from Zhejiang No. 1 middle school proved decent, barely managing to draw out a fifth of Xiao Yin's true power. By noon, when the competition paused, the top 32 individual participants had been announced. Huaining No. 1 high school claimed 5 spots. Xia Yue, Nalanxing, Lining Yunqi, and Miao Qingqing, who had pulled off a stunning upset against a Xia Yue City competitor. Not bad, Qingqing. Xia Yue found her in the rest area, where she was sipping hot milk tea from a cup, her expression still dazed. It was just luck. Miao Qingqing murmured softly. Xiao Xing stung their beast with its poison thorn, and it passed out on its own. Xia Yue glanced at the star-patterned scorpion resting on her shoulder and smiled. Getting stung by it isn't exactly comfortable. That afternoon the team competition began. The team competition was a 2v2 doubles format representing each school. Huaining No. 1 high school's lineup paired Xia Yue with Nalanxing and Lining with Su Shui with 2 additional reserve teams. The opening match pitted Huaining No. 1 high school against Xia Yue City No. 1 high school. Xia Yue and Nalanxing walked onto battle platform No. 2 side by side, facing 2 boys of similar stature whose beasts, an ice-blade leopard and a snow-winged hawk, complemented each other perfectly, one specializing in close combat, while the other handled ranged attacks. The referee signaled the start. Snow-winged hawk, take to the sky and rain down ice cones, one of the opponents commanded. Ice-blade leopard, flank and harass. Keep that ice wolf king from getting close. The snow-winged hawk soared upward, shaking its wings to release dozens of ice cones like a downpour, while the ice-blade leopard became a blur of blue and white circling around to flank Xiao Yin. Xia Yue and Nalanxing exchanged a glance. Xiao Yin, crystallized shield, Xia Yue ordered. Xiao Yin let out a low growl as 4 curved ice shields materialized above them, deflecting every falling ice cone. Iceling bird, frozen domain. Nalanxing said, her voice as calm as ever. The iceling bird let out a clear cry and spread its wings, rapidly expanding its chilling domain outward from its position. The temperature on the battle platform plummeted, frost forming across the ground. The moment the ice-blade leopard charged into the domain, its speed noticeably dropped. Now, Xia Yue said. Xiao Yin frost claw attacked the ice-blade leopard. Ice featherbird flash freeze beam seal the snow wing eagle's movement. Nalanxing immediately coordinated with it. Xiao Yin transformed into a silver-blue lightning bolt and struck the ice-blade leopard with a claw. The ice-blade leopard tried to dodge, but its feet were frozen by the ice, slowing its movement by a beat. The wolf claw struck squarely on its flank, sending it rolling away with a howl. The ice featherbird meanwhile opened its beak and shot a thin, yet extremely fast ice-blue beam, predicting the snow-wing eagle's flight path, forcing it to bank sharply, its attack faltering. Snow-wing eagle, pull away, the opposing commander urged anxiously. But it was already too late. After Xiao Yin finished off the ice-blade leopard, it looked up at the snow-wing eagle in the sky. Xia Yue transmitted a command through the spiritual link, Xiao Yin polar beam. The crown on the Frost Wolf King's forehead glowed and a thick ice-blue beam shot upward, precisely hitting the snow-wing eagle's left wing. Ice crystals spread rapidly, and the snow-wing eagle lost its balance and fell. The snow-wing eagle has lost combat capability. Huaning no. One high school wins. The entire battle lasted less than a minute. Murmurs of surprise rose from the audience. On the podium, several education bureau leaders from other cities whispered among themselves. Huaning's lineup this year is quite impressive. It's only been a month since school started. How did the Frost Wolf King already appear? Xia Yue's beast evolution is too fast. That Nalan girl is even more terrifying. Her ice featherbird is about to reach the spiritual communication stage. An 18-year-old at spiritual communication. TSK. The team competition surged forward unimpeded. Xia Yue and Nalan Xing's coordination grew increasingly adept, one launching frontal assaults, the other controlling the air, and they encountered virtually no opposition. By evening, the top 8 of the team competition were decided, and Huaning no. One high school advanced without suspense. Tomorrow are the individual competitions round of 16 and the team competitions semifinals. Yao Xiaohua summarized in the lounge. Not bad today, but don't let up. The real tough battles are tomorrow. She looked at Xia Yue and Nalan Xing. You two, especially Xia Yue, revealed quite a bit today. Tomorrow's opponents will certainly study you specifically. Xia Yue nodded. Understood. That night, lying in bed, Xia Yue carefully analyzed the video Yao Xiaohua had given him, which featured several noteworthy competitors who had emerged in today's individual matches. Mu Su from Balin no. One high school late-stage resonance snow monster. Some strength, but not much. Xiao Luoluo from Bianqing no. 3 high school early-stage spiritual communication thunderhound. So it's a lightning-type beast. And at early spiritual communication. No, I need to study this carefully. And the most important one. He Chun from Zhejiang no. 1 high school early-stage spiritual communication blizzard crocodile. It's about to advance, I think. He should be the most threatening opponent right now. Might have to use Bloodline Awakening to fight. But the Youth Cup was broadcast live, and if he used it, the secret of the ancient bloodline would be exposed. He thought about it for a moment, then recalled his father's words. Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. He turned off his wristband, rolled over, and went to sleep. The next day, the atmosphere at the venue was noticeably more tense. In the individual competitions round of 16, Xia Yue's opponent was a student from Balin City, a girl named Ling Shuang, who had contracted 2 snow spirits. The two stepped onto the main arena. From this round onward, important matches were held on the central main arena with screens on all sides providing close-up coverage throughout. Ling Shuang had short hair at shoulder length with a cool temperament. Floating beside her were 2 palm-sized pure white snow spirits. The snow spirits had no fixed form, sometimes turning into mist, sometimes condensing into a humanoid shape, their presence elusive. It's a pity it's a 1v1 rotation, otherwise the 2 snow spirits working together would be troublesome. Match start, the referee announced loudly. Ling Shuang made the first move. Snow spirit illusory snow mist. One of the pure white snow spirits dispersed, turning into a thick icy mist that spread rapidly, covering half the arena. Vision was blocked within the mist, and even spiritual sense was disrupted. Xia Yue narrowed his eyes. Area disruption, huh? Xiaoying blizzard, blow it away. Xiaoying threw back its head and howled. A violent blizzard erupted from its center, sweeping outward in all directions. The ice mist and blizzard collided, producing a sizzling sound, and the mist was quickly diluted. But the moment the mist dispersed, the snow spirit had already stealthily crept to Xiaoying's left side, extending an arm made of mist to press against Xiaoying. Frost touch. Ling Shuang called out. The snow spirit's arm instantly crystallized into bitterly cold ice crystals, its temperature horrifyingly low. Xiaoying reacted swiftly, pushing off with its limbs and leaping backward, but the snow spirit's icy fingertips still grazed its hind leg, leaving a pale white frost mark. Fast, Xia Yue assessed mentally. And the attack has a strong frostbite effect. Xiaoying ice element control, condense ice into armor. Xiaoying's body surged with cold air, and a thin yet tough layer of ice crystal armor quickly covered its silver blue fur. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spewed a stream of ice blue breath at the snow spirit. The snow spirit dissipated into mist, and then reformed not far away. Elementalization. Xia Yue frowned. The snow spirit's mist ability was troublesome, evading most physical and energy attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shuang commanded the snow spirit to keep circling behind. Ivy of ice thorns. The snow spirit pressed its hands to the ground, and instantly dozens of sharp ice thorns stabbed up from the arena floor, converging from behind Xiaoying. Xiaoying leaped, agilely dodging most of the ice thorns, but its right forepaw was still grazed by one, and a few drops of blood fell onto the combat platform. Troublesome. Nalan Xing frowned slightly from below the stage. The snow spirit's tactics are very effective against close combat beasts. Miao Qingqing nervously clutched her clothes. Can Xia Yue win? On the arena, Xia Yue suddenly smiled. Playing with mist, huh? He patted Xiaoying's head. Let's join in too. Xiaoying blizzard covers the entire arena. Wolf soul, summon ice wolves. The crown on Xiaoying's forehead blazed with light. It fully spread its ice-type energy, covering the entire arena. Crack, crack, crack. With the Frost Wolf King at the center, a pale white cold wave spread like a tide. The arena floor, the air, and even the drifting ice mist instantly crystallized into thick frost, and the temperature plummeted to dozens of degrees below zero. The snow spirit's misty body visibly slowed, its rate of reformation dropping several times. What a Ling Shuang's expression changed. The snow spirit's core was an ice-type energy body. Low temperatures should have strengthened it, but this sudden plunge to extreme cold actually disrupted the stability of its energy structure. Now, Xia Yue shouted. Xiaoyin, eternal frost breath. Xiaoyin opened its mouth, and instead of a single stream, an ice-blue cold current erupted in a fan-shaped spray, covering a 180-degree arc in front. The snow spirit had just struggled free from the frost when it was engulfed by the cold current. SSS. The sound of ice spreading was crisp and piercing. The snow spirit remained in its misty outline, completely frozen in midair like an exquisite ice sculpture. Ling Shuang opened her mouth, then finally lowered her head in defeat and conceded. The snow spirit has lost combat capability. Xia Yue wins. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. On the podium, the Education Bureau leader from Balin City sighed. What skill is that? Never seen before. And such power. Can a resonant stage really possess it? That Frost Wolf King is definitely not ordinary, someone beside him murmured. The individual tournament's top 8 match was scheduled for the afternoon. As Xia Yue returned to the rest area, his wristband vibrated, and a new battle notification appeared. Individual tournament quarterfinals, Xia Yue Huaning No. 1 middle school versus Xiao Luoluo Bianxing No. 3 middle school. He looked up toward the distant contestants area. That thunder type, from Bianxing. A girl with a high ponytail clad in a red tracksuit was crouching on the ground speaking to a canine familiar whose body was entwined with fine electric sparks. The familiar stood nearly a meter at the shoulder with golden fur and a lightning bolt mark on its forehead. It was a thunderclap hound. Early Spirit Communion stage thunder, a tribute fast and fierce. Xia Yue quickly recalled the footage he had studied. As he strategized, Xiao Luoluo seemed to sense his gaze, looked up, grinned, and even waved at him. Xia Yue was taken aback, but nodded in return. After a simple lunch and a brief rest, the announcement summoned the contestants to the arena. The main arena was once again packed, and the 4 screens displayed both contestants' information and familiar photos. Please have both contestants step onto the stage. Xia Yue walked up with Xiaoyin at his side. Its silver-blue fur gleamed strikingly under the lights. On the opposite side, Xiao Luoluo bounded up, and the thunderclap hound moved with a light, swift gait, each step accompanied by faint crackling sounds. So you're Xia Yue. I watched your previous matches. Your Ice Wolf King is super cool. Xiao Luoluo's voice was crisp, her eyes sparkling. Thanks, Xia Yue replied, somewhat surprised that the girl seemed completely unflustered. But I won't go easy on you. She clenched her fists. My little thunder is really strong too. Xia Yue did not answer, silently scanning the Thunderclap Hound stats. Individual name Thunderclap Hound. Individual attribute Thunder. Individual level Early Spirit Communion. Individual talent Monarch Stage. Individual skills Lightning Claw Thunder. Fong Lightning Armor. Thunder Breath Thunderclap. Burst Lightning. Flash Thunderbolt. Description: an extremely rare familiar in Dongli, often found on high-altitude plateaus, adept at using Thunder-type power, a combat familiar with outstanding agility. The referee glanced at both contestants and, confirming readiness, raised his right hand. Competition. Begin. Little Thunder Lightning Flash. Xiao Luoluo gave the command almost simultaneously. The Thunderclap Hound blurred into a golden streak of lightning, charging straight at Xiaoyin with such speed that afterimages trailed behind. Xiaoyin crystallized shield. Xiaoyin growled low, and 3 ice shields rapidly formed before it. Boom. The lightning bolt slammed into the shields, shattering them instantly. Ice shards flew everywhere, and 2 of the shields were broken. So fast. Xia Yue's heart tightened. This speed was even more incredible than in the videos. Thunderfang. Xiao Luoluo pressed the attack. The Thunderclap Hound opened its jaws, fangs wrapped in dazzling lightning, and lunged at Xiaoyin's neck. Xiaoyin reacted, swiftly sidestepping and swinging its right claw, which had formed an ice blade. Clang. The ice blade clashed with the Thunderfang's sparks and lightning scattering together. The Thunderclap Hound was knocked back 2 steps, and most of the ice blade on Xiaoyin's claw shattered. Its strength is not lacking either, Xia Yue frowned. Due to the suppression from the level gap, a direct confrontation was disadvantageous. Little Thunder Continuous Electric Shock. Don't let it create distance. Xiao Luoluo's command style was aggressive. The Thunderclap Hound opened its mouth and fired a stream of fist-sized electric orbs, crackling and sealing Xiaoyin's movement. Xiaoyin dodged and weaved across the arena, ice shields constantly forming and shattering. This won't work. Xia Yue took a deep breath. Xiaoyin Polar Ice Beam, force it back. The crown on Xiaoyin's forehead lit up, and a thick ice blue beam shot out, heading straight for the Thunderclap Hound. Dodge! Xiao Luoluo shouted. The Thunderclap Hound pushed off the ground with all 4 paws darting sideways like lightning. The beam grazed its fur and exploded into a burst of ice flowers at the edge of the arena. That was close. Xiao Luoluo patted her chest, then her eyes brightened. Little Thunder Thunderbolt. The Thunderclap Hound howled skyward, lightning surging around its body, and a thick bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, striking directly at Xiaoyin's head. The area was too large to evade. Xiaoyin full defense. Xia Yue shouted. Xiaoyin's cold aura surged instantly, forming layer upon layer of thick ice above its head. Boom! The lightning struck, shattering the ice layers, and a mist of ice spread. The audience below held their breath. As the mist cleared, Xiao Yue stood still, most of its ice armor broken, its right shoulder scorched black, but its eyes remained sharp. It actually endured that. Isn't the Ice Wolf King supposed to be an agility-oriented familiar? Xiao Luoluo was astonished. Even a familiar of the same level would have a hard time taking that hit, but the Ice Wolf King showed no significant damage. Now it's our turn. Xia Yue's gaze sharpened. Xiao Yue blizzard. Cover the entire arena. Xiao Yue howled, summoning a fierce gale laden with ice blades that swept across the entire platform. The temperature plummeted, and the ground rapidly froze. The Thunderclap Hound's speed was clearly affected. It slipped and nearly fell. Now, Frost Claw. Xiao Yue lunged as a silver-blue blur, its right claw forming a massive icy claw larger than before, and slammed it fiercely at the Thunderclap Hound. The Thunderclap Hound twisted awkwardly, taking the blow on its back. Ow! It yelped in pain, was sent flying, and rolled several times on the ground before stabilizing. The golden fur on its back was covered in ice crystals, its movements stiffened. Little Thunder. Xiao Luoluo was anxious. Use everything, Thunderstorm. The Thunderclap Hound struggled to its feet, lightning surging wildly around it, forming a vortex of lightning several meters in diameter, with electric snakes rampaging, an awe-inspiring sight. Xia Yue knew this was the decisive moment, and held nothing back. Xiao Yue, Eternal Frost Breath. Xiao Yue took a deep breath, its chest swelling, then expelled a torrent of ice-blue cold, like a frozen river, surging backward, meeting the lightning vortex. Ice and thunder collided midair. Zzz boom. The energy exploded, and the blinding light made the entire audience instinctively close their eyes. On the arena, ice crystals and lightning intertwined, mist rising. As the light faded, the Thunderclap Hound knelt on one knee, its body slightly frosted, its lightning dim, breathing heavily. Though Xiao Yue was also covered in wounds, its ice armor shattered, it still stood, its eyes fierce. I concede. Xiao Luoluo took a deep breath and raised her hand. I only contracted one familiar. Indeed, with this rate of advancement, it must be the result of focusing all resources on a single familiar, Xia Yue thought to himself. The referee nodded and decisively blew the whistle. Thunderclap Hound can no longer fight. Xia Yue wins. Victory. The Huaning no. One rest area erupted in cheers. Good thing Xiao Yue is tough enough. Xia Yue sighed in relief, walked over, and patted Xiao Yue's head. You worked hard. Xiao Yue nuzzled his hand with a low whine. On the opposite side, Xiao Luoluo ran onto the stage, hugged her Thunderclap Hound, checked its injuries, then looked up and smiled at Xia Yue. Your Ice Wolf King is really strong. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Your Thunderclap Hound is also very impressive, Xia Yue said sincerely. Xiao Luoluo chuckled and helped her familiar off the stage. Just as Xia Yue was about to leave, his wristband vibrated again. The list of the top 4 in the individual tournament has been confirmed. Semi-final match, Xia Yue vs He Chun. He paused mid-step and looked toward the other side of the contestants' area. There, a boy in a black training suit sat quietly beside him, lay a massive crocodile, nearly 3 meters long with thick scales and cold eyes. He Chun, arms crossed, stared expressionlessly toward the arena. As if sensing Xia Yue's gaze, he turned his head slightly, and their eyes briefly met in the air. Their gazes intersected briefly in mid-air, then each looked away. Finally, I'll face him. Xia Yue murmured to himself. After the afternoon match concluded, dusk had already fallen. Xia Yue returned to the rest area where his teammates had already gathered around him. Boss Xia, that was impressive. Yin Shi was the first to step forward. That counts as fighting beyond your realm, right? Just luck. Xiao Yin's defense is tough enough. Xia Yue waved his hand, took the water Yin Shi handed him, and took a sip. How did your match go? Sigh, it's a pity my Frostback Bear is only at the late resonance stage. Still a bit short. Yin Shi said with some regret. It's fine, just treat it as gaining experience. He comforted Yin Shi, then glanced at Nailan Qing. How about you? I won. Nailan Qing was concise. The opponent was Water Element, which was countered by my Ice Feather Bird. Xia Yue nodded and scanned the rest area. Miao Qingqing was there too, carefully feeding her star-patterned scorpion. Linning leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, recovering, while Su Shui was grooming her snow-blowing fox. They had all lost their matches and were eliminated from the top 4. Our Huaning Hai took 2 spots in the Youth Cup semifinals. That's not a bad result. Yao Zhaohua's voice rang out. She walked over holding a tablet, her expression showing a rare glimpse of joy. But don't let your guard down. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning is the individual semifinals, and the team semifinals are in the afternoon. The schedule is tight, so keep your condition sharp. She looked at Xia Yue and Nailan Qing. You two, especially Xia Yue, tomorrow morning you're facing He Chun. His Blizzard Crocodile is the strongest beast in this individual tournament on paper. You've all seen the data. Spirit Awakening early stage approaching mid-stage. Its defense and strength are both top tier. I know, Xia Yue nodded. Adjust tactics on your own, but remember one thing, Yao Zhaohua paused. We still need you for the team competition. If you're too drained in the individual match, or if there's a risk of injury, be decisive about when to fold. Xia Yue didn't speak, only nodding. Yao Zhaohua didn't press further, gave a few more reminders about resting, and turned to handle other matters. Back at the hotel, Xia Yue hastily finished dinner and returned to his room. He activated his wristband and pulled up He Chin's match footage. In the footage, the Blizzard Crocodile's fighting style was extremely brutal. taking hits head-on with its face, then crushing opponents with terrifying strength and bite force. None of the previous opponents had managed to last more than 3 minutes against it. Pure combat power suppression. No wonder it's from an ancient family. Xia Yue watched the screen as the blizzard crocodile absorbed an ice cone blast, and only lost a few scales, his brows furrowing deeply. If I don't use Bloodline Awakening, my win rate probably won't exceed 30%. He glanced at Xiao Yin dozing on the carpet. The power of ancient bloodline hadn't appeared in over a century. Once used, it would attract attention from across the nation and even foreign forces. I'll need to think carefully. Xia Yue shut off the footage and leaned against the headboard, lost in thought. Outside the window, the night deepened, and the lights of Huaining City blinked out one by one. Early the next morning, the atmosphere at the main venue was even more tense than the day before. The stands were packed well ahead of time, filled with buzzing conversations. Semifinals today. Who are you rooting for? Hechen, of course. That blizzard crocodile is unbeatable. The realm gap is absolute. Yeah, as the saying goes, one step is like a chasm. Spirit Awakening early stage is insane. Higher realm beats everything. Exactly, and Hechen is from an ancient beast-taming noble family. Their heritage runs deep. Regular folks can't compare. Many spectators didn't think highly of Xia Yue's chances. In the contestant rest area, Xia Yue sat with his eyes closed, recovering. Xiao Yin rested quietly at his feet, its silver blue fur catching a faint glow in the morning light. His wristband vibrated. The semi-final matchup information popped up on schedule. Individual semi-final, Xia Yue Huaining no. 1 high school vs. Hechen Zhejiang no. 1 high school arena central main ring. Let's go. Xia Yue opened his eyes and stood up. Xiao Yin rose with him and shook its fur. Go for it, boss Xia. Be careful. Xia Yue, good luck. Yun Qi and the others cheered from the side. Xia Yue gave a brief didn't look back and walked straight toward the contestant tunnel. The tunnel wasn't long, leading to a brightly lit entrance at the end. He stepped onto the platform, and the roaring crowd hit him all at once. The central main ring was far larger than the previous battle arenas, the floor made of dark, specialized alloy. Hechen was already waiting on the opposite side. Beside him, the nearly 3-meter-long blizzard crocodile lay motionless, its cyan blue scales gleaming with a metallic sheen under the lights. Hechen wore a black training uniform, tall and broad-shouldered, his expression cold. He glanced at Xia Yue and gave a slight nod. Who do you think will win? In the spectator stands, Lu Yuan pushed up his glasses and said mildly, obviously my son, of course. I've watched the match footage from the past 2 days. The blizzard crocodile's strength clearly exceeds the Ice Wolf King. Without using that, this match is definitely lost. Lu Yuan analyzed calmly, gazing at the ice-armored, fearsome blizzard crocodile. You're right, but why wouldn't we use it? Bloodline Awakening is my son's ability too. There's nothing stopping that kid from using his. Xia Qingyan grinned. Are you sure? Once this ability gets out, Dongli will be thrown into chaos. So what? Even if I can't cover it up, I still have the Xia family behind me. Oh, as far as I know, you haven't gone back in over 10 years. Sai, we can't let the grudges between our generation affect the next. If Xia Yue were mediocre, I'd actually prefer he live a quiet, ordinary life. But, hiding the brilliance of gold, I can't do that. Xia Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression resolute. Actually, I already knew. Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses and revealed a teasing smile. What? Little Xia told me. If he uses Bloodline Awakening in the match, we should just announce it to the whole world as a miracle. I've already drafted the research paper. Lu Yuan explained. What the? That brat didn't even tell me. Playing it huge. Xia Qingyun was only now hearing about it, his mouth twitching. On the competition ring, the referee raised his right hand and announced, contestants prepare for battle. Signal me when ready. Hechen didn't start immediately, but spoke to Xia Yue. My younger brother told me yesterday to make sure I defeat you and avenge him. Younger brother? The idiot who came to challenge us before. Xia Yue frowned. Here comes the hurt the young one, then come for the old one routine again. But don't worry. When he came back last time, I taught him a lesson. Yesterday, I beat him again. Hechen seemed to recall something, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hechen's words left Xia Yue somewhat bewildered. Let's enjoy this battle properly. Hechen nodded to the referee. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Xia Yue replied and seized the opportunity to scan the blizzard crocodile, named Blizzard Crocodile Element, Ice Level Spirit Awakening, Early Stage Talent Catastrophe, Stage Skills, Ice Claw, Ice Cleaving Fong, Eternal Freeze Scale, Armor Dragon, Tail, Ice Breath, Absolute Zero Ray. Description: evolved from Ice-Scaled Crocodile through a special method. This is an exclusive evolution path belonging to the Jioha family of the northern border. No traces of wild survival have been discovered. It excels at using ice element powers and is a combat-type beast, outstanding in physical strength. After confirming both sides were ready, the referee raised his right hand. The semifinals of the individual competition begin. Xia Yue spoke first. Xiao Yin, activate the ice crystal shield, keep your distance. Xiao Yin growled, summoning 4 ice shields in front of it, while stepping back. Hechen's eyes were calm. Blizzard Crocodile, freeze the ground. The blizzard crocodile swung its massive tail, and a chilling cold instantly spread, covering the entire arena surface with a layer of smooth ice. Xiao Yin's paws were frozen to the ground, trapped in place. Now Hechen's voice was cold. Freezing ray. The blizzard crocodile opened its mouth and a concentrated beam of ice blue light shot out with incredible speed. Xiaoyin, break the ice, dodge the attack. Xia Yue urged. Xiaoyin leaped sideways with effort, the beam grazing its hind leg, leaving a deep frost mark and slowing its movement significantly. Troublesome. Xia Yue frowned, the arena covered in ice, greatly reducing Xiaoyin's speed advantage. Blizzard crocodile charged forward, frost claw. The blizzard crocodile stepped forward with heavy strides, seemingly clumsy, but moving with surprising swiftness on the ice. In an instant it was in front of Xiaoyin, its right claw wrapped in piercing cold, slamming down fiercely. Xiaoyin, take it head on, meet it with frost claw. The ice blue giant claw and the silver blue wolf claw clashed in midair. Boom. The shockwave exploded and Xiaoyin staggered back several steps, its right paw trembling slightly. The blizzard crocodile remained motionless. The gap in strength is too great. Below the stage, Nalanxing frowned deeply. Is big brother Xia going to lose? Yunqi clenched his fists nervously. On the arena, Xia Yue took a deep breath. Xiaoyin blizzard summoned the wolf pack. Awoo. Xiaoyin summoned a blizzard that covered the entire arena with razor-sharp snowflakes whirling and dancing wildly. Xiaoyin stepped back, hiding in the blizzard as countless ice elemental wolves formed from the blizzard, charged out, assaulting and biting the blizzard crocodile. Just a pseudo-domain skill. Blizzard crocodile sweeping tail. Hichen's voice was calm as still water. The blizzard crocodile's massive tail swept across with a sound of breaking wind, covering a wide range, shattering all the ice wolves into pieces. The immense wind pressure scattered most of the blizzard created by Xiaoyin. Such terrifying power. Yao Zhaohua remarked with some surprise. Teacher Yao, do you think big brother Xia can win? Yunqi asked. Meanwhile, Nalanxing furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly pondering her own chances if she were to face Hichen. Hichen gave no respite, continue tail sweep. The blizzard crocodile's massive tail once again swept across at extreme speed, covering a wide area difficult to evade. Xiaoyin jump. Xiaoyin leaped with all its might, the tail grazing beneath its belly, the icy wind whipping its fur wildly. But in the moment Xiaoyin was airborne, Hichen's voice rang out again, crack ice fong. The blizzard crocodile suddenly raised its head, its jagged ice-covered mouth wide open, snapping viciously at Xiaoyin in the air. Damn it. Xia Yue's pupils contracted. Xiaoyin turned in midair, counter with eternal freeze breath. Xiaoyin twisted its body with effort, exhaling a stream of ice that struck the scales on the blizzard crocodile's head. The terrifying freezing power rapidly formed a thick layer of ice over the blizzard crocodile. Do you really think I'm one of those rookie beast tamers? Blizzard crocodile, break the ice. The sound of ice cracking echoed as the blizzard crocodile shattered the thick ice layer, charging toward Xiaoyin with its jaws closing. Crack. Xiaoyin was bitten on the left shoulder, the sound of ice shattering clearly audible. Whine. Xiaoyin let out a pained roar, struggling fiercely, its left shoulder already drenched in blood. It's over, Hichen said calmly. Blizzard crocodile, throw it away. The blizzard crocodile swung its head, hurling Xiaoyin violently toward the edge of the arena. Boom. Xiaoyin crashed against the barrier, slid to the ground, and struggled to stand, blood seeping from the wound on its left shoulder, staining the ice red. About time this ended. This Hichen is terrifyingly strong. Yeah, Hichen might have the potential to contend for the championship. What do you think, old Yin? Xiao Chun is my proud disciple. A portly middle-aged man patted the shoulder of the Huaning High School's academic director, Yin Bing, boasting. The outcome is not yet decided, don't be too happy too soon. Yin Bing snorted coldly. Come on, I don't believe your student has a second beast stronger than this. On the battle stage, the referee raised his hand, ready to count down. Xia Yue gritted his teeth. Can you still fight, Xiaoyin? Xiaoyin raised its head, its ice blue eyes still burning with fighting spirit, let out a low growl, and staggered to its feet. All right. Xia Yue took a deep breath and glanced at the audience. Miao Qingqing and Yunqi, both looking worried, Teacher Yao and Nalanxing, with furrowed brows, and his father and Dr. Lu both wearing mischievous smiles. Indeed, without using this I really can't win. Xia Yue murmured. What do you mean? Hichen's hearing was sharp, but he couldn't understand what other trump cards Xia Yue could have. Yet his good combat instincts made him command the blizzard crocodile to remain on guard. Xia Yue didn't answer. He closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual power to communicate with the dormant power deep within his bloodline. Xiaoyin, bloodline awakening. Xiaoyin let out a long howl to the sky. The crown on its forehead erupted with dazzling ice blue light, which quickly spread across its entire body. Its body began to rapidly expand. The silver blue fur grew increasingly crystalline, as if carved from ice crystals. Ice armor resembling a skeleton grew wildly all over its body, and an ancient majestic aura swept across the entire venue. What is that thing? The audience erupted in an uproar. The Ice Wolf King's form. It evolved. No way. The Ice Wolf King is already a third stage evolution. In the direction of the Huaning High School audience, Yunqi's eyes were wide open. What form is this? I've never seen it. Ancient form. Northern Frost Wolf, Yao Zhaohua explained. Wait, why are you all so calm? Am I the only one who doesn't know? Yunqi looked at the calm expressions around him, completely dumbfounded. On the main stage, several leaders abruptly stood up, their faces full of shock. What form is this? The Ice Wolf King can still evolve. Oldly, what's going on? How come such a big thing was never mentioned? Several other mayors of the northern region immediately questioned Li Qingshan. I'm not too clear either. Li Qingshan vaguely remembered seeing this form in the Frost Forest, but at that time a battle was imminent, and there was no time to scrutinize a junior's beast. Mayor Li, you need to look into this properly. A clear, cold female voice rang out. The speaker was a tall woman wearing a water blue cheongsam that outlined her graceful figure. Yes. Long Guan. Li Qingshan immediately smiled apologetically upon seeing the tall woman. On the arena after awakening, Xiao Yin's injuries were healed by the restorative breeze, and its condition returned to its peak. Its eyes were as cold as ice fixed on the blizzard crocodile. He Chen's expression finally turned grave, his brows furrowed tightly. Strange power. This is the first time I've seen a third-stage evolution of a tamed beast continue to evolve further. With this achievement alone, your name, Xia Yue, could be remembered for 100 generations. But still, I have to win this match. He raised his hand. Blizzard Crocodile Freezing Charge. The blizzard crocodile let out a low roar, its scales covered in a thick layer of ice armor, like a fortress of ice, and launched a fierce assault on Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin. Xia Yu's eyes were sharp. Arctic Tornado. Xiao Yin opened its mouth, no longer breathing out, but spewing an ice storm that swept across the entire arena, filled with countless sharp ice blades that surged toward the blizzard crocodile like a tidal wave. The blizzard crocodile was instantly frozen by the terrifying icy power, its body curled up, its ice armor clanging against the storm as cracks began to appear. Such terrifying power, almost an all-round enhancement. Several leaders on the main platform analyzed endlessly. Right now, Ice Claw. Xia Yu commanded. Xiao Yin transformed into a flash of icy blue light, instantly closing in on the blizzard crocodile. Its awakened ice claw was twice as large as before, striking fiercely at the cracks in the ice armor. Crack, boom. The ice armor shattered completely. The blizzard crocodile was sent rolling away by the immense force, its abdominal scales broken, oozing dark blue blood. After Xiao Yin's bloodline awakening all its attributes, soared, surpassing the blizzard crocodile in every aspect. The blizzard crocodile struggled to stand, its eyes fierce, but its aura already withered. Don't be too pleased too early. He Chen sneered. Do you know that at the monarch stage a tamed beast can comprehend its own unique domain? And at the spirit communication stage, some exceptionally gifted tamed beasts can already grasp the rudimentary form of a domain. My blizzard crocodile happens to be one of them. Blizzard crocodile, show them the blizzard domain. As He Chen's words fell, the cold aura around the blizzard crocodile surged dramatically. The temperature of the entire arena plummeted again, the ice layer on the ground rapidly thickened, and fine ice crystals and snowflakes condensed in the air, falling in flurries. These snowflakes did not drift naturally, but swirled faintly around the blizzard crocodile, forming a blurry force field over 10 meters in diameter. A rudimentary domain. Xia Yu's heart sank. Although it was merely a prototype, it already had a significant impact on the environment. Xiao Yin clearly felt the resistance to its movements increase, as if immersed in viscous ice slurry, and even its breath carried a piercing chill. Blizzard crocodile icefall. He Chen's voice was cold. The blizzard crocodile raised its head, its massive jaws opening wide, and countless sharp ice spikes cascaded down like a waterfall, covering most of the arena. Amplified by the domain, the ice spikes were incredibly fast and densely packed. Can't dodge. Xia Yu immediately judged. Xiao Yin crystal barrier, full defense. Xiao Yin let out a low roar, instantly raising several thick ice walls in front, layered to protect its body. Bang, 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 bang. The ice spikes crashed against the ice walls, scattering into a flurry of ice shards. The first two layers shattered quickly, and the third layer was also covered in cracks. Xiao Yin was pushed back step by step, the ice beneath its feet cracking loudly, but it sustained no substantial damage. It's not over yet. He Chen's eyes were sharp. Blizzard crocodile charge, frostbite fong. Within the domain, the blizzard crocodile's speed surged, its massive body moving with surprising agility, breaking through the cloud of ice shards and lunging at Xiao Yin with a bite full of biting cold. Xiao Yin dodged to the side. Xia Yu shouted urgently. Xiao Yin leaped to the right with all its might, but the resistance from the domain slowed its movements by a fraction. Shriek. The frostbite fong grazed Xiao Yin's left flank, leaving fine cracks on its icy armor. What a powerful domain. It amplifies almost all its innate abilities, far stronger than Xiao Yin's blizzard. The bloodline awakening is almost over. Let's finish this quickly. Xia Yu's mind raced. Xiao Yin. Breath of winter. As Xia Yu's words fell, Xiao Yin exhaled a deep blue breath. The breath instantly entangled the blizzard crocodile, impossible to defend against or evade. The blizzard crocodile was frozen into an opaque ice sculpture without warning. Hiss. What kind of move is that? It actually one-shot a blizzard crocodile at the early spirit communication stage. Murmurs of discussion arose from the audience. This Xia Yu is hiding his true strength. First an unknown evolution, then an unknown skill. Both Xia Yu and He Chun are the future pillars of our northern border. We need to nurture them well. On the main platform, a group of top-tier heavenly kings whispered among themselves. Xia, you have the surname Xia? Interesting. Lan Beiyue gently waved her feather fan, covering half of her jade-like pale face. For the first time, shock appeared in Yichen's eyes. He paused for 2 seconds, then recalled the frozen blizzard crocodile. The referee was momentarily stunned before blowing the whistle. Blizzard crocodile is unable to battle. Xia Yue wins. Before the cheers could even begin, Yichen spoke again. But my second tamed beast is already ready. He raised his hand, and the space of his tamed beasts flashed with light. A giant crocodile slightly smaller than the blizzard crocodile, but covered in thick pale white ice armor, like a suit of armor, appeared on the arena. Individual name Frost Armor Crocodile. Individual attribute Ice Type. Individual level Early Spirit Communication Stage. Individual talent Monarch Stage. Individual skills Ice Claw, Frostbite, Fong, Permafrost Armor, Cold, Iron Tail, Glacial Spike. Introduction: the evolved form of the ice scale crocodile, an extremely rare tamed beast in the northern border region, often inhabiting cold rivers. It excels at using ice-type powers, and is a battle-type tamed beast with outstanding strength attributes. The entire venue erupted in uproar. A second spirit communication stage. How can they fight now? The Ice Wolf King has almost no stamina left. The foundation of an ancient clan. This is just too unfair. Yun Qi's eyes were full of worry. So this is what an outside tamer is like. Grandma was right, our Sheng Miao tribe is really behind. Miao Qingqing murmured to herself. This he kid is a bit over the top. 2 spirit communication stage tamed beasts at 18. Xia Chongyun clicked his tongue. Rumor has it he's a once-in-a-century prodigy. Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses. Sigh. I hope Xiao Yu can win. On the battle stage, Xia Yu looked at the panting Xiao Yin, who had exited its awakened form, and then at the frost armor crocodile, which resembled a moving fortress. His heart sank. Because national regulations allow contracting one's first tamed beast at age 18, Xia Yu had rarely encountered a situation where an opponent used a second tamed beast in previous battles. Time was one factor, resources another. He-Chun, backed by an ancient clan, had virtually inexhaustible resources, so he had no such worries. This He-Chun is too much. He actually has a second spirit communication stage tamed beast. Isn't Nailin Xing also from an ancient clan? Why isn't she this monstrous? Xia Yu complained. To be honest, Xia Yue, among those of our age, no one has yet forced me to summon my second spirit communication stage spirit beast. In this regard, I He-Chun acknowledge you as the strongest. He-Chun spoke in a deep voice. Not. Are your whole family this Jinibyu? Xia Yu finally understood why his younger brother was so clever. Xia Yu took a deep breath, raised his hand, and recalled shouting. Giving up, eh? He-Chun asked. Xia Yu shook his head and summoned from the spirit beast space a mass of pitch-black smoke. You are strong. But unfortunately, I am a step ahead. The smoke landed and slowly condensed into a half-meter-tall pitch-black figure with dark red patterns flickering on its body and 2 deep crimson eyes burning quietly. Cold Ghost appeared. What? Is that spirit beast? I don't know. It's not recorded in the spirit beast encyclopedia on the phone. Xia Yu has a second spirit beast, but from its aura, it's only at the late resonance stage. Hard to win, I'm afraid. The audience murmured, almost no one optimistic. Is that a Cold Ghost? How rare. On the main platform, Lan Beiyue gently waved her feather fan, recognizing the spirit beast, her eyes filled with curiosity. He-Chun was also surprised, but remained calm. Late resonance stage. Your Ice Wolf King has already lost. Do you still want to continue? Xia Yu didn't answer, but looked at Cold Ghost. Can you do it? Cold Ghost slowly raised its head, its deep red pupils fixed on the frost armor crocodile. Its right claw lifted, and a cluster of dark red flame ignited with a sharp hiss at its fingertips. The flame was tiny, yet it made the surrounding air slightly twist. Cole, it called softly, taking a step forward. The battle continues. The referee waved the flag. He-Chen's eyes narrowed. Frost armor crocodile, glacial charge, finish it directly. The frost armor crocodile growled, its body erupting with cold air, transforming into a white blur that crashed toward Cold Ghost like a glacier impact. Cold Ghost vaporized and dodged, then circled around. Xia Yu said calmly. Cold Ghost instantly dispersed into black smoke, and the frost armor crocodile charged through empty air, stopping in confusion. The next second, the black smoke condensed behind it. Cold Ghost's right claw wreathed in dark fire. It slashed at the frost armor crocodile's bone armor. Sizzle. A piercing burning sound rang out, leaving a scorched mark on the armor. After half a month of training, Xiaodan had mostly recovered from its injuries, gradually revealing the aura unique to a quasi-god. The defense is indeed thick, but Xiaodan's rank is still a bit lacking. If it were the same rank, it could probably kill instantly. Xia Yu frowned. It's useless. He-Chen shook his head. Frost armor crocodile, ice, spike, earth rise. The frost armor crocodile stomped the ground, and countless sharp ice spikes erupted from under Cold Ghost. Xiaotan, let's end this quickly. Xia Yu commanded. Cole. Hearing Xia Yu's words, Cold Ghost did not dodge this time. It stood still, dark fire blazing in its deep red pupils. Its right claw lifted slightly, and the tiny flame from before suddenly swelled into a surging mass of dark red conflagration, rushing forward like a living thing. Where the flame passed, the air twisted violently, and even light was devoured. Cole. A low hoarse chirp sounded. Before the ice spikes even touched it, they silently melted 3 feet away from the flame, turning into white steam. Cold Ghost's body churned with black mist, its dark red patterns flowing like molten lava. A silent, yet heart-stopping pressure slowly spread. Is this really late resonance stage? Such terrifying attack. Someone in the audience exclaimed. On the main platform, Lan Beyue's feather fan paused, her eyes slightly widening, as expected of a quasi-god. On the arena, He Chin's expression changed again. The frost armor crocodile instinctively lowered its body, and the frost on its bone armor began to melt rapidly. Frost armor crocodile, full defense. Glacier Fortress. He Chin shouted urgently. The frost armor crocodile roared, a surge of frigid air erupting, building 3 thick ice walls in front of it, each densely inscribed with ancient runes. Cold Ghost moved. It simply took 1 step forward. The dark red flame exploded with the step, turning into a slender line of fire that shot out. The fire line was silent. Where it passed, the ice walls melted like paper, meeting fire pierced through one after another, annihilated completely. The fire line touched the frost armor crocodile's bone armor. Sizzle. There was no violent burning sound. The bone armor was erased as if by an invisible hand, rapidly dissolving into a hollow hole. The frost armor crocodile froze, a large hole burned through its shoulder. After all, it was a match. Xia Yue deliberately avoided lethal spots, striking the frost armor crocodile's shoulder, avenging Shaoyin. 1 strike. From the moment the flame rose to the fall of the frost armor crocodile, only 3 breaths passed. The entire venue fell silent. He Chun stared blankly at the fallen frost armor crocodile, then looked up at the dark figure, gradually retracting its flames. His lips moved, and finally he uttered only 1 sentence, such strength to cross ranks. A quasi-god. Xia Yue responded with silence, effectively confirming it. Cold Ghost slowly turned its deep red pupils calm and undisturbed, as if it had only done a trivial thing. It looked at Xia Yue and tilted its head slightly. Xia Yue smiled faintly, raised his hand, and recalled it into the spirit beast space. The referee then snapped out of his daze, waving the flag with a dry voice, "Winner, Xia Yue." The entire audience erupted instantly. Did you see that? A cross-rank instant kill. What kind of spirit beast is that? All of Xia Yue's spirit beasts are terrifying. They all fight across ranks. Brother. Actually lost. He Feng sat on the spectator seat in a strange posture, as if his backside had suffered some unexpected injury. His expression was dazed as he muttered about impossibilities, dreams, and such. Overwhelming. No suspense at all. A late resonance stage. Cold Ghost ended the early spirit communication stage frost armor crocodile with a single blow. He Chin silently recalled his frost armor crocodile, walked to Xia Yue, and extended his hand. Well fought. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Xia Yue grasped his hand. You are strong too. He Chin shook his head without further words and turned to leave the arena. By the way, Xia Yue suddenly thought of something and called out to He Chin. You said earlier that the domain is a skill unique to sovereign stage spirit beasts, and that some can comprehend a domain prototype at the spirit communication stage. But I have a friend whose spirit beast comprehended a domain prototype at the resonance stage. How is that possible? Xia Yue asked. I suppose the friend you mentioned is from the Nalan family. He Chin did not answer directly, but asked in return. Yes. Xia Yue was slightly startled and replied. He was referring to Nalan Qing's ice feather bird, which had already mastered a domain prototype at the resonance stage. It had really annoyed him. Well, that's because it's the Nalan family's secret art. They have unique research on domains. But such family secrets don't usually get passed on. If you truly want to learn it, you might consider marrying into the Nalan family. He Chin's tone was not joking but sounded like a matter-of-fact statement. Marry into the family. What's the matter? He Chin asked, puzzled by Xia Yue's excited reaction. It's a pity that my He family has no girls of the right age, otherwise I would be happy to become one family with you. He Chin chuckled. Ahem. Forget it, I'm just curious about the domain skill. Xia Yue scratched his head awkwardly. Anything else you want to ask? No. Feel free to visit Zhejiang sometime. They shook hands, and He Chin turned and left. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in uproar. Holy moly, it can evolve even after the 3rd tier. Textbooks are going to be rewritten. I've got inside info. This isn't ordinary evolution, it's the ancient form of bloodline awakening, atavistic bloodline. Way harder than normal evolution. Who the hell is this Xia Yue? Never heard of him before. You don't know? His father is Xia Qingyun, the Summer King. You think he wouldn't have some trick up his sleeve? No way. There are plenty of princes in this tournament too, but how many seniors have raised their spirit beasts to this level? Murmurs and exclamations mingled into a chaotic din. Xia Yue stepped down from the arena, and Yun Qi and the others immediately swarmed around him. Boss Xia, you're incredible. Yun Qi's face flushed with excitement. What exactly is this bloodline awakening? Why have you never mentioned it? Miao Qingqing asked, curiously seeing Xiao Yin's new form for the first time. You'll find out in a few days. Xia Yue smiled, offering no further explanation. He had already discussed the bloodline awakening with Dr. Liu and prepared a paper for publication. Let's go. The team competition is this afternoon. We should rest first. Xia Yue looked up at the sky. The sunlight was just right. What? Is this a... The moment Xia Yue reached the arena exit, a horde of voracious reporters surged toward him. Xia Yue, please wait. Xia Yue, over here. Xia Yue, was that a brand new evolution form your Ice Wolf King just displayed? Oi. Xia Yue, how did you discover this evolutionary paths? Xia Yue. Xia Yue was trapped by the surging crowd and flashing cameras, microphones nearly jabbing his face, questions pelting him like hail. His head throbbed. Yun Qi and Miao Qingqing were pushed aside, utterly bewildered. Even the staff struggled to hold back the frenzied reporters. Damn, this is insane. Xia Yue instinctively stepped back, feeling it was tougher than battling a transcendent tier spirit beast. Quiet. Please everyone quiet down. Xia Yue took a deep breath and spoke. The reporters instantly fell silent, staring at him expectantly. Regarding the Ice Wolf King's evolution form, I've already requested collaboration with Dr. Liu. The relevant paper should be published in the next day or two on the World Spirit Beast Tamer Forum. Xia Yue explained to the overwhelming crowd of reporters. Xia Yue, does this mean we've discovered a brand new replicable evolutionary form? A glasses-wearing reporter refused to give up, shouting hoarsely. How much impact will this have on the current Ice-type Spirit Beast training system? Have you mastered a stable method of evolution? Will the three great families of the North be reshuffled? The questions grew sharper. Xia Yue rubbed his forehead, unsure how to handle these reporters. Just as he was at a loss, a middle-aged man in a Huaning first high school teacher uniform pushed through. Teacher Yin. Xia Yue, as if seeing a savior, called out immediately. Yin Bing's face was stern. His icy armored dragon lizard blocked the crowd with its massive body, and the cold pressure instantly subdued the noise. Media friends, please maintain order. Yin Bing's voice was low but carried weight. Xia Yue just finished his match and needs rest. For questions about the Ice Wolf King's form, please follow the forum. If you have doubts, feel free to DM Xia Yue's personal account. With that, Yin Bing grabbed Xia Yue and pushed through the crowd. Teacher Yin, thank goodness for you. Otherwise I'd feel like I could seamlessly transition into the afternoon match. Xia Yue panted, hands on his knees. I didn't expect you to cause such a stir either, but I also have something to discuss. The Northern Champion wants to see you. The Northern Champion? Xia Yue followed Yin Bing through a maze of corridors into a simple building. The interior was minimalist. They stopped at an office door where faint voices could be heard from inside. Oldly, you're being unfair. Keeping such a big thing under wraps. The mayor of Zhejiang City patted Li Qingshan's shoulder, half joking, half serious. Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. I really didn't know. I saw it once in Frostwood Forest, but it was an emergency. I didn't have time to observe closely. I just checked some ancient texts. If I'm not mistaken, that form is the Northern Frost Wolf, a clan active in the ancient era, but now extinct. That young man's spirit beast might contain a trace of ancient blood. The mayor of Shuyuan City adjusted his reading glasses and said, I wonder if this new form can be replicated. If batch evolution is possible, the three great families of the North might become just one. The mayor of Bianqing City joked. The mayor of Bailing City frowned and said, this situation. Next year students will probably all go contract Ice Wolf pups. Ancient form. Northern Frost Wolf. Lan Beiyue gently waved her feather fan. Her aqua blue Chongsam shimmered in the sunlight. A flicker of inquiry passed through her eyes. And of all surnames, it's Xia. Knock, knock, knock. As the northern mayors were discussing, the office door was knocked. Champion Lan, I've brought Xia Yue. Yin Bing announced. Come in. Yin Bing opened the door, and Xia Yue followed him inside. The mayors of the northern cities were all present. Li Qingshan stood by the window, the mayor of Zhejiang still with his hand on his shoulder. The mayor of Shuyuan wore reading glasses, clutching a yellowed ancient book. The mayor of Bailing frowned, while the mayor of Bianqing wore an expression of amusement. At the far end, Lan Beiyue sat on a single sofa, gently waving her fan, her calm gaze fixed on him. Champion Lan, I've brought him. Yin Bing finished and stepped aside. Greetings, Champion Lan. Greetings, all mayors. Xia Yue greeted politely, though the scene was rather intimidating. Xiao Xia, no need to be nervous. Li Qingshan walked over, his usual affable smile on his face, but his eyes held a clear trace of scrutiny. Have a seat. Xia Yue settled into the empty chair by the door, acutely aware of several gazes fixed upon him. Hello, Xia. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lan Beiyue, the champion of the Northern Territory. No need for such formality. You may call me Sister Lan. Lan Beiyue gently waved her feathered fan, a faint smile playing on her lips. Yes. Sister Lan, Xia Yue replied cautiously. We watched your match just now. The mayor of Shuyuan City adjusted his glasses, his voice aged but clear. That final form of the Ice Wolf King. There are vague records in ancient texts about a dominant clan that once roamed the far north. The Northern Frost Wolf, correct? Yes, Dr. Lu Yuan is also conducting related research. His paper should be published soon, Xia Yue nodded. Lan Beiyue suddenly spoke, her voice crisp and clear like ice beads falling on a jade platter. The paper can wait. For now, we want to know. Is this awakening unique, or can it be replicated? The office fell into an instant silence. Li Qingshan also dropped his smile, his gaze fixed on Xia Yue along with the other mayors. Xia Yue's palms grew a little sweaty. He knew this question was inevitable, but he hadn't expected it to come in such a setting, face-to-face with a group of powerful figures. It's very difficult. He chose his words carefully. This form has two requirements. Xia Yue took a deep breath. First, the Ice Wolf King must possess the ancient bloodline of the Northern Frost Wolf. That's manageable. Most Ice Wolf Kings that evolve to this stage have some trace of that bloodline. But the purity varies, and so does the power after awakening. Second, and this is the hardest part, the Beast Tamer themselves must possess a superpower talent for bloodline awakening, using it to communicate with the bloodline power within the Ice Wolf King. Otherwise, it's impossible. He paused and added, Dr. Liu has more detailed data and analysis. He says the conditions for awakening are extremely harsh, and for now, large-scale replication is very difficult. The mayors exchanged glances. The mayor of Balin City relaxed his brow slightly, but didn't fully let go. So in the short term, it won't disrupt the existing Ice-type beast taming cultivation system. It shouldn't in the short term, Xia Yue answered honestly. The cost is too high and the success rate can't be guaranteed. The mayor of Bianqing City clicked his tongue. What a shame. If it could be mass-produced, our northern territory's ranking could jump significantly. That might not be a bad thing. Lan Beiyue closed her feathered fan and tapped it lightly against her palm. Uniqueness itself holds greater value. Xia, the potential you've shown in this youth cup has already surpassed the scope of ordinary geniuses. Her gaze shifted to Li Qingshan. Mayor Li Huimin City has produced an extraordinary talent this time. Li Qingshan laughed heartily, his face glowing with pride. It's all because the kid worked hard himself. He turned to Xia Yue, his tone turning serious. Xia, Sisterland's meaning is that your talent has already caught the attention of the highest levels. The path ahead may differ from that of ordinary students. Xia Yue's heart skipped a beat. Xia, on behalf of Dongli's official authorities, I formally invite you to join the Qianlin group. Are you willing? Lan Beiyue's cool voice carried a hint of warmth. Qianlin group. The surrounding mayors widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost at the mention of the name, while Li Qingshan froze for a moment at Lan Beiyue's invitation, then stared at Xia Yue's hesitant expression, his eyes practically blazing with urgency. Agree, quickly agree. Li Qingshan called out silently and helplessly. Qianlin group. What's that? Xia Yue had never heard of this organization, so he asked directly. The Qianlin Group is a special organization established by Dongli to nurture young geniuses. Every member is a potential champion-level seed. Lan Beiyue explained patiently. Champion level? Xia Yue exclaimed. The only champions he had ever seen were Lan Beiyue before him, the Nailin family's ancestor, and the Sage Fool of Biming. So they think I have champion potential. I can only say they've underestimated me, Xia Yue muttered inwardly. After all, he was a man with a system. I'll join. After a brief understanding, Xia Yue agreed directly. Joining meant abundant resources and certain privileges. Freebies were not to be refused. All right. Add me on your spiritual energy account. I'll have Shui contact you later. Lan Beiyue took out her phone and exchanged contacts with him. Done. Lan Beiyue stood up, the hem of her water blue qipao rippling gently. I called you here today mainly to get acquainted. Play well in the Youth Cup, win the individual championship, and strive for a good ranking in the team event as well. She walked over to Xia Yue and stopped. Xia Yue could smell a faint, cool fragrance like cedar on her. Xia Yue. Lan Beiyue looked at him, her eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts curving slightly. Your father is Xia Qingyun, correct? Yes. Xia Tianwang was quite a figure in his time. Lan Beiyue's tone was flat, unreadable. I didn't expect his son to be even more outstanding. She didn't say more, gave a slight nod to the mayors and turned to leave the office. The remaining mayors, clearly accustomed to Lan Beiyue's manner, paid it no mind. Li Qingshan patted Xia Yue on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. Sister Lan has always been decisive. Her favor is a good thing. The mayor of Zhejiang City also approached, beaming. Kid, any interest in developing in Zhejiang after graduation? We'll provide ample resources. Old Li, that's not fair. Poaching right in front of me. Li Qingshan laughed and scolded. The atmosphere in the office relaxed a little. They asked a few more questions about combat and cultivation, which Xia Yue answered one by one. The mayors, despite their curiosity, restrained themselves out of respect for their positions. All right, there's still the team event this afternoon. Go back and prepare well. Li Qingshan concluded. I'll handle the reporters. Focus on your match. Thank you, Mayor Li. Xia Yue stepped out of the office and let out a long breath. Yan Bing was still waiting outside. Seeing him come out, he asked, everything okay? It's fine. Xia Yue shook his head. This trip had landed him in an organization. Well, probably a good thing. You'll get used to it. Yan Bing's tone was unusually gentle. The towering tree attracts the wind. But since you've chosen this path, some attention is unavoidable. He paused, still for Sister Lan to personally intervene. That's rare. She seldom shows such interest in a young person. Xia Yue recalled the look in Lan Beiyue's eyes at the end and her words about his father. He felt there was something more beneath the surface. Let's go rest first, Yan Bing said. Okay. At 2 in the afternoon, a restless energy filled the main venue. The broadcast crackled with static as the team competition semifinals were about to begin. Xia Yue stood at the entrance of the contestant corridor, rolling his wrists. Beside him, Nailin Qing was grooming her ice feather bird, her movements as unhurried as ever. Are you nervous? She suddenly asked. A little, Xia Yue admitted honestly. The morning match took a lot out of me. Nailin Qing nodded and said nothing more. As the two stepped onto Arena No. 2, the stands erupted into a wave of commotion. Honestly, I'm backing Xia Yue for this year's championship. He's already knocked out the strongest competitor, He Chun, and there's no one left who can stop him. Don't you all think Xia Yue and Nailin Qing make such a compelling duo? Right? I'm just wondering who he'll face in the end. Tomorrow's match pits Nalanqing against a prodigy from Xia Yue City, and both are incredibly strong. Don't you all think Xia Yue and Nalanqing make such a compelling duo? The team competition likely belongs to Huining this year. Their new beast tamers are truly formidable. Don't you all think Xia Yue and Nalanqing make such a compelling duo? They're teammates in the team event and could end up facing each other in the finals. It's almost like destiny. Stop shipping them already. The opposing pair came from Balin City No. One high school, a boy and a girl. The boy's contracted beast was a frost-armored beast, while the girl commanded an ice crystal jellyfish hovering midair. The referee confirmed both sides were ready and waved the flag. Begin. Frost-armored beast glacial bulwark. The boy commanded first. The frost-armored beast roared, erecting a thick ice wall before it. Ice crystal jellyfish freezing rain. The girl countered immediately. The jellyfish's bell pulsed, sending a fine drizzle of ice raining down, covering more than half the arena. Textbook control and defense. Xia Yue clicked his tongue. Xiaoyin break through with blizzard. Xiaoyin let out a shrill cry, and a fierce blizzard erupted skyward, instantly dispersing the falling ice rain. Ice Featherbird ice cone rain coverage. Nalanqing ordered, her voice cool and calm. The ice Featherbird beat its wings, sending dozens of ice spikes arcing toward the rear of the ice wall like a downpour. The frost-armored beast absorbed the impacts with its body, the spikes shattering against its thick ice armor with sharp cracks, but inflicting little damage. That defense is solid. Xia Yue frowned. The opponents had clearly studied their tactics, adopting a defensive posture from the outset to slow the pace. We can't let this drag on. Xia Yue glanced at Nalanqing. Direct assault. Yes. Xiaoyin Wolf Spirit summoned frontal breakthrough. The crown on Xiaoyin's forehead flared with a cold blue light, and several ice wolves leaped from the blizzard, charging the ice wall with fearless determination. Ice Featherbird, freeze the path, Nalanqing ordered. The Ice Featherbird dove its wings, scattering cold air across the arena floor, which rapidly encased in ice, forming a slick passage straight toward the rear of the wall. The frost-armored beast's mobility was severely hampered, its movements suddenly sluggish. Now, Xia Yue shouted. Xiaoyin Ice Aurora Beam. Xiaoyin opened its maw, and a massive beam of ice blue energy blasted forth, slamming into the ice wall with devastating force. Crack. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ice wall. The opposing girl grew panicked. Ice crystal jellyfish support with flash freeze. The jellyfish's tentacles gathered energy into a concentrated beam, aiming straight for Xiaoyin. Block it. Nalanqing's voice remained calm. The ice featherbird banked sharply, spreading its wings as an ice shield materialized before it. Boom. The flash freeze collided with the ice shield, exploding into a cloud of ice mist. And at that very moment, the ice wall shattered completely. The frost-armored beast was exposed before the pack of wolves. It's over. Xia Yue patted Xiaoyin. Ice cold claw, finish it. Xiaoyin became a silver-blue streak, lunging forward with its right claw blazing with frost. The boy's face drained of color. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Frost-armored beast, full defense. The frost-armored beast curled into a ball, its ice armor thickness surging instantaneously. SCHHH. The ice-cold claw tore through the ice armor, leaving 3 deep, bleeding gashes across the frost-armored beast's back. It let out a pained roar and collapsed to its knees, stumbling sideways. The referee blew his whistle. Frost-armored beast is unable to continue. With a 2-to-1 advantage, the tide turned instantly. The ice crystal jellyfish attempted one last struggle, but was pierced through the bell by a precisely aimed ice spike from the ice featherbird, going limp on the ground. Huining No. One high school wins the team's semifinals. Cheers erupted from the stands. Xia Yue exhaled deeply and ruffled Xiaoyin's fur. Well done. Xiaoyin nuzzled his hand and emitted a soft whine. As they descended from the arena, Yao Xiaohua was already waiting. Good performance. She rarely offered praise. Your tactical execution was decisive. The opposition was too weak. Xia Yue said. Yao Xiaohua nodded. The final opponent is Zhejiang No. One high school. Their double combat coordination is stronger than Balin's. Review the footage tonight and study it thoroughly. Another He-chun. Understood. Xia Yue returned to the rest area and collapsed into a seat. Yunqi hopped over. Boss Xia, that was awesome. 2 wins in a row. It's not over yet. Xia Yue twisted open his water bottle and took several long drinks. The final will be the real test. Miao Qingqing cautiously handed him a pack of energy biscuits. Xia Yue, replenish your stamina. Thanks. Xia Yue took it and tore open the packaging. He glanced at his wristband. The next morning featured Nalanqing's quarterfinal match, followed by the team final in the afternoon and the ultimate individual championship the day after. I don't feel much pressure. The next morning, the individual quarterfinals commenced. The atmosphere in the main venue grew tense. Nalanqing stood on Arena No. 1, facing the top commander from Xia Yue City No. 1 high school, Feng Rue, accompanied by an Ice Fang Tiger at the initial stage of spiritual communication. An Ice Fang Tiger at the initial stage of spiritual communication. That ranks among the strongest battle beasts in the Northern Territory. I wonder if Nalanqing can fight beyond her cultivation level. Xia Yue analyzed from the stands. The referee confirmed both sides were ready. Begin. Ice Fang Tiger Ice Fang charge. Feng Rue launched an aggressive assault immediately. The Ice Fang Tiger roared, its fangs crystallizing with ice as it charged forward. Nalanqing remained motionless. Ice Featherbird shattered Ice Flash to create distance, then Ice Cone rain coverage. The Ice Featherbird became an ice blue streak, shifting sideways as its wings beat once, sending ice cones raining down onto the tiger's charging path. The Ice Fang Tiger's speed was tremendous. It absorbed the ice cones, its armor cracking audibly, yet its momentum did not falter. It was closing in fast. Ice Featherbird Ice Seal Domain. Nalanqing's voice remained calm. The Ice Featherbird cried out, and a frigid domain spread instantly the arena floor, encasing in thick ice. Yet the Ice Fang Tiger seemed entirely unaffected by the cold, its charge relentless. Opportunity. Feng Rue's eye sharpened. Ice Fang Tiger Extreme Cold Bite. Attack its left wing. The Ice Fang Tiger stabilized its stance, drove off its hind legs, and launched itself mid-air toward the Ice Featherbird. Nalanqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Block it. The Ice Featherbird folded its wings, and an ice crystal shield materialized instantly. Boom. The Ice Fang Tiger's fangs struck the shield, sending ice shards exploding in all directions. But the impact forced the Ice Featherbird to stagger backward. Press the advantage. Don't give it room to breathe. Feng Rue pursued relentlessly. The Ice Fang Tiger hit the ground and lunged forward again on command. I think Nalanqing is about to lose. The cultivation gap is simply too large. I thought everyone from Huaining No. 1 High could fight beyond their realm. Looks like I was overestimating them. Just as Nalanqing seemed destined to fall, an unexpected turn occurred. She suddenly closed her eyes. Are you giving up? Feng Rue asked in confusion, watching Nalanqing's expression. Suddenly, a strange spiritual fluctuation spread from her body. Besides Xia Yue, Yao Zhaohua slightly sat upright. It's coming, he murmured. The Ice Featherbird suddenly let out a piercing cry, and ice blue radiance surged around its entire body. Within the brilliance, its form began to elongate, feathers growing more magnificent, and slender tail plumes cascading like ice crystals, while an ancient pale cyan pattern emerged between its brows. Cold air surged wildly, the temperature on the arena plummeted. The radiance dissipated. A magnificent ice blue giant bird hovered in the air, its aura vast and frigid. Name Ice Lawn. Attribute Ice. Level Early Spirit Communication. Talent Catastrophe Stage. Introduction. The entire arena erupted in shock. Evolution during combat. The Ice Lawn. The Nalan family's Ice Lawn. 18 years old, and already at spirit communication. Feng Rue's expression changed. The Ice Lawn's cold eyes swept toward the Ice Fang Tiger, and its wings gave a gentle flap. A thick layer of ice instantly formed around the Ice Fang Tiger, freezing it in place with terror in its eyes. Yield. Nalanqing opened her eyes, her voice cold and clear. Feng Rue gritted his teeth, watching the Ice Fang Tiger struggle against the cold, but unable to break free, and finally raised his hand. I yield. The Ice Fang Tiger has lost its combat ability. Nalanqing wins and advances to the finals. A gasp erupted from the crowd below. It actually evolved during battle. Xia Yue scratched his chin in surprise. He had thought the victory was certain for tomorrow's match, but now that the Ice Featherbird, now the Ice Lawn, had reached the early spirit communication stage, the outcome had become uncertain again. As if sensing Xia Yue's gaze, Nalanqing on the arena looked toward his direction. Xia Yue smiled and responded. The afternoon matches proceeded without controversy. Nalanqing's Ice Lawn dominated against He Chun and another Beast Master, and with Little Silver's coordination the battle concluded in under 10 minutes. Huaining No. 1 High School claimed first place in the team competition, with full justification, the principal's wrinkled face beaming like a chrysanthemum. In the post-match restroom, Nalanqing stared intently at Xia Yue, her pure white hair tied high, adding an air of sharpness. Xia Yue, I will definitely win tomorrow's match. I hope you'll give it your all. Of course. Xia Yue nodded. By the time he returned home, night had fallen completely. Xia Yue pushed open the door to find the living room lit, with Xia Qingyun sitting on the sofa, holding a newspaper, looking up at the sound. You're back? You fought well. He set down the newspaper, his face expressionless, yet his tone relaxed. Tomorrow's the final then. Yes. Xia Yue responded, tossed his backpack by the entrance, and collapsed onto the sofa. Xia Yue felt as though his entire body had been drained empty. Not just physical and mental exhaustion, but some inexplicable fatigue. Dinner's ready. Wang Ro called from the kitchen. Xia Yue sat at the dining table, took a few bites, and suddenly remembered something. Dad, how much do you know about Nalanqing's Ice Lawn? Xia Qingyun paused mid-reach with his chopsticks. The Ice Lawn is the Nalan family's hereditary beast. You should know this. It's exceptionally powerful in combat and difficult to handle. I'm aware. Xia Yue chewed his rice. That's why we need a strategy. Xia Qingyun analyzed. When beast masters are at lower levels, most of their beasts can't fly, so flying beasts have a significant advantage. The best approach is to neutralize that advantage and force it to fight on the ground. Eliminate its advantage. Xia Yue nodded. I understand. After finishing his meal, Xia Yue lingered on the bed for a while before sitting up. Tomorrow is the final. The opponent is the evolved Nalanqing, with an early spirit communication Ice Lawn. This is problematic. But Nalanqing likely only has one beast. If Little Silver can't win outright, we can exhaust her ice wand through rotation battles. But I'm still unwilling to concede. Little Silver, he called. Silver light flashed, and Little Silver appeared on the room's carpet, nuzzling his hand affectionately. Xia Yue rubbed its head and summoned the panel. Name Ice Wolf King. Level Late Resonance. Talent Catastrophe Stage. Skills Ice Element Control Master Purple Wolf Soul Proficient Blue Ancient Bloodline Northern Frost Wolf 50 Master Purple. It's a pity Little Silver just broke through recently. Reaching spirit communication is impossible. Xia Yue hesitated briefly, then upgraded the Wolf Soul skill, which currently had the lowest quality. As gold coins dwindled, profound changes rippled through Little Silver's body. Once its aura stabilized, Xia Yue opened the system panel to observe. Wolf Soul, Frost Wolf, Ancestral Soul. Xia Yue immediately examined the new skill description, Frost Wolf, Ancestral Soul. Skill quality purple. Skill effect: the Ice Wolf King awakens the Wolf Soul power within its bloodline, gaining bonuses to all attributes, and summons a pack of Frost Wolves composed of condensed elements for combat. All the enhanced attributes have improved, and the summoned creatures have changed from Ice Prairie Wolves to Frost Wolves. Watching his dwindling gold coins, Xia Yue reluctantly invested everything into proficiency. Frost Wolf Ancestral Soul Master Purple. Ahow! Little Silver's icy quills hardened further, radiating a bone-deep chill. Ahow! Little Silver came over and nudged Xia Yue's leg, urging, Master, keep investing points in me. No more coins. Can't invest anymore. Xia Yue stroked Little Silver's head and retrieved some ice attribute resources from his system inventory. Let me absorb a bit first. Better late than never. Xia Yue placed the resources beside Little Silver and turned his gaze to Little Mushroom. Little Mushroom was huddled by the windowsill flower pot, absorbing moonlight for photosynthesis. Its star-patterned cap trembled continuously, releasing threads of golden light. Xia Yue then glanced over at Coal Ghost. Coal Ghost was doing push-ups and sit-ups in the middle of the room. Due to past hardships, Coal Ghost harbored an intense craving for strength, training relentlessly whenever it had free time. With Little Mushroom's healing and Xia Yue's nearly unlimited resources, Coal Ghost was advancing rapidly and had the potential to become the first beast in Xia Yue's team to reach spirit communication. Little Silver felt increasingly anxious witnessing Coal Ghost's relentless drive, napping far less these days. Once I have more beasts, we could hold an internal tournament. Xia Yue envisioned the future. On the second day, the finals officially commenced inside the main venue of the Huaining City Beast Taming Center. The massive circular stands were packed to capacity, not only with university students and members of the public, but also a large number of officials. Xia Yue even faintly spotted banners of some universities. Are they here for early recruitment? Isn't it too early? Xia Yue stood in the competitor's passage, muttering inwardly as he gazed at the fully packed audience. Since they were from the same school, they shared the same competitor passage. Nailin Qing stood right beside Xia Yue, her eyes closed while the Bing Yuan on her shoulder preened, its crystalline feathers exuding a calm and icy aura. Nervous? Asked Xia Yue. Nailin Qing opened her eyes, her ice blue irises fixed on him. I'm a little excited. Xia Yue was speechless. What could he say? She was indeed a battle maniac. The two fell silent, walking side by side onto the central main stage. The surrounding screens immediately zoomed in on them, and the roar of the audience surged. Here they come. Who do you think will win? Will Xia Yue fight above his rank, or will Nailin Qing dominate with overwhelming force? It's an internal rivalry of the academy. Either way, their names will resound across the entire northern region. Don't you think Xia Yue and Nailin Qing have great chemistry? Shippers get lost. The referee glanced at the two, confirmed they were ready, and raised his right hand. The Northern Youth Cup Individual Finals begin. As the referee's hand fell, Nailin Qing spoke first. Bing Yuan ascend, blanket the area with blizzard. The Bing Yuan let out a long cry, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. Bitter cold wind carrying ice blades instantly swept across the entire arena. The temperature plummeted, and the ground quickly froze. Shaoyin blizzard. Counter it head-on with blizzard. Xia Yue shouted. Shaoyin growled, and a terrifying blizzard whirled up from its side, also sweeping across the entire arena. The Bing Yuan's blizzard had a faint blue tint, while Shaoyin's was a pure noble silver white. The two forces filled the entire arena, dividing it into white and blue halves evenly matched. As the blizzard dissipated, Nailin Qing seized the moment. Now. Blade Sea of Ice. Shaoyin Ice Crystal Shield, hold steady. Xia Yue reacted quickly. For thick ice shields crystallized in front of him, blocking the cascading ice blades. But the Bing Yuan skill was far more powerful than when it was an ice feather bird. Cracks rapidly spread across the ice shields. Bing Yuan Ice Cone Rain, concentrated attack. Nailin Qing's voice was calm. The Bing Yuan in the air flapped its wings, and dozens of fist-sized deep blue ice cones materialized, whistling sharply as they precisely shot toward Shaoyin's ice shields. Bang, bang, bang. The ice shields shattered under the impact. Shaoyin slid backward with a few ice cones grazing its body, leaving pale white frost marks. On the main podium, several city mayors were discussing among themselves. The newcomers these days are truly terrifying. The Bing Yuan's actual strength is definitely not just at the early spirit communication stage. And this Ice Wolf King is even more monstrous. At the late resonant stage, it can still trade blows with the Bing Yuan. Let me see where your limits lie. Lan Beiyue said, covering her mouth lightly with a folding fan, her tone meaningful. Such strong suppression. Xia Yue frowned. The aerial advantage was in the opponent's hands. It was too passive. Xiaoyin tried to counterattack Ice Polar Beam, aim for the Bing Yuan's wings. Xiaoyin raised its head, the crown on its forehead glowing, and a thick ice blue beam shot upward into the sky. The Bing Yuan merely sidestepped slightly, the beam grazing its feathers. Xiaoyin tried to shift the streaming light, but it could never catch up to the Bing Yuan, finally exploding into a cloud of ice mist in the air. It's useless, Nalanqing shook her head. The Bing Yuan's mobility far surpasses that of an ice feather bird. Her eyes sharpened. Bing Yuan Ice Seal Domain. The Bing Yuan chirped crisply, its wings spreading an even denser chill. The pale blue domain expanded rapidly, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Xiao Yin's movements visibly slowed, and ice crystals began to form on its limbs. Trouble. Xia Yue could feel Xiao Yin struggle. Under the domain's suppression, even moving was difficult. Still hiding it. Use that move. Nalanqing said softly. Bing Yuan Ultimate Cold Impact. At the tip of the Bing Yuan's beak, a tiny, deep blue cold star rapidly condensed, then transformed into a highly concentrated ice blue beam, radiating a destructive aura as it shot toward the trapped Xiao Yin. This strike can't be dodged. Xia Yue's brows furrowed tightly, a glint of deep blue light flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yin, he said in a low voice that nonetheless cut through the domain's chill, awaken the bloodline. Xiao Yin howled to the sky. A deep blue light burst from its forehead, instantly spreading across its entire body. Bones crackled, its size swelled, an ancient azure ice armor covered its frame, and an ice armor resembling a scorpion's tail extended from its rear. The northern frost wolf form had returned. The moment the frost wolf appeared, the Bing Yuan's domain shuddered violently, forced back several degrees by that older, purer chill. The ice blue beam slammed into the ice shield erected by the frost wolf, exploding into a shower of ice shards, but the frost wolf merely swayed, not retreating a single step. Unexpected. Nalanqing's eyes narrowed. She hadn't expected the opponent's bloodline form to have a suppressing effect on the domain. The audience erupted. Here it is. That form. Still so noble and powerful. I've made up my mind. Next year my first beast will also be an Ice Wolf King. A sophomore student said with determination. The frost wolf's ice blue eyes locked onto the Bing Yuan in the air. With a low growl, it pushed off the ground with all 4 feet, leaping into the air straight at the Bing Yuan. What a... Nalanqing was startled. The agility of the Ice Wolf King after bloodline awakening exceeded her imagination. The Bing Yuan reacted swiftly, flapping its wings to gain altitude, and the frost wolf's claws scraped past its tail feathers, tearing off a few ice crystals. Bing Yuan, keep distance, ice crystal torrent. Nalanqing urged urgently. The Bing Yuan opened its beak and spewed a waterfall-like torrent of dense ice crystals, crashing down like a deluge onto the frost wolf that had just landed. The frost wolf did not dodge. Frigid chi gathered wildly around it, condensing a massive ice wall with ancient patterns in front of it. Frost Ice Rampart. Xia Yue commanded immediately. This was a new skill developed by Xia Yue and Xiao Yin during their secluded training over the past half-month. Thud. The torrent struck the ice wall. The deafening impact made ears ache. The ice wall trembled violently, cracks spreading, but it held. Can't break through. Nalanqing frowned. Our turn. Xia Yue grinned. Xiao Yin winter roar. The frost wolf took a deep breath, its chest swelling, then let out a deafening roar. A visible ice blue sonic wave spread in a fan shape forward, freezing the air and spreading ice crystals wherever it passed. The Bing Yuan tried to evade, but the wave's range was too large. Its left wing was grazed, its movement instantly stalling as frost formed on its feathers. This is a skill I racked my brains over yesterday. You can dodge physical attacks, but what about sonic waves? The Ice Yuan was affected by the sonic attack, thick frost forming on its wings as its altitude dropped sharply. Now's our chance. Xia Yue's gaze turned sharp. Xiao Yin Ice Aurora Beam, continuous fire. The frost wolf's forehead flashed with light, 3 ice blue beams shooting out consecutively, sealing off the Ice Yuan's evasive space. Nalanqing gritted her teeth. Ice Yuan Ice Crystal Mirror Counter. Several smooth ice mirrors instantly condensed before the Ice Yuan. The beams struck the mirrors and were deflected, but one still found its mark. The Ice Yuan let out a pained cry, swaying as several ice crystal feathers broke free and drifted down. It hit, someone in the audience exclaimed. Is Xia Yue gaining the upper hand? This form has enhanced its combat power enormously. It's not that simple. Xia Yue muttered to himself, listening to the shouts from the stands. As expected, the Ice Yuan stabilized itself, its eyes sharpening. The cold energy around its body surged once more, and countless deep blue ice spheres began to condense between its wings. Ice Meteor Heavenly Assault. Nalanqing's voice was ice cold. A dense rain of ice spheres fell like hail, covering the entire area where the frost wolf stood. Xia Yue knew they could not withstand it head-on. Xiao Yin blizzard at maximum output disrupt their trajectories. The frost wolf roared, unleashing a fiercer blizzard that soared skyward, attempting to blow the ice spheres astray. Some of the ice spheres collided midair, but over a dozen still broke through the blizzard, slamming violently against the Frost Wolf's ice shield and armor. Bang, 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 bang. The ice armor shattered, the ice shield cracked and exploded, sending the Frost Wolf reeling backward. Xia Yue's heart tightened. The Frost Wolf staggered, letting out a low growl as it barely managed to steady itself, but its breath had grown noticeably weaker, and its bloodline form began to destabilize, the glow across its body flickering uncertainly. The bloodline form can't be sustained anymore. Ice Luan. Absolute Zero Ray. Nalanqing saw it clearly, and commanded the Ice Luan to press the advantage. Squawk. Cold light condensed within the Ice Luan's beak, and a beam as solid as physical matter shot forth, aimed directly at Xiao Yue. This is the final strike, Winter's Breath. Xia Yue commanded as the light seemed to fill the entire arena. Rumble. The massive energy expanded outward, cracks gradually appearing in the barrier on the arena. The transparent light shield flickered ominously as if it might shatter at any moment. What the hell, isn't the arena barrier supposed to withstand a full power strike from a transcendent level beast tamer? What's going on? Stop staring. Run. Is this still a high school student? Everyone don't panic. As the audience seat continued to boil with excitement, Li Qingshan summoned an Ice Frost Stone Golem to reinforce the arena's barrier. The strength of both students has truly exceeded our expectations. I have already reinforced the barrier, please watch with peace of mind. Li Qingshan's deep voice echoed through the amplifier. As the smoke on the arena cleared, the two beast tamers appeared before everyone's eyes. Half of the Ice Luan's body was frozen into a block of ice, completely losing its ability to fly. The Frost Wolf King had exited its bloodline awakening state, with pale blue blood blossoming at multiple wounds across its body. Xia Yue's heart tightened. Oh whoa. Xiao Yue let out a low growl. Though injured, it had not lost its combat capability. The battle continued. The Ice Luan, having lost its flight abilities, stood on the ground as blinding cold stars condensed once more at the tip of its beak. Xia Yue took a deep breath. Frost Wolf, Ancestral Soul. Summon the wolf pack. Oh whoa. An echo from ancient times resonated, and countless frost wolves from antiquity were summoned, manifesting in the mortal realm as ice elements condensed into solid forms. What kind of beast is this? I've never seen anything like it. It somewhat resembles the Ice Wolf King's awakened form. This is Frost Wolf. On the chairman's platform, the mayor of Shuyuan City exclaimed in surprise. Well versed in the ancient history of the northern region, he immediately identified the race of the summoned beast. Trouble. Nalanqing's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Ice Luan Absolute Zero Ray strike the Ice Wolf King directly. She knew that only by eliminating the source of the summoning first could she find a chance to win. Unfortunately, Nalanqing had underestimated the summoned Frost Wolves. They bravely threw themselves in front of Xiao Yue, and the Absolute Zero Ray shattered the Frost Wolves condensed from ice elements into fragments. Wolves are pack animals, one of the few species among wild beasts that possess such profound familial bonds. They will care for injured or aging companions, sacrifice themselves to shield their young, and even give their lives for the sake of the pack. They are also shrewd creatures, precisely calculating risks for the sake of victory in battle, willing to sacrifice individuals when necessary to preserve the pack. Xiao Yue. All Frost Wolves full attack. Xia Yue shouted loudly. Oh whoa. Wolf howls rose and fell one after another. Over a dozen Frost Wolves all opened their mouths wide, spewing their final ice blue breath toward the Ice Luan's frozen half-body. Dozens of breaths converged mid-air into a thick pillar of light, crashing fiercely into the Ice Luan's left wing. The Ice Luan let out a pained cry, its left wing going limp as it lost its balance. Nalanqing's expression finally changed. Ice Luan. Steady yourself. The Ice Luan struggled to flap its right wing, attempting to adjust, but its left wing had been struck continuously by multiple breaths and encased in the freeze of Winter's Breath, making its movements slow and stiff. Its massive body tilted, falling toward the edge of the arena. Ice Luan. Nalanqing called out urgently. The Ice Luan barely adjusted its posture before landing, its right wing and claws carving deep grooves into the ground. It finally stumbled to a halt, but its left wing hung limply at its side. Nalanqing glanced at the Ice Luan, then looked at Xia Yue. She remained silent for several seconds, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Then she raised her hand. I yield. The referee hesitated for 2 seconds before blowing his whistle. Nalanqing yields. Xia Yue wins. Cheers nearly tore the roof off. What kind of skill is that? It went from a one-on-one to a mob attack. So this is what a genius looks like. The gap is too enormous. Xia Yue is amazing, the number one in the northern region. He'll be my idol from now on. As expected of my son. Xia Chongyun crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. Young Xia is indeed terrifyingly strong, but that probably has little to do with you. Yun Feng remarked from the side. What do you mean it has little to do with me? You're just jealous. I'm too lazy to argue with you. It's a pity old Lu is still rushing to finish his paper and couldn't watch live. What a shame. The little one does have some skill. I hope he can pass the assessment of the hidden scale group. Lan Beiwei waved her feather fan with a wicked smile. On the arena, Xia Yue rubbed his slightly numb legs and looked across. Nalan Qing had already walked over to the Ice Luan's side, carefully checking its injuries. The Ice Luan lowered its head and nuzzled her hand, letting out a soft cry. Nalan Qing looked up and met Xia Yue's gaze. The two locked eyes. Nalan Qing nodded silently, but the message in her eyes was clear: next time, I will definitely defeat you. Xia Yue smiled. Nalan Qing, you will never have this chance in this life. Ding. Main quest, Peak of the Northern Realm, Phase 2 completed. Congratulations on receiving rewards. Prismatic level Hexane Enhancement Rune 1 gold coins. 5,000 rewards have been dispatched to your system inventory. Please check accordingly. Xia Yue looked up and gazed around, completely overwhelmed by a tsunami of cheers and celebrations. An indescribable sensation stirred from the depths of his heart. Is this what victory feels like? The awards ceremony was held in the main venue, bustling with noise. Xia Yue stood atop the highest step of the podium, a heavy gold medal hanging around his neck. Nalan Qing took second place, Hechen third. The cameras flashed incessantly, blinding with their brilliance. Li Qingshan personally presented the awards, draping the medals over their necks before addressing them. Congratulations to all of you. You represent the future of the Northern Realm. The top 10 will each receive substantial Dongli currency and the chance to select a beast egg. In addition, the top 3 will each earn an opportunity to enter an S-rank secret realm. An S-rank secret realm. Xia Yue was hearing this for the first time. Previously, Xia Qingyun had told him that secret realms were classified into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced. He never imagined an S-rank tier would suddenly appear. That's correct. An S-rank secret realm is actually a subset of advanced secret realms. As for why it's designated as such, I won't keep you in suspense. The key difference is that S-rank secret realms are home to divine beasts. Divine beasts? Xia Yue exclaimed in awe. The only divine beast he had ever encountered was the Child of Snow, a creature not particularly suited for combat, yet it single-handedly dominated nearly all the top-tier fighters in the Northern Realm. During that battle, every heavenly sovereign in the Northern Realm was present except for Lan Bei, Yue, who had been occupied elsewhere. Yet they were still no match for the Child of Snow. Xia Yue dared not imagine how terrifying a divine beast with formidable combat prowess could be. Well, however, to avoid disturbing the divine beast's S-rank secret realms open extremely rarely. It could be next week, next year, or even the next life, Li Qingshan explained. What? Hechen and Nalan Qing clearly already knew, while only Xia Yue expressed shock. Yeah, but the authorities are quite flexible. If you truly cannot wait for an S-rank secret realm to open, entering an advanced secret realm is also acceptable. Enough talk. Now it's time for you to choose your beast eggs. With a wave of Li Qingshan's hand, several staff members promptly carried a large rack forward. The rack was filled with an array of beast eggs in varying colors and intricate patterns. Exactly 10. Xia Yue counted them, each one corresponding to the top 10 competitors in the tournament. Come on, our champion, Li Qingshan said with a grin. Xia Yue stepped up to the rack, eyeing the colorful eggs with a mischievous smile. I'm not picking one by hand. System scan for me. Not scanning, and you'd never know. Xia Yue was stunned by the terrifying potential of these beasts, almost tempted to grab them all and make a run for it. The Northern Realm authorities had really gone all out to nurture the next generation this time. A single glance from Xia Yue revealed that even the lowest tier eggs held at least quasi-disaster potential. Hurry, and take them all, Xia Yue mused as he surveyed the dazzling array of beast eggs. Individual name: Lightning Lion. Non-individual attribute: Thunder. Individual level: none. Individual talent: Disaster period. Individual skill: None. Introduction: A quasi-divine beast from Tianfu region, typically dwelling in areas rich in thunder energy, excelling in thunder-based combat, with exceptional agility. Individual name: Crane Soldier. None. Individual attribute: Ice. Individual level: none. Individual talent: Disaster period. Individual skill: None. Introduction: A quasi-divine beast from Northern Realm region, commonly residing in extremely cold climates, specializing in ice-based attacks, with remarkable swiftness. 2 quasi-divine beasts. Xia Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mouth watering. Ice attribute overlaps with Shaoyin. Lightning Lion is actually pretty good. Xia Yue swallowed hard. I'll keep it as a backup option and see if there's something better. Xia Yue meticulously scanned through each egg one by one, discovering nearly all were quasi-disaster period beasts. He spotted a molten snail, ice fish larva, and frost sword lizard at that level. And then he noticed a steel armor crow at the full disaster period. This egg can't be, Xia Yue thought suddenly. As he continued scanning, a shockingly impressive stat panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. For a moment, he froze, then pure euphoria washed over him. Individual name: Rock Devourer. None. Individual attribute: Ground. Individual level: none. Individual talent: Overlord period. Individual skill: None. Introduction: A tribal divine beast native to the Dongli Panshir secret realm, dwelling in mountains enriched with ground energy, near mineral veins, wielding the power of the earth, with formidable combat capability. Divine beast. Xia Yue stared at the panel in utter disbelief. I'll take this one, he stammered, pointing at the egg with its ancient brownish gold patterns. Are you sure? Li Qingshan glanced at the beast egg to confirm. Absolutely certain, Xia Yue replied immediately. Li Qingshan recorded the selection. Once chosen, you can take it directly. He wasn't particularly skilled at picking eggs himself, so he couldn't offer any advice. Alright. Xia Yue cradled the brownish-yellow egg, his lips curling upward involuntarily. Does Dongli have such profound reserves? Just giving away divine beast eggs like this? He thought to himself. Next up, second place Na Lanqing, Li Qingshan announced. Na Lanqing gave a slight nod upon hearing her name and stepped forward to make her selection. Noticing Na Lanqing's hesitation, Xia Yue couldn't help but interject. If I were you, I'd choose this egg. He pointed to a bright yellow beast egg covered in lightning-like patterns. Na Lanqing met Xia Yue's gaze, then looked back at the recommended egg, hesitated briefly before nodding. I trust you. Mayorly, I'll take this egg, she said to Li Qingshan. Alright. Now for the top 4 competitors, He Chun, Feng Rue, go ahead and choose. Upon hearing Li Qingshan's words, He Chun and Feng Rue stepped forward to select their beast eggs. Feng Rue, whose impatient nature showed through, immediately grabbed the frost sword lizard egg. Meanwhile, after surveying the remaining eggs, He Chun turned his gaze towards Xia Yue with an obvious implication. Wait. Why are you looking at me? Xia Yue felt unnerved under that relentless stare. This person was deeply strange. But He Chun remained silent, continuing to watch him. Unable to withstand the pressure, Xia Yue pointed to a steel armor crow egg etched with metallic patterns and said, if it were me, I'd pick this one. He Chun nodded at the beast egg Xia Yue pointed to and said, alright. Mayorly, this one. Then he said, no. Nalan Qing trusts me, that's fine, but you trust me like this. What do you mean? Xia Yue scratched his head in confusion. Alright. Next up are the top 8 contestants. Mayorly nodded. Boss Xia, hurry up. Yunqi, relying on the resonance late-stage frostback bear he had recently contracted, luckily made it to the top 8. Yunqi, choose that one. Xia Yue pointed at a beast egg with red and white patterns. Okay, Mayorly, I'll take this one. Yunqi immediately rushed over and picked up the red and white patterned beast egg. Slow down, no one's going to snatch it from you. Mayorly was speechless, and the people around him were also dumbfounded. You're one of the top 8, where's your dignity? The remaining eggs were chosen one by one. Xia Yue looked at these quasi-calamity level beast eggs and said regretfully, if only Qingqing were here. Miao Qingqing's star pattern scorpion was still too weak. Against opponents several times its size, its venom was of little use, and it regretfully stopped at the top 32. Alright. The selection of beast eggs ends here. The Dongli coins will be transferred to your accounts within 7 working days. As for the special level secret realm, if there is any related development, I will notify you in time. If you want to enter the advanced secret realm directly, you can also tell me. Mayorly said patiently. Xia Yue, Nalanxing, and He Chun exchanged glances. Oh, none of them gave up the opportunity to enter the special level secret realm. Alright, if there's nothing else, we can disperse. Xia Yue carried the beast egg back home. It was already evening, and the sunset dyed the entire sky like blood. Pushing open the door, a wave of food aroma mixed with warm air rushed toward him. The living room light was blindingly bright, and the table was laden with his favorite dishes. Our champion is back. Wang Ro poked her head out of the kitchen, holding a plate of sweet and sour ribs. Go wash your hands, dinner is ready. He got it. Xia Yue laughed and called out Xiao Yin, Xiao Gu, and Xiao Tan. As soon as Xiao Yin came out, it went straight to the table to sniff, but Wang Ro laughed and patted its head. Don't rush, you'll all get some. Xiao Gu jumped onto the sofa armrest, its mycelium skillfully reaching for the fruit on the table, while Xiao Tan let out a cry and sat cross-legged in meditation. Alright, Xiao Tan, it's time to celebrate. We can spare a little training time. Xia Yue patted Xiao Tan's head and took out a dark attribute fruit from his system backpack. This is the nether fruit I exchanged at school earlier. It's just right to supplement your dark attribute ability. Here. See if it's tasty. Tan. Xiao Tan took the fruit, took a big bite, and the abundant juice burst in its mouth. A very rich dark attribute power surged into its body. Tan. The fruit tasted great, and Xiao Tan finished it in a few bites, then sat aside to digest the energy. This is really... Xia Yue shook his head. The family sat down to eat. Xia Qingyun opened a bottle of drink and poured some for Xia Yue. Congratulations on winning the championship. Hee, it's only right. By the way, what beast egg did you choose from the championship reward? Xia Qingyun took a sip of the drink and asked curiously. You'll find out when the time comes. Xia Yue said mysteriously. You're still being secretive with us. I just want to give you a surprise. Alright, let's talk business. Prepare yourself these days. When we have time, let's go to the imperial capital. Are we going back? To the Xia family. Xia Yue's eyes widened as he suddenly realized. I haven't been back for a long time either. Xia Qingyan nodded. If possible, you can stay in the imperial capital from now on. The imperial capital, whether in terms of resources or education level, far surpasses the northern frontier. There your talent can truly be developed. Xia Qingyun downed the drink in his glass. What about you two? Your father and I both support you. Follow your own ideas. If we let your talent go to waste, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Wang Ro said gently from the side. I'll think about it. After dinner, Xia Yue went to the backyard. He held the beast egg in his arms and stared at it for a while. The egg was very quiet, with only a faint energy fluctuation, as if it were sleeping. My precious divine beast, may you be safe and sound. Xia Yue prayed, then opened his system backpack. System backpack, prismatic level hex deck, enhancement rune 2, gold coins 5208. 2 colorful hex decks, 1 from the Beast Space Advancement, 1 from the Youth Cup Championship reward. Plus over 5,000 gold coins, a big upgrade. Xia Yue couldn't help but smile. He looked at Xiao Yin running wildly in the yard, Xiao Gu doing photosynthesis on the side, and Xiao Tan constantly practicing skills, and hesitated. Forget it, let's be fair and split it equally. Xia Yue decided to divide the fortune equally among the 3 beasts. Xiao Yin, you first. Oh whoa. Xiao Yin heard Xia Yue's call and immediately ran to him, then jumped into his arms. Individual name Ice Wolf King, individual level Resonance late stage, individual talent Calamity, stage, individual skills, Ice Element Mastery, Master Purple Frost Wolf, Ancestral Soul, Master Purple Ancient Bloodline, Northern Frost Wolf, 50 Master Purple. If I split 5,000 equally, each beast gets about 1,700. That's not that much. Xia Yue suddenly felt that the fortune wasn't really enough. Let's raise the level of Ice Element Mastery first, since it's the core skill. Xia Yue invested 1,000 gold coins into Ice Element Mastery. Countless gold coins flowed away like water, transforming into the purest power and pouring into Xiao Yin's body. Oh whoa! Xiao Yin felt the change in its body, jumped out of Xia Yue's arms, and transformed into its original size. Boom! Countless ice element forces exploded from Xiao Yin's body, and even a small blizzard swirled around. Xiao Yin, calm down. Xia Yue checked the panel again. Individual skill Ice Element Mastery Purple. Ice Law Gold, individual level Resonance late stage. Spirit Summoning early stage. It's indeed Ice Law, and it even advanced. Xia Yue said joyfully. He had long suspected that upgrading a beast's core skill could drive its level up, and now it was confirmed. There's still over 600 left, not enough to upgrade the skill again. Let's raise the proficiency. Xia Yue invested all the gold coins belonging to Xiao Yin into the Ice Law skill proficiency. After investing over 800 gold coins, the proficiency finally showed a change. Individual skill Ice Law Master Gold. Ice Law Perfect Gold. The budget slightly exceeded, but it's not a big deal. Is Master followed by Perfect? Xiao Yin, try the new skill. Xia Yue asked curiously. Xiao Yin let out a low growl, a surge of cold aura swirling around him. The air crackled with a dense freezing sound, as if even space itself was being frozen solid. Countless translucent ice crystals coalesced out of thin air, rapidly covering Xiao Yin's silver blue fur, forming a thin yet sturdy layer of ice armor. It's much thinner, but... Xia Yue leaned in to observe, feeling his face quickly lose sensation. Even with the soul link, it can affect me. How terrifying. Xia Yue murmured to himself. He knew that under the soul link, a Beastmaster's own tamed beast could hardly inflict any harm on them. Goo. Little Goo drifted over curiously, extending its fungal tendrils to touch the ice armor. Be careful, it's very cold, Xia Yue warned, but Little Goo's tendrils had already lightly tapped the surface. Goo. Little Goo tried to retract its tendrils, but they were frozen stiff. It hopped away, yet the tendrils remained raised in the same position. Haha, this pose. Xia Yue couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Little Goo. 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 Alright, serves you right for being impatient. Xiao Yin thawed out. Xia Yue said with a chuckle. They say that when the temperature reaches absolute zero, even time can freeze. I could have Xiao Yin develop in that direction. Next, let's enhance Little Goo. Xia Yue began checking Little Goo's panel. Individual name Bobo Goo. Individual attribute Grass Poison. Individual level Awakening late. Individual talent Cataclysm stage. Individual skills Universal Spore Master Purple Photosynthesis Proficient Blue Poison Law Beginner Gold. Let's evolve the Spore skill. Xia Yue invested 1,000 gold coins. Universal Spore Master Purple Infinite Spore Master Gold. Goo. With the enhancement of the spore's innate skill, Little Goo began to evolve. As the multicolored light faded, Little Goo's appearance changed. Little Goo grew from the size of a palm to the height of an arm. The star patterns on its cap became more pronounced and profound, shifting to a dark purple hue. Xia Yue checked Little Goo's panel again. Individual name Poison Star Goo. Individual level Resonance early. Indeed, it evolved. There must be a connection between innate skills and the beast's level. Xia Yue pondered. Since other Beastmasters couldn't upgrade their beast skill proficiency as quickly as he could, this theory had yet to be proposed. Feels like another paper in the making. Xia Yue thought, but the current data sample was still too small to draw a definitive conclusion. Goo. Little Goo stood before Xia Yue, excitedly showing off its new form. Why is the color leaning more and more toward poison? Xia Yue looked at Little Goo, which had turned from golden brown to a faint purple, and couldn't help but find it strange. I hope I haven't raised it wrong. No, this is my unique evolution path. Xia Yue shook his head. Lastly, Xiao Tan. Tan. Master, I want a boost too. Don't rush, I'll give you a cheat right away. Individual name Cold Ghost. Individual attribute Fire Dark. Individual level Resonance late. Individual talent Cataclysm stage. Individual skills Atomization Expert Black Light Blade Proficient Dark Breath Proficient Flame Fist Proficient Flame Breath Proficient Blazing Charge Beginner. Xiao Tan's skill pool is too messy. Let's merge them and upgrade the proficiency while we're at it. Xia Yue performed a series of operations, then scanned the panel. Individual skills Fire Element Mastery Master Purple Dark Element Mastery Master Purple Mind will Master Blue. Tan. Xiao Tan's body was thoroughly cleansed, the injuries from the curse fully healed. The dark attribute power and fire attribute gradually balanced. This feels much better. And the injuries are completely healed. Xia Yue said joyfully. Is it about to break through? The power within Xiaotan suddenly surged uncontrollably outward. Xia Yue waited a few minutes. The interweaving of flames and darkness gradually faded. Unfortunately, it's just short, Xia Yue said with a hint of regret. Tan. Xiaotan's voice was extremely disappointed. It's okay, Xiaotan. Take it slow. There's still plenty of time. Xia Yue comforted him. Tan. Xiaotan had a very strong-willed nature. Hearing Xia Yue's comfort, it ran off to train alone. This one's a real workaholic. The next 2 days were calm. Xia Yue took another week off to rest at home, spending time training with Xiao Yin and the others, occasionally browsing the forum discussions about the Youth Cup. The hype from his championship had yet to die down, especially the final match. Analysis posts and slow-motion videos were everywhere. In-depth analysis of Champion Xia Yue's 2 tamed beasts. Champion Tactical Review, Ice Luan vs. Northern Border Frost Wolf, a young prodigy's absolute control of the battlefield. Xia Yue's path to victory, suggestions for raising an Ice Wolf King. Xia Yue found these posts both amusing and exasperating. Some analyses were so far-fetched that they gave off the vibe of, you know Xia Yue. I know Xia Yue better. Xia Yue continued scrolling through the posts when he suddenly noticed an eye-catching title. The Untold Story of Xia Yue and Nalanqing. Author No Food Tomorrow. What does this even mean? Xia Yue immediately reported the post, but then couldn't resist clicking on it out of curiosity. Xia Yue from Huaining Northern Border. His father is Heavenly King Xia Qingyan. He studies at Nalanqing. It's actually a serious analytical post. Xia Yue was speechless. Sorry buddy, but the report can't be undone. Watch your step next time. Just as Xia Yue turned off his phone and was about to head out for food, his phone suddenly vibrated incessantly. It's a message from Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu, the paper has been published. Dr. Lu Link World Beast Tamer Forum, latest research. Analysis of the awakening conditions and combat performance of the ancient bloodline, Northern Border Frost Wolf, in the Ice Wolf King. Authors Lu Yuan Xia Yue. Huaining Institute of Scientific Research, Northern Border University. Abstract. Xia Yue clicked the link. The paper's title was very academic, but the content was anything but vague. It clearly documented everything from the initial discovery in the Hanzhuang Forest to the laboratory data analysis and the combat performance in the Youth Cup. Key data: awakening conditions, skill, changes, combat power, increased margins. All listed. Finally, several clips from the competition were attached, including his matches against He Chun and Nalanqing. Xia Yue scrolled down to the comments. Good heavens, the comment section was already exploding. Teacher Zhang from college upgrade first. Dr. Lu's new paper. Lottery King, damn, it's really ancient bloodline. Northern Frost Wolf. After 3-stage evolution it can still evolve. The textbooks need to be rewritten. High school student saves the world, damn it Dr. Lu, damn it Senior Xia. Dive to 10,000 meters, the awakening conditions are so harsh. That means it can't be promoted. Mysterious person, wake up upstairs. Having an individual case is good enough and you want mass production. I watched the video. This combat power increase is too exaggerated. Late resonance stage going head-to-head with early spirit communication stage. No cilantro, it's a pity that it requires the matching of superpowers, otherwise we could directly build a Northern Frost Wolf army and Dongli would be invincible. User 998021, I also want to contract the Ice Wolf King, what if I have a chance? Penguin Air 2A, Opie, the person upstairs is dreaming. Dongli's top beast Tamer, am I the only one who noticed that the second author Xia Yue is a high school senior? What a monster. Rebel Capital University, Jiangnan University, Jinling University, look at someone else's child. Capital University received. Ground type, can't fly, Dongli Beast Taming Research Institute, look at their research. Super Mantis, already bookmarked, got material for tomorrow's class discussion. How come I feel like I saw a few strange accounts? The paper directly shot to the top of the trending list, comments flooding in at lightning speed, with dozens popping up every second. There were those shocked, those questioning, those asking for detailed data, and those ING various official institutions and renowned scholars. Meanwhile, Xia Yue's forum account was exposed by someone, instantly gaining tens of thousands of followers. Seeing this, Xia Yue immediately deleted all his previous posts. Damn, no one should have seen it. All of it is embarrassing history. Xia Yue continued scrolling for a while and found that the overall sentiment was still okay. Most people were focused on academic discussion. Although there were a few sour or skeptical comments, they were quickly refuted by others' analyses. Lu Yuan's authority was unquestionable. Coupled with the live broadcast of the Youth Cup, the evidence was solid. There was no angle to criticize. He turned off the forum, lay on the bed, and was about to take a nap when the phone beside him suddenly rang. Who is it? In the middle of the day? Xia Yue picked up the phone, somewhat impatient, until he saw the caller ID and instantly became alert. 010-0012-001. Damn. I've stumbled into the royal family. Xia Yue was stunned for a moment. Is it because the paper's impact is too great? Xia Yue picked up the phone with a nervous heart. Hello, is this classmate Xia Yue? The voice on the other end was a clear, cool female voice. Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Let me introduce myself. I am Lan Shuei, the leader of the Qianlin group. Yes, it's like this. Each region's champion has a quota to recommend one person to the Qianlin group. Some time ago my mother champion Lan Beiyue recommended you to me. So are you interested in joining the Qianlin group? Lan Shui said slowly. Senior Lan Shui, I would like to ask about the welfare and benefits of the Qianlin group. Xia Yue was still concerned about benefits. Well, that's understandable. Members of the Qianlin group can receive different amounts of funds based on their beast tamer level. If I'm not mistaken, you should be close to advancing to senior beast tamer. As a senior beast tamer, you can receive 2 million per month in beast taming funds, but it can only be used to purchase resources for beast taming cultivation. In addition, there is an opportunity to enter a high-level secret realm once a year, and all gains from the secret realm belong to the individual. What? 2 million per month. Xia Yue couldn't help exclaiming. He knew that the reward for the Youth Cup champion was only 3 million, and by joining the Qianlin group, he could directly get 2 million per month in beast taming funds. Of course, there are corresponding requirements. Sometimes the country issues tasks that are not suitable for official channels, and we need to complete them. Of course, they won't exceed our capabilities. Lan Shui added. I'm in. Xia Yue didn't hesitate any more straightforwardly. Money was falling from the sky, how could he refuse? Well, to enter the Qianlin group, we also need an assessment. Let me see. It happens that Tao Yao is in the northern frontier. I'll let her know, and she will come to assess you. Okay. Goodbye, senior. Xia Yue smiled broadly while holding the phone. Lots of money again. Xiaoyin, you guys can eat well again. Xia Yue looked at Xiaoyin and the others who were training. Xia Yue was currently feeding them the highest grade ingredients. One beast tamer would eat up to tens of thousands of Xia Yue's food every day. Now that he had a source of funds, he could incorporate high-grade ingredients into their daily diet. This phone call made me lose my drowsiness. Forget it, I'll go help at Dad's dojo. Xia Yue stretched. Inside the dojo, it was packed with people. Xia Yue couldn't even squeeze through the front door, so he sneaked in through the back door. Dad, what's going on? Did something happen to our dojo? Xia Yue came to his father's office and asked curiously. It's all because of you. The popularity of your paper exploded, and now there are people everywhere coming to our dojo to learn. Xia Chengyun wiped the sweat from his forehead, unable to remember how many years it had been since he was this tired. Is it that exaggerated? Xia Yue scratched his head. In theory, the paper had clearly stated that the awakening of the Ice Wolf King's ancient bloodline required multiple factors working together, and it was difficult to replicate. As one of the northern frontier's 3 signature beasts, the Ice Wolf King is the initial beast of countless beast tamers. Now that their initial beast has a chance to evolve again, who wouldn't be tempted? Xia Qingyun explained. Most importantly, Old Lu also mentioned in the paper that many beasts have ancient forms, as for which beasts have the possibility of bloodline awakening. Who can say for sure? Xia Chengyun said mysteriously. Bloodline awakening of other beasts. Xia Yue had never thought of that. He thought carefully. The bloodline awakening of beasts required 3 conditions. First, the beast itself must possess an ancient bloodline. Second, there must be a deep bond between the beast and its tamer. Third, the tamer must have a bloodline awakening skill. Looking at it this way, the conditions were harsh, but not impossible. Perhaps there really were other beasts capable of awakening their bloodlines. Damn, I should have known not to publish the paper so early. It won't become a common thing, will it? Alright, there are people outside looking for you. Go deal with them. Xia Chengyun waved his hand to shoo Xia Yue out. Okay. As Xia Yue walked to the combat area on the first floor of the dojo, his identity was quickly recognized. Holy crap, look. It's Xia Yue. Senior Xia Yue, could you sign an autograph for me? I knew it. Coming to his father's dojo was bound to bring results. No rush. Let's line up one by one. Xia Yue felt a headache coming on. Junior Xia Yue, does bloodline awakening have any impact on the beast tamer themselves? There will be some physical exertion. Classmate Xia Yue, I read in your paper that other tamed beasts may also undergo bloodline awakening. Is this true? Theoretically, yes. As long as those 3 conditions are met, other tamed beasts do possess the potential for evolution. Senior Xia Yue, I need an autograph. Where should I sign? Xia Yue continuously fielded questions from the crowd. By the time they dispersed, the sun was already setting. Have I become a celebrity? God, this is way more exhausting than fighting. Xia Yue took a sip of water and grumbled. Excuse me. Just as Xia Yue was about to pack up and head home, a man wearing a black trench coat and a face mask spoke up. May I ask, can bloodline awakening only be triggered by a special superpower? Not necessarily. Theoretically, as long as the result of bloodline awakening is achieved, the process is of secondary importance. Xia Yue responded. About what I expected. Thank you. Old Xia, you've raised an exceptional son. After hearing the reply, the man in the trench coat turned and departed. What did he just say? Xia Yue, flustered by the heat, hadn't caught it clearly. Never mind. Probably not important anyway. Dad, you're treating me to a proper meal today. The next morning, Xia Yue followed Miao Qingqing, sporting dark circles under his eyes as they entered the gates of Huaning No. 1 high school. Why are we even at school? I feel like there's nothing left they can teach me. Xia Yue yawned. He had been woken up early by Miao Qingqing, who insisted on dragging him to school. Just come keep me company. Miao Qingqing smiled, her face as radiant as the moonlight. The frost-leaf trees lining Central Avenue rustled in the wind, no different from any ordinary day. Yet after just a few steps inside the school gate, Xia Yue sensed something was amiss. The students hurrying to class around him noticeably slowed their pace. A dozen pairs of eyes landed on him like searchlights, all fixed in his direction. Look, it's Senior Xia Yue. Holy crap, it really is him. The Youth Cup champion. Did you read that forum paper from yesterday? Northern Frost Wolf. Ancient bloodline. He looks even more handsome in person than on stream. Whispered murmurs buzzed around him like mosquitoes. Xia Yue swallowed hard and pressed forward. Even with his thick skin, his face flushed red. Several bold freshmen from the first year darted forward and blocked his path, their faces crimson. Senior Xia Yue. Can you sign an autograph for us? Xia Yue paused. Sure, where? Right here. Right here. The freshman quickly pulled open his school uniform jacket, revealing the white t-shirt beneath. Sign on my clothes. Xia Yue could only half laugh, half sigh. He took the pen and scribbled his signature. But that only made things worse. Like stirring a hornet's nest, 7 or 8 more people swarmed around him at once. Senior, me too. Sign on my notebook. Senior, this is for you. A sweet-faced girl handed Xia Yue a pure white envelope, then fled with rosy cheeks. Wait, this can't be. Xia Yue didn't even dare to imagine. Oomph. Miao Qingying, watching from the sidelines as Xia Yue was surrounded, looked distinctly displeased. Alright, class is about to start. Everyone scatter. Xia Yue finally squeezed through the crowd and quickened his pace. God, I'm finally here. Xia Yue exhaled in relief. Throughout the morning, he had led Miao Qingying to detour through less crowded paths, and they had at last reached the base of the teaching building. Well, look who it is. The big star has arrived. Linning leaned against a tree by the roadside, arms crossed. As he approached, the corner of her mouth twitched. Linning, I thought you were the aloof, untouchable type, and turns out you're just secretly passionate. Xia Yue declared with mock righteousness. Lin Ying's face immediately flushed crimson, and she stammered, unable to form words. Ha! Su Shui popped out from behind, her eyes sparkling. Xia Yue, you're incredible. I watched the finals live. The last move you used was absolutely amazing. It was nothing special. Xia Yue rubbed his nose. Yin Qi appeared from nowhere, draping an arm around his shoulder. Look at who's talking. I'm your big brother. Senior Xia, you're basically the school idol now. I just overheard several junior girls discussing you. They're even talking about forming a fan club for you. Get lost. Xia Yue shoved him away. The group bantered their way into Class A's classroom. The previously noisy room fell instantly silent. All eyes turned toward them in unison, some filled with envy, others with admiration, and a couple that looked distinctly unimpressed. Xia Yue glanced around and noticed Nailin Qing was already seated. She lifted her gaze, met his with a cool, detached look, and gave a slight nod, a silent greeting. Xia Yue nodded back and walked to his seat. Hardly had he set down his bag when the student in front of him turned around and greeted him. Hello, classmate Xia Yue. Xia Yue looked up and found the face somewhat familiar. You're Wang Hao, right? I can't believe you still remember me. Wang Hao looked genuinely pleased. Aren't you? During the placement exam at the start of the semester, Wang Hao had been eliminated by Xia Yue very early and should in theory have been assigned to Class B. I got lucky on last month's ranking exam and managed to break into Class A. Wang Hao adjusted the glasses perched on his nose. I see. Impressive. Xia Yue offered his congratulations. Compared to you, I fall far short. Wang Hao shook his head. You have no idea how the entire Huigao now treats you like some kind of idol. By the way, Wang Hao seemed to suddenly recall something, his expression growing animated. Xia Yue, I've read your paper 3 times. I was wondering whether my Chuanxua fox could. Before he could finish his sentence, Yao Zhaohua walked in. The frost-tailed swallow fluttered its wings and landed on the podium. The last vestige of sound in the classroom vanished. Yao Zhaohua's gaze swept across the room and finally settled on Xia Yue, lingering for 2 seconds. Class begins. Her voice remained as crisp and cold as ever. Today we'll cover energy structure optimization for ice-type skills. More complicated theoretical knowledge. Xia Yue grew drowsy as he listened, his eyelids drooping until everything went black. Rying. The class bell rang. Senior Xia is hardcore. Only you dare sleep through teacher Yao Tiger's class without being called on. Yin Qi immediately leaned over, giving a thumbs up. Keep a low profile. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. Yao Zhaohua gathered her teaching materials. Oh, by the way, everyone. This afternoon, a delegation from Capital University will be visiting Huigao for an academic exchange. If any of you are interested, you're welcome to accompany them. Xia Yue, you must come. Yao Zhaohua tapped her lesson plan against the desk as she spoke. Certainly, Teacher Yao. I'll be there on time. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, inside the training hall of Huaining No. 1 High School, the exchange delegation from Imperial Capital University had already arrived. Over a dozen students clad in dark blue uniforms stood at the edge of the field, both male and female, appearing only a year or 2 older than Xia Yue. The team leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and exuding in scholarly demeanor, engaged in conversation with Yan Bing and Yao Zhaohua. By the time Xia Yue arrived, the hall was already packed. Every member of Class A was present, along with numerous students from other classes come to watch the spectacle surrounding the arena so densely there was barely room to move. Xia Yue's here. Someone shouted, and all eyes swiveled toward him in unison. Hello, everyone. Xia Yue said, steeling himself as he pushed forward into the crowd. Yun Qi leaned in and lowered his voice. Boss Xia, that guy with glasses over there is Teacher Li from Imperial Capital University's admissions office. I heard he's also from the Northern Territory and studied at Huaining High back in the day. Xia Yue followed his gaze and happened to lock eyes with Teacher Li, who nodded at him with a gentle smile. Hello, student Xia Yue. I am Li Feiyong, director of the admissions office at Imperial Capital University. Hello, Teacher Li. Xia Yue replied politely. By the way, where is our principal? I feel like I've never seen him before. After greeting Teacher Li, Xia Yue rejoining Yunqi and the others, he asked curiously. I heard he went off on some kind of mission. I'm not entirely sure myself. Yunqi replied, equally puzzled. Yao Xiaohua clapped her hands, and the training hall fell silent. Today, students from Imperial Capital University have come for academic exchange. By tradition, there will be several sparring matches. Her voice was cool and detached. Class A will send 5 representatives, and Imperial Capital University will send 5 as well. Teacher Yao, they're a grade above us, and their beast companions have had an extra year of cultivation. How are we supposed to win against them? Yunqi grumbled. This isn't a real fight. The main purpose is academic exchange. Moreover, they won't be using their primary beasts. More importantly, I want you to understand that there is always someone greater above you. Do not become overly arrogant. After speaking, Yao Xiaohua deliberately glanced at Xia Yue. Wait. Why are you looking at me? I'm not, Xia Yue said, somewhat at a loss for words. Both sides quickly finalized their selections. The Huaining High roster included Xia Yue, Nalanqing Lin, Ing Su Shui, and Yunqi. From Imperial Capital University, 5 students walked out. Leading them was a tall boy with short hair and sharp piercing eyes, and following behind him was a girl cradling a small fox with fiery red fur. I'll go first. The tall boy stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across class before settling on Lin Ing. Would you care to spar, classmate? Lin Ing said nothing and walked directly onto the combat platform. Hello, classmate. I am Han Xinghe, a first-year student in the combat department at Imperial Capital University. Nice to meet you. Han Xinghe said politely. Lin Ing, please advise me. The referee was Yin Bing. He stepped into the center of the arena, briefly explained the rules, and then raised his hand to signal the start. The tall boy's beast companion was a Windblade Falcon at the late resonance stage. Its speed was astonishing, launching a flurry of combos the moment the match began. Lin Ying's Shadow Cat was no slouch either, and the two exchanged blows back and forth. In the end, the Windblade Falcon emerged victorious, prevailing by virtue of its higher rank. Applause echoed from the stands as Lin Ying stepped down, his expression far from pleasant. Xia Yue stepped forward to offer a few words of comfort. He could understand. The feeling of one's carefully nurtured primary beast being outmatched by someone else's second or third companion was hardly pleasant. The second competitor was Su Shui, who faced the girl from Imperial Capital University, holding the Fire Fox. Both sides fielded fox-type beasts, one of ice, the other of fire, making for a visually stunning match. Su Shui ultimately lost by a narrow margin when her blazing snow fox was grazed by the Fire Fox's flame impact, sustaining a minor injury. Well fought. The girl recalled her Fire Fox and smiled at Su Shui. Su Shui felt somewhat disheartened, but still nodded politely. Is the gap really this large? Xia Yue's brow furrowed slightly. Although these first-year students had had an extra year of beast cultivation compared to them, Lin Ing and the others' primary beasts couldn't even hold their own. What's wrong? Now you understand there's always someone greater above you. Yao Xiaohua stood beside Xia Yue with her arms crossed. Indeed, these people are quite strong. Xia Yue nodded in agreement. But don't be too disheartened. These students are all outstanding among the first-year cohort at Imperial Capital University. Several of their primary beasts have already reached the transcendent stage. By the time they graduate, they'll likely match my level. Transcendent stage? So quickly? Xia Yue exclaimed in surprise. He knew well that beast cultivation became increasingly difficult to break through at higher realms, and he found it hard to imagine these students achieving such strength without some extraordinary advantage. In the third match, Yunqi was defeated almost instantly. His opponent released a spiritual link stage beast, and Yunqi's frostbacked bear couldn't even withstand a single move. The string of defeats cast a growing heaviness over the atmosphere among Huaining's students. The geniuses who had shown so brilliantly at the Northern Territory Youth Cup proved utterly fragile before the students of Imperial Capital University, leaving these ordinary students feeling even more lost. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Li Feiyong from Imperial Capital University's admissions office quickly spoke up. Students, please do not be discouraged. Imperial Capital University is the finest institution in Dongli. The opponents before you are also among the finest freshmen from the Combat Academy. A gap in strength is only natural. I hope each of you can learn from these defeats and strive to improve your own strength. Imperial Capital University warmly welcomes your applications. Some students seemed encouraged while others, fully aware of the chasm between themselves and Imperial Capital University, grew even more desperate. Imperial Capital University admits approximately 4,000 students each year. These 4,000 are divided among 4 academies based on their areas of specialization, and the Combat Academy alone accepts roughly 1,000 freshmen annually. Yet in Dongli there were well over 100 key high schools like Huaining High. Assuming each such school had a special class of about 20 students like Class A, that would amount to over 2,000 candidates. Roughly calculated, only about half of Class A would have a chance of entering Imperial Capital University. In the fourth match, Nalanqing took the field. The moment she stepped onto the platform, a flicker of surprise crossed the faces of the Imperial Capital University students. The ice wand took flight from her shoulder, unfurled its wings, and unleashed the overwhelming pressure of the Spiritual Link stage without restraint. Spiritual Link stage. Han Xinghe remarked with appreciation. Senior year has barely begun. Less than 3 months has it. And you've already cultivated your beast to the Spiritual Link stage. Impressive. I wish to challenge your primary beast. Nalan Qing remained as cold and composed as ever, her eyes brimming with competitive spirit. Are you certain? The Imperial Capital University student's expression revealed surprise. Nalan Qing said nothing, merely nodding slightly. The opposing student glanced at Li Feiyong, and upon receiving his nod summoned his beast. Xia Yue scanned it with his system. It was a pangolin king at the late Spiritual Link stage. The gap in cultivation realms proved decisive. After exchanging a few moves with the pangolin king, the ice wand was struck down by a rock attack and fell to the ground. Nalan Qing is indeed formidable. Despite such a vast gap in cultivation, she managed to exchange a few moves with old Zhao. Han Xinghe applauded. The gap is this huge. Nalan Qing's expression was very unpleasant. She left right after the match ended. In the final match, it was Xia Yue's turn. He carried Xiaoyin onto the battle platform. Opposite him, a young man in a casual hoodie with his long hair tied back in a ponytail yawned and stepped onto the platform. You must be Xia Yue. I'm Xia Yue. I watched your previous matches, and I'm quite interested in Bloodline Awakening. Please guide me. Xia Yuen's eyes sparkled as he said excitedly, please guide me. The referee signaled for preparations. Xia Yue connected with his beast taming space. A flash of light and a beast that resembled a sonic dog was summoned, but its exterior was composed of some kind of metal gleaming silver under the sunlight. A sonic dog? No, it's a mechanical dog. Xia Yue immediately scanned it with the system. Individual name, illusion, mechanical species, champion, individual attribute, wind, metal, individual level, early spirit communication, individual talent, overlord stage, individual skills, metal control, wind, element control, energy control, champion, mimicry, sonic dog. Introduction. Overlord talent. Xia Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the second time he had seen such a talent. The first time was on the divine beast egg he received from the previous competition. Is this an illusion mechanical species? What is your relationship with the mind? Yao Zhaohua exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time Xia Yue had seen such shock on Teacher Yao's face. Genuine the mind. Xia Yue nodded. Save the questions for after the battle. His eyes were bright and sparkling. Xia Yue glanced at Yao Zhaohua, who seemed to want to say something, but hesitated and nodded. Xiaoyin instantly grew larger, its aura of early spirit communication spreading out. Xia Yue's Ice Wolf King has also broken through. He already won the championship at late resonance. I can't even imagine the spirit communication stage. This is the most favorable round. The surrounding students whispered among themselves. Now this is interesting. Xia Yue was slightly taken aback, then laughed freely. Match start. As soon as the referee's words fell, Xia Yue raised his hand and pointed Champion Metal Storm, suppress it. That metal-constructed sonic dog flashed red light in its eyes. Countless tiny metal fragments instantly appeared around its body, carried by the wind element, raining down like a storm toward Xiaoyin, covering the entire front half of the battle platform. Xiaoyin Ice Crystal Shield maximum range. Xia Yue commanded immediately. Xiaoyin growled low, and several thick ice walls layered up in front of it. Bang, 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 bang. The metal fragments struck the ice walls, producing dense explosive sounds. Ice chips flew everywhere, and the first ice wall was covered with cracks in an instant, then shattered. The second and third layers quickly became critical. Such strong penetrating power. Xia Yue's heart sank. Champion's attack was not only powerful, but also extremely dense, draining Xiaoyin's defensive skills rapidly. It's not over yet. Xia Yue smiled. Champion Wind Blade Slash go around from the side. Champion pushed off with all four legs, its body accelerated with the dual boost of metal and wind energy, moving so fast, it left after images. In an instant it circled to the flank of the ice wall, opened its mouth, and shot a condensed cyan wind blade, cutting at a tricky angle towards Xiaoyin's ribs. Xiaoyin dodged to the side. Xia Yue shouted urgently. Xiaoyin leaped to the right with effort, and the wind blade grazed past its left ribs, leaving a deep scratch on its ice crystal armor. Quick reflexes. Xia Yuen's eyes grew brighter. But what about this? Champion steel armor form. The metal on Champion's surface flowed and deformed, its body slightly expanded, and its limbs and torso were covered with heavier armor. Its speed decreased slightly, but the sense of pressure increased dramatically. It let out a low roar and charged toward Xiaoyin like a war chariot, each step shaking the ground slightly. Xiaoyin Icy Claw counterattack. Xia Yue knew he couldn't dodge, so he had to fight head-on. The ice blue giant claw and the metal heavy fist collided fiercely. Clang. The loud clang of metal made eardrums tingle. Xiaoyin was shaken back several steps by the force, its right claw trembling slightly, while Qianbian only swayed and then closed in again. The power gap is this huge too. Xia Yue gritted his teeth. Both were at early spirit communication, but Xiaoyin was being suppressed by a peer for the first time. Ice Polar Beam. Xia Yue tried to counterattack. The crown on Xiaoyin's forehead glowed, and a thick ice blue beam shot out. Qianbian did not dodge or evade, it raised its left forelimb, which had turned into a shield-like shape. The beam struck the metal shield surface, exploding into a cloud of ice mist, but only left some cracks on it. Its defense is outrageous too. Yinqi, watching from offstage, grimaced. Xia Yue, you can't win like this. Xia Yue's voice came through the clamor of the battle platform, filled with obvious excitement. Let me see it, Bloodline Awakening. Xia Yue took a deep breath and glanced at Xiaoyin, whose aura was already somewhat disordered. As you wish. He closed his eyes, and his mental energy surged like a bursting flood, pouring into his contractual link, with Xiaoyin connecting to the ancient rivers sleeping deep within the bloodline. Awoo! Xiaoyin let out a deafening howl toward the sky. A brilliant ice blue light burst from the crown on its forehead and instantly swept over its entire body. Bones crackled, its body expanded rapidly in the light. Its silver blue fur became as translucent as ice crystals, and ancient azure ice armor wildly spread from its joints, while a sharp ice stinger, like a scorpion's tail, extended from its tail. An ancient, majestic, bone-chilling aura erupted violently, instantly dispersing the residual force of Qianbian's metal storm. It's here. The first time I've seen it in reality. So this is the ancient form described in the papers. This pressure. It's completely different. The audience erupted in uproar. Xia Yue's smile widened, and he pulled out a tablet from his bag. Yes, this is it. Qianbian full attack. Qianbian received the command, its surface metal flowed again, morphing into a strike form that balanced speed and power, turning into a silver cyan streak of light, charging fiercely at the newly awakened Frost Wolf. Xiaoyin Winter's breath. Xia Yue did not hesitate at all, and directly used an inherited skill. The Frost Wolf opened its massive maw and spat out a condensed, nearly transparent ice blue stream, imbued with the intent to freeze all things. Its speed seemed slow, but it precisely sealed off all of Qianbian's charging routes. Qianbian tried to dodge, but the stream seemed alive, wrapping around it. The terrifying chill instantly invaded, and its surface metal was covered with a thick layer of ice, at a visible rate, its movements suddenly sluggish. Now, Icy Claw! Xia Yue shouted. The Frost Wolf transformed into an ice blue afterimage and charged. Its awakened giant icy claw, now doubled in size, struck with a tearing air scream, slamming hard onto Qianbian's ice-covered shoulder blade. Boom! The collision of ice armor and metal produced a dull, thunderous roar. Qianbian was sent flying sideways by the claw strike, carving a deep trench into the ground. Most of the ice layer on its body shattered, and obvious dents appeared on its metal shell. The power of ancient times. Indeed formidable. Han Xinghe stared intently at the battle. Meanwhile, Li Feiyang's eyes blazed with a sharp light, fixated on the Ice Wolf King after its bloodline awakening. Such immense power. Xia Yue exclaimed, his fingers dancing across the tablet without pause. Qianbian energy overload combined wind metal attack. Qianbian struggled to its feet, a red light surging in its eyes. It opened its mouth, and wind and metal energies converged and compressed frantically, within forming a spinning cyan-gray energy sphere with metallic glints at its edges. Then it shot forth violently. The energy sphere tore through the air, leaving a piercing screech in its wake. Xiaoyin Law of Ice, Absolute Ice Domain. Xia Yue also unleashed the new power he had just comprehended, a capability conceived after intense contemplation following his battle with Yichun. A nascent domain. Truly gifted. Li Feiyang praised. Yao Zhaohua and Yin Bing were also somewhat astonished, but more relieved. The Frost Wolf let out a low howl. With it at the center, extreme cold radiated outward. Moisture in the air instantly condensed into countless fine ice crystals and snowflakes. These snowflakes did not drift randomly, but subtly formed a force field. The onrushing energy sphere entered the force field, its speed visibly slowing as frost rapidly crept over its surface. Detonate! Xia Yue barked. The energy sphere exploded prematurely within the field. The violent mixed energy clashed fiercely with the ice domain, sending a storm of ice mist and metallic fragments flying. The Frost Wolf was knocked back 2 steps by the shockwave, but its ice armor remained sturdy. Time is running out. Xia Yue could sense the awakening power within Xiaoyin rapidly fading. They had to finish this quickly. Xiaoyin Final Strike. Frost Wolf Ancestral Spirit. Summon the pack, and then Winter's Breath. After Xiaoyin advanced to the spirit communication stage, its total energy increased, allowing it to unleash a second Winter's Breath. Xia Yue had made a minor improvement to Winter's Breath. Instead of drifting slowly, it now erupted directly as a burst. Xiaoyin raised its head and howled long and deep. The ancient haunting wolf cry echoed across the arena. Countless Frost Wolf phantoms composed of pure ice elements leaped from its side, charging at Qianbian, biting and grappling. Simultaneously, Xiaoyin summoned terrifying ice elemental power around itself. A condensed, nearly transparent ice blue current carrying the aura of absolute freezing gathered and compressed before Xiaoyin, eventually forming a transparent sphere. Xiaoyin spat the transparent sphere with force. The freezing current instantly expanded, turning into a wave of light that struck Qianbian. Qianbian Heavy Shield, Absolute Defense. Xia Yue's eyes widened, his fingers still flying. At the center of the ice storm, Qianbian's metal shell flowed and deformed frantically, trying to form an impenetrable metal sphere. But the breath and the frost wolf's bites found every opening, and the extreme cold continuously eroded the metal's activity. Crack! Crack! The grating sounds of freezing and shattering came from within the ice storm. After a few seconds, the ice storm dissipated. Qianbian knelt on one knee, its body covered in a thick layer of opaque ice, like an ice sculpture. The red light in its eyes flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Xia Yue is incredible. The Ice Wolf King is a god. This Imperial University isn't so great after all. The referee raised his hand, his voice carrying disbelief. Qianbian is unable to continue. Xia Yue wins. We won. Xia Yue let out a sigh of relief as a wave of intense weakness washed over him. The light on Xiaoyin's body faded rapidly. Its size shrank, returning to the Ice Wolf King form, and it lay on the ground panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Xia Yue strode forward, carefully examined Qianbian's condition, then recalled it into the spirit beast space. He walked up to Xia Yue, his face showing no disappointment in defeat, but instead filled with excitement. That was magnificent. The combat capability of Bloodline Awakening exceeded my expectations, even stronger than described in the papers. He grabbed Xia Yue's hand. Xia Yue, we must find time to discuss this in detail later. I'm very interested in this topic. Xia Yue, somewhat dizzy from being shaken, smiled wryly. All right, after the competition. His heart was also unsettled. This was the first time he had fought so intensely against an opponent of the same rank. Are all students at Imperial University this monstrous? This probably isn't even his main spirit beast. Suddenly, I feel my system isn't strong enough. Xia Yue grumbled inwardly. Below the stage, Yao Xiaohua stared at Xia Yue, frowning slightly. Now can you answer my question? You are the brain. The real deal. Xia Yue nodded. Teacher Yao, what exactly is this brain? Yin Shi, having no idea what they were talking about, asked. The brain is a genius researcher who caused a huge stir on the Spirit Beast Forum last year. He created a new Spirit Beast race, the Phantom Mechanoid race. Before this, high-potential metal-type Spirit Beasts were extremely rare. This attribute had great potential both in combat and cultivation. After the brain published that research paper, the cultivation of Spirit Beasts essentially entered a new era. We humans have finally realized the dream of countless predecessors. Artificial Spirit Beasts. Yao Xiaohua explained slowly. Artificial Spirit Beasts. Xia Yue, though he had some guesses, was still shocked. Yes. Yao Xiaohua nodded. The Phantom Mechanoid race is the result of their research. By combining metal bodies with artificial intelligence souls, they created this miracle. And Qianbian is the ultimate creation of the Phantom Mechanoid race. And not that exaggerated. Xia Yue felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. This is also the fruit of decades of research by Dongli. I just happen to have a special ability standing on the shoulders of giants. Regardless, this is a groundbreaking study. Yao Xiaohua shook his head firmly. Wait, from what you're saying, does that mean phantom mechanoids can be mass-produced? Xia Yue asked uncertainly. Of course, that's the meaning of this research. In a few years, every Dongli citizen can have their own phantom mechanoid. Xia Yue nodded, envisioning the future. Wait, you're telling me this monstrous spirit beast can be mass-produced? Xia Yue felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, imagining a future where every random spirit beast on the street has potential to become a overlord. System. You really need an upgrade. Xia Yue said, on the verge of tears. Phantom mechanic beasts can indeed be mass-produced, but 1,000 transformations is a unique case, Xia Yue explained, observing Xia Yue's reaction. Is that so? You really frightened me. Xia Yue patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Currently, the potential of mass-producible phantom mechanic beasts typically only reaches the transcendent stage, and the output is extremely low, consuming enormous resources. As for 1,000 transformations, it was discovered through an accidental study. We have countless tried to replicate this miracle, but failed every time. Xia Yue explained slowly. I see, that makes much more sense. Yes. After all, 1,000 transformations potential has been officially certified at approximately the 8th stage, namely the Overlord stage. This potential already rivals that of a fully achieved quasi-god level beast tamer. If it could be mass-produced, the world's landscape would be completely transformed. At present, we are also striving toward this direction. Junior brother, I believe in you. Xia Yue stepped forward and shook Xia Yue's hand, smiling. Believe in me. I know nothing about mechanics. Xia Yue thought to himself, but agreed on the surface. After the sparring session ended, several students from the Imperial Capital University took the stage to share their insights and experience in beast taming with the students from Huigao. Xia Yue was just about to slip away when Teacher Li walked over. Student Xia Yue, do you have a moment to talk? Li Feiyong adjusted his glasses with a warm smile. Xia Yue nodded. Hello, Teacher Li. The two walked to the corner of the training hall. Li Feiyong studied him for a moment, then glanced at little Silver at his feet, his eyes filled with appreciation. The battle earlier was spectacular, Li Feiyong said excitedly. Especially the bloodline awakening form of the Ice Wolf King. Its formidable power was breathtaking. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. Li Feiyong paused, then suddenly asked, Is this bloodline awakening ancient form truly as difficult to replicate, as they say? Xia Yu's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm. Yes, Dr. Lu Yuan's paper stated that all three elements are indispensable. I know, Li Feiyong said with some regret. I am also from the northern region. When I studied at Huigao, my first beast was also an ice wolf pup. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared beside him, and an ice wolf king larger than little silver materialized in the arena, its fur a deep sky blue, its crown heavier, its gaze steady, exuding the aura of a veteran warrior. Ice wolf king. Xia Yu's pupils contracted slightly. That is my old companion. It has been with me for nearly 30 years, Li Feiyong said, stroking the ice wolf king's neck. The ice wolf king gently lowered its head. Little Silver looked up at this kindred beast with curiosity. It's strong, Xia Yu said sincerely. Indeed, it is my strongest companion. Li Feiyong looked at Little Silver, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Unfortunately, its potential has been exhausted. Beast potential. For old folks like us with mediocre talent, it is an insurmountable barrier. Li Feiyong grew more agitated as he spoke. Why should it be? My old companion can only stay at the monarch stage. I wish it could continue to shine on the battlefield. I apologize. I may have overreacted. Li Feiyong sighed. It's alright, I understand. Xia Yu was also touched by this emotion. If Little Silver's potential were to be exhausted one day, and it remained stagnant, he would feel the same pain. No, that will never happen. Xia Yu thought firmly. Anyway, your paper has given me hope for the future. On behalf of us old-timers of the old era, I thank you. Li Feiyong bowed deeply to Xia Yu. No, teacher Li, this is too much. Xia Yu hurriedly supported Li Feiyong. No, what is trivial for you is a direction forward for us. After saying this, Li Feiyong seemed to have vented his pent-up frustration, and his whole demeanor became more spirited. By the way, he lowered his gaze and looked at Xia Yu. Besides leading the exchange team, I also have another mission. Representing the Imperial Capital University, I extend a recommendation invitation to you. Xia Yu was stunned. Recommendation? Yes. Li Feiyong said solemnly. With your Youth Cup champion achievements coupled with the discovery of the Northern Frost Wolf and your research paper, you fully meet the special recruitment standards of the Imperial Capital University. If you are willing, you can enroll directly in September next year without taking the Practical Combat College entrance exam. Xia Yu fell silent for a few seconds. Teacher Li, may I ask? About the major? Naturally. Li Feiyong nodded. Based on your situation, we recommend choosing the major of Beast Cultivation and Evolution. Of course, it ultimately depends on your personal preference. Your combat abilities are also strong, so choosing Beast Combat and Strategy is also an option. Also, given your performance at the Youth Cup, our school can make an exception for you to study multiple majors simultaneously. Prodigies always have certain privileges, right? Li Feiyong smiled. He paused and added, moreover, the resources in the Imperial Capital far surpass those in the northern region, whether in training facilities, secret realm exploration permissions, or channels for acquiring high-level beasts. Xia Yu did not answer, immediately thinking it over in his mind. The Imperial Capital University is undoubtedly the strongest institution in Dongli, and I must attend it anyway. Moreover, the matter involving the Xia family definitely needs to be resolved. Teacher Li, the Imperial Capital University is the best school in Dongli. I have no reason to refuse. Xia Yu answered. So you agree? Yes, but I will still take the practical combat exam. Xia Yu said. Such a grand event as the practical combat exam might trigger a system mission, so he had to participate. That's a good thing. Participating in the exam will benefit both our school and your own reputation. It will also help your future development. We will certainly agree. Teacher Li nodded understandingly. Later, the admissions office will officially send the invitation letter to your school. Xia Yu nodded. Thank you, Teacher Li. Teacher Li patted his shoulder, recalled the Ice Wolf King, and turned to speak with Yan Bing and the others. Xia Yue, seeing that there was nothing else he needed to do, also prepared to find Yao Xiaohua to ask for leave and go home to rest. Just then a tremendous noise suddenly erupted from the north, as if some terrifying power had been released, shaking the entire Huining. And the mobile phones of the three heavenly kings present began to ring with a DDD sound. Something has happened in the snowfield direction. Yao Xiaohua's voice sounded. Xia Yu happened to be beside Yao Xiaohua, and he stole a glance at the glaring red alert on her phone. A golden tree member has been discovered in the direction of the northern snowfield, suspected of preparing to invade the north. Please have nearby beast tamers of heavenly king rank or above rush to provide support. Geographic location. What the hell? Golden tree is invading. The news he saw was even more shocking than Xia Yu had imagined. Yan Bing also received the message and stepped onto the podium to address the students. Today's exchange ends here. Please return to your classrooms and stay on campus until further notice. For most students, staying at school is definitely safer than going home, so Yan Bing directly told the students to remain on campus. Let's go, Li Feiyong said to Yan Bing and Yao Xiaohua without a trace of hesitation. As a heavenly king of Dongli enjoying the benefits of the title, he naturally had to shoulder the responsibilities of a heavenly king when crisis struck. This was an unspoken rule among all Dongli's heavenly kings. Yao Xiaohua nodded, then looked at Xia Yu hesitantly. What's wrong? Yan Bing asked. This kid has had some run-ins with the golden tree before, I'm worried. Then let's bring him along. It's better for him to stay with us heavenly kings than to be here. And his father should also be showing up. The heavenly kings exchanged glances and nodded. And bring along my students too. Even if their transcendent stage strength can't help, they can still escape. Doesn't anyone ask for my opinion? Xia Yue was dragged away with a bewildered look. On the frost-tailed swallow, the 3 heavenly kings and 4 students set off together toward the snowfield. Teacher Yao, I've been wanting to ask for a long time. Why can the frost-tailed swallow become so large? Xia Yue asked curiously while sitting on the frost-tailed swallow. When a spirit beast reaches the king stage, it can acquire a magnification skill, allowing it to freely shrink and enlarge within a certain range. Yao Zhaohua explained. So that's how it is. When I saw Mayor Li's ice giant dozens of meters tall, I was wondering how he trained it. Stop chatting, we're almost there. Yin Bing said sternly. The frost-tailed swallow flew extremely fast. Before long, only the vast white snowfield filled their view. The cold wind cut like knives, and even with Yao Zhaohua's ice energy protecting them, Xia Yue's cheeks still ached. From afar, they could see 2 forces colliding on the snowfield. On one side, crimson flames soared into the sky, heat waves distorting the air, evaporating the snow and ice over a large area of the snowfield, revealing bare rock. On the other side were pink-white petals and soft light radiating a strange vitality, blooming stubbornly in the icy wasteland. That is, Li Feiyang squinted. Only when they got closer did they see clearly 2 people were confronting each other. A man in a black trench coat and a face mask. Beside him stood a lion, nearly 3 meters tall, with a mane like burning flames. Opposite him was a girl who looked only a few years older than Xia Yue, with twin ponytails and sharp knit attire. Floating beside her was a half-human high spirit made of peach blossoms and vines. So that commotion was caused by their battle. Truly terrifying, Xia Yue murmured. It's Senior Tao Yao, what is she doing here? Xia Yue recognized the girl with twin ponytails and asked in confusion. Tao Yao. That name sounds familiar. Xia Yue stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wait. Isn't this the person Lan Shui mentioned who would assess me? Xia Yue slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing. Xia Yue. You also know Senior Tao Yao. Xia Yue, seeing Xia Yue's intense reaction, asked curiously. Sort of. A senior once invited me to join an organization. The assessor seems to be this Tao Yao. Xia Yue explained. Oh, you're also joining the Qianlin group. Congratulations, congratulations. Xia Yue congratulated him upon hearing this. What do you mean also? Didn't the boss tell you? Ahem. Let me introduce myself again. I'm the 11th member of the Qianlin group, codename Brain. Xia Yue laughed. What? Xia Yue was dumbfounded, but then he thought with Xia Yue's talent for developing new species, joining the Qianlin group seemed perfectly normal. I think you'll definitely pass the assessment, so I'll congratulate you in advance. After you join, you'll be the 12th member. Xia Yue seemed to think of something and smirked mischievously. The 12th, huh? Xia Yue twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling that it was somehow strange. Senior Tao Yao is the 6th member of the Qianlin group, codename Tao Yao Well. It's her real name, Xia Yue added. It seems the golden tree is making a big move this time. Even Senior Tao Yao came to investigate. The frost-tailed swallow descended, and the 3 heavenly kings landed with the 4 students. As Xia Yue's feet touched the solid snow, he immediately felt 2 powerful auras pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. The man in black glanced at them, his eyes above the mask unreadable, then turned to Tao Yao. Little girl from the Qianlin group, the meddlers are here. Uncle, that's not fair, Tao Yao said with a grin, twirling a peach blossom petal in her hand. You were the one acting suspiciously first. What did the golden tree dig up some treasure beneath the northern snowfield? You guessed right. Under the snowfield. There really is something good. The man in black said calmly. Xia Yue looked at the man with a sense of familiarity. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Is that so, uncle? The snowfield is Dongli's territory. No matter how great the treasure under the snowfield, it still belongs to Dongli. Tao Yao responded with a smile. I'm also from Dongli. What's wrong with taking a share? The man in black sneered. Traitors to the motherland are even more detestable than those Fusang dwarfs, Tao Yao snorted coldly. The man in black didn't respond. His gaze swept over Xia Yue and the others, pausing on Xia Yue for a moment. We meet again, little one. The answer you gave was quite enlightening. So we have met before. Xia Yue frowned. He had seen too many people in the past 2 days and couldn't recall where he had seen this man in black. Enough nonsense. Yao Zhaohua stepped forward. The frost-tailed swallow landed on his shoulder and a chill emanated. Golden Tree Man, surrender. Be careful, everyone. This guy is the 7th seat of the Golden Tree, Blazing Sun, a champion-level beast tamer, Tao Yao warned from the side. Champion level. Xia Yue was shocked inside. Just you people, eh? The man in black scoffed, patting the neck of the Blazing Lion King beside him. Old buddy, let's stretch our legs. The Blazing Lion King let out a deafening roar, its flames surging upward. The snow instantly vaporized into a vast cloud of white steam as the cataclysm-level pressure was released without restraint, more formidable than any spirit beast Xia Yue had ever seen. Watch out, it's late-stage cataclysm. Li Feiyang barked, light flickering around him as the Ice Wolf King, with its deep dark fur, appeared by his side. Yao Zhaohua remained silent, But the frost-tail swallow had already spread its wings, its ice-blue domain quietly expanding to counter the scorching heat waves. Yan Bing's ice armor lizard also reared up, a fine layer of frost forming around its body. Xia Yue took advantage of the standoff to scan with his system. Individual name Blazing Lion King. Individual attribute Fire. Individual level Quasi-Overlord stage. Individual talent Quasi-Overlord stage. Individual skills Blaze Law Lion King Heaven Scorching Domain Ultimate Technique Heaven Reaching Blazing Sun Ancient Bloodline Swanee. Description: an extremely rare fire-type lion-like beast often found in volcanoes and other fire-rich areas. It is born with mastery over fire power and is a battle-type beast with outstanding combat capabilities. Ancient Bloodline. Xia Yue exclaimed, looking at the skill panel. Wait, I think I remember. Teacher Yao, Teacher Yan. I saw him before at the dojo. He even asked me about Bloodline Awakening. Xia Yue suddenly recalled where he had seen the man in black and quickly spoke up. He asked you about Bloodline Awakening. Li Feiyang asked, puzzled. Why would Golden Tree be asking about that? What kind of trouble are they stirring up? Yao Zhaohua frowned. Enough of that, let's move first. Yan Bing said seriously. The battle was about to erupt. The Blazing Lion King struck first, opening its maw to unleash a searing pillar of fire several meters in diameter aimed directly at Tao Yao and her Peach Blossom Spirit. The Peach Blossom Spirit floated lightly, waving its hands to create a barrier of countless pink petals that collided with the fire pillar, producing a sizzling sound. Yao Zhaohua and Yan Bing's beasts moved at the same time. The frost-tail swallow transformed into a streak of ice-blue light, diving straight for the Blazing Lion King's flank, its wing edges sharpening into icy blades. The ice armor lizard burrowed into the snow, then burst out from beneath the Blazing Lion King's feet, driving a heavy ice claw toward its belly. Do you not recognize the gap in strength? The man in black sneered. The Blazing Lion King's flames erupted, making it appear from a distance as if it were clad in a massive suit of fiery armor. The ice blades on the frost-tail swallow's wings melted instantly upon contact with the Blazing Lion King. The lion turned its head, spat a blazing fireball at incredible speed, and the frost-tail swallow, unable to dodge, had half its body scorched black. The ice armor lizard, which had burst out from the ground, was crushed back into the earth by the Blazing Lion King's heavy stomp, the terrifying force cracking the ground around it. The Peach Blossom Spirit's attack followed immediately. A massive pink beam of light surged toward the Blazing Lion King, which instantly conjured a huge flame shield before it. The collision of the two forces triggered a massive explosion, sending the frost-tail swallow flying. The Blazing Lion King's flame shield was shattered by the beam, but the beam's power was also greatly reduced, and it dealt little damage when it struck the lion's fiery armor. You two provide support from the side. We'll hold him off until reinforcements arrive, Tao Yao said to Yao Zhaohua and the others. Xiao Qi and those kids, just stay close to me. All right, Senior Tao Yao. The man in black seemed to have sensed Tao Yao's intention. The Blazing Lion King kept spewing scorching fire pillars, but each was blocked by the Peach Blossom Spirit. Xia Yue also took a quick scan of the Peach Blossom Spirit's panel. Individual name Peach Blossom Spirit. Individual attribute Grass Psychic. Individual level Late Cataclysm. Individual talent Cataclysm Stage. Individual skills Nature Law Psychic Law Flower Spirit King Peach Realm Domain Ultimate Technique Mirror Flower Water Moon. As expected, it's also a Cataclysm level Beast Tamer. No wonder it can go toe-to-toe with that Blazing Lion King. Xia Yue analyzed. What a nuisance. The man in black frowned as his attacks kept failing. Although fire had an advantage over the Peach Blossom Spirit's grass attribute, and the Blazing Lion King was even a tier higher, the spirit's psychic abilities were tricky, and for the moment the man in black could not gain the upper hand. The man in black pondered briefly, then commanded, Lion King, use that. Roar. At his command, the Blazing Lion King let out a mighty roar. Fire elements gathered around it, and the flaming armor on its body seemed to come alive, peeling off and rising upward like steam. The terrifying fire elemental energy converged above the Blazing Lion King, forming a massive fireball. The orb blazed brilliantly, fire elemental power rippling across its surface like a miniature sun. Let's see how you handle this. Blazing Lion King, heaven-reaching Blazing Sun. Roar. The lion's roar shook heaven and earth. The colossal fireball descended from the sky like a true sun falling. Before it even got close, Xia Yue and the others felt as if their bodies were being consumed by flames burning from within. Do you think you're the only one with an ultimate technique? Peach Blossom Spirit Mirror Flower Water Moon. Hua hua. The Peach Blossom Spirit's petals trembled, its branches rising as dense psychic energy gathered around it. Just as the heaven-reaching sun was about to fall, Xia Yue felt as if the space around them had been frozen. The Peach Blossom Spirit conjured a massive water mirror. The blazing sun plunged into it and vanished instantly. When time seemed to flow normally again, a terrifying explosion sounded from several kilometers away. Boom. In the distance, a massive iceberg collapsed. The tremendous explosion shook the entire northern plain, and the shockwaves swept toward them. Li Feiyang immediately had his Ice Wolf King erect a thick ice crystal shield around the group. The terrible heat spread, turning the entire snowfield into a steamy sauna, billowing white smoke. The dense vapor transformed the plain into a dreamlike realm. The ice crystal shield also melted under the heat, dripping water that boiled on the ground. Xia Yue collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. So this is the Cataclysm stage, truly worthy of its name. He couldn't help but mutter, staring at the apocalyptic scene in the distance. It's to be expected. After all, not many in all of Dongli have reached this level. And that blazing Lion King is already halfway into the Overlord stage. Xia Yue explained, picking himself up off the ground and dusting off his pants. The gap between a Monarch Stage beast and a Cataclysm Stage 1 is just too huge. Will it even help if the Celestial Kings come to reinforce us, eh? Xia Yue couldn't help asking. Who said I was waiting for the Celestial Kings? Tao Yao smirked victoriously. Aren't we waiting for the reinforcements from the Heavenly Kings? What do you mean? Just as Xia Yue's question fell, the sound of something tearing through the air echoed from afar. Xia Yue looked up and saw a massive ice luan sweeping in at incredible speed, upon which stood many familiar faces. That's Senior Nalan and Champion Lan. Xia Yue exclaimed excitedly, finally understanding what Tao Yao had been waiting for. It was the support of other champion beast tamers. The ice luan carried Nalan Shua and Lan Beiyue as they landed first. Lan Beiyue's Northern Sky Tiger let out a low roar, and invisible pressure spreading outward, contending with the Flame Lion King's domain of fire. Then several figures descended one after another. Li Qingshan Yunfeng and Xia Yue's father Xia Qingyun, the Northern Heavenly Kings, all gathered encircling the black-clad man. So it's the Scorching Sun, little brother of the Golden Tree. Lan Beiyue tapped her feather fan lightly, her voice cold and clear. The northern snowfields are not a place for you. Humph. The black-clad man snorted coldly, offering no further explanation. Junyang. Is that you? At that moment, Xia Qingyun stepped forward, asking in shock. It's you. Old Xia. Long time no see. Chen Junyang seemed to see a face that stirred nostalgia, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Dad knows this man. Xia Yue asked curiously. Chen Junyang, your father Lu Yuan and I. We were dorm mates in university. Yunfeng had somehow walked up beside Xia Yue and explained. All dorm mates, then why is his strength so much greater than yours? Xia Yue questioned, puzzled. His own father and Uncle Yun were both at the Heavenly King level, while Dr. Lu had abandoned the path of combat altogether. Yet Chen Junyang possessed peak champion strength, even with 1 foot into the next realm. That's a long story, Uncle Yun said awkwardly. Actually, back then he was the strongest among us. Old Chen was different from us. He came from a commoner background. He entered Imperial University as the top scorer in both practical and theoretical college entrance exams in Dongli. At first, due to the difference in status, he and Old Xia didn't get along well. But after spending time together, they found each other decent and became brothers. Then after graduation, I heard he faced setbacks everywhere. Old Xia, having run away from home, couldn't help much, and eventually we lost contact. The next time we saw him was on a wanted poster. In Dongli, there were few beast tamers with a Flame Lion King, especially one this powerful. It didn't take long to identify him. Your father believed he was partly responsible for Chen Junyang becoming what he is now, and he felt guilty to death. Yunfeng explained slowly. Wow, there's such a twisty story, Xia Yue remarked. Old Chen's talent was indeed the best among us. His Flame Lion King had already broken through to the Monarch level while he was still in school, and he was the only one in our year to graduate as a Heavenly King. Graduated as a Heavenly King. Xia Yue calculated roughly. Becoming a Heavenly King within 4 years. I should be able to do that too. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Xia Qingyun and Chen Junyang were talking across the distance. Junyang, come back. With your strength nearing that of a master beast tamer, Dongli will surely overlook the past and accept you. Even if the authorities won't take you back, I'll go beg my father. He will find a way. Xia Qingyun said sincerely. Old Xia, it's not like that. Do you think I was forced out of Dongli? No. I was a young Heavenly King. Who would dare force me out? I saw through the rotting decay of Dongli and became utterly disheartened. Chen Junyang removed his mask, speaking with grief and indignation. After I graduated, you have no idea how many people I saw who missed the path of a beast tamer because they couldn't afford their first beast. How many people without connections were sidelined and exploited. The noble families of Dongli sit high above, aloof from mortal concerns. 3 pillars, 6 guardians. You named yourselves that, didn't you? Chen Junyang said bitterly. But isn't everything slowly getting better now? Now everyone can receive their own starter beasts. The situation you described will never happen again. Xia Qingyun replied. Yes. Precisely because of our Golden Tree's existence, the external threats keep Dongli on edge. Peace will destroy a country. Just like you now. So many years have passed, and you're still stuck at the Heavenly King level. Chen Junyang said in a deep voice. A serious illness requires strong medicine. I will reshuffle Dongli with absolute power. Create a beast-taming nation where everyone is equal. Don't worry, Old Xia. I know what kind of person you are. The Xia family. I'll spare it. After saying this, Chen Junyang put his mask back on and stopped responding to Xia Qingyun. Hey, Junyang, it shouldn't be like this. Xia Qingyun raised his hand, but didn't know what else to say. Heavenly King Xia, those who follow different paths cannot work together. There's no need to persuade him further. Nalan Shua advised. Chen Junyang glanced around, his expression unreadable, and simply patted the Flame Lion King's neck. Old partner, it looks like we'll have to stretch our legs today. Roar. With the Flame Lion King's roar, the battle erupted instantly. The Ice Lawn cried out, shooting a rain of extreme cold rays toward the Flame Lion King. The Northern Sky Tiger turned into a white blur, lunging at the opponent's flank. The Peach Blossom Spirit trembled wildly, sending countless pink energy waves toward the Flame Lion King. The beasts of the Heavenly Kings attacked simultaneously. Ice blades from the Frost Tail, Swallow heavy slams from the Ice Armor Lizard, Frost Rain from the Frost Golem. A barrage of skills filled the sky. The Flame Lion King roared, its flames surging outward, forming a massive ring of fire that incinerated most of the ranged attacks. It moved swiftly, enduring the Northern Sky Tiger's pounce, swatting it back with a claw, then retaliating with a scorching pillar of fire aimed at the Ice Lawn in the sky. Nalan Shuo frowned slightly. Ice Lawn Crystal Mirror Reflection. A smooth ice mirror formed before the Ice Lawn, deflecting the fire pillar to the side, blasting a charred, deep crater into the snow. But the Flame Lion King's onslaught was relentless. Flame Claw's sky-scorching domain. It held its ground against multiple Heavenly Kings and a champion, and even its occasional counterattacks forced the group into a fluster. This guy is tougher than expected. Li Qingshan, commanding the Frost Golem, wore a grim expression. The late Calamity Tier Flame Lion King, under Chen Junyang's command, pushed the ferocity and agility of fire-type beasts to their limits. We can't give it a breather. Lan Beiyue's eyes sharpened. Northern Sky Tiger Mystic Ice Domain, restrict its movement. The Northern Sky Tiger slammed its paws on the ground, and ice spread rapidly along the earth, surrounding the Flame Lion King, with ancient mysterious rune-carved frost that radiated terrifying cold. Seeing this, Nalan Shuo immediately ordered the Ice Lawn to cooperate, unleashing a barrage of ice element attacks, as if with endless energy raining down upon the Flame Lion King. Tao Yao also commanded the Peach Blossom Spirit, sending countless vines sprouting from the ground to bind the Flame Lion King's limbs. Chen Junyang finally showed signs of straying. Under the multi-pronged assault, the Flame Lion King's flame armor flickered, and its body bore several frost and laceration wounds. It let out a pained roar, its movements evidently slowing. Are we going to win? Xia Yue, watching from afar, felt a momentary relief. When everyone was convinced victory was within their grasp, Chen Junyang suddenly let out a low chuckle. I'd rather not have used this move. After all, I only just mastered it, and it's still not very stable. He closed his eyes, and a strange spiritual fluctuation spread outward. The Flame Lion King, whose mind was synchronized with his, suddenly erupted with a piercing golden light in its eyes. Ancient bloodline. Manifest once more in this world. He suddenly bit his fingertip, flicking a drop of blood toward the Flame Lion King, while chanting obscure syllables from his lips. The drop of blood transformed into an intricate golden rune midair, sinking into the Flame Lion King's forehead. The Flame Lion King reared back and unleashed a deafening roar. Not a lion's howl, but a far more ancient and majestic bellow. The flames encircling its body shifted from crimson to dark gold, as its frame swelled violently within the inferno. Complex ancient patterns emerged across its forehead, and its mane flowed like molten lava. In the blink of an eye, the Flame Lion King had transformed into a monstrous beast bearing a single horn, armored in dark golden scales, treading upon flames. Individual name, Flame Swanee. Individual attribute, Fire Element. Individual level, Early Dominance Phase. Individual talent, Dominance Phase. This is a bloodline awakening. Yao Xiaohua cried out in shock. He actually mastered it already. The paper was only published a few days ago. Tao Yao couldn't help but express her astonishment. It really is a bloodline awakening. Xia Yue said in disbelief. He had suspected this earlier, and now the overwhelming aura of the dominance phase confirmed his theory. The terrifying pressure of the dominance phase descended with tremendous force. Its power far surpassing the disaster phase hit, like a tangible tsunami, instantly evaporating and flattening the surrounding ice and snow. The closest Northern Sky Tiger was thrown backward by the shockwave, while the Ice Lawn was forced to rapidly ascend. Dominance phase. How is this possible? Nalan Shuo's expression turned grave. Lan Beiyue's feather fan froze mid-air, her gaze filled with deep seriousness. Ancient bloodline awakening can actually temporarily transcend an entire major realm. I've been stuck at the disaster phase for several years now. I should thank student Xia Yue for this opportunity to advance further. Chen Junyang smiled. No one could have anticipated that the first successful application of the bloodline awakening discovered by Xia Yue would belong to a member of the Golden Tree. The terrifying power from ancient times was overwhelmingly domineering, and its fearsome aura caused the space around the Swanee to begin warping. The Flame Lion King, now transformed into the Swanee, merely took a single step, and the ground quaked violently, as scorching geothermal fire erupted from fissures. Opening its maw, it released pillars of dark golden flame that twisted and divided like living creatures, striking multiple Heavenly Kings simultaneously. Watch out! The ice crystal shield summoned by the Ice Lawn melted rapidly under the dark golden flames. The Northern Sky Tiger barely evaded the main pillar, but was grazed by the shockwave, leaving half its body charred. The other Heavenly King's beasts facing such a vast power gap were instantly crippled by mere glancing blows, stripped of any ability to fight further. The tide of battle reversed in an instant. The Swanee completely dominated. Each of its attacks carried the devastating force capable of boiling seas and leveling mountains. The three champions could only barely parry and dodge, entirely defenseless, as terrifying combat shockwaves continuously battered the surrounding snowfield. "I'm sorry, everyone, I never expected this either," Xia Yue said with a bitter smile, watching the one-sided battle. "This isn't your fault. We simply didn't anticipate the enemy would be this powerful." Li Qingshan offered comfort. "Drag it out. Bloodline awakenings have time limits. He won't be able to sustain this long." Lan Beiyue analyzed calmly. "You're right. Bloodline awakenings do have time constraints, but when did I say I came to fight you?" Chen Junyang said teasingly. "Swanee, crush the ground." "Oh no, what is he doing? Hurry and stop him." The Swanee planted its 4 fiery paws and became a dark golden streak, slamming down onto the ground with terrifying force. The devastating flame power instantly spread outward, turning the snow-covered ground into charred wasteland. The intense heat vaporized the snow, instantly sending thick clouds of steam spiraling upward. Again, the Swanee's massive flaming claws crashed down onto the ground, triggering a world-shaking explosion. Energy storms swept outward, and the snowfield beneath, already melting from the intense heat, finally could not withstand it. Crack, rumble. A horrifying sound of shearing ice echoed from deep below. Then the ice layer and snow beneath everyone's feet began to collapse and crumble in massive sections. "The snowfield has collapsed," someone screamed. Xia Yue felt the ground give way beneath him, plummeting downward with the falling ice and snow. He managed to clutch little Ian to his chest, catching sight of Tao Yaoqi, Xia Yue, and the others falling alongside him. Above, Nalan Shua, Lan Beiyue, and the others who were locked in fierce combat were also thrown off balance by the sudden collapse, each scrambling to steady themselves or attempt rescues. Beneath the collapsing snowfield lay not solid permafrost or bedrock, but a massive bronze door radiating an ancient presence. The door was carved with flora and fauna, birds and beasts, fish and insects, earth and fire, water and wind, sun and moon, stars and constellations. Cold air spilled from the entrance, laced with an indescribable trace of extraordinary energy. "It's actually a secret realm entrance." Lan Beiyue's voice carried faintly through the howling wind and collapsing snow. "So it truly is an emperor's tomb. The witch's intelligence is remarkably accurate," Chen Junyang observed calmly. "There's such a massive secret realm hidden beneath the snowfield." Yun Feng exclaimed in shock. "No. Perhaps we had the causality backwards. This secret realm may have existed before the snowfield." Nalan Shua's ice luan moved swiftly, catching all the beast tamers who lacked flight capabilities. "So the secret realm came first, and because of its influence the snowfield formed later. That makes perfect sense." Xia Yue pondered. "Was the Golden Tree's objective this secret realm all along? Though I suspect entry requires some kind of key." Lan Beiyue noted the unusual bronze lock on the door calmly. "Bronze door. Key. Wait. Could it be?" Xia Yue suddenly realized. The witch mentioned the key would arrive today. I wonder what she meant. Chen Junyang mused, looking down. As Chen Junyang was still pondering the witch's riddle, an ancient bronze compass broke free from him, flying uncontrollably toward the bronze door. "What's happening?" Chen Junyang watched the single piece of take flight, confusion etched on his face. "Oh no." Xia Yue suddenly felt the compass in his system bag rising uncontrollably, then emitting a strange glow. "This." Xia Yue paused briefly, but released the compass from his system bag. Xia Yue's missing piece of the compass flew toward Chen Junyang's compass, snapping together perfectly, then heading for the gap in the bronze door. As the bronze compass and bronze door were embedded, the heavy bronze gate slowly slid open, emitting a low humming roar, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart. From the gap surged an indescribable grayish emptiness. It spread rapidly like a greedy maw, instantly swallowing everything before the gate. Not only Xia Yue and the assembled heavenly kings and champions, but even the nearest cities of Huaining and Zhejiang. Most of the northern territory was enveloped. Vision was completely stripped away. Xia Yue could not sense up or down, left or right. His body felt weightless, yet without the sensation of falling, as if floating in some viscous medium. His ears were filled with a cacophony of chaotic shrieks, cries, the roars of summoned beasts, and a grander, more ancient echo that seemed to come from the depths of time itself. Like a drowning man, Xia Yue thrashed his arms around him, grasping at nothing. The process seemed to last only an instant, yet felt like an eternity. A tremor beneath his feet, and the sensation of weightlessness vanished abruptly. Xia Yue stumbled, found solid ground, and as the surrounding darkness dissipated, he swiftly looked around. Before him stretched an immense, boundless wasteland. The sky was a gloomy leaden gray, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. Only distant, murky, blood-red streams flowed like veins across the horizon. The earth was cracked and scorched, barren of any vegetation. The air was thick with dust and a strange smell, a mixture of rust and stale spices. The others are all gone, separate teleportation. Xia Yue took a deep breath and summoned Xiaoyan, Xiaogu, and Xiaodan. "Oh, Xiaogu, Xiaodan, everyone, we are now in a secret realm, very dangerous." What we must do is survive, Xia Yue said to his summoned beasts. Oh. Xiao Yun's emotions were off. Following Xiao Yun's gaze, Xia Yue saw a shocking sight that was hard to accept. It was a vast, sprawling palace complex that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Vermilion walls, gilded roofs, white marble steps layering endlessly to the horizon. Its layout and structure bore a striking resemblance to the imperial palace described in ancient texts, yet it was grander, more desolate, and covered in a bronze luster that was neither metal nor stone, as if a bronze imperial city frozen in time. Is this an imperial palace? Xia Yue exclaimed in shock. How can there be an imperial palace inside a secret realm? He was utterly puzzled, but this was the only structure in sight. Xia Yue shook his head slightly at the boundless desolation. I have no choice but to head over there. He put Xiaogu and Xiaodan back into the spirit pet space, mounted Xiaoyin, and headed toward the palace. The scorched earth was as hard as iron, and only a dull rustling sound accompanied his steps. Apart from Xiaoyin's footsteps and the occasional low call of wild beasts, the surroundings were dead silent. Not even a breeze passed by. Not far trouble arrived. Something is underground. Xiaoyin suddenly stopped and warned. Xiaoyin immediately summoned Xiaogu and Xiaodan. Almost at the same time, the scorched ground in front of Xia Yue burst open. Several dark shadows shot out from the ground astonishingly fast and lunged straight at Xia Yue. They were monsters resembling giant beetles covered in dark bronze-like carapaces. Their compound eyes glowed with bloodthirsty crimson, and their mandibles opened and closed with a grating metallic sound. Their aura was extremely fierce, and each individual strength was above the resonant stage. The leading ones even exuded the energy fluctuations of the spirit communication stage. Unfamiliar beasts. Are they ancient mechanical constructs? Or a secret realm endemic species? Xia Yue's pupils contracted slightly, and the system scanned instantly. Individual name: bronze corpse, puppet beetle. Individual attribute: metal poison. Individual level: early spirit communication. Individual talent: transcendent stage. Individual skills: dig, bronze carapace, golden peak, breath, copper green ray, corpse, toxin, poison barrier, poison explosion. Description: corpse beetles mutated by the contamination of ancient tomb aura, feeding on metal and energy, extremely aggressive. Xiaoyin ice element control, area suppression. Xia Yue reacted quickly. Xiaoyin let out a long howl. A burst of deep blue light erupted, and it slammed its front paws onto the ground. An arctic cold wave surged forward in a fan shape, freezing the scorched earth instantly with thick ice. The leading bronze corpse puppet beetles stiffened, their carapaces covered in frost. Xiaotan black flame, erosion. Besides Xia Yue, black-red flames shot out like phantoms, detonating corrosive dark fires among the swarm. Xiaogu give them buffs. Though the strongest beetle was at early spirit communication, its strength was not great. The corpse toxin it released was utterly ineffective against Xiaogu. The battle ended quickly, leaving behind a scattering of broken bronze carapaces and beetle carcasses that rapidly dissolved into black smoke. Even roadside wild monsters are this strong. Xia Yue glanced at the dissipating traces and said calmly, the closer we get to that building, the more and stronger these things will likely become. No, I need to power up first. Xia Yue immediately decided to strengthen himself. He sat cross-legged on the spot and opened the system chessboard interface. Xiaoyin, Xiaogu, Xiaodan. Let's upgrade first before moving on. I was planning to save up the hex deck to pick together, but if I keep delaying I might never get to choose. Xia Yue glanced at his system backpack, which still had 2 colored hex deck to select. I'll pick 2 combat hex deck. Xia Yue thought to himself and used the hex deck directly. 1 red buff, 2 blue buff, obtain 1 red buff, 1 blue buff, and 1 pet star upgrade token. Pandora's equipment 3. At the start of each day, the pet equipment in your backpack will randomly change. Obtain 1 random radiant level pet equipment. Spatula kitchen, obtain 1 random emblem. After 3 days, obtain 1 golden spatula crown. Double buffs are okay, but clearly not as good as the radiant equipment from Pandora. As for spatula kitchen, I don't need emblems now, and I can't use the crown yet. After thinking it over, Xia Yue selected the Pandora's equipment hex deck. With a ding, a radiant equipment appeared in his system backpack. Celestial Edge provides 75 critical strike chance and 75 attack damage bonus. If every point of critical strike chance above 100 is converted into 1 critical strike damage. Wow, it's actually a Radiant Infinity Edge. Xia Yue couldn't help exclaiming. This is perfect for Xiaoyin. Xia Yue immediately equipped it on Xiaoyin, but found that the equipment slots were full. I almost forgot I can only equip 2 items now. Xia Yue thought for a moment. Xiaoyin, you'll have to stay in your normal size for now. The goal is to boost combat power and survive. Xia Yue removed the linked gloves and equipped the Celestial Edge on Xiaoyin. After arranging his equipment, Xia Yue began selecting his second hex energy unrestriction. Obtain 1 Zeke sledgehammer, 1 pullstone glove, and 1 needlessly large rod. Maximum scale, your beast space reaches maximum level 7, granting you 1 golden pot crown and 500 gold coins. Treasured Hoard 3. Receive 1 random basic beast equipment at the start of each of the next 6 days. Energy Unrestriction and Treasured Hoard are both equipment type hexes that can boost immediate combat power. However, Treasured Hoard provides 1 more piece of equipment. The latter is certainly the better choice. Maximum scale is way too scammy. I'll skip it directly. Xia Yue refreshed maximum scale. The ancient stone steel's inscription vanished into thin air, and new text immediately appeared. Golden egg. Obtain one large golden egg requiring 11 battles to hatch, providing abundant loot during hatching. Winning a battle accelerates the hatching countdown by 1 extra turn. Oh, come on. Then what's there to hesitate about? Xia Yue immediately selected the golden egg. Upon his choice, a massive golden egg appeared instantly on the system chessboard. Its surface smooth and lustrous, utterly flawless. The number 11 shimmered on the egg's surface. Alright, next up, finding someone to fight. Xia Yue rubbed his hands together, buzzing with excitement. Xia Yue continued toward the palace. The closer he drew, the more frequent the attacks became. Besides bronze puppet worms constantly emerging from the ground, many unrecorded beasts not found in the beast compendium also appeared. The strongest among them was a puppet giant encountered beside a dune. Its body assembled from rocks and metal fragments, reaching the late stage of spiritual awakening. It took Xia Yue a grueling battle to barely emerge victorious. Xia Yue steadily closed the distance toward his objective through continuous combat, and travel, soon arriving at the edge of a cliff with the sprawling palace complex stretching beneath. The palaces lay within a basin-like depression, the terrain low and sunken, with a massive rift valley opening to the south like a natural gateway. Unfortunately for Xia Yue, he was positioned roughly southwest, likely over 1,000 meters above the ground. How am I supposed to get down from here? Damn it, I'll definitely contract a flying beast later. Xia Yue grumbled. Just as Xia Yue stood at a loss, preparing to take a long detour down through the rift valley, a sound of tearing wind echoed from the sky nearby. Who's there? Xia Yue glanced toward the sound, seeing a pitch-black hawk dragon swooping toward him in an ambush. Individual named Blackwing Demon Eagle. Attribute: Dark Level Spiritual Awakening. Early Stage Talent: Sovereign Stage Skills: Sky, Pierce, Eagle Soul, Dark, Fluctuation, Black, Rending Claw, Dark, Erosion, Shadow Breath, Shadow Ambush. Brief: a Blackwing Demon Eagle mutated by the aura of ancient tombs, hunting indiscriminately across the wasteland with extreme aggression. Talk about wishing upon a star. Xia Yue grinned at the wild mount before him. Little Silver, take it down. Xia Yue gave the command instantly. Little Silver condensed a razor-sharp ice spear before him and thrust it fiercely at the Blackwing Demon Eagle. The ice spear tore through the air, screaming as it flew straight toward the eagle's chest. The Demon Eagle reacted with incredible speed, rolling sharply sideways. The ice spear grazed its wing feathers, sending a shower of black plumage spiraling into the wind. It let out an angry shriek, flapped its wings, and several daggers formed from shadow slammed down upon Xia Yue's position. Little Silver Ice Crystal Shield. Little Carbon Black Flame Interference. Xia Yue didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. Little Silver's ice shield blocked most of the shadow blades, while Little Carbon transformed into a drifting mass of black flame, darting around the Demon Eagle and forcing it to split its attention, dodging. That brief opening was all they needed. Little Silver now? Ice Aurora Beam, bring it down. The crown atop the Ice Wolf King blazed with brilliant blue light, and a concentrated beam of ice blue energy shot forth, more than double the speed of the earlier ice spear. The Demon Eagle had just swatted away a clump of black flame and couldn't dodge in time. The beam struck its left wing root with pinpoint accuracy, and extreme cold spread instantly, encasing the entire wing in thick ice, rendering it stiff and immobile. It let out a mournful cry, lost its balance, and spiraled downward toward the ground. After it, Xia Yue mounted Little Silver and raced across the flat wasteland. With its wounded wing, the Demon Eagle's flight speed dropped drastically, and Xia Yue quickly closed the distance. Exhausted, the Demon Eagle crashed heavily onto a patch of relatively soft sandy soil, struggling to rise. Xia Yue had already arrived, and Little Silver's claws pressed down upon its head, icy cold penetrating its body. Fierce, killing intent still burned in the Demon Eagle's crimson eyes. It still wanted to resist. Behave yourself. Xia Yue patted its cold beak. Give us a ride, or I'll freeze your other wing too. I'll let you go once we arrive. Whether it understood the threat or was intimidated by the increasingly potent aura radiating from Little Silver, the Demon Eagle's struggles gradually subsided, a reluctant growl rumbling in its throat. Smart choice. Xia Yue nodded, then retrieved healing salve from his system space and began treating the Demon Eagle's wounds. The salve worked wonders, and within half an hour the eagle's injuries had nearly fully healed. Let's go, just fly down to the cliff base. Xia Yue swung himself onto the Demon Eagle's back and ordered Little Silver and the others to return to the beast space to rest. The Demon Eagle staggered to its feet, let out a cry, and spread its enormous wings, diving toward the vast palace complex below. Woo! Flying is absolutely awesome. Wind roared past his ears, Xia Yue's clothes flapping wildly. The closer they drew, the more he felt the majestic yet deathly silence of that bronze palace complex. No guards, no banners. Only endless rows of silent structures stretching under a leaden gray sky. The Demon Eagle seemed unable to approach the palaces themselves, finally landing at the edge of a dead forest outside the palace perimeter, its trees seeming forged from bronze. The moment Xia Yue dismounted, it fluttered its wings repeatedly and cried out insistently. Still greedy. Xia Yue shook his head and smiled, then pulled out plenty of delicious treats from his system space for it. Cry. Cry. The demon eagle seemed grateful, as if saying, "Come find me next time you have such treats." Before he could respond, it eagerly took off, wobbling unsteadily into the dim horizon. Moat forest. Xia Yue studied the eerie woods before him. The trees had long perished, their trunks twisted and stained an ashen bronze hue hard as metal. The air hung heavy with rust and decay. Xia Yue steeled himself, released his beasts, and sent Little Silver to scout ahead while he followed carefully behind. The forest was dense and dimly lit. After following Little Silver for perhaps 10 minutes, faint sounds of combat and suppressed shouts drifted from ahead. Xia Yue immediately signaled Xiaoyin to tread lightly, creeping over without a sound. Pushing aside a clump of bronze withered vines, he saw a small clearing in the woods where a battle was taking place. On one side stood two figures in black, tight-fitting clothes with golden tree-shaped patterns embroidered on their cuffs, while on the other side was a middle-aged woman dressed in common northern frontier attire. Several spirit beasts were locked in combat, and one of them had already fallen into a pool of blood. "Ah, who are you? You've wounded my spirit beast. I'll make you pay," the middle-aged woman roared furiously. "Humph, what an idiot, stumbling upon us of the golden tree and still foolishly charging in." A tall, thin man with a low voice sneered. "Haha, the people of Dongli have grown too comfortable. They've probably never seen blood in their lives." The man's accomplice mocked. "The residents of the northern frontier have been pulled into the secret realm, too, huh?" Xia Yue observed from the side, quickly piecing together the information. They seemed to be fighting over a piece of amber crystal half buried in the dirt at the center of the clearing, its surface covered in runes. A frost-striped snake lay on the ground, apparently incapacitated. The remaining spirit beasts were still locked in a frenzy. An ice flame wolf at the initial spiritual communication stage was entangled with a shadow panther of the intermediate spiritual communication stage, while the two golden tree members watched and laughed on the sidelines. "Damn it, that amber is mine," the middle-aged woman snarled, a bloody scratch on her face. "Any, did you get brain-addled from too much schooling?" "In a secret realm, might makes right," the tall, thin man laughed. Seeing that the ice flame wolf was about to collapse from exhaustion, Xia Yue knew he couldn't wait any longer. He sprang out from the grass. "How dare you, golden tree, bully a resident of the northern frontier?" Xia Yue declared with righteous indignation. "Xiaoyin, take them down." "Oh, whoa." Xiaoyin shot out from its hiding place like a silver bolt of lightning, heading straight for the shadow panther. "Who's there?" "A third party." Both sides were startled. The tall, thin man hastily tried to recall the shadow panther for protection, but Xiaoyin was too fast. The icy claw carrying a biting wind pressure was already upon it. Boom. The shadow panther, already exhausted from its prolonged struggle with the ice flame wolf, was sent flying by the claw strike. It slammed into a bronze tree trunk with a muffled groan and temporarily lost its combat ability. "What a—" The other golden tree member was shocked and immediately ordered his black blood centipede to assist. Black blood centipede blood poison spray. Xiaotan black flame erosion. Burn them all. Xia Yue commanded instantly. Xiaotan gathered flames in its hands, unleashing a torrent of black fire that engulfed the black blood centipede in an instant. The black blood centipede writhed in agony on the ground, trying to extinguish the black flames. "It's useless. The black fire cannot be put out," Xia Yue said calmly. "Xiaoyin, finish it." "Oh, whoa." Xiaoyin condensed its icy claws and shattered the black blood centipede with a single strike. Then it turned and sprayed freezing breath at the two golden tree members, encasing half their bodies in ice. "Done." Xia Yue smiled, picking up the rune-covered amber crystal from the ground. Item name: Millennium Amber, Northern Frontier Frostwolf Blood. Item, grade 9th grade. Description: the blood of a 9th grade Northern Frontier Frostwolf miraculously preserved within the amber. "What? 9th grade Northern Frontier Frostwolf blood?" Xia Yue exclaimed in delight. Who would have thought such a treasure lay hidden in a secret realm, not even in the core area? "Well, I'll give it to Xiaoyin later. Its strength is about to soar." Xia Yue thought. Just as he was about to put the amber away, a middle-aged woman's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Hey young man, you must be a beast tamer from the Northern Frontier, right? Why didn't you come sooner? Didn't you see one of my spirit beasts gravely injured? Also, that amber was discovered by me first. Thanks for the rescue, but give it back now," the middle-aged woman said aggressively. "What?" Xia Yue thought he was hallucinating for a moment. He froze before processing what she had said. "You mean I saved you, and you're blaming me for being late? And you want me to hand over my spoils of war?" Xia Yue asked incredulously. "What do you mean, your spoils? I found it first. And don't you dare leave. You have to protect me until I get out of this secret realm." The middle-aged woman said it as if it were her due. "Are you serious?" Xia Yue had always thought such stories were exaggerated until he experienced it himself. "What are you gaping at? Hand it over now." The woman grew impatient when Xia Yue didn't react, reaching out to snatch the amber. I can't take this anymore." "Xiaoyin." "Oh, whoa." Xiaoyin understood Xia Yue's intent, instantly spitting out an icicle that froze the middle-aged woman into a block of ice. The ice flame wolf beside her immediately charged at Xia Yue, only to be frozen into an ice sculpture by Xiaoyin as well. "These days, you really meet all kinds of people." Xia Yue sighed, looking at the woman's contorted face. "Not worth killing. You'll have to rely on fate." "Well done, little brother." Yeah, we've been itching to see that woman get what she deserves," laughed one of the golden tree members, half of his body frozen. "Shut up. You're no better, Xia Yue snapped. After dealing with the middle-aged woman, he approached the Golden Tree members. Spill it. What is the Golden Tree's purpose in opening this secret realm? Little brother, we're just small fries. We don't know a thing. Yeah, we're just following orders from the big shots. We had no choice. I've got a 70-year-old mother and a 7-year-old kid. Please, little brother, let us go. Yeah, we were forced into this. I only joined the Golden Tree recently. The two Golden Tree members began pleading with Xia Yue. What, you think you can fool me just because I'm a kid, eh? Xia Yue said menacingly. No, little brother, we're telling the truth. Yeah. Fine, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Xiaotan, Xiaogu barbecue time. Tan. Gu. Soon Xiaogu created vines that bound the two men and hoisted them onto a makeshift grill. Xiaodan ignited black flames beneath them. Holy crap, little brother, don't. We really don't know anything. Yeah, we're truly newcomers. Seeing that even being roasted over the fire didn't get them to talk, Xia Yue began to suspect they might genuinely be in the dark. But he still put on a fierce face. Perfect timing. I haven't had a good meal in ages. Xia Yue licked his lips as he spoke. Don't eat me. I'll tell you everything, I'll confess everything. Yes. Golden Tree and his companion watched as Xia Yue ignited the flames, their courage shattered by his menacing expression. Their faces turned pale and an unidentifiable liquid dripped into the fire. We were sent on orders from Lord Jiaoyang. This secret realm is the tomb of a great figure from the northern region containing his inheritance. We are here to assist Lord Jiaoyang in obtaining it. Under Xia Yue's coercion, Golden Tree and the other immediately confessed. A great figure. Inheritance. I wonder which great figure's inheritance could draw a beast master of Jiaoyang's caliber. Xia Yue stroked his chin deep in thought. Never mind. There's no point dwelling on this. Let's see if we can intercept the inheritance before Jiaoyang. After all, in terms of talent, I'm no inferior to him. After a moment's deliberation, Xia Yue decided. As for you two, brother, we're truly good people. I've never even killed a chicken. Yes. The two wailed and sniffled, desperately selling their pitiful plight. Very well, then I won't kill you. However, punishment is inevitable. Little Ian. Whoa. Little Ian spat forth an ice shard, preparing to freeze the two into ice sculptures. Rest assured, being frozen won't kill you. Wait for me. Once I've eliminated Golden Tree, I'll come to thaw you. By then you likely won't be capable of evil deeds. Xia Yue said with a smile. Please don't, brother. Before they could finish their words, both were frozen into ice sculptures. Much quieter now. Xia Yue took a deep breath. Everyone, let's continue, Xia Yue said after tidying up the battlefield. Squeak. Just as Xia Yue was about to leave, a weak voice came from nearby. Still alive. Xia Yue looked toward the sound. It was that frost-marked snake. Sigh. Never mind, saving a snake's life is like building a temple. He sighed and proceeded to heal the frost-marked snake. Xia Yue's healing ointment proved highly effective, and the frost-marked snake soon regained its mobility. However, what surprised Xia Yue was that the snake made no attempt to rescue its owner. It merely cast a distant glance at its owner, then flicked its tongue twice towards Xia Yue, as if expressing gratitude before departing in another direction. This isn't too bad either. Xia Yue traversed the moat forest, encountering numerous wild secret realm beasts along the way, species unseen beyond these lands. Combining the available information, Xia Yue guessed that these beasts were not unique species of the secret realm, but rather ancient beastmaster lineages. The beasts here carried a primal wild nature, lacking attributes or traits strongly tied to the secret realm. Many even shared characteristics with certain beasts from the outside world. Xia Yue believed these beasts were likely ancient species that had gone extinct in the outside world, or perhaps unique subspecies born from prolonged geographical isolation. I wonder if these subspecies have reproductive isolation from the beasts outside. While lost in such random thoughts, Xia Yue reached the end of the moat forest. Xia Yue looked up and saw a massive vermilion city wall blocking their path. Going around to the exit would be troublesome. Little Ian. After a moment's thought, he decided to breach the wall. Whoa. Ice elements gathered around Little Ian, launching countless attacks toward the city wall. What material is this made of? It simply cannot be broken. Xia Yue said, helplessly watching Little Ian, Xiao Gu, and the others panting from exhaustion. Xia Yue even attempted to scale the wall, but after struggling to reach the top, he discovered an airwall barrier enveloping the entire mausoleum. It seems there's no shortcut. We must go around to the entrance. Xia Yue patted the dust off himself, resigned. He walked alongside the towering vermilion wall that stretched endlessly upward. The wall was impenetrable. No weeds grew in the brick crevices, and its surface was ice-cold and hard, like touching iron frozen for 1,000 years. He walked for what felt like half a day, the silence unnerving, with only his own footsteps and those of Little Ian echoing through the deathly still air. Occasionally scattered debris appeared at the base of the wall, rusted weapons reduced to mere outlines, shattered pottery jars, and unidentifiable bone fragments that stirred into clouds of dust whenever the wind blew. How many years has this place been buried? Xia Yue kicked away a bronze fragment half embedded in the soil, a chill creeping through him. Theoretically speaking, more than half of the northern region has been pulled in. Why haven't I seen anyone on the way? Even if ordinary residents couldn't reach it, those Tianwang should be able to come quickly. Teacher, Yao Senior Nalan. They should arrive within minutes on their flying beasts. That is a possibility. After all, they are official Tianwang, so rescuing people as their primary objective is only natural. Xia Yue analyzed the situation. After walking for an unknown duration, he finally reached the corner of the wall. Xia Yue rounded the corner, and the view suddenly opened up. The wall had a gap ahead resembling a collapsed ruin. Beyond it, tiered palace rooftops in deep bronze hues pressed silently toward the horizon beneath the leaden sky. Little Een, it's just ahead. Xia Yue exclaimed excitedly. Oh whoa! Little Een quickened its pace, soon reaching the main entrance of the mausoleum. Above the main entrance hung a massive ancient wooden plaque with two bold characters embroidered in a dragon soaring phoenix dancing style. Meridian Gate. What does that mean? Xia Yue scratched his head in confusion. The bronze doors of the mausoleum had already rusted with verdigris spreading across the lock area. At each side of the entrance stood bronze-armored guards at least 2 heads taller than Xia Yue, clad in ancient heavy bronze armor, with face masks covering their visages, long halberds held with tips angled downwards, standing as motionless as nails. Though dust covered the armor, a faint dark light pulsed within the gaps between plates resembling molten copper that had not yet fully cooled. Xia Yue halted, squinting to examine them closely. Guards, he murmured. Or are they statues? Little Een emitted a low growl from its throat, its front paws nervously scratching the ground. Little Tan stood before Xia Yue, black flames flickering slightly, while Xiao Gu's mycelium crept out, covertly pointing toward the armored figures. Xia Yue didn't rashly approach. He scanned left and right. The ground held nothing but dust and broken stones with no footprints or other traces visible. Am I the first to arrive? He felt uncertain. Golden Tree's lackeys had claimed they were also seeking the entrance, but the scene gave no impression of recent visitors. He bent down, picked up a fist-sized stone weighted in his hand, and threw it toward the foremost bronze guard. The stone traced an arc through the air and thudded against the armored guard's chest. The sound was muffled, carrying far across the desolate breach. The guard did not stir. Xia Yue waited a few seconds, then threw another stone. Still no response. A lifeless construct, he muttered, carefully advancing a few steps. As the distance closed, he could make out the details on the guard's armor. Cloud and thunder patterns carved into the bronze, some sections already flaking away from rust to reveal the dark inner lining beneath. Their stance was bizarre. Unlike ordinary sentries that stood tall and proud, these guards hunched slightly forward, their halberds planted in the ground as if awaiting something. I've got it. System scan. A flash of inspiration struck Xia Yue. Name: Bronze Armored Guard. Attributes: Metal Affinity, Undead Affinity. Level: Spiritual Awakening. Initial stage. Talent: Transcendent Phase. Skills: Halberd Strike, Meteor Thrust, Wind Cleaving, Sweep, Bronze Armor, Death, Aura, Death Wave, Soul Tremor, Strike, Twin Resonance. Description: Armored guards resurrected through the corrupting breath of an ancient tomb, wielding both the terrifying physical power of their living days and the supernatural force of undeath. They're actually alive. As Xia Yue prepared to retreat, disaster struck suddenly. From where the guards' eye sockets should be 2 points of scarlet light blazed forth. 2 guards' 4 eyes all ignited at once. Kaka. A teeth-grinding metallic screech issued from within their bodies as though rusted gears were being forcibly twisted. Dust coating their bodies fell in showers. Xia Yue's heart tightened, and he instantly leaped backward. Retreat. Xiao Yin reacted with extraordinary speed, deploying an ice crystal shield before Xia Yue in an instant. Xiaotan transformed into a streak of black flame, positioning itself between Xia Yue and the armored guards. The 2 bronze guards, movements stiff but perfectly synchronized, slowly raised their halberds from the ground, holding them level, tips aimed directly at Xia Yue. Though their joints emitted piercing scraping sounds as they moved, their speed was far from sluggish. Both guards stepped forward simultaneously. Their bronze war boots struck the ground with a heavy thud, and their halberds carrying the rush of split wind struck in a crossing pattern. One from the left, one from the right. Xiao Yin rapid freeze ice cone. Xiaotan, burn them. Xia Yue shouted urgently while rolling to his side. The ice cone slammed into the left guard's breastplate, exploding into a spray of frost, but only staggered its movement. The right guard's halberd whistled past Xia Yue's back, the wind from its blade scraping his skin raw. Xiaotan's black flames latched onto the right guard, burning the bronze with a sizzling sound and sending up green smoke. The guard's movements clearly hesitated. It works. Xia Yue's eyes lit up. These things are indeed vulnerable to fire. Xiaotan, keep going. The 2 guards closed in. They fought without technique, relying only on the simplest strikes, thrusts, and sweeps, but each move carried tremendous force. Xia Yue knew that landing a single hit would be fatal. Xia Yue was forced to keep retreating, narrowly avoiding the halberd tips multiple times. Xiao Yin's ice abilities had limited effect. The bronze armor was too thick, and any ice layer that formed shattered almost instantly under their strength. The bronze armor's defense is too strong. Xia Yue's mind raced. I need to find a weakness. The joints. And the eyes. While dodging, he fixated his gaze on the movements of the nearest guard. When it raised its halberd for another downward strike, he spotted an opening and immediately issued commands. Xiao Gu. Several thick mycelial threads shot up from the ground, wrapping around the guard's wrists. Though they snapped instantly, they bought half a second of time. Xiao Yin. Aim for its eye socket. Ode. Xiao Yin condensed ice energy, and a brilliant white beam erupted toward the guard's eye socket. Zizi. The terrifying ice power froze the guard's head solid like an ice sculpture. The guard wobbled left and right, then collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the other guard was badly scorched by Xiao Tan's black flame, which specifically targeted the knee, elbow, and neck joints. That guard soon grew exhausted. Xiao Tan burned through the connection at its knee, dark red fluid gushing outward, and it crashed to its knees. The halberd clattered to the ground, and the scarlet light in its eye sockets extinguished. Xia Yue panted heavily and sat down hard. Xiao Yin and the others were equally drained. Xiao Tan's flames had dimmed considerably. Even the gatekeepers are this strong. What do we do next? Xia Yue wiped the sweat from his face. Never mind. Since we're already here, not going in would be a lifetime regret. After a few minutes of rest, Xia Yue got up and approached the rusted bronze door. Xia Yue pushed the great door open with effort, the hinges groaning. Beyond lay an extraordinarily spacious courtyard, the ground paved with massive bluestone slabs. A small river cut through the center, spanned by an ancient wooden bridge. Straight ahead, an even larger gateway blocked the way, but its doors stood open. Fortresses within fortresses, walls within walls. This feels less like a tomb and more like an imperial palace. Xia Yue quipped. More bronze guards stood around the courtyard, but these were toppled at strange angles, their armor thoroughly scorched. Someone's been here. Xia Yue realized immediately. Looking at the charred remains, he prepared for the worst. Could Chen Junyang have beaten me here? He said gravely. Rumble, rumble. Just as Xia Yue wavered about whether to continue forward, a tremendous noise echoed ahead. Sounds resembling combat. A fight. I'd better catch up and investigate. Xia Yue didn't dare be careless. He had Xiaoyin scout ahead, while he followed behind, proceeding slowly. Xia Yue crossed the wooden bridge and entered the grand hall. What greeted his eyes was a massive stone stele. The emperor rose from obscurity and began among the soldiers. He understood the hardships of the people, and the suffering of the common folk rose in righteous indignation and swept across the beacon fires. Leading the forces of the northern lands, he shattered the enemies of the four borders, ultimately helping two emperors co-found the Eastern Li dynasty. When his great endeavor was accomplished, 3 emperors ruled the Eastern Li jointly. The people of Eastern Li numbered in the tens of millions, stretching 10,000 li in every direction, with all things abundant and prosperous. Governance came from a single house, unmatched since the separation of heaven and earth. He reorganized the northern frontier, fervently promoted the way of beast taming, established schools, and rewarded skill. Thus governance flourished and harmony prevailed, and the common people lived in peace and contentment. Having completed his merit, the emperor retired. His ministers consulted the ancients and declared, "The East is Tsang, its position governs spring, its virtue governs life." The emperor rose from the north and radiated light upon the east, benevolently nurturing all living things, his majesty shaking the remote wilds, a fitting image of the azure essence. Thus his posthumous title was Tsang, matching the virtue of heaven, and future generations called him by this name. Is this a biography? Xia Yue read word by word. Posthumous title Tsang. That's the Tsang emperor. Xia Yue exclaimed in shock, recalling what Dr. Lu had previously described. A genius who possessed the ability to awaken ancient bloodlines, suppressing an entire era. Future generations called him Emperor Tsang. So this tomb houses Emperor Tsang. Xia Yue read the inscription on the stele word by word, drawing a deep breath. This Tsang emperor had risen from obscurity, eventually co-founding the Eastern Li with 2 other emperors, a figure of monumental stature. The Tsang emperor's legacy must exceed my imagination. I must press onward. Suppressing the tremor in his heart, Xia Yue continued deeper into the grand hall. The roar of combat grew clearer, the energies of ice and fire clashing violently, annihilating each other in the air. As he stepped past a broken pillar, the scene before him made his pupils contract. In the center of the hall, Chen Junyang's blazing Lion King was locked in battle with a colossal creature. A dragon over 10 meters in length, its body formed from icy blue crystals and ghastly white bones, with 2 pale flames of soul fire burning in its hollow eye sockets. Each lunge of the undead dragon carried a soul-freezing chill, while the blazing Lion King's domain of fire stubbornly repelled the encroaching cold. Where they clashed, steam hissed, and ice crystals shattered. Is this the guardian of the secret realm? Xia Yue muttered, observing the terrifying stats of the frost dragon from behind a fallen stone pillar. The battle had reached its climax. The undead dragon swept its tail with the force of 10,000 June, and piercing deathly aura toward the blazing Lion King. Chen Junyang commanded the lion to dodge sideways. The ground where it had stood was instantly frozen and then shattered. In the moment when the lion's momentum had waned and new strength had not yet gathered, the undead dragon seemed to sense something. Its head ablaze with soul fire abruptly turned toward Xia Yue's hiding place. Roar! It abandoned its current opponent, opened its jaws, and unleashed a torrent of frost and deathly energy, a pale flood hurtling straight at Xia Yue. The speed was immense. Xia Yue had no time to fully dodge. Xiaoyin. An ice crystal shield solidified before him in an instant. But the expected impact never came. A scorching wall of fire materialized out of thin air, intercepting the breath's path. Ice and fire collided, erupting in a thunderous roar and billowing steam. It was Chen Junyang. He had somehow commanded the Blazing Lion King to return and block the attack. The undead dragon's breath was mostly neutralized by the fire wall. The residual icy death energy struck Xia Yue's shield, leaving it riddled with cracks, but failed to break it. Xia, stay far away. Chen Junyang didn't look back. His voice came through the shield, somewhat muffled. This is not a battle you can meddle in yet. Chen Junyang actually saved me. Xia Yue swallowed hard and murmured, Uncle Chen is actually a good person after all. Let's talk about this later. First, find a place to hide. The undead dragon, seeing its attack blocked, let out an enraged roar. But it did not continue assaulting Xia Yue. Instead, it halted, its pale soul fire fixed on Xia Yue, as if sensing something. An eerie standoff ensued. The Blazing Lion King growled low, guarding in front of Chen Junyang, while the undead dragon slowly folded its bone wings. The ferocity in its soul fire seemed to wane, replaced by a probing curiosity. Uncle Chen, what's happening now? Xia Yue asked with a familiar air. You've made it here, so you must have seen it too. I came to obtain the Tsang Emperor's legacy. But this dead dragon said I'm not suitable and refused me. I can only take it by force. Unfortunately, this dragon is too strong. I'm afraid I can't defeat it. Chen Junyang explained without concern. I can see that. Xia Yue nodded. This undead dragon's strength and life must have reached the Dominator stage. Even in its undead form, it possessed a quasi-Dominator rank. Human. A cold, dry voice like bones grinding resounded directly in the minds of Xia Yue and Chen Junyang. The undead dragon's telepathic transmission. You carry a familiar aura. Xia Yue was startled. Master, does it mean that Tsang Emperor? He immediately recalled that the Snow Child had said something similar earlier, that he carried a familiar aura. Xia Yue guessed it was likely because his ability to awaken ancient bloodlines was of the same origin as the Tsang Emperor's. Hearing this, Chen Junyang's gaze sharpened as he looked at Xia Yue. Have you come into contact with the Tsang Emperor's relics? Or, I don't know, Xia Yue answered truthfully. He indeed had no clear idea of the specifics. Perhaps my superpower is special. Superpower. Right. Your superpower is also awakening ancient bloodlines. I should have thought of that. Chen Junyang suddenly realized. The undead dragon remained silent for a moment, its soul fire flickering. The legacy has waited too long. Man of fire, your power is formidable, but your path does not align with the master's. What is not suitable? As long as I possess absolute strength, I can surpass the Tsang Emperor. Chen Junyang scoffed. Man of fire, you overstep. Guarding this mausoleum and selecting an heir is my duty. The undead dragon's voice was devoid of emotion. You are not suitable. There is no such thing as unsuitable. I will fight until you agree. Chen Junyang took a deep breath, ready to resume the battle. Wait. Man of fire, though you are unsuitable, this young friend beside you is quite promising. Not only does he share the same talent as the master, but his path has just begun, offering greater malleability. The undead dragon's massive skull swayed slightly. Xia Yue mean? Chen Junyang was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Xia Yue. That seems fine too. The undead dragon turned to Chen Junyang. You still wish to fight? Forget it. If it's old Xia's son who obtains the legacy, I have no objection. As long as those vermin don't get it. Chen Junyang hesitated briefly before speaking. He paused, lowering his voice. With your talent, obtaining the legacy shouldn't be difficult. Afterward, I have something to say to you. I'll wait for you here. With that, he turned and walked toward another direction in the hall, the Blazing Lion King following behind. He settled in a corner, healing the lion's wounds. Xia Yue watched his retreating figure, a complex feeling stirring within him. This blazing sun didn't seem as radical or insane as the rumors suggested. There must be a hidden story behind this. Xia Yue frowned and thought. Never mind. Uncle Chen said he'll talk to me later. I'll ask him then. Now it's just you and me. The undead dragon's voice pulled him back to reality. It raised its massive head and looked at Xia Yue. Are you willing to participate in the master's trial? Of course. Xia Yue didn't hesitate. After all, it was the legendary Tsang Emperor's legacy. He couldn't pass up this opportunity. The undead dragon's massive skull gave a slight nod. It lifted a huge bone claw and pointed toward a side door in the depths of the hall, distinctly different from the other doors. Pass through there, undergo the trial. Succeed and you shall receive the legacy. You fail, and you will perish body and soul. Xia Yue clenched his fist, glancing at the beast tamers beside him. Very well. With hesitation dispelled, he strode toward the door. The soul fire within the death dragon's eye sockets burned silently, watching the boy's figure vanish into darkness. Xia Yue pushed open the dusty side door, the heavy sound of its closing echoing behind him. Light dimmed instantly, save for a few luminescent stones embedded in the walls, casting a faint blue glow. It was a narrow corridor, the air thick with the scent of dust and aged stone. After walking for about 10 minutes, a cluster of small wooden structures appeared ahead. Xia Yue pushed open the door and saw a massive stone table at the room's center, upon which lay an ancient beast-skin scroll. Beside the scroll stood a bronze lamp, its wick burning with a pale, silent flame. What is this? Xia Yue approached the table and looked down. The scroll bore no text, only a flowing living painting. The moment he placed his hand upon it, his consciousness was violently pulled inside. The northern frontier, early years of the beacon calendar. The bitter wind sliced at his face like blades. Xia Yue found himself standing on a desolate snow plain dressed in a tattered fur coat, his limbs numbed by the cold. Around him were dozens of gaunt villagers, old and young alike, shivering together beside a nearly extinguished bonfire. In the distance, black smoke billowed skyward. The barbarian cavalry is coming again. An old man stammered. The village is gone. All the grain has been looted. How will we survive this winter? Despair spread through the crowd like wildfire. Barbarians. I seem to recall them from textbooks. But in my era, they had already become part of Dongli. Xia Yue looked down at himself. He was now a 16 or 17-year-old boy among these refugees, frail and starving. This was the beginning of the Tsang Emperor's rise from obscurity. He drew a deep breath of the frigid air, forced himself to remain calm, and surveyed their surroundings. Nothing but snow, bare black permafrost, and a few dead shrubs. System, he thought silently. Nothing responded. It seemed that within this illusion, he was entirely on his own. We cannot simply wait to die, Xia Yue declared, his voice trembling from the cold. We need to find food. Food? In this frozen wasteland? Where would we find any? Someone wailed bitterly. Xia Yue ignored him and walked to a patch of shrubbery, crouching to clear away the snow with his bare hands. The frozen ground was as hard as stone. Finding a sturdy branch, he began to dig with great effort. The others watched him, their expressions hollow and numb. After nearly half an hour, his fingers nearly numbed. All he had managed was a small hole in the ice-hard earth. Bright red blood dripped from Xia Yue's fingers, freezing into ice crystals the moment it touched the air. No wonder they didn't dig. It's simply impossible. His wound had already frozen shut. The bleeding stopped. My physical strength alone won't be enough. What should I do? As Xia Yue pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of several canine spirit beasts among the sparse crowd. Right. Beast tamers. How could I forget? Enlightenment struck him, and he immediately connected with his beast tamer space. Xiaoyin. Xiaobu Xiaotan, are you there? Aru. Gutan. Several spirit beasts materialized from the beast tamer space. Of course. This trial is not a dead end. Xiaotan, start a fire. Xiaoyin, dig. Xia Yue commanded without delay. Xiaodan conjured flames, and a warm fire blazed to life, warding off some of the bone-chilling cold. The surrounding villagers, drawn by the warmth, slowly snapped out of their stupor, the numbness on their faces fading slightly. Everyone. We cannot sit idle and perish. We must survive, drive out our enemies, and reclaim our homeland. Xia Yue rallied the villagers around him. Brother Tsang, I'm with you. A similarly gaunt boy about his own age chimed in. Yet the adults around them remained stubbornly silent. Xia Yue knew empty words would accomplish nothing. They needed tangible results. After tireless effort from Xiaoyin, several tuberous roots were finally unearthed from deep within the frozen soil. Xia Yue recognized the plant. It had been covered in the northern frontier wilderness survival course. Called ice potato, it was hard and astringent, but could stave off hunger. There are more below, he called out, privately grateful that he had paid attention in class. These are edible. Hope like a single spark ignited the crowd. More and more people began to move, digging with whatever tools they could find. Not just ice potatoes, but cold-resistant grass roots and nameless wild vegetables. Though meager, it would be enough to sustain them for a day or two. That night, everyone huddled together in a wind-sheltered rock crevice. Xiaotan lit a fire, and Xia Yue leaned against the icy stone wall, gazing out at the pitch-black snow expanse. He knew this was only the beginning. The barbarian cavalry would return, and hunger and cold would continue to claim lives. If they wanted to survive, change was essential. The next day, he proposed organizing the able-bodied youth to train their spirit beasts, keep rotating watches, and craft simple weapons, sharpening wooden stakes and gathering stones. Meanwhile, relying on his memories, he led several villagers with basic herbal knowledge to search for plants that could treat frostbite and common colds. Influenced by yesterday's events, the villagers seemed to pin all their hopes on this young man, busying themselves according to his directives. Days passed. Thanks to the vigilance of the canine spirit beasts, they avoided barbarian ambushes, and the temporary settlement somehow managed to hold on. But Xia Yue knew this was insufficient. A single small-scale barbarian raid could wipe them out. Time within the illusion seemed to flow swiftly. One day, a group of ragged, haggard deserters passed by. They were border soldiers who had fled in defeat from the front lines, their formation shattered, aimlessly retreating southward. Xia Yue stepped forward boldly. Honored soldiers. He blocked the path of the squad leader. 50 li ahead lies a small barbarian camp, numbering no more than 20 or 30, hoarding considerable grain and livestock. The squad leader eyed him warily. How would a mere child know such things? I went scouting for food a few days ago, and spotted them secretly, Xia Yue replied without flinching. They have plundered several nearby villages, and are now celebrating with drink. Their defenses are lax. The deserters exchanged glances. Their own rations were nearly exhausted, and frustration burned within them. Fuck it, a bearded veteran spat. Xia Yue added, we have able-bodied youths here who know the terrain well. We can serve as guides and assist in the attack. A crude raid was launched under cover of night. Xia Yue led over a dozen brave youths from the settlement, coordinating with the deserters. Utilizing the terrain and darkness, they successfully struck the barbarian camp. The battle was brutal. Several familiar faces Xia Yue had come to know fell into pools of blood, never to rise again. The wind on the snowy plain seemed forever to carry knives. Xia Yue tightened the leather coat he had stripped from a barbarian corpse which still bore a faint scent of blood, and then glanced back behind him. A straggling group of about 50 or 60 people, surviving villagers from the original settlement, scattered soldiers from the north who had been routed, and other refugees gathered along the way. Every face bore frostbite and exhaustion, yet their eyes held a glimmer brighter than when they had been waiting to die on the snowy plain. Song, go up ahead. It looks like the shadow of a city wall. The boy Shirtu, who had been the first to echo him, pointed at the blurred outline on the distant horizon, his voice trembling slightly. Xia Yue squinted and looked. Indeed, under the lead gray sky a dark line was faintly visible. It's Bayan City, said the grizzled veteran beside him, squad leader Wang Huzi, spitting out a mouthful of icy saliva. Damn, finally here. If we had to walk any further, my legs would be left behind in this snow pit. The grain seized from raiding the barbarian camp, even when rationed, had only lasted 7 or 8 days. After that, it was entirely up to Xiao Yin and the other spirit beasts to scout and warn, leading the group to avoid large bands of barbarian riders slinking like rats through the sparse woodlands of the snowy plain, digging for frozen tubers, searching for roots, even stripping bark. Several had frozen to death, starved, or fallen behind. Xia Yue's face bore more traces of hardship, but his gaze grew deeper. Cheer up, he raised his voice and shouted to the group. The city is in sight. Once we get there, there's a way to live. A low murmur stirred among the crowd, and a flicker of hope squeezed out of their numb faces. As they drew closer, the city wall became clearer. Not particularly tall, it was a stone wall built from the gray-black rocks common in the northern frontier. Atop the wall flew the banner of Dongli, frozen stiff in the cold wind. The city gate was tightly shut, and outside it was crowded with a dense mass of people, all refugees, their cries, wails, and curses mingling into a chaotic din. Open the gate. Let us in. My child is freezing to death. Please, sir soldier. We are from Li family village in the north. The village was burned by the barbarians. The city guards, clad in thick padded armor, stood on the wall with expressionless faces. Occasionally, when someone tried to approach the gate, spears would immediately thrust out from behind the battlements to drive them back. An officer who looked like a leader poked half his face out from the city wall and said coldly, "By order of the city lord, the gate is closed to prevent barbarian spies. Any more noise will be treated as an assault on the gate, and you will be killed without mercy." Damn, just as I thought. Wang Huzi cursed, his face darkening. These bastards definitely won't let us in. Xia Yue remained silent. He first recalled Xiao Yin and the others into the spirit beast space, then pushed through the chaotic crowd toward the city gate, his mind racing. The disparity in strength is too great. Forcing our way in won't work. We'll have to use wit. His gaze swept across the faces of the soldiers on the wall, then looked back at his own ragged, gaunt-faced group. A sudden idea flashed into his mind. Risky, but perhaps it could work. He stepped back and pulled Wang Huzi and a few of the more spirited stragglers aside. Uncle Wang, don't say a word for now. Just listen to me. Xia Yue lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. We'll use a different story to get in. What story? Wang Huzi stared. Just say, we're not refugees or routed soldiers. We're a messenger squad sent from Heishan Fortress in the north to seek reinforcements from the great cities in the south. On the way, we encountered a large barbarian force. The escort was scattered, and only we remnants are left to protect the messenger and escape here. Wang Huzi and the other soldiers were stunned. Heishan Fortress? What Heishan Fortress? Aren't we from Heishan settlement? It was already flattened by the barbarians. A younger soldier muttered. That's not important. Xia Yue's eyes were sharp. The city guards know the north is chaotic, but they may not know exactly which settlement or fortress has fallen. We just need to sound convincing. Then, who is the messenger? Wang Huzi asked. Xia Yue pointed to himself, then to a middle-aged villager who looked the most refined and had studied a few days, me and Uncle Li. I am the chief envoy, and he is the deputy. He looked at Wang Huzi and the others. You are the elite border troops escorting us now, a battered elite. Will this work? Wang Huzi's heart was pounding. The way we look. That's why we need to make it convincing. Xia Yue said. Say we disguised ourselves as refugees to avoid barbarian scouts, lost most of our food on the way, and suffered heavy losses in weapons. But the core is that we carry a secret letter and token from the Heishan Fortress commander, seeking reinforcements, and we must deliver them to Zhenbei Pass in the south as soon as possible. He emphasized the words Zhenbei Pass heavily. It was a famous large city and military stronghold in the north which the city guards officer would surely know. Where is the letter? The token? Uncle Li also grew tense. Say that during the breakout, to prevent the barbarians from getting them, we burned the secret letter and only managed to salvage a broken token. Xia Yue fumbled in his bosom and pulled out half a bronze piece he had picked up earlier, engraved with faint patterns. This will do. Say the pattern is the mark of Heishan Fortress and the other half is with the commander. Wang Huzi looked at the broken bronze piece, his mouth twitching. This is too far-fetched. We're betting that they'd rather believe it's true. Xia Yue lowered his voice even more. The northern frontier is so chaotic now. If we really are messengers seeking reinforcements, and they block us outside delaying military intelligence, they can't bear that responsibility. Letting us in means at most accommodating a few dozen suspicious people, not letting us in if it's investigated later. He didn't finish, but Wang Huzi and the other veteran soldiers understood the risk calculus. Let's do it. Wang Huzi gritted his teeth. Better than freezing to death here. We've actually fought the barbarians, so we can easily pass as battered soldiers. Good. Xia Yue nodded. Sure to go tell our own people not to slip up. Say we escaped from Heishan Fortress. Don't worry about the others. Sure to nodded heavily, ducked down, and slipped back into the crowd. Xia Yue took a deep breath, rubbed his frozen face, and tried to make his expression look heavy and anxious with the weight of a critical mission. He adjusted his tattered leather coat, though there was little to arrange. Then he led Wang Huzi, Uncle Li, and two of the fiercest-looking stragglers pushing through the crowd toward the city gate again. Clear the way. Urgent military report. Heishan Fortress messenger seeking reinforcements has arrived. Open the gate quickly. Wang Huzi changed his tone this time, bellowing at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse, but carrying a fierce military aura. The petty officer on the city wall poked his head out again, frowning deeply. Heishan Fortress? Never heard of it. Do not spout nonsense. How dare you? Xia Yue stepped forward, lifting his head, his voice not loud, but with an arrogant tone. Heishan Fortress is located at the northernmost part of Beiyuan Commandery. 3 days ago it was attacked by a large barbarian force, and the fortress is on the verge of falling. Commander Wang ordered us to break out of the encirclement and head south to Jinbei Pass for reinforcements. On the way we were repeatedly ambushed, and our escorting brothers were nearly all killed or wounded. We had no choice but to disguise ourselves as refugees to get here. Xia Yue raised the half-bronze piece and said, "This is the general's token bearing the Heishan Fort's secret pattern. The other half remains with the general. The military situation is urgent. Please, esteemed sir, open the city gate quickly and let us in to deliver the message. If delayed, the northern defense line risks collapsing." He spoke rapidly and urgently, throwing out big terms like Jinbei Pass, Beiyuan Commandery, and the collapse of the defense line. The city defending officer clearly hesitated, staring at the broken bronze piece in Xia Yue's hand, then sizing up their group. Although they looked a bit shabby in their attire, Wang Huzi and his few defeated soldiers still had a bit of a soldier's posture, and the fierceness and exhaustion in their eyes could not be faked. "Sir, I don't think this situation is fake. How could ordinary civilians know so many names?" the adjutant beside him said. But the officer was still suspicious. "You say you are messengers. What proof do you have? Besides this broken bronze piece?" "Evidence." Xia Yue's face showed grief and pain. The secret letter was written with special ink. During the breakout, to prevent it from falling into enemy hands, it was burned. I only managed to grab this half token. If you don't believe me, sir, you may inspect our belongings. We are willing to undergo any verification. Just let us enter the city quickly. The barbarian pursuers are probably not far behind. He emphasized the last sentence. Almost at the same moment his words fell, a small plume of dust suddenly rose on the horizon of the distant snowy plain. Vaguely the shadows of cavalry seemed to be moving. "Barbarian scouts," someone in the back of the group shouted in terror. The crowd immediately stirred into chaos. The officer on the city wall changed expression, straining his eyes to look into the distance. The dust was not large like a small cavalry unit, but appearing at such a time was enough to make one's heart pound. Xia Yue's heart pounded wildly. He didn't know if the dust was real or not, perhaps windblown snow or something else, but the timing was perfect. He immediately seized the opportunity, his voice resolute. "Sir, if you delay the military affairs because of suspicion, causing the barbarians to discover the true situation of Bayan City and bring a large army, then who will bear the responsibility?" This hit the nail on the head. The biggest fear in defending a city was not knowing the enemy's situation. The officer's face changed color, looking at the distant faint dust, then at the ragged group below, claiming to be messengers. What if they really are asking for help? I'm afraid I'll lose my head. The officer was still hesitating. "Sir, open the gate. Even if they are deceiving us, they are just a few dozen refugees. They can't cause any trouble." The adjutant continued to persuade. "Good assist, brother." Xia Yue couldn't help but smirk. "Open the side gate." The officer finally made up his mind, waving his hand and shouting, "Let them in. Everyone disarm and be confined together. The leaders come with me for questioning." Creak. The heavy side gate pulled open a crack. "Quick, get in," Xia Yue shouted in a low voice, but the refugees were faster than him, pouring into the city gate like a tide. "How dare you? Without my permission no one can enter the city," the officer roared angrily. But the refugees didn't care about that. What they saw was not the city gate, but the hope of survival. "Get out of my way, let me in." A tall, sturdy man pushed through the crowd and squeezed toward the city gate. "How dare you?" The officer knew that if he didn't stop them now it would be too late, so he immediately waved his hand and ordered, "Kill." As the officer's command fell, the soldier opening the gate raised his slightly rusty spear and thrust it fiercely into the strong man's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and the surrounding refugees, surging in, became as frenzied as if they had been injected with stimulant. "Murder! Cursed executioners! Don't be afraid of him, we outnumber him. How dare they kill innocent people? Fellow villagers, kill them, we can still get into the city." The officer's worry was not unfounded. There were indeed barbarian spies among the refugees, now constantly fanning the flames. "It's over," the officer said in despair from the city wall. There were originally less than 10 guards on this wall, barely managing to control the situation by making an example of one, but with the barbarian spies' agitation, the public sentiment had become unstoppable. The soldier who had killed earlier was pushed to the ground, trampled by countless people, his leather armor crushed to pieces. Sir, the adjutant raised his crossbow, aiming at the surging refugees. Forget it. The officer reached out to stop him, shaking his head. Let them go. It's better if a few can survive. The officer sighed. It's a pity there are really spies among them. I won't be able to keep my life. Sir. The adjutant lowered his crossbow. It's all my fault. The officer shook his head again. Such is fate. Such is destiny. The chaos at the city gate. Although the officer did not order a massacre, the disorderly surge still resulted in a few people dying from trampling. Blood mixed with snow freezing on the ground into a dark red patch. Xia Yue and his group surged into the city with the crowd, not daring to stop, and found an abandoned animal shed in the slums near the city wall to temporarily settle down. The cold wind howled in through the holes, but at least they no longer had to face the knife-like wind of the snowy plain. That was really close. Wang Huzi plopped down on a pile of hay, gasping for breath. His group of defeated soldiers, including himself, had 9 left plus the dozen or so able-bodied men Xia Yue had brought from the settlement, which was the only usable force they had. It's all thanks to you, Xia the lad. From now on I'll follow your lead. Wang Huzi was full of relief and admiration. Yes, you're smart, Xia the lad. From now on everyone will follow your lead. The villagers also chimed in. As they were resting, Stone ran out for a look, came back with his neck shrunk, pale-faced. Songgu, the city. Something's not right. What do you mean? There are few people on the streets, most shops are closed, but the west side of the city is brightly lit and very lively. I heard some old men basking in the sun muttering that today is the city lord's 60th birthday, and a banquet is being held with all the important figures in the city attending. Stone lowered his voice, and they say, the meat dishes at the banquet are piled like mountains, and the wine flows like a river. The shed fell silent, only the sound of wind. Outside was icy and snowy, while they gnawed on hard frozen sweet potatoes, and inside the city people were indulging in decadent revelry. Soldiers half perish on the battlefield while beauties sing and dance in the tents. Xia Yue sighed. Damn it, a young defeated soldier couldn't help cursing. Xia Yue said nothing, shook his head, and leaned against the cold earthen wall. An emperor rises from humble beginnings, understands the hardships of the people, knows the pain of the commoners. So this is what it means. Xia Yue looked at the despairing banned city and sighed. Uncle Wang, Xia Yue spoke, his voice low. We've made it into the city, but we're still undocumented. Our grain supplies are running dangerously low. This can't continue. What do you intend to do? Wang Huzi asked. Isn't the governor's mansion holding a banquet? Xia Yue's gaze was calm. With all that wine and meat, sharing a portion wouldn't be unreasonable. Wang Huzi stared in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? That's the governor's mansion. It's guarded by soldiers. Relying solely on our group won't be enough. Xia Yue shook his head. But we're not the only ones starving in this city. Go find out more. The governor lives in such extravagance that surely many are discontented. Besides, the refugees who entered earlier also need food. Xia Yue instructed them to gather more information. Information quickly gathered, and the common folk became aware of the governor's crimes, their resentment mounting. Following the killings at the city gate, this resentment was now mixed with fear and anger. Xia Yue had a plan forming. He had Uncle Li along with a few literate individuals blend into where the refugees gathered and deliberately stoke the unrest. I heard the governor's birthday feast alone could feed all of us for half a month. That's an understatement. Did you see those live sheep and pigs being delivered to the mansion? If we had even one pig, we could survive this winter. Survive? With what? My wife froze to death last night in an alley just 3 streets from the governor's mansion. Each word fell like sparks on a dry tinder, long parched and waiting. At the same time, Xia Yue dispatched Wang Huzi with the scattered soldiers to scavenge scrap metal and iron near the abandoned sheds, sharpening what they could find. These actions gradually gave the anxious refugees nearby a sense of direction. Excuse me, young hero. What are you doing here? Someone braver stepped forward to ask. Damn it. We're risking our lives out there while the governor indulges in comfort within the city, still throwing some 60th birthday banquet. By what right? Remember our kings and generals born to their station. We're rising up. Dead anyway from starvation, I'll take a bite out of that corrupt official before I die. Wang Huzi spat viciously. Those around looked pale, clearly intimidated by the prospect. Any man brave enough to join me in taking down that corrupt official. At that point we'll divide the governor's grain stores. Everyone survives. Wang Huzi continued rallying them, his blade gleaming. Well, the crowd exchanged glances but remained silent. What we need now is a leader, Xia Yue said with an enigmatic smile. I'll do it. A thin youth raised his hand. My parents gave me their food, and they starved to death. Why should they feast on meat and fish while my parents wasted away from hunger? It's not fair, not fair. The youth grew more animated, his frail face flushing with emotion. I'm in. Life's cheap anyway. Might as well become a hero in the next life. A burly man chimed in. I'll join too. I have nothing left to lose anyway. The surrounding residents caught the fervor and kept coming. Xia Yue smiled faintly. The youth and burly man were naturally actors, but the outcome was favorable. Over the past few days, Xia Yue had secretly released Xiaoyin twice under cover of darkness to map out the outer perimeter's guard rotations and patrol patterns at the governor's mansion. The opportunity arrived on the third night. The governor's birthday banquet was in full swing, and the sound of music drifted faintly to the slums. At the same time, the city guard, for reasons unknown, suddenly intensified patrols in the refugee district, claiming to hunt barbarian spies. The process was brutal. They plundered the remaining food stores of several families and wounded people in the process. The pent-up resentment exploded all at once. Can we even survive like this? They took our grain. What are we supposed to eat? They gorge themselves while we freeze and starve. Eventually, even the hesitant joined the gathering, pushing against the city guard, and chaos erupted. Xia Yue knew the moment had arrived. He climbed onto a broken wooden crate and addressed the dark mass of people without grand speeches, just raw truth. Fellow citizens, they've given us no path to survive. The governor's mansion has plenty of wine and meat while we freeze and starve here. We're all destined to die. So why should they feast while we perish? Right? Why should they? Let's fight them. Those drowning in despair were swept along. They needed only a direction, a target for their rage, a focal point. Xia Yue leapt down from the crate and whispered to Wang Huzi, "Take our people and blend into the crowd. Guide them toward the governor's mansion, but stay toward the back. Wait for the right moment." He gave Xiao Tan the order next: set fire to the stables on the west side of the mansion. Make as much noise as possible. Tan. Xiao Tan dissolved into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into the darkness. The crowd surged like a muddy torrent of rage, rolling toward the brightly lit west side of the city. Xia Yue moved with his people caught in the current, while Shirtu stayed, close gripping a sharpened wooden staff, his breathing ragged. The governor's mansion soon came into view, high walls, large compound guards posted at the entrance. They were startled by the dark mass of people surging toward them, immediately leveling their spears and shouting orders. "Halt! Proceed any further, and you'll be killed." His warning was met with flying stones and roaring anger. "Set it ablaze. Burn this place that devours people." Someone shouted the command, and several torches flew toward the mansion gates and adjacent buildings. Once the flames caught, chaos escalated further. The guards attempted to suppress the riot, but the crowd was too vast and surged from multiple directions. Meanwhile, the stables Xiao Tan had ignited were burning fiercely, thick smoke billowing into the night sky. The music and singing from the birthday banquet inside abruptly ceased, replaced by screams and furious curses. "Now," Xia Yue shouted to Wang Huzi, "scale the sidewall. Our target is clear, the governor and his nobles." Exploiting the chaos at the front, Xia Yue led Wang Huzi and a dozen of their finest fighters around to a low wall at the rear side of the mansion. They hoisted each other over the wall and dropped into the mansion's rear garden. The sounds of music, screams, and battle cries mingled together, drifting from the front. Split into two groups, Xia Yue spoke rapidly. "Uncle Wang, take 5, and create a diversion at the front courtyard banquet hall to draw the guards' attention. Uncle Li Shitu and you remaining few, follow me. Xiaoyin, lead the way." Xiaoyin sniffed the air, then let out a low growl before bolting toward the grandest building deep in the garden, the one with the brightest lights. Xia Yue and the others gripped their weapons tightly and followed close behind. Inside the building, they clearly heard the commotion outside. Several house guards came running to investigate, but Xiaoyin struck like silver lightning, taking down 2, while Xia Yue and Shirtu handled 1 together. They rushed straight to the second floor, where an ornate gold thread wooden door stood before them. Xia Yue kicked it open, revealing a spacious warming hall where charcoal fires burned brightly, and the air was thick with the scent of wine. A richly dressed old man with a sinister glint in his eyes sat on a couch, attended by several women. Upon seeing Xia Yue and the others enter, they screamed and cowered into a corner. The sinister old man remained seated, a trace of annoyance crossing his face. "So you're the one who ruined my birthday banquet." The city lord of Bayan City rose from the sofa, his expression sour. "Humph, you blood-sucking corrupt official. Still so arrogant, even at death's door." Wang Huzi glared at the man before him, furious. "Heh, corrupt official. What do you know? You wretched commoners being exploited by me is your honor. That brat leading you, from the looks of it, you must be a beast tamer too. Let me tell you, I am a 5th-order beast tamer. I'll give you one chance, kneel and apologize, then kill all those scum beside you. I'll spare your life and let you serve as an advisor in the city lord's mansion." The city lord's voice rang out with supreme arrogance. 5th order, transcendent stage. I'll have to try fighting him then. Xia Yue quickly calculated in his mind, then summoned Xiao Gu and Xiao Tan. "Forget it. I don't have the habit of cooperating with corrupt officials like you," Xia Yue said calmly. "Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you think numbers can defeat me, eh?" The city lord glanced at the few beasts beside Xia Yue and snorted, then summoned his own beast. A flash of blue light appeared beside him, and a bat emerged, its entire body frost blue, its webbed wings like ice crystals with cold, sharp glimmers along the edges. The bat's eyes were crimson like blood moons, its fangs bared, hanging upside down from the ceiling, surrounded by an unending dark chill. Individual name Hongguang Bat King. Individual attribute Ice Dark. Individual grade Early Transcendent. Individual talent Transcendent Stage. Individual skills Ice Element Mastery. Dark Element Mastery. Bat King. Ultimate Art Absolute Dark Frost. Description: a rare bat beast from the northern border, often dwelling in dark damp caves. It excels in wielding ice and dark powers, and is a combat-type beast with outstanding agility. So this is the final boss. As formidable as expected, Xia Yue took a deep breath and smiled. Transcendent Stage. Wang Huzi's face turned pale, his hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. The defeated soldiers and young men behind him involuntarily stepped back half a pace. In the early days of the Beacon era, ordinary people rarely saw a beast tamer, let alone a fifth-order one. In the warm hall of the city lord's mansion, charcoal crackled, and the air was thick with the smell of wine mixed with a hint of blood. The city lord glanced at the three beasts beside Xia Yue and curled his lips into a mocking smile. Just these. 1 resonance, 2 awakenings. Kid, do you think beast taming is a game of counting numbers? Xia Yue said, nothing, staring at the Hongguang Bat King hanging upside down from the rafters. Its wings flapped slowly, sending visible ice crystals and dark frost drifting through the air, and the temperature of the entire hall was dropping. It's up to you now, partners. Xia Yue communicated silently. Awoo. Xiaoying let out a low growl, its ice blue eyes locked onto the Bat King. Goo. Xiao Gu's body emitted a faint glow, countless spores swirling around it. Tan. Xiaotan ignited black flames in its hand, shaping them into a short sword, glaring menacingly at the Bat King. Decidedly, the city lord waved impatiently. Bat King, play with them. Don't kill them too quickly. I want them to die in despair. Scree. The Hongguang Bat King let out a piercing shriek, its wings suddenly flapping. Countless icy needles, fine as cow hair and shimmering with a cold blue light, rained down like a storm. They covered the entire front half of the hall, moving with astonishing speed. Xiaoying used ice crystal shield to block. Xia Yue shouted urgently, then turned to the people beside him. You all leave first. I'll handle him. Brother Tsong. Young Tsong. Go. Now. Xiaoying growled, and 4 thick, curved ice shields instantly rose before it, and Xia Yue barely shielding Wang Huzi and the others behind. Thump, thump, thump. The dense impacts sounded like hail striking glass. The ice shields trembled violently, cracks spreading rapidly across their surfaces. The dark blue chill seeped through the fissures, and the faces of 2 young men near the shields instantly frosted over, shivering from the cold. Think you can leave? Not a chance. All of you stay. The city lord said viciously, ordering the Bat King's attack to bypass Xia Yue and strike the ornate main door, sealing their escape route with ice. The Bat King didn't stop. With a flicker, it turned into a blurry dark blue afterimage, practically skimming the ceiling as it circled to the side. Then it opened its mouth and spat a condensed, almost black frost breath straight at Xiaoying's flank. Xiaoying dodged. Xia Yue's mind was on edge. Xiaoying leaped desperately to the side, and the black breath grazed its hind leg. The fur it touched instantly froze, became brittle, and fell off as icy powder, leaving a deep, bone-deep frostbite wound on the skin, the edges turning a strange dark green. Yelp! Xiaoying whimpered in pain, its movements visibly faltering. Xiao Gu healing spores. Xia Yue shouted. Xiao Gu's cap trembled, and a few emerald green spores drifted toward Xiaoying. They merged into the wound, slowing the spread of the dark green, but not completely stopping it. Xiaoying's hind leg remained stiff. Dark energy erosion. Xia Yue's heart sank. The Bat King's attacks carried dark damage far more troublesome than pure ice. Is that all you've got? The city lord leaned back in his chair, leisurely taking a sip of wine. I'm done playing with you. Bat King used the ultimate art. Show them what a real gap is. The Bat King's crimson eyes blazed with light. It stopped moving swiftly and hovered in the center of the hall, its wings fully spread. The dark chill around it surged and spiraled wildly, forming an ever-growing black ice vortex. The air in the entire hall seemed to be drained. At the vortex's center, a point of extremely dangerous deep blue light was gathering, and an oppressive, suffocating pressure descended. It can't be allowed to complete it. Xia Yue made his judgment immediately. He had seen the ultimate skills of Chun Junyang and Tao Yao before. Their power was beyond words. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade. His spiritual energy surged like a bursting dam, flooding into the sleeping ancient bloodline within Xiaoying. Xiaoying, awaken the bloodline. Awoo! A burst of azure light exploded from Xiaoying's forehead. Then came the cracking of bones, its body expanding, azure ice armor covering its entire form, and the icy stinger on its tail snapped out. In the instant of bloodline awakening, that ancient majestic coldness erupted outward, shaking the Bat King's dark ice vortex, and visibly slowing its condensation. What is this? The city lord's wine glass fell to the floor with a clatter. He shot to his feet, shock appearing on his face for the first time. The Ice Wolf King can still evolve. The city lord's eyes widened in disbelief, but soon turned to greed. Such incredible power. Brother Tsong the lad is truly no ordinary man. Wang Huzi and Shi Tu exclaimed in astonishment. Boy, work with me. The 4th stage evolution of the Ice Wolf King. We can sell the technique to those fools in Beiyuan County. They'll pay a fortune for it. The city lord rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with gold. Song the lad. Don't listen to him. Wang Huzi feared Xia Yue might switch sides, his voice filled with worry. What are you worried about? How could Brother Song ever listen to him? Sure too, retorted. Xia Yue turned back and gave them a reassuring look, then spat at the city lord. You think you're worthy? Xiaoyin. Absolute ice domain. A whoa. Xiaoyin raised its head, and a primordial echo resounded. The ice domain erupted around it, countless ice blades swirling like flying swords spanning over 10 meters in diameter. So what if you can evolve? The gap in rank is something you cannot cross. Kill you, take this beast away, and I'll still get the money from those fools. The city lord snorted coldly. The Bat King's ultimate technique was about to be unleashed. Xiaoyin Winter's breath. Interrupted. Xia Yue roared. Xiaoyin opened its maw, and a condensed, soul-freezing azure breath shot forth straight toward the vortex's center. Almost simultaneously, Xiaotin gave its all, compressing itself into a blazing black fireball, crashing into the Bat King's flank like a cannonball. Boom! Winter's breath clashed with the forming absolute dark cold ice and dark energy, tearing and exploding in a frenzy. Xiaotan's fireball also struck black flames, intertwining with the cerulean dark cold, emitting a terrifying sizzling sound. The shockwave sent all the tables, chairs, and decorations in the warm hall flying. Cracks appeared on the walls. Wang Huzi and the others were knocked off balance. Amid the smoke and chaotic energy currents, a pained screech from the Bat King rang out. Did it work? Just as Xia Yue was observing the battlefield, a cerulean figure staggered out of the explosion's center. It was the cold light Bat King. One of its wings was visibly twisted, covered in thick ice and scorched marks. Its aura was chaotic, yet it still flew, its crimson eyes locked onto Xiaoyin. Die! The city lord's face twisted in fury. The cold light Bat King beat its remaining intact wing, and a dark chi-infused ice arrow shot toward Xiaotan like a laser, too fast to dodge. At the same time, it accelerated to the extreme, darting toward Xiaoyin like lightning, aiming straight for the frost wolf's neck. It opened its maw, revealing bone-white fangs wreathed in lethal dark cold. Xiaoyin frost ice wall, block it. Xiaotan elementalize and evade. Xia Yue commanded instantly. The ice arrow shot toward Xiaotan, the very air seemed to freeze. Seeing this, Xiaotan turned into a dark mist, and the arrow passed through harmlessly. However, the power carried by the arrow still affected Xiaotan. Xiaotan's usually rock-hard body began to crack, terrifying black ice spreading across it. The situation with Xiaoyin was even worse. The cold light Bat King concentrated most of its attacks there, its fangs wreathed in lethal dark cold, slashing through the ice wall Xiaoyin had raised, biting deep into the frost wolf's thickened ice armor on its neck. The ice armor shattered instantly, but it gave Xiaoyin enough time to react, avoiding a fatal wound. Yet the Bat King seized the opportunity, changing its move in a flash, and its claws wreathed in terrifying cold left several deep, bloody gashes on Xiaoyin. The terrifying dark cold instantly spread through Xiaoyin's wounds, black-purple patterns creeping up its body. Poison! Xia Yue exclaimed. Xiao Gu, it's your turn. Gu. Xiao Gu's fungal threads shook wildly, countless spores spreading toward Xiaoyin and the others. With the assistance of poison element control, the poison was soon neutralized. So you can even detoxify? I admit you're a true genius, beast tamer. But what of a genius? A genius who hasn't grown is nothing but a reflection in a mirror. Bat King finished them. The city lord laughed maniacally. Brother Tsong, hang in there. Sure too, and the others cheered him on. Xia Yue saw Xiaoyin and the others in poor condition and frowned slightly. It should be here by now. Just as the Bat King was about to finish them off, a life force so dense it was almost tangible welled up out of nowhere, pouring into Xiaoyin and its companions like a sweet rain. The wounds on Xiaoyin, corroded by dark energy, began to heal at a visible rate. Its depleted stamina was also significantly replenished. The cracks on Xiaotan's body slowly healed as well, and it stood up again, the black ice still clinging to it. What a... The city lord's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What kind of unnatural recovery was this? What is this? A superpower? Or an item? The city lord stared at Xia Yue. Revival wind. Arrived just in time. Xia Yue grinned. Corrupt official, it's not over yet. You damned brat, don't think you've won, the city lord raged. Cold light Bat King, ice shadow clone. The Bat King flickered, splitting into 3 indistinguishable phantoms that whirled around the warm hall at high speed. Then countless ice needles, fine as ox hair, their tips gleaming with a cerulean light, rained down from every angle, blanketing the entire hall. Xiaoyin blocked them. Xiaoyin howled, and an ice wall rose, cutting off half the hall. The countless ice needles struck it with a series of crackling sounds. Xiaotan, black flame attack. Where's the Bat King? Just as Xia Yue was commanding Xiaotan to attack, the cold light Bat King overhead suddenly vanished. Could it be? Xiaotan dodge. Xia Yue realized at once, but it was already too late. The cold light Bat King had merged into the darkness and appeared behind Xiaoyin. Bat King. Again. Absolute dark cold, the city lord bellowed. The cold light Bat King gathered lethal dark cold on its wings, then blasted it fiercely toward Xiaoyin. Terrifying black ice surged forth as if absorbing all the light in the hall. The lightless dark ice froze the entire city lord's mansion, and a large hole was blasted through the wall opposite the Bat King. Xiaoyin. Damn. The terrifying force hurled Xia Yue and his companions off their feet, slamming them hard against the wall. The city lord across from them fared no better, knocked over by the blast, and striking his head against a nearby table, drawing blood. In the instant before the attack struck, Xiao Yin had also unleashed his skill. The fearsome, icy power collided at close range with the Bat King's profound technique, and the resulting explosion radiated sheer devastation. It's alright, just incapacitated. As the dust and smoke dispersed, Xia Yue saw Xiao Yin had reverted to his Ice Wolf King form, his body, encased in black ice, slumped to the side. Xiao Yin, come back for now. Xia Yue withdrew Xiao Yin into his beast taming space to recover. The Bat King was also suffering. The close-range blast had shattered the ice armor on its body, and blood oozed from its pitch-black wings. Your main force is gone. What will you do now? The city lord wiped the blood from his face and snarled viciously. Xia Yue looked at the wounded Xiao Tan and Xiao Gu, who was assisting from the sidelines, then turned his gaze to the Bat King still standing defiantly across the hall. He drew a deep breath. Xiao Tan, do you remember when you were weak? Back then, just because of your attribute mutation, they cursed you, sealed you away. Xia Yue began speaking of matters unrelated to the battle. Tan. But that's not right. Why must the weak always be bullied? Because they are born lowly. Because they have no weapons in hand. Xiao Tan. Xia Yue suddenly turned to the cold ghost, which had just reformed with a withered aura, and said, look at this era. People who share your suffering. The cold ghost's deep crimson pupils contracted sharply. It stared blankly at Xia Yue, then slowly turned toward the exquisitely carved window of the warm hall. Outside the window came cries, roars, chaotic collisions. And deeper still, the numb, barely surviving wills of those curled up in the broken shacks of the slums, clinging to a faint spark of survival. These sensations, like a murky yet raging undercurrent, seeped through the bricks and mortar thread by thread. Endless despair. Damn it all. I'm with you. My parents starved to death. I have nothing left to lose. Let's kill that corrupt official. Let them go. Even if only a few survive, it's something. Amid the despair there remained a spark that refused to be extinguished, like a pale glimmer within the deepest darkness. Fury and resentment, and a faint flickering desire for change. Tan. The cold ghost lowered its head, gazing at its own hands covered in dark red patterns. Those patterns now seemed to come alive, faintly glowing as a deeper, more restrained dark red spread outward, as if imbued with countless emotions. The suffering on the snowy plains outside the city, the despair of oppression within the city, and the burning rage of the common people. These negative emotions were both poison and nourishment for a dark-type beast tamer. And the cold ghost was by nature a being that controlled fire, fire that burns away filth. Its unique, dark attribute power devoured emotions. A single spark can start a prairie fire, let alone a human heart, Xia Yue murmured. The cold ghost slowly raised its head, and within its deep crimson pupils the two specks of light leaped violently, then danced as if they had come alive. Boom! The thin layer of black mist surrounding Xiao Tan suddenly exploded. It transformed into countless slender dark red streams of light, extending in all directions like tentacles, actively absorbing and capturing the intangible fragments of emotion in the air. The temperature in the warm hall began to rise strangely, as if the icy blue chill was being driven away. What's happening? The change happened in an instant. The Frost Bat King's crimson compound eyes locked onto the cold ghost, and the city lord's expression shifted to astonishment. The cold ghost emitted a 7-colored divine light, its body stretching and growing larger. This is evolution. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The city lord immediately recognized the change in the cold ghost, his face looking as if he had seen a ghost. Battlefield evolution. Wang Beard and the others were also stunned. Something that had only ever appeared in legends was now unfolding before their eyes. I think I'll remember what happened today for the rest of my life. Stone stared at Xia Yue, admiration in his eyes. Just as I thought. Xia Yue murmured, watching the data on the system panel, frantically jumping. Individual name Starfire Demon, individual attribute Fire Dark, individual level Spirit, channeling middle stage, individual talent Cataclysm stage, individual skills Fire Element Mastery Master Purple, Dark Element Mastery Master Purple, Starfire, Divine, Intent Master Purple. Description: evolved from Cold Ghost. Can sense the emotions of all living beings and convert them into Starfire power. Excels in using mental type abilities, making it a battle beast with formidable spiritual strength. The dark red streams of light reversed direction and recondensed on Xiao Tan's body. Its form did not grow larger, but became more solid. The rough coal-like surface now bore specks of dark red star glow like dying embers in the night sky, yet also carrying the heat of new life. At the center of its deep crimson pupils a brilliant golden star slowly spun, surrounded by flickering dots of firelight. Starfire Demon. Xia Yue whispered the name. Tan. Xiao Tan let out an unprecedented long cry, carrying a strange tremor that seemed to pierce the soul. It raised its right claw palm upward, and a new flame danced atop it. Dark red within, wrapped in a flowing layer of pale golden starlight. At the heart of the flame, countless subtle emotional silhouettes flickered and faded. What does evolution matter? The city lord shouted loudly, but his constantly shifting expression betrayed him. Frostbat King prioritized that freak. Shadow Ice Explosion. The Frost Bat King shrieked, and between its wings icy blue and shadow energy converged, wildly condensing into a terrifying energy sphere that kept expanding with ice shards cracking inside, aimed directly at the Starfire demon. Xiao Tan's Starfire Domain. Xia Yue learned about Xiao Tan's new skill through the mental link and commanded. The Starfire demon moved, not charging at the Bat King, but gently pressing the strange flame of emotions in its palm against the ground. A dark red halo dotted with pale golden starlight rippled outward like a water wave, sweeping across the entire hall, in an instant even penetrating the walls and spreading to the distant mansion. The halo caused no physical damage, but the Frost Bat King shuddered violently, confusion and fear flickering in its crimson compound eyes. The icy blue chill around its body fluctuated wildly. But Xia Yue felt a strange warmth flow into him, like a spiritual healing that dispelled fatigue and cooled his battle spirit, inexplicably surging. A domain. Prototype. Bat King attacked the domain master first. The city lord was shocked by this series of occurrences that defied common sense, but he forced himself to command the Bat King to continue attacking. The Bat King soared again, gathering dark ice power and diving toward the Starfire demon. Xiao Tan's deep crimson pupils locked onto the Bat King, and its body elementalized once more upon contact with the attack. But this time it was no longer black mist, but scattered into specks of starfire that spread out. The starfire surged like a tide toward the Frost Bat King, wrapping and entangling it. Little Tan is devouring the Bat King's emotions. Xia Yue realized it in an instant. Fear, rage, biting cold. The energy of these emotions was being ravenously absorbed by Little Tan, now serving as fuel for the Starfire demon. Get lost, the city lord bellowed. Frostlight Bat King mental screech. The Bat King writhed and emitted a piercing sonic wave that shook the entire hall. The Starfire demon's condensed form twisted violently before snapping back to its original shape. How is this possible? It didn't work. The city lord was utterly alarmed, frantically ordering the Bat King to attack again. Countless shards of black ice shot toward Little Tan, yet not a single one could so much as affect it. Countless threads of emotional energy gathered around Little Tan, gradually coalescing into a massive orange-red greatsword. Little Tan. Final strike, Starfire Holy Sword. Xia Yue shouted. Tan. Little Tan raised the orange-red greatsword, countless starfire energies swirling around its blade. With a devastating downward slash, terrifying spiritual force radiated outward. A terrifying spiritual sword, chi-studded with countless stars of fire, slashed toward the Bat King, passing straight through its body in an instant. The moment the blow swept past, the Bat King stood frozen, as if time itself had paused. Bat King, what's wrong with you? Move. The city lord's face was contorted with terror. Thud. As his voice fell, the Bat King collapsed instantly, its pupils beginning to dilate and lose focus. In the hall, only the crackling of flames and the faint twitching of the Frostlight Bat King's broken corpse remained. The city lord stood rigid, watching his strongest beast completely lose its combat capability. The arrogance and cruelty on his face vanished entirely, leaving only a deathly pallor. No. Impossible. My Frostlight Bat King is at the transcendent stage. Wang Huzi and the others peeked out from the corner, witnessing the scene before them, forgetting to breathe. Uncle Wang, tie him up quickly. Xia Yue panted heavily, one hand braced on his knee, the other pointing at the city lord. Impossible. Impossible. The city lord's lips quivered, wanting to speak, but unable to produce a sound. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Rotten official, you finally met your match. Wang Huzi delivered a vicious kick to the city lord's face. Yet at that moment the scene in the warm hall began to blur and shimmer like a reflection in water shattered by a thrown stone. Xia Yue froze. The surrounding walls, carpets, charcoal fires, and even the slumped figure of the city lord, all rapidly faded and dissolved. What is? Before he could comprehend it, his footing vanished, and a sudden sensation of weightlessness struck. All color and sound around him were stripped away, leaving only a whirlwind of rushing darkness. The sensation lasted only a fleeting instant. Then his feet hit solid ground, and he stumbled to a halt. Inside the wooden cabin, the light remained dim, the air thick with the scent of dust and aged stone. Did we come back? Xia Yue stood inside the wooden cabin, facing the massive stone table inscribed with strange runes. Upon the table, the ancient beast-skin scroll lay quietly open. Beside it, in a bronze lamp holder, a pale white flame flickered gently. It was as if the bloody battle, the bitter cold wind of Bayan City, and the shouts of the crowd had all been nothing more than an eerily vivid dream. Xia Yue turned his head and saw Little Tan, the Starfire demon, standing beside him. Tiny points of starfire spilled from its body, proving that everything moments before had not been a dream. He walked to the stone table and gazed at the scroll. The imagery on the scroll had changed. No longer was it a barren snowfield and refugees. Instead, there stood a fortified city with neat, clean streets. People strolled along the avenues, their faces brimming with smiles. Beside the painting, a line of ancient script slowly manifested, rising from obscurity born upon the common folk. Only by seeing all living beings can one find their own path. The characters flickered a few times, gradually dimming, and together with the entire painting dissolved into shimmering threads of light that sank into the scroll. The The scroll automatically rolled itself shut with a soft click. Ding. Congratulations, host, on passing the first trial of Emperor Song's inheritance. Reward obtained Silver Hex Enhancement Rune 1, Gold Coins 1000. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Xia Yue picked up the rolled beast skin scroll. It was cool to the touch. He let out a long breath and rubbed his still throbbing temples. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xia Yue was still reflecting on the trial, a sudden knock came from the door. Greetings, young friend. A middle-aged man with blue hair pushed the door open and greeted Xia Yue with a kind smile. Who's there? Xia Yue's alarm bells immediately rang. He summoned Xiao Yin while beside him Littleton gathered sparks in its palms, aiming them squarely at the blue-haired man. No need to be tense, young friend. He waved his hand casually, took a seat on the wooden chair opposite Xia Yue, and then deftly picked up the teapot to brew tea. I suppose I still have some reputation in the northern border. The blue-haired man wore a gentle smile. You are Senior Emperor Song. Xia Yue finally snapped out of his daze and sat on the chair opposite Emperor Song. That familiar power within you. Just like mine back in the day, it is the power to awaken ancient bloodlines, isn't it? Emperor Song nodded, getting straight to the point. Xia Yue nodded in agreement, not particularly surprised. This power is not exactly rare, but very few can truly awaken ancient bloodlines. There was a hint of reminiscence in Emperor Song's eyes. This lingering fragment of my will left here has been waiting for someone like you. Or rather waiting for this very possibility. He paused, tapping his fingers lightly on the stone table. My story is mostly recorded in the histories. I rose from humble beginnings relying on this gift and a measure of luck to reach the end. But there are certain things that history books find difficult to record. After Eastleigh gradually fell into order, I laid down the burden of an emperor and focused entirely on breaking through the limits of my beast-taming domain. But I discovered that no matter what, my beast-taming domain could never break through to the 9th stage. This was not a lack of talent or resources, but rather a limitation of the rules themselves. My Frost Wolf was the same, stuck at the peak of the Overlord stage for decades, unable to break through to the legendary tier no matter what. I immediately traveled to the Imperial capital and discussed it with the Dragon Emperor and Emperor Li. I found they faced the exact same predicament. Does this mean the 9th stage is exclusively reserved for divine beasts? Can our tame beasts never transcend the legendary tier? I simply could not accept it. Emperor Song said with a trace of melancholy. After realizing this issue, I nearly traversed the entire Blue Star, exploring various life-restricted zones untouched by humans and countless super-large secret realms. Later, within the ruins of an ancient golden kingdom, I found a faint trace. It was recorded thus. Within the 9th, taming no flesh and blood body can bear it. This is the domain of gods. Mortals dare not transgress. Beasts bound by mortal contracts carry shackles of bloodline forged in the primordial divergence of heaven and earth. The chasm of legend is therefore an absolute impasse. A dead end, unable to break through the 9th rank. Xia Yue had never heard such a secret before and was momentarily stunned into speechlessness. Indeed, I was shocked as well, but I couldn't accept it. Song Di took a sip of tea and continued, the path is broken. Then I shall mend it. If the bridge collapses, I shall build a new one. I spent a lifetime researching, and finally in my later years I achieved some results. Song Di said with a hint of pride. Is there truly a method? Xia Yue now listened intently, for news of breaking through the 9th rank was of great importance to him. Indeed, heaven is merciful and ultimately left us a path. However, I cannot tell you. Song Di set down his teacup and fixed his gaze on Xia Yue. Why can't you tell me, Senior Song Di? Xia Yue asked, puzzled, his mind racing. Could it be that the Tao of heaven forbids it? Yes, such a secret must be forbidden knowledge. I am still weak. How could I be worthy of knowing? That's because you haven't passed my trial yet. Song Di's tone shifted, and he chuckled. You've only passed the first half of the trial. There's still the second half. The second half is simple. Song Di drained his cup of tea, rose to his feet, and an intangible aura began to surge. He said solemnly, fight me at the same rank. As his words fell, the wooden hut twisted and transformed into a massive stone cavern. Beside Song Di, 3 beams of light flashed in succession. To the left stood a giant wolf over 4 meters at the shoulder, its body a deep blue, almost black. Its ice crystal crown was not azure, but a dark somber ice, and a faint vertical line hinted at its brow. It's the Ice Wolf King. But Xia Yue could sense that the bloodline power slumbering within it was far purer and more potent than Xiao Yin's had been at its awakening. In the center was an elegant, elongated giant bird, its ice blue feathers long and resplendent, its tail feathers cascading like ice crystals, the Ice Luan. Yet its aura was far more ancient and vast than that of Nalan Qing's Ice Luan. Deep within the icy blue glow, a faint hint of Saiyan divinity was visible. To the right was a colossal elephant as massive as a small hill, clad in thick pale bone armor with long curved tusks. Merely standing there, it exuded an unshakable sense of weight, a primal aura from the Ice Age rushing forth. The 3 beasts, each with a distinct form, shared one common trait. An ancient, vast aura clung to them. They belonged to my companions from the past. I will suppress my power to the same rank as your beasts. Song Di's voice was calm. Win the battle, and I will bestow upon you all the legacy I have left behind. Xia Yue took a deep breath and also rose to his feet. His mental energy connected to the beast's space, and Xiaoyin, Xiaogu, and Xiao Ten appeared beside him. Xiaoyin immediately fixed its gaze on the deep blue ice wolf, king, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Don't panic. Xia Yue patted its neck. At the same rank, we've never lost. He looked at Song Di, his gaze steely. Come on. Song Di nodded and spoke. Ice Luan, you go first. Cry. Song Di raised his hand. The Ice Luan took flight, its clear cry echoing through the cavern, carrying the pressure of the ancient Azure Luan bloodline. Individual name Ice Luan, individual attribute Ice, individual level early resonance. Matching Xiaogu's rank. But Xiaogu isn't good at solo fights. Xiaoyin, you go first. Xiaoyin let out a low growl, an ice crystal shield unfolding before it. The Ice Luan flapped its wings, and a rain of ice crystal feathers shot down like a storm, each one carrying bone-chilling cold and far greater penetration than an ordinary Ice Luan's. Boom, boom, boom. The ice crystal shield trembled violently, but not a single crack appeared. Xiaoyin is a major rank higher. Advantage is mine. Xiaoyin, freeze ray. Xia Yue commanded. Xiaoyin instantly gathered its power and sprayed a deep blue beam, freezing the Ice Luan into an ice sculpture. Clap, clap, clap. As expected of the genius I chose, your strength is impressive. Song Di applauded, then sent out the massive bone-armored elephant. Individual name bone-armored elephant, individual attribute Ice, individual level early spiritual, individual talent, disaster era, individual skills. Ancient bloodline mammoth. Early spiritual. Mammoth bloodline. Xia Yue quickly analyzed the battle situation, then recalled Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin, come back. Xiaotin, go. Xia Yue said in a low voice. Xiaotin transformed into a flash of orange-red flame and charged forward. The giant elephant let out a low roar, raising its trunk and spewing a massive breath mixed with ice, gravel, and cold currents covering a wide area. Xiaotin nimbly turned into sparks, weaving through the gaps in the breath, trying to approach. But the elephant, though seemingly clumsy, was not slow. It raised its massive foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom. The ice shattered and countless sharp icicles exploded in a ring. Xiaotin dodged too late and was grazed by several icicles. Xiaotin, starfire. Xia Yue commanded. Xiaotin melted into the shadows, instantly appearing beside the elephant's flank. It raised its right paw, and the dark red-gold starfire within it leaped violently. A searing pain that pierced the spirit slammed into the joint of the bone armor on the elephant's leg. TSSS. There was no sound of metal clashing, only a strange noise like ice being seared by a red-hot iron. No scorch mark was left on the bone armor, but the elephant's movement suddenly stiffened, letting out a pained, chaotic roar. The negative emotions contained in the starfire had drilled into its spirit like venomous thorns. Oh, mental attack. Interesting. Song Di's eyes lit up. It works. Xia Yue's eyes brightened. Xiaotin, burn it with emotional fire. Xiaotan's deep red pupils spun with golden stars, and the starfire around it blazed brightly. An invisible wave of mental energy rippled outward, continuously assaulting the elephant. The elephant swung its trunk in agitation, its breath of cold currents losing accuracy, and its stomps became erratic. Now, get close to its neck and pour all the starfire in. Xiaotin turned into a flickering streak of starfire, dodging a wildly swinging trunk, and instantly pressed against the exposed throat below the elephant's raised head as it bellowed. It pressed its paws together, compressing all the surrounding starfire along with most of its own energy into a nearly black dark red fireball, and slammed it fiercely into the gap of the thick bone armor. Rumble. The elephant's massive body trembled violently. The ice blue ferocity in its eyes was replaced by chaos, fear, and rage, and it let out a meaningless wail. Your beast is indeed strong, but... Xiang awakened the bloodline. Song Di revealed a gratified smile, then communicated with the ancient bloodline of the bone-armored elephant. Whoosh! A terrifying blizzard swept through the stone cavern. The bone-armored elephant's body expanded again, nearly touching the cavern's ceiling. Countless fine hairs sprouted from the gaps in the hard bone armor. The enormous tusks swelled and lengthened, a layer of jagged ice crystals forming on them. The beast's aura surged, and the ancient might of the mammoth was fully awakened. Bloodline awakening. Xia Yue gazed curiously at the mammoth. This was only the second time he had witnessed another beast's bloodline awakening. Xiaotin was thrown back by the sudden eruption of power, the starlight around it dimming considerably. Xiaotin, starfire domain. Xia Yue immediately called out. The spark flame general gently pressed the strange emotion flame in its palm against the ground. A dark red domain woven from countless threads of emotion light rapidly expanded from its center, standing its ground against the blizzard conjured by the mammoth. Within the domain, negative spiritual waves such as fear, anger, and chaos constantly assaulted the mammoth's mental will. The mammoth let out a frenzied roar, swinging its massive head as its trunk, imbued with the power of ancient frost, swept across like a battering ram, leaving behind a trail of fine ice crystals that froze the very air. Xiaotin once again dispersed into motes of starlight, evading the trunk's sweep. The next moment the starlight reconverged at the mammoth's flank, and Xiao Tan's deep crimson pupils locked onto its target, gathering all its power. Xiao Tan, Starfire Holy Sword. Countless threads of emotion force coalesced around Xiao Tan, swiftly forming the phantom of a giant sword burning with orange-red flames edged with a dark golden halo. The giant sword descended upon the mammoth with a sharpness that could sever spirit itself. This strike did not target the flesh but the mind and will. Roar! The mammoth let out a pained roar, its massive body staggering. The spiritual damage made its movements noticeably stiff. The spiritual impact of the Starfire Holy Sword clashed fiercely within it with the berserk power from the bloodline, awakening, plunging it into momentary confusion. It was this brief stiffness. Xiao Tan, the final blow. Xiao Tan let out a sharp screech, and all the starlight collapsed inward, its entire body transforming into a condensed dark red streak of light, like an arrow piercing through the shadows, and slammed viciously into the mammoth's head armor. Rumble! A deafening roar sounded. The mammoth's movements came to a complete halt, the chaotic ferocity in its eyes gradually faded. Its massive body swayed, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, shaking the entire cavern. Xiao Tan landed back on the ground, its body trembling slightly, clearly exhausted from the burst of power. Excellent. Emperor Tsong nodded, waving his hand to recall the giant elephant. A spiritual attack. An unexpected ability. He looked at Xia Yue, his eyes growing more appreciative. Then the last one. The Ice Wolf King, a deep blue, nearly black, stepped forward slowly. With each step the surrounding chill intensified. Xia Yue took a deep breath and recalled the weakened Xiao Tan. Xiaoyin. He looked at his companion, already brimming with battle spirit. The final battle is up to you. Awoo. Xiaoyin stepped forward, its ice blue eyes locked onto the opponent, emitting a low, challenging growl from its throat. Young man, be careful. Emperor Tsong's Ice Wolf King moved. Extreme speed. Xia Yue only saw a deep blue afterimage flash by, and an ice flower burst open at Xiaoyin's previous position. Xiaoyin reacted quickly, dodging the attack. Reaction speed is decent. Emperor Tsong nodded. Xiaoyin, be careful. Its speed, strength, and control over ice may far surpass any opponent we've encountered before. Xia Yue focused his mind. Awoo! Xiaoyin let out a long howl, and a fierce blizzard swept out from its center, ice blades mixed with snowflakes instantly filling most of the cavern. What about its strength? As Emperor Tsong's words fell, his Ice Wolf King condensed a ferocious ice claw in its paw, approached Xiaoyin at terrifying speed, and slammed down fiercely. Xiaoyin, Ice Claw. Xia Yue commanded, and Xiaoyin likewise condensed a terrifying ice claw in its hand. The two forces of ice clashed, unleashing extreme cold power. The blizzard in the cavern seemed to come alive, and the entire rock wall was stained white. Such powerful strength, even surpassing my Ice Wolf King by a margin. Emperor Tsong exclaimed in amazement. Your nurturing of the Ice Wolf King surpasses mine. I wouldn't dare. Xia Yue replied modestly. Xiaoyin's terrifying attack power mainly came from the bonus of the equipment Celestial Edgeblade. This equipment allowed all of Xiaoyin's attacks to critically strike, boosting its attack power dramatically. Senior Emperor Tsong. No more testing. Xia Yue finished speaking, and his psychic power surged, connecting with the bloodline power within Xiaoyin. Perfect. Emperor Tsong laughed, and a terrifying bloodline power spread through the cavern. Awoo! The wolf howl shook the ice stalactites on the cavern ceiling, causing them to fall like rain. Both Ice Wolf Kings transformed into the form of northern frost wolves, their crowns turning into bone, and their bodies covered in thick ice armor. Xia Yue looked closely. Emperor Tsong's Ice Wolf King had noticeably more solid ice armor, almost obscuring what lay beneath, and its bone crown was tinged with a hint of azure. You know, frost wolves absorb the extreme ice power from their companions' crowns after death. After condensing and sublimating that power to a certain extent, the bone crown turns azure. Emperor Tsong explained. I understand. But my Xiaoyin will not lose. Xia Yue revealed a smile. Xiaoyin. Xia Yue roared now. Expand the domain. Xiaoyin opened its massive maw, but instead of breathing it let out a long ancient wolf howl. Wu Izzo. Centered on it, a more condensed, nearly gray-white miniature blizzard domain exploded outward with strong exclusivity and corrosiveness, actively colliding with the invisible cold aura around Emperor Tsong's Ice Wolf King. A domain prototype. Not bad, Emperor Tsong said with satisfaction. The two extreme cold domains of the same origin, but different intensity, collided with a bang. Countless fine ice crystal explosions burst in the air, and visible cold currents tore wildly. Xiaoyin's domain was full of energy, constantly opposing Emperor Tsong's Ice Wolf King's domain, trembling violently. The two forces clashed in the air, barely holding their own. Emperor Tsong's Ice Wolf King let out a low growl, seeming somewhat surprised, then turned into a deep blue lightning bolt and directly charged into Xiaoyin's gray-white domain. Its claws aimed straight for Xiaoyin's head. Xiaoyin Winter Breath. Predict its charge path and spray in a covering pattern. Xiaoyin did not aim at the opponent, but instead sprayed that condensed, nearly transparent ice blue breath at the fan-shaped area in front of itself. Emperor Tsong's Ice Wolf King made a minuscule turn in midair, but the Winter Breath's range was too large, and it was still grazed by the edge of the flow on its hind leg. Crack! A faint freezing sound rang out, its hind legs' movement stiffened visibly, and its charge speed dropped sharply. Opportunity. Ice Claw. Scorpion Tail Stinger. Xia Yue seized this fleeting moment, its form flickering as it conjured a massive ice claw in its hand. That Song D Ice Wolf King exhaled a terrifying chill, then countered with a frost claw strike, deflecting Xia Yue's attack. But the claw strike was merely a feint, as Xia Yue's tail tipped with a ghostly blue icy bone spur, like a venomous snake struck, at an incredibly cunning angle, stabbing fiercely into the vulnerable flank of the deep blue Ice Wolf King, whose hind legs were momentarily stiff. That Song D Ice Wolf King twisted violently, but the scorpion tailbone spur still grazed its side, tearing away a patch of deep blue crystalline fur and leaving a deep bloody gash. A perfect command and judgment. Song D revealed a gratified smile. You have passed the trial. But I still wish to fight you to the end. How about it? Just what I wanted. Good. Wolf King unleashed the domain. Eternal Ice Domain. Song D seemed ignited with passion. Whoa. That Song D Ice Wolf King roared, and countless ice crystals spread, as if alive, expanding at a visible speed, crawling up the stone walls. Such a terrifying domain. Xia Yue had no time to marvel. He immediately activated Xia Yue's domain to its fullest to counter it. With the same beast type, the same tier, and nurtured by equally talented beast tamers, the two Ice Wolf Kings were evenly matched, locked in a stalemate for over 10 minutes. What's going on? Xia Yue's awakened form is about to fade, but Senior Song D's Ice Wolf King seems unaffected. Xia Yue was perplexed. Song D seemed to read his thoughts, and said, Young man, when a beast's ancient bloodline concentration reaches 100, and its mastery is perfect, the bloodline awakening form can become permanent. Permanent? Xia Yue exclaimed in astonishment. As Xia Yue's awakened form receded, its domain could no longer contend with that of Song D's Ice Wolf King. I have lost. Senior Song D. Xia Yue conceded. Ha ha ha. It's fine, you have passed my trial. Song D recalled the Ice Wolf King to his side, smiling kindly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for passing the second trial of the Song D legacy. Reward obtained: Golden Hex Deck Enhancement Rune 1, Gold Coins 2000. Senior Song D. What you said earlier about permanent. Indeed. Song D nodded. I prefer another term over permanent. The fourth evolution. The fourth evolution. Does that mean a 4-star beast? Xia Yue murmured. When the bloodline awakening form can last forever, isn't that the fourth evolution? Oi. Song D laughed. Yes. Xia Yue pondered. Song D was right. If this form could be sustained permanently, how was it different from the fourth evolution? By the way, Senior, since you made this discovery, why hasn't it been passed down in Dongli? I've never heard of a fourth evolution outside. Xia Yue asked curiously. Well, that's a long story. In my later years, I was somewhat obsessed with breaking through to legendary, and never thought to leave these teachings for posterity. Song D said with a hint of embarrassment. Huh. Xia Yue scratched his head, not expecting such an answer. No wonder information about bloodline awakening was so scarce in the outside world. It's fine now you're here. You can spread this knowledge later. Song D said nonchalantly. Anyway, back to the point. Passing my trial grants 3 rewards. Song D waved his hand, and 3 orbs of light appeared. The first is the bloodline essence of the Northern Frost Wolf. Let your Ice Wolf King absorb it. It will enhance its bloodline purity. Item name: Bloodline Essence Northern Frost Wolf. Item grade 8th order. Description: the bloodline essence of the Northern Frost Wolf can greatly increase the bloodline purity and talent of wolf-type beasts. What a treasure! Xia Yue rejoiced. The second is my cultivation insights on the superpower of bloodline awakening. No need to elaborate. Comprehend it yourself. The second orb dissipated, and a bamboo slip fell into Xia Yue's hands. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained a Beast Tamer skill upgrade scroll, Bloodline Resonance 1. Use it now? Holy crap. System, you're so useful. But not now. Xia Yue couldn't suppress his ecstasy. The third is the token of the Frost Heaven Legion. Song Di's face showed a trace of nostalgia. The Frost Heaven Legion. Xia Yue was shocked. He had heard that name. According to historical records, Song Di once led an invincible legion across the land, conquering all directions, and eventually unified the Northern Territory. And the name of that invincible legion was none other than Frost Heaven. The Frost Heaven Legion. Song Di's voice carried both pride and a hint of melancholy. A part of my life's work. They were originally orphans, refugees. I led them to tame beasts, train them, build a massive army from scratch, and fight alongside me across the lands. But after the unification of Dongli, fewer than 10,000 survived. In my later years, knowing I couldn't break through, I built this grand tomb to select an heir. And they followed me without hesitation. But so many years have passed, those warriors of that time must have died long ago. Yet their descendants still live in this secret realm. Influenced by their parents, they train every day, remaining utterly loyal to me. I have only one request: treat them well. They will become your most loyal supporters. Song Di said slowly. I will. Xia Yue took the token and replied earnestly. From this day forth, you are the heir of Song Di. Song Di's phantom began to fade, his voice ethereal. The road is long. Use this power well, and never forget your true heart. As his voice trailed off, the phantom dissipated like smoke. I will. Xia Yue whispered, clutching the Frost Heaven token tightly. As the trial ended, the entire stone chamber slowly vanished. In the wooden hut, silence returned. Only the flickering pale flame on the table reflected Xia Yue's dazed eyes. "I'm off, master." Xia Yue rolled up the painting, bowed slightly, then turned and left. Outside in the grand hall, a dragon, a man, and a lion were sitting together chatting. Before them was a huge projection showing a youth and a blue-haired man locked in battle. "Big Ice Dragon, do you think Xiao Xia will pass the trial?" Chen Junyang peeled an orange from somewhere and asked while eating. "Based on my experience, he should have passed." The blue flames in the death dragon's eye sockets flickered. "Huh? What did you say? Passed?" Chen Junyang was first stunned, then beamed with joy. "Yeah. The projection is slightly delayed. That kid has passed the trial and is about to come out." The death dragon stood up. Squeak, squeak. Just as the death dragon finished speaking, Xia Yue pushed open the ancient door. The creak of the ancient side door being pushed open echoed distinctly through the empty hall. The man, the dragon, and the lion seated around the enormous projection turned their heads simultaneously. Xia Yue stepped over the threshold, his face still pale from overexertion of his spiritual energy, but his eyes blazed with an astonishing brightness. In his hand, he tightly clutched the obsidian token. The half-peeled orange in Chen Junyang's hand dropped to the floor. "You actually passed." He stared at Xia Yue, then turned to look at the projection. On the screen, the afterimage of the Tsang Emperor dissipated, leaving only the flickering pale flames on the stone table. The pale soul fire in the undead dragon's eye sockets flickered violently a few times, and then a low, bone-grinding laugh echoed. "Congratulations on passing the master's trial. Little master, Xia Yue, you're far stronger than your father." Chen Junyang stood up abruptly, looking Xia Yue up and down. To defeat the Tsang Emperor at the same cultivation level is simply... He paused mid-sentence, glanced at the undead dragon beside him, and didn't finish. "Indeed, you are formidable. The talents of your several spirit beasts are not inferior to mine." The undead dragon's massive skull nodded slightly. Xia Yue exhaled, walked over, and plopped down beside them, only then feeling the weakness in his legs. "Just luck," Xia Yue said honestly. "That Ice Wolf King at the end was terrifyingly strong. That wretched wolf was indeed powerful. Even I couldn't defeat it at the same stage back then." The undead dragon's voice resounded directly in their minds. "Since you have passed the trial, you are now the new inheritor. Did you obtain the token?" Xia Yue held up the obsidian token. Neither metal nor jade, it was ice cold to the touch, its intricate frost flower patterns faintly shimmering in the dim hall. "The Frost Heaven token," confirmed the undead dragon. "Anything else?" "The bloodline essence and the Tsang Emperor's manuscript," Xia Yue replied, without concealment, briefly mentioning the other two items. "As I expected." The undead dragon nodded slightly. Chen Junyang's eyes lit up, especially when he heard Frost Heaven token, and he couldn't help but whistle. "That's a treasure. That legendary legion. Did it really survive?" "The legion remains," the undead dragon said slowly, a hint of longing in his massive skull. "Pity that those from the old days are all gone." "Gone? Well, it's been centuries. It would be strange if they were still alive." Chen Junyang stroked his chin and nodded. "What remain now are their descendants, though some of the original spirit beasts might still be alive," the undead dragon added. "That's still not bad. Xia Yue used this power well. They might become your first core team." Chen Junyang reminded him. "Got it, Uncle Chen." Xia Yue's eyes lit up at these words. Indeed, human lifespans were short, but spirit beasts were different. Some powerful ones could live for thousands of years. The undead dragon's massive bone claw raised, pointing toward a passage deep in the hall that had not been visible before. At the end of the passage, a faint glimmer different from the surrounding darkness could be seen. Beyond that lies Frost Heaven City. Most of the beings swept into this secret realm are now gathered in the city. The undead dragon paused. "Little master, as the inheritor, you should go and take charge. The citizens of Frost Heaven City all recognize the Frost Heaven token." He hesitated. "Well, at least they did back then." Xia Yue. "Indeed, after so many years, the original followers have long passed. Whether their descendants will acknowledge you as the Tsang Emperor's inheritor is uncertain." Chen Junyang mused. "I still have to go. Everyone is there." Xia Yue said with slight hesitation but firm resolve. "By the way, Uncle Chen, you still haven't explained why you joined the Golden Tree." He looked at Chen Junyang. Chen Junyang waved his hand, sat back down, picked up the fallen orange segment, blew off the dust, and popped it into his mouth. "It's not as complicated as you think. Back then, by a stroke of fate, I was saved by an elder of the Golden Tree. After learning some information about the organization, I naturally joined. The Golden Tree isn't as terrifying as you imagine. It's actually a very loose organization, and its members are not united in purpose. Most of them have their own ideals and ambitions. Only a minority seek pure revenge and destruction. As for me, my goal was clear: to strengthen myself, put pressure on Dongli, and silently guard it from the shadows." Chen Junyang explained slowly. "So that's how it is. No wonder they say the nation and the Golden Tree have connections. Uncle Chen, how serious is the influence of the noble families in Dongli now?" Xia Yue asked curiously. "Much better than before. The new No. One has implemented many measures since taking office. I have great respect for him." "The new No. One?" Xia Yue recalled seeing him on TV, a kind-faced old man. "Speaking of which, he's actually a relative of yours." Chun Junyang teased. Huh, I didn't know that. Xia Yue looked bewildered. You don't know? Never mind, I won't say. Ask your father when you get back. Chun Junyang said. Back to the topic of the noble families. They've improved only slightly, not completely resolved. Some of the families among the 6 governors are still the same, just not so blatant. The ancient families aren't much better. Take the He family of the northern border. They used to act very domineeringly, but after the new patriarch took over and reformed, things have improved a lot. Chun Junyang explained. The He family. That's He Qin's clan, right? Xia Yue thought. Enough talk. This mausoleum is vast. Aside from the core inheritance, there are bound to be some other opportunities hidden in the corners. I'm going to wander around and try my luck. Chun Junyang said, casually chewing an orange. Oh, and come find me after you get out. As if remembering something, he suddenly added. Then he grabbed a handful of mane from the Flame Lion King and handed it to Xia Yue. Take this. When you're outside, it will guide you to me. If you're in danger, burn it, and I'll sense it. Xia Yue took the mane, still radiating a warm temperature. He then patted the Flame Lion King's neck. Old friend, rested enough. Let's find another place to explore. The Flame Lion King let out a low roar, stood up, and its body blazed with flames, dispelling some of the hall's chill. See you later. Chun Junyang grinned, returning to his usual lazy demeanor. He turned and walked toward a deep, dark corridor in another direction, with the Flame Lion King following. Soon the man and lion vanished into the darkness. The undead dragon watched Chun Junyang leave without stopping him. Once he was far away, it turned back to Xia Yue. Go, little master. Frost Heaven City awaits you. Xia Yue nodded. He cast one last glance at the ancient side door behind him, took a deep breath, and walked toward the passage leading to the faint light. After Xia Yue departed, a blue figure appeared beside the death dragon. Master. The death dragon lay on the ground, its pale soul fire in its eye sockets flickering violently a few times. Will you? How is this kid? Emperor Tsong patted the death dragon's head and smiled. His talent is slightly stronger than yours. The death dragon said expressionlessly. What are you saying? He's not better than me. About the same, right? Emperor Tsong said without a hint of embarrassment. Master. Eternal Ice Domain was that foul wolf skill comprehended during the Monarch stage. You've already lost to the young master at the same level. The death dragon mercilessly revealed the truth. Shoo, don't say it out loud. What face do I have as an elder losing to a young upstart at the same level? Emperor Tsong raised a finger, feeling guilty. The death dragon said nothing, merely gazing at Emperor Tsong with contemptuous eyes. How dare you? What do you mean by that, Buyu? Nothing. Master, I'm sleepy. Time to sleep. I'm so angry. Xia Yue rode Little Silver galloping through the pitch-black tunnel for over 10 minutes before finally reaching their destination. Finally, I can see the sun. Xia Yue looked up at the sky. There wasn't a single light in the tunnel. He was about to develop claustrophobia. Is that Frost Heaven City? Xia Yue stood at the edge of the cliff, the wind making his clothes flutter noisily. He looked into the distance where a city lay quietly among the clouds. The city walls were translucent ice blue, refracting a cold radiance under the sunlight, as if built from blocks of ice. The pavilions featured layered eaves with snow accumulating on the roofs and eave corners shimmering like crushed silver in the daylight. A great river flowed through the city, its surface capped with thin ice, like a silvery white ribbon dividing the city in two. Several stone bridges spanned the river, their railings also blanketed in white snow. The streets within the city crisscrossed in a grid-patterned, buildings stacked closely together. But from so far away one couldn't discern pedestrians or carriages. Only dense clusters of black dots could be seen moving about. Above the city, ice blue light shadows could be faintly seen circling as though something was guarding this city. Finally arrived. Little Silver, let's go into the city and take a look. Ow! Xia Yue patted Little Silver and followed the mountain path downward. The closer they got to the city gate, the more pronounced the city's distinctive, bustling atmosphere became. The city gate stood open with several guards in thick fur coats and swords at their waists standing watch, accompanied by several snow wolves wrapped in heavy ice armor. The guards at the city wall spotted Xia Yue and the majestic Ice Wolf King beside him from afar. As Xia Yue approached, a burly man who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, his eyes assessing. Are you from the northern region beyond the outside? The man's voice was rather rough. Yes. I came from the outside. Xia Yue wasn't surprised they recognized his identity. After all, their clothing was vastly different from his. They wore attire resembling ancient Dongli clothing, while Xia Yue dressed in a down jacket. They seemed like people from entirely different worlds. The man nodded, then looked up carefully at Xia Yue and Little Silver, especially at Little Silver. The wariness on his face eased slightly. He pointed at Little Silver, then gestured to the snow wolf beside him. That's an Ice Wolf King from the outside, right? I've heard rumors recently. It seems to share the same lineage as our Frost Wolves here. Frost Wolf? I'm seeing one for the first time. Xia Yue said curiously. The Frost Wolves here were different from the northern region Frost Wolves. The gap between them was like that between an Icefield Wolf and an Ice Wolf King. Individual name Frost Wolf, individual attribute Ice Element, individual level mid-resonance stage, individual talent beyond ordinary, individual skills. Description: evolved from a frost wolf cub, it is a pack-dwelling beast taming creature, thriving in extremely cold environments. The pack is led by Northern Frost Wolves specializing in ice elemental power, making it an agile combat-oriented beast-taming creature. So that's how it is. Frost Wolves are essentially the ancient form of Icefield Wolves then. The Icefield Wolves in the Secret Realm seem to all be in their ancient form. I wonder why. Several Frost Wolves, as if awakening memories within their bloodline upon seeing Little Silver, lowered their postures before it. Their bodies nearly touched the ground, ears flattened backward against their heads, tails drooping low, clearing a path for Little Silver. Huh. Shall we? What's wrong with you today? The lead man scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps because the bloodline of my Ice Wolf King is rather special. Xia Yue smiled. Bloodline is special. By the way, now that you mention it, I feel your aura seems somewhat familiar too. The man suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Aura? Familiar? Xia Yue was also puzzled. Never mind. Maybe I'm imagining things. Go on in. Follow the main street, turn right at the third intersection, and you'll see a large courtyard. Many people there have gathered. Folks like you who came in from the northern region outside. Go ask around, you might run into someone you know. The man finished speaking and waved his hand. All right. Thanks. Xia Yue entered the city after saying this. The secret realm has connected with the outside world. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad one. Old Gu took a deep breath. It must be a good thing. I want to see the outside world myself. My great-grandfather was from the northern region, and our family has recorded many things about it. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't everyone here with northern region ancestry? You're right. Captain. Just as several guards were chatting idly, one guard nearby seemed to suddenly remember something and called out urgently to the man. What's wrong? Did something happen? No. It's that person just now. Didn't you say his aura felt familiar? I thought about it, and that's the same aura as on Emperor Tsong's sacred portrait. A guard quickly said. What? Wait. You're right. The man finally realized it and stumbled over his words. You go catch him. No. I'll go myself. After speaking, he didn't even have time to grab his weapon and quickly ran into the city. Old Gu, now that you mention it, it really does seem so. Could that young man be a descendant of Emperor Tsong lost to the outside world? A younger guard asked curiously. Xiaozhang, how dare you? Do you think Emperor Tsong is someone we can casually discuss? Besides, Emperor Tsong never indulged in women all his life. How could there be descendants outside? An older guard said. Then what should we call him? Of course. Crown Prince. What? Throne Prince. Good. It does seem quite possible. Xiaozhang was so shocked he could hardly speak. Indeed, there is some possibility. But the Crown Prince shouldn't be it. After all, Emperor Tsong passed away 500 or 600 years ago. In my opinion, he's definitely from Emperor Tsong's lineage, probably a great-great-grandson or so. Other guards gathered around to gossip. Makes sense. Agreed. With Emperor Tsong's descendants coming, the city lord will surely be thrilled. Old Gu murmured. Young man. Hero. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Please wait. A rough voice called out behind Xia Yue as he strolled down the main street of Frosthaven City. Who? Xia Yue turned to look and saw the burly man he had encountered earlier at the city gate. What's wrong? Xia Yue asked, puzzled, watching the man pant as he ran over. Your Highness the Crown Prince. I am Ren Eru, the city gate guard, the man panted. It was our negligence. Let me be your guide. Oh, all right. May I ask if you would like to see His Majesty's sacred statue? Crown Prince. His Majesty's sacred statue. Xia Yue scratched his head in confusion. Could my father have already ascended the throne? That's incredibly fast. Even the statue is already erected. Then, let us go take a look, Xia Yue replied. The people of the Northern Territory were safe within Frosthaven City anyway. It made no difference whether they went now or later. Very well, Your Highness. This humble one will escort you right away, Ren Eru said with a grin, rubbing his hands together. Xia Yue followed Ren Eru for over 10 minutes and soon arrived at their destination. What came into view was a vast square shrouded in a soft white radiance. The towering structures surrounding the square were undoubtedly residences of great wealth and nobility. The square teemed with a dense crowd, many clad in Frosthaven City's traditional attire, reverently kneeling before the sacred statue at its center. Crown Prince arrives. As Xia Yue stepped into the square, Ren Eru shouted excitedly beside him. Wait. Keep it down. Xia Yue said helplessly. Ren Eru's loud voice immediately drew many gazes, and the people in the square all turned towards Xia Yue simultaneously. Eru, what are you doing? A middle-aged man in an ancient-style robe approached Xia Yue. Oh, it's Lord Lin. My lord, this person beside me is indeed the lost bloodline of His Majesty. Your Highness. This is Lin Hengjiang, the director of Frosthaven City's Security Bureau. Ren Eru immediately explained. What? The lost bloodline of His Majesty. Upon hearing this news, Lin Hengjiang was equally shocked and immediately turned to look at Xia Yue beside him. That doesn't look right. Wait, your aura. Lin Hengjiang was initially puzzled, but upon sensing Xia Yue's aura, he was stunned. It truly matches the aura of the sacred statue exactly. Your Majesty, are you truly the Crown Prince? Lin Hengjiang asked in disbelief. I might be. Xia Yue scratched his head. Then, perhaps you should go to the center of the square to have a look. If you truly are the lost bloodline of His Majesty, you must be able to resonate with the sacred statue. Lin Hengjiang paused for a moment before speaking. That's a good idea. Ren Eru nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Then let's give it a try. Xia Yue nodded and walked toward the center of the square. Xia Yue looked up and saw a sacred statue cast from some kind of stone standing tall in the center of the square. The statue depicted a young man wearing a fur coat with flowing long hair and a defiant expression on his face. But Xia Yue recognized the identity of the statue at a glance. It's Senior Venerable Tsang Di. I thought my father had ascended the throne. Then again, even with his heavenly king-level strength, it wouldn't be possible to conquer a city this quickly. Xia Yue said awkwardly. You really do know the sacred statue. But why did you call him Senior? Ren Eru heard Xia Yue's muttering and felt puzzled. Eru, why do you call me Crown Prince? Xia Yue asked directly. I thought you were the lost bloodline of Tsang Di. You're mistaken. Xia Yue held his forehead. Oh, I thought I had found the lost heir of His Majesty Tsang Di. Lin Hengjiang also expressed some disappointment. Sigh. I told you it's not easy to find the illegitimate son of His Majesty Tsang Di. Ren Eru was also quite disappointed as he had hoped to gain merit by following the dragon. But well, I do have some connection to Senior Tsang Di. Xia Yue smiled. What kind of relationship? Both men's disappointment was lifted. I consider myself a disciple of Senior Tsang Di. After saying this, Xia Yue took out the Frost Heaven token from his system storage. Disciple. That's important too. Your status is no less than a crown prince. Ren Eru's face with a smile again, seemingly dreaming of his future life. Disciple. That's quite good. Wait, what is that in your hand? Lin Hengjiang nodded as well, then looked at the ancient token in Xia Yue's hand and was about to speak. Boom. The Tsang Di sacred statue instantly erupted with brilliant light, and a pillar of sky blue light shot straight into the clouds. At the city gate, the guarding soldiers also saw that pillar of light shooting into the sky. That direction seems to be the direction of the sacred statue. Correct. Could it be that Tsang Di is showing his divine presence? Wait. We just speculated that young man was the lost bloodline of His Majesty, and now that Tsang Di's sacred statue has shown its divine presence. These two must be related, right? That young man must surely be a descendant of Tsang Di. Meanwhile, in a grand courtyard in Frost Heaven City, a group of people whose attires significantly differed from the local residents also looked up at the sky. What is that? Such terrifying power, Yin Qi exclaimed, gazing at the pillar of light in the sky. That power bears some similarity to the aura of Frost Heaven City. It should be of the same origin. Yao Zhaohua analyzed. Rather than speculating here, it would be better to go take a look. Old Xia, shall we go together? Yun Feng summoned Ice Wolf King and said to Xia Qingyun. All right, let's go take a look. Xia Qingyun nodded, summoned Blazing Dragon Eagle and mounted it. You go ahead. I'll stay here to protect the Northern Territory residents. Yao Zhaohua said. All right. In the center of Frost Heaven City, within a magnificent building. What is this? A middle-aged man with white hair was handling affairs at his desk when he was interrupted by the sudden pillar of light. City Lord, looking at this direction. It's the direction of the sacred statue. The clerk nearby was also extremely shocked upon seeing the pillar of light shooting into the sky. What could happen to the sacred statue? Could someone have disturbed Tsang Di? The City Lord was also full of confusion. Forget it. Let's go take a look. The City Lord shook his head and stood up. Xiao Zhang, you handle the affairs. I'll be back shortly. The City Lord was clearly a decisive person and made the decision directly. City Lord. Wait. The clerk extended his hand, but before he could finish speaking, he heard a sound of glass shattering. Remember to use the main entrance. The clerk looked at the broken window in confusion. The square was thronged with a dense crowd, a sea of dark figures. Some were residents of Frost Sky City in their thick, old-fashioned winter coats, while others were refugees from the northern lands who had fled here. All of them gathered beneath the sacred statue, craning their necks and murmuring in hushed tones. Xia Yue, squeezing through the crowd with Ren Eru and Lin Hengjiang, saw the colossal stone statue grow clearer as they approached. The statue of Tsang Di was draped in a beast-hide cloak, his long hair tied back his brow, and eyes bearing an indescribable air of resolve and weathered wisdom. The carving was rough and bold, yet the unruly aura seemed to burst forth from the stones silently, overlooking the throng below. This is His Majesty Tsang Di. Ren Eru whispered beside him, his voice tinged with reverence. The founder of Frost Sky City and the ancestor of us all. Back then, His Majesty Tsang Di led the Frost Sky Legion across the land, subduing the entire northern region. No power dared to challenge us. Lin Hengjiang added with pride. Xia Yue remained silent, simply gazing upward. The statue's face indeed bore a striking resemblance to the blue-haired middle-aged man he had seen in the inheritance illusion, especially in the eyes. The square was quiet, broken only by the rustling of banners in the wind and the suppressed breaths of the crowd. Suddenly a commotion stirred at the outskirts. Make way. The City Lord has arrived. The crowd parted automatically, and a middle-aged man in an ice-blue brocade robe and jade crown strode forward, flanked by a squad of armored guards. His face was commanding, but at that moment his brows were tightly knit, his gaze sweeping anxiously through the crowd. Ren Eru immediately leaned in and whispered to Xia Yue, "It's the City Lord, Lord Mo." "City Lord. Over here." Lin Hengjiang waved at Lord Mo. Lord Imo nodded, then walked toward the elevated platform directly in front of the sacred statue. He stopped, his gaze gliding over the crowd before finally settling on Xia Yue, or rather on the dark token barely visible at Xia Yue's waist. Lord Mo's pupils constricted sharply. He stared fixedly at the token, the authority on his face gradually fading, replaced by an incredulous shock, even a loss of composure. Several elders of Frost Sky City nearby followed the city lord's gaze and also changed color. That pattern. No mistake, it's the ancient seal of Frost Sky. The Frost Sky token. It really is the Frost Sky token. No wonder it could trigger the statue's anomaly. The elders' low exclamations escaped like pebbles dropped into a calm lake, quickly rippling through the crowd. The Frost Sky token. What's that? It's said to be a token personally bestowed by His Majesty Songdi, holding the authority of the sovereign. Who is that kid? How does he have it? Isn't that Xia Yue? How is he connected to Songdi? Some refugees from the north recognized Xia Yue, but most were bewildered. Yet the original residents of Frost Sky City, especially the older ones, changed expression. Their gazes toward Xia Yue shifted from curiosity to suspicion, then to profound reverence. Lord Imo took a deep breath, suppressing the shock on his face, and strode quickly toward Xia Yue. The guards behind him tried to follow, but he raised a hand to stop them. The crowd parted even wider. Xia Yue stood still, his hand unconsciously pressing against the token at his waist. Little Silver and the others, sensing the tense atmosphere, immediately emerged from the beast taming space and positioned themselves in front of Xia Yue. Lord Imo stopped 3 paces before Xia Yue. He first looked at Little Silver, especially the faint ancient ice crystal crown on its forehead, and his expression shifted again. Then his gaze returned to Xia Yue's face, his voice carrying a suppressed excitement and a slight tremor. This, young friend. He chose his words carefully. May I have a look at the token you wear at your waist? Lord Imo, it's not proper to bully a child. Just then Xia Chongyun landed nearby, on his blazing fire eagle. A heavenly king Xia. I have no intention of bullying this young friend. I only wish to examine the token at his waist, Lord Imo explained. Dad, Xiao Yu. Xia Chongyun looked at Xia Yue and nodded, the meaning clear. He had his back, so he could do as he pleased without fear. So this is the son of heavenly king Xia. I apologize for the intrusion, but I still wish to see the token at the young friend's waist, Lord Imo insisted. Very well. Xia Yue paused for 2 seconds, then unfastened the token and handed it over. The intricate frost flower patterns on the token glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Lord Imo took the token with both hands, his movements delicate, as if holding a fragile treasure. He examined it carefully, turning it over and over, his fingers tracing the ancient patterns, especially the complex ancient seal of the character Frost Sky on the back, which seemed to be formed of crystallized ice. His fingers trembled slightly. The elders around him crowded closer, some even pulling out magnifying glasses. After examining it for half a minute, Lord Imo slowly raised his head. His gaze toward Xia Yue had completely changed. There was shock, realization, and a nearly scorching anticipation. No mistake. This is definitely the Frost Sky token. Genuine, an elder said. The patterns, the texture, the aura, every detail matches. He murmured, his voice soft, but distinctly audible in the silent square. It is identical to the Frost Sky token recorded in the sacred texts. He raised his head abruptly, his voice suddenly sharp with unshakable certainty. Young friend, have you passed the inheritance trial of His Majesty Songdi? The words crashed like a boulder into a deep pool. What a... Songdi's inheritance. That kid, he obtained Songdi's legacy. The square exploded into an uproar. Gasped shouts and murmurs melded into a cacophony. Those from the north might not know the Frost Sky token, but the words, Songdi's inheritance, were known to every person in Dongli. It was a legend. A myth. The supreme legacy left by one of the 3 emperors who founded Dongli. Countless gazes instantly locked onto Xia Yue, so intense, they nearly set him ablaze. Shock, envy, jealousy, disbelief. A whirlwind of emotions churned through the crowd. I see. Xia Qingyun had already suspected as much upon hearing Lord Mo's words and seeing the token at Xia Yue's waist. Hey, that's my boy, he couldn't help but smile. Yun Feng, arriving late, also caught the commotion at the square's center. As he approached, he heard the explosive news. What a... This Xiao Xian never fails to astonish wherever he goes, Yun Feng exclaimed, his mouth hanging open. Yin Shi, who had come with Yun Feng to watch the excitement, rubbed his eyes vigorously to confirm he wasn't dreaming, then shouted loudly. As expected of Boss Xia. See that? This is my big brother. Xia Yue felt a bit embarrassed under those gazes. He nodded and admitted. Yes, I was fortunate to pass the test of Senior Songdi. Fortunate. City Lord Imo gave a wry smile, shook his head, and respectfully returned the token to Xia Yue with both hands. Those who pass His Majesty's test cannot be described by the word fortunate. He stepped back, then suddenly bowed deeply to Xia Yue, and also to the sacred statue. Imohan, the 73rd City Lord of Frost Heaven City, pays homage to the inheritor. With his bow, the elders, armored warriors, and most of the residents of Frost Heaven City in the square all followed suit, bowing in unison, a sea of black figures lowering as one. In the center of the square, only Xia Yue, Xia Qingyun, and a few bewildered refugees from the northern border remained standing, looking out of place. Xia Yue's scalp tingled. This spectacle was even grander than he had imagined. City Lord Mo, please rise, he quickly said, making a gesture of support. I am merely a later comer who received the senior's inheritance. I do not deserve such great courtesy. City Lord Mo straightened up his face, still flushed with excitement. No, you deserve it. Before His Majesty departed, he left an instruction: whoever returns bearing the Frost Heaven token shall be the new master of Frost Heaven City and the heir to the Tsondi's legacy. This token has lain dormant for centuries. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the still stunned northern border refugees who had yet to recover. His voice softened, but became clearer to everyone. Fellow countrymen from the northern border, you may not know that the ancestors of our Frost Heaven City were all descendants of the Frost Heaven Legion, who once followed Emperor Tsongdi in battle and later voluntarily stayed to guard the imperial tomb. This city, these people have waited for generations for the day when the inheritance would reappear. He turned to Xia Yue, his tone solemn. Now that you have returned with the token, you are the master of Frost Heaven City. Everything in the city is at your command. As for searching for our northern border compatriots scattered throughout the secret realm, our city will spare no effort in assisting. It is our bounden duty. As these words fell, the square fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even louder commotion. He actually passed the inheritance of Tsongdi, the new master of the Frost Heaven Legion. City Lord Xia. City Lord Xia. Xia Yue was also stunned. Although he had learned from the Death Spirit Dragon and the remnant will of Tsongdi that Frost Heaven City was built by the descendants of the Frost Heaven Legion, he hadn't expected them to directly make him the City Lord. Wait, City Lord Mo, he hurriedly waved his hand. I came here mainly to find my lost companions. The position of City Lord is of great importance. I am young and inexperienced, I'm afraid. His Majesty's chosen one must have his reasons. City Lord Mo, however, was resolute. Moreover, the secret realm is now in turmoil, with our northern border compatriots pouring in from the outside. We need someone who can connect both sides and take charge of the overall situation. As the successor of Tsongdi and originally from the northern border, you are the most suitable. He glanced at the northern border refugees behind Xia Yue, who were gradually coming to their senses with growing eagerness in their eyes, and said meaningfully, this is also the will of the people. Xia Yue followed his gaze. The people of Frost Heaven City seemed to have a fanatical reverence for Xia Yue's identity as Tsongdi's inheritor. No, it should be said that they had unconditional trust and blind obedience toward Tsongdi himself. And as Tsongdi's inheritor, this trust was also passed down to Xia Yue. Meanwhile, some of the northern border residents were now looking at him with eager eyes. After all, Xia Yue was their genius from the northern border, and their eyes held trust and expectation. He recalled Tsongdi's words before his dissolution: treat them well. They will become your most loyal supporters. He also remembered the Death Spirit Dragon's remark: the people of Frost Heaven City all recognize the Frost Heaven token. Well, at least they did back then. Frost Heaven City Lord. That doesn't sound too bad. Xia Yue sighed inwardly, knowing he couldn't refuse this matter. He tightened his grip on the Frost Heaven token in his hand. Its cool touch calmed him down somewhat. In that case, he said, looking at City Lord Mo, and then at everyone in the square who was watching him, raising his voice. The search and rescue mission cannot be delayed. Please, City Lord Mo, arrange immediately to compile the information on the areas known to Frost Heaven City and those being searched by the Heavenly Kings, and give it to me. At the same time, strengthen the management of settlements within the city to ensure the basic living conditions of all our compatriots who have entered. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly with a calmness rare for a young man. A glint of approval flashed in City Lord Mo's eyes as he bowed and replied, yes. Your subordinate will see to it immediately. Also, Xia Yue added, Lan Biu, a champion, and others are searching in the secret realm as well. If there is any news of them, inform me at once. Understood. City Lord Mo turned and quickly gave orders to the elders and generals beside him. The entire machinery of Frost Heaven City, spurred by Xia Yue's few words, began to operate efficiently around the rescue effort. Xia Yue stood still, watching the bustling people of Frost Heaven City, then looked up at the silent sacred statue of Tsongdi. The statue's gaze seemed to fall upon him as if it had come to life. Master, I will do well, Xia Yue murmured softly. Just as Xia Yue was about to return to the settlement with Xia Qingyun to recount their experiences, an ethereal and sacred voice resounded above the square. Young master, please stay. The voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly, carrying an ancient rhythm. The bustling crowd in the square instantly fell silent, all looking up to find the source of the voice. City Lord Mo's expression changed, then turned into an incredulous joy. He abruptly turned toward the direction of the statue and bowed. Is it Lord Shuangbei? Xia Yue followed the sound and saw a figure that had appeared on the shoulder of Tsongdi's statue, seemingly out of nowhere. It was a spirit beast radiating a faint ice blue glow, wolf-like in form, but more slender and elegant than an ordinary frost wolf. On its forehead was a crescent-shaped ice mark, and its eyes were deep, filled with wisdom and vicissitude. Shuangbei. Xia Yue gazed at the creature before him, which resembled a frost wolf, but was somewhat different, lost in thought. Bei is a spirit beast from ancient Dongli legends that lives symbiotically with wolves. It is smaller in size than wolf-type spirit beasts and much weaker in combat. However, the Bei is intelligent and cunning, serving as a strategist within the wolf pack. The ancient people of Dongli said, a wolf cannot stand without a bay, and a bay cannot act without a wolf. That is correct, this old one. The ethereal figure nodded slightly, its gaze falling on the frost heaven token in Xia Yue's hand, a trace of relief flashing in its eyes. His Majesty has chosen his master. This old one has finally waited for this day. It leaped lightly from the statue's shoulder, landing before Xia Yue. Its body emitted a faint glow, exuding an air of authority. This old one was His Majesty's spirit beast in the past, a partner of the Frost Wolf named Shuangbei. Since His Majesty's departure, I have followed his instructions to guard this city and oversee the secret realm. Xia Yue quickly bowed. Junior Xia Yue pays respects to Senior Shuangbei. Your Highness need not be so formal. The phantom of Shuangbei waved a paw, signaling the absence of ceremony, but its tone grew grave. Time is of the essence. I shall be brief. Since you now hold the Shuangtian token, there are matters you must know. It turned its gaze westward as if piercing through the city walls and distant mountains. To the west of this secret realm lies a forbidden land called the Xia Yue Abyss. Lately the Xia Yue Abyss has stirred. An exceptionally pure and dense necrotic power seeps forth, eroding the secret realm and striving to shatter the seal spreading into the outer world. Xia Yue's heart tightened. Necrotic power. And the necrotic dragon, Senior. I will be brief. Back then Buyu, that is the necrotic dragon, fell in battle. The Tsang Emperor searched the Blue Star for a way to revive him, and eventually found some leads in a life-forbidden zone. Death is the order of heaven and earth, irreversible, but death does not mean annihilation. Legend speaks of a divine beast that wields necrotic power named Mo. It possesses the ability to transform deceased spirit beasts into necrotic beings. The necrotic state is not truly reversing death, for necromancy itself is a form of death. Thus this method can evade the scrutiny of the cosmic order. Shuangbei said in a deep voice. Shuangbei said in a deep voice. After awakening Mo, the Tsang Emperor used its power to transform Buyu into a necrotic form, thus allowing him to survive, though the price was steep. Mo seems born to bring death to all things. The moment it awoke, it frantically spread its power. For 1,000 li around, insects and beasts turned to ash, birds and fish withered, not a single blade of grass survived. The Tsang Emperor's genius was unparalleled. In the end, at a great cost, he contracted Mo, sealing it forever within his spirit beast space. Rather than a contract, it was more of a seal. Shuangbei licked the fur on its paw and spoke slowly. Wait, Senior Tsang Emperor contracted that divine beast. Does that mean? Xia Yue suddenly thought. You guessed correctly. This secret realm is actually the transformed spirit beast space of the fallen master. Shuangbei said calmly. So that's how it is. Xia Yue exclaimed in astonishment. Theoretically, when a legendary beast tamer falls, their spirit beast space can transform into a small world. Our master was only a quasi-legendary beast tamer at his peak, so his space became a secret realm. He left the Shuangtian Legion within this realm, so that if Mo ever broke the seal, there would at least be a first line of defense and a chance to send word. As for the inheritance, it was to find a beast tamer whose talent surpassed his own, one who could one day resolve the Mo problem entirely. Shuangbei revealed the full truth of the Tsang Emperor's secret realm. So that's the background of the Tsang Emperor's secret realm. Xia Yue mused. The champions of the northern frontier sensed the anomaly and have already gone to suppress it. They are now stationed at the edge of the Xia Yue Abyss, desperately trying to prevent the necrotic tide from spilling over. Shuangbei said. Xia Qingyun, listening nearby, paled. Where are the champions? How is the situation? Not optimistic. The necrotic power is endless, and it can corrupt living beings and erode their minds. Shuangbei shook its head. But do not worry too much. While alive, the master once consulted a great prophet who predicted the time of Mo's seal breaking, roughly 10 years from now. What we must do now is curb the negative effects of Mo's leaking power and temporarily reinforce the seal. It looked at Xia Yue, its eyes glowing with blue light. Your Highness, the Shuangtian token in your hand is not only a symbol to command the Legion's descendants, but also a key. It may help you venture deep into the Xia Yue Abyss and find a way to temporarily quell the calamity. Xia Yue gripped the token tightly. Its coolness steadied him. Senior, you mean for me to go to the Xia Yue Abyss? It must be you. Shuangbei's tone was firm. You are the recognized inheritor of the Emperor, bearing his power. Moreover, the seal left by the master relies on isotribute power. The Frost Wolf by your side may prove useful. Xiaoyin's power. Xia Yue looked at Xiaoyin beside him, puzzled. Oh woo. Xiaoyin seemed to sense a stirring in its own bloodline, as if a force were guiding it westward. Xiaoyin, you feel it too. I understand. Xia Yue took a deep breath, turned to Xia Qingyun, and said, Dad, I have to go. I understand. Xia Yue took a deep breath, turned to Xia Qingyun, and said, Dad, I have to go. Xia Qingyun's brows were tightly knit, clearly reluctant, but seeing his son's resolute eyes, and then glancing at the phantom of Shuangbei, he finally gave Xia Yue a heavy pat on the shoulder. Be careful. The champions are all there. Go and join them first. Don't be reckless. Xia Yue nodded, then turned to Lord Mo. Lord Mo, I entrust the city's affairs and rescue efforts to you. I'll head for the Xia Yue Abyss as soon as possible. Lord Mo solemnly clasped his fists. Rest assured, City Lord. I will do my utmost. Among the guards of Shuangtian City, there are veterans familiar with the terrain around the Xia Yue Abyss. They can guide you. No need for a large force. Shuangbei interjected. A large group is more susceptible to necrotic erosion. Your Highness, take a few elite warriors and travel swiftly, returning as soon as possible. I will use my remaining power to temporarily stabilize the barrier around the holy statue, buying you time. It raised a paw, pointing faintly at the Shuangtian token in Xia Yue's hand. The frost patterns on the token glowed briefly, and an imperceptible icy blue mark sank into it. This mark will help you sense the source of the necrotic power, and will summon me once in a time of crisis. Remember, within the Xiyuan abyss, mental fortitude is paramount. Do not be deceived by resentment and illusions. Xia Yue nodded. There was no time to delay. Lord Mo quickly selected a taciturn but sharp-eyed veteran squad leader. His name was Shi Jian. It was said his ancestors served as scouts in the Shuangtian Legion, and he knew the secret realm's terrain like the back of his hand. Xia Yue summoned Xiaoyin and mounted the wolf. Shi Jian also summoned a sturdy frost wolf and followed close behind. The phantom of Shuangbei gradually faded, and its final words drifted with the wind. Your Highness, may you return safely. Go. Xia Yue barked. Xiaoyin understood, let out a long howl, and transformed into a silver-blue streak racing westward. Shi Jian, riding his frost wolf, kept pace. In the square, the crowd watched them depart. Xia Chengyan stared at his son's disappearing figure in silence. Lord Mo turned and addressed the people. The city lord has gone to resolve the source of the calamity. We must guard the city well and shelter the people. That is how we aid him. Each to their post, no mistakes. Yes. Shuangtian City, an ancient city silent for centuries, was now fully mobilized by the arrival of its new master and the imminent crisis. To the west, the sky was faintly tinged with an ominous gray-black hue, as if heavy storm clouds were gathering. The air at the edge of the abyss of death was as viscous as congealed grease, mingled with the scent of decay and an indescribable cloying sweetness. Xia Yue and the veteran soldier Shi Jian sprinted forth, crossing the forests surrounding Frost Heaven City, then the barren lands, finally stepping into the periphery of the abyss of death, which resembled a swamp. When Xia Yue arrived, he saw from afar several familiar figures engaged in fierce battle above and upon a filthy swamp. The dark green mire churned as if boiling, and from it crawled countless twisted undead spirit beasts, with ghostly green soul flames flickering in their eye sockets. Nalan Shua stood upon an ice lawn hovering in midair. As the ice lawn cried out, it scattered countless ice crystals, freezing vast stretches of the swamp along with the undead within. On the ground, several heavenly kings commanded their spirit beasts, their colorful energy blasts exploding beneath the dim sky, clearing away the wild beasts corrupted by undead power that surged from deeper within. Yet the situation was far from optimistic. Deep within the swamp, a colossal crocodile formed from countless bones and mud, and as massive as a hill let out a thunderous roar. With each swing of its body, it sent waves of mud laced with deadly poison and deathly aura crashing forth. Lan Beiyue was commanding the northern sky tiger in battle against it. The giant crocodile, bolstered by the terrain and its undead state, held its own against a champion and several heavenly kings. In the heat of battle, a heavenly king's rock-type spirit beast was struck head-on, its thick rock armor sizzled with corrosion as it collapsed, gravely injured. Damn it! Northern Sky Tiger used the ultimate technique. Falling stars of the tiger. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the Northern Sky Tiger raised its claws, which transformed into a shadow that blotted out the sky and descended upon the giant crocodile. The giant crocodile was shattered by the terrifying tiger claw, scattering into countless bones and mud that splattered across the deep sludge and rotting trees. Is it dead? Lan Beiyue murmured, staring at the bones and mud that had splattered like droplets of water. Rattle, rattle. The countless bones and mud seemed to come to life, crawling and writhing, then coalescing again to form a giant skeleton. Tribulation stage. Xia Yue's heart tightened. Even with a champion and several heavenly kings joining forces, it was difficult to swiftly defeat an undead creation of this level. Xia Yue. Li Qingshan, still in the thick of battle, was the first to notice him. He punched a spectral bat swarm apart with his ice giant, his voice tinged with surprise and exhaustion. What are you doing here? It's too dangerous. Xia Yue urged Xiaoyin closer. As the Ice Wolf King landed, the chill it exuded temporarily repelled the surging foul swamp around them. Uncle Li, Champion Lan. I'm here to help. Lan Beiyue glanced at him, waving her feathered fan to summon another ice waterfall that crashed upon the reforming skeleton, momentarily halting its charge. Her voice remained cool, but carried a hint of gravity. Don't be foolish. This is no place for you. Retreat to the outer safety zone immediately. I'm afraid I can't. Xia Yue took a deep breath of the putrid air, his gaze sweeping across the tense battlefield. He spoke quickly. I have just received the legacy of the Azure Emperor. A senior guided me to this place. Perhaps I can resolve the problem of the abyss of death. As his words fell, the battlefield seemed to freeze for an instant. Lan Beiyue's movement paused almost imperceptibly. Nalan Shua, far away, cast a glance his way. Li Qingshan turned his head sharply, and even the heavenly king, who had just recalled his gravely wounded rock-type spirit beast, shot him an incredulous look. What did you say? Lan Beiyue's voice wavered for the first time. She swept her sleeve to disperse several vengeful spirits lunging at her, her gaze piercing like lightning as she fixed on Xia Yue. The Azure Emperor's legacy. Yes, Xia Yue replied, too pressed for time to elaborate. I obtained it in the secret realm earlier. The disturbance in the abyss of death is likely connected to the Azure Emperor's remains. It's only been a few days since you entered the secret realm, and you've already obtained the Azure Emperor's legacy. But, coming from you, I suppose it's not entirely unbelievable. Li Qingshan's eyes widened as he struggled to absorb the news. As expected of the man my granddaughter has her eyes on. Nalan Shua far away also caught the information and nodded from atop the ice lawn. The champion and heavenly kings exchanged glances, their shock mingled with scrutiny and deliberation. The tribulation stage skeleton let out a silent roar once more, and the rotting swamp surged into waves, forcing them to focus on the battle. Very well. Lan Beiyue made a swift decision, pointing her feathered fan toward the deeper swamp, where a nearly tangible gray-black mist churned, as if it could swallow even light. We have previously investigated the source of the undead energy. It lies at the center of the abyss of death, where an ancient undead temple stands shrouded by a powerful undead energy field. We have attempted to approach several times, but were driven back by those tribulation stage undead lords. The strongest among them has an aura nearing the quasi-overlord level. As she spoke, she directed the northern sky tiger to unleash an even more biting cold wave, coordinating with the other heavenly king's attacks to momentarily push back the skeleton and the horde of low-level undead, clearing a relatively clear path for Xia Yue. If you truly wish to suppress the undead power, that place might be the key. Lan Beiyue added, her expression grim. But crossing this swamp to reach the center won't be easy. The deeper you go, the stronger the undead energy, and the higher the rank of the corrupted beasts. Xia Yue looked in the direction they indicated. The gray-black mist writhed like a living thing, within which twisted dead trees and floating bones were faintly visible. Xiaoyin let out a howl, sensing a deep tremor from its bloodline, and pointed toward the temple with its snout. At the same time, Xia Yue felt the heavenly frost token at his waist grow faintly warm, both subtly guiding him in that direction. This is as far as you go. You probably won't be able to leave now, Xia Yue said to the veteran soldier beside him. The veteran nodded and turned back to Frost Heaven City to deliver the message. Xiaoyin, are you ready? He said in a low voice, patting Xiaoyin's neck. Xiaoyin let out a low growl, its body radiating cold energy. Its forepaws stepped onto the mud, forming patches of floating ice. We'll help clear the way and hold off this big one and the other high-level undead. Lan Beiyue said no more, gently waving her feathered fan as more ice crystals gathered like a storm. Be careful. The central area. We've never ventured deep into it. The situation is unknown. Don't overthink it. Just keep moving forward. We old folks will clear the path for you. Li Qingshan tore off his tattered clothes, revealing his muscular torso, and leaped onto the palm of the ice giant, charging toward the gathering of undead spirit beasts. Xia Yue nodded without hesitation. Xiaoyin leaped, stepping onto the ice path forged by their combined efforts, and transformed into a silver-blue streak of light, charging into the depths of the swamp shrouded in death and ancient aura. Under the cover of champions and heavenly kings, Xia Yue charged straight into the temple gate, and the light and sounds of battle behind him were instantly cut off. Inside was even darker than outside, the air thick as if submerged in icy water, carrying a musty odor of ancient tombs. The stone bricks underfoot were slippery, covered in dark green moss. Xiaoyin, be careful, Xia Yue whispered. The chill radiating from the Ice Wolf King became the only source of light, barely illuminating a few meters ahead. The passage was not long, at its end lay a spacious hall. Several broken stone statues stood inside, their forms twisted and no longer recognizable. In the center of the hall, several figures with flickering green soul flames in their eye sockets slowly turned around. They were several humanoid puppets assembled from gray stone blocks and rusted metal. Their movements were stiff, and they held broken weapons as they charged towards Xia Yue. Individual name: Quartz Puppet. Individual attributes: Metal Necromancy. Individual level: Early Spirit Communication Stage. Individual talent: Transcendent Stage. Individual skills: Slash, Flowing Light, Cut, Stone Spike, Quartz Armor, Death, Chi, Death, Wave Soul, Strike, Damage, Repair. Description: A quartz mineral that gained intelligence through necromantic contamination, possessing a strong mineral body and soul power born from the undead. Xia Yue scanned with his system. All were at the spirit communication stage, with the leading one even at the late spirit communication stage. Troublesome. Xia Yue clicked his tongue and decided to finish quickly. Xiaoyin, Frost Wolf, Ancestral Soul, Wolves lead the way. Xiaotan, Annihilating Black Flame. Xiaoyin let out a long howl, and frost wolves formed from ice elements howled forth, pouncing on the stone guardians. Meanwhile, Xiaodan transformed into a dark red stream of fire, weaving through the wolf pack's cover, hurling dark red flames fiercely onto the puppets, causing them to burn madly. The quartz puppets were immensely strong. Each swing of their weapons carried a dull wind sound, and striking the ground left a crater. But their movements were slow. Xiaoyin's wolves kept tearing and entangling, while Xiaotan's flame was highly effective against the puppets, producing a sizzling, melting sound on their bodies. One puppet tried to raise its giant axe when a burst of black flames suddenly exploded at its right arm joint, and the entire arm broke off with a crack. Xiaoyin seized the opportunity and shot a concentrated freezing ray directly into its eye socket. The soul flame extinguished, and the stone statue collapsed with a crash. The battle pace was fast. Xia Yue was highly focused, commanding his several spirit beasts to cooperate. Xiaogu kept scattering spores from behind, healing the wear of the wolf phantoms, while also inflicting slow and weakened statuses on the stone statues. In less than 10 minutes, the last guard had its head crushed by Xiaoyin's claw. After all, they are merely mindless dead things. Xia Yue caught his breath, but dared not stop. Deeper in the hall there was another door, and the necromantic aura seeping through its crack was so dense it was almost tangible. Xia Yue pushed open the heavy stone door, revealing a relatively smaller inner chamber. What came into view was a long staircase once covered with a carpet made of some beast's hide, but now eroded beyond recognition due to the passage of time. At the top of the staircase sat a throne built from pale bones. Embedded in the throne was a sword. The blade was pitch black as if forged from the deepest night, reflecting no light. At the hilt was set a constantly pulsating dark red gem, like a heart radiating an unceasing terrifying power that made one's heart tremble. This necromantic force spread like tentacles, invisible gray-black currents corroding the air, and even the chill radiating from Xiaoyin was forced back a few steps. Xia Yue's heart pounded wildly. He instinctively scanned it with his system. Individual name: Mo necromantic sword form, origin damaged. Individual attribute: necromancy. Individual level: mid-dominator stage. Individual talent. Individual skills. Description: dominator stage. Xia Yue's breath caught. How can I fight this? Previously facing a quasi-dominator stage necromantic dragon, Xia Yue felt it could crush him with a single finger. And now this necromantic divine beast actually had mid-dominator stage strength, completely unbeatable. Senior Tsang Emperor and Senior Shuang Bei wouldn't let me walk into death. There must be some way. As Xia Yue's thoughts raced, searching for a solution, the black sword on the throne, the dark red gem, suddenly flashed. An indescribably terrifying pressure exploded. Carrying a tangible death aura, it crashed down like 10,000 tons of seawater. Xia Yue's legs went weak, nearly collapsing, only managing to support himself by pressing against the cold stone wall. Xiaoyin let out a suppressed growl, its limbs trembling slightly, and the ice crystals on its body instantly cracked. Xiaodan and Xiaogu were even worse, pressed down so hard they could barely lift their heads. Suffocation. Cold. As if the soul itself were being frozen and torn away. Human. Song. Aura. A dry, hoarse voice like the overlapping whispers of countless souls directly sounded in Xia Yue's mind. The black sword slowly rose from the throne, its tip pointing at Xia Yue. The light of the dark red gem intensified, and all the necromantic power in the inner chamber began to converge madly toward it. We're going to die. Xia Yue's pupils constricted, his mind going blank. A dominator stage existence, even a casual strike, was absolutely beyond his ability to withstand. He instinctively tried to communicate with the spirit beast space to order Xiaoyin and the others to retreat, but that pressure locked him in place, even slowing his thoughts. In that moment of despair, something in his system backpack, which had been lying quietly all along, suddenly emitted a brilliant light. It's that 1,000-year amber crystal obtained in the city-protecting forest. Xia Yue immediately released the system backpack's restriction, and the amber flew out, hovering before him. It then burst forth with an unprecedented ice-blue light, pure and ancient, instantly dispelling some of the suffocating death aura around. Then the amber transformed into a streak of light, crashing violently into Xiaoyin beside Xia Yue. Xiaoyin! Xia Yue cried out. The light completely engulfed Xiaoyin. The next moment, an ice power more ancient and vast than any of Xiaoyin's previous bloodline awakenings erupted like a sleeping volcano. When the light faded, what stood in place was no longer the usual form of Xiaoyin in its ancient bloodline awakening state. Its body was even more massive, with a shoulder height, close to 8 meters, almost reaching the hall's ceiling. Its entire body was covered in deep blue, almost ink-black, mysterious ice armor, each scale engraved with ancient frost runes. The ice crystal crown on its forehead had turned into a dark, dull sapphire blue, with a faint light at its center, like an eternal frozen star. Its gaze was cold and majestic, carrying the indifference of one looking down upon all beings. Is this Senior Tsang Emperor's Ice Wolf King? Xia Yue was momentarily stunned as he watched Xiaoyin, who had grown to an enormous size. No. To be precise, Xiaoyin has temporarily obtained the complete power of the same origin and rank as the Tsang Emperor Ice Wolf King. Xia Yue murmured. And this aura quickly reached the critical point of the Overlord stage, even faintly carrying a trace of true Overlord dignity. Then, as if naturally breaking through the shackles in an instant, the terrifying Overlord aura spread out, an immensely majestic and domineering presence, shaking the 8 directions. This is the power from the amber. Xia Yue suddenly understood. This was likely one of the contingency measures left by the Tsang Emperor. What was sealed in the amber was precisely the purest trace of his Ice Wolf King's original essence. A woo! Xiaoyin howled at the sky, the wolf's cry like the thunder of an ancient glacier. The terrifying icy domain exploded outward with Xiaoyin at its center. No longer the faint blizzard of before, but directly transforming the entire floor, walls, and ceiling of the inner hall into a world of azure ice crystals at absolute zero. The domain force collided fiercely with the deathly pressure of the Death Spirit sword, producing a grinding sound that set one's teeth on edge. The space within the inner hall trembled. The Death Spirit sword seemed provoked. The dark red gemstone on it blazed with intensity. And there, wield, ice. It no longer hovered with a tremor of its blade. A condensed gray-black sword beam tore through space, slashing straight toward them. Where it passed, even the icy domain was eroded into a pitch-black path. Xiao Yun moved. It did not dodge. The azure crown on its forehead blazed with light, its front paw raised, and it swung forward fiercely. This is the eternal ice domain, Xia Yue exclaimed. A deep blue ice wall, more solid and seemingly compressed from eternal ice, materialized out of thin air, blocking the sword beam. Boom. The ice wall exploded, and the sword beam dissipated simultaneously. The terrifying shockwave flung Xia Yue away, slamming him heavily against the ice crystal wall. A sweetness rose in his throat. There's hope. Xiao Yun, fused with the Amber's power, can actually temporarily contend with the Death Spirit sword. But if this continues, I'm afraid I'll collapse first. Xia Yue wiped the blood from his lips and smiled bitterly. I have to think of something. Use that. Xia Yue suddenly recalled Shuang Bei's words and the imprint left in the Tianshuang token. Without hesitation, he pulled out the token and poured his mental energy into it. Senior Shuang Bei, help me. The frost patterns on the Tianshuang token suddenly lit up. An icy blue projection emerged from the token and quickly solidified. It was indeed Shuang Bei, resembling a frost wolf with a crescent-shaped ice mark on its forehead. Its eyes were still wise and weathered, but now filled with solemnity. Young master, it has come to this step. Shuang Bei's projection looked at the Death Spirit sword, a trace of determination flashing in its eyes. Mo, don't even think about leaving the seal. Without wasting words, its form flickered and turned into a stream of icy blue light, merging into Xiao Yun's body. Xiao Yun's body trembled. The indifference in its eyes receded slightly, replaced by a calm and wisdom accumulated over countless ages. The ice armor on its body became more solid, and the control of the ice crystal domain grew more exquisite and nimble. I am temporarily sharing souls with your Xiao Yun to control this power. A somewhat youthful voice echoed in Xia Yu's mind, still with Shuang Bei's steady tone. Young master, cooperate with us, restrict its movements. Its core is the Death Spirit heart, attack there. Xia Yu's spirits lifted. Xiao Tan, Xiao Gu, full support. Xiao Tan let out a long screech. The dark red flames around its body surged, condensing into several flaming chains, which together with countless ice spikes that suddenly thrust out from the icy domain coiled around the Death Spirit sword from all directions, attempting to bind it. Xiao Gu meanwhile showered all its support spores toward Xiao Yun, while releasing a large area of purification spores, trying to weaken the dense death aura around. However, due to the vast disparity in rank, Xiao Tan's flame chains were cut apart by the Death Spirit sword like tofu, and Xiao Gu's support spores provided only limited assistance to Xiao Yun. The Death Spirit sword charged left and right, its sword beams crisscrossing, constantly shattering ice spikes. But with Shuang Bei's control, Xiao Yun's ice domain was ever-changing. Sometimes ice walls blocking, sometimes ice spikes ambushing, sometimes extreme cold currents slowing, pushing the mastery of ice power to its limit. For a time the battle was evenly matched. Ice crystals and death aura continuously annihilated each other, and the entire inner hall was on the verge of collapse. But Xia Yu's heart sank. He could see the light on Xiao Yun gradually dimming. The power of the amber was rapidly depleting, while the Death Spirit sword's aura grew increasingly fierce. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Just as Xiao Yun once again clashed with the sword beam, was knocked back and cracks appeared in its ice armor. Roar! A familiar ferocious lion's roar came from the entrance of the temple, followed by an extremely scorching blast of fire, like a sun crashing into the inner hall, sizzling the pervasive death aura. A figure riding on the back of the blazing Lion King broke through the barriers of ice crystals and death aura, charging fiercely into the center of the battlefield. The newcomer, clad in black robes with eyes sharp as a knife, was none other than Qin Junyang. Xiao Xia, fall back. Before he finished speaking, the massive skeletal form of the Death Spirit dragon also squeezed into the inner hall. In its hollow eye sockets, pale soul flames flickered violently, fixed on the black sword on the throne, emitting a dragon's roar mixed with determination. Mo, you will never break the seal. The Death Spirit dragon spewed a breath of pale, icy dragon breath, covering Xiao Yun, and instantly reinforcing the crumbling ice crystal domain, temporarily blocking the erosion of death aura. Qin Junyang, without wasting a word, leaped off the blazing Lion King's back and clenched his fists in midair. The blazing Lion King roared. Boundless dark gold flames rose, forming a flame tornado that strangely merged with the Death Spirit dragon's icy breath. Ice and fire intertwined, producing a terrifying annihilation force that slammed into the Death Spirit sword. The two quasi-overlords of ice and fire, along with Xiao Yun, who had temporarily obtained overlord power with Shuang Bei's assistance, three forces combined, finally managed to barely hold back the edge of the Death Spirit sword. Energy surged within the inner hall. Ice crystals, death aura, and flames collided and annihilated wildly. The entire temple trembled violently, and rubble fell in a shower. The death spirit sword let out a sharp shriek. The dark red gemstone on its blade flickered madly, continuously summoning more deathly power. But Xia Yue's heart sank. The dark red gemstone at the hilt of the black sword on the throne beat, with increasing intensity, like a gradually awakening evil heart, frantically absorbing the pervasive death aura around. No, we can't hold on like this. Shuang Bei's voice transmitted through Xiao Yin's body carried a hint of urgency. Its power is growing. This temple is nourishing it. As if to confirm Shuang Bei's words, the death spirit sword suddenly let out a piercing shriek that sounded like the wails of countless souls layered together. The densely packed cracks on the sword's blade began to writhe and heal. The dark red gemstone erupted with a deep crimson light that devoured all light. Watch out! Chun Junyang bellowed as the blazing Lion King's domain of flames abruptly contracted to shield them. The pale ghostly fire in the spectral dragon's sockets flickered violently. Something's wrong. It's absorbing all the resentment from the death abyss. Before the words faded, a sudden mutation occurred. The black sword began to twist and expand, losing its blade-like form. An obsidian substance, as if alive, surged from the sword's surface, rapidly coalescing and stretching. Bone scales, claws, wing membranes. A colossal outline suffocating in its enormity took shape amidst the surging death energy. The temple's dome could not withstand it, first shattering with a thunderous roar. Bricks and stones fell like rain, but were pulverized by even more violent energy currents. A gray-black torrent of necromantic aura erupted like a volcano from the breach, blasting away the foul mud and mist of the swamp above. An indescribable jet-black dragon tearing through the temple's confines descended upon the world. It was even more massive than the spectral dragon, its entire body clad in pitch-black scales that seemed to absorb light, each scale etched with sinister crimson patterns that flowed like blood. Its colossal bone wings unfurled, casting a shadow that nearly engulfed half the death abyss's center. In its hollow eye sockets burned two deep abyssal crimson flames, whose mere gaze could freeze the soul. Individual name: MO World Annihilating Dragon Form. Individual attribute: Necromancy. Individual level: Overlord. Late stage. Individual talent: Individual skill: A. Overlord. Late stage. Xia Yue stared at the level displayed on the system, his gaze unfocused. What is that? The distant champions and heavenly kings also noticed the commotion, witnessing a colossal black dragon burst forth from the temple and soar into the sky. Is this the source of the necromantic power? Li Qingshan's eyes widened as he gazed at the apocalyptic scene in the distance. This aura. It has definitely reached the overlord level. Little Xia Yue can actually contend with a beast of this rank. Lan Beiyue took a deep breath, looking up at the terrifying black dragon high above. A beast of this form. I recall seeing something like it in an ancient tome. Nalin Shua stood atop the ice phoenix, his gaze fixed on the world-destroying black dragon. Echoes of the old era, the monarch of death. Xia Qingyun, having finished handling the gathering points within the city, had rushed to the death abyss and now stood on the blazing dragon eagle, speaking in a deep voice. It's little Xia. Your Xia clan should have records of this, right? Nalin Shua asked, looking at the Xia Qingyun beside him. Yes. Xia Qingyun nodded. The Xia clan's bestiary of divine beasts records its sequence 10, the necromancy rule god, MO. A rule god. The Northern Territory is about to face a major catastrophe. Nalin Shua's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing Xia Qingyun's words. Above the temple, a terrifying draconic pressure mixed with pure death energy bore down like a tangible tsunami. The ice crystal domain that had barely held on instantly cracked all over. Xiaoyin let out a muffled groan, its limbs bending slightly. Chun Junyang and the spectral dragon were also forced back several steps by the pressure, their expressions grim to the extreme. This is Mo's true form. Xia Yue found it hard to breathe. The pressure from the world-annihilating dragon form was far beyond before he felt his bones creaking. Roar. The world-annihilating dragon threw back its head and unleashed a roar, a piercing shriek that seemed to strike directly at the soul. Xia Yue's vision went dark, blood oozing from his ears and nose. Xiao Tan and Xiao Gu collapsed on the spot, while Chun Junyang and the spectral dragon staggered, clearly affected by the shockwave. The dragon lowered its head, its crimson soul fire locking onto the tiny beings below. Like the sovereign of the undead, it raised a massive claw covered in jagged bone spikes, and in a motion that seemed slow yet was lightning fast, it struck down. Before the claw even landed, the suffocating wind of death had already descended. No escape. Chun Junyang's pupils contracted. The blazing Lion King roared and spat out a searing column of flame. The spectral dragon exhaled a frigid breath of ice, and Xiaoyin condensed the thickest eternal ice wall, 3 layers of defense stacked in front. Boom. The giant claw slammed down. The ice wall shattered instantly. The flame column and dragon breath were torn apart with ease, and the residual force smashed heavily into the 3 defenders. Most of the mystic ice armor on Xiaoyin exploded, its massive body sent flying backward, crashing violently into the distant temple ruins. The icy blue glow dimmed somewhat. Chun Junyang and the blazing Lion King were shaken, their chi and blood-churning blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The spectral dragon let out a pained roar, its white bone body showing a few cracks. With a single strike, 3 quasi-overlord-level combatants had been injured. The world-annihilating dragon seemed indifferent. It raised its other claw, dark red death energy, gathering at the tips, forming a spinning black sphere that devoured light. Song. Die. It aimed at Xiao Yin, who had just risen, and was still somewhat weakened, as if singling out the threat bearing the auras of the Tsang Emperor and the Frost Wolf. It's over. Xia Yue's eyes were wide with fury, but he could barely move, pinned by the overlord-level pressure. Just as the black sphere was about to be released, the northern sky lit up without warning. It was a pure, holy ice-blue radiance that seemed capable of purifying everything, like the first ray of aurora in the polar night, instantly dispelling the thick gray-black mist above the death abyss. An immense, ancient, bitterly cold pressure swept in from the north. Though less destructive than the world-annihilating dragons, it was far more majestic and vast, as if the entire will of the northern territory's ice and snow had descended. The world-annihilating dragon paused slowly, turning its head to look north. Within the radiance, a slender yet immensely dignified figure stepped through the air. It wore a crown of azure ice crystals, a blue-golden robe, and held a staff of frost. Endless laws of ice and snow swirled around it. Wherever it passed, the surging necromantic aura melted and retreated, as if encountering its natural enemy, and even the foul swamp crystallized into pure ice flowers. The guardian deity of the Northern Territory. The Child of Snow. Lord Child of Snow. Xia Yue exclaimed in joyful surprise. The Child of Snow's gaze swept over Xia Yue, its clear ice-lake blue eyes fixed on the world-annihilating dragon. An ethereal voice resonated directly in everyone's minds, carrying a rare solemnity. Mo. You should not have awakened, and certainly should not have slaughtered the beings of my northern territory. The crimson soul fire in the world-annihilating dragon's sockets flickered violently, and it let out a chaotic roar, as if recognizing this ancient adversary. Together seal it. The Child of Snow was succinct, tapping its staff lightly. Endless laws of frost converged, forming an immensely complex, giant ice-blue sealing array above the world-annihilating dragon. The array descended slowly like a falling sky, and wherever it passed, even space itself seemed to freeze. Lord Shuejizi's strength seems to have recovered quite well, Xia Yue murmured. When Shuejizi had first awakened, his power was hardly past the dominant stage, but now it had already rebounded to the mid-dominance level. The world-ending dragon roared ferociously, spewing a death breath that annihilated all in its path. The impact against the sealing array stirred up a skyful of ice shards and black smoke, temporarily slowing the array's descent. This is the moment. Chen Junyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. Old ice dragon, stop playing dead. Little Xia, hold on a little longer with your wolf pup. The death spirit dragon struggled to rise, a look of final resolve flashing within its soul fire. For my master. For the Northern Territory. It ignited its primordial soul fire, and its pale, icy dragon breath transformed into something as solid as a glacier. Working in tandem with Shuejizi's sealing array, it crashed into the world-ending dragon from the flank. The Flame Lion King compressed all its remaining flames into a single scorching white pillar, striking the dragon's other wing root with devastating force. Xiao Yin let out a long howl, unleashing every remaining drop of amber origin power within its body. The crown on its forehead blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. It then transformed into a streak of ice-blue light, charging forward with indomitable momentum, smashing directly into the dark red gemstone, pulsating most violently on the world-ending dragon's chest. Shuejizi's sealing array held it in check. The Death Spirit Dragon and Shun Juanyang's attacks disrupted its movements, and Xiao Yin launched its desperate assault. The world-ending dragon finally sensed the threat. It struggled frantically, unleashing death breath, razor-sharp claws, and a bone tail in a furious barrage upon its surroundings. The very center of the dead abyss trembled as heaven and earth seemed to shatter. But Shuejizi's sealing array was extraordinarily resilient, firmly restricting its movements. The Death Spirit Dragon and Shun Juanyang's combined strikes also prevented it from fully focusing on Xiao Yin. The ice-blue streak, like a final meteor defying the cosmos, collided with that dark red gemstone. Yet the earth-shattering explosion everyone anticipated never came. Instead, there was only a crisp cracking sound, as if colored glass had shattered. A clear fracture appeared on the surface of the dark red gemstone. The world-ending dragon's colossal body went rigid, then emitted a wail of utter agony, as though it echoed directly from the deepest depths of every living soul. Immediately, the death spirit power surrounding it began to spiral out of control, dissipating and exploding outward like a bubble inflated beyond its limit. Seal! Shuejizi cried out, driving her staff heavily into the void. The ice-blue sealing array blazed with brilliant light as countless rune-bound chains descended from the heavens, wrapping around the world-ending dragon's thrashing body layer by layer, encasing and freezing it solid. Chen Junyang and Xia Yue watched tensely. Finally, under Shuejizi's boundless divine power, and with everyone's combined efforts, the world-ending dragon's mournful wails gradually faded. Its colossal body was completely encased within a towering ice mountain inscribed with countless runes. The dark red gemstone's radiance was utterly extinguished, leaving only a terrifyingly vague silhouette behind. The ice mountain sank slowly, settling back into the deep pit, where the ancient temple once stood, completely suppressing that dread-filled death spirit aura. Ow! Having exhausted all the power it had drawn from the amber, Xiao Yin reverted to its ordinary Ice Wolf King form. Nevertheless, Xiao Yin gained no small reward from that special transformation. Not only did its bloodline power improve, but its cultivation stage advanced by a minor rank, reaching the mid-spirit communication stage. Shuangbei also detached itself from Xiao Yin, transforming into a soul form and walking over to Xia Yu's side. Shuejizi's figure appeared somewhat dimmer. Gazing at the weak and fading Xiao Yin, her eyes carried a trace of nostalgia as she spoke. The true form of a Northern Territory frost wolf. I haven't seen one in a very long time. Having spoken, her gaze fell upon Xia Yue once more. The crisis has been temporarily resolved, but the seal is damaged and requires time to reinforce. Shuejizi's voice bore the weight of exhaustion. You have done well. Lord Shuejizi. Why didn't you simply kill Mo? Xia Yue asked in confusion. Mo is the embodiment of heavenly and earthly laws, what your kind would call a god of rules. It cannot be destroyed, cannot be killed. As long as the concept of death exists within this world, Mo cannot be erased. Shuejizi explained. I see now. No wonder Sovereign Song only sealed Mo at that time. Xia Yue finally understood. Sealing only offers temporary relief. If no true solution is found, then once you are gone and no one reinforces Mo's seal, disaster will come again. Shuejizi's voice echoed in Xia Yu's ears. A solution? I'm merely an ordinary third-tier beast tamer. Xia Yue shook his head and offered a bitter smile. Do not speak so hardly of yourself. You are the most potential-filled beast tamer I have ever encountered. Perhaps one day you truly will discover a permanent solution. Having said this, Shuejizi's figure dissolved into countless ice-blue motes of light, scattering into the air as though she had never appeared at all. Only the lingering chill in the atmosphere testified to the divine beast's arrival. Sigh. Xia Yue scratched his head helplessly. It's fine, little Xia. I'll search through the golden tree when I return to see if there's any method. Chun Junyang patted Xia Yue on the shoulder. Thank you, Uncle Chun. No need for thanks. I am also a part of Dongli. Chun Junyang smiled. Young man, I have high hopes for you as well. If you ever need anything in the future, simply call upon me. The death spirit dragon lowered its massive head slightly in acknowledgement, then spread its enormous bone wings and took flight. Understood. Thank you, Senior Buyu. Xia Yue nodded. Most people from the Northern Territory have already arrived, so I shall take my leave. By the way, during this period, the fifth seat of the Golden Tree, Aurora, will be coming to the Dongli border. He is the leader of the Ember Snow organization. His visit seems to investigate the disappearance of Ember Snow members. You might find an opportunity to ambush and eliminate him. Chen Junyang spoke with grim determination. Aurora, Uncle Chen, isn't he your colleague? Xia Yue asked curiously. No. Members of the Golden Tree rarely interact privately. This Aurora is an extremist. You know the philosophy of Ember Snow. He was the one who proposed it. This man is highly dangerous, not only to Dongli but to the entire world. It would be best to eliminate him if possible. Chen Junyang said calmly. Let me add your beast taming account. I'll send you the location later. Very well. Uncle Chen, roughly what level is Aurora? Xia Yue asked. Aurora, like me, comes from a humble background. He primarily cultivates a single beast, a frost ogre, at the early dominant stage. Dominant stage? Xia Yue exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. His power is formidable, so you must be extremely cautious. Only strike when you have full confidence. You may inform your father. He will bring reinforcements to handle the matter. Chen Junyang advised. Understood. Xia Yue nodded. He now knew certain things about the Xia family. As a direct line member, Xia Qingyuan possessed immeasurable connections and resources. By the way, it's time to start planning your trip to the Xia estate. The Xia family's resources should be quite abundant now. Xia Yue grew ever more anticipatory of the days ahead. Enough. I'll say no more. They should be arriving soon. Uncle Chun. No need for sentimental words. If you truly wish to help me, then focus on strengthening yourself, elevate your power to a point where you can scorn all rules. By that time we shall join forces to eradicate every affliction plaguing Dongli, and nothing will be able to stand in the way of Dongli's rise. Chen Junyang said calmly, then turned and departed. I will make it happen. Xia Yue said earnestly, gazing at Chen Junyang's retreating figure. Xia Yue rested for a while upon the somewhat shattered throne. The heavenly kings and champions of the northern realms soon arrived near the shattered temple. Xiao Yu. Xia Qingyun arrived first, riding his blazing dragon eagle. Seeing Xia Yu's somewhat pale complexion, he spoke. Are you alright? Were you injured? Nothing serious. Dad, along with all the champions and heavenly kings, MO has been sealed by me. From now on we merely need to come regularly to reinforce the seal. There will be no issues in the short term. Xia Yue rose from the throne, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and spoke. Little Xia Yue, you have given us quite a surprise. Not only did you inherit the legacy of Emperor Song, but you also resolved the Northern Realm's great crisis. Sister doesn't even know how to repay you. Lan Beiwei said, smiling at Xia Yue. Lan Jia, there is no need for any repayment. After all, it was the entrustment of Senior Emperor Song. Xia Yue shook his head. One thing is one thing. If Mo were to break free of the seal, it would be a catastrophic disaster for the Northern Realm. In this operation your contributions have been indispensable. Nalan Shua dismounted from his ice lawn and said to Xia Yue, Indeed. Little Xia, our northern realm hardly possessed any means to deal with a divine beast of such caliber. Thanks to you. By the way, how did you defeat Mo? He is a god of rules. Li Qingshan asked curiously. The surrounding heavenly kings also turned their heads over equally curious. Well, I suppose it was borrowing the power of Senior Emperor Song. My Ice Wolf King temporarily gained the strength of the Dominator stage, and combined with Senior Emperor Song's beast-taming assistance, I barely managed to hold my ground against Mo. In the end it was Lord Snowchild who came to the rescue. Together we defeated Mo. I can only call it sheer luck. Xia Yue scratched his head and smiled. What a... Little Ian has become a Dominator. Nearby a heavenly king beast Tamer, riding an Ice Wolf King, widened his eyes in extreme excitement. Lord Snowchild has come as well. Dominator stage strength. Everyone was greatly shocked, especially Lan Beiyue, whose gaze was locked firmly upon Xia Yue. Little Xia Yue, what does the Dominator stage feel like? I am in urgent need of information on this matter. Lan Beiyue asked, her eyes never leaving Xia Yue. Champion Land's Northern Sky Tiger has been stagnating at the Late Calamity stage for several years. Xia Qingyun explained from the side. Little Ian. Xia Yue summoned Little Ian. Little Ian, when you reached the Dominator stage back, then did you feel anything particularly unusual? Ao Wu. Little Ian says it felt a most extraordinary power surge into its body, as though a unique intent had manifested, carrying a domineering aura capable of freezing all things. Xia Yue translated. As expected. Over the past few years I have traversed all of Dongli, consulting several master-level beast tamers. Their answers were all roughly the same. The key lies in intent. Lan Beiyue's exquisite brows knit tightly, and she spoke. Thank you, little Xia Yue. Come find me later, and I shall take you to the Northern Realm's first treasure vault to claim your reward. After a moment's thought, Lan Beiyue said to Xia Yue, then rode her Northern Sky Tiger and departed. I shall take my leave as well. Little Xia, do come visit the Nalan residence when you have the time. Nalan Shua said with a kindly smile. Certainly, Senior Nalan. I will surely visit when I am free. Little Xia, is it true that Little Ian temporarily obtained the strength of the Dominator stage? Yun Feng immediately drew near after watching the champions depart. Oh, it's Uncle Yun. Xia Yue greeted him. He had felt an intensely ardent gaze fixed upon him earlier. So it was Uncle Yun here. Enough of that. Tell me quickly, is it true? Yun Feng urged anxiously. What's the matter, old Yun? In such a rush? Xia Qingyun teased. How could I not be anxious? My old Ice Wolf has been stuck at the Heavenly King stage for most of my life. It is true. Little Ian and Senior Emperor Song's Ice Wolf King share the same bloodline. Blessed with Dominator essence blood, it directly broke through to the Dominator stage temporarily. Xia Yue explained. Oh right, Uncle Yun. I also heard from Senior Emperor Song about news regarding the permanence of bloodline awakening. What? Permanence? Yun Feng was greatly shocked. Xia Qingyun was equally stunned by this news. Wait, shouldn't news of this nature be shared with Dad first? The heavenly kings nearby who had not yet departed were also drawn over by Yun Feng's voice. Upon hearing the news, they too were left stunned and unable to process it. Wait. Fellow Xia, didn't you just recently research the bloodline awakening form? How have you already broken through again? Li Feiyong also widened his eyes at a loss for words. Oh, it's teacherly. Actually, it hardly qualifies as a breakthrough. This was something Senior Emperor Song told me. It should be considered common knowledge. Xia Yue said uncertainly. Common knowledge. Li Feiyong clicked his tongue in disbelief. You call this kind of secret guarded as family heritage even by ancient noble houses common knowledge? Wouldn't that be equivalent to a fourth evolution? Yun Feng asked. Something like that. But strictly speaking, it is not evolution. After all, the ancient Frost Wolf and the Ice Wolf King do not share an evolutionary relationship, but rather represent the distinction between ancient and modern eras. I speculate it may be a bloodline mutation caused by prolonged geographical isolation. However, research in this area will need to be discussed with Dr. Lu when I return. Xia Yue explained. Please be sure to conduct thorough research. Ideally develop a method that ordinary people like us can also use to awaken our bloodlines. My Ice Wolf King's breakthrough depends on you. Yun Feng patted Xia Yue's shoulder and said, Uncle Yun, I will do my best. Xia Yue said with a wry smile. Wait. Student Xia Yue is only in his third year of high school, isn't he? How is his second paper, one capable of altering the global landscape, nearly finished? Indeed. My kid just entered university. All he cares about is living expenses. I never see him doing any research. My kid is only in his second year of high school. There is still a chance. No. I need to go back and properly discipline him. Indeed. Jade cannot become a vessel without carving. A day without a beating, and he'll tear the roof off the house. The ordinary heavenly kings suddenly began exchanging experiences on raising their offspring. Sorry, brothers. I truly did not mean to. Xia Yue suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to this affectionate exchange among the heavenly kings. Alright, let's head back and check on Frost Heaven City. When I left, Tao Yao had just arrived at Frost Heaven City, so I entrusted her with its defense. And then I came here. Xia Qingyun said. If Senior Tao Yao is there, nothing untoward should happen. Xia Yue nodded. By the way, how did you quietly join the Hidden Scale team? Xia Qingyun asked as he and Xia Yue rode upon a blazing dragon eagle. Champion Lan recommended me. Her daughter happens to be the team leader of the Hidden Scale team. It said there are many benefits, so I was tempted. But I haven't passed the evaluation yet, so I probably don't officially count as having joined. Xia Yue said. No big deal, I was just asking. The Hidden Scale team is indeed quite good. Even if you don't join now, I'll find a way to get you in later. And that team leader Lan Shui, she's no ordinary person. You should learn from her often. Xia Qingyun said. Oh, Dad, what's her strength level that you hold her in such high regard? Xia Yue asked curiously. It's not about admiration, it's a fact. She's about 5 or 6 years older than you and already possesses strength approaching that of a champion. Xia Qingyun shook his head. What? Does that mean she's nearly at Heavenly King level right after graduating university? That's right. She's made her peers look utterly inadequate. With a perfect winning record, she monopolized the championship in all major domestic competitions within her combat tier. Xia Qingyun said, a trace of lingering dread in his voice. That powerful. Wait, same tier competition. What about your Heavenly King tournament, Dad? Ahem. Let's not speak of the past. Xia Qingyun suddenly coughed. Alright. Xia Yue still chose to spare his father's pride. He'd just asked the team leader directly later. The blazing dragon eagle was swift, and before they knew it, while Xia Yue and Xia Qingyun were chatting, they had already quietly arrived at Frostheaven City. From afar, Xia Yue spotted the giant peach blossom demon spirit enveloping the entire city like a towering celestial tree. That's Senior Tao Yao's contracted beast, Xia Yue exclaimed. Her peach blossom demon spirit is likely nearing the quasi-overlord phase. Xia Qingyun also expressed amazement. Looking down from above, the scenery outside the city was more devastating than when he had left. The areas previously cleared had accumulated numerous new remains of dead spirit contracted beasts, mostly low-tier skeletons and corrupted corpses, some charred black by fire, others frozen into ice shards scattered across scorched earth. At the base of the city walls, some gigantic skeletons could still be seen being dragged away for disposal. Clearly the stragglers that had trickled over from the direction of the dead abyss. The blazing dragon eagle descended slowly at the outer perimeter of Frostheaven City. Before even touching the ground, Xia Yue caught a heavy stench of charred rot and decay. It seems the pressure here is no less severe. Xia Qingyun's brow furrowed as he gazed at the wreckage. The airflow from the eagle's landing kicked up another cloud of bone ash. The Frostheaven City guards and northern beastmasters patrolling the walls visibly relaxed upon seeing them. Someone quickly ran down the ramparts to deliver the news. Xia Yue leaped from the eagle's back, his boots crunching on ground mixed with ice fragments and bone powder. Little Silver stayed close by his side, scanning the surroundings warily. The residual death chi in the air made her uneasy. Let's go inside first. Xia Qingyun patted his son on the shoulder. The moment the two entered the city, they felt the shift in atmosphere. There were more people on the streets than before, but most moved in hurried strides, their faces etched with exhaustion and tension born of narrowly surviving catastrophe. Some buildings bore obvious repair marks, and a faint scent of gunpowder and ash hung in the air. Before they'd walked far, they saw Mayor Mo and Tao Yao approaching quickly with several others. Tao Yao herself appeared somewhat travel-worn, ash smudged on her cuffs. Lord Xia, Heavenly King Xia. Mayor Mo's eyes lit up the moment he spotted Xia Yue, and he hurried forward. You're finally back. Regarding the dead abyss. His words trailed off as his gaze fell on Xia Yue, then drifted to the absence of a large army behind him, a flicker of confusion and worry crossing his face. Tao Yao scrutinized Xia Yue from head to toe, pausing briefly on his stained, tattered garments before raising an eyebrow. Little Xiazi. Looks like you've been through a fierce battle. Finished it. What kind of nickname is Little Xiazi? Nevertheless, Xia Yue was too exhausted to protest. He simply nodded and replied concisely. I'd say it's temporarily resolved. The source at the center of the dead abyss has been resealed. It was a dead spirit divine beast named Mo. As for the seal, it just needs to be maintained periodically. Nothing major should occur in the near term. What? It's actually resolved. As expected of the descendant of Emperor Song himself. Mayor Mo laughed boisterously. Xia City Lord is awesome. Xia City Lord is invincible. Xia City Lord is a god. The nearby residents also caught wind of the good news, their faces lighting up with joy as they scrambled about to spread the word. A divine beast. Truly a calamity on the divine beast tier. You actually managed to get involved. Tao Yao murmured, casting a surprised glance at Xia Yue. By the way, did Qin Junyang also get involved? I felt that terrifying flame power. Tao Yao asked. Yes. Uncle Chun is a good person, truly. Xia Yue nodded. Junyang also helped. I always knew there must have been a misunderstanding. How could Junyang possibly? Xia Qingyun rambled beside her. Enough. We'll count this as one merit on his part. But the fact remains that he has joined the Golden Tree. Recently, the Nine Kingdoms Alliance has grown increasingly aggressive toward the Golden Tree. They may very well form an extermination coalition. I hope he can pray for his own safety. Tao Yao said coolly. This? Xia Qingyun was at a loss upon hearing this news. Senior Tao Yao, Uncle Chen truly is a good person. He once leaked to me the whereabouts of Golden Tree's 5th seat, Aurora asking me to pass it to my dad, so we could set an ambush on Aurora. Xia Yue said. What? Is this really true? Tao Yao and Xia Qingyun exclaimed simultaneously. Of course. I even added him on the forum. Xia Yue pulled out his phone to show them. Uncle Chun Handsome Wolf King 111. Hello Uncle Chun. Justice Handshake Flowers Justice Location Info Justice Aurora will arrive here within this month to search for Jean Shue's traces. You can tell old Xia to make arrangements as soon as possible. Handsome Wolf King 111 will do. That's right. The profile picture is still the same as back in our university days, a son. Xia Qingyun said. Could this Jinyang actually be a good person? Tao Yao crossed her arms and asked. Absolutely. How could Junyang be a bad person? Xia Qingyun said. Forget it. Regardless, ambushing Aurora poses no harm to us. Uncle Xia, can you arrange it? Tao Yao shook her head and said. I'll arrange it now. Xia Qingyun nodded, turned, and walked to the side. After hesitating for a long while, he finally dialed a long-forgotten number. Beep, beep, beep. Brother. It's me. How does everyone feel about the heroine? Do you want more of her, a single focus, or no heroine at all? Xia Qingyun soon finished his phone call and nodded to Tao Yao and the others. Done. A faint smile appeared on Tao Yao's face as she turned to Xia Yue. You need not worry about the city. All the beast tamers that came from the direction of the dead abyss have been dealt with by the townspeople and me together. We've been on edge, afraid that you wouldn't be able to hold out on your end. She pointed toward the city. Now that the source has been resolved, there's no need to worry about this anymore. But Tao Yao's tone shifted as she looked at Xia Yue and Xia Qingyun, her expression turning serious. The issue with the dead abyss has been temporarily suppressed, but this secret realm. We can't stay here forever. What's the situation outside? How do we get out? Any ideas? This question hit the crux of the matter. Xia Yue and Xia Qingyun exchanged a glance. The situation outside is still unclear. Xia Qingyun shook his head. When the bronze gates opened, they pulled in more than half the people from the northern region. Most have been settled within Frostheaven City. A small portion is still being searched for. What? Do we just have to wait for the secret realm to open on its own? Xia Yue frowned and asked. We can't wait. Mayor Mo said wryly. Although Frostheaven City can sustain itself after this battle, supplies are severely depleted, and the wounded also need better medicinal treatment. Mayor Mo's words made it clear. Frostheaven City's supplies are already running low and cannot meet the needs of all the people from the northern region. All eyes simultaneously turned to Xia Yue. As the inheritor of the Tsang Emperor, if anyone knew how to leave, it would surely be him. Xia Yue felt pressured under their gazes and rubbed his eyebrows. I do have some ideas. Senior Dead Spirit Dragon and Senior Shuang Bei should know more about the structure of this secret realm. I want to go to the Grand Tomb again and ask them. Tao Yao stroked her chin. Makes sense. Since that place was left behind by the Tsang Emperor, there must be a way out. At least it's better than us guessing blindly here. I'll go with you. Xia Qingyun immediately said. Dad, someone needs to stay and oversee the city. Xia Yue shook his head. The dead abyss has just been pacified. There won't be any major dangers. I'll go alone. Xia Qingyun was about to say something else when Tao Yao readily agreed. Sure, after all, in this secret realm, your safety is not something to worry about. Very well, stay safe. Xia Qingyun nodded. Xia Yue glanced at the sky and slightly bowed his head. All right, let's go now. He turned to Mayor Mo. Mayor Mo, I'll trouble you to comfort the people, assess the losses, and treat the wounded. I'll be right back. Mayor Mo bowed solemnly. Rest assured, City Lord Xia. Without further delay, Xia Yue left the city, directly mounting Shaoyin and heading toward the Tsang Emperor's Grand Tomb. Along the way, the scenery within the secret realm remained desolate and ancient, yet the unsettling aura of death that had permeated the air had indeed grown much thinner. In the distance toward the dead abyss, the silhouette of an ice-blue ice mountain could still be seen, standing quietly. Shaoyin was incredibly fast, and before long the majestic and ruined palace complex came into view. Xia Yue stopped before the great gate, which remained wide open, its interior deep and silent. Xia Yue navigated through the front courtyard and grand hall with ease, bypassing the areas where battles had taken place, and headed straight for the core area, where he had first encountered the dead spirit dragon and Shuang Bei. Within the vast hall, empty and desolate, only the dead spirit dragon lay curled up, the flames in its eyes having faded as it slept quietly. Senior Buyuch. Xia Yue tried calling out. Junior Xia Yue, I have a question to ask. After waiting a few seconds, a faint ice-blue light slowly condensed on the dead spirit dragon's shoulder, taking the shape of a frost wolf with a crescent moon ice pattern on its forehead. The phantom of Shuang Bei emerged. Little master, there's no need to call out. Buyu expended too much energy and has entered a state of slumber. Shuang Bei's gaze swept over Xia Yue. As for the matter of the dead abyss, you did well. Senior Mo has been resealed, but I came for another matter. Xia Yue got straight to the point. How can we who were drawn into this secret realm from the outside world leave? Is there a stable exit from this secret realm? Shuang Bei fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, the method of leaving. This. Even I am not entirely sure. What? Then what should we do? Xia Yue was somewhat at a loss, never expecting that even Shuang Bei didn't know how to leave the secret realm. Let me tell you. Just as Xia Yue and Shuang Bei were exchanging bewildered glances, a somewhat deep and hoarse voice sounded. Huh, Senior Tsang Emperor. You're not dead. Xia Yue was startled by the suddenly appearing figure. How could I die? This remnant soul of mine can last for a long time. The Tsang Emperor drifted closer, examining Xia Yue. Young man, you did well. You even managed to reseal MO. I wasn't wrong to have high hopes for you. Senior flatters me. Xia Yue quickly brought the conversation back on track. The key now is how can the people from the northern region outside leave this place? We can't just keep them trapped here. Leave? The Tsang Emperor stroked his chin. It's simple. Just absorb this secret realm, and it's done. Absorb it. Xia Yue was taken aback. Yes, absorb it. The Tsang Emperor pointed to the Frost Heaven token at his waist. This token is not merely a symbol of authority. It was originally part of the core of this secret realm. Since you've passed the trials and obtained the inheritance, you are qualified to control this small world evolved from my beast taming space. Xia Yue looked down at the token in his hand, the frost patterns on it seeming slightly clearer than before. Exactly. How do I do it? Pour your spiritual consciousness into it, and try to feel the entire secret realm. The Tsang Emperor said it casually. Find that feeling of being connected to this heaven and earth. Shuangbei added from the side. Little master, this move must be approached with caution. Although the secret realm is ownerless, it once belonged to its master and contains immense power. With your current strength, you should proceed gradually. There's no time for gradual progress. Xia Yue shook his head. The people outside can't wait, and Frost Heaven City's supplies can't hold out much longer. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in the center of the grand hall, and placed the Frost Heaven token flat in his palm. Closing his eyes, his spiritual consciousness slowly extended outward, carefully making contact with the token as he had done several times before. 1 hour, 2 hours, soon an entire day passed. I see it. Vague images began to surface in Xia Yue's mind. The outline of Frost Heaven City, the busy crowds within the damaged city walls, and the dead spirit corpses being dragged away. In the direction of the dead abyss, the ice-blue ceiling mountain with the suppressed heart-pounding dormant power within. And even farther away, the desolate snow plains, the shattered ancient buildings, and some scattered tiny points of light belonging to the northern region refugees distributed throughout the secret realm. Finally, there was the boundary of this secret realm, a hazy, constantly undulating wall. Found it. Xia Yue grasped the Frost Heaven token as if holding a corner of this world. Songdi's phantom said, think of open, think of connect to the outside world. Xia Yue did not hesitate. He concentrated his mind, and through the Frost Heaven token issued a clear command to the wall of the secret realm. Open. Connect. Let pass. The Frost Heaven token suddenly erupted with unprecedented ice-blue radiance, illuminating the entire dim hall. The light spread along Xia Yue's arm, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, the entire secret realm trembled slightly. In Shuangtian City, Lord Mo was directing the repair of the city walls when he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He looked up toward the direction of the statue square. In the center of the square, the enormous statue of Tsangdi was now emitting a faint glow, resonating with the distant tomb of Tsangdi. This is... City Lord Mo was stunned. At almost the same time, everyone in the secret realm, whether residents of Shuangtian City, refugees from the northern border, or beast tamers, vaguely felt that the surrounding space seemed to loosen, and the intangible sense of oppression in the air had greatly diminished. Inside the hall of the tomb of Tsangdi, the light gradually faded. Xia Yue slowly opened his eyes. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, his face pale from the immense consumption of spiritual power. But the Frost Heaven token in his hand now seemed to have come alive. The frost patterns on its surface flickered like breathing, creating a subtle resonance with the entire secret realm. It's done. Songdi's phantom appeared slightly fainter than before, but his tone carried approval. Kid, you have good comprehension. Now you are the temporary master of this secret realm. Temporary. Nonsense. Do you think with your current strength you can truly fully control the beast taming space left by a quasi-legendary beast tamer? Songdi's phantom rolled his eyes. But with the token, opening a door to send the people inside out is enough. Xia Yue didn't mind the term temporary. He was more concerned with practical matters. How do I send them? Where is the exit? Exit. Everywhere is an exit now. Songdi's phantom pointed upward and laughed. Use your mind through the token, sense those you want to send out, and then push them. The secret realm's wall will open a temporary passage for you, sending them back near the positions where they were originally pulled in. However, the location may be slightly off and the connection to the outside world is constantly changing. Xia Yue tried to follow. He closed his eyes and once again perceived the entire secret realm through the Frost Heaven token. This time he clearly saw the light points representing the northern border refugees and beast tamers. He attempted to lock onto one of the smaller groups of light points at the edge of the secret realm, gently moving his mind. On a snowy plain at the edge of the secret realm, a small team of northern border beast tamers who were exploring suddenly felt the space around them distort, and the scene before them rippled like water. What's happening? Space fluctuation. Before they could react, a gentle but irresistible force enveloped them. Their vision blurred, a feeling of weightlessness came, and the sound of howling wind and snow filled their ears. Thump thump. Several people fell into a thick snowdrift, dazedly lifting their heads. In the distance was the familiar outline of the northern snowfield ravaged by avalanches and spatial turbulence. Though devastated, it was indeed the outside world. Are we out? We're really out. Ecstatic cries rang out across the snowy plain. Inside the hall, Xia Yue let out a long breath. It worked. But immediately he felt a dizzy spell. Locking on and transferring so many people at once was too great a burden on his spiritual power. Don't be greedy. Send fewer at a time. Song-Di reminded him. Send them in batches. Prioritize the wounded and the elderly. This is a massive project. Xia Yue nodded, steadying his mind. He first used the token to transmit the message of can leave and the general method to the champions and heavenly kings. Is this Xia Yue's voice? He has obtained Song-Di's inheritance. He should have control over the entire secret realm. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Can't deny being old now. Alright, let's send the wounded and ordinary civilians out first. Soon Xia Yue sensed that in Shuangtian City people were beginning to gather in an organized manner, especially the wounded and civilians who were prioritized to open areas. Xia Yue took a deep breath and began transferring them in batches. Each time he drove the token with his mind, the space in one area would slightly ripple, sending the designated group out of the secret realm. He was like a clumsy mover carefully operating this huge tool. How long will this take? Xia Yue wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face pale. The sky had grown somewhat dark. After several hours of teleportation, Xia Yue had sent out roughly several thousand people. There was no cell phone signal in the secret realm, but Xia Yue still used the Frost Heaven token to convey to the heavenly kings that his spiritual energy was insufficient and that he would stop for today. Take it slow. This is a good chance to train your spiritual power, Song-Di said slowly as he set up a campfire nearby, roasting some unknown beast meat on it. By the way, Senior Song-Di, aren't you a remnant soul? Do you still need to eat? Xia Yue took a deep breath and asked curiously, can't a remnant soul eat? I feel like it. Song-Di snorted lightly and handed Xia Yue a skewer of meat. Take a rest first. This is a huge project. It'll probably take a month or two to finish. Xia Yue took the skewer and took a big bite. Senior Song-Di, your cooking skills are not bad. The taste of the skewer was surprisingly good. Oh, Xia Yue finished it in a few bites. Of course. If you can't even enjoy a bite of delicious food, how can you face the challenges ahead? Song-Di laughed. True. Xia Yue nodded and summoned Xiaoyin and the others, who also began to enjoy the food. By the way, Senior Song-Di, can the beast taming space of a quasi-legendary beast tamer be this large and complete? It's practically a small world. Xia Yue blew on the skewer. The area of a beast taming space expands as the level increases. In theory, the beast taming space of a legendary beast tamer is a small world. As for the ecology inside, it also varies depending on the attributes of the beasts. For example, the area of MO is no different from a dead zone. As for the wasteland, it's the influence of earth attribute beasts. The low temperature in the secret realm is due to ice attribute influence. Song-Di explained. Earth attribute. Earth attribute beasts are very beneficial for the growth of a beast taming space. I suggest you contract one too. Song-Di took a bite of the skewer. Earth? Xia Yue suddenly remembered the beast egg he had won at the youth cup. Oh no, my divine beast egg is still at home. It hasn't been teleported into the secret realm too, has it? Xia Yue said uneasily. You need not worry about that. The convergence of the secret realm and reality does not affect such incomplete life forms. Song-Di explained. Oh, that's a relief. Xia Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Wait. Senior, what did you say? The convergence of the secret realm and reality. What's wrong? Didn't I mention this before? Song-Di looked up. It is precisely because of the convergence that outsiders are forcibly drawn into the secret realm. But rest assured, the critical areas like the Grand Tomb and the Abyss of Death have been anchored by me. They remain as independent secret realms within the Frost Heaven token, like a portable realm. Let me play the role of a portable old master for once. Song-Di chuckled. No. Senior Song-Di, is that the point? The convergence of the secret realm and reality. Who knows what impact it will have on the outside world? Xia Yue said helplessly. Isn't the increase in land area a good thing? Song-Di asked, puzzled. In our era, expanding territory was the greatest honor. It's not about land area. The secret realm is mostly wilderness while the outside world is highly urbanized. This convergence is bound to cause major trouble. Xia Yue said uneasily. Senior Song-Di, is there any way to stop the convergence? Xia Yue asked. No. Song-Di spread his hands. Do you know the law of conservation of matter? The beast taming space never appears out of thin air. It is plundered from the world. Beast tamers in their lifetime tirelessly strengthen their beast taming space. After death, the space slowly merges with the world. This is an unchangeable world law. Xia Yue was hearing this theory for the first time and was struck speechless. You didn't know? Understandable. Low-level beast taming spaces are tiny, so even when they merge with the world, it's not obvious. Hard to notice. Song-Di wiped his mouth. No. We might not sense it, but the authorities certainly can. Yet I've never heard of this before. Why? Fear of public panic. Or perhaps the authorities have found a way to solve the problem. The more Xia Yue thought, the more unsettling it became. Forget it. I'll ask Dad and the others when I get out. Xia Yue shook his head. There was no use speculating here. Alright, don't overthink it. Rest first. Song-Di yawned and vanished. Senior Song-Di. Xia Yue was about to ask if a remnant soul even needed sleep. Never mind, let's get a boost first. Xia Yue called Xiaoyin over and took out a glass container from his system backpack inside, which was a blood clot that seemed condensed into substance. Item name Bloodline Essence Northern Frost Wolf Item Grade Tier 8 Description The Bloodline Essence of the Northern Frost Wolf capable of greatly enhancing the bloodline purity and talent of wolf-type beasts. Xiaoyin stared at the blood clot exuding ancient chill, its ice blue eyes filled with curiosity. Senior Tsong, D's inheritance. Xia Yue jiggled the container. He said it can enhance your bloodline purity. Earlier at the temple you fused with the amber power, but that was borrowed. This is what truly helps solidify your foundation. He opened the container, and an extremely pure chill carrying the aura of the ancient frost wolf instantly spread, dropping the temperature in the hall by several degrees. Ready? Xia Yue asked. Oh whoa. Xiaoyin growled low, standing straight, its gaze turning serious. Xia Yue hesitated no longer. He guided the seemingly living bloodline essence slowly toward Xiaoyin's forehead. The moment it touched the icy crystal crown between its brows, it transformed into a deep blue stream of light and burrowed inside. Xiaoyin shuddered violently. The reaction was far more intense than when it had received the gift from the snow child earlier. Its silver blue fur stood on end, the tips furiously condensing into brilliant ice crystals, and its body expanded further. The naturally formed ice crystal armor on its surface began to grow and thicken, the patterns becoming more ancient and intricate, the color shifting from light blue to a deeper azure. The most noticeable change was the crown on its forehead. The ice crystal became more transparent, with swirling nebulae inside, and a spot of deep blue light at the center pulsed slowly, as if alive. An aura far purer and more ancient than before, the might of the frost wolf, radiated uncontrollably from its body. Xia Yue immediately opened the system panel. Individual name Ice Wolf King, alternate color attribute Ice, grade mid, spirit communication talent quasi-overlord, stage skills law of Ice perfect, gold ancestral soul, of Frost Wolf perfect, purple ancient bloodline, Northern Frost Wolf 99 I perfect purple. It worked. Xia Yue was overjoyed at Xiaoyin's transformation. But he quickly noticed a problem on the panel. The ancient bloodline purity was only 99, not 100. Stranger still, that final one seemed like an invisible barrier, unmoved no matter how the power of the bloodline essence surged against it. Xiaoyin obviously sensed it too. Eyes closed, it absorbed the vast primal power pouring into its body. The changes gradually stabilized, and the surging aura began to subside. But the pulsing, deep blue light at the center of its crown refused to fully settle, brightening and dimming, as if missing a final critical element. After about 10 minutes, Xiaoyin opened its eyes. In the depths of its ice blue pupils, the ancient deep blue was clearer, yet also tinged with confusion. Awoo. It whined softly, nuzzling Xia Yue's hand. Through their bond, Xia Yue could faintly sense the intent Xiaoyin conveyed. Its power had grown much stronger, its bloodline purer and more active. But it seemed stuck, close, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through a certain boundary. Yet that membrane was incredibly tough, impossible to pierce. 99. Xia Yue frowned. Could this final one be related to what Senior Tsong Di said about bloodline awakening perpetuity? Or does it require some other catalyst? Perhaps this was not merely a matter of purity. That final one might represent a fundamental transformation. It was a leap from being an Ice Wolf King with an ancient bloodline to becoming a true Northern Frost Wolf. But how to cross that threshold? Or rather, is reaching 100 really a good thing? Xia Yue suddenly thought. Almost all of Xiaoyin's original bloodline had been refined into the ancient bloodline. But whether this change was entirely beneficial was unclear. Like the ship of Theseus, if every drop of blood in Xiaoyin's body were replaced with ancient blood, would it still be Xiaoyin? Better not dwell on such philosophical questions. Xia Yue shook his head, temporarily setting aside the matter of 100. 99 is fine. I don't need the ancient form to be permanent. It's good enough as a special evolution for combat. Xia Yue patted the head of Xiaoyin, who had shrunk back down and was wearing its mittens again. Now Xiaoyin's full form reached 5 meters tall. Even if Xia Yue jumped, he couldn't reach its head. But I heard that after reaching the Beast Monarch stage 1 can master the enlargement skill. Then this won't be a problem. Xia Yue muttered to himself. Xia Yue took out a bamboo tube from his system backpack. Host has obtained the Beast Tamer skill enhancement scroll, Bloodline Resonance 1. Would you like to use it? Use it. As Xia Yue spoke, the words from the bamboo tube seemed to come alive, flowing into his mind. Ding. Congratulations on successful use. Bloodline Resonance Purple Proficient. Bloodline Sovereign Gold Master. What is this? Xia Yue felt his control over bloodline power had reached an indescribable level. He could even clearly sense the ancient bloodline within Xiaoyin, and he could awaken it at any time. Furthermore, Xia Yue even felt he could strengthen the bloodline power of his other tamed beasts, boosting their pure combat strength and innate talents. Moi. Song Di suddenly appeared beside him, watching Xia Yue sit in meditation and fall into deep thought. At this moment, a terrifying bloodline energy radiated from Xia Yue's body, as if he were a natural-born blood sovereign, emitting an ominous aura. Is this sudden enlightenment? Song Di's eyes widened, witnessing a scene he had never seen in half his lifetime. No way. I only left for a few minutes. This kid entered an enlightenment state already. Song Di said in disbelief. Master. To be precise, it's been 10 seconds. I personally saw the young master take out the bamboo tube, and it took no more than 10 seconds before he entered this state. Shuangbei had also appeared beside Song Di without anyone noticing, somewhat stunned. Am I dreaming? Master. This isn't a dream. Hiss. Are geniuses this terrifying nowadays? Even Li Di hailed as a once-in-10,000-year genius back, then wasn't this exaggerated. Song Di still found it hard to believe. Congratulations, Master. With the young master's talent, he may soon be able to solve the mystery that has plagued you all your life. I hope so. Song Di took a deep breath, his gaze towards Xia Yue filled with hope and relief. Boom. Xia Yue opened his eyes, feeling as though the world before him had become clearer. Unbeknownst to him, a trace of profound crimson swirled within his pupils. Xiaoyin Xiaogu Xiaoten, come here, let's try the new ability. Xia Yue could hardly contain his impatience to test his newfound power. Owl. Gu. Tan. Xia Yue calmed his mind and carefully felt their bloodlines. In Xia Yue's vision, they appeared as though constructed from crimson threads. He plucked at the threads gently as if playing a musical instrument. Rumble. A wondrous sound as if coming from beyond the world itself echoed forth. Xiaoyin and the other tame beasts emitted dark red blood qi, which soon formed a bloody phantom resembling armor. Xia Yue checked with his system and found that all the tame beasts had advanced by a minor rank. Being able to elevate a beast by a full minor rank counts as a pretty significant enhancement. Xia Yue nodded and smiled. Next up are the hexes. Alright, I can open the golden eggs too. He looked at the golden egg on the chessboard and gently tapped it with his finger. The golden egg vanished instantly, then transformed into several treasure orbs. Golden spatula, crown 1, a wand, storm 1, a bless, siphoning, sword 1, a gold, coins 100. Equipment name, golden spatula, crown, equipment effect, your beast tamer, space contract, slots 1. Equipment name, wand, storm, equipment effect, 20 attack damage, 40 attack speed. The carrier's attacks fire a projectile at another nearby enemy, dealing damage equal to 100 of the carrier's attack damage. Equipment name, blessed, siphoning, sword, equipment effect, 30 attack damage, 30 ability power, 40 magic resist. When the carrier's HP drops below 40 for the first time in combat, they gain a shield equal to 50 of their maximum HP. The crown is great. Now I have one more contract slot. Luminous Hurricane seems useful too. Pandora should transform accordingly. The luminous siphoning sword is pretty solid, just right for equipping Xiao Tan. Xia Yue had already decided on Xiao Tan's 3-piece set, the siphoning Titan Blood Hand, and the warrior 3-piece set. And there are 2 more hexes. Xia Yue first opened the golden hex rune. Collision test dummy, obtained 2 training dummies. At the start of combat, your target dummies launch themselves toward the densest cluster of enemies and stun them. Your bow heeds, you obtain 1 recurve bow. Your team gains 12 attack speed. Electric spark 2, for every 4 attacks received by allies, deal magic damage to nearby enemies. Skip the dummy, your bow heeds you is decent, and electric spark is okay too. Let's reroll both. Burden of the crown, obtain a crown that grants massive attribute bonuses, but if the bearer dies, all your tamed beasts will perish. High voltage, obtain 1 ion spark. Your ion spark now has a larger area and deals more damage. Crown. Upon seeing this hex, Xia Yue fell into hesitation. The crown's attributes were undoubtedly powerful, but its drawbacks still made him somewhat conflicted. Wait, I have a portable secret realm now. I don't really need to worry about my beasts getting hurt anymore. Xia Yue suddenly realized. If danger arises, I can just call for backup. Senior Bu, Senior Shuangbei. Yeah, the benefits outweigh the risks. After hesitating, Xia Yue selected the crown. Equipment name, crown, equipment effect, the bearer gains a small stat bonus every 2 seconds during combat. There's 1 more silver hex. Xia Yue opened the silver hex rune. Useful materials, untamed beasts have a 40 chance to drop 1 gold coin when defeated. Ronin I, during combat, if your beast has no other beasts nearby, its total stats increase by 30. Partial ascension, 12 seconds into combat, your team gains a 20 damage increase. Keep the ascension, re-roll the others. Silver spoon, gain 10 experience points. Center stage awareness, the beast positioned at the board center at the start of combat gains a 15 damage increase and 25 maximum HP. Awareness is good. Xia Yue nodded and selected center stage awareness. I'll keep the crown for now. Xia Yue placed the crown into his system backpack, then turned his gaze toward the gold coins. Gold coins 3,456. Let's not split this time, after all the college entrance exam is coming soon. Xia Yue murmured, having spent nearly a month in the secret realm. He estimated that by the time all the residents of the northern frontier were sent out, it would be after the new year. I wonder if I can make it back for the spring festival. Xiaoyin, let me boost you. Aowu. Aowu. Shrunk down, Xiaoyin immediately ran to Xia Yue, wagging its tail. Let's upgrade all skills to gold. Xia Yue furiously allocated points, and a bright glow emanated from Xiaoyin. Frost Wolf, Ancestral Soul, perfect purple. Ancestral Wolf, perfect gold. Ancient Bloodline, Northern Frontier, Frost Wolf, 99, perfect purple. Source Blood, Northern Frontier, Frost Wolf, 99, perfect gold. This transformation was more dramatic than any previous boost to Xiao Yin. All the ice armor on Xiao Yin melted away, its fur drifting like clouds. The icy blue faded, replaced by pure silver fur, as if it had draped itself in the eternal starlight. Its size was no longer oppressively massive, but returned to a sleek, agile wolf form, with fur flowing in streamlined lines toward the back. The iconic ice crystal crown on its forehead had vanished, replaced by a natural ancient frost mark at the center of its brow, as archaic and mysterious as a frozen galaxy. Its eyes turned pure blood red, as if devouring the whole world with a predatory gaze. Individual name: Ice Wolf King. Aberrant color. Individual attribute: Ice. Individual level: Spirit Communication Mid-stage. Individual talent: Overlord stage. Individual skills: Ice Law Perfect Gold, Ancestral Wolf Perfect Gold, Source Blood, Northern Frontier, Frost Wolf 99, A Perfect Gold. Xia Yue finally took a good look at Xiao Yin. To be honest, this form was the closest to the wolf in his memory. Now Xiao Yin's power was completely internalized, as if it possessed no discernible strength. But when Xia Yue probed with his spiritual sense, Xiao Yin exuded a natural, seamless aura, as if a wolf was supposed to be this way. Ao Wu. Xiao Yin howled, its voice echoing like an ancient resonance that pierced the heart. Kala Kala. The undead dragon Buyu was also awakened by this aura. Its massive head turned toward Xiao Yin, bone fire flickering in its eyes with a strange expression. What is this power? It actually makes me feel the presence of a divine beast. Buyu stared at Xiao Yin, unable to comprehend. What happened? Song Di, who had just fallen asleep, was suddenly startled awake by a mysterious aura. He saw Xiao Yin in the center of the square at a glance. Xiao Yin's appearance had drastically changed, showing no resemblance to the Ice Wolf King. This is the primordial form. Song Di's eyes widened in disbelief. Shuang Bei appeared beside him, but it couldn't utter a word, only feeling a violent tremor and palpitation in its bloodline. Primordial form. What is that? Xia Yue also saw Song Di suddenly appear and asked in confusion. You have cultivated its essential skill to perfection. Song Di said in disbelief. Essential skill, eh? Xia Yue suddenly felt his knowledge was lacking. He understood nothing. Every type of spirit beast has its own essential skill. And the Ice Wolf King has a wolf-related skill. That is the essential skill. I see. So Xiao Yin's essential skill has indeed been maxed out. Xia Yue nodded. After all, the skill rank had reached gold and proficiency was perfect, there was no room for improvement in the system. Indeed. Only when the essential skill of a spirit beast is cultivated to perfection will it reveal its primordial form. The primordial form. Legend says it is the appearance of the first such beast born in this world, the form most in harmony with the Tao. Song Di stared fixedly at Xiao Yin without blinking. What? So powerful. Xia Yue was also shocked by this news, hearing it for the first time. That's right. Legendary divine beasts almost all possess this power, so this is the method I believe most likely to break through to the legendary rank. Song Di nodded and said. Divine beasts possess this power. Xia Yue thought carefully. He had only encountered two divine beasts, one was Shui Jizi, and the other was Mo. But I can't seem to determine what type of spirit beasts they are. Elemental spirits. Swords or dragons. Xia Yue shook his head. Unfortunately, my Ice Wolf King underwent countless methods, but ultimately fell short by a thread. My lifespan was insufficient to continue the research, and when I died I hadn't achieved this goal. Song Di continued. But you are only 18. If there is a possibility of breaking through to legendary, it is only you. Only you have the chance to do it. If even you cannot break through to legendary, then legendary can only be a hoax. You? How exactly did you do it? Song Di finished in one breath, but still couldn't calm down for a long time. Senior Song Di. Don't get too excited. Actually, it's like this. I have several superpowers, one of which is to upgrade spirit beast skills. Xia Yue said vaguely. Is that so? There are countless superpowers in the world. I was too attached to appearances. Song Di was a little disappointed, yet also somewhat relieved. Yes. The realm of legendary is beyond the reach of mortals. Maybe you are that divine being. Song Di muttered. Senior Song Di. Senior Song Di. Are you okay? Xia Yue waved his hand in front of Song Di. I'm fine. I'm just a little emotional. Song Di shook his head. I didn't expect. Your talent has far exceeded my expectations. For the time you remain in the secret realm, I will impart to you all the knowledge I have accumulated in my life. Song Di said seriously. What? All your life's knowledge? I originally planned to teach you slowly, but from the looks of it, that would waste your talent. I'll start preparing lessons as soon as possible. Get some rest early. Song Di finished speaking and vanished with a flicker. What the heck? Class again. Xia Yue said on the verge of tears. 3 days later, at the border between the northern Dongli and Baiming in the nameless snow valley. The wind here howls like sharp blades year-round, and the snowdrifts are deep enough to bury half a person. The surrounding trees, perpetually draped in ice and snow, formed a vast expanse of white. When a breeze passed Xia, you could even hear the sound of thick snow falling to the ground. Xia Yue tightened his down jacket, crouching behind a large wind-sheltered rock, his expression somewhat weary. What's wrong? Haven't you slept well these past few days? Xia Qingyun crouched beside him holding binoculars to observe the valley entrance, and casually remarked, Senior Tsangdi has been force-feeding me knowledge these past 2 days. I study during the day and at night I have to teleport the residents of the Northern Territory out. If this continues I'll go mad first, Xia Yue complained. Isn't this a perfect chance to get some fresh air? Xia Qingyun laughed. Dad, only you would consider hunting Golden Tree members as a breath of fresh air, Xia Yue replied helplessly. There's no helping it. The lineup this time is quite impressive, and with Senior Tsangdi's beast taming, I feel there's no chance of losing. Dad, don't jinx it. By the way, this damn place. Aurora really knows how to pick a spot, Xia Qingyun muttered. Uncle Chin's location should be correct, Xia Yue said in a low voice. He said Aurora would come from Biming side, cross this valley, and enter Dongli. Xia Qingyun nodded. Our reinforcements should be arriving soon. As his words faded, the faint sound of thunder came from the distant sky. Xia Yue looked up and saw a bolt of purple lightning streak across the gray sky, diving toward the snow valley at an astonishing speed. As it approached, he saw it was a giant dragon over 15 meters long covered in deep purple scales, with fine lightning dancing in the gaps between them. Its dragon horns pointed toward the sky like sharp swords. Individual name Leixiao Dragon. Individual attribute Lightning. Individual level Cataclysm later stage. Individual talent Dominant stage. Individual skills Lightning Element Mastery Dragon King Holy Thunder Domain Secret Art 9 Heavens Thunder Sea Enlargement Divine Might. Introduction: a legendary quasi-divine dragon-type beast living in a mysterious region rich in lightning attributes, born with mastery over lightning power, a combat beast with outstanding abilities in all aspects. Holy crap, a dragon. Xia Yu's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen an Eastern dragon-type beast in this world. So cool. I want one. Xia Yu stared at the awe-inspiring divine dragon in the sky with envy. A man stood on the dragon's back clad in simple black combat gear, appearing no older than 27 or 28, with sharp brows and eyes. A rustic longbow was strapped to his back. Ji Xianxiao is here. Xia Qingyun stood up and waved. The thundercloud dragon landed with almost no sound, its wings folding and lightning fading. Ji Xianxiao leaped down from the dragon's back with crisp, clean movements. Uncle Xia, long time no see. He nodded at Xia Qingyun, then glanced at Xia Yu and smiled. So you're Xia Yue. Ji Xianxiao. Wait. I recall the youngest champion of Dongli also bears that name. Xia Yu suddenly thought. There shouldn't be another champion-level beast tamer with the same name. Right, Xia Yu? Xia Qingyun patted Xia Yu on the shoulder. Xia Yu, call him cousin. Cousin. Okay. Xia Yu said uncertainly. Hey, it's fine. We're close in age, just call me by my name. Ji Xianxiao patted Xia Yu's shoulder and laughed. By the way, Uncle Xia, when will the target arrive? Ji Xianxiao turned to Xia Qingyun. In a few days, Xia Qingyun said. The exact time is unclear. Chen Junyang only gave the location. Chen Junyang. Ji Xianxiao repeated the name, not asking further. I understand. Have the ambush points been chosen? Yes. Xia Qingyun pointed to the high cliffs on both sides of the snow valley. Qingyun and I will hold the east side, you and Xia Yue hold the west side. Once Aurora enters the valley, we seal both ends. Ji Xianxiao looked up at the terrain and nodded. All right. Wait, Xia Yue is also joining the battle. The situation is a bit complicated, we'll talk later. Anyway, Xia Yue has the combat power of the dominant stage, even stronger than us, Xia Qingyun said with a laugh. Dominance. Ji Xianxiao looked at Xia Yue with a bewildered expression. Just luck. Xia Yue rubbed his head and smiled. All right. You have to tell me later. Ji Xianxiao suppressed his curiosity and nodded. About half an hour later, heavy footsteps came from the eastern side of the snow valley. Xia Yue turned to see a tall man in a dark green military overcoat walking through the snow. His features bore a 5 or 6 out of 10 resemblance to Xia Qingyun, but he looked a few years older with a resolute face. On his shoulder sat a panda. The panda-like beast was no more than half a meter long with distinct black and white fur, but its eyes were sharp as blades. Its limbs were short and thick, yet its claws were exceptionally sharp, and it sat on the man's shoulder as steady as a mountain. Xia Yue swept a glance with his system, and his heart skipped a beat. Individual name Iron-Eating Beast. Individual attribute Fighting Metal. Individual level Dominance Early Stage. Individual talent Dominant Stage. Individual skills Metal Mastery Fighting Master 9, Leap Beast Gung Metal Domain Secret Art Heavenly Gung Divine, Fist Enlargement Divine Might. Introduction: a legendary quasi-divine iron-eating beast living in a mysterious region rich in metal attributes, born with mastery over metal and fighting ability, a combat beast with outstanding power. Iron-eating beast. Xia Yue had lost count of how many times he had been shocked today. In his past life, the panda was a national treasure of his country. In this world, the panda was actually a quasi-divine level beast. Xia Yue, this is my elder brother, your uncle, Xia Qingyun introduced. Uncle, Xia Yue called out. Qingyun. Xia Yue. Xia Chengxian walked over, nodded to Xia Yue and Xia Qingyun, then turned his gaze to Ji Xianxiao. Xuanxiao's here too. Chief Xia. I just arrived, Ji Xianxiao said with a smile. Then we're all here. Xia Chengxian was concise. Brother, I'll make it brief. You and I will guard the east entrance, Xianxiao, and Xia Yue the west. Aurora's beast is a snow monster at dominance early stage ice type with bonuses in snow terrain. Don't let it control the blizzard. 4 against 1 we have a clear advantage. Understood. Ji Xianxiao nodded. Qingyan, are you crazy? What's Xia Yue doing in the battle? Xia Chengqian frowned. Brother. Xia Yue has dominance early stage combat power. He's an important part of our strength. Xia Qingyan explained. Xia Yue. Dominance early stage. Xia Chengqian was momentarily unable to comprehend Xia Qingyan's words. Uncle. The situation is very complicated. Anyway, I currently have dominance early stage combat power. After we deal with Aurora, I'll explain everything, Xia Yue added. Alright. Since you have a dominant stage beast, I won't worry about you. Be careful yourself. Xuanxiao take care of him a bit. Xia Chengqian nodded at Xia Yue, then said to Ji Xianxiao. Leave it to me. Ji Xianxiao patted his chest and laughed. The 4 of them quickly dispersed. Xia Yue followed Ji Xianxiao up the western cliff, finding a concealed snow pit to crouch in. Like Xialong had shrunk its form and coiled behind Ji Xuanxiao, resembling a silent mountain of thunder. The waiting felt endlessly long. The cold wind howled and snowflakes stung their faces as Xia Yue rubbed his frozen hands, and could not help but ask, could Uncle Chun have received false information? Chun Juanyang's intelligence is trustworthy. Ji Xianxiao gazed toward the valley entrance, his voice calm. It is not only because Uncle Xia places great trust in him. Moreover, the golden tree is far from united within. He may also seek to use our hands to eliminate Aurora. Xia Yue nodded and fell silent. Time dragged onward minute by minute from high noon until dusk, the sky gradually darkening. Just as Xia Yue was about to conclude that nothing would happen today, a black speck appeared on the distant snowfield beyond the valley mouth. The speck moved at astonishing speed, carving a long trail across the snow. It's here, Ji Xianxiao murmured. Xia Yue tightened his grip on the telescope. The black speck drew ever closer until it could finally be made out. A pale-skinned man clad in white Arctic combat gear riding atop the shoulders of a colossal humanoid beast shaggy with white fur. The beast stood over 5 meters tall, bearing 3 ferocious heads and 6 arms, each footfall sinking deep pits into the snow. Xia Yue held his breath, watching Aurora guide the snow monster into the ice valley. 3-headed snow monster, ice and fighting type, early stage overlord. Its arsenal included mastery over ice elements, mastery over snow domain of the furious blizzard, and devastating techniques such as the blood-red ice breath. As the beast entered the valley, Xia Yue gripped his telescope tightly, heart pounding. The moment the snow monster fully entered the valley, the figure of Xia Chengqian suddenly appeared on the eastern cliff. Strike! The iron-eating beast leapt from his shoulder, swelling to nearly 8 meters tall midair. Its black and white fur bristled like steel wires, its claws gleaming with lethal cold as it punched the ground at the valley entrance with devastating force. Boom! The entire snow valley quaked violently, and snow from both cliff walls collapsed downward, instantly sealing off the eastern exit. Almost simultaneously, Ji Xianxiao rose from the western cliff. Like Xialong let out a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, lightning surging upward and transforming into a colossal electric net that sealed the western valley entrance. Xia Chengyan leapt from the eastern cliff face. His blaze dragon eagle spread its wings, unleashing the dragon flame domain, and the temperature around them rose sharply, the ice and snow clinging to the ancient trees beginning to melt and drip. Huh! Father's blaze dragon eagle has broken through to the heavenly disaster stage. Xia Yue exclaimed, gazing at the terrifying domain unleashed by the eagle. At the same time, his spiritual sense connected with the frost heaven token at his waist. Senior Buyu, I implore you. As Xia Yue's words faded, a massive death spirit dragon soared into the sky, its bone wings spreading wide enough to blot out the sun. Ghostly flames flickered endlessly within its eyes as an overwhelming aura of overlord-level power erupted outward. Clever boy, you truly do have an overlord stage beast. A smile crossed Xia Chengqian's face. He's not just an overlord. I am the youngest champion. Does that make him the youngest grandmaster? Ji Xianxiao replied with a wry smile. Aurora yanked hard on the reins, and all 3 heads of the snow monster turned toward the cliffs on either side, their gazes icy cold. An ambush. Damn it, my whereabouts have been compromised. His voice was hoarse. People of Dongli. Aurora, we've been waiting for you for a long time, Xia Chengqian called from the eastern cliff, his tone cutting like frost. Aurora sneered. I don't know how you discovered my location, but do you truly believe you can stop me? Ji Xianxiao said nothing, merely raising his hand. Like Xialong opened its maw, and a thick pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, striking straight for the central head of the snow monster. Battle erupted instantly. All 3 heads of the snow monster roared in unison, and a blizzard materialized from nothing, hurling icicles skyward like rain. The blaze dragon eagle breathed forth streams of dragon flame, barely managing to melt and vaporize a portion of the incoming icicles. It's still far short. Xia Qingyan frowned. He had assumed his blaze dragon eagle could at least hold its own against an overlord stage opponent after breaking through, but he had underestimated the true strength of an overlord. The blaze dragon eagle likely won't survive 3 moves from that snow monster. Very well, I'll support from the sidelines. He murmured to himself. Roar! The iron-eating beast charged forward, its steel claws tearing through the blizzard, aimed straight at the snow monster. The beast's fur shimmered like metallic plating reflecting the dazzling moonlight. Xia circled overhead, unleashing relentless strikes of lightning that pressed against the snow monster's domain. Above them, all the Death Spirit Dragon hung in the heavens, releasing countless hailstones saturated with terrifying Death Spirit energy, each impact carving enormous craters into the ground. Taking the brunt of the iron-eating beast's assault head-on, the three-headed snow monster sent its terrifying claws slicing through the blizzard. Aurora remained calm, issuing commands. All 6 fists of the snow monster were encased in massive ice gauntlets studded with jagged, interlocking spikes of frost. The 6 iron-hard fists of the snow monster collided head-on with the steel claws of the iron-eating beast. A devastating shockwave rippled outward, snapping every ancient tree in the surrounding area. The snow monster appeared to hold the edge, forcing the iron-eating beast back several steps. Yet above, relentless lightning rained down upon the beast, branding scorched black marks across its ice-crusted body. What a pity! If my Xia possessed Overlord-level strength, this strike would have crippled the snow monster. Ji Xianxiao muttered, his gaze shifting to the Death Spirit Dragon overhead. Roar! Countless Death Spirit-laced hailstones pummeled toward the snow monster. Sensing the imminent danger, one of the 3 heads swiveled backward and unleashed a torrent of crimson ice breath. The 2 forces collided with catastrophic force, erupting into a maelstrom of howling wind. The Blaze Dragon Eagle engaged nearby was thrown backward several steps by the sheer pressure. Aurora's expression darkened. He knew he was at a decisive disadvantage. His spiritual sense expanded outward, and in the next instant he vanished. Where he had stood, a new beast materialized, slightly smaller than the snow monster, yet radiating equally ferocious presence. It resembled a rhinoceros, yet possessed an unusually elongated neck, its body sheathed in thick, gray-white bony plates. Atop its snout protruded a spiraled colossal horn gleaming with metallic coldness. Indrik Earth and Metal Type Quasi-Overlord Stage. Skills: Earth Mastery, Metal Mastery, Steel Rock Domain, and Secret Arts, including Sky-Splitting Horn and Divine Might. A second Overlord Stage Beast. Xia Qingyun's eyes narrowed sharply. Be careful. The moment Indrik appeared, Xia Changqian moved. The beast space beside him flared once more, and a deep azure figure soared skyward, accompanied by a piercing eagle cry. It was a giant eagle comparable in size to the Blaze Dragon Eagle, yet its body was sheathed in scales of deep blue, its wing edges sharp as blades. Its tail, however, took the form of a dragon's, bearing a forked fin-like structure. Individual name: Sea Dragon Eagle. Individual attribute: Water. Individual level: Later Stage of Calamity. Individual talent: Calamity Stage. Individual skills: Water Element Mastery, Abyssal Domain, Mystic Art Tide, Wings Gigantification, Divine Might. Big Brother Sea Dragon Eagle has arrived. Xia Qingyun's spirits lifted. The battle pattern shifted instantly. The Sea Dragon Eagle let out a long cry, its wings stirring up towering waves which, together with the blazing Dragon Eagle's draconic flames, formed a pincer of water and fire charging toward the 3-headed snow monster. The collision of extreme cold and scorching heat produced a violent energy explosion, causing the snow monster's blizzard domain to churn violently. Countless necromantic forces surged around the Death Spirit Dragon, and a terrifying frost breath imbued with the power of death spewed forth, encasing half of the snow monster's body in dreadful black ice. The iron-eating beast roared, charging fearlessly at Yingzwoke. Its steel claws clashed against the thick bone plates, producing a deafening metallic clang. The 2 strength-type spirit beasts engaged in a fierce melee, each collision cracking the ground. The thunderclap dragon soared in the sky, striking down countless bolts of lightning, like divine judgment, sealing off every possible escape route for Jiguang. Jiguang's forehead beaded with sweat. He had not expected Dongli to deploy such a lavish lineup, even having his hidden second quasi-overlord spirit beast accounted for. Although Yingzwoke was thick-skinned and tough, cracks began to appear under the iron-eating beast's ferocious onslaught. The snow monster was firmly suppressed by 2 Calamity-tier flying spirit beasts and 1 Overlord-tier Death Spirit Dragon. Can't delay any longer. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiguang's eyes. He abruptly pulled out a crimson syringe and plunged it into his own neck, while his mental energy surged wildly into both spirit beasts. Roar! The snow monster and Yingzwoke simultaneously let out frenzied roars. Their auras skyrocketed, their bodies expanded again, and an unnatural red glow appeared in their eyes as they entered a berserk state. This is the rampaging energy from the previous ashen snow that corrupted the snow child, Xia Yue exclaimed. The berserk snow monster flailed its 6 arms, unleashing a mad torrent of ice energy, temporarily driving back the Sea Dragon Eagle and the Blazing Dragon Eagle. Its central head turned toward the western cliff where Ji Xianxiao and Xia Yue stood, gathering a deep blue beam of extreme cold in its mouth. Just as the beam was about to erupt, the thunderclap dragon moved. Instead of dodging, it transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged straight at the snow monster. Thunder and ice collided. The explosive blast sent the snow of the entire valley hurtling into the air. The thunderclap dragon's claws tore through the snow monster's protective ice and sank viciously into the eye socket of its central head. The snow monster wailed in agony, and Jiguang was shaken off its shoulder. However, the terrifying ice attribute power also grievously wounded the thunderclap dragon, which crashed to the ground, as if frozen solid. Almost simultaneously, the berserk Yingzwoke, enduring the iron-eating beast's attacks, swung its long neck. Its spiral horn glowing with a yellow earth light stabbed fiercely toward the iron-eating beast's chest. The iron-eating beast reacted swiftly, crossing its steel claws to block. Clang! A piercing sound rang out. The iron-eating beast was pushed back 2 steps by the massive force, with distinct white marks appearing on its steel claws. But just as Yingzwoke's old strength waned and new strength had yet to gather, a blazing pillar of fire and a high-pressure water cannon struck simultaneously from both sides, precisely hitting its relatively vulnerable joints. It was a combined attack from the blazing dragon eagle and the sea dragon eagle. Yingzwoke howled in pain, its movements faltering. Xia Chengqian seized this fleeting opportunity. Now, a sharp light burst from the iron-eating beast's eyes. Fighting-type energy condensed to its peak on its fists. It stepped forward, its steel claws no longer tearing, but transforming into a heavy mountain-shattering straight punch that slammed viciously into Yingzwoke's mandibular bone plate, which had been slightly raised from the injury. Crack! The sickening sound of bone fracture echoed. Yingzwoke's massive body, struck by the punch containing all the iron-eating beast's power, toppled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of snow like an earthquake. It struggled a few times, but could not rise again. Snow monster. Rampaging avalanche. Jiguang climbed from the snow, his eyes bloodshot. Roar! The 3-headed snow monster's 3 heads exuded a terrifying aura. Then the ground began to tremble. The cliffs on both sides of the snow valley shook violently, and then collapsed thunderously. Still trying to resist, Xia Chengqian murmured. He then recalled the iron-eating beast into his spirit beast space, mounted the sea dragon eagle, and flew into the sky. Xia Qingyun similarly rode the blazing dragon eagle. Xia Yue pulled Ji Xianxiao onto the back of the death spirit dragon. Ji Xuanxiao's thunderclap dragon had lost its combat capability and was taken back into his spirit beast space. As countless rocks and snow fell, filling the entire snow valley, only the snow monster's 3 heads remained exposed. Kinda creepy, Xia Yue remarked as he watched the scene. Is it over? Xia Chengyun stared at the snow monster, now only its head visible above the snow. I'm afraid. Not yet. As Ji Xuanxiao's words fell, the snow monster began to tremble, slowly emerged from the snow valley, and lifted Jiguang out. Damn Dongli people. Who leaked my whereabouts? Why hasn't the golden tree sent reinforcements yet? The scorching sun stationed in Dongli. Jiguang sat in the palm of the snow monster's hand, his face covered in blood. Leader of the Ashen Snow, 5th seat of the golden tree, Jiguang. Any last words? Xia Chengqian looked down at Jiguang from above and said coldly. Anton Ostrovsky faced such a deadlock for the first time. I never thought I would die not on the path to the new world, but because of a traitor's report. However, if I die, you won't feel good either. Remember, I am Jiguang, the aurora of the heavens. As Jiguang's words fell, the 3-headed snow monster's body swelled rapidly, expanding like a balloon. Not good. Boom. A terrifying explosion shockwave swept across the entire snow valley. The cliffs on both sides completely collapsed in the deafening roar. 10,000 tons of snow and rock mixed with violent ice attribute energy erased the original terrain, turning it into a wasteland of deep pits and shattered ice. The smoke and ice mist slowly cleared, revealing the grim scene at the center of the battlefield. The iron-eating beast knelt on one knee, its originally metallic sheen black and white, fur now covered with ice shards and scorch marks with several cracks on its steel claws. It panted heavily, with fine beads of blood oozing from multiple wounds. Xia Chengqian quickly stepped forward, made it shrink, and poured a bottle of high-grade healing medicine onto the most severe wound, his brow furrowed. It was Xia Chengqian who had summoned the iron-eating beast to shield them at that moment, though otherwise the consequences would have been dire. The blazing dragon eagle was also in a dire state. Affected by the terrifying explosion, one of its wings was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. Xia Qingyun was carefully applying a temporary splint and bandage. The death spirit dragon's skeletal body was covered in dense cracks, its ghostly eyes flickering extremely faintly, its necromantic aura scattered. Through the frost heaven token Xia, you could sense the tremor and weakness at its soul level. Cough. Xia Yue crawled out of a pile of shattered ice, spitting out the ice fragments from his mouth. Jiguang and his 2 beast companions had perished in the explosion. Only a massive crater at the center of the snow valley, exhaling bitter cold, testified to the devastation wrought by that self-destructive assault. Is everyone all right? Xia Chengqian's voice carried exhaustion, yet remained steady. He examined the iron-eating beast, then turned his gaze toward the others. Lei Xiaolong has sustained severe injuries. He must be returned to the base for treatment immediately, Ji Xianxiao said gravely, his face stripped of its usual smile. Qi Longying's wing is broken. Xia Chengyun sighed heavily, glancing toward Xia Yue. Xia Yue, how is Si Linglong? No life-threatening injuries. Xia Yue replied in a hoarse voice. He approached the colossal skull of Si Linglong and gently patted its icy surface. Senior Bu, thank you. It is nothing. The ghostly fire flickered faintly within Si Linglong's eyes, as though offering a response. Just to be safe. Let me search again. Xia Chengxian said calmly, directing the iron-eating beast to turn over the thick snow layer. Uncle really is cautious, Xia Yue remarked. That has always been his way, Xia Chengyun explained. Xia Chengxian directed the iron-eating beast to search for nearly an hour, turning over almost the entire snow layer without finding the slightest trace. We cannot find anything. Let us leave first. Xia Chengxian made a prompt decision. Hai Longying is in decent condition. Get on. Ji Xinxiao nodded and stored Lei Xiaolong within his beast space, while Xia Yue sealed Si Linglong back into the Frost Heaven token to recuperate before leaping onto the enlarged Hai Longying. Hai Longying spread its broad wings and barely managed to lift the injured group into the sky, making its way northward toward the northern frontier base. The biting wind swept across their weary faces. This was truly a Pyrrhic victory, Ji Xianxiao said in a low voice, gazing down at the devastated snow valley. Eliminating Ji Guang is the greatest victory. I simply did not expect the members of the Golden Tree to be so fanatical, Xia Chengyun said gravely. Meanwhile, Xia Chengyun shook his head beside him, his expression grave. What is it, senior brother? Xia Chengyun asked. Ji Guang. We cannot confirm his death, Xia Chengxian said slowly. Once Dongli and Baiming conducted a joint operation to eradicate a transnational criminal organization. Ji Guang of Jinxue was among them. Several champions and a beastmaster participated that time. They severely wounded Ji Guang, but he still managed to escape. However, the very next day he appeared as though nothing had happened and destroyed a small Baiming city in an act of retribution. What a... Xia Yue was also deeply shaken by this news. Perhaps Ji Guang possesses some extraordinary ability. Regardless, he has committed too many crimes. If there is an opportunity, he must be killed. Xia Chengxian furrowed his brows. By the way, Xia Yue, Xia Chengxian said with confusion on his face. You mentioned the situation was complicated earlier. And that dominator stage, Si Linglong. What exactly happened? Ji Xuanxiao's gaze also turned toward him. There is nothing to conceal, Xia Yue said, taking a deep breath of the frigid air and began to recount his story. From being drawn into the Tsangdi secret realm to undergoing trials in Tsangdi's great mausoleum and receiving the inheritance to entering Shuangtian City and learning of the Siyuan and Mo, and finally joining the champions to seal Mo once more. He spoke concisely yet omitted no critical details. Tsangdi's inheritance. Ji Xuanxiao's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly rising from Hai Longying's back. You obtained that legendary inheritance of one of the three emperors, Tsangdi's inheritance. Tsangdi, though composed as ever, Xia Chengxian could hardly conceal his shock upon hearing this. He looked toward the token at Xia Yue's waist. This is the Frost Heaven token. Then it all makes sense. No wonder you could command Si Linglong. Indeed, Xia Yue nodded, touching the cold token. Senior Bu was once a companion of Tsangdi, and now he serves as one of Shuangtian City's guardians. I owe him greatly for this time. Cousin, those young people in the imperial capital always say my talent is monstrous, but I think yours far exceeds mine, Ji Xinxiao said, patting Xia Yue on the shoulder with a grin. Though the outcome was favorable, the process was certainly not as simple as it appears. Xia Chengxian observed, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he gazed at Xia Yue. Truly worthy of our Xia family. I had no choice, the situation was urgent at the time, Xia Yue said with a bitter smile. Moreover, Senior Tsangdi entrusted the secret realm to me, and there are so many northern frontier compatriots within Shuangtian City. I could not simply abandon them. He paused and continued. The most troubling matter now is that the entire secret realm has merged with reality, pulling in nearly half the population of the northern frontier. I must use the Frost Heaven token to evacuate them in batches. It will be a tedious process, likely taking 1 or 2 months. I have also heard rumors of this. Xia Chengxian absorbed the information, his gaze upon Xia Yue growing increasingly complex. Xia Yue, the merit you have achieved this time is extraordinarily great. Not only did you intercept Ji Guang, but you also averted a potential catastrophe looming over the northern frontier. Ji Xinxiao also nodded. Indeed, if Mo had truly broken free, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This time you have saved countless lives. Xia Yue felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head. It was mainly due to the power left behind by Senior Tsangdi and the efforts of the champion seniors. Xia Chengxian fell silent for a moment as Hai Longying passed through a thick layer of clouds. Faintly below, the outline of the northern frontier border base began to emerge. He suddenly spoke with solemnity. Qingyan Xia Yue, once matters here are settled, you should return to the Xia family. The authorities have also prepared rewards. You can collect them while you're there, Xia Chengxian said with a smile. Xia Qingyun's movements paused slightly. Xia Yue also turned to look at his uncle. Xia Yue's talent and circumstances have long surpassed what the northern frontier can offer, Xia Chengxian said, his gaze sharp and earnest. The imperial capital holds the finest resources, the most prestigious academies, and even broader horizons. The Xia family remains your roots. Your abilities require a larger stage, and they also need the support and protection of your clan. He glanced at Xia Qingyun. Qingyun, regarding what happened back then, the old master had long set it aside. It is time for you to bring Xia Yue back and visit. His future should not be confined here. Xia Qingyun pressed his lips together, offering no immediate reply, instead turning to look at Xia Yue. Xia Yue understood his father and uncle's intentions. He recalled his father mentioning a trip to the imperial capital and Senior Tsangdi's words urging him to spread the knowledge of bloodline awakening. The imperial capital was undoubtedly the best starting point. Uncle, I understand, Xia Yue said, clearly facing the piercing cold wind. After I ensure all my northern frontier compatriots are safely evacuated and Shuangtian City is properly settled, I will join father in going to the imperial capital and return to the Xia family. Xia Yue glanced at his father, and Xia Chengyun gave him a slight nod. Good. A faint smile appeared on Xia Qian's face. That is more like the true blood of our Xia family. Do not worry. I will make arrangements on the home front first. Ji Xianxiao seemed to suddenly recall something and chuckled from the side. Cousin, going to the imperial capital would be so much fun. The young generation of our three pillars aside from me is quite lacking. We have been thoroughly suppressed by the youth of the six controls. Those old bastards even mock us for having no rising talent and no successors. You must go there and win back our honor. Slap their faces hard. Ji Xuanxiao's expression grew somewhat subtle, the corners of his mouth unable to stop rising. And this actually happened? Xia Chengxian asked. Just childish squabbles among the younger generation. Though it is true that this generation truly lacks any outstanding youths. Xia Chengxian shook his head. Well, aside from Xianxiao. Exactly. They are far too much. Just because I am a few years older than them, they refuse to treat me as a peer. Isn't that cheating? Ji Xianxiao laughed from the side. Xia Yue suddenly felt a sense of dissonance. Ji Xianxiao was a national idol and Dongli the dream of countless young women. But now it seemed, is my cousin actually a reserved flirt? As Xia Yue and the others chatted, they soon arrived at the outskirts of Huaning City. The Sea Dragon Hawk began its descent, and the city lights grew clear against the twilight. The Sea Dragon Hawk landed on the rooftop of the Huaning City Beast Taming Center. Li Qingshan was already waiting there with his medical team, stretchers, and emergency equipment fully prepared. Chief Xia, Champion Ji. Li Qingshan hurried forward. Upon seeing the injuries of their beast partners, his brows knitted tightly. This severe. The Aurora is dealt with, but at considerable cost. Xia Chengxian spoke succinctly, directing them to lift the critically injured Lei Xiao Dragon and Blaze Dragon Eagle onto stretchers. Prioritize treating the beast partners. Understood. Xia Yue and the others also underwent examination by the medical team. They had mainly suffered from spiritual exhaustion and shock trauma and would need proper rest. With everything settled, night had fully fallen. Xia Yue, Xia Chengxian patted Xia Chengyun's shoulder, then turned to Xia Yue. I still have matters in the imperial capital. Xianxiao and I must return first. He paused, his tone growing solemn. Do not forget your promise to me. Once your affairs here are concluded, depart immediately. Don't worry, uncle. I have it in mind. Xia Yue nodded. Ji Xianxiao leaned in, draping an arm around Xia Yue's neck with a grin. Cousin, see you in the imperial capital. When the time comes, you must really teach those peers a lesson. Let them know what the three pillar nations are made of. Enough, stop your nonsense. Xia Chengxian pulled him away and nodded to Xia Chengyun. We're leaving. Brother Xianxiao. See you in the imperial capital. Xia Chengyun raised a hand in farewell. A flash of purple lightning and Ji Xuanxiao with the stabilized Lei Xiao Dragon boarded a military aircraft waiting alongside Xia Chengxian. They ascended rapidly, vanishing into the night sky. Xia Yue watched the aircraft disappear into the distance and let out a long breath. Finally, it was over for now. Let's go home. Xia Chengyun patted his shoulder. You need proper rest for a few days as well. The teleportation matter cannot be rushed by 1 or 2 days. Understood. After 3 days of rest, Xia Yue felt his spiritual energy had mostly recovered, and Little Silver and the others' injuries had stabilized. He activated the Frost Heaven token once more. The familiar pulling sensation returned. Light and shadow shifted before his eyes, and he found himself once again in the familiar hall of the ancient emperor's tomb. The phantom of the ancient emperor hovered midair, reading from a bamboo scroll. Upon seeing him enter, he lifted his gaze slightly. Oh, you're back. I heard you took out a cadre of the Golden Tree. Not bad. A Pyrrhic victory. Xia Yue gave a bitter smile and briefly recounted the events. The ancient emperor listened, then nodded. The Golden Tree. I did not expect that organization to still exist. It seems the world outside is far from peaceful as well. Wait. Elder Ancient Emperor, did the Golden Tree already exist back in your time? Xia Yue was greatly alarmed and immediately asked. A bit. Back then, the Golden Tree was the most powerful, mysterious organization in the world. However, during the Beacon Fire era, the Golden Tree kept a very low profile, so my understanding of it was limited. What I do know is that within the Golden Tree there were not just one, but several immortals. Immortals? Xia Yue's spirit surged upon hearing this, and he immediately pressed further. What do you mean? Some within the Golden Tree pursued immortality by any means necessary. But what is frightening is that they truly succeeded. The only one I personally know of is the Golden Tree's third seat, the Witch. She was already famous far earlier. I once laid eyes on her, and she appeared no older than a girl in her mid-20s. The Ancient Emperor said. How is that possible? Wait, Elder Ancient Emperor, could it be that someone is impersonating her? For example, whenever the previous witch dies, the next one takes over. As for her appearance, that would be relatively easy to disguise, wouldn't it? Xia Yue asked in confusion. I can confirm her life energy burning as intensely as the noon sun. That cannot be disguised. As for impersonation, that would be even more terrifying. Someone in her mid-20s already nearing the legendary realm. I would rather believe she is truly an immortal. The ancient emperor shook his head. You make a valid point. If the golden tree could mass-produce late-teens quasi-legendary beast tamers, that indeed would be even more frightening. Xia Yue said with a bitter smile. Let us not dwell on this. Xia Yue shook his head. Elder, let us continue. There are still many people waiting to be rescued. Very well. The ancient emperor put away his bamboo scroll. Daytime for teleportation, nighttime for lessons. I have already arranged your schedule. Xia Yue. And so day by day time passed. By day Xia Yue remained in the hall gripping the Frost Heaven token like a precision operator. One batch after another he locked onto the light signatures within the secret realm and carefully teleported them back to the real world. They began with scattered refugees on the outskirts, then moved to the populace concentrated within Frost Heaven City. The wounded, the elderly, women, and children received priority. Each teleportation consumed enormous spiritual energy. Xia Yue often worked until his face turned pale and his vision blurred, only then being halted by the ancient emperor. Slow down. No one is rushing you. Occasionally, the ancient emperor would hand him a cup of tea brewed from certain secret realm herbs capable of soothing the spirit. Finish sooner, and everyone can rest easier. Xia Yue downed a large gulp of tea, caught his breath, and continued. By night came the ancient emperor's lessons. The deep principles of bloodline awakening, the cultivation insights of ancient beast tamers, the comprehension of the overlord's intent. There were even combat techniques and beast formation coordination methods personally invented by the ancient emperor himself. A massive volume of knowledge compressed and forcibly implanted into Xia Yue's mind. Xia Yue studied until his mind grew dizzy, yet his progress was remarkably swift. His understanding of his own supernatural abilities and his mastery over the bloodline powers of Shao Yin and the others were advancing at a visibly rapid pace. Time slipped by, and before long it was the end of the year. On New Year's Eve, Xia Yue made a special trip home for the reunion dinner. The house was bustling with warmth. Wang Rou had prepared a table full of dishes. Xia Qingyun opened a bottle of wine, and Yun Feng brought his family over for a visit. Miao Qingqing had grown accustomed to life in the Northern Territory. Dressed in a red down jacket, she helped Wang Rou serve the dishes, a smile on her face. Yet at the dinner table, there was an unspoken sense that something was missing. Xia Yue gazed at the myriad lights of the city outside the window, his thoughts drifting to the Northern Territory residents still trapped within the secret realm. They would probably have to spend this new year in the unfamiliar Frost Heaven City. Though Lord Amo was sure to organize celebrations, it was still not their own home. What are you thinking about? Xia Qingyun placed a piece of spare rib on his plate. I'm thinking about those people in the secret realm. Xia Yue sighed. I had hoped to send everyone out before the new year. But I didn't make it in time. Xia Qingyun patted him on the shoulder. You did your best. You've already done plenty. Xia Yue nodded, saying nothing more, but the resolve to accelerate his efforts burned even stronger in his heart. After the new year, life returned to its normal rhythm. Miao Qingqing went back to Yundian for a visit, while Xia Yue practically took up residence in the secret realm. The frequency and batch sizes of the teleportations increased. His control over the Frost Heaven token grew more refined, allowing him to transport nearly twice as many people with the same mental energy as when he had started. The population within Frost Heaven City dwindled, leaving the streets increasingly empty. Lord Mo and the city's residents worked tirelessly to assist in the final stages of the evacuation, and their respect for Xia Yue deepened with each passing day. Notably, Xia Yue also found time to visit the No. 1 Northern Territory treasury, where he obtained a genuine 9th-tier divine artifact. Item name: Winterfeather Plume. Item grade: 9th-tier. Description: a feather from a legendary 9th-tier ice element divine beast. The treasury held many such 9th-tier divine artifacts, mostly materials from various divine beasts. How the ancestors of the Northern Territory had acquired them remained a mystery. Xia Yue selected an ice attribute item to enhance Shao Yin's strength. With the National College entrance exam approaching, he needed absolute power to claim the national championship. Xia Yue still remembered the pained look in Li Qingshan's eyes when he took the feather. He knew immediately he had chosen well. That day, Xia Yue saw off the last batch of residents gathered within the city. Gazing at the now desolate square, he let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Finished. Song Di drifted over. For Frost Heaven City, yes. Xia Yue wiped the sweat from his brow. There are still a few scattered across the wilderness of the secret realm, beast tamers or exploration teams that were randomly thrown far away. Not many. I'll spend a few more days searching, and I should be able to find them all and send them out. Song Di looked at the empty city, his voice tinged with emotion. Centuries. This is the first time the city has been so quiet. Frost Heaven City would eventually merge with the real world, so Xia Yue had already teleported some of its residents to the Northern Territory to help them adapt to life there. As a result, almost only the elderly and children remained in Frost Heaven City, making the streets feel even more desolate. What are your plans for settling them? Song Di asked. The Frost Heaven Legion had followed him his entire life, and he still held deep affection for them. They've lived in Frost Heaven City for so many years. It will be hard for them to adapt to the outside world directly. My idea is to apply to Dongli to establish Frost Heaven City as an independent municipality and then let them gradually learn modern knowledge. slowly build hospitals, schools, and such, so the new generation of Frost Heaven City can get accustomed to modern life. I hope they too can have the ability to enter a beast taming university, Xia Yue explained slowly. That's good. Their ancestors were heroes generation after generation. Their descendants should have the right to choose their own paths, Songdi nodded. Xia Yue rested for a while, then stood up. I'll make one more sweep to see if anyone is still stranded in the wilderness. He spent another week using the Frost Heaven token's perception to comb through the secret realm like a fine-toothed comb, confirming that no external life force remained. Finally, 2 months later, in the hall of Songdi's tomb, Xia Yue activated the Frost Heaven token for the last time, sending away the final few flickering lights in his perception. The light faded. He set down the token feeling an unprecedented lightness, yet also drained of strength. It's over, he murmured. Over 2 months, everyone from the Northern Territory who had been pulled into the secret realm had returned safely. Well done, kid, Songdi said with a gratified smile. Now you truly live up to the title of heir. Xia Yue smiled, but said nothing. He walked to the entrance of the hall and looked into the distance. The secret realm was still desolate, but the stagnant feeling of being cut off from the world seemed to have lessened. In the direction of the death abyss, the ice-blue sealed mountain stood silently, as if nothing had happened. Senior next. I need to go to the imperial capital. Go ahead, Songdi nodded. The world outside is bigger. Use what I taught you well, don't embarrass me. And you? I'll stay here, Songdi waved his hand. You keep the Frost Heaven token. The core area of the tomb and the death abyss is independent. It's like your personal portable secret realm. If something comes up, or you want to study, come in any time. Let me enjoy the role of the wise old man in the ring for a while. He paused, his tone turning unusually serious. Remember, strength is the foundation. The imperial capital has always been the most prosperous place in Dongli. In all matters, keep your wits about you. I understand. Xia Yue accepted solemnly. He took one last look at the silent secret realm, and with a thought his figure slowly faded, disappearing from the hall. In the real world, in his bedroom at home, Xia Yue opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Sunlight streamed brightly through the window, filling the room with a palpable warmth. Xia Yue picked up his phone and glanced at it. It's already May. Right, earlier I got a crown from the golden egg, and now I have an empty contract slot. I should hatch the divine beast egg I won from the competition. He retrieved the egg from the thermostatic box in the backyard. Individual name Rock Swallower, individual attribute Ground, individual level None, individual talent Apex stage, individual skills None. It should hatch in a day or two, Xia Yue said, noticing the fine cracks already appearing on the egg's surface, which was covered in ancient yellow patterns. After spending a few more days at home, Xia Yue resolved all matters in the Northern Territory, packed his luggage, and prepared to set off. There wasn't much to pack, just some clothes and the nearly hatched divine beast egg carefully stored in a thermostatic box. You're really leaving? When Ro checked his luggage, her eyes slightly red. Mom, I'm not leaving forever. Xia Yue hugged her. The imperial capital isn't too far from the northern frontier. Call me if you miss me, and I'll come back to see you whenever I have time. All right, the child is grown up, he needs to go out and explore. Xia Qingyan patted Wang Ro's back, then looked at Xia Yue. Have you packed everything? Did you keep the Frost Heaven token safe? I have it close to me. Xia Yue nodded. This token was now his lifeline, a symbol of inheritance and a portal to a personal pocket realm. Once you're in the imperial capital, try to keep a low profile. After all, it's teeming with nobles. Xia Qingyan added a few more reminders. But don't be too restrained either. Your grandfather is quite eager to see you. Got it, Dad. But isn't our Xia family the most prominent noble house? Xia Yue asked curiously. Getting cocky, are you? Xia Qingyan flicked Xia Yue's head. Does being a noble mean you can do whatever you want? As a member of a noble family, you must set an example. Our Xia family is watched by countless eyes. Xia Qingyun spoke seriously. All right, I understand, Dad. Farewells could go on forever, but Xia Yue took one last look at the home he had lived in for over a decade, stored all his luggage in the temperature-controlled box into the Frost Heaven token, and followed Xia Qingyun to the car heading to the airport. The plane soared into the sky, and Huaning City grew smaller and smaller beneath them until it became a blur of white. Xia Yue leaned against the window, watching the rolling sea of clouds outside. Xiao Yin and the others were resting in the beast taming space, while the luggage and the divine beast egg were all stored in the Frost Heaven token. Convenient indeed. Almost there. He stroked his chin. Several hours later, the plane began its descent. Through the clouds, a city so vast it defied imagination appeared in sight. Skyscrapers stood tall, aerial tracks crisscrossed, and various flying-type tamed beasts carried people or goods moving orderly along designated routes. Even through the window, one could feel the overwhelming prosperity and vitality. So this is the imperial capital, Xia Yue murmured. It was a world apart from the desolate vastness of the northern frontier. After disembarking, the crowd was immense. Xia Yue followed Xia Qingyun, his eyes struggling to take it all in. People waiting for taxis, customers in small shops, even security personnel, all had tamed beasts of various forms by their sides. Most of those tamed beasts possessed the strength of the awakening stage, or even the resonance stage. The prevalence and level of taming far surpassed that of the northern frontier. Feels like beast tamers are as common as cabbages here, Xia Yue muttered under his breath. It's the capital after all. Xia Yue remained composed. Resources are concentrated here. Beast taming education was popularized early, and the best tamers from across the country flock here. They didn't linger at the airport. Xia Qingxian had sent a car to pick them up, driven by a taciturn middle-aged man who drove steadily. As the car entered the city center, the surrounding buildings grew more imposing. The streets were wide and clean, and the green belts were planted with ornamental tamed plants that emitted a faint glow or had special effects. Xia Yue watched the scenery flash by outside the window, a heavy sense of anticipation welling up inside him. What would the Xia family be like? The car eventually drove into a quiet, elegant villa district and stopped in front of a traditional Chinese mansion that looked aged but impeccably maintained. Gray bricks and black tiles with 2 stone lions at the gate exuded an old-fashioned solemnity. Xia Qingyun took a deep breath and straightened his clothes. Xia Yue also perked up. The door opened, and an elderly man dressed impeccably with the air of a butler stood there. Upon seeing Xia Qingyun, a genuine smile spread across his face. "Third young master, you've returned." His gaze shifted to Xia Yue, softening further. "This must be little young master Yue. The old master has been talking about you for days. Please come in." The mansion was even larger inside than it appeared from outside. Deep courtyards and winding corridors led them through the front yard to the main hall. "Whoa, this is like a palace," Xia Yue muttered inwardly. In the main hall sat an elderly man. His hair was white, but neatly combed, dressed in simple Tang-style clothing, holding a cane. He sat in the master's armchair, his back straight as a ramrod, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Even just sitting there, he exuded an imposing aura that commanded respect. Xia Yue felt his breath unconsciously soften. Xia Qingyun stepped forward, his voice slightly strained. "Dad, I'm back. This is Xia Yue." Grandfather Xia, also known as Xia Jinghua, fixed his gaze on Xia Yue. The sharp, scrutinizing look gradually softened, becoming warm, even tinged with a hint of a smile. "Good, good." He uttered 2 praises, stood up, walked over to Xia Yue, and studied him carefully. "You look just like your father when he was young, but your talent far surpasses his." "Well, whose son do you think he is?" Xia Qingyun, back at home, seemed to relax and teased. "You? Still the same old impulsive one after all these years." Xia Jinghua scolded with a laugh. He patted Xia Yue's shoulder with considerable force. "Tired from the journey? Have a seat." Xia Yue breathed a sigh of relief. The old man didn't seem as hard to get along with as he had imagined. "I heard from Chengxian that you've accomplished quite a lot in the northern frontier." Xia Jinghua returned to the main seat and gestured for them to sit. "I've been keeping an eye on you since you were a child. But in the past year, since you became a beast tamer, you've done some remarkable things. Northern Frontier Youth Champion, publishing a paper on bloodline awakening, gaining the recognition of the Northern Frontier Divine Beast, being admitted to Imperial University, inheriting the Song Emperor's legacy, intercepting the Golden Tree members. Any one of these would make a young man your age a prodigy, and yet they all converge on you. Not bad. You haven't disgraced the Xia family," Xia Jinghua said with a smile, clearly proud of his grandson's achievements. "Grandfather flatters me. It's just good luck," Xia Yue said modestly. "Heh, no need to be modest. If all this is luck, then how are other young people supposed to live?" Xia Jinghua waved his hand. "Now that you're back, we'll have a family dinner tonight. Your eldest uncle, second uncle, and your eldest cousin will all come to meet you." As he spoke, footsteps were heard from outside. In came Xia Chengxian first, still with his steady, capable demeanor, and he nodded at Xia Yue. Behind him was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a refined, scholarly air, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat, a gentle smile on his lips. This was second uncle Xia Qingkuan, as Xia Yue had heard from his father. He was mainly active in academia. Last to enter was a young woman who looked about 20. She wore a sharp security officer's uniform, her long hair tied in a high ponytail. Her features resembled Xia Qingxian's, but were softer. She held a tablet computer, walking and reading at the same time, her brows slightly furrowed, as if dealing with something. Grandfather's second uncle, third uncle. She raised her head, first greeting Xia Jinghua and Xia Qingyun, then her gaze fell on Xia Yue. She raised an eyebrow, her tone unfavorable. "You are Xia Yue." "I am." Xia Yue sensed a hint of hostility, wondering where he had offended her. Dad and Grandpa keep talking about how amazing and outstanding you are, making me dare not slack off for a moment, studying and training every day," Xia Qingzi complained. "How can I be blamed for this?" Xia Yue muttered inwardly. "Being too good isn't my fault. All right. It's for your own good, Xia Yue. This is my daughter, Xia Qingzi." Xia Qingxian patted Xia Qingzi's head and said, "Hello, elder sister." Xia Yue quickly greeted. "Oomph." Xia Qingzi walked over and naturally reached out to ruffle Xia Yue's hair. "Since you're so sensible, I'll forgive you." When she smiled, the sharpness of a corporate elite faded, making her appear much more amiable. Xia Yue. In the evening, a family banquet. The dishes were abundant, and the atmosphere was more relaxed than Xia Yue had expected. Grandfather was dignified but spoke little. It was mainly uncle and second uncle who asked Xia Yue about the situation in the Northern Territory and matters in the secret realm. Xia Qingzi occasionally interjected, asking about practical combat details and spirit beast training. "Very professional. Your spirit beast should be about to break through to the transcendent stage, right?" Xia Qingzi suddenly asked. "Huh, how do you know?" Xia Yue asked in confusion. Little Silver's strength had only been at the resonance stage during the Youth Cup, and even during the subsequent exchange match, with Imperial Capital University, Little Silver only displayed the strength of the early spiritual connection stage. Isn't it obvious? You geniuses are all so abnormal. Brother Xuanxiao, like you, became an elite spirit beastmaster at just 18. I only became an elite spirit beastmaster last year. Xia Qingzi said somewhat unwillingly. This. Xia Yue finally understood why cousin Xianxiao said that the younger generation of their three-pillar families was lacking talented successors. His elder sister was 5 or 6 years older than him, yet she had only just broken through to the 5th rank. You have the nerve to say that. Your generation is completely spoiled. With such good resources, not a single one of you can even match the bottom of our generation. Xia Chengxian snorted coldly. Dad, you can't say that. The people from the Jiang family and the Ji family are about the same as me. Xia Qingzi retorted stubbornly. Can't you compare yourself to the better ones? Xianxiao had already broken through to the Celestial King at your age. Xia Chengxian said with disappointment. All right, big brother, isn't Xia Yue back now? Then we'll thoroughly embarrass those who say our three-pillar families lack talented successors. Xia Qingkuan laughed. Let's set aside Xia Yue's matter. You're almost 50, not only don't you have children, you don't even have a wife, spending all your days on that thesis. I haven't seen any results from your research. It seems inferior even to Xia Yue's bloodline research. Xia Chengxian went all out, severely reprimanding his second brother. You can't compare me to Xia Yue. Xia Qingkuan, not expecting the fire to suddenly shift to him, said with a wry smile. Xia Qingzi secretly gave her second uncle some encouragement. Xia Yue had previously heard some things about his second uncle from his father. Second uncle was a research fanatic. As soon as he opened his eyes every day, he would head straight to the lab. Logically, this was a good thing, but this second uncle always took an unconventional path. He was very fond of researching ancient spirit beasts and was determined to revive them using DNA technology. The old master had been very optimistic about this project and invested a large amount of funds, but decades had passed, and still nothing had been achieved. Big brother, you can't say that. My research is at a critical stage. I just need some living fossil samples. Just wait, I will definitely become a doctor. Xia Qingkuan, still very persistent about his research, retorted. You said the same thing last time. Didn't the old master just allocate a sum of money to you? How many living fossil samples do you need exactly? Xia Chengxian asked with a frown. Just a little bit more. Xia Qingkuan said apologetically. You? Thank goodness Xia Yue is here, otherwise the Xia family would be finished in 100 years. Xia Chengxian said helplessly. It's not that serious. Xia Chengyun looked at the noisy family at the table, a smile forming on his face. He hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. When the conversation was about done, Xia Jinghua put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and looked at Xia Yue. Xia Yue, since you're back, there are some things you should know. His voice was steady. Our Xia family can stand firm in the imperial capital not only because of our connections and management, but more importantly, because we possess a unique secret realm. Xia Yue's heart stirred. A unique secret realm? Could it be? As you probably know, our three-pillar families each have their own special secret realm. And in our Xia family's secret realm, there lives a clan of iron-eating beasts. Xia Jinghua continued, his gaze sweeping over the miniaturized iron-eating beast on Xia Chengqian's shoulder. Chengqian's partner came from there. The iron-eating beast is the inherited spirit beast of our Xia family, and one of the family's foundations. Iron-eating beast. It brings back memories. Xia Chengyun sighed emotionally. Dad, did you also contract an iron-eating beast? I don't think I've ever seen it. Xia Yue asked curiously. Alas. It's all in the past. My iron-eating beast met with an accident during a special mission, and that's one of the reasons I left the imperial capital. Xia Chengyun said somewhat despondently. What? Xia Yue was hearing his father talk about the past for the first time. The atmosphere at the table instantly became serious. Xia Jinghua, noticing this, said firmly, all right. Let the past be the past. Take this opportunity to go to the secret realm again and find another iron-eating beast to cultivate. Xia Chengxian interjected. The iron-eating beast has immense potential. Once it grows, it will be a top-tier combat partner. Xia Jinghua looked at Xia Yue, his eyes filled with expectation. Especially you, Xia Yue. Now that you have the legacy of Emperor Tsang, your future is limitless, but having one more powerful partner is never a bad thing. Tomorrow, let your uncle take you to the secret realm. Try to see if you can earn the recognition of an iron-eating beast. Xia Yue's heartbeat quickened. The iron-eating beast, a spirit beast with quasi-divine potential and a fighting plus metal type, which could perfectly compensate for Little Silver's attribute weaknesses. Thank you, Grandpa, he said seriously. Among family, no need for thanks. Xia Jinghua smiled. Rest well. Tomorrow. It's up to you. After the family banquet disbanded, Xia Qingyun went out saying he was going to catch up with old friends. Xia Qingzi escorted Xia Yue to the guest room, chatted with him for a bit, and then left. Xia Yue lay on the bed looking at the luxurious room and twitching his mouth. Damn these aristocratic families. What? I'm also from an aristocratic family. Then never mind. Early the next morning, Xia Chengxian came to the guest room to find Xia Yue. Xia Yue woke from his 20-square-meter bed, rubbed his sleepy eyes, washed up briefly, and stepped out of the room. Are you ready? Xia Chengxian asked. Yes. Xia Yue nodded, a flicker of anticipation in his heart. He was a man with a cheat after all. Though the iron-eating beast was quasi-divine, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Xia Yue followed along, patting Xia Yue on the shoulder. Relax, just go with the flow. Don't worry, Dad, I've got this under control. The three wasted no time and headed straight for the deepest part of the Xia family estate, where a restricted zone lay under the watch of dedicated guards. After passing through several corridors, Xia Chengqian stopped before a stone wall covered in vines looking utterly unremarkable. He reached out and pressed his palm against a spot on the wall. A faint glow flashed from his palm and concentric ripple-like patterns spread across the stone surface before it slowly opened inward, revealing an entrance glowing with soft light. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for one person, and the aura emanating from within was ancient and profound. Let's go, Xia Chengqian said, stepping in first. Xia Yue took a deep breath and followed with Xia Yun bringing up the rear. The moment they crossed the shimmering barrier, the sensation was similar to entering the Tsangdi secret realm, yet subtly different. After the spatial displacement dizziness subsided, everything suddenly opened up before them. What he felt first was metallic spiritual energy, so dense it was nearly tangible, the very air carrying a sharp, piercing edge. Looking up, he saw majestic mountain ranges stretching endlessly in every direction. The peaks were sheer and precipitous, with exposed rock faces gleaming in a dull metallic luster. Deep ravines crisscrossed the landscape, and from below came muffled sounds like metal grinding and colliding. The sky was overcast and gray, the light dim, but sufficient for seeing. This is our Xia family's secret realm, Thousand Forge Mountain, Xia Chengqian's voice rang out. The Iron-Eating Beast clan makes its home in the deepest reaches. Without delay, Xia Chengqian summoned his Iron-Eating Beast. In its overlord phase form, it was colossal, but now it had shrunk its body and moved nimbly ahead, leading the way. The path was treacherous with hardly any formed trail, only jagged boulders and sheer cliffs everywhere. Xia Chengqian and Xia Yun, thoroughly familiar with the terrain, moved swiftly. Xia Yue trailed behind occasionally, needing them to lend a hand just to keep up. Over one peak after another, the scenery barely changed, still metallic mountain rock and deep valleys. Occasionally, he caught sight of strange flora that seemed forged from metal itself, or tiny wild beast companions flashing past with iridescent metallic sheens. Tell me, Dad, why can't we just ride a blazing dragon eagle to the destination? After walking for most of the day, Xia Yu's legs felt like they no longer belonged to him. Even his body, fortified by the beast's space, was struggling. This is a no-fly zone, Xia Yun explained. Beneath the mountain range lies a unique metallic energy that disrupts the local magnetic field, throwing off the balance of flying beast companions. I see. Xia Yue took a deep breath. Fine. For my quasi-divine companion. Let's do this. Hours more of walking passed. Just as Xia Yu's legs were on the verge of mutiny, a wholly different scene emerged in the valley ahead. It was a substantial settlement. The architecture was extraordinary, nothing like the brick and tile construction common in the outside world. Instead, the structures resembled massive metallic or deposits naturally sculpted over centuries, some even carved directly into the mountain as cavern dwellings. A crude wooden fence ringed the outer perimeter, and within he could see figures moving about clad in rough linen garments of an ancient style. We've arrived. Xia Chengqian halted. These are the native inhabitants of the secret realm dwelling here for generations. They share a deep bond with the Iron-Eating Beast clan. They serve as guardians. The moment they neared the settlement, someone came to greet them. It was a middle-aged man with sun-darkened skin and a lean muscular build, a short metal blade hanging from his waist. Upon seeing Xia Chengqian, a smile broke across his face, and he clasped his fists in greeting. Mr. Xia, you've come. Chief Tieshan, forgive the intrusion. Xia Chengqian returned the gesture and gestured towards Xia Yue. This is my nephew Xia Yue. I've brought him today to test whether he can earn the recognition of an Iron-Eating Beast companion. Chief Tieshan's gaze fell upon Xia Yue, studying him for a few moments before nodding. A nephew of Mr. Xia. I trust him without question. Follow me. At this hour, the elder priest should be at the sacred grove. They did not enter the settlement, but instead circled around to the rear, heading toward a denser, more profound woodland beyond. The trees here were remarkable. Their trunks possessed a dark golden hue, while their leaves were an emerald green so vivid they seemed almost artificial, hard as iron. The deeper they ventured, the thinner the metallic energy grew in the air, replaced by a vibrant, life-filled natural atmosphere. Clearings appeared more frequently, and occasionally, he caught sight of round black and white figures darting between the trees. Aren't those just pandas? Xia Yue said, watching the iron-eating beasts. Nearly all of them here were cubs or juveniles. At the sight of strangers, some peeked out curiously before quickly retreating behind tree trunks. We're almost there, Chief Taizhan whispered. Xia Yue, where have you run off to? I sense an aura approaching the longevity tier. As Xia Yue wandered through the forest, the jade token at his waist trembled gently, and the voice of Tsangdi resonated within his mind. What? An aura nearing the legendary tier? Xia Yue exclaimed in astonishment. Xia Yue, what's wrong? Xia Chengqian, walking ahead, turned back to ask. Uncle, Father Chief Taizhan. Elder Tsangdi has sensed an aura approaching the legendary tier. Is it a benevolent beast companion within the secret realm? Xia Yue asked. Legendary. When Elder Tsangdi speaks of such a thing, he must mean the Divine Guardian. Xia Chengqian said. The Divine Guardian. Yes. The totem of the Iron-Eating Beast clan, and also one of the guardian deities of our Dongli. a quasi-legendary tier iron-eating beast. Xia Chengxian explained. No way, there actually is one. Xia Yue was stunned. No wonder the golden tree was so formidable and still adopted a conservative stance toward great powers like ours. These nations all harbor profound legacies. Uncle just said, one of, which means Dongli has more than one quasi-legendary being, doesn't it? Terrifying indeed. Xia Yue thought to himself. So it is a divine guardian. I'd heard before that the Central Plains region housed several quasi-legendary guardian deities. Today I finally see one with my own eyes. Sangdi said to Xia Yue. Passing through the final stretch of dense forest, an open valley appeared before them, home to a greater number of iron-eating beasts, adults and mothers nursing their young alike. Some dozed beneath the trees while others lazily gnawed on dark golden bamboo, painting a picture of serene tranquility. Yet Xia Yue noticed something different in the center of the valley. Several adult iron-eating beasts, unusually robust and emanating a more formidable aura, were gathered around a cub that was noticeably smaller. The cub appeared listless, its black and white fur having lost all luster. It lay limply on the ground, the only sign of life being the faint rise and fall of its chest. Beside it, a massive iron-eating beast mother, her eyes filled with anxiety and sorrow, gently nuzzled her cub, with her nose emitting low, mournful whimpers. Chief Taizhan sighed and said quietly to Xia Chengxian, this cub was much weaker than its siblings at birth and has been sick ever since. The tribe has tried many remedies and the elder shaman used numerous herbs, but to little effect. In recent days the cub's condition has worsened. The iron-eating beasts have always struggled to reproduce, and they've been racking their brains over this. Xia Chengxian frowned slightly and stepped forward. The adult iron-eating beasts recognized him, their vigilance somewhat reduced, and they made way. The mother iron-eating beast raised her head to look at Xia Chengxian, her eyes brimming with sorrow. She let out a low roar, her voice filled with helplessness. Xia Chengxian crouched down and carefully examined the feeble cub. He extended his hand, a faint metallic luster forming on his palm, and gently pressed it against the cub's forehead, sensing for a moment. How is it? Asked Xia Chengyan. Xia Chengxian withdrew his hand and shook his head, his expression grave. It's not an injury or illness. It's a congenital deficiency of origin energy. Ordinary medicine and energy supplements only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. The absorption efficiency is too poor. The mother iron-eating beast seemed to understand, her eyes dimming further as she emitted a near-sobbing whimper. Then what can we do? Xia Yue looked at the frail little creature, feeling a pang of sadness. Xia Chengxian pondered for a moment and turned to Xia Yue. There is a way. Not entirely impossible. The spirit beast space, especially a high-quality one with special properties, can nurture and repair a spirit beast's origin energy. If we can contract it and keep it in the spirit beast space for long-term nurturing supplemented with gentle restorative resources, we might gradually compensate for its congenital deficiency, allowing it to survive and even grow normally. He paused, looking at the mother iron-eating beast. But this requires extremely high quality of the contractor's spirit beast space and beast taming affinity. Xia Yue's heart stirred. Spirit beast space quality. With the system's enhancement and the spatial nurturing techniques he learned from the Tsang Emperor's legacy, no one of his age was more suitable. As for beast taming affinity, his superpower was exactly that, as proven by taming Little Mushroom and the others. The mother iron-eating beast's gaze, following Xia Chengxian's words, slowly shifted to Xia Yue. It seemed to sense the unique, gentle, and encompassing aura emanating from him. Xia Chengxian glanced at Xia Yue in surprise. Did this nephew of his have a natural affinity with spirit beasts? Xia Yue took a deep breath and stepped forward. Under the mother iron-eating beast's wary yet hopeful gaze, he slowly crouched beside the cub. He did not touch it rashly, but instead released his most gentle spiritual energy infused with his beast taming affinity and softly enveloped the cub. The feeble cub seemed to sense something. Its eyelids twitched and it struggled to open a slit, revealing dark, glistening eyes that looked at Xia Yue. The mother iron-eating beast watched Xia Yue intently, then glanced at her own dying cub, a low growl rumbling from her throat. Xia Yue said nothing, merely continuing to release his gentle spiritual energy. The mother iron-eating beast's nostrils flared, and her eyes suddenly brightened. As a powerful quasi-divine spirit beast, her perception was far more acute. She sensed a very familiar natural energy from Xia Yue, one that made her feel comfortable and at ease. She lowered her head, gently nudging her cub with her massive snout, then looked up at Xia Yue. The wariness and hesitation in her eyes gradually melted away, replaced by a solemn trust. She let out a low roar, no longer mournful, but decisive. Then she stepped back 2 paces, making way. Chief Taizhan and the surrounding adult iron-eating beasts watched in silence. Xia Chengxian nodded to Xia Yue. Xia Yue understood. This was consent. He carefully extended his hand, his palm gently resting on the cub's furry forehead. He activated his beast taming affinity to the fullest, his spiritual energy flowing like the gentlest stream, slowly wrapping around the little creature. Don't be afraid. Come with me, I'll take good care of you, Xia Yue said silently in his heart. The cub blinked weakly as if it understood. It did not resist, but instead instinctively leaned toward the warm, life-giving power in Xia Yue's palm. Xia Yue closed his eyes, his spiritual energy connecting with the spirit beast space. A pale golden contract array adorned with strange patterns slowly materialized at the point where his palm met the cub's forehead, its light soft and gentle. The contracting process was unexpectedly smooth. The cub was too weak to offer any resistance. Its only instinct was to absorb the warmth and vitality from Xia Yue's spiritual energy. The light gradually faded into the cub's body. Xia Yue felt a faint but tenacious life connection take root in his spirit beast space. Individual name Iron-Eating Beast Cub Origin Depletion Individual Attribute Fighting Metal Individual Level Awakening Mid-Stage Individual Talent Tribulation Period Individual Skills Hardening Iron Claws Metal Manipulation. Description: the legendary quasi-divine iron-eating beast inhabiting mysterious regions rich in metal element. It is naturally proficient in using metal-type power and combat abilities, making it a battle-oriented spirit beast with outstanding strength. The contract succeeded. Xia Yue breathed a sigh of relief and gently lifted the cub, which had closed its eyes as if falling asleep. The little creature curled up in his arms, its breathing seeming to steady a bit. The mother iron-eating beast stepped forward, her massive head approaching. She gently nuzzled Xia Yue, then her own cub, her eyes filled with reluctance, but even more with gratitude and trust. "Don't worry, I'll heal it," Xia Yue said solemnly to the mother iron-eating beast. The mother beast let out a low roar and nodded, then slowly retreated back into the herd, her gaze still fixed on the cub in Xia Yue's arms. "That's the contract sealed?" Chief Tieshan's face showed shock. "This is a quasi-divine beast, and it took less than 5 minutes to complete the contract." "Ahem, what can I say? My son just has exceptional talent." Xia Qingyan patted Chief Taizhan on the shoulder with a laugh. "You're always curled up, so I'll call you Tuan Tuan." Xia Yue smiled and gently stroked Tuan Tuan's tiny head. Xia Qingxian also patted Xia Yue on the shoulder. "Take good care of it. When you get back, nurture it slowly in your beast space. There are some resources in the Xia family storehouse that can warm and replenish one's essence. I'll have someone send them to you later." "Thank you, uncle." Xia Yue hugged the light little creature tightly in his arms. When he left the Thousand Forge Mountain secret realm, dusk was already approaching. Xia Yue placed Tuan Tuan into his beast space. He could sense that Tuan Tuan's condition had improved significantly. The atmosphere within the beast space was highly suitable for beast life and habitation. "So what are your plans for tomorrow? Want me to gather the young ones from the 3 pillars and introduce them?" Xia Qingxian asked. "No need, uncle. Tomorrow I plan to challenge the gyms in the imperial capital," Xia Yue said. "Oh, challenging gyms. Not a bad choice." Xia Qingxian chuckled. "Our imperial capital is special. It's a special municipal district of Dongli. So there aren't many gyms here, only 4. These 4 gyms have a long history and formidable strength. They're considered top-tier combat power in the capital. To avoid any suspicion, the 3 pillar states didn't establish new gyms." Xia Qingxian explained. 4 gyms, huh?" Xia Yue muttered, stroking his chin. I recommend you challenge all of them. It'll help you build a reputation, which is good for your future development," Xia Qingxian said. "All right, uncle. Tomorrow will be fun." Xia Yue revealed a grin. The next morning, Xia Yue set out early. Carrying a shrunken Xiao Yin in his arms, and with Xiao Gu perched on his head, he strode down the streets of the imperial capital. Xiaotan had turned into a wisp of black mist hiding in his shadow. The newly contracted iron-eating beast cub Tuan Tuan was still sleeping and recovering in the beast space, its condition slightly better than yesterday, but still weak. The gyms in the imperial capital were quite different from those in the northern frontier, which focused more on teaching. They leaned toward the traditional challenge mode, a key avenue for beast tamers to test their strength, earn badges, and participate in higher-level competitions. The 4 gyms were located in the eastern, southern, western, and northern districts of the imperial capital. It was said that the gym leaders were all veteran powerhouses of unfathomable strength. Following the map, Xia Yue first went to the Rockcliffe Gym in the eastern district. The gym's architecture was heavy and imposing, built from dark gray boulders, with 2 massive gargoyle statues standing at the entrance. After stating his purpose and paying the challenge fee, Xia Yue was led to the battle arena. The arena was a standard rock field with some early rising trainees already training or spectating nearby. Hearing that an outsider challenger had arrived, and a young one at that, many people gathered around. "So young, from the northern frontier, challenging the Rockcliffe Gym. I've traveled to the northern frontier before." The beast beside him looks a bit like an Ice Wolf King. "Seems rather ordinary to me. Probably not that strong. He's likely just here to see the world. Senior brother Wang recently broke through. He can use him for practice. Why do I feel like he looks familiar?" Xia Yue felt a bit helpless. Xiao Yin's current form was indeed easy to underestimate. To ordinary people it looked like just an ordinary wolf-type beast. "I didn't want to play the underdog either," Xia Yue said with a wry smile. The gym sent out a young man in his early 20s named Wang Yin, accompanied by a steady rock-armored ground armor beast. "Rockcliffe Gym Wang Yin. Please enlighten me," Wang Yin said with a fist in palm salute, his attitude quite polite. "Northern Frontier Xia Yue. Please enlighten me." Xia Yue returned the salute, then sent Xiao Yin onto the field. As Xiao Yin walked toward the battle arena, it grew, instantly transforming into a terrifying 5-meter-tall giant wolf. "Is that enlargement? Isn't that a skill only attainable at the monarch stage? I have no idea. Never seen this person before. Could he be some peerless genius descending from the mountains?" You've read too many novels. In my opinion, it's probably some kind of beast taming equipment. A middle-aged man in his 30s analyzed, adjusting his glasses. Beast taming equipment. Brother Zhang, are you sure? That kind of equipment must be expensive. Just wait and see. Amid the crowd's discussion, the referee signaled to start. Because Xia Yue looked like a student, Wang Yan mostly underestimated him, clearly not taking him seriously. He commanded the ground armor beast to advance, steadily planning to use a defensive attrition strategy. Xiaoyin, Xia Yue said, barely moving from his spot, Frost Claw. Xiaoyin let out a low growl, and its silvery blue figure vanished in an instant. It wasn't that its speed was too fast to see. Rather, when it moved, it left behind a trail of icy afterimages. The ground armor beast didn't even have time to assume a defensive stance before its rock-armored chest took a solid hit. Bang! A dull impact sounded. The ground armor beast's massive body was lifted off the ground, crashing into the energy barrier at the edge of the arena. Its rock armor shattered, stars spinning in its eyes, and it fainted without even a groan. The entire field fell silent. Wang Yan's mouth hung open, his hands still frozen in its commanding gesture. The spectating trainees were dumbfounded. One hit. Isn't the ground armor beast known for its defense? It's done just like that. What speed and power does that Ice Wolf King have? Xia Yue nodded in approval. After the last enhancement, Xiaoyin's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Now not only was it unbeatable at the same rank, but even against a rank higher it was invincible. The referee also froze for 2 seconds before blowing the whistle. Ground armor beast is unable to battle. Challenger, please switch your beast. Wang Yan's face flushed red, gritting his teeth. He summoned his second beast, a Shadowblade Leopard renowned for its agility and ambush. Shadowblade Leopard, the opponent's attacks are strong. Be careful. This time he had learned his lesson. He ordered the leopard to stealth, immediately attempting to strike from the shadows. Left side. Xia Yue didn't even look, simply stating the direction. Without turning its head, Xiaoyin swung its tail like a steel whip, landing a precise blow on the just materialized Shadowblade Leopard's flank. Whimper. The Shadowblade Leopard let out a pained howl, was sent flying, hit the wall, and slid down, losing consciousness. The two battles had taken less than a minute. What? Still one hit. If the first was luck, the second was pure strength, absolute strength. A genius like this couldn't be unknown. May I ask which great master you are? Someone from the audience asked directly. Xia Yue smiled, but didn't answer. Wang Yan, his face ashen, silently withdrew his beasts and bowed deeply to Xia Yue before retreating. He knew the gap was too vast. The gyms had a stern-faced middle-aged man walked out and carefully scrutinized Xia Yue and Xiaoyin for a few moments. He had watched the entire match from the sidelines. The young man's strength was genuinely terrifying. After analyzing the situation, he realized his own chances of victory were slim. Without saying much, he handed Xia Yue a medium-level badge, dark yellow in color and engraved with mountain rock patterns. Hello. I am Zhong Qianjuan, the master of Panyan Dojo. Your strength is commendable, young one. You are welcome to return for a sparring session next time. Zhong Qianjuan's tone carried a newfound seriousness. Xia Yue expressed his thanks, stowed away the badge, and turned to leave. He departed with decisive firmness. The word traveled swiftly. By the time he arrived at Lifeng Dojo in the southern district, as planned, a small crowd of onlookers had already trailed behind him, many of whom had followed directly from Panyan Dojo. Lifeng Dojo presented a starkly different aesthetic, its architecture defined by sleek flowing lines and exceptional internal ventilation. The main hallmaster was absent, instead delegating reception duties to a deputy. Upon learning that Xia Yue had just challenged and instantly defeated students from Panyan Dojo before arriving, the deputy raised an eyebrow. He promptly dispatched the dojo's strongest elite student, contracted with a spirit awakening beast, a youth named Zhou Sun, accompanied by a late-stage spirit awakening wind-chasing falcon. Lifeng Dojo, Zhou Sun, please guide me. Zhou Sun clasped his fists in a martial bow, his gaze sharp, clearly intent on restoring his capital city dojo's honor. Northern Territory, Xia Yue at your service. Xia Yue remained unfazed. The referee signaled to start. Wind-chasing falcon, take to the skies. Launch a barrage of wind blades. Zhou Sun immediately adopted a hit-and-run tactic. The wind-chasing falcon let out a piercing shriek, beating its wings to ascend rapidly and create distance. With a sweep of its wings, 7 or 8 translucent wind blades converged like a net, slicing toward Xiaoyin. Xiaoyin crystallized shield, block, then frost breath. Xia Yue's voice was calm and unhurried. An ice wall materialized instantaneously before Xiaoyin. The wind blade struck it as though it were mere tofu, leaving not even a scratch upon its surface. Almost as the wind blades dissipated, Xiaoyin's wolf mouth parted slightly, and a condensed ice blue breath shot forth, like an arrow targeting the wind-chasing falcon as it moved at high speed through the air. The falcon reacted with extraordinary swiftness, executing a sharp turn to evade, but the ice breath pursued relentlessly, adjusting its trajectory 3 times mid-flight, as if guided by instinct. Forced into desperate evasive maneuvers, it could not organize a single effective counterattack. What precise elemental control! It's like a cat playing with its mouse. Pure domination. This young master's contracted beast is truly fearsome. Whispers rose from the onlookers. Zhou Sun's forehead glistened with sweat. Wind-chasing falcon unleash a hurricane to obscure its vision, then dive. Fierce wind claw. The falcon beat its wings violently, summoning a miniature tornado that swept toward Xiaoyin. Simultaneously it folded its body mid-air, transforming into a cyan streak of light. Claws sheathed in razor-sharp wind pressure, it dove from the side.